You cultivated 8 female emperors by smashing pots and selling iron. But they pierced my heart when I was about to become a saint. As I was gasping for breath, my whole body lit up with red light. I intended to self-destruct and take them into the cycle of reincarnation. But the 8 women looked disdainful and stared at me as if I were a fool. This scene left me dumbfounded. Above me, the yellow flag I helped them refine was still floating, imprisoning me tightly. Seeing everything before me, I couldn't help but laugh maniacally, never expecting to die by my own hands in the end. At this moment, the 8 empresses are accusing me, listing one evil after another that I have done. Even though my heart is strong, I feel a hint of pain as all my heartfelt efforts towards them have been in vain. Suddenly, a burst of red light explodes from my body, shattering the river of time into a vortex. The 8 empresses resist desperately but are pulled into the vortex together. We are all reborn many years ago, with memories intact from when we first entered the sect. One empress happens to be beside me at this moment. Why? How could this happen? Chu Ling stares at me incredulously. You have 9 lives. Why did you choose to self-destruct without losing a single one? As the sword maiden of the 9 heavens, with sharp eyes and a hint of sword energy, I do not explain. Instead, I coldly smile and take out a piece of paper from my storage bag. Indenture of sale. Chu Ling's pupils contracted. That was her great shame. Without any hesitation, I directly burned the indenture of sale. There, you are free. Why? You haven't answered my question yet? Why do you have 9 lives, but choose to self-destruct only in the first life? I said, it's none of your business. Get lost. Chu Ling's body trembled slightly. Her eyes turned red. As the indenture of sale was burned, her heart inexplicably felt empty. Clearly, this was what she had longed for. To be reborn and return. You will not die a good death. Leaving behind a curse, Chu Ling turned and left. I could have killed Chu Ling with one palm, but sometimes death is not the cruelest punishment. Even if I killed her, she wouldn't feel any pain. So let her live. Let her live well. Chu Ling will definitely return home to Chu Jian Manor, which is a den of demons. She has an innate sword body, and if cultivated properly, she will become a strong figure in the future. Unfortunately, they already have a young master with a mixed-element sword fetus. In addition, Lao Shitzi Patriarch has refined a magic sword that requires a person with a sword body to sacrifice it. So Chu Ling was chosen without hesitation, and I saved her and forced her to follow me. When the magic sword is about to be forged, without Chu Ling, the sword can only be sacrificed by the young master of the manor. On the day of the Magic Sword City, the day Chu Jian Manor was destroyed, they probably never expected that there would be a fool who escaped death and came back to die. It serves you right to die. As I was preparing to practice, the door was kicked open, and my junior sister Yu Hongling, dressed in red, stormed in with a furious look on her face. I reached out and grabbed Yu Hongling's neck with one hand, lifting her up. Today, my door must be fixed. If you can't do it, I'll strangle you. Yu Hongling's suffocation grew stronger and stronger, her neck almost being strangled by Lu Yi. Full of disbelief, she couldn't believe he wanted to kill her. She couldn't die yet. She hadn't seen Fengwush yet. She came back to life. She wanted to be with Fengwush yet, a pair of lovers who only envied mandarin ducks and not immortals. A hoarse and mocking voice sounded. Ha! I'll just throw her aside. If the door isn't fixed when I come back, you're dead. I mean it. When I saw Yu Hongling starting to make a door, I ran to a secluded place to practice. Just as I was about to sit down, I saw a woman in a white skirt waiting here. One of the 8 great empresses, Bai Qiulan, is also my master. Damn, it's too familiar. I can't stay in the Dao sect anymore. I need to find a chance to go down the mountain. I restrained my mind, saluted, and said, "Greetings, master." Bai Qiulan looked back at Lu Yi and asked, "Why do you only have 1 life?" She also asked this question and replied to the master, "It's because the disciple's skills are not refined, and in order to break through during cultivation, he merged 9 lives into 1, hence having only 1 life." Bai Qiulan finally showed a look of realization in her eyes. So that's how it is. Then everything makes sense. Since the master has already found a way to restrain the power of chaos in Taiyin, the events of the previous life should be regarded as a dream, and must not happen again. If you have any evil intentions again, the master will definitely clean up the sect. Bai Qiulan said coldly. Disciple, keep in mind. Pai Qiulan laughed. She has excellent posture, snowy skin, and eyes of autumn water. The power of chaotic Taiyin was as cold as ice, and the chaotic Yin poison formed would cause even more pain to the extreme. But when used to moisturize a woman, it can indeed make her extremely beautiful and soft. But master, are you sure you found a way to contain the power of Taiyin? If you hadn't used the yin-yang transfer technique yourself to transfer the chaotic Yin poison to yourself, are you sure you could have endured it? These 3 women were the only ones in the clan who had a relationship with themselves, and now that they had settled 2 of them. As for Yu Hongling, just leave her alone. He could finally practice. Come to your usual seat. Start practicing. Still there, old buddy? Ding! I'm in. The panel blossomed in Luya's mind. It was an auxiliary cultivation panel with only 3 options. 1. Cultivation. 2. Deduction. 3. Gnosis. What? Don't you need energy anymore? Lu Yi asked curiously. Ding! I've become a heavenly Tao. What energy do I need? The system asked rhetorically. That's true. But you, Chang Tian Dao, are quite ruthless, directly coalescing the great ancient tribulation for me. As far as I'm concerned? Lu Yi laughed. Ding! As for, you're my host, you must arrange for the strongest. I thank you. Ding! You're welcome. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. So it turned out that he had traveled here, and at the end of the day, there was one more thing accompanying him. Start practicing. Ding! Initiate cultivation. The cultivation technique naturally remained the same. It was still the 9 Lives immortal heavenly scripture, which was created by the 9 Lives Great Emperor in the past. The 9 Lives Great Emperor's talent was unrivaled and he created his own heavenly scripture. However, Lu Yi is even more awesome, directly extending this volume of scripture to a height that does not belong to its original, breaking through the realm of the Great Emperor, the Great Tao Heavenly Father ground. The first layer of heaven was the weakest world, and the realms were divided into Hotian, innate, Qi collection, Yuandan, infant breaking, void refining, and harmonization. The first 2 realms are mundane realms, and the general entry into the cultivation sect is directly from the collection of Qi cultivation, not to mention the first layer of the Skytop sect, the Dao Dao sect. In the Great Way sect, 3 months of successful Qi harvesting was considered heavenly pride, and half a year of successful Qi harvesting could only be considered passable, because the Great Dao sect's aura was so dense. Even a pig let in and stayed for a long time might become a spirit pig. Now counting these days, Lu Yi had just entered the Great Dao sect for a month, and was now at the 5th level of Qi collection. And now, the stars turn and the night goes on. In 2 days, Lu Yi broke through to the 6th level of Qi collection. 5 days, breaking through to the 7th level of Qi collection. 11 days to break through to the 8th level of Qi collection. 15 days, breaking through to the 9th level of Qi collection. Moreover, the true Qi was abundant and condensed, with a solid foundation, even stronger than in the previous life. In his last life, he spent 2 months and 4 days to complete the perfect cultivation of Qi collection, and the Great Dao sect was astonished and listed as a key cultivation target. He wanted him to directly worship a supreme elder, but Lu Yi refused. Soon, the gas collection was complete. In fact, he can break through to the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels of Qi collection. In his last life, Lu Yi was this kind of internal scroll, a breath breakthrough to the 18th layer of Qi Kai Qi before choosing to use the assistance of the return to Yuan Dan, and ultimately formed the heavenly rank Yuan Dan. Yuan Dan is divided into 1 to 9 stars. Above the 9 stars is the earth rank, above the earth rank is the heaven rank, and above the heaven rank is the holy rank. Volume. All of these divisions are derived from the inner volumes of a single era. Lu Yi would have been able to condense the sacred Yuan Dan as well, only, he was conjugating with Yu Hongling at that time, and there was only one perfect returning pill, which Lu Yi gave up. To Yu Hongling, Lu Yi didn't stop and chose to continue cultivating. With his qualifications and insights from his recultivation of his first life, he didn't need pills to assist in conjugating the Dan at all. Gather, the Yuan Dan took shape within his body. Suddenly, a large portion of the true Qi in Lu Ye's body solidified, and only half of the true Qi was involved in the conjugation. Lu Yi was slightly shocked. When the time comes, interrupt the conjugation. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Lu Ye's breath became shriveled. What is it? Lu Ye's brows furrowed. Ding. The poison of heavenly stiffness. The system gave the answer. The poison of heavenly stiffness. The corner of Lu Ye's mouth twitched a little. Well. Wanting to let himself die so badly. He couldn't even imagine what a wonderful scene it would be if he was fighting a passing powerhouse while he was in the middle of crossing the 10,000 ancient great tribulation at full strength, and his power was suddenly stiffened in half. It was poisoned by those same women. Only now did Lu Yi understand why several women were so curious about the fact that he had only lived one of his 9 lives when he clearly had 9. They were running to get themselves killed 9 times. Shit. What's the big deal? People say that a husband and wife for one day is like an ocean. Deduction. Ding. The deduction begins. The heavenly stiff Lu Yi knows, is also a powerful existence. Is a heavenly father wants to live out the second life did not succeed. Death and not decay into stiffness. Disposable? Rule-based? Forever stiff with half the energy? There were ways to break it, but they were not something that the current Lu Yi could accomplish. Good thing. He was now at the Qi collection realm. Half of the true qi. Don't want it. Don't want it. Except that it clogs up the meridians in the body, making it very uncomfortable. Extrapolated to a workable method. Lu Yi looked at this method and frowned. Breaking through the Yuan Dan realm, changing the structure of true qi, transforming true qi into true essence, and rule-based stiffness poisons resolved themselves. However, in the case that he could only use half of his true qi, the Yuan Dan that he formed was afraid that it would only barely reach Earth Dan. There it is. You can use the perfection returning pill. Chapter 004, Ghosts Looking for Death Perfection Returning Pill. It's rare. Very rare. Otherwise, he only had one perfect returning pill in the first place, and he still gave it to Yu Hongling. Now it looks like there's no need to give it to her. When Lu Yi got up, he heard auspicious light blooming within the great Tao sect, a Tao bell ringing, and spirit beasts chirping. 92 Disciple of the Great Tao Sect, by Qiulan's disciple Yu Hongling, 17 days in January to Qi Collection Perfection, breaking the Great Tao Sect's record for Qi Collection, granting a bottle of top quality returning Yuan Dan, 3 treasured artifacts, a place as a true disciple, and 2 books of the divine principle of your choice. Lu Yi heard the voice and smiled. Cultivation was quite fast. Having spent 15 days in January himself, he was just 2 days faster than her. In the end, it was also a great emperor. The cultivation of the Qi collection realm. Even if Lu Yi had a system and was the cultivation of a heavenly father in his last life, it always took so many days. However, a top-grade attribution elixir? Yu Hongling was afraid that she wouldn't be able to look at it, so she would have to hurry up and go get her hands on that perfect returning Dan. In addition, counting the time, Chu Ling should be returning to the Chu Sword Villa. Lu Yi didn't even dare to imagine how happy that group of people from Chu Sword Villa would be to see the vanished Chu Ling return. Outside the Chu Sword Villa, the raggedly dressed Chu Ling looked at this familiar mountain villa not far away and burst into tears. Going home. She's finally home. Countless days and nights she had missed her parents and her brother. They were so good to themselves. From the time she was discovered to be an innate sword body, the lord and lady of the manor recognized her as a daughter, treating her as if she were their own daughter, more than their own daughter, and giving her all the best things. Now she's finally back. The lodge was still as beautiful as it had been when he had left it many years ago, rather than the dilapidated state it had been in when he had returned that time. In this life, she must cultivate well. She had the ability to guard the manor and her family. With excitement in his heart, Chu Ling walked towards the Chu Sword Villa. At this moment in the Chu Sword Villa, everyone looked solemn and tense. The guards were on guard with each other, their palms always holding the hilt of the swords in their own hands, just in case their fellow officers suddenly drew their swords against each other. The conflict in Chu Jian Mountain Villa was getting more intense by the day. It all started with the disappearance of that damned servant girl. Because of her disappearance, the old ancestor set his sights on casting the demon sword on the young lord of the manor. The lord and lady of the manor only had this one son. How could they allow the old ancestor to calcinate the sword? So the conflict between the lord and the old ancestor began to erupt. As Calcine's sword reached a critical point, the conflict became more violent. The guards were some of the old ancestor's men and some of the manor master's men, and everyone could sense that a great battle was coming. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. At this time, the ragged Chu Ling arrived outside the gate. Where did the caller come from? Chu Sword Villa is also a place you can come to. Hurry up and leave. A guard named Chu Si, with a kind heart, unwilling to involve others in this struggle, directly repelled. I'm not a barker. I'm a great lady. I'm Chu Ling. Chu Ling said excitedly. All 4 guards at the door were shocked. Who are you? Chu Ling. I'm Chu Ling. You. The 4 guards had disbelief in their eyes. No, you have escaped from the devil's cave. How come you are back now with such a bright smile? Are you crazy? How dare you? Where did the wild girl come from and dare to pretend to be a great miss? Get lost immediately or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Chu Si drew his long sword and shouted angrily. The 3 of them looked at Chu Si at the same time, and their eyes all became dangerous. Chu Si, don't you remember me? I'm Chu Ling. When I was little you used to hug me and give me delicious food. Have you forgotten? I haven't been gone long. Look at my face. Chu Ling is back. A guard suddenly ran into the Chu Sword Villa and shouted with all his might. Chu Ling is back. The innate sword body Chu Ling has returned. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Chu Ling is back. At that instant, an aura of the Chu Sword Villa erupted, and all the people who heard this news changed their faces wildly as they hurriedly rushed over. Chu Si looked at Chu Ling's happy, naive face and couldn't help but close his eyes in some pain. This man. Boom. A figure in a brocade robe stepped on deep footprints on top of the verdant stone floor with every step, and even stumbled as he walked out of the gate, nearly falling to the ground as his body stumbled. Chu Ling let out a cry of surprise. However, The figure stabilized and then held Chu Ling in her arms. Linger, you're back. You're finally back. My father missed you to death. His body was trembling with joy, and his eyes were red with a pair of tiger eyes. This is Chu Xiongtian, master of Chu's sword villa. Spirit. There was another cry of alarm, and the Zhuang master's wife, Zhang Shuiwei, also ran out, and together they held Chu Ling in their arms. You damned girl, where have you been for so long? Not even a single letter. Do you know we're dying of anxiety? I'm sorry. I was held hostage on the Great Tao sect. He didn't allow me to contact you guys, and now that I've snuck back, I'll never leave my father and mother again. Chu Ling was also very emotional. In her parents' arms, she felt warmer than she had ever felt before. Chu's sword villa young master Chu Yefei looked at the returning Chu Ling with disbelief still on his face. He couldn't help but slap himself. Ouch! At this moment, he only felt his legs go weak. It's back! Great! The scapegoat is back. He almost died. Outside the Great Tao sect, Lu Yi chose to leave after expressing his commendation to Yu Hongling from the Great Tao sect. The location he went to was an ancient tomb located more than 1,000 kilometers away to the west of the Great Tao sect, which had not yet been revealed to the world, and was expected to see the light of day only after a month, when a fortuitous battle opened the tomb's formations. Inside is a graveyard of a powerful void refining person from a long time ago. The most precious things inside were the remnants of the 9 lives immortal heavenly scripture and the perfect returning pill. All the other things had turned into rags over time, and only these 2 good things had been preserved. Horses don't stop. After spending 2 days, Lu Yi arrived at this place. There was a formation here, but the formation was broken. Not to mention broken, even if it was intact, it wasn't considered a fend-off for Lu Yi. Taking a simple step, Lu Ye's figure disappeared. Almost 10 minutes after he disappeared, Yu Hongling's figure appeared. She's all alone by herself. She didn't dare to let anyone else know about the news of the perfect returning pill. Such an elixir was not considered precious or even useful to many people. However, for those who had a latecomer in their own family who had attained Dan, the value was not too high. She entered the formation with equal ease. Just as she entered, her face changed a bit. Someone got in early? Who is it? She hurriedly moved forward quickly towards the inside. For her, who was in the Great Emperor realm in her previous life, there was really nothing that could withstand what the refined void powerhouses had set up, coupled with the erosion of time. Suddenly, she was on her feet. Ha! She's trapped. Yu Hongling slapped her palm in front of her, and the void in front of her trembled slightly. This was not a formation that could be set up by the refined void realm. It was a formation set up by the person who came earlier. This ancient tomb hadn't come out yet, so it was logically impossible for anyone to come over. And now that someone has come by, it can only mean that. Senior brother, I know it's you. Come out here. Chapter 005, what is it? Silence. No one paid any attention to Yu Hongling. It was only 3 days later that Yu Hongling returned to the Great Tao sect in a huff and went straight to Lu Ye's residence. Lu Yi was preparing to condense pills at this time. Yu Hongling raised her foot and was ready to kick the door open, but looking at the door she had only just made, she didn't put her foot down after all. It was clear, though, that she had no qualities and pushed her way in without knocking. Boo! Yu Hongling had just pushed the door open when a fist came crashing down head-on. She reacted quickly and rushed to fend it off. However, his body still flew out backwards, his body's chi and blood surging and his face flushed. The door to the room is closed. Lu Yi! Yu Hongling was so angry that she didn't even call her senior brother anymore and called Lu Yi by his big name. Lu Yi also ignored her. This problem of opening the door without someone's permission bothered him in his last life, but he could tolerate it. Even sometimes when he and someone else were in the middle of a deep conversation, she would push her way in and be forced into a piece of the conversation. It's a fault that she hasn't changed. And right now, you don't count for shit. Yu Hongling inhales deeply. Man teaches that man does not know, but things are taught immediately. For the first time in her life, she knocked on Lu Ye's door. Knock knock. Get out. Yu Hongling. Don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. Did you take the perfect returning pill in the ancient tomb? No. Fuck off. Yu Hongling's words were choked back. He said no? He won't admit it? I can't believe you won't admit it. Lu Yi, how did you become like this? Luko didn't say anything. You answer me. Luko didn't say anything. If you have the ability to take the potion, you have the ability to open the door. Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. Lu Yi, open the door. The door to the room opened, and a touch of smugness appeared on Yu Hongling's face. What greeted the smugness on her face, however, was a fist. A fast and hard fist. Boo! A fist smashed on top of Yu Hongling's big, gleaming eyes, and Yu Hongling was smashed backwards. Tears clattered uncontrollably. I'll fight you. Yu Hongling let out a scream. She really went crazy and defiantly lunged at Lu Yi. And Luno respects every opponent he's ever had. Come on, attack me and then get killed by me. A white shadow limply descended, stopping Yu Hongling in front of her, stopping her death-defying onslaught. Hongling, calm down. Yu Hongling stopped. One of her eyes was black and purple, so she could tell that Lu Yi was full of force. Master, oh, he hit me. Where can Yu Hongling stand this kind of aggravation? And I don't know if it's the sour eyes that are crying, or the sour heart that is crying. Bai Qiulan frowned lightly and looked at Lu Yi. Why did you hit your senior sister? Luno gave a respectful reply. Want to fight? Bai Qiulan. Master, look at him. Bai Qiulan sighed softly. I know you have resentment in your heart, but she is your senior sister after all. The corner of Lu Ye's mouth gently lifted. And then she can enter someone's room without knocking? Just so you can have to pick her up when you don't want to? Bai Qiulan's frown tightened. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Hongling, what are you looking for your senior brother for? Bai Qiulan asked. She knew that now Lu Yi heart has resentment. Some resentment is normal. After all, happened that way, who can have no regrets? He took the perfect returning pill, which I need and he doesn't, so I wanted to find him to exchange it. Yu Hongling said accusingly. Bai Qiulan was instantly enlightened. Speaking of which, of the 8 of them, only Yu Hongling's qualifications are a bit worse, and in order to keep Yu Hongling by his side in the beginning, Lu Yi had expended a particularly large amount of effort. Since your senior sister needs it and it's useless for you to have it, why don't you give the perfect returning pill to your senior sister? And if you're missing anything, you can give it to me and I'll fetch it for you. Lu Yi gently shook his head. I'm sorry, perfect returning pill. I need it too. Impossible. You have such a good qualification. If you want to condense the Dan, you don't need the perfect returning Dan at all. Yu Hongling said aggressively. Yes, Lu Yi, you have good qualifications, and with your cultivation, you don't need the perfection returning pill at all to condense the holy pill. When I say I need it, I need it. Don't bother me without anything. Lu Yi said impatiently, turned around and left. Lu Yi, do you really think that I can't condense a sacred rank Yuan Dan without the perfect returning Yuan Dan? Yu Hongling was on the verge of exploding. Lu Yi's figure lurched and turned around. The perfection returning pill appeared in his hand. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan froze at the same time, especially Bai Qiulan, who developed a feeling in her heart that a child could be taught. Then, Lu Yi opened his mouth and directly ate the perfect returning pill in front of the two. Turn around. Leave. Something. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling froze at the same time. Boo. The door to the room slammed heavily. Both were silent. So, that's not what he is. Bai Qiulan tried to understand Lu Yi. After all, they did hurt Lu Yi, but that was Lu Ye's fault first. Wouldn't it be nice to start over now and get things back on track? To be so desperate? Yu Hongling's mouthful of white and neat teeth were nearly clenched. I just don't believe that I can't condense the sacred Dan without the perfect returning pill. I will definitely condense the sacred Dan and ruthlessly punch you in the face. Yu Hongling said loudly to Lu Ye's room. Lu Yi didn't pay any attention to her. He had now begun to condense the Dan. Bai Qiulan looked at Yu Hongling, who had left in a huff, and suddenly felt a piercing coldness around his body. Cooled down? She looked up at the sky. The sun is shining brightly. The breakthrough was successful. As expected, the holy rank Yuan Dan. In other words, the flaw of not having reached the extreme realm in his first step was made up for at this moment. This matter of practicing is like building a tall building. Each step is very important, and any step that is flawed will be infinitely magnified in the future as the floors get higher and higher. When he was on the latter part of his cultivation path, he didn't know how much he had suffered for the flaws in this first step, tried a lot of things to patch it up. This was why Lu Yi was now so confident in conjugating Dan, because he literally simulated it too many times. After the breakthrough, continue to practice with one click. His strength began to soar. 4 days, breaking through to the second level of Yuan Dan. 16 days to break through to the third level of Yuan Dan. 30 days, breaking through to the fourth level of Yuan Dan. As his strength kept breaking through, the overwhelming divine abilities that already belonged to him began to revive one after another. Within the time that Lu Yi had been frantically cultivating, many interesting things had also happened in Chu Sword Villa. Chu Ling returned to the Chu Sword Villa and became that great lady who was favored by thousands of people again. Even in order to protect her safety, the mountain villa was allotted a full 8 powerful guards to protect her safety at all times. However, Chu Ling discovered a problem. That is, her real parents are missing. She inquired and was answered by Zhang Shueiyue that because of her disappearance, her real parents were in the Chu Sword Villa and no longer had anything to stay for. So they went back to their hometown. Chu Ling expressed her understanding. After all, her own biological parents had been given a lot of money, and she could live a very good life back home. The other thing that happened was that Chu Si disappeared. She asked Zhang Shuiwei, who told her that Chu Si had left the Chu Sword Villa to travel the world in search of opportunity. She wallowed in affection. Without realizing it, the time had come for the most crucial step of the magic sword. Chapter 006, Sword Sacrificer Linger. This is the bi-terrier porridge that mother personally boiled for you. Do you taste it? With a kind smile on her face, Zhang Shuiwei brought over a bowl of light turquoise rice congee, and the turquoise congee was made from green spiritual rice, with a rich and mellow aroma. Thank you, Mother, Chu Ling said happily with an innocent smile on her face. Mother, you're the best person in the world to me, and I'll never leave you and father in my life. Zhang Shuiwei smiled and touched her head. Silly child, is it hard not to be ready to marry in the future? With a single sentence, Chu Ling was said to be slightly silent. Marriage? Marry who? Lu Yi? If she doesn't marry Lu Yi, after seeing Lu Ye's splendor, who else in the world will be able to enter her eyes? Who else can take Lu Ye's place in her heart? Linger is not marrying anyone. Linger only wants to stay by her father and mother's side forever and be with her family. Chu Ling's smile was somewhat forced. Fine, fine, don't marry anyone. Have some congee, it'll get cold again later. Chu Ling nodded her head and took small sips of the bi-terrier porridge. Zhang Shuiwei watched Chu Ling swallowing and smiled even more kindly. This time, her son was completely safe. Originally, he had thought of letting this girl go as his son's sword slave, but he hadn't realized that the magic sword forged by the old ancestor needed a sword sacrificer. The sword sacrificer also has very demanding requirements. The only ones who met the requirements were her son Xu Yefei and her adopted daughter Chu Ling, so it couldn't be that her son was going to be the sword sacrificer, could it? In one gulp, she finished the bi-stem porridge. Mother, it's delicious. Drink more if it's good. After 3 bowls of bi-terrier porridge went down, Chu Ling touched her stomach and said petulantly, Mother, I can't drink anymore. I'm propped up. Silly girl, rest then. If you're sleepy, lie down on the bed and take a nap. I know. After Zhang Shuiwei left, Chu Ling was still pondering the issue of marrying someone. It wasn't long before she felt a strong wave of drowsiness come over her. Nope, Chu Ling in the end is not considered a complete waste. She was one of the most side by side with Lu Yi at the time. The 9 heavenly sword lady that is also a sword to kill out of the prestige. The drowsiness came with too much ferocity to be unusual. She hurriedly ran her gong method. The technique she cultivated was called the Great Killing Sword Scripture, a scripture with strong offensive capabilities, and she had been cultivating it since her return from rebirth. Poisoned? How can it be poisoned? Chu Ling thought back to all of her possible poisonings, and finally targeted the bi-terrier porridge. Her eyes were wide and twinkling with disbelief. Porridge with bee stalks. Poisoned? How is this possible? Isn't this the porridge mother made? The toxin was spreading in the body, and Chu Ling, as a sword cultivator with strong combat power, naturally existed the means to suppress the poison. She used her true chi to suppress the poison, and wanting to probe a truth herself, she simply disguised herself as unconscious. Knock, knock, knock. Spirit, are you asleep? Chu Ling, who pretended to be unconscious, heard Zhang Shuiwei's voice. She didn't answer. Wait outside for a while. Alright, she has been poisoned, so she can start. Zhang Shuiwei's voice was no longer gentle. Instead it turned cold. Ka! The door to the room opened. A group of people fishtailed in. As Zhang Shuiwei and Chu Xiongtian looked at the unconscious Chu Ling, joy appeared on their faces. Take it away and give it to the old ancestor. 2 people stepped forward and set up Chu Ling towards the deepest part of the Chu Sword Villa. The Devil's Sword can finally be refined successfully. The old ancestor can break through his cultivation, and my crisis is finally lifted. Chu Fei said with palpitating emotion. Humph. This time, if she hadn't come back to die out of expectation, the sword sacrificer would be you. If you don't cultivate properly and playboy the whole day, the next time you encounter danger, are you still counting on good luck? Chu Xiongtian chided. Father, I was wrong. I'll definitely cultivate properly. After the demon sword becomes a success, you will give me a year of closed-door cultivation, and you will not be allowed to come out of the gate until you have cultivated the Chu Sword Heart technique to the 5th layer. Ha! 5 floors. Mother, where can I cultivate to the 5th level in a year? Won't it suffocate me? No no no. I can't stand it. Isn't what your father said right? This time it's this dead girl who has come back, and next time something happens, you'll only be a fish meat to be slaughtered by others if you don't have enough strength. Chu Ling listened to the conversation that she regarded as a family, a heart that was like falling into an ice cellar. She couldn't believe it, couldn't believe what she was hearing. Sword sacrifice man? Come back to die? She's a sword sacrificer? She came back to die? It's fine if I'm allowed to cultivate to the 5th level. I have one request. Chu Fei seemed to have understood that there was no way out of this prolonged seclusion. so he took the opportunity to make a request. What demands? Zhang Shueiyue asked. I want to be alone with Chu Ling for half an hour. She is going to die anyway. What the old ancestor wants is just the innate sword body. Why not let me use it in advance? It doesn't affect anything. Ah, father, don't fight. Don't fight. Brat, what kind of asshole words are you saying? Chu Ling is considered your sister. Sort of not in the end. She's the daughter of those two deadbeat slaves. Clearly a slave girl. If it wasn't for her good physique and ability to become a sword sacrificer, she would have been taken by me long ago. Anyway, I don't care. It's okay to shut me down. I want her for half an hour. Chu Fei was already broken. Chu Xiongwether almost killed this dear son on the spot. Was stopped by Zhang Shueiyue. Otherwise, leave your son alone for half an hour. Zhang Shueiyue surprisingly agreed. It also seemed to her that Chu Ling was dying anyway, and as a mother, she certainly knew how much her son coveted Chu Ling. After granting him his wish, he would be able to cultivate properly. Chu Xiongtian was exasperated. No, at such a juncture, how can we still let him fool around? If anything goes wrong, he's the one who dies. If you mess with me again, I'll break your legs. Chu Xiongtian in the end understands the priority of the matter and sternly rebuked. Many of the guards were eye candy. It was not for them to have a say in the affairs of this family. But this Chu Ling is really stupid. After coming back, his own father and mother have disappeared, but also do not care. Chu Si just because of good intentions to say a word to let her leave, but also dead. She froze a little bit cannot notice. Let's just say that people deserve to die. At this moment, Chu Ling finally saw the true face of the Chu family members clearly. Her mind instantly recalled countless images. Gongzi, Linger is homesick. When will she be able to go home for a visit? There's no rush. Just wait. Until when? Wait until a sword comes into being. She thought that the male was talking about this sword of hers, but now that she thought about it, the male was clearly talking about this magic sword. When the magic sword became a success, there was no need for her to sacrifice the sword, so she could naturally come back. Gongzi, please, let me go home and visit. I really miss my parents. Are they biological parents? Or do you mean foster parents? The righteous parents are my parents. Linger, your parents are your real parents. And your righteous parents may sometimes treat you differently. No way. My parents are the best to me. Gongzi, how can you talk about them like that? At that time, he and the male had a particularly bad fight. Linger, it's time. I'll take you home. However, upon arrival, the Chu Sword Villa had been reduced to a wreckage, with all the people inside dead or injured. He who harms will be harmed in the end. Serves you right. Serves you right. Lu Yi, it's all your fault. Chapter 007, Epilepsy Old Fellow. You said that Chu Ling returned to Chu Sword Villa, and now counting the days, she should have already entered the calcined sword pool, right? Lu Yi muttered to himself. Ding, I'd like to know that too. Check it out. How? A curtain of light suddenly bloomed in front of Lu Yi. The scene inside was exactly the scene of the Chu Sword Villa. You can still utilize the power of the Heavenly Tao now? Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Ding, billion points. Billion points. When Lu Yi looked at the scene in the light screen, it was exactly when Chu Ling was being carried to the back of the mountain. Not only did this light screen have a picture, it even had sound. Hearing the three members of the Chu family speak, Lu Yi did not hold back his unrestrained laughter. He knew that the current Chu Ling, for sure, had not fallen into a coma. For a person who had returned from rebirth in the Great Emperor realm to be unconscious because of ecstasy, then such a person was not qualified to be called a Great Emperor. Ding 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 ding. The system also made a cheerful noise. I suddenly feel that it's quite good that you didn't steal the way of heaven and earth. After stealing the way of heaven and earth, you became cold and heartless. It's still fun to play with the current system, Lu Yi said with a smile. The system doesn't care about him. In the beginning, in order for the system to steal the heavenly Tao, Lu Yi had put in a heavenly effort. As a result, after the system turned into the heavenly Tao, it wouldn't even smile, so it was meaningless. The group had walked to the back of the mountain. Chu Tsongsheng, the old ancestor of Chu Sword Villa, was dressed in a red robe today, with his white hair and long beard groomed in a different and exquisite manner. Greetings, old ancestor. The crowd saluted in unison. Chu Tsongsheng gently nodded his head, taking a closer look at Chu Ling and revealing a satisfied smile. Leave it to me. Yes, old ancestor. Will we be able to see the site of the demonic sword sacrifice with our own eyes? Chu Xiongtian said eagerly. The method of forging the devil sword belonged to the highest secrets of Chu Sword Villa, and he had never mastered it even when he became the Villa Master. He was trying to use the opportunity to take full control of all the secret techniques of the Chu Sword Villa. Chu Tsongsheng pondered slightly. If the devil sword became a success, he would be able to step into the infant breaking realm, and with the devil sword, His strength would be among the best even in the infant-breaking realm, and the Chu Sword Villa would no longer have any value by then. Chu Xiongtian was overjoyed. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. Fei and Fei also come in. You are the future helmsman of the mountain village. You can also have a look at the magic sword into the ceremony. Thank you, elder ancestor. Chu Fei was still a bit sullen. He really wanted a kiss. Young man, full of such things, especially a dude like him. 3 Chu family members, a past estate owner, a current estate owner, and a future estate owner, bringing Chu Ling into the place of the calcined sword, the land of the calcined sword. A long black sword with black mist surging and emitting a soul-stirring sensation was suspended in the square fire pool. The black long sword was strangely shaped and fierce, and a glance at it told him that it was a full-blown killing weapon. This is the old ancestor of Chu Sword Villa. Took 31 years to forge the magic sword. The day the magic sword succeeds, the old ancestor will use the secret method, directly human sword unity. With the power of the magic sword, he forcibly stepped into the infant-breaking realm. Chu Xiongtian's eyes were filled with amazement as he viewed around the magic sword. The amazement had turned into fervor. This sword was simply the ultimate desire of sword cultivators. Of course, this is because their realm is not enough, their eyes are not enough, and their status is limited. To use this kind of demonic sword to become a Dan is quite good. Lu Yi opened his mouth to comment. It wasn't Chu Songxing who was talking, but Chu Ling. Knowing Chu Ling so well, he naturally knew that with the current predicament, it was not fatal to Chu Ling. The moment she was thrown into the fire pool, she would run the great killing sword scripture and borrow the demon sword to condense the Dan. Fruity. Begin. Chu Songxing's voice was majestic as he roared. He strangled his hands and countless buzzing sounds rang out, and the 1,000 blood-stained long swords that had been prepared long ago rose into the air at the same time, transforming into a torrent that rushed forward and backward into the pool of fire. The sword transformed into the essence of gold, and the blood transformed into the chi of night, which flew and flowed into the magic sword. The devil's sword let out a sword roar, and for a time, blood light flashed and sword intent raged. The bloodthirsty sound of the sword was urging, calling, sacrifice the sword. Chu Songxing let out a roar. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiongtian directly threw Chu Ling into the fire pool, and it was at this instant that Chu Ling opened his eyes. His hands formed seals, and his sword heart was clear. A mouthful of essence blood spurted out of his mouth. It was sprinkled right on top of the magic sword. The sound of the magic sword's sword roar stopped. Chu Ling's body was scorched black, and the large area of burns made her become inhuman and ghostly, but she was weaving in and out of the pool of fire, and she held the magic sword in one hand. Conjugation. Killing. Rushing sword intent blossomed as Chu Ling let out an angry and hoarse shout. A sword to kill people. The sword light erupted, transforming into a shocking sword, wrapped in flames and hatred, stabbing towards Chu Songxing. Chu Songxing was shocked. How? He roared as a sword of gold and jade appeared in his hand, and immediately the two swords collided. Ding! The sword of gold and jade shattered. Chu Songxing's body was immediately pierced through by the sword light. Another sword light sliced through the air, and a great head rolled off. The charred and blackened Chu Ling could almost only be seen as a person. The black scabs were extremely terrifying in layers. She turned back, her eyes staring at the Chu family's father and son with thick resentment. Why? I treat you guys as my closest relatives. One is my father and one is my brother. Why are you doing this to me? Chu Ling asked with a harsh voice. Both were stunned at this moment. Fast? Too fast? A Chu Ling, whom they viewed as a waste consumable, had killed the old ancestor with a single sword? That was an old ancestor at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Chu Ling, how did you become so powerful? Chu Xiongtian asked incredulously. Chu Ling laughed miserably. How did she get so good? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chu Ling was crying and laughing at this moment, in a state of madness. She was so good. Of course, she was taught step by step by the man he considered his enemy. She's so good. What a stupid thing she did. Why won't the prince let her come back? Obviously to prevent her from seeing the ugliness of this Chu Sword Villa. Obviously to preserve that beautiful memory in her heart. Obviously for her own good. I'll kill you. Chu Ling let out a scream and killed Chu Xiongtian with her sword. How could Chu Xiongtian be Chu Ling's opponent? But in just 2 swords, his right hand was cut off. Sword after sword. Left hand. Left leg. Right leg. No. Another head rolled to the ground. Chu Fei was already paralyzed with fear, and the yellow liquid wet his pants. The demonic-looking Chu Ling arrived in front of him. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Chu Ling, I'm your brother. Chu Fei was frantically begging for mercy. Chu Ling felt nauseous. Intensely nauseous. She slashed her sword on Chu Yefei's body, and Chu Yefei let out a miserable scream. She's going to torture him. Sword after sword, cutting Chu Yefei all over the body. Why do you do this to me when I love you all so much? Why are you doing this to me? Obviously I think so highly of you guys. Why? Chu Fei seemed to understand that he was bound to die, and he had a seizure. Love us? Ha ha ha. Chu Ling, do you believe what you say yourself? You don't even love your own biological parents, yet you claim to love your righteous father and mother? You just love honor and wealth. You just love how well others treat you. Do you realize that the real parents who sold you to us after you escaped have been lynched by us? Chu Ling, you are a hypocrite. You don't love anyone, and you don't deserve anyone's love. I'll become a ghost and watch you day and night, watching a fool like you live in pain all day long. Ha ha ha. Chapter 008, finally becoming a heavenly pilpist. Chu Fei is dead. Even as his head rolled to the ground, he still had a maniacal and mocking smile on his face. Finally, like a man, he broke out and cursed out all the fear in his heart. Chu Ling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked out with her sword. Outside, Zhang Shuiwei and the many guards, looking at the charred and blackened Chu Ling walking out, first froze, and then their faces changed drastically. Chu Ling, why are you the one who came out? Zhang Shuiwei's voice snapped to a shrill put. Her mouth was penetrated on the spot by the magic sword. You all know that I'm the one who sacrificed the sword? Chu Ling's gaze filled with killing intent stared at all the guards. The group of guards were silent. Where's Chu Si? It was at this moment that Chu Ling finally reacted to why Chu Si, who had watched her grow up as a child, immediately had to drive her away after seeing her return. How could he not recognize Chu Ling? He was aware that the Chu Sword Villa was a devil's den for Chu Ling, and pressed for her to return. Remorse, like a heart-eating compulsion, tore at his heart. Chu Ling moved. In moments, screams rang out. The entire Chu Sword Villa was turned into a hell. She also got her answer. Chu Si is dead. Her real parents are dead. And everyone who befriended her is dead. Kill, kill, kill. Kill him cleanly. Kill him without a single piece of armor. At the end of the day, there wasn't a single living being in the entire Chu Sword Villa. Even dogs and chickens were killed. Chu Ling came to the roof of a room. This roof, where Lu Yi stood when he brought her back. At that time, Lu Yi said, "Serves you right." Chu Ling cried and bawled. It was deserved. She deserved it. Okay, don't look. Lu Yi waved his hand. The light curtain dissipated, and Chu Ling had gotten everything she wanted to get. The next thing you know, a baby-breaking realm would come over to kill her. In her state, she'll die. He was actually having a perverted pleasure right now, which made Lu Yi somewhat silent. It's broken. I don't seem to have become the same person I was before. If it was in his previous life, even if Chu Ling had done something to hurt him, when he saw Chu Ling suffer, he would either be heartbroken or find it tasteless. And now it feels so good? Lu Yi slapped his head. Cool is right. Having died once on Earth and 9 times in my last life, I've cumulatively died 10 times. Dying 10 times to become a pervert doesn't seem like a big deal. This one got what she wanted. Where is Yu Hongling? What Yuan Dan did she condense into? Lu Yi was simply a bit curious. His Yuan Dan, said to be a sacred Dan, actually ended up having a quality that was even more exaggerated than a sacred Dan because he relied on half of his true chi to condense it, and after condensing the Yuan Dan, the power of the rules of the heavenly stiffness poison disappeared. The other half of the true chi also surged into the sacred Dan. Well, he'd rolled up the quality of the Yuan Dan another half step higher. Cultivation. Yu Hongling loved to coagulate what Yuan Dan coagulate what Yuan Dan. It is none of his business. Yu Hongling was already in seclusion at this time. Since she hadn't gotten the perfect returning pill, she had placed quite a bit of importance on this conjugation and had made all the preparations. Whether or not you can become a sacred elixir will depend on this. Gather. Yu Hongling let out a delicate jaw. The true chi around her body was like a tidal wave converging towards her dantian. The several types of pills she prepared in advance were powered up together, and there were all kinds of treasures around her to release their power. How? This means of assisting breakthroughs actually originated from Lu Yi. Because Yu Hongling's qualifications were indeed insufficient, so in order for Yu Hongling to keep up with the large group, Lu Yi would expend his efforts to come and collect a lot of treasures yet help her, so much so that every time she made a breakthrough, she would be able to get a perfect, or near perfect level. However, Lu Yi was looking for treasures and elixirs to assist him because he had a system. Every time these treasures and elixirs were used, countless deductions would be made, and then the treasures and elixirs would be reduced and increased, ultimately reaching the point of infallibility. So Yu Hongling assumed that as long as the preparations were done adequately, the breakthrough realm would be perfect. The breakthrough begins. True chi gathered, surging and thick. At a glance, it was able to condense a very good Yuan Dan. As a result, a surge of medicinal power came at this time. The speed of the flow of true chi became violently faster. Another surge of medicinal power came, and the total amount of true chi grew violently. Another wave of medicinal power struck, accelerating the speed of Dan condensation. Another dose of medicine hits. Yu Hongling's brows were furrowed, and her fair cheeks flushed with an abnormal flush. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly made a seal. It's a mess. Chaos. All messed up. Yu Hongling was flustered. It wasn't right. How was it wrong? In her last life, Yu Hongling, with the assistance of many treasures and pills, broke through simply as if she were a god, and one barrier after another was broken open quickly by one wave of assistance after another, until the breakthrough was complete. All the boosts disappeared together without burdening her in any way. However, Yu Hongling had still cultivated into a great emperor in the end, and even though the mistake had already been made, she had hardened all of her boosts and forced them out. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Hongling's face turned pale, but she didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly conjugated the Dan. Without the haphazard help of a messy power, this conjugation went very smoothly. The Yuan Dan that is finally formed is the Heavenly Dan. How could it be a Heavenly Dan? Yu Hongling was almost so angry that she exploded. In fact, the Heavenly Dan is also the very best Yuan Dan. This world 99.9% of the people, the not or star Yuan Dan, only 1 in a million, can be formed into the Earthly Dan. Only that 1 in 100 million can be formed into the Heavenly Dan. The point was that Yu Hongling had formed the Holy Dan in her last life when she didn't know anything and didn't understand anything. As a result, he now possessed the memories of his previous life, in which he was a great emperor, and as a result, the Heavenly Dan. How could this not make Yu Hongling furious? It's all because of Lu Yi. If it wasn't for the fact that he has been assisting my breakthroughs with treasures and pills, I would have only needed to take the simplest of extreme reverting pills this time to condense the sacred pill, Yu Hongling said with incomparable exasperation. What she said was indeed true. With her great emperor's insight, even without the perfect returning Dan, it was equally possible to form a sacred Dan. The key lay in the fact that she had used a bunch of messy treasures and elixirs, which had backfired and resulted in the downgrade from sacred Dan to Heavenly Dan. Let's just say that a drink and a peck are determined by God. She immediately got up and went to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi was practicing continuously. Each day his strength increased, and he kept moving forward towards the infant-breaking realm. For him now, 8 women being unlucky would certainly bring him pleasure. But in the final analysis, he still wanted to get back to the top that was stronger than ever, to see the scenery that he hadn't seen in his last life. Bang bang bang! Lu Yi, come out here! Lu Yi didn't even frown, still in a state of cultivation. As long as Yu Hongling dared to break in again, he would kill him. Fuck it, love whoever. Lu Yi, why is it that my use of treasures and pills to aid in my breakthrough would cause me to condense into a Heavenly Dan? It's obvious that I could have broken through perfectly with assisted breakthroughs before. Lu Yi, did you do it on purpose? I obviously don't need a treasure elixir to break through to condense the Holy Dan. You're just doing it on purpose. You really are a villain. A total villain. I used to be really. Chapter 009, Recognize or Not Recognize. Lu Yi understood Yu Hongling very well. The things that caused her the most pain were never hitting her or scolding her, beat her or scold her. Her nature would not know how to give in. Of course, it's possible that it wasn't hit hard enough. However, Lu Yi currently knew that ignoring Yu Hongling would in turn make it even harder for her. The feeling of having a fire with nowhere to light it and nowhere to vent her anger was enough to break her. As expected, the more Yu Hongling cursed, the angrier she got, and she was so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick. She came over to take the piss, and instead of taking the piss, she got even more irritated. Lu Yi then ignored her and directly chose to close the hearing of both ears and leisurely continue to cultivate. As long as I can't hear you cursing me, then you're cursing yourself. You're not mad at me, are you? It's hard, isn't it? That's right. That's the effect to get. Bai Qiulan rushed over at the sound and looked at Yu Hongling, who was about to infuriate herself to death. Her willow brows once again knitted lightly. Hongling, stop cursing. Bai Qiulan dissuaded. When Yu Hongling saw her master, her aggression erupted in a big way, and she cried instantly. She was always soft in front of Bai Qiulan. There were even times when she cried to Bai Qiulan while practicing the way of yin and yang. Yu Hongling cried. It shouldn't be. You have the memories of a great emperor. And you even have the ancient reversed Tao scripture. Even if you only have the extreme returning Dan, you can still coalesce out a holy Dan. Why did you coalesce out a heavenly Dan? Bai Qiulan asked in disbelief. It's all Lu Yi's fault. Every time I made a breakthrough before, he was the one who brought me a whole bunch of treasures and pills, saying that he used them to assist me in my breakthroughs, and that it would make my breakthroughs even more perfect. This time, I then looked for some pills and treasures to assist me in my breakthrough, and as a result, not only did those powers fail to assist me in my breakthrough, but instead, they stirred up all of my true qi, and that's how it turned out. Yu Hongling's words were that of an aggrieved person. Bai Qiulan's face changed when she heard this. You are not fooling around. Lu Ye's cognitive attainments for various energies are pure, rare in the ages, and every time he uses treasures and pills to assist you in your breakthroughs, he repairs and repairs, changes and changes, and I don't know how much effort he has put into it. Where can you casually match them yourself? Bai Qiulan chided. Luna? Ha? He didn't just take out something randomly beneficial to my breakthrough every time, so how come he gave his heart and soul? Bai Qiulan hated it. I once personally watched Lu Yi match pills for your breakthrough. His brow was furrowed and he was full of pain and heartache. Some pills even had to shatter a few points of the medicinal power. Others had to enhance a few points of the medicinal power. And many times he had to do it all over again if he made a mistake. How can an aid that makes your breakthrough as if it were a god's aid be paired with it casually? You even became a great emperor before. Don't you still understand? The stronger his strength, the more he understood how unimaginable it was for Lu Yi to be able to assist such a thing as Yu Hongling's breakthrough. That kind of skillful energy pairing, that kind of energy boost where 1 point less is less and 1 point more is more, that kind of strange energy reaction. I don't know how many times I have to test it out in private before I can come up with the best pairing. Of the 7 of them, who didn't know that Lu Yi was the most worried about this little sister? It turned out that Yu Hongling herself didn't know? Bai Qiulan was stunned. Yu Hongling also froze. Is Master saying that every time I break through the aids, it's been tested millions of times by senior brother? What do you say? After you become a great emperor, try assisting someone else's breakthrough yourself, and see if they'll treat you like a psychopath. So, you can scold everyone, but only in the matter of the breakthrough. Your senior brother has not wronged you in the slightest. Now, apologize with your senior brother. Bai Qiulan said seriously. No, I'm not apologizing. If he hadn't snatched my perfection returning pill, I wouldn't have risen to the idea of using an auxiliary elixir to condense the heavenly elixir this time. So it's still his fault for snatching my perfection returning pill in the first place. Bai Qiulan's eyes even became a bit blank at this moment. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of assholes are you talking about? What do you mean he robbed you of the perfect returning Yuan Dan? In the previous life, that perfect return to origin pill was originally obtained by your senior brother, and it was he who gave you the perfect return to origin pill. So how did it become robbing you? Yu Hongling. Bad. She had actually forgotten that the perfect returning pill was originally given to her by her senior brother. This elixir had never belonged to her at all, either in her previous life or in this life. I find that you really have a big problem right now. Now, immediately, right away, go to the back of the mountain and face the wall. If you don't want to understand and apologize to your senior brother, you are not allowed to leave the back of the mountain. Yu Hongling wanted to say something else, but when she thought about it, no matter what she said, she wouldn't be able to stand her ground on this matter. Humph. Anyway, he broke up Feng Wuxie and I, and indirectly caused Feng Wuxie's death. I still won't forgive him for this matter. With that, she turned and walked away. You're just going to the back of the hill? Just go. Bai Qiulan looked at Lu Ye's closed door with some apprehension. Lu Yi, are you okay? The corner of Lu Ye's mouth rose slightly. Joke, you still have the face to scold Yu Hongling? I don't even care about Lunar Redbud. You don't really think I'll care about you, do you? Not getting a response from Lu Yi, Bai Qiulan was also a bit helpless. The only option is to leave. Lu Yi within the room's breath shook slightly at this moment. The holy rank Yuan Dan blossomed with light within the Dantian, and fine lines spread on top of the holy Dan. His breath was stronger. Yuan Dan 5th level. Such a cultivation speed was simply appalling. Sure enough, after there was no exhaustion, no burden, his strength, which had increased at an unbelievably fast rate, no bottlenecks, no confusion. The feats were bullish and the qualifications were horrible. Lu Yi simply didn't know that there was anything else that could hinder his path to witnessing and becoming a saint. In this way, another 10 days or so passed. On this day, suddenly a woman with an ugly appearance, as if she had been burned by a great fire, ran to the Great Dao sect. Just after arriving outside the Dao sect's mountain gate, he flopped to the ground in a sorry state. What man? The disciple in charge of guarding the door loudly scolded. When he saw the visitor clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord! Not only were the burns severe, there was also a sword wound running through it, and the most vicious sword, stabbed directly into her dantian a few inches above it, piercing right through. The 2 mountain guard disciples looked at each other. According to the rules of the sect, they couldn't save people without authorization because they didn't know whether the other party was good or evil. And looking at the long sword that the woman was holding, it was clearly a demonic sword. Unless you know someone in the clan and the other person knows you, the Great Dao sect this will give a helping hand. Bai Lan Feng, Lu Yi, I am Chu Ling. Chu Ling held on to the last of her strength and uttered her final words. and then she passed out on top of the steps. At this time, a figure flew in the air, his robes fluttering with an extraordinary aura, but he had blood on him as well, and his eyes were shady. When he saw the great Tao Sec's mountain gate, scorn flashed in his eyes, but he didn't have much fear. Fellow Daoist, I chased this Fong to this point and have no intention of offending the heavenly might of the great Tao sect, so take this Fong away immediately. Upper Knight Sword said loudly, after saying that he was about to grab at Chu Ling. Ding! A long sword stabbed 3 meters in front of Knight Sword's superior. There's no rush. She reported the name of someone from my clan. Wait for me to ask someone from the clan. If the other party doesn't recognize it, only then can you take the person away. The great Tao sect disciple opened his mouth and said, Chapter 010, Unrecognized. The mountain breeze blows away the floating clouds. A pang of anxiety ran through the Knight Sword superior. He felt as if the woman was insane. He had always known from the shadows that Chu Sword Villa was refining magic swords, and magic swords were very important to him. As a result, on the day the magic sword was calcined, he happened to be delayed for a moment. However, with his cultivation, he thought that it wouldn't hurt to spend the night for a while, and everyone in the Chu Sword Villa was no different from ants in his eyes. Who would have thought that by the time he finished his business and came to the Chu Jian Villa, he would see that the Chu Jian Villa was littered with corpses. A woman is on the roof, holding a magic sword, crying and laughing like a psychopath, and under his breath he kept saying, I was wrong. I was wrong. It's not pure and simple neurosis. Then he gave the woman a sword. The other guy doesn't duck. He gave another sword, and still the other man did not dodge. So this ugly ghost is bent on death. The Knight Sword Lord was a bit bored, so he was ready to kill her and leave with the magic sword. The Devil's Sword seemed to be in a special state, and again, it was considered refined, and again, it was different from what was recorded on the Chu Sword Villa. Doesn't matter though, as long as it's a magic sword. He never expected that the woman who had been bent on death suddenly didn't want to die and exploded instantly. This one outburst could scare the Knight Sword superior to death. What a terrifying sword intent! What a terrifying sword technique! A guy who had just formed a Dan was actually fighting him with his terrifying sword intent and sword technique? This made Lord Knightsword overjoyed. Immeasurable Heavenly Father! There's even a windfall this time? This woman was only at the Yuan Dan realm, but to possess such a sword art, there must be a heavenly secret hidden in her body. Then the woman ran, muttering under her breath as she did so that she was going to redeem herself. Running that fast. After chasing after him, the Knight Sword superior ran to the great Tao Sec's mountain gate here. Fellow Taoists, in order to forge a devil sword, this Fang actually killed all 193 people up and down a mortal world named Chu Sword Villa in a single breath. Even chickens and dogs were killed. Vicious and evil. The great Tao sect is a famous sect, the heaven and earth cultivation sect's leader, and the disciples within the sect are even more gentle. How could they possibly know this kind of devil? Or else I'll take him away first? Lord Li Jian said with a smile. The mountain guardian disciple laughed. You don't have to put any high hats on the great Tao sect. It's not your turn to judge whether my great Tao sect is right or wrong. It's not your turn to be judged by a cultivator of the infant breaking realm. Wait here. If you don't know anyone inside, you can take them away. If you know anyone inside, you can go yourself. This was the bottom line of belonging to the great Tao sect. Although the 2 mountain guard disciples were only at the Yuan Dan realm, in front of this mountain gate, the infant breaking realm would have to stand honestly, even being reprimanded. Knight Sword Shangren didn't dare to throw off his face, and could only smile on his face, praying that the people inside didn't recognize this crazy batch of women. Soon, the news reached Brand Peak. Knock, knock, knock. Is it Senior Brother Lu Yi? There's a woman outside the gate who was chased and seriously injured and collapsed outside the mountain gate. She said her name is Chu Ling. Do you recognize her? If they know each other, then they will be saved. If not, they will be left to be taken away. Lu Yi heard this. Chu Ling? Not dead yet? No recognition. Understood. Farewell. The disciple left in a hurry. Bai Qiulan suddenly appeared, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked towards Lu Ye's room. Seeing death? The opponent was still Chu Ling. That's Chu Ling. No, he does not save. They have to save, although it is a love rival, but on the basis of the bed in the past, she cannot stand by and watch each other die. Bai Qiulan's figure instantly disappeared. That disciple was extremely fast, and while leaving, he had already chosen to use a sound transmission stone to transmit his voice. Senior Brother. It has been ascertained that Senior Brother Lu Yi does not know her. The gatekeeper disciple nodded in response. Got it. Since we don't recognize it, there is no value in protecting it. He looked to the Knight Sword superior. Take the people away. Don't defile the great Tao sect's place. Lord Li Jian was overjoyed. A smile appeared on his face and he nodded repeatedly. Please don't worry. I'll take her away immediately. Excuse me. He reached out and grabbed at Chu Ling. and just as his hand was mere inches away from Chu Ling, a blue cold chi instantly arrived and struck straight at the Night Sword Superior. The Night Sword Superior reacted quickly and hurriedly defended. He then settled on a defensive maneuver. Just kidding, Bai Qiulan was at the refined Void Realm strength, plus she possessed the power of Tai Yin and was reborn, not to mention dealing with a baby-breaking casual cultivator. Even if she dealt with a refined Void of the same rank, she was afraid that she could also be killed instantly in seconds. Greetings, Uncle Bai. When the gatekeeper disciple saw Bai Qiulan, he hurriedly saluted. Bai Qiulan nodded gently. Leave the corpse to you guys to deal with. It's feasible for me to bring this person back to the clan? The gatekeeper disciple didn't dare to care about Bai Qiulan and hurriedly agreed. Bai Qiulan looked at Chu Ling's appearance at this moment and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did it come to this? It hurt too much. What did she go through that caused her to be like this? Bai Qiulan didn't understand, but she was the first to take out the pills and feed them to Chu Ling. Her Tai Yin power was too cold. It really wasn't suitable for helping others recover from their injuries, so she simply brought Chu Ling to look for her senior sister to help. Elder sister Bai Qiulan is named Sun Ruowei. So badly hurt. Sun Ruowei was also startled and hurriedly began to inspect it, tisking as he did so. It was all supposed to be dead. How much obsession and willpower should this be to keep her alive now? But as long as it's not dead, I can save it all here. Sun Ruowei bloomed green divine light, enveloping Chu Ling, and took out pills and fed them to her to eat. And there were also talismans that flew out and were affixed to Chu Ling's body. The injuries within Chu Ling's body rapidly stabilized. The skin was peeling off in large patches of scabs, and it had begun to fade away from that flame-scorched look, but it was still ugly. After all means of treatment, half a day later, Chu Ling wooed and finally opened her eyes. There was a slight blankness in her eyes, and she soon thought of something else, and could not help but be ecstatic. Duke! She jerked up, her brow furrowing at the various aches and pains. Linger, you're awake, Bai Qiulan said with a sigh of relief. Chu Ling's eyes looked around for this Luya's figure, but she couldn't find it at all. Sister Bai, where is the male? Chu Ling asked hurriedly. Sun Ruowei's eyes slowly began to widen when she heard this title. What? Is she hallucinating something? Such a little girl, calling Bai Qiulan sister Bai? And Bai Qiulan still looked normal and familiar. Lu Yi is still in seclusion. He hasn't come out. Bai Qiulan said. Oh, that is the Gongzi entrusted sister Bai to save me down? Thank you sister Bai. I'm going to look for the Gongzi. Chu Ling said as she was about to get out of bed. Bai Qiulan stopped her. I've told you. He's in seclusion. What's important for you now is to properly recuperate. Wait until your injuries recover and then go find him. Perhaps he'll be out of seclusion. Chu Ling gently bit her lip. Then can Sister White first apologize to Gongzi for me? I now realize that it was me who had been misunderstanding Gongzi. He was not trying to dominate me all the time, but he had been protecting me. And perhaps it was not just me, but the rest of us had also misunderstood Gongzi. He really wasn't that kind of person. When Sun Ruowei heard this, as if she had suffered a huge shock, she fell back step by step, her eyes as big as bull's eyes. Geez, infinity, what scary stuff did I hear? What do you mean? We? What do we refer to? Chapter 011 Badger of the Melon Fields. Bai Qiulan saw Sun Ruowei's horror and was somewhat embarrassed in her heart. Logically speaking, a little maid like Chu Ling wouldn't be able to call Bai Qiulan's sister such a title no matter what, but the key cares, and sometimes under duress, name-calling can become 1,000 different things. It's normal to have a good husband, a good brother, a concubine, a slave, a sister and so on. Chu Ling called Bai Qiulan her sister, also because the two of them happened to get together once. It resulted in a sister-sister call. Later, since it was called that, plus the fact that everyone's strengths weren't too different, and that they were all on top of Luya's ship of thieves, Bai Qiulan didn't correct such a call. But in the here and now, Chu Ling was definitely not supposed to be called sister. The two of them, one was the youngest and best qualified one of the elders of the Great Dao sect, and could even compete for the position of the sect leader if she didn't have no desire to be the sect leader. One is a loose cultivator outside the clan, and his strength is even more than just Jia Yuandan, listening to her address others. Or a slave girl? Sun Ruowei felt as if he had smelled a monstrous melon fragrance at this moment. Incredibly sweet, incredibly crisp melon. It was important to know that Bai Qiulan was the famous iceberg beauty of the Great Dao sect, and when she entered the sect back then, the people who pursued her were like crucians in a river. This included and was not limited to within the clan. Even the patriarch, who had openly stated that if he was looking for a Taoist couple, he would look for a woman like Bai Qiulan, who was as stunning and independent as she was. Ruowei, you go out first, I have something to say to her. Bai Qiulan glanced at Sun Ruowei and said, this is my Dao courtyard. Of course Sun Ruowei didn't want to leave, Her ears had already perked up into antennae. Wouldn't it be more difficult for her to let her leave now than to kill her? Bai Qiulan's eyes glanced at her. Sun Ruowei sighed. The residual power of her senior sister still existed, and she left the room in 3 steps. The door to the room was wide open and she left it open. Bai Qiulan gently shook her head and waved her hand to close the door. Sun Ruowei hurriedly pressed close to the door of the room, trying to listen to the powerful content inside. A soundproof boundary bloomed. Sun Ruowei was instantly anxious. Nice guy. So tightly guarded? There must be something big. There must be a big one. Sun Ruowei's body was trembling with anxiety. She wanted to break the soundproof boundary 1,000 times. At this moment, Lu Sun's badger who jumps up and down is perfectly displayed in Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan waited for a while to make sure that Sun Ruowei hadn't destroyed the soundproof boundary before she let out a soft sigh. This senior sister she knew very well. And next, she was afraid that there would be some time without peace. She looked to Churin. You said you misunderstood Lu Yi. What's going on? Bai Qiulan asked. Chuling's brows were filled with darkness. Didn't I say before that the Duke always imprisoned me and didn't allow me to return home? And by the time I returned home, the entire Chu Sword Villa had already been destroyed. At that time, the Duke even said that the Chu Sword Villa deserved it. Thinking back to what had happened in the past, Chu Ling couldn't stop her tears. I always thought that the male was there to imprison me, to dominate me so that he could have a good-looking slave girl. The destruction of the Chu Sword Villa caused me to be homeless from now on, so I could only follow him forever, and he accomplished his purpose. As a result, let's come back now, and I'll return to the Chu Sword Villa at the first opportunity. This time, the male didn't stop me. Who knows when I get back. Chu Ling had sobbed uncontrollably. Bai Qiulan gently patted Chu Ling's back. She and Chu Ling had shared the same bed many times. More than once the two of them had had the experience of fighting side by side. Their relationship was inevitably very good. And she, Hong Ling, Chu Ling, 3 people know the earliest. She has been in the heart of the Chu Ling as a little sister to look at. And now look at her crying into such a pattern. Her heart is also not good. Who knew that when I went back? I'd realized that it was fake. All of it. The kindness they showed me was all a lie. Their purpose from beginning to end was to use me as a material for refining a magic sword. I was the chosen one to sacrifice the sword. I was the scapegoat for my righteous brother. They killed my real parents to vent their anger after I left. One of the guards who was so good to me as a child saw me return and was the first to warn me off, only to have him die the next day. It's the Gongzi. It's the Gongzi who didn't want me to see their ugly faces before. Didn't want the beautiful memories in my heart to be destroyed. That's why he kept stopping me from going back. Gongzi has never wronged me. He's been protecting me on all fronts. Chu Ling cried out. What did she do? She even poisoned Gongzi with the poison of heavenly stiffness. How could she be so heartless? After learning the truth, Chu Ling had lost the thought of living. She felt like a joke. The home she had resented for so long and fought so hard to get back to was a demonic place. When Lord Li Jian came to Chu Jin Villa, he struck out at her, and she didn't dodge or avoid, as if she was a walking corpse, until the Night Sword Superior said, "TSK, how pathetic. It seems that there is already someone you stay in this world. Then I will send you on your way." It was at that moment that Chu Ling came to her senses. No, there were still people in the world that she stayed with. Duke, she must have hurt the male, and hurt him so deeply. She was going to atone for her sins. She was going to pray for his forgiveness. She was going to heal the wounds she had inflicted on him. She ran desperately to the Great Tao sect, finally survived. Bai Qiulan's heart was shaken when she heard Chu Ling's words. Turns out, surprisingly, in fact, she knew what happened to Chu Ling, and she had even reprimanded Lu Yi for it at first. Lu Yi playfully smiled at his reprimand and did not retort. Now that he thought about it, he didn't want anyone to know about it. In the end he was afraid of causing harm to Chu Ling. In his last life, he had been careful to take care of Chu Ling. Just now, he heard that Chu Ling was seriously injured outside of the clan, and that he only needed to say recognize for Chu Ling to be saved. As a result, he said, I don't know. Bai Qiulan sighed in her heart and looked at Chu Ling with some pity. She wanted to obtain Lu Ye's forgiveness. I'm afraid it would be difficult. Don't think so much for now. What you need to do at the moment is to heal your injuries properly. Wait until your injuries are healed. Cultivate hard. Go and help Lu Yi, and become the sharpest sword in Lu Ye's hands. Those wounds can always be healed with time. Lu Ye's heart is very soft. As long as you are persistent, sooner or later he will be impressed by you and forgive you. Bai Qiulan admonished Chu Ling. Chu Ling nodded her head vigorously. Her fists clenched. In fact, she herself knew that the Gongzi had never treated her as the strongest sword at his side, and that the Gongzi's favorite thing was still her close care. She will certainly gain the understanding of the prince. One more thing. Chu Ling looked toward Bai Qiulan. In the future do not call me cold white sister. Call me white senior can. When I chaotic poison attack. Lu Yi in order to save me to do that last resort. And then a mistake again and again. And now set things right. I can already control the power of chaotic tie-in. Will never happen before that kind of thing. Therefore, Lu Yi and I. No longer possible. Chapter 012 Wasting Things Wastefully Cultivation. Cultivation. I'm fucking practicing. Zhuling's death or life Lu Yi pressure does not care. Dead is dead. Dead pull down. His current thought was to cultivate well. Not caring about anyone. Surpassing everyone in a single breath. And reaching heights that group of women would never be able to reach. That way, no one will ever bother themselves again. The years will annihilate all sins. Height will bury all remorse. The holy Dan was becoming radiant every moment. Dripping and growing larger. The true essence compresses and compresses and compresses. He wanted to make his foundation incredibly solid. One weak step. One weak step. One strong step. One strong step. At that moment, he felt a figure appear outside the room, but didn't care. Didn't need to take a look to know it was Zhuling. Surprisingly not dead? Count on her life. Zhuling had already recovered from her injuries and sat on her knees, practicing right in front of Lu Ye's door. Xixia Peak. Bailan Peak and Xixia Peak were both one of the peaks of the Great Dao sect, and the entire Great Dao sect possessed 9 main peaks and 72 secondary peaks. Those who were able to occupy a vice peak were at least as strong as a void refining powerhouse, so it was clear that the Great Dao sect was really strong in the first layer of heaven. Because Red Cloud Peak was at the back of Bailan Peak. Because Yu Hongling was locked up in the back of the mountain for confinement. Some of the people at Red Cloud Peak could see Yu Hongling who was at the back of the mountain. Yu Hongling held her breath in her heart. She wasn't going to go and apologize to that smelly senior brother. But then again, was Stinky Senior really this nice to himself? She wasn't particularly stupid. And after being reminded by her master once, she began to recall the various layers of energy that had aided her breakthrough bit by bit with the insight of a great emperor. The more she analyzed it, the more alarmed she became. Difficulty. Hard as hell. Because Yu Hongling wasn't Lu Yi himself, wanting to perfectly help him break through. It was inevitably a matter of calculating everything with unparalleled precision. Not just the situation of the elixir treasures, but also the changes in her own situation. How exaggerated was this amount of calculation? She turned out to be surprised that she had never noticed. Even if he's nice to himself. A slight despondency suddenly appeared on Yu Hongling's face. If Feng Wuxia didn't die, she and Feng Wuxia actually didn't make it. And her senior brother was quite good. Except for being a bit of a womanizer. The main thing is that Feng Wuxia is dead. It was still because the senior brother stopped himself from rescuing him, which led to Feng Wuxia's death. Feng Wuxia's death became a permanent thorn in her heart. 5-star General MacArthur once said something about dying white moonlight. That's what it really is. Lu Sun wrote the water margin. Also once said, young unobtainable things will be trapped for life. Dog's head, that's the situation. The more she thought about it, the harder it became for Yu Hongling to simply start cultivating. The gongfu she cultivated was called the ancient reverse Dao scripture, which was created by the fearless emperor. And at this moment, the stance was drawn out, in which the fearless fist technique was wide open and wide open. A red dress and a boxing style that is in harmony with the way between the green trees and the mountains. It seems to dance. At the Red Xia Peak, a teenager was imposing, with a clear gaze, and a teenage heart thumped at the sight of this scene. So beautiful, so handsome, this great Dao sect. There was even this kind of stunning woman. His figure snapped into the air, and a long sword landed at his feet, flying towards Yu Hongling. Lunar Redbud? She stopped her own practice and glanced at the teenager. Greetings, senior sister. My name is Linghu Wushuang, the newest senior disciple of the Red Xia Peak. Seeing that the fist technique that senior sister is practicing is exquisite, can I ask for some instruction? Linghu Wushuang asked. Yu Hongling thought for a moment. Linghu Wushuang, good long time name. Seems like he became the holy son of the Great Dao sect after his senior brother refused the position of the holy son. He later cultivated to a very strong realm, but stopped at the 8th heaven and died in battle in the midst of the dark turmoil. That said, it's a man of honor. It was only that Yu Hongling had seen too many human masters, and she knew a bunch of great emperors. Kid, you can't beat me, so you might as well forget it. Yu Hongling skimmed her lips and said, you don't seem to be as old as I am. Then you're a brat even before me. Seeing that Yu Hongling had no intention of making a move with him, Linghu Wushuang also stopped forcing herself. After all, it was not too appropriate to fight with someone on their first meeting. Why are you in the back mountain by yourself? The back mountain is the place with the weakest aura, not suitable for cultivation. Linghu Wushuang asked, being punished by the master. Yu Hongling said in a bored voice, what mistake did you make? In Linghu Wushuang's eyes, It was a very serious matter for them to be punished by their master when they had only been initiated for a short time. If the master is really angry with you and is unwilling to pass on the Dharma to you, your path of cultivation will be 1,000 times more difficult than that of others. Humph. I didn't make any mistakes. It's all because Master Zun doesn't distinguish between right and wrong and favors that stinking senior brother of mine. When I lift my confinement, I'll surely tickle her and make her admit her mistakes to me. Yu Hongling huffed. Linghu Wuxuan? No. You're just getting started and you're this fierce? You can't even scratch Master's itch. No wonder they were punished, ha. However, this time, Linghu Wuxuan came here to recognize Yu Hongling. Originally thought that Yu Hongling was absolutely beautiful, and now after saying a few words, he found that Yu Hongling was not only absolutely beautiful, but also extraordinarily lively and lovely. What's the deal with favoring your senior brother? It's boring in the back mountain anyway. Why don't you tell me about it? Linghu Wuxuan said with a smile. Then talk to your boy. Some time ago, I broke the dog's senior brother's door. He even choked me to make me fix the door. And when I didn't agree, he even tried to strangle me. The real strangling kind. Yu Hongling spat out. Linghu Wuxuan, how could there be such a person? A broken sect would even make a move to kill someone. Or their own senior sister? Linghu Wuxuan felt a flame rubbing off. This is too outrageous, isn't it? This is the Great Tao sect, not a fucking demonic sect. And demonic sects also prohibit killing each other. That's it. Also, after my door was fixed for him, I had something to look for him and knocked on his door. And he punched me right in the eye without saying a word. And my eye turned into a panda eye right then and there. And it's still vaguely marked. Linghu Wuxuan hurriedly took the opportunity to take a look at. What a beautiful pair of eyes. It seems that there is a starry white moon in those eyes, but one eye can still be seen to exist with a little purple mark. Linghu Wuxuan was furious. Such a beautiful pair of eyes. How dare he treat them like this? Wastefulness. Heaven forbid. And, grasping the grass. Bullying doesn't take this kind of bullying. They have only been in the sect for a short time. And such a beautiful girl suffered such bullying. He said he was going to give me something that had obviously been given to me, but then he asked for it back. And when I defied him and sought him out, he had to put his hands on me. Outrageous. Pisses me off. What's his name? Linghu Wuxuan asked loudly in anger. Lu Yi. What a Lu Yi? Senior sister. Wait. I will definitely take it out on you and defeat Lu Yi so that he will apologize to you. Linghu Wuxuan roared. Who would have thought that the agitated Yu Hongling would suddenly fall silent when she heard his words? Elder sister. What's wrong? Yu Hongling. You, playing Luno? Stop it. You can't even beat me. And you want to fight Lu Yi? In his previous life, some people doubted Lu Yi's character. Some people doubted Lu Yi's character. And some people even doubted whether Lu Yi had been taken over. But the only thing that no one doubted was Lu Yi's strength. That's strong. That's really strong. Better forget it. You can't even beat one of his fingers. Chapter 013, Changing 3 Views. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Lu Yi opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a soft eep. Linghu Wuxuan. Why did this kid come? According to the time trajectory, the current him and Linghu Wuxuan had not yet crossed paths. The first time they crossed paths was the All-Sect Disciples competition, where he was the champion and Linghu Wuxuan was the runner-up. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the kid for about 4,000 years, ever since the dark turmoil and the boy's death. But cultivation was like that. A random retreat by a strong person could be hundreds, thousands of years. In his last life, Lu Yi also thought to himself, on Earth, 50 or 60 years old, each person is old enough to become a spirit, that the cultivation world of the cultivator, often live for hundreds of years, thousands of years, that the wisdom will reach what point? In fact, it's really just that. Even many powerful people are less intelligent than ordinary people who have toiled in the midst of the earthly world. The life of a cultivator. Cultivate, 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 and then go to the wild mountains and untouched places to dig ancient tombs, find relics, and search for spiritual objects. Then, practice, practice, practice. Where's the time for all the power plays and calculations? A big fist is a bullseye. This is the truth of cultivators. Opening the door to his room, Lu Yi looked at Linghu Wuxuan. Senior brother, what is it that you are looking for me for? Lu Yi asked with a smile. You are Lu Yi? Linghu Wuxuan sized up Lu Yi. Look at him all dressed in green. His face is handsome and boyish. Youthfulness is very sufficient, with a warm smile on his face, although his eyes are a little deep. It is not like what Yu Hongling describes as scary. Not bad. I'm Lu Yi. You seem to recognize me? I naturally know the great name of senior brother Linghu. Condensing Heavenly Dan in 12 days and 2 months is truly admirable. The corners of Linghu Wuxuan's mouth couldn't help but rise. In the end, he was still a teenager. Wrong, 2 months and 11 days to be exact. I didn't practice on the first day of initiation. That's even better. No. Linghu Wuxuang instantly reacted, her face straightening. I came over here to challenge you, so don't give me that smirk. Lucano froze for a moment. Challenge? What a strange word. It's been a very long time since anyone has challenged themselves. Yeah, Lu Yi didn't mind instructing Linghu Wuxuang a few times. After all, he was also a valiant man. Linghu Wuxuang. He always felt something odd. What's wrong? Yes, Luno was acting too friendly. Forget it, don't think about it. Start the fight. A long sword appeared in Linghu Wuxuang's hand, and the two of them came to the center of the courtyard, pulling away from each other at a certain distance. What realm are you in? Linghu Wuxuang asked. He didn't see clearly what level Lu Yi was at. Yuan Dan, don't worry about coming. Good, then I'll make myself at home. In an instant, the longsword glowed with white light and attacked. The longsword swift. Lu Yi lifted his hand and gently flicked away the long sword, quickly approaching and sending out a punch, which Linghu Wuxuang intercepted by spreading her hands and swung her long sword back. Before the sword arrived, Lu Yi lifted his foot and kicked on top of Linghu Wuxuang's calf, and at the same time, he turned his fist into a palm, reversed the tackle and grabbed Linghu Wuxuang's wrist. With a sideways force, Linghu Wuxuang's entire body flew out. He hastily stabilized himself and turned back to his sword, but he stabbed an empty one. Lu Yi did not take advantage of the victory. Linghu Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. This was merely sparring with himself, but he was considered a bright and open person. A pain shot through his calf. His opponent was so fast on his feet. Again, red cloud sword technique. The white light transformed into red light and arrived in an instant. Lu Yi dodged and his long sword slashed through. Linghu Wuxuang was about to change his stance to a horizontal cut when Lu Yi's hand slapped on top of the long sword, which trembled violently. At the same time the foot kicked sideways again. Once again, Linghu Wuxuang's body tilted as he watched a fist grow larger in the midst of his eyes. However, when he was about to hit, he transformed his fist into a claw, and at the same time, he changed his position, grabbed Linghu Wuxuang's collar, and directly threw him out. Linghu Wuxuang struggled to control herself, which prevented her from falling to the ground. It's still the underdog. Linghu Wuxuang was somewhat silenced by the beating. Lu Yi also didn't say anything. The points he could mention were all in the action. He knew that Linghu Wuxuang could understand. I'm not as good at technology as you are, Linghu Wuxuang said with some suffocation. Nonsense. If you're as strong as me, wouldn't I have spent all those years in vain? But my comprehension is strong. This sword, for the second style of the red cloud sword technique, can you stop it? Lu Yi nodded. Please. Xia Rui flies alone. The sword energy turned into a haze, reflecting the entire compound. Abruptly the haze suddenly closed. A sword as fast as a shock. Instantly, Luno slams his fist into the air. Pop! The sword energy was crushed by a punch. At this point, the winner is clear. Linghu Wuxuang. Why have I never heard of your name? You're so strong. You shouldn't be silent and unknown. Linghu Wuxuang said in awe. Lu Yi smiled and said, to cultivate an act is cultivation. To cultivate and be quiet is the same as cultivation. 1,000 methods of cultivation and 10,000 avenues of cultivation are all cultivation, and they all go the same way. It's just the same thing. Which great power did you hear this from? Linghu Wuxuang was shocked again. I read a book that said that and thought it was awesome, so I memorized it thinking I'd use it later for pretending. Linghu Wuxuang gave a thumbs up. I've also memorized it, and I'll look for opportunities to pretend in the future. Lu Yi right. I've memorized your name. You're strong and good. Well, slow down. Farewell. After waiting for Linghu Wuxuang to leave, Lu Yi continued to go back to his cultivation. His current cultivation was sprinting towards the 7th level of Yuan Dan, and without any surprises, he should be the #1 cultivator of the Great Dao sect in this term. Of course, the current Lu Yi didn't care about this false name. Linghu Wuxuang couldn't help but mutter a little as she walked alone. This Lu Yi isn't as repulsive as Han Ling said. I think he's quite fun and gentle. Did Han Ling lie? That's not true either. She said it through gritted teeth, not like she was faking it. But what was that for? At this time, a woman walked head-on. The woman was dressed in a long emerald green dress. Her face was delicate and absolutely beautiful. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were large and beautiful. Although she wasn't as tall as Yu Honling, her face value wasn't weaker than Yu Honling at all. Are there so many beautiful women in Branford? However, this beauty looked delicate, but her attitude was cold, and when she passed by him, she didn't even give him a single glance, as if he was a tree standing by the side of the road. It's a shame that such a pretty girl is blind. Linghu Wuxuang kept staring at the pretty girl and then saw the girl walk to Lu Ye's door. Straightening her skirt, she knelt down and lowered her eyebrows. Kneel. Kneel on the ground. Sigma, LLL, hold the grass. Am I fucking dreaming? Such a beautiful girl. No, more than beautiful. Her strength was still at the Yuan Dan realm. As a result, he knelt directly outside Lu Ye's door. It is said that there is gold under the knees of men, but the daughter's knees are down. Just like that, he knelt down for Lu Yi. Linghu Wuxuan was dumbstruck for several minutes. Good guy. Just now he had a very good feeling about Lu Yi, and then he was given such a shocking scene. If he had such a beautiful Taoist couple, he could kneel for her every day. This. Wait a minute. Linghu Wuxuan reacted again at this time. This girl was kneeling at the door, and with Lu Ye's cultivation, she must have known it. But he, surprisingly, did not open the door. He just let this stunning girl kneel here. My infinite heavenly father, my great Tao Source Emperor, my Taoist ancestor. I drop a saint. At this moment, Linghu Wuxuan's three views were completely turned upside down. Women, beautiful women, were no longer unattainable in his mind from then on. Chapter 014, It's Broken. This Tu Chu Ling knelt before the door of Lu Ye's room, waiting for Lu Ye's forgiveness. She knew that the male hated people bothering him, so she would not bother him. She knew that the male was soft-hearted and would forgive her one day sooner or later. She just had to wait for him. The Duke is in seclusion, and he himself is guarding the door. The Duke came out of the gate and followed behind himself. Wherever the male is, she goes. At the back of the White Orchid Sex Mountain, Linghu Wuxuan came to Yu Hongling's side in a state of disorientation. Yu Hongling glanced at him without any surprise. This little brat fighting his own senior brother? That wasn't just a mantis. It was fine for him not to know his senior brother's identity, and the most he could do to see him was to look up at the moon from the bottom of a well. If he knew the identity of his senior brother and looked at him again, it would be a mayfly looking at the sky. I lost. Yu Hongling didn't open her mouth, so only he could break the silence. How rare. Being able to fight my senior brother will be capital for you to brag about for many years to come, Yu Hongling said. Linghu Wuxuan let out a long sigh. It's indeed very powerful and far inferior, but when I become stronger again, I will still challenge him again. He's not as brutal and merciless as you said. Instead, he has a very good attitude towards me, Linghu Wuxuan said. Humph, do you know him or do I? He's just nice to the males and especially cold and heartless to the females. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes and said, You're right about that. After I sparred with him, I was supposed to leave, but it turned out that I hadn't gotten very far before a young girl with a very beautiful appearance fell to her knees in front of Lu Ye's room door. Even Lu Yi hasn't gone out to help him up. He is indeed ruthless enough towards girls, and that girl is kneeling there for some unknown reason, Linghu Wuxuan said with emotion. Yu Hongling's gaze changed when she heard this. What does it look like? Linghu Wuxuan couldn't help but ponder. Beautiful. Nonsense. I can't help but know she's pretty. Which woman in front of stinky senior brother is not pretty? Anyway, it's just a long emerald green dress with a sword in her hand and big, bright eyes, looking very well behaved. It was only when Yu Hongling heard this description that she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Ling ah. She thought it was some other foxy girl who had come to see her senior brother, and so on. Yu Hongling suddenly froze. How could one think such a thing? What fox charming came to that smelly senior brother? What business was it of hers? Is it hard to believe that you are jealous? Yu Hongling hurriedly shook her head, her mouth repeatedly chanting, I won't be jealous. I absolutely can't be jealous. I won't be jealous. Linghu Wuxuan? Sigma, degree winky face bad. Is this one Lu Ye's woman too? His three views got another big shock in this moment. The shock, even, was too much for him to take in. Is it true that the more cold and cruel you are to a beautiful woman under the sky, the more she likes you? Could it be that chasing a dog is not about attentive companionship, but beating? Alright, I'm going to cultivate. So get lost and don't bother me if there's nothing going on. Yu Hongling gave her expulsion order. Linghu Wuxuan was still thinking about things like beating in his mind, and when he heard Yu Hongling's words, he immediately thought of putting it into practice. Senior sister, I can help you cultivate. The two of us will be able to realize our own deficiencies by practicing together. I should be a bit stronger than you, so let's practice. What do you think? Yu Hongling glanced at Linghu Wuxuan. The eyes. Don't you believe that I am stronger than you? Linghu Wuxuan became furious. A few minutes later, Linghu Wuxuan was heavily smashed on the ground. The mountain rocks were smashed. His nose was blue and swollen. His body trembled like sifting chaff, with disbelief and fear in his eyes. Hold the grass. What kind of monsters are all the Bailan Feng? Can't beat him. He can't beat any of them, ha 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 ha. After driving Linghu Wuxuan away, Yu Hongling cultivated for a while and made a small breakthrough to the second level of Yuan Dan. No, didn't Chu Ling go home? Why is she back again? And kneeling at stinky senior brother's door? Yu Hongling muttered to herself in disbelief. No, I have to go back and check. Yu Hongling is this kind of mind. There are things that she can't figure out and carries doubts, which is even worse than killing her. As for grounding, what foot ban? She and her master were like sisters, so it was too much of an outcry to say that she was grounded or something. Yu Hongling ran to her senior brother's courtyard in a flash, and as expected, at a glance, she saw Chu Ling kneeling on the green stone floor, silently practicing her gongfu. Chu Ling, why have you returned? Yu Hongling opened her mouth and asked. Chu Ling looked towards Yu Hongling and called out lowly, Sister Hongling, don't kneel, get up. We female cultivators also have dignity. Why should we kneel for him? Yu Hongling stepped forward and was about to pull Chu Ling up, blithely forgetting that she had knelt quite a bit of this sort of thing in her last life. Sister Hongling, I did something wrong. This is the punishment I deserve. Don't mind me. Chu Ling resisted Yu Hongling's tugging all over her body. What have you done wrong? Let me tell you. The stinking Lu Yi is petty. The perfect returning pill that was given to me in my last life is directly not being given in this life. Such a petty person. It's useless for you to just kneel here until the end of time. Yu Hongling deliberately said loudly. Bai Qiulan's silhouette appeared, his gaze unkind as he stared at Yu Hongling. Chu Ling explained it this time. I was wrong. The Duke treated me well. I didn't realize it. I even blamed him and harmed him. Not only did I put the yin-yang Dao devouring compulsion in his body, but I also gave him the heavenly stiffness poison. I have sinned deeply. All the punishments I'm suffering now are all deserved by me. The poison of heavenly stiffness. Bai Qiulan couldn't help but stare when she heard the name. This was a rule-based toxin. In fact, there were very few poisons in the world that could have an effect on a heavenly exalt. What's more, the 8 of them, each trying to find one, had naturally studied these things thoroughly. None of them were strangers to the poison of the heavenly stiffness. This is all in the past. And didn't your heavenly stiffness poison not work before he blew himself up? So technically speaking, you didn't harm him at all. So you don't need to blame yourself. Yu Hongling persuaded. Chu Ling, however, shook her head with tears. No. The poison of heavenly stalemate belongs to the toxin outside the rules. Even if the poison of heavenly stalemate did not attack at that time, it will not be cleared, but permanently follow in the body of the poisoner. There is no medicine to solve it. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan's faces stiffened at the same time when they heard this. The two men glanced at each other, both seeing an inexplicable panic in each other's eyes. Turning back the clock, we have all been reborn. The poison of the heavenly stiffness won't follow anymore, right? Yu Hongling muttered in disbelief. If the poison of celestial rigidity follows, then what she did? Yu Hongling shivered violently, not daring to think about it. Many of the poisons that Lu Yi of the heavenly exaltation realm was able to carry would only weaken Lu Yi. But if it's below the heavenly monarch realm, those things are hard to say. At this time, Bai Qiulan said quietly, perfect returning pill. The poison of the celestial stalemate. I'm afraid it's followed by Su Yi. A piece of back. Chapter 015, just get out who is Lu Yi? Bai Qiulan still knows better. She didn't have any grudge against Lu Yi. She just hadn't been able to quite accept the monstrous relationship that existed between her and Lu Yi. If anything, it turned out that it was still possible to maintain such a relationship under the guise of helping her alleviate the chaotic yin poison, which she had to maintain by gritting her teeth and frowning at the unbearable appearance of humiliation. Then, when later, her chaotic yin poison was undone, she was less and less able to tolerate the maintenance of such an immoral, worldly unacceptable relationship, especially if you are a master teacher. You are scorned by the jockey every day, and you are still not fighting. What kind of words is this? Coupled with the compulsion of several other people, Bai Qiulan struggled immensely within herself, struggling to act. The perfection returning pill. These 5 words came out and directly exploded a thunderbolt in Yu Hongling's mind. The poison of the heavenly stiffness freezes half of the power. That is to say, when Elder Brother's heavenly stiffness poison flared up, he could only use half of his power to condense the Yuan Dan. It was because of this reason that he chose to take the perfect returning Yuan Dan by himself? Yu Hongling said with an eager voice. Bai Qiulan sighed. Mostly. Yu Hongling's eyes turned red at this moment. She bit her lip, oblivious to the fact that she was biting out blood. What kind of stupid thing did she do? Half of the true qi condenses a Yuan Dan. Even if Senior Brother was a heavenly exalt in his previous life, it would be impossible to condense a very good Yuan Dan, and I'm afraid that he doesn't even have a heavenly rank Yuan Dan. As a result, she was only thinking of herself, only thinking that her Senior Brother would rather waste the perfect returning pill than give it to herself. It didn't occur to him for a single moment that Senior Brother actually had his own bitterness in not giving the perfect returning pill to himself. Senior Brother, I'm sorry. Yu Hongling apologized loudly to the room. She finally apologized. But there was no response from the middle of the room. Bai Qiulan was a refined void powerhouse, but she had never spied on Lu Yi, and at this moment, she was also anxious. If the poison of the heavenly stiffness hadn't disappeared, then had the poison she had given her ever disappeared? Lu Yi, are you still in your room? I have something important to tell you. No one responded. Bai Qiulan gritted his teeth and finally used his divine sense to explore the room. As a result, within the room, it had long been empty. Where's Luck Ya? Lu Yi has long since left the room. A Chuling is kneeling outside the door, and the three women are making a mess. Now in Lu Ye's eyes, between the world's women, there is a counting one. All of them will be his stumbling block on the road to success. He simply found a quiet place and practiced hard alone. His cultivation level at this moment was sprinting towards the 8th level of Yuan Dan, and his cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. Of course, a bitter cultivation still wouldn't do, and the necessary treasures he still had to get. For example, in the Great Tao sect, there was an ancient key with all the dust and light. Outsiders didn't know what it was for, but Lu Yi knew that this ancient key was an important token to open the burial god ridge. Buried in the burial god ridge was a fallen ancient god. The treasures of the ancient god were actually nothing valuable, but the ancient god's corpse grew a god's blood flower, which, in rare quantities, was an important treasure for him to gather his first life. God's blood flower, wood spirit bead, and Xianin soul fruit. 3 heavenly treasures are missing. To the harmonization realm or the void refining realm, these 3 treasures might not be particularly precious, but to a Yuandan realm, it would not be an exaggeration to say that these 3 treasures were worth their weight in gold. That's why he needed to participate in the sect disciple competition just like in his previous life. Gain access to the Avenue Treasure Pavilion. Of course, this competition must have been countless times easier than the previous life as all. Time passes day by day. Before you know it, it's already September, and it's cold early in the mountains, and the maple trees on the hills are as red as flames. Lu Ye's cultivation had also reached the 9th level of Yuan Dan. If he wanted to break through, he could break through now and break his Dan into an infant. But the firstborn was his first life, and he still needed a steady hand. Since he couldn't break through yet, Lu Yi thought about rolling on it. Let's see if he can reach the 13th level of Yuan Dan. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can't. Dang! Knock! 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 The sound of a huge, grandiose bell rang out. Spiritual light surfaced in the sky. A majestic voice rang out. Order! All peak masters, take the 92 disciples and head to the Great Daoping to gather. For a while, a sword light flew out from the 72 peaks, cutting through the sky and converging together towards the main peak in a beautiful manner. Lu Yi didn't look for anyone. A plain and unimpressive magic sword landed at Lu Ye's feet, and he rose up on the wind and flew towards the main peak. Crowds gather at all peaks. Lu Yi saw Bai Lanfeng and had no intention of going over. Interestingly enough, Chu Ling had even come. While he didn't go over, a few people from Bailan Peak took the initiative to walk over. Senior, I'm sorry. Sir, I'm sorry. Husband. Bai Qiulan opened her mouth and almost apologized along with the 2 men, stopping hastily and breaking out in a cold sweat. If she came down in broad daylight and said, Husband, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know what kind of uproar it's going to cause. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling were both stunningly beautiful women, and with the addition of a Bai Qiulan, it could be said that every move attracted the attention of many people. Seeing 2 stunning women apologizing at the same time, the crowd couldn't help but be confused. What's going on? Lucano was not interested in their apologies. What's the use of a sword if an apology helps? He took a step and left. He takes a step. The 3 follow. Another step. The 3 follow again. Lu Yi. Never mind. He was sure to attract everyone's attention in a while anyway. Get out. The 3 of them took a step at the same time. Lucano indifferently left again. So many gazes were looking at the few of them, and when they heard Lu Ye's chiding, countless people stared blankly in an instant. Hold the grass. What do I hear? In the face of these 3 beautiful women following you around and apologizing, you say fuck off? Did the 3 of them kill your family? Chu Ling looked stable with a smile on her face, not caring about Lu Ye's chiding, and once again followed. Yu Hongling's face was green and red. She was a person who wanted to have a face. Being reprimanded by Lu Yi like this in public really made her feel ashamed. Just roll. Yu Hongling huffed and walked in the opposite direction. Bai Qiulan, the heart is so tired. She followed Yu Hongling away. Lu Yi had thought that this rebuke would cause all 3 women to leave, but he did not expect Chu Ling to follow him anyway. On her own, though, Lucano was rightly blind. The vice-patriarch of the Great Tao sect began to speak. The Great Tao is lofty. The human way is brilliant. The sky has 4 seasons. Human beings have ethics. Ghosts are perplexed. And demons. However, in the ears of the crowd, these words were like the kind of golden September, high and refreshing. In this season of red maples, we usher in the 90th sect disciple competition. Read the rules, read the awards. The vice patriarch then announced that the clan disciple competition had officially begun. This is a fight for all. No one is allowed to be cowed before the fight. Everyone has to give it their all. 2-1 race system. Luko listened with understanding. Not much different from his last life. Then you can proceed normally. Chapter 016, like art the game kicked off. This generation of disciples, who had been in the sect for half a year, had generally cultivated to the realm of Yuan Dan. The Great Tao sect was in the end one of the number one sects in the first heavens, and the qualifications of the disciples they took in were naturally all in the top sequence. 3 months of chi collection perfection belonged to a heavenly pride, and half a year of chi collection perfection belonged to an unusual genius. The vast majority of Great Tao sect disciples cultivated the chi cultivation realm to completion in 3 to 5 months before proceeding to start breaking through. Above the ring, the disciples' strikes were already decent. After all, they were all at the Yuan Dan realm now, and amongst the earthly scattered cultivators, they were considered a party of powerhouses. In fact, the big sect disciples go out to practice. The early stage is really not necessarily able to beat the touch and roll loose cultivator, only the more annoying the later stage. The big sect disciples will be stronger. The Yuan Dan realm was the starting point for large clans, but for many casual cultivators, it might just be the end of cultivation. Some disciples performed brilliantly, causing a flurry of gasps. Not long after, Yu Hongling came onto the stage. The current Yu Hongling had already gained some fame in the Great Tao sect, and the 17 days in January when the Qi collection was complete directly refreshed the Great Tao sect's Qi collection cultivation record. It even came close to refreshing the entire first layer of Heaven's Qi harvesting cultivation record, and coupled with its stunningly beautiful face, plus that pair of longer-than-life straight, long legs, it was truly unforgettable. No! Yu Hongling had just stepped onto the field when cheers and exclamations erupted from the arena. However, there were also people who couldn't stop their eyes from looking toward Lu Yi, because this guy even told Yu Hongling to roll. Yu Hongling had anger in her heart. She was now at the 5th level of Yuan Dan and her cultivation speed was fast. Her opponent had only just been promoted to Yuan Dan. A foot down, so fast that the other party could not react. Just feel a wine-red figure flashing. They have already taken off and flew out of the ring. It's too fast. Many of the elders who watched the battle could not stop nodding their heads. Good seedling. Before many people even looked away, thinking that the qualifications of Yu Hongling was just like that. Another moment passed. Chu Ling's name had actually appeared. She really did join the Great Tao sect. Gongzi, I'm going, Chu Ling said with a gentle voice. Lu Yi looked ahead, ignoring, not hearing. A touch of bitterness appeared in Chu Ling's eyes, and her heart couldn't stop the dense pain. The behavior shown by Lu Yi at this moment made her miss more and more how well the Lu Yi once treated her. And, of course, how stupid she really is. Such a scene fell in everyone's eyes, and many male disciples couldn't help but gnash their teeth. No, what's he pretending? And what's the deal with this girl who's like a lotus flower? Such a pretty girl, and she's a lickspittle? Chu Ling walks to the ring. The opponent was also a female disciple, and Chu Ling was about to make a move when the opposite female disciple opened her mouth to speak. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? He's clearly already considered humiliating to you, so why are you still rushing up to stick it to him? Cultivators of my generation, even though they are female, are not weaker than men by a single point. I see that your strength is also very strong. Your appearance is also excellent, and you are even a cultivator who uses the sword. This kind of behavior is really a smear for female cultivators and a smear for sword cultivators. If you are bullied and threatened by him, you can tell me all you want, and I will certainly find justice for you. Chu Ling listened to the other party's words and gently shook her head. Everything is of my own free will. The Gongzi is an even more important existence to me than the sword Dao. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. That senior sister stared with wide eyes. Do you have any idea what kind of assholes you're talking about? You're a practitioner of the way of the sword. Isn't the way of the sword the strongest being? Every word of Chu Ling comes from the heart. Well, meddlesome, I'll wake you up today. Not far away. Sun Ruowei heard Chu Ling's words and couldn't stop looking at Bai Qiulan and then at Lu Yi. Lu Ye's appearance, however, is clear and handsome, just like the clear wind in the mountains and the bright moon in the sky. But, this kind of mold, the universal sky does not have 100,000 but also 80,000. Alone the Great Tao sect and his handsome has a handful of numbers. Where on earth could Chu Ling die like this? And that horrible title, Sister White. No, one is bound to probe for an answer. Lu Yi for a large number of eyes locked. Ignore, casually look, love how to look. He Dao heart remodeling, will only be more solid than the previous life. A district gaze is not enough. That senior sister brazenly struck out. holding a longsword and transforming into a clear wind, while 3 figures surrounded Chu Ling in an attack. Chu Ling moved. The ghostly light resembles a swimming fish and a thunderbolt. Sparks erupted and blades intertwined. The tip of the black devil's sword had stopped at the female disciple's throat. The female disciple's hand holding the sword couldn't stop trembling, and there was horror in her eyes. It wasn't just her. Many people had shock in their eyes. Some of the elders in charge of the competition even had an appalling light in their eyes. That was the Sword Dao elder, who was able to sense how pure and powerful Chu Ling's sword intent was. A love brain is able to hone the sword intent to this point. If the heart is not distracted drunkenness avenue, then it will not take off. Some people even had the idea of finding a chance to get that Lu Yi killed, to extinguish the idea of such a sword immortal love brain. Understood. Chu Ling retrieved her long sword and said softly, "By Lan Feng Chu Ling, win." Chu Ling jumped out of the ring and couldn't wait to come to Lu Yi's side. "My lord, I have won." Chu Ling's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Lu Yi as if she was waiting for his praise. Lu Yi closed his eyes and completely ignored it. Chu Ling was a bit lost. It had been a long time since she had heard the male praise herself. "I was used to it, but now I miss it immensely." This scene was again caught in the eyes of many people. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in their hearts, and the amount of resentment towards Lu Yi was great enough to resurrect 100 evil sword immortals. Some sword cultivator elders even had a heavier killing intent towards Lu Yi. After 4 people, it was Lu Yi's turn. Seeing Lu Yi on the field, more people knew Lu Yi's name at this moment. "Gu Chang, go for it, beat him. Let the others wake up. What good is a man like that who doesn't know how to be compassionate? Make sure you ravage him hard." The crowd cheered together for the disciple named Gu Cheng. Lu Yi was not too familiar with this name and should have met him in passing. However, the young man named Lu Yishui who wailed the hardest under the field was quite familiar. Valley Green came on. Game on. Gu Cheng was about to speak when Lu Yi slammed his fist out. A transparent fist print transformed into the size of a millstone and smashed towards Gu Cheng with great speed. Gu Cheng was shocked and hurriedly let out a roar as the long sword in his hand slashed fiercely. The light of the blade shattered, and even the person with the blade flew out together. Flying out of the ring, a large mouth of blood sprayed that soundly. The clamor around them abruptly fell silent. Understood. Lu Yi got out of the ring, breezy and handsome, leaving people speechless. The elegance of this punch is literally hitting everyone in the heart. Fast, precise, and hard. Judas Art. Chapter 017, No Face Slapping. This term. A lot of good faces have really come out. Vice Patriarch Ji Changming said with emotion. Yeah, especially Bai Lan Feng's is the most exaggerated. 1 Moon Hongling, 1 Chu Ling, and 1 Lu Yi. I didn't realize that senior sister Bai was not only good at cultivation herself, but teaching her disciples as well. Then this battle for first place. I'm afraid there's going to be a dragon fight. That's not necessarily true. Oh, how? It's not true that they are strong, but their emotions are too rich? Look at that Chu Ling. Her heart and eyes are full of Lu Yi. If it weren't for Lu Yi rejecting people, I wouldn't even be surprised if Chu Ling has drilled into Lu Yi's arms by now. Ji Changming. And that Yu Hongling? In such a small amount of time, Yu Hongling has already secretly looked at Lu Yi no less than 30 times. Ji Changming. And senior sister Bai. Ha! Although senior sister Bai has not looked at Lu Yi, her head always wants to turn in Lu Yi's direction. And every time she turns halfway, she forcibly twists it back, which I can't quite understand. Ji Changming's brows furrowed. For a moment he looked around a little skeptically. Senior brother Ji, what are you looking at? Ji Changming frowned and said, I'm checking to see if I'm in the Great Tao sect or the Harmony sect right now. I have to say, it does seem a bit odd. Very odd. A round of fighting ends with the elimination of half the people. Without stopping, the second round began. The 3 continued to go up one by one. All of them defeated their enemies with one move. Their strength was unfathomable. Several people who were originally favorites to win the title were eclipsed by the trio strikes, calling out the name of the demon in their hearts. There was no way. After all, it was a great emperor, reborn and returned, with all the experience and kung fu aptitude. For the people of the current world, it was completely crushing. The second round passes. The third round begins. The exchanges between the geniuses also became more and more exciting, causing a loud cheer. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling took the stage, and the cheers were even higher. However, as soon as Lu Yi came onto the stage, the entire room was instantly silent, as if it was an appointment. Lu Yi didn't care. This time, Lu Yi's opponent was a heavenly pride named Lai Jiumin, belonging to the number 1 disciple of the current session of the Questioning Peak, a serious favorite to win the title. I don't believe it. You can still punch. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Lu Yi's fist print arrived in front of him. Ri Jiumin's hands quickly formed a seal, and an earth-colored shield blossomed with magnificent and subtle runes. This is the Turtle Spirit Shield. with strong defense. The moment the fist seal touched the turtle spirit shield, a large number of cracks appeared, and with a crunching sound, the fist seal shattered the turtle spirit shield in a devastating manner. And incidentally, even Li Jiumin knocked down the ring. There was an uproar. Li Jiumin's strength couldn't be described as not strong. He was now at the 4th level of Yuandan, and he was even a disciple that Ask the Peak was devoted to cultivating. The result was still a punch that ended the fight. This Lu Yi, how can he be so strong? Too demonic. Just too demonic. I suddenly feel that Chu Ling is so humble towards Lu Yi that I actually find it acceptable. Lu Yi is indeed very handsome, and I'm afraid that none of the disciples in this term will be his opponent. Elder Bai is also too fierce. How on earth did she teach her disciples? Is it too late for me to commit myself to Elder Bai's banner? The crowd was talking. It was certain that the name Lu Yi had thoroughly entered the hearts of all the disciples of this generation, shattering the turtle spirit shield with one punch. Bull. Round 4. What was fighting now was down to these dozen or so people. Hit it fast. And this time, Lu Yi, against Yu Hongling. One by one, the disciples' eyes lit up. Coming. As of now, Lu Yi, Chu Ling, and Yu Hongling had all resolved the battle with a single move. And everyone was pressurized not to know exactly how strong they were. Now that these two were allowed to bump into each other, it was conceivable that a great battle was bound to happen. Yu Hongling's brows furrowed. Did you run into luck, yeah? Just kidding. How could she beat Lu Yi? But she wasn't particularly willing to let her admit defeat just like that. We're at the same level. Let's try a fight. As the previous matches were fought one by one, Chu Ling still resolved his opponent with a single move that was ridiculously powerful. It was finally Lu Yi and Yu Hongling's turn to go on stage. Senior brother, please teach me. First things first, no face slapping, Yu Hongling said as she stood daintily across from Lu Yi. She was dressed in a red battle dress. Her figure was slender. Her legs were white and glowing, without the slightest flaw, perfect to the extreme. Lu Yi laughed and punched at Yu Hongling's face through the air. I'm sorry, but he's at an age where he's in a rebellious phase. Talk about not letting it hit you in the face. Yu Hongling was furious for a while, but she did not stop herself. The ancient reverse Tao scriptures were running. The Taoist sound was more than just in her body, and her true essence was transformed into a torrent. The same punch was swung. At this moment, Yu Hongling was fearless. The fearless emperor's fearless divine fist carried the courage to break through, ruthlessly colliding with Lu Yi's fist seal. Boom! A loud boom rang out. Yu Hongling's fist seal was destroyed, and the tremendous power was like a shocking wave crashing down on his face. Right in her face. Boo! Yu Hongling flew out backwards. Her absolutely beautiful face was like a peach blossom at this moment, blossoming red. Well, it's all nosebleeds. Yu Hongling's nose was sore and tears were streaming down her face. Stinky senior brother. I'm not done with you. Lu Yi doesn't care about her. What class? Still not finished with him? Seeing Yu Hongling's miserable appearance, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Boy, it looks like Lu Yi really doesn't have any interest in these two women. Have we misunderstood Lu Yi? Don't really say. It's possible, but wherever there is so much compassion, it won't beat Yu Hongling into this state. Perhaps it's precisely because he doesn't have any meaning for these two women, but instead he's being pestered, and that's why he's being so hard on them. If you say so. Lu Yi is also quite miserable? Think about it, you don't like women. You only like the great Tao, and as a result, there are two women who are so good at dying that they have to come together in front of your eyes, hanging around every day, wanting to be your Tao couple every day. How do you feel? Who are these two women? Let's say it's Yu Hongling and Chu Ling. I'm quite happy. What, you're quite happy? I mean, under the premise that you only like avenues and not women. Oh, that makes me pretty happy too. Roll. If you ask me, a boy must protect himself when he's out on his own. Lu Yi hadn't thought that he had punched down and froze, flipping his own reputation. So, Sigma Man is always God. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and returned to Bai Qiulan's side, and Sun Ruowei's eyes rolled as she watched the scene. Yu Hongling likes Lu Yi too? Bai Qiulan, what secrets do you have in Bailan Peak? Currently, it seemed that it was Yu Hongling who was the most foolish, and it seemed that it would be more appropriate for him to start with Yu Hongling. Find an opportunity and make sure to probe Moon Hongling's words. Chapter 018. The game continues. The Great Tao sect was bullish in the end. A disciple competition that was directly going to end in one day. This is the efficiency of a large clan. If other sects, a disciple competition, fighting for 3 or 5 days belongs to common. Fighting for 10 days and half a month is also normal. Maybe that's the style of the Great Tao sect. It would be better to have time to watch this group of junior rookies pecking at each other in a competition, rather than saving time for themselves to cultivate a bit. Didn't see the patriarch didn't even show up under this occasion. Ji Changming suspected that the reason the Great Tao sect established a vice-patriarch was because the patriarch didn't want to delay too long in using it to manage the affairs of the sect. Round 5. Lu Yi vs Linghu Wushuang. Linghu Wushuang had been beaten by Lu Yi and naturally knew his strength. I've made up for my flaws, but it seems that I'm still not your opponent. Linghu Wushuang spoke. Lu Yi also spoke for the first time in the ring. Knowing shame and constantly refining is the way to cultivate. Linghu Wushuang was silent for a moment. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Then why are you always so brutal to your senior sister? Linghu Wushuang asked in disbelief. Lu Yi smiled and didn't reply as he stood with both fingers together. A sword intent gathered between his two fingers. A finger pointed out. Linghu Wushuang's mind was instantly alarmed as he looked at this running sword light, as if he saw the infinite sword Dao mysteries. Fei Xia Guan Xian. Ding! Sword light and sword light collided. Countless traces of blood suddenly erupted from Linghu Wushuang's body. His footsteps retreated again and again, all the way to the edge of the ring before he was barely able to stop. Luno didn't strike a second time. The sword intent that erupted from that finger clearly surfaced in Linghu Wushuang's mind. Thinking and thinking and thinking. I concede. After admitting defeat, Linghu Wushuang bowed deeply and jumped out of the ring, then sat on his knees, closing his eyes to comprehend. Luno turned to leave. One by one, the elders' eyes widened, their faces carrying disbelief. This sword intent? Stunningly stunning. Unbelievable. What Lu Yi had shown before was all about solving fights with a single punch, belonging to the situation where a single force breaks all laws. Instead, these two fingers and sword showed everyone that Lu Yi's attainments in the Tao of the sword were terrifying. Disciple by Qiulan? I'll go and ask for it with senior sister Qiulan. She's not a specialized sword cultivator. This kind of sword genius must be given to me for the most appropriate teaching. Bullshit. You can't beat me yet. I should be the one to teach. This sword chi. It's so awesome. I feel like I'm not even worthy of teaching him. No. I'm going to find my master. My master will be ecstatic. The group of sword-using elders were immediately busy. Some went to Bai Qiulan, others went to their own masters. If we were to say that Lu Yi was just acting very strong before, this was normal. After all, it was the Great Tao sect, and there was nothing unbelievable about coming out with one or two battle-hardened demons. However, the sword Tao attainment that Lu Yi had just displayed, that was not such a statement as saying that the fighting power was strong and demonic. Rather, it is a rare seed of the sword way in the ancient times, just practicing for half a year, able to reach this kind of ground. Simply indescribable. Bai Qiulan was quickly surrounded. Senior sister Bai, as you can see, what this Lu Yi is best at is actually the way of the sword, and you are not particularly proficient in the way of the sword. So how about letting Lu Yi be my disciple? If it's possible, I, Lone Sword Peak, am willing to give all of my resources for the next 3 years to Bai Lan Feng. I'm willing for 5 years. Senior sister Bai, you know me. This hidden sword heavenly scripture of mine wants to find a successor, how difficult it is. Now there is finally a good seedling. If I don't give it to my hidden sword peak, my hidden sword peak will break the inheritance. Senior sister Bai, I am willing to give you all of my resources for 20 years. Bai Qiulan was somewhat helpless as she looked at this one figure begging for Lu Yi. What do you have to teach? Lu Yi was not only terrifying in his sword Tao attainments, he was the most terrifying in all kinds of cultivation paths, not to mention you guys being his masters. He could be the master of your master's master's masters. Senior brothers, I'm sorry, Lu Yi is a member of Bai Lan Feng, so I really can't give it up to you senior brothers. Bai Qiulan refused on the spot. Senior sister, this Lu Yi is in Bai Lan Feng. Your Bai Lan Feng is cultivating arts. It's really a waste. And since you have a Chuling, Lu Yi will give it to us. No way. There's absolutely no way Lu Yi will give it to you. There's no room for negotiation. Bai Qiulan refused categorically. Lu Yi looked at the scene and raised his eyebrows. It shouldn't. Bai Qiulan was still being his own master? It shouldn't be treating herself like a hot potato, quickly sending herself out to avoid any further deception of her master. Senior nephew Bai, this Lu Yi, I'll take it. A powerful aura suddenly descended, and as he appeared, all the swords on the scene began to hum as if they were greeting the Lord of the Sword Tao. The old man wore a black robe, carried an ancient sword on his back, and spoke in an extremely domineering manner. Greetings, Battle Sword Master. Greetings, Uncle Battle Sword. Greetings to the War Sword Supreme Elder. The crowd saluted Venerable War Sword. Hedo Realm. A Harmonization Realm Taishan Elder had come over to snatch someone. The crowd was shocked, never imagining that a disciple competition would cause a Harmonization Realm Taishan Elder to snatch someone. If Lu Yi were to pay homage to the Harmonization Realm, he would undoubtedly have risen a level out of nowhere and become the junior apprentice brother of the Patriarch as well as the peak masters of the various peaks and others. Battle Sword Senior Brother. I do think that this Lu Yi is more suitable for my sword path. A soft laugh rang out from the void. Another Taishang elder appeared. Senior brother Tao. Why do I feel that Lu Yi is more suitable for my sword Dao? Another Taishang elder appeared. The three supreme elders jointly coaxed Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan's face was slightly ugly. For some reason, in her heart, she was extremely unwilling to let Lu Yi worship other people. There was probably a wisp of panic she didn't even want to admit. If Lu Yi really worshipped other people, then wouldn't she and Lu Yi, from then on, have nothing more to do with each other? No. No way. Bai Qiulan's gaze became sharp. Elder brothers, according to the rules of the sect, you can only select disciples when they are newly initiated and not after the expiration date. And now that you see that my disciples have good qualifications and come to compete for them, it's really not the way to be an elder. Bai Qiulan said with a resolute voice. You're not a sword cultivator. Where can you teach a powerful sword cultivator? That's no reason for you to rob people. A group of sword cultivators frantically began to persuade Bai Qiulan, who was not moved in the slightest. Anyway, I don't care. I'll take Lu Yi as my disciple. As long as he's willing, I'll immediately report to the patriarch and let him decide. Not bad. Master Bai's nephew is obstinate. Let's go find the patriarch. Lu Yi, I'm asking you now. Are you willing to break away from Bailan Peak and worship under other sword cultivators? Venerable War Sword opened his mouth and asked. Immediately, a large number of gazes gathered on Lu Ye's body. Yu Hongling clenched her fists nervously, and Bai Qiulan's gaze was like water, but it also rippled at this moment. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. Speak softly. Naturally willing. Chapter 019, Coaxing Naturally Willing. These 4 words were like thunder, instantly exploding in the hearts of several people. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Yi and then at her master. Bai Qiulan's body also trembled slightly as his palms clenched into fists. A flash of shock was also revealed in his eyes, and a little bit of bewilderment. Lu Yi was not willing to be her disciple anymore. Hearing these 4 words, not knowing what the reason was, Bai Qiulan was flustered. Her heart panicked to death. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Since Lu Yi is all fine with it, I will immediately go and request the sovereign's decree. Venerable Battle Sword laughed up to the sky and his figure instantly disappeared. The other 2 supreme elders also hurried to the main peak. A few peak masters who used swords gritted their teeth and similarly flew towards the main peak. Maybe the patriarch wouldn't agree to the supreme elders competing for disciples, but instead let Lu Yi worship under the other peaks? Bai Qiulan looked deeply at Lu Yi. Master. Yu Hongling's voice was filled with anxiety. Can't let the senior brother go to other peaks. Although he didn't know why, but Yu Hongling had a special kind of resistance. Extremely resistant to Lu Yi changing the division. With me, no one can take him away. Bai Qiulan was furious, and her figure instantly disappeared. A group of frighteningly strong powerhouses had all left, and only then did the crowd return to their senses, and a thought rose in their hearts unanimously. Luno is going to be a bully. This time, no matter who ended up accepting Lu Yi as a disciple, Lu Yi would be bullish. However, was it really good to just bluntly state one's desire to break away from Branford like that? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a teacher. Although the cultivation world does not ever talk too much, but it also needs some subtlety. Just now, that Supreme Elder asked Lu Yi if he could be willing to break away from Bailan Peak, and Lu Ye's reply was simply as easy as it could be. Such a person, even if he joined the other peaks, would the other peaks be afraid of him? At this point he met the strong and left without stopping. When he meets again, he will go as usual. But if you say something like, I'll listen to all the elders' arrangements, it's not like you're tearing your face off. This person, with really strong talent, is just too low in emotional intelligence. Whether or not the unseen could become a great man depended on whether or not the master he worshipped could tolerate it. The game continues. After Lu Yi defeated Linghu Wushuang, he had locked up the top 2 seats. The other battle was between Chu Ling and the other great Dao sect elder sister Xiao Huarong. Xiao Huarong was also the great Dao sect's supreme heavenly pride, gentle and with a stunningly beautiful appearance. The crowd's interest shifted. Compared to this kind of crap like Lu Yi, they still preferred to go and watch the fight between the 2 stunning prides of heaven. They didn't even dare to think about how beautiful it would be when these 2 fought. Chu Ling and Xiao Huarong came on. The 2 are all beautiful, each with a very different charm. A gentle water, waves, a person such as a sword. Into the sheath is safe, out of the sheath is sound. The battle opens. The other side. A group of people rushed straight to the Grand Avenue Hall in an uproar. A middle-aged beardless man who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Sun Ruowei followed suit, her eyes gleaming. Let's see what's going on. Patriarch, there is a disciple, Lu Yi, who is exceptionally gifted in the way of the sword, is really suitable for my legacy. My legacy is almost broken. You can't possibly see me. An old man with half a foot in the coffin. who has dedicated his entire life to the sect, going into the grave with his own mastery. Can you? Venerable War Sword opened his mouth and pulled full emotional value. Uncle Battle Sword, how can you say this? Patriarch Lu Chongfeng cried and laughed. Am I not telling the truth? Sovereign, if Master Bai was a sword cultivator, I wouldn't say anything, but Master Bai is an art cultivator. Although I didn't see that sword pointed out by that Lu Ye's 2 fingers, but my disciple gave me a comparison. That kind of sword, when looking at the great desolate heaven's pride, it's absolutely unique. No, must enter my door. Your war sword is just fight every day. I see that Lu Yi is not at all a person who fights hard and brave. He has to cultivate my hidden sword, hide the sword in the body. One strike resonates in the world. That's the way he should go. Bullshit? A single finger has turned his opponent into a brakeman. And you're saying he's not a brawler? I don't think so. Okay, all of you stop arguing. Let me say a fair word. Lu Yi must enter my lone sword. The war sword is not yet extinct. The hidden sword has a bunch of people who hide the sword. My lone sword is really going to be extinct. Patriarch Lu Chongfeng's scalp was numbed by the noise and his brows furrowed. All right, all shut up for a minute. He gave a shout. The great hall became quiet. Lu Chongfeng's gaze looked toward Bai Qiulan, and at this moment, a momentary trance appeared within his eyes. He was fond of Bai Qiulan. There was no doubt about it. But Bai Qiulan doesn't like him. Unconsciously, it has been more than a year since I have seen Sister Bai. Sister Bai seems to be even more beautiful. More beautiful? Lu Chongfeng froze slightly as he compared Bai Qiulan in his memories to the current Bai Qiulan. The original Bai Qiulan was as cold as ice and as proud as a snowy plum. It is a snow-topped ice lotus that cannot be approached or viewed. The current Bai Qiulan, however, was cold and arrogant, but she was so much more popular. It's as if the snow-topped ice lotus had walked into the rolling dust. I don't know if it is his illusion. Even he felt some winks in Bai Qiulan's body. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could senior sister Bai appear to be fawning? His voice became gentle as he said softly, Senior sister. The hearts of the 3 supreme elders and a group of peak masters simultaneously thumped. Immeasurable heavenly father. The patriarch had become so gentle? It's broken. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He. Come to the patriarch? That's a mistake you guys made 80,000 miles away. Sovereign is senior sister Bai's #1 fanboy. When senior sister Bai said something, the patriarch was afraid that he would nod his head so much that his neck would break. Bai Qiulan greets patriarch. Bai Qiulan's voice was calm. Lu Chongfeng had a smile on his face. As I said, you can call me senior brother. You don't have to call me patriarch. The rules of the clan must not be mistaken. And the rights and laws must not be abolished. Bai Qiulan really didn't have any feelings for Lu Chongfeng at all. Fine. It's fine to address the patriarch. Then senior sister Bai, what do you think about this matter? Lu Chongfeng asked with a smile. Bai Qiulan had calmed down at the moment, and the shock that Lu Ye's willingness to break away from Bailanfeng had given her was calmed. Although she didn't want to admit it, her heart was strongly saying that she would never allow Lu Yi to break away from Bailanfeng. She thought of an excellent reason for herself. Lu Yi had become the strongest barrier of the human race under her teaching in her previous life, and now that she was reborn with grievances, she was very worried that Lu Yi would go astray, so she had to correct him all the time. Well, that's it. He had always been her mentor in his previous life, and it was his duty to always be in this life as well. Chapter 020, Refining the Void Overcomes Harmonizing the Tao. Bai Qiulan opened her mouth. First of all, I will absolutely not allow Lu Yi to break away from Bailan Peak. This is not in line with the clan rules, and not in line with the rituals. Yes, Bai Qiulan is such a stickler for the rules, so you can imagine what it was like for her in her previous life when she was with Lu Yi and cried a lot, while suffering. Secondly, the 3 master uncles thought that I was a technique cultivator, not a sword cultivator, and therefore unable to teach Lu Yi, a sword cultivator. Well, but in reality it was the 3 master uncles who were overthinking things. Jutsu, I can teach. Swords, as usual, I can teach. If the 3 master uncles don't believe me, the patriarch can let me fight the 3 master uncles with my sword. If I win, Lu Yi will be a member of my Bailan Peak. If I lose, Bai Qiulan's expression was clear and cold, and her white dress danced lightly with the wind. I will never lose. Lu Chongfeng, the 3 Taishan elders, numerous peak masters. That's a little too confident for you, isn't it? Well. Senior uncle won't bully you either. You said your sword is fine too. Then I will seal my cultivation and fight with you at the same refined void realm with my sword. If you lose, let Lu Yi choose his own master. Venerable War Sword said in a deep voice. Bai Qiulan raised her eyes to look at these 3 supreme elders. No need for you to suppress your cultivation. A group of people's eyes snapped open, unable to believe their ears. No need to suppress your cultivation? These 3 Taishan elders are all at the harmonious realm. And they're still using swords. No! Are you crazy? Senior sister. I know you have the Tai-in divine body, but the 3 senior uncles are also the most supremely powerful. What are you doing? Lu Changfeng hurriedly dissuaded them. The 3 supreme elders' faces were green and red. What did this mean? Accusing the 3 of them of bullying? Senior brother. There's no need for much persuasion. If you want Lu Yi, come to heaven and fight. After saying this, Bai Qiulan stopped talking nonsense and his figure disappeared, appearing above the sky. Fine, fine, bullying the young with the big. I'll take this offense for the sake of an heir. The Lone Sword Supreme Elder was prepared to completely dispense with his face as his figure disappeared. The group rushed out. Lu Changfeng was simply about to die of anger. Uncle Lone Sword, don't hurt senior sister Bai. Everyone was not optimistic about Bai Qiulan, mainly because there was really no way to be optimistic. How does this look? One refining the void, one harmonizing the way. As a result, one refined void was playing with arts and techniques, and one harmonized Tao was playing with sword paths. As a result, the alchemy of playing jutsu uses kendo to challenge the hapkido of playing kendo. Outrageous! Outrageous! Senior nephew, you cannot use your sword. Just let me be injured and I will no longer mention the matter of accepting a disciple. The Lone Sword Supreme Elder spoke. Bai Qiulan's expression was calm as she stretched out her finger and pointed it toward the sky. Instantly, the wind and clouds changed in the sky. A strong, cold and domineering sword intent blossomed as cold air rolled and clouds tumbled. Above the 9 heavens, a huge white moon-colored giant sword, composed of clouds and mist, wrapped in wind and rain and thunder, accompanied by the Tai-in Avenue. That giant sword was thousands of feet in size. Across heaven and earth, all beings feel themselves as ants under this sword. Countless great Tao sect disciples, whether they were strong or not, were all raising their heads, looking at this long sword with a magnificent aura and sword chi overflowing. Tai-in Divine Sword. The master has struck. Yu Hongling and Chu Ling's battle also stopped and looked up at this Tai-in Divine Sword. It was a powerful sword technique, created specifically for the Tai-in Divine Body. Well, it was created by Lu Yi. When the refinement realm used this Tai-in Divine Sword, even if it was only in its embryonic form, it was afraid that it would be strained to the extreme. But now Bai Qiulan used it. When this Tai-in Divine Sword appeared, the 3 Supreme Elders' faces changed drastically at the same time. How is that possible? Lu Changfeng let out a shocked cry. When did Bai Qiulan learn how to use the sword? What a strong sword intent! What a terrifying sword might! And when did she learn the sword so well? Senior uncle, watch out! Bai Qiulan's face turned white as he fiercely pointed at the Lone Sword Supreme Elder. Rumble! The long sword carried a huge roar, tearing through the sea of clouds with the momentum of a Kuan Pine charging into the sky, ruthlessly smashing towards the Lone Sword Supreme Elder. Yes, smashed through. This sword, it's almost as good as a mountain. The Lone Sword Supreme Elder roared. A sea of sword chi appeared around him. Sword chi like an abyss or a sea, all of it rushing towards the Tai-in Divine Sword. The countless sword chi was like the most precise parts, together forming a vast sword light. This sword, the Lone Sword. The 2 huge sword lights collided with a loud bang, crushing, crumbling, interspersed with flames and thunder. The Tai-in Divine Sword hardened and shattered the Lone Sword, and even though it was already crippled itself, it still charged towards the Lone Sword Supreme Elder. Boom! The Lone Sword Supreme Elder spat out blood and retreated in defeat. The Tai-in Divine Sword automatically dispersed. Senior uncle, you lost, Bai Qiulan said in a cool voice. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone's eyes were tinged with horror. It was impossible to believe that Bai Qiulan had actually beaten the Lone Sword Supreme Elder, to battle the harmonized way with refined void, winning the sword by the sword. Dead silence. Real dead silence. Even the wind stopped itself. No one expected this image. No one had expected this loss. Bai Qiulan wanting to battle the Supreme Elder with a sword is an act of gambling. But you can really win with this. Please teach the next senior uncle. Bai Qiulan spoke. The Hidden Sword Taishan Elder and the War Sword Taishan Elder glanced at each other, and both could see the intense shock in each other's eyes. The 2 men hesitated a bit. Venerable War Sword sighed. That's just it. The sword way you have shown is enough to show that you are capable of teaching Lu Yi. We originally just couldn't bear to see a diamond in the rough get dusty. Since you can teach, naturally the 2 of us wouldn't be able to take away from others. That's just it. That's just it. Good. That's what I meant. Many thanks to the 2 masters. The dispute over land and wildness came to an end like this. The powerful strength that Bai Qiulan displayed made people feel shocked, especially the peak masters who were in the same term as her. Originally, I thought that we were all refining void, but it turns out that in the blink of an eye, you were able to defeat the harmonious Tao? How can you be so outrageous? Senior sister Bai, this sword art of yours, It doesn't belong to the Great Tao sect, does it? Lu Changfeng asked curiously. Back to the patriarch. It's not the Great Tao sect sword technique. It's something I acquired by chance. I see that senior sister is also gifted for the sword path. I do have quite a few sword techniques in my private collection, all of which I usually collect, so why don't I invite senior sister to my personal collection? Lu Changfeng wanted to date Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan gave him a look. Patriarch, there's no need. I don't like swords. I've got a lot more avenue arts there. I don't like magic either. Lu Changfeng, this rejection is really too obvious. For you, a person who specializes in arts, to say that you don't like arts is really a clear rejection. No obstacle. No obstacle. I haven't seen senior sister for a long time. Once I see you today, I feel that senior sister has become a little more easygoing. I think the gong method has grown again. Bai Qiulan listened to Lu Changfeng finish, then arched his hand. Since there's nothing more to do, then Qiulan takes his leave. Lu Changfeng. Chapter 021 Killing Intent. By the time Bai Qiulan returned to the playing field, the battle between Xiao Huarong and Chu Ling had already ended. Xiao Huarong unsurprisingly lost. The fact that she was able to go through a few moves with Chu Ling was enough to be proud of herself. In this way, Chu Ling and Lu Yi fought for first place. Chu Ling happily walked up to the ring and waited for Lu Yi to come over. To be honest, if Lu Yi didn't need the things in the Avenue treasure trove, he would be afraid to turn around and leave right now. Some of them want to kill someone, Lu Yi thought in his mind. He walks up to the ring and closes his fingers together again. Killing breath? Chu Ling gave a start, and the smile on her face became very forced at this moment. Gongzi, surprisingly, has a murderous aura towards himself. Chu Ling's eyes stared at Lu Yi, and finally, Lu Yi looked at Chu Ling for the first time after such a long time. Chu Ling had wanted to take one look and admit defeat, but after she felt Lu Yi's murderous aura, she fell into extreme pain inside. She suddenly falls to her knees above the ring. Close your eyes. Come on, kill it. I caused you a life, so I'll give you one back today. Anyway, she was now living without interest or thought, so it would be better to die. And dying at the hands of Lu Yi would be considered his homecoming. Such a scene was incomprehensible to everyone present. Why did such a picture appear? This Chu Ling, just how much does she owe Lu Yi to act like this? Is this woman crazy? Holy shit, what the hell is going on with the two? The people at the bottom were talking. What Chu Ling did was really unbelievable. What kind of person begs for death like that? Lu Yi also frowned when he saw this. He finally opened his mouth. You and I don't have any feelings for each other anymore. I won't kill you. How about you stay away from me? Shit, can't kill it. If Lu Yi came with a killing move while the two were fighting, there was a 90% probability that Chu Ling would be directly exterminated. But in her current state, as long as Lu Yi made a move, someone would surely block it. He couldn't understand it. If you've already broken it off, why don't you just live your life and he live his? Why do you have to keep on pestering him? No, Your Excellency can kill me, but I will absolutely not leave Your Excellency. Chu Ling's words were very resolute. Shit, psycho. He waved his hand violently, and Chu Ling's entire body was slapped away by an air force, spitting blood and leaving the ring. Winning. It's just that Leno wasn't in a too wonderful mood. Winner, Lu Yi. The Vice Patriarch announced the winners and losers of this competition. This Great Tao sect could not stay any longer. Lu Yi decided to wait until he got the things, and left himself to change the place to dive into cultivation. Bunch of psychos. I can't hide from them if I can't afford to mess with them. Bai Qiulan is back. Sun Ruowei followed her around, chattering. No, when did you become so strong? You were able to defeat the harmonization realm? I feel like you're hiding a lot of things from me now. Are we two still good sisters? Account for it. After Patriarch said that, I also realized that you are now different from before. Now you have some more. Well, some. Sun Ruowei carefully sized up Bai Qiulan. Well, more than a hint of winks. Shake grass. What did you do behind my back? Sun Ruowei suddenly widened her eyes. Enchantment. Bai Qiulan's eyebrows are still the same, cool and noble, as if they don't eat earthly fire. But now there were even more winks between his eyebrows, as if he had changed from a celestial immortal to a woman. Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. A sudden piercing coldness swept through her entire body, and Bai Qiulan's palms violently clenched into fists. True essence flows. Wisps of cold air surged out from around her. She frowned. Sun Ruowei stood beside her, her expression changing. What's wrong with you? The mere wisps of cold air actually caused the closest Sun Ruowei to have the feeling that his yuaning was frozen. How could this happen to Bai Qiulan? No harm done. Bai Qiulan suppressed the chills, but her heart was very uneasy. At this moment, before her yuaning, a drop of grayish-blue liquid coalesced, so and cold that the tiny yuaning couldn't stop frowning. I have business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. Bai Qiulan didn't dare to delay. The chaotic Yin poison had unexpectedly appeared earlier. The time when she first appeared with the chaotic Yin poison should clearly have been at the harmonious Dao realm. However, it should be less of a problem. She had already found a way to deal with the chaotic Yin poison, and all she needed to do to go back was to run the Tai Yin transformation Bible to disperse the chaotic Yin poison. Bai Qiulan left in a hurry. Hey, wait for me. Lu Yi got his reward, and the cold aura emanating from Bai Qiulan's body just now was accurately captured by him. A smirk appeared on his face. This chaotic Yin poison. It was appropriate for it to appear at this point in time. Bai Qiulan had returned from rebirth and his cultivation had naturally skyrocketed. Defeating harmonization with refined void was enough to mean that she was only one step away from harmonization. Dear Master, chaos is insidious. I hope that in this life you can make more breakthroughs than you did in your previous life, preferably by virtue of your own power, to make the chaotic Yin poison turn into nothingness. Become number one in the clan competition. Lu Yi was crowned as a true disciple. True disciples had a higher status than inner disciples, and for now he was the first person to become a true disciple. Even if someone else became a true disciple again in the future, they would still have to respectfully address him as a senior brother. But Lu Yi didn't care about that. He headed to the Avenue Treasure Pavilion at the first opportunity. Show the token. You can only choose 3 kinds of treasures below the 7th floor. What kind of treasures you need? Just stick it on top of the prohibition with your identity token. The pavilion guarding elder said with a smile on his face. Yes, for the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion. He was also considered to be familiar. The treasures in the Great Tao sect were really quite a lot. There were 9 floors in total, and the higher the treasures were, the more precious they were. In my last life, I walked in looking dazzled and on target. Walking in now, he was in no hurry, checking it out slowly. All the treasures, any efficacy, any situation, were all at a glance for Lu Yi. The first treasure, the Wood Spirit Bead. The second treasure, the Burial Ridge Key. The third treasure, a treasure furnace. The treasure furnace was used to go to the Dan Peak to exchange the Xianin soul fruit, which belonged to the category of medicinal herbs and was not accepted in the Great Tao Treasure Pavilion. After getting the 3 items, Lu Yi left the Great Avenue Treasure Pavilion and rushed straight to Dan Peak. Walking by the 9-dragon treasure furnace, in exchange for 1 Xianin soul fruit, only for Xianin soul fruit. Senior brothers and sisters with Xianin soul fruit. Senior uncles and grandmothers don't miss it, huh? Not 998, not 668, 1 Xianin soul fruit, and the 9-dragon treasure furnace to take home. 9 dragons treasure furnace is good. 9 dragons treasure furnace is wonderful. 9 heating, 9 extraction. Extreme pills can't run away. It's been a long time since I've yelled, and now I'm a little rusty when it comes to yelling, but it's pretty satisfying. Here is not Lu Yi alone yelling, but under the Dan Peak, dozens of hundreds of cultivators are yelling, and there is no lack of alchemists of the refined void realm. Sometimes, if you come by coincidence, you can even run into a harmonious Dao realm alchemist yelling. Chapter 022 Chaotic Yin Poison. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace is famous. Now under Lu Yi's vigorous yelling, it naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Many alchemists cast appreciative gazes. Good boy, with such a neutral voice. It looks like a good seedling to be an alchemist. Just the Xianin soul fruit? Anything else in exchange? No exchange. Just the Xianin soul fruit. Lu Yi's attitude was clear. Even pills that possessed Xianin soul fruit as the main ingredient didn't want it. They wanted Xianin soul fruit. In the end, it was the Great Tao sect with many resources. It was only half an hour before someone hurried over with the Xianin soul fruit. I'll change it for you. I'll change it for you. The stupid ones were still debating with Lu Yi about whether or not a potion that possessed the Xianin soul fruit's ingredients could replace the Xianin soul fruit. And the smart ones had already gone to look for a complete Xianin soul fruit. Done. With all 3 things in hand, Lu Yi ran towards the clan at the first opportunity. At the clan, Chu Ling took a box of pastries and waited early. When she saw Lu Yi coming over, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly greeted him. Gongzi, I made you your favorite mung bean cake. Lu Yi's figure missed her perfectly and walked out of the sect. An unusual magic sword rose into the air, and Lu Yi stepped on it and disappeared into a stream of light at high speed. Chu Ling did not lose heart at all. The first time the magic sword flew out, she similarly stepped on the magic sword and chased after Lu Yi. By Qiulan Taoist Academy. Sun Ruowei paced anxiously back and forth in the doorway. This is fine. Why is it suddenly uncontrollably bursting out such horrible coldness? What's wrong with your cultivation? It could be seen that the room where Bai Qiulan was practicing was frozen in frost at this point, and the power of Tai Yin emitted a terrifying aura. Yu Hongling also hurried over. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, how did the poison of Tai Yin strike so early? It shouldn't be. It's clear that the poison of Tai Yin only appears at the harmonious Dao realm. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruowei hurriedly asked, Hongling, What is the poison of Taiyin? Do you know? Yu Hongling knew she had slipped up after she opened her mouth. However, Sun Ruowei was her master's best friend, and the poison of Taiyin could not be hidden from her, so she told her frankly. The reason for master's physique will cause the power of Taiyin to continuously converge, and when too much of the power of Taiyin converges, it will condense into a liquid form, and this liquid Taiyin power is incomparably cold and will cause extreme cold pain. This is the poison of Taiyin, Yu Hongling explained. Ha, what about that? Is there any solution? Yes, master has found a solution. Don't be anxious, senior uncle. I'm just surprised that this Taiyin poison should obviously only erupt at the harmonization realm. So why is it erupting ahead of time before master has even merged with the Tao? When Sun Ruowei heard this, he subconsciously sensed that something was wrong. Hedo realm. This was the realm that billions of cultivators chased after. Even for the great Tao sect, as a top sect, the harmonization realm wasn't a cabbage, whereas Yu Hongling was merely at the Yuandan realm. How could she listen to her tone of voice, which seemed to be incomparably familiar with the harmonious Tao realm without the slightest bit of reverence? Is there really a solution? Sun Ruowei asked to make sure again. Yes, the solution was found by Elder Brother. In his previous life the poison of Taiyin plagued Elder Brother for many years, and Elder Brother spent many years searching for a solution. However, the power of the Taiyin and the sun were the two most powerful forces under the chaos between heaven and earth. It's very difficult to try to fix it, but for Lu Yi, Yu Hongling was still extremely confident. Hearing that there was a solution, Sun Ruowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. At this time, everything that had gone wrong during this time resurfaced in Sun Ruowei's mind. A foolish desire to eat is beginning to emerge. Hongling, what's wrong? Uncle Shifu? Sun Ruowei deliberated on what to say. That Chu Ling, what's the situation? What is her relationship with Lu Yi? Yu Hongling's expression solidified slightly. She's not stupid either. Why is senior uncle asking about this? I remember that senior uncle knows neither Chu Ling nor Lu Yi. Who says I don't know? Chu Ling almost died some time ago. It wasn't me who saved her. Speaking of which, I'm still Chu Ling's savior. And I see that Chu Ling is quite well behaved. I originally wanted to take Chu Ling as a disciple, but Chu Ling has no intention of worshipping a master for the time being, and I even contributed to her entry into the great Tao sect. But such a good girl is now so humble in front of this Lu Yi. I just can't understand it and my heart aches for it. Yu Hongling nodded, completely ignoring Sun Ruowei's remark. Chu Ling has just been initiated, and I don't have much contact with her, so I don't know what their situation is. You really don't know? Sun Ruowei narrowed her eyes. I really don't know. The two of them stared at each other for a while, and Yu Hongling's gaze was that of a sincere and frank one. Sun Ruowei couldn't find any cracks, so she can only leave it with her doubts for now. At this moment, within Baiqiulan's room, a powerful aura erupted as Baiqiulan, who had already arrived at the peak of refined void, began to break through. She was going to break through to the harmonization realm today. A breakthrough? Sun Ruowei was shocked and surprised. Yu Hongling looked towards the room, and there wasn't much joy in her eyes, but instead, she carried a bit of apprehension. Hedo realm. This was a watershed moment for the Taiyin divine body to truly explode. It was only when Baiqiulan broke through to harmonization that the horror of the Taiyin divine body would finally show its fangs. In the past, every time they helped their senior to resolve the poison of Taiyin, it was their senior brother who was helping, and now all of them had fallen out with their senior brother already. Sifu won't help anymore, and Sifu was even less likely to ask Sifu for help again. What about this Taiyin poison? Inside the room, Baiqiulan was taking steps towards the harmonization realm, and the harmonization realm, which was difficult for other cultivators, was not difficult for her. Only that drop of chaotic yin poison was the thing Baiqiulan had gripped the most. Why is that? Baiqiulan's face was ugly. Next to her Yuaning, a drop of chaotic yin poison, under the operation of the Taiyin transformation Bible, swiftly transformed into intense Taiyin Qi, which flowed towards all her limbs and veins, with a number of them entering her Yuaning, leading to an increase in her breath. Baiqiulan stopped cultivating. The remaining Taiyin Qi condensed once again and reformed into a drop of chaotic yin poison. Baiqiulan didn't believe in evil and ran his gong method again. The chaotic yin poison dissipated once again. Her aura grew once more, and when she stopped cultivating, the power of Taiyin condensed once more, and still a drop of chaotic yin poison emerged. Why is that? Baiqiulan opened her eyes with panic and disbelief in them. What's going on? In her last life, she was in need of Lu Ye's help in the early stages, and the two of them practiced with secret methods to neutralize her Taiyin Qi and Sun Qi, and the chaotic yin poison dispersed just as it was, with no intention at all of recoalescing. At a later stage, she had gone to great lengths to obtain the Taiyin transformation Bible, which spared her from Lu Ye's help, and she was then able to eliminate the chaotic poison on her own. Now, that's the Taoist Bible. Why didn't you just dispel the chaotic poison like you did before? Panic arose within her. After running the Gong method many times, he finally reached the harmonious Tao realm, and that drop of chaotic poison that was stubborn to the extreme was completely consumed in the process of breaking through. Chapter 023, The Morning Mist of the Beginning Gone. Bai Qiulan finally let out a long sigh of relief. This drop of chaotic poison had finally disappeared. It should be that this was only the first drop of chaotic poison, which was more stubborn. Or perhaps it was the reason that one's own Tai transformation Bible had not yet been cultivated to the point of initiation that prevented the chaotic poison from disappearing. It should be. Yet, in the back of her mind, there was a hint of panic she didn't want to admit to herself. Congratulations to senior sister on her breakthrough to harmonization. How are you now? Sun Ruowei hurriedly asked. Don't worry, it's already unharmed, Bai Qiulan said with a smile. Sun Ruowei, however, was not too relieved and grabbed Bai Qiulan's small hand to take her pulse for a while. Cold qi enters the body. Qi and blood are weak. You, a harmonious Tao realm, even have this kind of pulse, and you still say it's fine? Sun Ruowei said with wide eyes. Bai Qiulan broke away and laughed lightly. Just some small things. Yu Hongling didn't inquire. She just honestly stood to the side. Now that Master Sun seemed to have sensed something and had been wanting to probe to find out what was going on, Yu Hongling still remembered the shock of the last life when Sun Ruowei knew that both she and her master were Lu Ye's women. Even Master Sun's last words until his death turned out to be, "No, why are you guys so messed up? Since in this life, this kind of thing wouldn't happen." There was no need for Master Sun to probe anything further. Where's Lu Yi? Bai Qiulan opened her mouth and asked. Senior brother has disappeared since he got the first place. He should have left the clan and gone outside to practice. Yu Hongling said. Oh, Burial Ridge. It should be. Sun Ruowei? No. How do you all know where Lu Yi went to practice? Also, what is the Burial Ridge? The name sounds awesome, but why have I never heard of it? Senior, should we go over and take a look? Yu Hongling opened her mouth and asked. No need to go. Yu Hongling squirmed, wanting to speak. Bai Qiulan understood, grabbed Yu Hongling's shoulders, and their figures instantly disappeared. Sun Ruowei? She looked at the empty sky and at the two Bai Qiulan who were no longer in sight. The octagonal flame that had just risen was at this point directly removed from the firewood. Grip it. Bai Qiulan, Your Honor, I treat you like a close friend and you do this to me? Don't you know me well enough to know that your secret has been exposed? Tell me the truth. It's worse for me that you're keeping it from me like this than it is to kill me. Bai Qiulan, come back here. I'm going to cut you off. Bai Qiulan is back. Oh, I forgot to bring you along. Sun Ruowei was brought a piece to the clouds, and Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling looked as normal. What exactly did you two hide from me? Sun Ruowei asked eagerly. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling revealed bewilderment together. Nope, didn't say anything. Then why did you avoid me just now? No, I just forgot to leave with you earlier. You fart. I'm such a big guy. You'd forget? Are you lying to fools? Ah, are you big? I see that you're slender, luscious, lovely and beautiful, so you're not particularly big, are you? Sun Ruowei? Damn it, how else can I be angry? What's going on now? Sun Ruowei asked. Burial God Ridge. I'm not too worried about my untalented disciple, so I'll go over and take a look. Bai Qiulan said. Yu Hongling was a bit distracted. It was because she was worried about the poison she had given Lu Yi. The poison she had given was called Origin Morning Mist, which was not strictly speaking a poison, but a special kind of existence. After the onset of the primordial morning mist, it could amplify one's senses countless times, and the pain of a gentle cut was enough to cause one to faint from the pain. It lasted for 7 days. This stuff doesn't kill, but it puts people in endless pain. Being blown by a wisp of wind is like being scraped by a knife. When the sun shines on it, it is like fire. Yu Hongling was trying to use this Origin Morning Mist to make Lu Ye's transition fail, but if it breaks out now, that intense pain was even enough to dissipate Lu Ye's soul. Yu Hongling had some regrets. She shouldn't have given this kind of poison to her senior brother, especially after realizing that he had put in so much effort to help her cultivate and help her break through. She could only pray that the primordial morning mist would be wiped out by the power of the time reversal. The three of them arrived at the burial ridge. A figure sat cross-legged with his long sword resting on top of his knees. It's Chu Ling. Meet Sister Yu. Meet Sister Bai. Master. Meet Master Sun. Although Chu Ling changed her name in time, Sister Bai was still heard by Sun Ruowei. It's Sister White again. It's Sister White again. And Sister Moon. Linger, where is my senior brother? Yu Hongling asked hurriedly. Your Excellency has entered the burial god ridge, and I am here to protect your Excellency. Was there anything unusual before he entered the burial god ridge? Chu Ling recalled the cold glance Lu Yi had given himself before he entered the burial god ridge. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. Yu Hongling slightly lowered her heart. I'm a little worried. Linger, let's go into the burial god ridge and take a look. Duke Vanguard is not available. Ahem. Spirit. Bai Qiulan opened his mouth to interrupt Chu Ling. Vanguard has nothing? Sun Ruowei's eyes glared fiercely at Bai Qiulan. You're the biggest stumbling block on my way to eating melons. Does it mean that it is invincible for all time? Linger, I've done the same thing you've done. Senior brother came to the burial god ridge more than likely to fetch the god's blood flower. He wants to break the Dan to become an infant. The last time the heavenly stiffness poison struck should have been when senior brother condensed the Dan, so this time when he breaks the Dan to become an infant. I think it's possible that this time it could also lead to something bad happening. Yu Hongling said with an urgent voice. Hearing those words, Chu Ling's face immediately changed. You down? Yu Hongling nodded bitterly. What is it? The morning mist of the beginning. Without saying a word, Chu Ling directly rushed into the entrance of the burial god ridge. A group of 4 women all rushed in. Sun Ruowei captured a few more terms. The poison of heavenly stiffness, and the morning mist of the beginning. What the hell are these two things? No, you 2 little guys who have just practiced and are only at the Yuan Dan realm. What kind of strange things do you know about this? The remaining formations inside have all been broken by Lu Yi. Still, don't say that this formation is broken. And don't say that this place Lu Yi has already been here once. It was just brand new and complete. And it was a breeze for Lu Yi. The corpse of a corpse cutter appeared again up ahead. Every corpse was killed with a single blow. Many of these corpse crushers were at the infant breaking realm. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but look shocked. Was this all done by Lu Yi? Lu Yi wasn't just a Yuan Dan realm? Why did these 3 women look normal and not the least bit surprised? Don't they think that what this Lu Yi is doing right now has completely exceeded the strength that a Yuan Dan realm should have? The infant breaking realm also damn well shouldn't have this kind of strength. Through a mass of corpse-covered corpses, passed through the poisonous fog and the labyrinth again. A group of 4 people finally met Lu Yi. Chapter 024, Breaking the Dan to become an infant. Break the Dan into a baby. Lu Yi was sitting next to the corpse of the ancient god. His face was peaceful, and he was in the process of breaking his Dan to become a baby. The 3 treasures had already been gathered, and Lu Yi was going to gather his second life the moment he became a baby. There is also a division of qualities in the Genesis. The weakest human infant, and upwards are earth infant, heaven infant, and holy infant. In his previous life, Lu Yi had been hardened from heavenly Dan to holy infant because of the 9 lives immortal heavenly scripture. And this time, if you use the holy Dan to form an infant, you can naturally condense the holy infant as well. Wisps of cracks appeared on top of the radiant Yuan Dan. Lu Yi sensed the arrival of a few people and didn't react much. He was clear that these people would not strike at him. Before, these 3 had a grudge, and in his last life he had already voiced this grudge. And now he was striking at him again? It would be a true no-die situation. Of course, there was a moment when Lu Yi expected them to strike. Yu Hongling couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no origin morning mist erupting out. Suddenly, Lu Yi trembled. The shattered Yuan Dan erupted with unimaginable pain. His body, his soul, and everything about him cracked open at this moment in general. A white mist, wispy and wispy, appeared around Lu Yi, whose fists clenched violently. Agony, incredibly horrible pain. All of Lu Yi's thoughts became chaotic, and all of his perceptions zoomed by. Even a single breath of his could feel as if magma was flowing from his windpipe. Ah! Yu Hongling let out a scream. Primordial morning mist. Primordial morning mist. Master, primordial morning mist is really following over. What to do? What to do? There was panic and anxiety in Yu Hongling's eyes. No one knew better than her what kind of efficacy the origin morning mist was. That could bring incomparably fierce pain. Luno can't afford it. No one can withstand this kind of pain. They will die from the pain. Senior, what should we do? Save him, save Senior. Duke. Chu Ling's eyes were filled with heartache. She saw the veins popping out all over Lu Yi's body, and every moment his body was trembling. She was well aware of Lu Yi's tolerance for pain. What kind of pain is it to be able to hurt Lu Yi like this? Bai Qiulan's heart was also very bad. She was about to step forward when Lu Yi opened a pair of incomparably bloodshot eyes. Get out! He let out a roar. Senior brother. This is the beginning morning mist. You can't hold it. Let your senior help you. Let her use the power of Tai Yin to temporarily freeze you. Get out! The violent pain caused Lu Yi's face to be extremely distorted, and he was like an evil spirit as he roared at these women. Yu Hongling was going to speak again. A sudden flash of cold light bloomed. Chu Ling had tears in her eyes, but her absolutely beautiful face was incomparably cold. His Excellency told us to leave. All of us. With the devil's sword pointing at the 3, Chu Ling was in the end strictly enforcing Lu Yi's words. Get out! Lugano let out another growl. Exit first. Sun Ruowei also began to persuade at this time. She didn't even know what the primordial morning mist was, but Luya's current posture was already like a beast that had gone to the brink of extinction. A sword light suddenly blossomed, and Chu Ling had already blatantly struck out. Sun Ruowei was startled and hurriedly shattered the sword light. Go, quit. She stiffly pulled Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan back out, with Chu Ling following behind with her sword. The group leaves the deepest part of the cemetery. Soon a roar sounded as if a fist was pounding the earth hard. There were no wails or screams of pain though, but listening to that heavy thumping sound, he knew what kind of pain Lu Yi inside was venting. He can't resist it. Master, save him, he can't resist it. Yu Hongling's eyes had been tearing up. Under normal circumstances a person who was attacked by the origin morning mist could not carry that kind of pain without doing anything. Not to mention the current Lu Yi. You know what Luno is doing right now? He's breaking his Dan to become a baby. Originally, breaking the Dan to become a baby was a perilous thing, and Yu Hongling couldn't even imagine what kind of pain Lu Yi was enduring. Master, I killed Lu Yi. I killed him once again. It shouldn't be like this. I don't want to kill him. I don't hate him anymore. He obviously has 9 lives. Why? Yu Hongling's emotions crumbled. She really couldn't have imagined that, after going around in circles, Lu Yi would die in her hands alone. She doesn't want Lu Yi to die. She can't live without. Bai Qiulan gently waved her hand, and Yu Hongling instantly fainted, being cradled in Bai Qiulan's arms. She listened to a roar from inside and looked rather uncomfortable. It was impossible to imagine what kind of pain could make Lu Yi like this. She knew the pain well, and when the chaotic Yin poison first struck, she wanted to blow herself up countless times to end it all. That kind of pain is just not humanly tolerable. Until later, Lu Yi helped her. Lu Yi was getting stronger and stronger, helping her more and more, and as her strength increased, the chaotic Yin poison became more and more terrifying. And it wasn't until she began to cultivate the Tai Yin transformation Bible that this pain was considered to be curbed. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Time passes by. The roaring inside finally stopped, and Bai Qiulan's figure instantly entered it. The depths of the tomb have been destroyed beyond recognition. The corpses of the ancient gods were all smashed to pieces. Lu Yi regained his composure, and between one breath and the next, his chi flowed like a dragon. Lu Yi, how are you? Bai Qiulan asked in an urgent voice. Lu Yi opened his eyes, and the aura belonging to the infant-breaking realm blossomed, and it was more than 5 and 10 times thicker than the unusual infant-breaking realm aura. No problem, Master. Can I ask what kind of poison you gave me? Lu Yi's face revealed a slight smile as he asked sincerely. Please, tell me about it. I was fucking reborn to ascend to the top and become stronger, not to come here to suffer. Breaking through once and popping out a terrifying toxin. Laozi had never heard of so many poisons that could have an effect on a heavenly dignity when I was a heavenly dignity. Where the hell did you people find this? If you can't afford to mess with me, I can afford to hide, right? Bai Qiulan's face showed some embarrassment. The poison I gave you is called the Tai Yin marrowworm, and it can. Lu Yi raised his hand. How many times did you get off? I'm not so sure. Land wild. Well, you're noble. You're marvelous. You're the first to poison yourself and you don't even know it. He had heard of the Tai Yin marrowworm and had seen it before, but he didn't expect this thing to run into his body. Thinking about why he had seen the Tai Yin marrowworm, Lu Yi wanted to laugh. When he had traveled to the deepest part of the Tai Yin origin to comprehend the Tai Yin transformation Bible, that was where he had seen the Tai Yin marrowworm. You're a real fucking bitch yourself. Well, seeing as Bai Qiulan had already broken through to the harmonization realm, the chaotic Yin poison was going to start condensing. He then took a good look at what kind of pain Bai Qiulan would be in. Damn it! Chapter 25, 7 Days of Suffering Broken Baby. Lu Yi succeeded in breaking the baby and returned to the Great Dao Sect's Bailan Peak at the first opportunity, falling into seclusion. He seems to be in the clear. In fact, what about? Lu Yi grinned in pain. However, under this normal state, the amplification of senses brought about by the origin morning mist was not as bad as the pain that Lu Yi had endured from that chaotic Yin poison in the first place. Tolerable. Can't die. Lu Yi sat alone on his knees, the muscles of his body trembling and twisting. Chu Ling sat in Lu Yi's doorway, guarding Lu Yi, but it was actually no use at all. Yu Hongling woke up. First he was dazed, then with a jolt, he instantly sat up from the bed. Senior, how is my senior brother? Yu Hongling said with an urgent voice. Bai Qiulan's voice was gentle. Hongling, don't worry too much, he's already fine. 7 days have passed? Only a little over a day has passed. Not even 7. That's not right. Yu Hongling blanched. The duration of the origin morning mist lasts for at least 7 days before it can be eliminated, which means that kind of sensory amplification will exist for a full 7 days. Sun Ruowei quietly stepped back and stood up her ears to listen hard. It lasts for 7 days. It's not true that pain existed when he shattered his dan to become an infant, but now that he has succeeded in his breakthrough, it's painless. So what's wrong with it lasting for 7 days? Bai Qiulan asked in disbelief. The beginning morning mist is very overbearing. Even if there isn't any pain, the place where it exists can be felt as intense pain. One of your breaths is like magma filling your neck. One cultivation is like 10,000 needles stabbing your body. And a breeze is like peeling off your skin and skinning your flesh. Senior, think about it. There are only a few poisons in the world that can have an effect on Senior. How can it be that simple? Bai Qiulan was silent. Yes, there were not many things that could have an effect on the heavenly monarch realm's Lu Yi, but your senior brother acted really breezy. Bai Qiulan said. Yu Hongling frowned tightly. Why is that? Senior, does my senior brother often endure pain? Yu Hongling asked. How? He's that strong. Who can bring him pain? Bai Qiulan's first thought was that it was impossible. Lu Yi had been invincible in his life, battling the heavens and the earth, with countless heavenly pride powerhouses kneeling at his feet. Even the most intense battle would not make Lu Yi feel extreme pain, so why on earth was he able to withstand it? Yu Hongling said with a somewhat broken heart. Isn't this a good thing? Since he is able to endure such pain. At the very least, it wasn't Yu Hongling who killed Lu Yi. She had already seen clearly at this point that Yu Hongling was afraid that she had already fallen deeply in love with Lu Yi. Before she was reborn, she couldn't stop thinking about Feng Wuxie, but now after she was reborn, she barely mentioned Feng Wuxie, and her heart and eyes were full of Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan didn't even dare to think about how painful Yu Hongling would be if Lu Yi really died because of her. Elder brother is really okay? It's really okay. Yu Hongling hurriedly got up. No, I'm going to guard senior brother. Yu Hongling ran to the door of Lu Ye's room before Chu Ling raised her eyes for a moment. Then Yu Hongling sat on her but beside Chu Ling. Chu Ling? I'll stay with you for a piece to keep watch over elder brother. Chu Ling. Bai Qiulan looked at these two silly girls and couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. It's over. Yu Hongling is finished. Sun Ruowei's eyes glowed as she stared at the back of Bai Qiulan's head. What had she heard again? There are only a few poisons that can have an effect on Lu Yi? Lucky is so strong. Who can bring him pain? No, isn't Lu Yi only at the infant breaking realm? How come? Listening to you two, Lu Yi is at least at the harmonization realm? What the hell was that for? Bai Qiulan couldn't help but rub her brow as she felt the blazing gaze at the back of her head. Her figure disappeared in an instant. Hey, don't run! Sun Ruowei's figure also disappeared. Obviously, she couldn't catch up with Bai Qiulan. After Bai Qiulan circled around and ditched Sun Ruowei, he came to a location. She didn't even have too strong a consciousness, and just like this, she had inexplicably arrived at Lu Ye's usual favorite place to practice. The green mountains are as green as the trees. Bai Qiulan didn't talk about it. Sitting on the ground with her long white dress in full bloom, she was quiet as she watched the landscape. In his mind, however, Yu Hongling's question always echoed. Master, does my senior brother often suffer pain? Her answer was no. But, it was only now that Bai Qiulan realized with a jolt. Lu Yi had also endured pain, and when he had yet to obtain the Tai Yin Transformation Bible, Lu Yi could only help her transfer her pain through the art of Yin and Yang. To whom is the pain transferred? Obviously. Sometimes when Lu Yi couldn't handle the pain, he would become particularly violent, and she couldn't top it at all, resisting and heartbroken and touched himself. During that period of time, Lu Yi had indeed endured a lot of pain because Lu Yi would take the chaotic Yin poison away every time. So much so that she really didn't know what kind of pain the chaotic Yin poison was capable of accomplishing. Could it be that? No, if it was really painful, why would Lucia eat his heart out every time he comes over to himself of his own accord? No, it can't be the chaotic Yin poison. The more Bai Qiulan thought about it, the more she panicked, so she simply didn't think about it and forced herself to calm down, blowing on the mountain breeze and starting to cultivate. 7 days passed in a flash. Lu Yi didn't just carry the primordial morning mist, his Yuaning now had a fog mark on his body. Yes, he had refined the primordial morning mist into his Yuaning, although the amount was very small, but if he used this against his enemy, he could imagine what his opponent would do. Nice to have an extra means up front. In the later stages, if you run to the primordial misty sky yourself, you can directly collect the primordial misty sky, and in the later stages, you will have one more means as usual. Without trying it himself, Lu Yi really didn't know that the origin morning mist was so effective. He gently made a very small cut on his arm, and it hurt so much that his soul nearly collapsed. 7 days had come and gone, and he had developed a sense of renewal. Glanced at his firstborn. It was a tiny self, alive and looking at the level of realism, plus its size. It was obvious that it was the Holy Child. St. Giant baby. Cultivation has already come to the infant breaking realm, and then continue, can leave behind Yu Hongling as well as Chu Ling. At that time the two sides will not be at the same level. He would like to see them despair or not. Speaking of which, having cultivated to this level in one breath, Lu Yi didn't even have an experience. The point is that there's nothing to experience. Either, to have a state of mind he does not lack a state of mind, to have a great way he does not lack a great way. What treasures are needed? As long as they are ownerless, he rushes over in the morning to get his hands on them, and then he can come back in the afternoon. Incidentally, he could also help the late lord improve the formation. What's there to experience in this situation? Suddenly, Lu Yi felt a strand of touch. He froze and couldn't help the smile on his face. Honorable Master, your chaotic yin poison has started to appear again? It is true that the Tai-yin transformation Bible can transform the chaotic yin poison, but the chaotic Tai-yin that is transformed needs a place to pour out. Otherwise, what is the effect of keeping it in your body, where it melts on your side and condenses on its side? Chapter 26 Ancient Battlefield of Heaven's Pride by Cholan. At the moment, the look of gravity, incredibly condensed. The chaotic yin poison had just appeared with another drop, but it wasn't a big problem. Before Lu Yi helped her out in her last life, she had once condensed up to 11 drops of chaotic yin poison and suffered the piercing pain of chaotic yin poison day and night. Now a single drop was also making her Dao infant a cold one. Rather, it had been a long time since she had experienced the pain of this cold. What really made her look grave was that on her side, she had run the Tai-yin transformation Bible to smoothly transform the chaotic yin poison into chaotic Tai-yin power, and as a result, part of the chaotic Tai-yin power surged into her Dao infant and was absorbed by her, while the other part was condensed but not dispersed. It had been filling her Dantian, and there was a vague tendency to continue condensing into chaotic yin poison. What's going on? One must know that after she had dissolved the chaotic yin poison earlier, apart from part of it being absorbed by her, the other parts simply disappeared. Why hasn't it disappeared now? Bai Qiulan kept running his gong method, and the chaotic Tai-yin power kept flowing. Gradually, the Dao babies all turned ice blue. A dense cold aura radiated around Bai Qiulan. I can't. If I keep absorbing it, the Dao infant will be frozen. Why didn't the power of chaotic Tai-yin, which should have disappeared, disappear? She carried endless questions in her mind. Of course it wouldn't disappear. The excess chaotic Tai-yin power from the previous life was all transferred from Bai Qiulan's body to Lu Yi's body through the yin-yang transformation seal. Now without Lu Yi to divert it, Bai Qiulan couldn't force it out at all. It's the reason for her physique. The Tai-yin divine body is still viable. The chaotic Tai-yin divine body, the higher the cultivation realm the more painful it became, eventually dying in endless pain. This is the destiny of this heaven-defying physique. The early stage can still be neutralized through the yin and yang technique. The later stage is purely relying on Lu Yi's powerful cultivation. Hard to grind the chaotic Tai-yin power. But now, there's no more Luno. If Bai Qiulan didn't want it to be too painful, all she could do was to cultivate like crazy, so that the increase in cultivation would exceed the speed of the chaotic yin poison's condensation, and her Dao infant could absorb the chaotic yin poison in a constant stream. It was a competition between her cultivation and the speed of the chaotic yin poison condensation. So, there are no years in the mountains, but a short time. After arriving at the infant breaking realm, Lu Yi's cultivation enhancement was a bit slower than at the Yuandan realm. However, after half a year, his cultivation had already arrived at the 5th level of infant breaking. The speed, appalling, but unknown, because he didn't go to any competitions. He was hardly ever seen in the entire Great Dao sect. The entire Brand Peak fell silent. No movement, peace and quiet. All seemed to be waiting for a critical moment. Until, that is, a bell rings. Dang! Yu Hongling's body trembled and she opened her eyes. Coming, 92nd generation disciples, all gather in front of the Great Dao Pavilion. Here we go. A storm of younger generations has officially kicked off. Ancient battlefield of heaven's pride. Open. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at the same time, a faint smile on his face. Ah, the ancient battlefield of heaven's pride. In his previous life, when he participated in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, he was at the 6th level of Yuan Dan. In this world, he broke the 5th level of infancy. In his previous life, he had fought against a Yuan Dan 9th layer powerhouse at the 6th Yuan Dan layer, then was chased by the infant breaking realm as if he were a grandson, and even lost his life in order to save that bogeyman Yu Hongling. In this world, let's see who will become a grandson. The path of cultivation is full of chances and dangers. The Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield was a special space where Heaven's Pride from an unknown number of eras fought on this ancient battlefield, which hid endless secret treasures and divine objects. This space, connecting various large worlds, devil cultivators, demon race, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, ghost cultivators, God race, the great emperor's lineage, the heavenly father's lineage. Too many young people traveled. The battlefield alone was divided into 9 levels, and the higher up you went, the richer the resources became, and the denser the aura became. Tenjo ancient battlefield only opened once in 1,000 years. Incomparable rare, the age of not more than 100 years old, are allowed to enter, which is more ancient Tianjiao list. The list of people can get a huge amount of rewards. Its reputation is in the future by the ancient Tianjiao. Remember, in his previous life, it was also here that he met the vermilion bird and the 2 Shangguan mirage spirits. When he thought of the picture he had when he first met these two, Lu Ye's face couldn't help but show a cold smile. In his previous life, the young vermilion bird was chased by the demon clan's pride, and Lu Yi came to his aid. Shangguan mirage spirit was stunningly stunning, not even comparable to Lu Yi at the time, but was pushed into the Jedi by her own brother. Lu Yi was also clear that returning from rebirth, both of these two people's strength would grow, as well as their mind's eye, but that kind of situation couldn't be reversed by simply increasing their strength. We'll see what happens. Lu Ye's figure flew towards the Great Dao Pavilion, and Chu Ling hurriedly followed. Avenue Court, the crowd gathered. Ling Hu Wuxuan, Xiao Huarong, and Lai Jiumin had already cultivated to become the new generation of leaders of the Great Dao sect, all reaching the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling had similarly reached the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. It was obvious that both of them were more than a level above these three in terms of combat power. Having not seen Lu Yi for half a year, Yu Hongling looked at him with unblinking eyes. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear. Yu Hongling inwardly wanted to come to Lu Ye's side, to come and talk to him, but thinking that she was about to meet Feng Wuxie, she couldn't resist the urge in her heart. Feng Wuxie, the white moonlight in her heart. Thinking back to the two of them side by side, even though it was only 2 short days, it couldn't stop being sweet. Is that what a heartbeat feels like? Yu Hongling would have to go and see Feng Wuxie one more time to be sure. Tianjiao ancient battlefield produces strange movements. Recently will be opened in the central state 9 Dragons Valley. This ancient battlefield opens once in 1,000 years. The resources within it are plentiful, and anyone under the age of 100 years can enter it. It is the most suitable for the battlefield for you and others. But which more dangerous? More killing opportunities. The ancient pride of heavenly spirits wandering in which, and there are demonic spirits demon ghosts a clan of pride into which, and other clans forces more killings to seize the treasure thing. Think carefully, to give you an incense time to consider. Is willing to enter the heavenly pride of the ancient battlefield of the one to seize the opportunity of the person, into the big road ship. With such a grand event, there would surely be a strong escort from the Great Dao sect, because the treasures of the heavens remarkable ancient battlefield, even many old ghosts would be red in the eyes, in case he didn't die in the heavens remarkable ancient battlefield, but died on the way back to the sect. That would be a real pity. I emphasize once again, the ancient battlefield of the heavens pride is extremely dangerous. Those who go 10 and those who return may be that 2 or 3. Think clearly. Think and understand. Lu Yi took the lead and walked towards the avenue ship, boarded the ship and found a spot with a nice view. Chu Ling hurriedly sat beside him, and Yu Hongling deflated and sat behind Lu Yi. One by one, the disciples boarded the ship. Naturally, there are those who don't get on board. I can't say that other people don't have big ambitions, but I can only say that individuals have different pursuits. Or maybe it's a deep knowledge of yourself. It was clear that he couldn't even compete with others in the Great Dao sect, let alone going to the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield where countless forces comparable to the Great Dao sect were gathered together. 1 incense stick time is up. The total number of the 92 disciples was 147, and there were 112 on board. By then, how many will come back? But cultivation, isn't that always the way? Chapter 27, The Sect's GGG. The black mist was monstrous, and the demonic aura was overflowing. The strange laughter shook the mountains and rivers, causing countless piles of skeletons to turn into pieces. The heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield has finally opened. We've been waiting for this day for too long. A hideous black streamer swayed in the void, and countless hideous-faced souls emitted a silent hiss that sent shivers down one's spine. The huge white bone throne was above the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. I'll give you a mission. Kill all those geniuses of the righteous path and make them tremble at the feet of the devil. Yes, a devilish light rose to the sky, rushing into a huge vortex. Demon realm. The huge figure stepped on the mountains and rivers, and its huge feathered wings covered the sky. That huge figure, resembling a dragon and a phoenix, had 8 feet and 4 wings, as if it was a combination of all spirits. Greetings to the demon emperor. All the spirits make a pilgrimage. The ancient battlefield of heaven's pride has opened, and I need the essence blood of the strongest pride of the human race. Those who bring it for me will be promoted to demon king. and I will personally teach the supreme demon law. Yes, sir. Thousands of demons rushed up to the sky. A tiny sparrow with dull feathers looked up into the sky. In this life, I will kill the All-Souls Demon Emperor and return peace to the demon race. The Buddhist realm. Ancient Buddha is present. Ghost world. The Ghost Emperor awakens. The Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Looking at it as just a battle of the young generation of Heaven's Pride, was actually a battle of the great world. Those who are the only ones to win will be honored by the great world and achieve immortality. The Nine Dragons Valley in central China. This place is surrounded by 9 mountains. The scenery is majestic, and the valley in the center is like 9 dragons fighting for pearls, which is marvelous. There was a sect here called the Dragon Raising Sect, but now the Dragon Raising Sect was trembling, because here comes the strong man. Lots and lots of strong people. Many people will never see so many strong people in their lives. The first to arrive was naturally the Central State Imperial Dynasty. Not only were there big clan prides that wanted to break into the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, but there were also many small clans, or simply loose cultivators. The Central State Imperial Dynasty was the top power of the Great Wasteland, and the human power of the entire Great Wasteland could be encompassed in a single smooth sentence. 1 religion, 3 dynasties and 5 sects. I am the only one in heaven and on earth. A total of 9 forces were the 9 forces of the first layer of the celestial race that were explicitly the most flourishing. A sect, called the Vanguard sect, had a long history of existence, not just in the first heavenly layer, but in all the levels of the 9 heavens. It was a colossal existence. 3 dynasties, named the Central State Imperial Dynasty, the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, and the Godless Dynasty. The 5 sects, named the Great Tao Sect, the Yin-Yang Dharma Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Mountain and River Pagoda Sect, and the Hijacking Sect. In fact, this is not the absolute 9 powers, and many people think that the second half of the sentence heaven and earth I am the only one is to match the previous sentence. The truth is that it is not. The sky, called the Heavenly Pavilion, underground, called the underworld. These 2 forces had not walked the outside world for years, and many of the heirs were only children, so they could be ignored for the time being. However, as long as the heirs of the 2 powers appeared, they would be supreme prides that would suppress their peers, and would be ruthless characters that would compete for the great emperor's fruit position in the future. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect is here. A casual cultivator let out an alarmed cry. A large black and white ship crushed the clouds and descended from the sky, and the people on the ship, pulling out one at random, were all handsome men and beautiful women, dressed in black and white robes. He has a transcendental look. However, this power was also often criticized. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect was considered normal, but it couldn't withstand some bullishness from its affiliated sects. That was the renowned Acacia sect in the entire Great Wilderness. 1,723 acacia pavilions, spread across all the major cities of the Great Wilderness, were full day after day, and their business was exceptionally hot. Grip it. Look at those 2's costumes. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect has determined the Holy Son and Holy Daughter so soon? Among the many black and white 2-colored Shen clothes, there was a man, dressed in white, plump and godly handsome, with eyes like stars. This is the saint son of the Yin-Yang Dharma sect, Yang Funung. There is a woman. The country, the face like that perfect glaze, ice and jade. Let a person look at a glance will not be ashamed of themselves. This is the Holy Daughter of the Yin-Yang Dharma sect, Luo Yuan. Every time, it's the Yin-Yang Dharma sect that determines the earliest saint son and saint daughter. And every time, it's also exceptionally strong. I see that the Yin-Yang Dharma sect really has a knack for choosing saint sons and saint daughters. Will this pair also become a Taoist couple? It's possible. Every time the Yin-Yang Dharma sect's holy sons and daughters would be married as Tao couples. After all, one is Yin and the other is Yang. Who can resist the temptation of the Yin-Yang Dharma Tao? A wisp of sword roar resounded between heaven and earth at this moment. Sword. For a moment, it was as if all the cultivators' swords had gone crazy and began to tremble wildly. Dozens of sword lights cut through the sky as cultivators wearing uniform clothing stepped on top of their longswords and came with their swords. The Supreme Sword Sect is here. I go. What a strong sword intent. I feel that my magic sword is fortunately not a human being. If it were a human being, it would have to jump out of its scabbard and kowtow to the people of the Taishang Sword Sect. My sword is shattering in shame of itself. There is no sword cultivator in the world who is too strong. By the time Lu Yi and the others arrived, the 9 Dragons Valley was already overcrowded. Almost all the clans had arrived. Only the 2 farthest remaining empires have yet to come. The arrival of the Great Tao sect caused another gasp of surprise. Although the Great Tao sect didn't seem to have the best of the best, they were truly powerful and were top-notch in every aspect. So much so that among the 5 sects, the Great Tao sect was usually listed first. With the arrival of the Great Tao sect, one strong man came over to exchange pleasantries. and many sharp gazes were sizing up Lu Yi and the others, their eyes gleaming with a warlike intent. Not only was there a wariness when looking at the Great Tao sect, there was also a wariness when looking at each other. This was the first meeting of the new generation of disciples from all the major clans, which heavenly pride did not fantasize that he alone would suppress his peers, rising as an invincible all the way. Lu Ye's gaze also looked at one young man after another, with memories if any in his eyes. Some of the group of people on the scene were killed by his own hands, and some of them were to be killed in battle in the future. There are many white bones on the road to Chengdu, and it's true. Several people from Linghu Wushuan came over and rather proactively began to explain to Lu Yi which people were more bullish and which were strong enemies. How could he know that Lu Yi knew much more than he did? For example, that Yang Feneng that Linghu Wushuan had just mentioned. Lu Yi was well aware of how hard his bones were, and his fists had given him a raw pain from his diaphragm when he had fucked his head to pieces back then. Time lapse. Yang Feneng couldn't bring a smile on his face as he walked towards the Dao Zone. The target was clear. The three girls, Shu Ling, Yu Hongling, and Xiao Huaron. The Great Tao sect wasn't his first contact either. Greetings to you, Fairy. Poor Taoist in Yang Dharma sect Saint Sun Yang Fengi. I don't know Fairy's name? Greetings fellow Daoist. My name is Xiao Huaron. Xiao Huaron's attitude was cold, but she still responded politely. Yang couldn't smile and nod, nor did he dwell on it much, as if it was just to simply ask for a name. Greetings, Fairy. Poor Taoist. Get out. The word roll came from 1 month's red diamonds. Yang couldn't get a smile on his face. Poverty is the yin and yang. Hear me or not. I'm telling you to get lost. Yu Hongling's eyes snapped wide. Yang can't. If you don't get angry, no one will take care of you if you get sick. After his smile disappeared, it resurfaced when he looked at Chu Ling again. Chu Ling didn't talk nonsense, and the demon sword was already sheathed. Come on, come and I'll cut you up. Yang can't. Good, but really good. Chapter 28 Heavenly Fist. The arrival of the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty made the situation in the Nine Dragons Valley slightly more tense. The arrival of the Supreme Gods Dynasty even made everyone pull their guards up. No other reason than because the Supreme Empire had been getting more and more bullish lately, and had even generated the idea of unifying the world. Hundreds of thousands of troops were stationed at the border. A guy who stirs the pot. Everyone is very wary. Ha ha ha, why are all of you looking at us like this? Could it be that I'm already this handsome? A young man wearing a python robe, with a proud and sufficiently confident face, a dragon walking and a tiger walking, his eyes glowing with a divine light. At first glance, he was a strong person. Beside him, there was another woman, slender and exquisite, wearing a colorful phoenix haze dress, flowery and mysterious and noble. Shangwan Mirage Spirit. It was one of the beloved people who had struck out at Lu Yi in his previous life. She appeared and did not look for signs of Lu Yi at first. She was a very proud person. Other women, to a greater or lesser extent, pondered on matters of love and affection, but after she was reborn and returned, she had only one thought. She wanted to achieve invincibility on her own, to step into that realm of heavenly exaltation, not to be guarded by someone underneath her body. In this life, it was categorically impossible for her to have any involvement with Lu Yi. The young man in the python robe was named Shangwan Wuchang, the third prince of the godless dynasty. Lu Yi didn't pay any attention to the group's mouths. He found a quiet place, closed his eyes and began to cultivate, quietly waiting for the opening of the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. Chu Ling protected his side, and the Great Tao sect's crowd of disciples froze for a moment and followed suit, starting to cultivate on their knees. When the Great Tao sect messed up like this, the others couldn't help but burst into a fit of cynicism. By today, the opening of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield is imminent, and you're still practicing? In the past, I didn't know the urgency and clutched my feet in the battlefield. If you have this time to cultivate, you might as well get to know a few more heavenly prides, know where they are powerful, and you can get to know them when you run into them. Yeah. Does anyone talk to them? No. The disciples of the Great Tao sect are at peace. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's gaze finally looked at the location of the Great Tao sect, saw Chu Ling holding her sword to guard Lu Yi, and watched as Yu Hongling was close to Lu Ye's position. Her brow finally furrowed. What's going on? What's wrong with you two? We all hate Lucky like crazy. What's wrong? Shangwan Wuchang asked as he glanced at Shangwan Mirage Spirit. See that person? Shangwan Mirage Spirit pointed at Lu Yi. Those two women are quite beautiful. Shangwan Wuchang marveled. The love of beauty is shared by all. You're no match for that man. Don't mess with him. Only then did Shangwan Wuchang drop his gaze on Lu Yi. Can't see through the realm? Some fun. Are you provoking me? Shangwan Wuchang suddenly said. Nor did he wait for Shangwan Mirage Spirit to reply. He added to himself. Very well, my sister. You really do know me well. I'm the one who was most easily provoked. when we enter the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. I'll be the first one to take him to set an example. Then you'll die. Ha ha ha. Then I'll die. Shangwan Mirage Spirit nodded in satisfaction. Then you should die. She couldn't kill Shangwan Wu Chang. As long as she killed him, she would be tainted with the aura of the Godless God seal. An aura that couldn't be erased and would be hunted down by the Godless God dynasty. It's not like Lu Yi was afraid of being hunted down. It would be most appropriate to kill Shangwan Wu Chang by Lu Yi's hand. Yang could not be able to look at Lu Yi as well, especially when he looked at the appearance of Chu Ling beside Lu Yi, holding her magic sword and looking around vigilantly. A manic feeling flooded his heart. Damn it, my woman. How can she be so respectful to another man? If this is already the case in the open, will it not be even more intolerable to look at it in the dark? Jan couldn't have felt a hat on his head. Yes, Jan can't have quirks. The girl he greeted was already considered his woman in his mind, and the others were okay and clean. Only the two women, Yu Hongling and Chu Ling, were so close to the men? A deep sense of shame rose within him. This shame, which made him incredibly uncomfortable, was accompanied by an indescribable feeling of pleasure. He had already put Lu Yi on his must-kill list, but there's no rush yet. A smile appeared on his face as he walked towards Shangwan Mirage Spirit. It's been a mess for a while, with the Great Dao sect taking the lead. More and more cultivators began to sit on their knees and continue their cultivation, including those who mocked the Great Dao sect. Who the hell knew that the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield opened so slowly? It's been 4 days and it's still not open. Day 5. Boom! A huge roar resounded from above the sky, and a large area of dark clouds converged, forming a huge vortex, as if it was the eye of the storm. Through the vortex, one could vaguely see that a vast world existed inside, light and mysterious. It's on! A pair of eyes flew open. Without saying a word, Lu Yi was the first to rise up in the air and rush towards the eye of the storm. The others froze. Shit, that's decisive? They also got up violently and rushed towards the eye of the storm. Yang couldn't be so fast that it was scary. A white light was like a meteor that cut through the night sky. He was bound to press Lu Yi, wanting to be the first to enter the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. The fight, it's on now. Lu Yi was not in a hurry, maintaining the same speed. The two of them a point in time, entering the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield at the same time. Space shifted and a slight sense of weightlessness came over them. The two men descended from the sky, and the immense gravity pressed down on the two men's bodies, making flight extremely difficult. Lu Yi looked at Yang Feneng. Yang could not look at Lu Yi as well. Only Lu Yi's eyes were quiet, vaguely with only a wisp of fire gently pulsing. On the contrary, Yang Feneng's eyes had already surfaced with monstrous fury. Your weirdness kicking in again? Lu Yi opened his mouth and spoke. Yang couldn't freeze, and an emotion of horror appeared in his eyes. How does he know? Lu Yi smiled. Don't worry, it won't even flare up in the future. Kill you, I'm naturally normal. He made a seal with both hands, and the yin and yang qi emerged, violently transforming into a divine sword that slashed towards Lu Yi. Lucano's fists clenched. A fist slam. Boom! The yin and yang escaped in all directions. Yang could not bring shock into his eyes as he quickly made seals with both hands and the yin-yang diagram hovered in front of him, rising against the wind. Avatar, light of yin and yang destruction. Lu Yi raised his head and looked at the huge yin-yang diagram as an extremely terrifying light began to coalesce. 3 words came out of Lu Yi's mouth. Heavenly fist. A punch is thrown. The light of yin-yang destruction carried a vast and majestic aura, forming a huge beam of light that rushed madly towards Lu Yi. This attack was as if a laser that could pierce through the entire heaven and earth had been struck from beyond the world. Luno slammed his fist out. The fist print was not particularly huge, but it carried an indescribable, mysterious and incomparable meaning. Fist prints and beams of light collide. Shattered. The beams of light were shattering, turning into bits and pieces of the kind of shattering, and the fist prints carried an indestructible stance and conviction, blasting through all. Chapter 029, second kill. The others just came in. Then they saw a scene that horrified them. A small fist seal shattered the black and white entangled beams of light and broke the yin-yang diagram. A strong light appeared around the yin-yang Dharma sect Saint Sun. Yang cannot. But this tiny fist print shattered this strong light and hit Yang Cannot's body again. Boom! Yang was unable to blow up his body. Dead. Hold the grass. Dead. Many people stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but rub their eyes again. They suspected that they had just had a vision. And they suspected that they were blind. Can't Yang die? How is that possible? Lu Yi walked to the side of the blood and flesh that had exploded into a piece, picked up the storage ring, looked around, recognized a direction, and his figure quickly left. Wow! There was an uproar. Although it was said that the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield had random teleportation, this wave still had a dozen or so people teleported here because too many people came in. They had seen the entire process of Lu Yi decapitating Yang Feneng. waiting until Luya's figure disappeared at the end of heaven and earth. The dozen or so people were terrified. No, that was Yang Kan just now, wasn't it? It seems so. The holy son of the Yin Yang Dharma sect? It seems so. Shattered by a punch? It seems so. How can? It seems so. All the people are all stupid. Yin Yang Dharma sect saint's son. Into the Tenjo ancient battlefield should also be the ancient battlefield's man of the hour. And now a photo was dry crushed? A group of people gathered around. Look at that broken costume. After determining that this was the Yin Yang Dharma sect saint's son, for a moment, intense disbelief appeared again in everyone's eyes. The fall of a heavenly pride proved one thing. That would be the rise of another supreme talent. 9 Dragons Valley. Right now all the talented disciples hadn't all entered them yet, and could be said to be queuing up to enter. At the Yin Yang Dharma sect, a blood-colored stone shattered without warning. This was the Blood Soul Stone, used to monitor the survival of the disciples within the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Who fell so soon? A group of people from the Yin Yang Dharma sect looked over, and the holy maiden Luo Yuan, who had yet to enter, glanced over as well. That one glance froze. The one who fell is the Holy Son? An elder's voice trembled as he opened his mouth full of disbelief. Boom! The Yin Yang Dharma sect instantly exploded. How could the saint's son fall? The sacred son has already reached infant breaking, and has even condensed into a heavenly infant. Stunningly brilliant. How could he fall? And to fall so quickly? The Yin Yang Dharma sect's words were heard by the others, and the others were shocked beyond belief. No, really? This line of people entering the ancient celestial pride battlefield hasn't even finished lining up yet. And your family's saint's son is dead? This term saint's son is too watery? Luo Yuan was silent. She was deeply silent. Silence for a long time. Red lips lightly opened before spitting out 2 words. Waste. However, even if it was a waste, it was still the saint's son of the Yin Yang Dharma sect. Luo Yuan's clothes fluttered as he flew towards the entrance. She was going to find out who it was that couldn't kill Yang so fast. On the godless God dynasty side, Shangguan Wuchang was also a bit surprised. There are still such strong people? Looks like it won't be too boring. His figure similarly flew out. Shangguan Mirage Spirit gently smiled. Not only will it not be boring, there will be a monstrous surprise when the time comes. Returning from rebirth, he seems to be stronger. Lu Yi had no inner fluctuations after killing Yang Hongneng because Yang Hongneng had also died in his hands in his previous life. The two at that time launched a great battle that shook countless heavenly pride. All kinds of means came out, and fought for a day and a night in one breath, and Lu Yi spared serious injuries before forcibly beheading him. And now, just one punch. His purpose was clear. It was the stone sword cliff. The stone swords were his imperial weapons from his previous life, not heavenly exalted artifacts, but imperial weapons that became emperors. Only that during the time of the dark turmoil, the stone swords were all shattered, and the sword spirits inside were all killed in battle. Later on, he simply stopped using weapons, and all the way to the heavenly exaltation realm he didn't even have a heavenly exaltation weapon. Even though he could refine artifacts and gave each of the 8 women a heavenly exalted artifact, he himself did not have a heavenly exalted artifact. Luno is a nostalgic person. His sword shattered when it shattered. For the moment his sword shattered, he himself transformed into that sharpest of swords. Starting over in this life, it wouldn't be enough to have his weapon again, and this time, his sword couldn't be broken. The stone sword cliff is geographically unique. On top of the cliff closest to the sky on the 2nd level, the top of the cliff, jagged rocks, there is a strange stone, sword-like, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth, bathing in the essence of the sun and the moon, formed a more than you were born and raised in the stone sword. In fact, when Lu Yi just got the stone sword in his last life, he was afraid that a monkey would pop out from the middle of the stone sword during the fight. It's a good thing there wasn't anything so outrageous. The first layer of heaven also has a lot of good things, such as the heavenly spirit pool, such as the 3 volcanoes, such as the 100 medicine valley, to the clear water too much. But there's no rush. Get the stone sword and come back. The entrance to the 2nd level is still at the 3 volcanoes if it hasn't changed in this life. The 3 volcanoes were originally 1 volcano, then became 5 volcanoes, then 9 volcanoes, etc. As one guy after another who wanted to get the divine fire burned to death inside. Historically, a heavenly flame emperor came out and took away 7 types of divine flames in one breath. And I heard that at that time, this heavenly flame emperor broke through 7 levels of realm in one breath, leaping from the 1st level of infant breaking to become a ruthless person of the 8th level of infant breaking. In fact, at that time, if he wanted to break through, the power of the 7 divine flames would not be a problem to help him reach the refined void. But the other party was very calm and compressed his power vigorously, which only broke through to the 7th layer. Of course, after the breakthrough of these 7 layers, anyone who understands knows that in the future, At least half a year can't break through the realm, or else it's considered a waste. The heat is rolling in. Cyan, red, white, flames of 3 colors gently jumped on the mountain, and the crater was spewing black smoke with a wonderful glow in the midst of it. Some people were directly transported here, especially the Mountain River Pagoda sect, their eyes staring at these 3 types of foreign flames, and they were almost drawn. No refiner or alchemist could resist the temptation of one powerful divine fire, let alone the fact that it was still 3 divine fires. Of course, there weren't too many people who could withstand this divine fire burning Yuan-ing or Yuan-dan. Lu Yi rushed over, rushing towards the second volcano under the eyes of a group of people, white flames blazing. The man was not the least bit afraid, but his goal wasn't the crater. The divine fire was in the crater, and he ran towards the mountainside of the second volcano. It went on until the crowd could not see the figure, and then disappeared. What did he do? I don't know. Let's go over there too. This flame. Try. The flames on the surface of the mountain were nothing more than the residual power of the true divine fire, and the temperature was actually just that. Some celestial pride dripped flames and arrived at the place where Lu Yi disappeared, and suddenly realized that there was also an eye of the storm that could teleport here. Chapter 030, Reclaiming the Stone Sword. A second space with a beautiful view. The mountains and rivers are full of flowers. Lu Yi enjoyed the beautiful scenery for 20 seconds and was in a good mood before he walked towards the Stone Sword Cliff. According to the time calculation, in about 2 hours, all kinds of demons and devils would make their appearance, and at that time there would be great battles breaking out non-stop. The pride of the human race will die and be injured, but there was no harm in it. Those who were able to die still couldn't be called heaven's pride after all. A wild ride. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Stone Sword Cliff. Under the Stone Sword Cliff, a broken sword was either lying on the ground or stuck between the rocks. A rough estimate was afraid that there were thousands of them. Each sword represents a sword cultivator who died here. Lu Yi took one step. Buzz. All the broken swords began to buzz. One more step. Shoo. Sword light blossomed as 3 broken swords flew head-on and were sent flying by Lu Yi with a wave of his sleeve. One more step. All the broken swords erupted and attacked together. Lu Yi punched out and a large number of broken swords were sent flying, only to draw a circle and attack again. Sword Chi whistled. Lu Yi's figure was completely surrounded by the broken swords, and he punched and slapped the broken swords in all directions, moving inward step by step. Up to this point, there hadn't been a sword to reward him. Doesn't mean these broken swords aren't strong. In actuality, every sword here, a random sword chi, is enough to reach the level of the infant breaking realm. Powerful. Dozens of hundreds of sword light erupted together. To kill the ordinary refined void is not a problem. Nah, Lu Yi is strong. 10 minutes later, Lu Yi punched through the place where the broken sword was. Bending his legs, he leapt up. His body was like an ascending rocket, rushing from the ground to the top of the cliff in a single breath, and seeing the strange and jagged place where a sword covered in brown stone chips stood quietly. The sword was 4 feet long and was wrapped in stone chips, unable to truly see its appearance. Lu Yi's eyes became gentle. It's been a really long time since I've seen stone sword again. When the stone sword was broken, he had the idea of reforging it, but then put the idea down. A stone sword can be forged, but the spirit of the sword cannot return. And at that moment, the stone sword was there, and so was the sword spirit. He arrived in front of the stone sword, a trace of being cut by a sharp sword constantly appearing on his body's shin robe, his hair flowing down, and subtle wounds starting to appear on his bare skin. Reach out. One gripped the hilt of the stone sword. In an instant, countless terrifying sword chi rushed towards Lu Yi like a torrent. Lu Yi closed his eyes, his sword heart clear and his will firm. Although he had become a horrifyingly bloody man at the moment, the hand holding the stone sword had not trembled in the slightest, and his feet stepped into the mountain rocks. He can't take a step back, just one step back, and then there would be no more connection with the stone sword. At this point, it was nothing more than a test of the stone sword. Whether it was sword chi or sword intent, it was all a part of the stone sword screening. In his last life, Lu Yi hadn't even taken a step back, not to mention this life. His hand even rubbed the stone sword gently. Do not fear, do not be confused. How can a sword be confused and afraid? Swords don't. Sword spirits do. At this moment, the sword spirit was a bit bewildered in its ignorance, and a thought vaguely rose. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you barking at? Who's fucking scared? Who's fucking confused? The sword chi impact was even more ferocious. A large mist of blood dispersed toward the back. Lu Yi, grasping the grass. I forgot that the current stone sword hadn't revealed his cowardly nature yet. Yes, this sword is cowardly. Of course, its cowardice is not fear of the enemy, but, rather, fear of the dark. It was an outrageous thing to say that a sword was afraid of the dark, but it really was. The stone sword didn't even allow Lu Yi to build a scabbard for it. Follow me and become the strongest sword in heaven and earth. Lu Yi spoke again. Stronger than the three-live sword. Stronger than the ancestral sword. Stronger than the Taishang sword. Stronger than the invincible sword. The stone sword listened to this one name. Although it didn't know exactly how strong these swords were, but the name sounded strong. Plus it really couldn't make Luno back up. This man was so bloodied and chipped that he didn't even take a step back. It can be recognized. The sword energy abruptly disappeared. The stone sword returned to silence. And Lu Yi glanced at the injuries on his body without much reaction. He made a seal with both hands. The blood automatically coalesced and formed a rather subtle symbol, which was naturally the recognition contract. With a soft sword roar from the stone sword, the stone sword became closely connected to Lu Yi in this manner. Shi Jian was actually still pondering with a blurred consciousness about what situation this master belonged to, worrying if he might be following the wrong master, but it itself was a little tired of staying here, and if it didn't go out this time, the next time it stayed it would be another 1,000 years, which was too long, but it didn't matter. If the sword master couldn't do it, when he died, he himself would still be passed on to someone else, and with how powerful it was, sooner or later it would fall into the hands of someone powerful enough. Sword intent blossomed from within Lu Ye's palm. A piece of stone chips began to fall off from above the sword body. Under the stone chips, the sword also appeared brown, and did not have an overwhelming sharpness bloomed, and even looked speckled, as if rust stains. The majestic true essence and the most pure and clear sword intent flowed into the stone sword together. In the future, your name will be Shi Jian, and your nickname will be Xiao Shi. Agree or not? Lu Yi asked with a smile. The stone sword trembled slightly. Disagree. Quickly give me a dangling name. It seems you like the name, so that's what it's going to be called from now on. No, I didn't agree. What small stone? What stone sword? Hard to hear dead. I have been a stone sword for so long, and now are going to come out of the mountain, but still be called stone sword? Hey, do you hear me? I don't want to be called Shi Jian. My lord, you are indeed here. Shu Ling's voice sounded from afar and quickly flew over. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on regaining your stone sword. A stone sword? Ha! The stone sword automatically merged into Lu Ye's body, and since the sword was afraid of the darkness, he simply placed it on top of the back of his hand. A sword mark appeared on the back of his hand. The most important stone sword was obtained. Then the next step was to look for other useful items. In fact, for the younger generation, the most useful stuff is almost always in the first tier of the battlefield. For example, to clear water can wash a person's qualifications and bring them up. For example, the celestial spirit pool can help one cultivate quickly. Another example is the 100 Medicine Valley, where there are many spiritual treasures and fruits, which also have the effect of accelerating cultivation, and are also able to be picked and taken out in exchange for resources. The first great battle was the one that appeared in the first level of the spatial battlefield. He flew towards the first layer of the battlefield. It's time to collect the divine fire. As a refiner alchemist, a good flame was essential. Although the divine fire here was of average quality, it was just right to use it for transition now. Because of Lu Ye's lead, some people had already arrived at the second level of the battlefield, and when they realized that no one was here, they immediately began to search happily. When Lu Yi returned to the first floor, the sword wound on his body had already recovered. His figure arrived at the crater in the very center and jumped in without hesitation. Chapter 031. The most clear water pearl combat doesn't appear to be too much for the time being. The entire heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield had too many treasures, and just the first layer of the battlefield was enough for many people to be able to get their hands on a lot of suitable treasures without having to fight for them. To the clear water, there were at least 1,000 people soaking in it. It was a huge pool of water, and Yu Hongling's first target was to clear water. It couldn't be helped that her qualifications were the worst, and the effects of the to clear water were okay, so she couldn't let go of any opportunity to improve her qualifications. In fact, her real purpose was the to clear water bead. The water here was just an ordinary water flow, but because of the to clear water bead at the bottom of the lake caused the whole lake to become to clear water. Her figure had dived deep into the bottom of the lake. The others weren't fools either, and they dived towards the depths. But the pressure at the bottom of this lake was immense, as if it were the deep sea. The deeper it went, the more terrifying the pressure became, and the practitioners also felt their bodies heavy as if they were being pressed by a huge mountain. By the time the dive reaches 1,000 meters, very few people are able to continue the dive. At 1,500 meters, there were only 3 of them side by side. At 2,000 meters, the bodies of the 3 were no longer able to withstand such massive pressure, causing blood to seep outward from their 7 orifices. Yu Hongling was fearless. Another person gives up. Now it was just her and Shangguan Wuchang who kept sneaking in. Shangguan Wuchang looked at Yu Hongling with admiration in his eyes. Such a woman was truly rare and might be qualified to become one of his Dao couples. The road is long. I still don't know the girl's name. My name is Godless Dynasty Shangguan Wuchang. Shangguan Wuchang smiled and transmitted his voice. I know you. Yu Hongling similarly transmitted her voice. Oh, the corner of Shangguan Wuchang's mouth pulled out a smile. His great name is indeed known to countless people. Mirage Spirit is your sister, right? Yu Hongling asked. My little sister has never traveled outside, but the girl even knows about it. Can't it be that she's from the Godless God Dynasty? Shangguan Wuchang was a bit surprised. No, how much further can you dive? Yu Hongling asked. 1,000 meters should not be a problem. Yu Hongling nodded her head to indicate that she knew, and violently slammed her fist out. Boom! The fist seal set off countless waves and smashed blatantly towards Shangguan Wuchang. Shangguan Wuchang's face changed as a square halberd appeared in his hand, shattering the fist seal with a single blow. The power contained in the fist prince shocked him. Fearless seal. A great seal coalesced and smashed towards Shangguan Wuchang with an even more ferocious force. Boom! Shangguan Wuchang felt a horrifyingly huge force hit him, and his body rose rapidly. What a nerve! Shangguan Wuchang roared lowly and killed towards Yu Hongling with his square sky painting halberd. Yu Hongling met her bare hands with empty fists. The runic seals around her body flickered with light. One fist and one palm clashed with the square sky painting halberd. Not only did she not lose the wind in the slightest, she even beat Shangguan Wuchang back continuously. What the hell? Shangguan Wuchang felt a thrill of horror. In the Godless Dynasty, he was atop heavenly pride. Although there were people who were more demonic than him, but the full count was at most that 1 or 2 people. Now that you've randomly come across one, you're so strong? Get out! Yu Hongling let out a loud cry, with both hands forming a seal. A large seal that had nearly condensed into a solid entity blasted Shangguan Wuchang and smashed him out. Buoyancy rise. The distance between the two was infinitely widened. Right now, Yu Hongling didn't have the heart to tangle with Shangguan Wuchang. The other party should be killed by her own senior brother. All she had to do now was to get the supreme clear water pearl. According to the previous life elder brother said, to the clear water pearl at the bottom, this lake 3,000 meters deep, not to mention whether Shangguan Wuchang has bragged, really can dive another 1,000 meters. Yu Hongling simply first shot out to beat it out before. Yu Hongling continued to dive. 2,500 meters. By this time, a sense of suffocation had firmly enveloped Yu Hongling. That's because of the stress. To the clear water because of the water quality. The pressure is more than 1,000 times greater than the normal lake water. Broken baby realm cannot carry the kind. However, Yu Hongling felt that it was still relatively far from her limit, and that 4,000 meters would not be a problem for fear. Wasn't it that difficult for senior brother to fetch the supreme clear water pearl in the first place? As a result, he made it seem as if he was dying, letting himself be taken care of for a long time without sleep, and being taken advantage of by his senior brother. Yu Hongling's cheeks were flushed, and she didn't know if it was from the pressure or if it was because she was thinking of something that had happened. 3,000 meters here. The water in the lake, which had turned a blackish blue color, gave a depressing feeling when looking at it. Yu Hongling froze. She was certain that she had dived 3,000 meters, and now, she looked down at the black color that appeared below her, completely unable to see the bottom of the lake, and was a little confused for a moment. It wasn't a deal. 3,000 meters. Could it be that something has changed? She gritted her teeth, feeling how much more she could take, and dove downward again. 4 kilometers. The current Yu Hongling was also truly powerful, but when she reached 4,000 meters, she still felt a terrifying pressure, and it was as if her heart had stopped beating. The bottom of the lake remains unseen below. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and continued. 5 kilometers. By the time she reached this position, a portion of Yu Hongling's bones were crushed, and her flesh and blood began to take on a vile appearance. Yu Hongling's eyes were bloodshot, and her face still held disbelief. She looked at her body blankly and thought of Lu Ye's gesture when he had climbed out of the middle of the clear water lake. Not 3,000 meters? To where the clear water beads are located. Not 3,000 meters. The distance from the bottom of the lake to the surface of the lake is not 3,000 meters either. Thick fear and suffocation enveloped Yu Hongling. She was fearless, but there was liquid vaguely scratching out of the corners of her eyes. She is fearless, because of her powerful feats. She even had memories of her past life. She was a great emperor in her past life. How horrible a scene had she not experienced? But what about Lu Yi, who helped her fetch to the clear water pearl in her previous life? At that time, Lu Yi was just a budding newcomer who had not been out of the clan for long and would slow down for a while to kill someone. Such a budding cultivator, if it were not for the lack of persistence and strong beliefs, would he really have the courage to continue to dive down in the midst of such a terrifying and suffocating and even desperate lake? Because you're crushingly unaware of how far it is to the bottom of the lake. There could be another 100 meters. There could be another 1,000 meters. There could be another 3,000 meters. Under this environment with no hope and no end in sight, Lu Yi nevertheless always remembered that she needed to the clear water pearl. But why would he lie to himself? Why lie to yourself that it's only 3,000 meters? Yu Hongling clenched her teeth and continued to rush towards the bottom of the lake. Click 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 click. Her bones kept crunching. Yu Hongling already didn't know how many meters she had dived down, and a faint blue halo of light was finally reflected in her eyes. She couldn't actually see anymore, yet she still groped her way to the center of the blue halo and held the supreme clear water bead in her palm. At that moment, her body developed an intense thirst. Let the supreme clear water pearl immediately integrate into her body. As long as it was integrated, her body that was on the verge of shattering could immediately recover, and it would have the best effect in improving her qualifications. Integration. It wasn't the compulsion of the to clear water beads, it was her body on the verge of breaking, sending signals to her brain. Chapter 032, That's Not Love. Yu Hongling didn't choose to blend in. She restrained her body's desire, that extreme instinct that living beings have for life. Endless pain communicated to her mind. Her brain kept issuing commands for her to absorb to the clear water bead, for her to absorb it immediately. It turned out that what elder brother had endured in the first place was this kind of pain. In order to upgrade his qualifications for himself, he had actually restrained the instincts of living beings to survive. No wonder elder brother was so badly injured. No wonder. Too painful. Yu Hongling deeply felt the pain that Lu Yi had endured in the beginning, and her intense regret was like countless poisonous insects tearing at her heart. Elder brother was just too good to her. What other man, in this world, could be better to her than her own life? Feng Wuxia couldn't do it. Although she hadn't been with Feng Wuxia, she was certain that Feng Wuxia absolutely couldn't do it. But brother, that's not love. Even if you are nice to me, I don't have that momentary flutter. I can only be grateful to you, not in love. Only when she was with Feng Wuxia did Yu Hongling have that excitement of her heart beating faster and her body heating up. Elder brother, in this life, other than letting me be with you, I will promise you anything, even if it means dying for elder brother. Yu Hongling secretly swore a poisonous oath. She began to swim upstream with less and less force. I really can't top it. Yu Hongling hesitated, but still chose to refine the to clear water pearl. There was no use for senior brother to want this, but wherever senior brother was useful, he himself could give the treasure to senior brother for free. Since his senior brother was useless, after improving his physique himself, he must go and help his senior brother find a very valuable treasure. With the swallowing of the supreme clear water pearl, Yu Hongling's injuries began to recover rapidly, and the supreme clear water pearl was also changing her physique in a big way, forcing out countless impurities. Yu Hongling's cultivation began to break through. She's going to shatter the Dan into a baby. Yes, when she fought with Shangguan Wuchang before, she had not yet broken through to the infant breaking realm, but it was just a matter of covering up the realm. In fact, if Yu Hongling was at the infant breaking realm, she could have beaten Shangguan Wuchang half to death with a single move. That's a great emperor reborn. By the time Yu Hongling recovered from her injuries and made a successful breakthrough to the lake, Shangguan Wuchang had already been waiting for a long time with his square sky painting halberd in hand. I didn't have a good time fighting in the water just now, so what do you think about fighting again now? The heavy square sky painting halberd danced, pointing at Yu Hongling and asking. Yu Hongling's stunning face revealed a cold smile. You couldn't even defeat me in the water, let alone now. The fearless god fist struck again. A fist seal arrived instantly. Shangguan Wuchang swung his square heavenly painting halberd, first chopping the fist seal, and the subsequent attack had already been thought of. However, the moment the square sky painting halberd and the fist print collided, Shangguan Wuchang had already felt a huge to unrivaled force rushing from the fist print. Boom! The square sky painting halberd was raised high. Shangguan Wuchang's face flushed red. His body couldn't stop at all. One step at a time, one deep footprint, retreated a dozen steps in a row before barely stopping his figure. He looked at Yu Hongling in shock. How is that possible? Yu Hongling, however, didn't pay any more attention to the other party. She wasn't prepared to kill this fellow. Save it for Shangguan Mirage Spirit. Lu Yi stepped out from the volcano, and above his Yuaning, a ball of flame wrapped around it as if it were a ribbon. One of the flames of the three volcanoes went out. It means that a divine fire has been taken. Lu Yi took this divine fire named White Sun Fire. The flame temperature is high enough. Before entering the fourth layer of the sky are enough to use. If not, let it advanced a little. Next position, 100 Medicine Valley. If he coalesced a second life, he needed a golden sky great sunflower at the core of the 100 medicinal valleys, which was very hard to find outside, and in his last life he had found it here. His figure leaves. Chu Ling also left. She had now finally realized something very real and scary. That was that Lu Ye's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and if her strength increased very slowly again, she would not even be qualified to follow Lu Yi in the future. In his last life, Lu Yi would take the initiative to take her. In this life, Lu Yi wouldn't care about her. Count the hours. Other demons and devils and various forces were about to descend, and those things were far away from the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, so they were a bit late. Lucano looked up. One could see either purple vortexes or black vortexes appearing above the sky. Colorful vortexes, barely a minute apart, have appeared, followed by demonic chi, ghostly chi, demonic chi, weird screams, maniacal laughter, roars. Lu Yi no longer cared after a glance, and even somewhat disliked this group of guys for being noisy. His figure arrived at the 100 medicinal valleys, which was covered in all sorts of formations and rumored to actually be the medicinal nursery of an ancient and powerful clan. Lu Yi, however, knew that the rumor was, well, false. Because the formations in this 100 medicinal valleys were all set up by a single person. That fellow who wanted to battle the 10,000 ancient celestial pride in a formation meeting was also considered a bullseye. Later, even though he died in battle, he made a great achievement through his formation, which was passed down through the ages. Well, sure, it's not dead yet. A group of people from the 100 Medicine Valley were working tirelessly on the formation, and for the formation masters, this medicinal material might not be as precious as this formation. Because this formation was set back then, that formation master is only 20 years old. The idea is also quite suitable for the younger generation of disciples. One of them, his figure constantly disappeared, appeared, disappeared again, and appeared again. This was because this person was constantly breaking open formations and encountering new ones. And looking at the speed of this broken formation, a flash of surprise appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. How did you find out there was such an exceptionally gifted formation master before? Look at the speed of this broken formation. There is only one way that he could have become a nobody when he should not have been a nobody under normal circumstances. The man died halfway through. Lu Yi was not only a bit of a talent hater, it was a pity that such a formation master died before he could grow up. One can give him a proper helping hand. Lu Yi walked into the formation, which fluctuated slightly, and his figure disappeared completely. He entered it and did not go to break the formation, but chose to pass through it, and soon his figure arrived in front of the person who broke the formation. The person breaking the formation was concentrating on breaking the formation when a person suddenly came out of the formation, startling him. Are you a human or a ghost? The teenager, with red lips and white teeth, asked with some horror. Lucas, you've seen a ghost? No. So have you seen anyone? Seen. What's the difference between me and a human being? The teenager finally came back to his senses and was a bit embarrassed. The sudden appearance of Lu Yi did startle him. I'm sorry, you are more handsome than everyone. Lu Yi is dumbfounded. Good boy. Say he is stupid. He has some emotional intelligence. Say he has emotional intelligence. He really has some emotional intelligence. What's the name? My name is Li Huayu. Well, next, break the formation properly and carefully sense it. After saying that, Lu Ye's figure disappeared. Li Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and then at the intact formation. He. How did he do that? Chapter 033, Killing Luno kept going deeper and deeper. The original retained formation was changed by him, replaced with a completely new system of formations. And it wasn't a system. There were two more formations in it. One was a strong light formation, which didn't have any lethality, just that it could light up other people's eyes. One was a short distance teleportation array, and the distance of the teleportation was approximately between 10 kilometers and 30 kilometers. It wasn't too far, and it was more than likely no problem to use it to escape. He continued to change the formation. Changing came to the Golden Sky Great Sunflower, took out the jade box, and sealed the Golden Sky Great Sunflower. After picking another dozen or so precious medicines that might be used, Lu Yi left the 100 Medicine Valley. Li Huayu was still tirelessly cracking the formation, his eyes full of inquiry and satisfaction for knowledge. Some more formations were broken. When he came to a new formation, Li Huayu's complexion changed. He had fallen into the formation, and in front of him appeared a beautiful man with a robust body and 8-pack abs was hooking his finger at him. Ah, the formation has changed? Not only had the formation changed, the entire system of the formation had changed. What's going on? He had basically figured out the thinking of the person who had laid the formation, and now the formation had come to a major distortion. Could it be that? Was it that teenager who just did it? To be able to make another change to the formation without cracking it, how terrifying should this formation attainment be? Another question is, why there are 8 robust and beautiful men in the illusion? For a man like him, is it not the most appropriate for 8 beautiful women to appear in the illusion? Leaving the 100 Medicine Valley, Lu Ye's next target was the Heavenly Spirit Pool. As the name suggests, the Heavenly Spirit Pool is rich in spiritual qi, which helps people to cultivate. In itself, Lu Yi had the help of the system to speed up his cultivation, and if he was in the Heavenly Spirit Pool, his cultivation could be even faster. Walk out of the 100 Medicine Valley. The roar came from the distance. The battle is on. The human race is strong and has expelled all the foreign races from the great wasteland where the spiritual qi is the richest. There were feuds with multiple parties themselves, and now that the younger generation had gathered together, it was truly incomparable chaos. Lucano wasn't particularly concerned about these things. Strong people, they all come out of killing. No one can avoid killing. In this kind of place, everyone's age is about the same. Cultivation is also about the same. Just kill. Who is afraid of who? Unless it was the case of bullying and wanton slaughter, Lu Yi would not be able to look on and choose to step in. A battle between peers. Death is death. Boom! A figure smashed heavily in front of Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist. Save me. A disciple of a small sect spat out blood in a large mouth, and it looked like he was already breathing less in and more out. Ha ha ha, you die too. A black bat let out a strange laugh and ferociously charged towards Lu Yi. Luno had been all set to go around the position a bit and leave, but since the black bats made a move on him, a sword light gently cut through. The bat is split in two. Lu Yi found the other party's storage ring. A little spark turned it into ashes. Big sleeve flicked. Ashes flew. Bat missed. With a grief yell, a dozen black bats rushed over with great speed, first glancing at the bats that were turned into two halves, and before he could speak, Lu Yi slashed his sword across. Shoo shoo shoo. Daylight distorts the light. A sword light crisscrossed the ground, and a dozen or so bats were all turned into two halves, with blood flowing all over the ground, and a pungent smell of blood. Lu Yi hooked his fingers, and one storage ring fell into his hands as he lifted his steps to leave. Fellow Taoist, I still wish to know your name. Today's favor, Xiankun sect Jiliang, will be rewarded in the future. Without stopping, Lu Yi disappeared into the end of the earth. The great battle had indeed begun, and on the road there were corpses of demons as well as human corpses. There were corpses that were gnawed beyond recognition, and there were female cultivators who were stripped naked and covered in bite marks. The cruelty of the cultivation world was shown very intuitively at this moment. Two figures fleeing in distress ran towards Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, hurry up. The demon race has occupied the Heavenly Spirit Pool in front of us and killed a lot of people. Our human race has also chosen to make an alliance at this time in order to fight against the demons and devils. We can go to the alliance point together and fight against the demons and devils together. Lu Yi came to be slightly interested. That didn't happen in the last life. And the human race made an alliance? Who made the alliance? Lu Yi asked. It's the great Tao sect Yu Hongling taking the lead. And many great powers have responded. It's not only safe there, but it can also lead us to counterattack the demons. And we won't be attacked by the demons one by one. Fellow Taoist, quickly go. It's Yu Hongling. No wonder things have changed. There's no need. I still have to go to the Heavenly Spirit Pool to check it out. Fellow Taoist, now that the Heavenly Spirit Pool has been taken over by the demon race, aren't you going to die if you go over there now? Lu Yi wasn't angry. I'll just go and take a look. If it's dangerous, I'll back off in time. I advise you not to go. I've always been a person who doesn't die until I'm in the Yellow River. Lu Yi had always had a high tolerance for people who were kind. And like these two, they were merely trying to get themselves to safety with good intentions. Then take care of yourself on your journey. Fellow Taoist, take care. In a flash, Lu Yi's figure was already very close to the Heavenly Spirit Pool. The smell of blood wafted ahead. The Heavenly Spirit Pool is not particularly large. The mouth of the pool is only 10 feet in diameter, showing a turquoise color, as if a jewel set in the earth. A dense aura filled the air, taking on the form of a watery mist. Around the Heavenly Spirit Pool, a lot of corpses were bloody, and there were huge demon races that were taking the corpses and gnawing on them. And there were also demon races that had entered the Heavenly Spirit Pool and were comfortably practicing. The cackling sound is especially crisp. Lu Yi's figure appeared not far away. A pair of eyes opened and looked towards Lu Yi almost simultaneously. A fury filled the air. Lu Yi seemed as if he didn't feel anything as he continued to walk towards the group of demon race. Interesting. A leopard demon suddenly laughed as it jumped out of the Heavenly Spirit Pool, all the water evaporating, and the fur around its body began to bloom with silky light. A very confident human. He mostly thinks that he alone can kill us all, the leopard demon said to the group of demons. But what about actually? He'll beg for mercy. The demons let out a snort. He will wail. Ha ha ha. The snickers turned into guffaws. He'll be crying and begging us to give him a hard time. Ho ho ho. Grrrrrr. Ouch. The leopard demon looked at Lu Yi with a teasing expression as his figure suddenly transformed into a golden light. Wail. Put. The two halves of the leopard demon's corpse flew out. The blood made a V shape on the ground. That's a lot of crap. All of it deserved to die. Lu Yi stepped smoothly. His figure was as if a movie had been jerked out of the frame, and between flashes he had already passed 10 feet. And with constant flickering, he had already rushed into the midst of the demon group. A sword was swung. The bodies of all 7 or 8 heads of demons in a straight line exploded. Kill. Open. Chapter 034, Finding True Love. A Phoenix Cry. A demon race burned their bloodline and transformed into the shape of a fiery phoenix, spinning towards Lu Yi to kill. The sword light cut through. The fire phoenixes were all chopped away. The trees snapped, and the sword chi disappeared into the bushes, not knowing how far it extended. The demon race occupying the heavenly spirit pool went from being brutal at first, to being dismayed, to being terrified, and finally turned into a collapse. The figure was dressed in Xian clothing, and the sword chi that he casually waved out was indestructible. No demon was able to stop any of the sword chi. There were limbs everywhere, blood flowing everywhere, and the heavenly spirit pool was dyed a light red. Some of the demon race completely collapsed and fled with a wail. Lu Yi didn't go after them either, mainly because he felt it was a waste of time. Just now, when he was killing demons, he also discovered a few familiar faces, such as the little golden leopard king, the iron eater beast, a descendant that possessed the bloodline of a white tiger. These were fought in a previous life, but in this one it only took one sword. Lu Yi walked into the heavenly spirit pool. Open the practice. The water of the heavenly spirit pool rippled slightly, and the huge and pure spiritual chi entered Lu Yi's body in a steady stream, and he couldn't help but show a touch of satisfaction on his face. Heavenly Centipede King. Heavenly Centipede King. It's bad. A very powerful human has appeared in the heavenly spirit pool. He alone decimated the many demon race members who were in the heavenly spirit pool. Please Heavenly Centipede King make a move to decapitate him, and avenge the many demon race brothers. A demon race member rolled and crawled, incomparably in a sorry state as he rushed into the middle of the demon race's large army, his voice anxiously yelling. The Heavenly Centipede King was presenting a human state at the moment. As long as they reached the infant-breaking realm, the demon race would be able to transform into a human being and use it to speed up their cultivation. The human flesh is weak, not as strong as the demon race and the devil race, but the human race has one thing that is better than all the races in the world, and that is the wisdom. Wisdom, so to speak, can be said to be wisdom, can be said to be the light of wisdom. For millions of years, generations of human race had evolved the human race into the most suitable beings for cultivation in heaven and earth. The original cultivation of the human race was all about evolving themselves towards the demon race devil race, such as applying weird patterns around their bodies, such as receiving pilgrimages from the public, such as allowing themselves to cultivate into a large muscle bully, or even growing powerful limbs similar to those of demonic beasts. And now, demons or devils, they all like to take the form of humans and participate in human dharma. This is the case with the sky centipede, and not only the sky centipede. Although the heavenly centipede had transformed into a humanoid form, there were still many sharp, knife-like limbs growing on both sides of its body. You're saying that one person, leaving all the demon clans in the heavenly spirit pool dead? Heavenly Wisp asked. Yes, that human is too strong. His sword light can't be stopped by anyone. A single strike of his sword can kill a dozen or so demon clans. It's too terrifying, so scary. The reporting demon suddenly had purple threads crawling out from its body as it choked its own throat, its eyes widening as it looked towards Sky Centipede. Purple filaments were all over its eyeballs. The demon couldn't utter another word as its body froze and the breath of life completely disappeared. Dead. Chase after Feng Wuxie first. Nothing else is as important as this matter, Tian Wu said with cold eyes. It was confident that it wouldn't be weaker than any heavenly pride, but it would never have thought that there would still be a remnant of the phoenix in this world. The heavenly centipede clan, battling the heavens and the earth, had terrifying strength. But the only way to face the Phoenix clan is an innate disadvantage. That is a kind of food chain general suppression. Even if it is that Feng Wuxie is weaker than him, but he still felt a kind of war chestnut from the depths of his soul the moment he saw Feng Wuxie. How can this be made bearable? Must kill Feng Wuxie. Let the Phoenix clan be completely extinguished between heaven and earth. Yes, the group of demons continue to track Feng Wuxie's trail. On the other side, the gathering place of the human race. This place was called the Wind Cliff of Enlightenment. The wind blowing over could make people extremely awake and inspired, and many people could enter the state of epiphany. The human race here had already gathered hundreds of people, and there was no shortage of strong people there, such as Shangguan Wuchang, such as Liao Yijian of the Taishang Sword Sect, such as Yun Tianqing of the Mountain River Pagoda Sect, and so on. Many had already fought the demon race, devil race and so on, and knew how powerful the other side was. But it wasn't too daunting. The human race is strong. That's not just empty talk. The human race side casually pulls out one, the demon race or the devil race casually pulls out one, and kill each other. Then most of the survivors are the human race. It's just that demons always like to come in packs, which is very tricky. Yu Hongling saw that the number of people had already gathered more and more, and there were also other strong people present. What Lu Yi had done in his last life, he helped Lu Yi do in advance in this life. Luno wouldn't need to be so tired. Then next, she was finally going to meet the man. If goodbye can't be red-eyed, can it still be red-faced? Like that year when it was hastily carved out to be together forever. Such a beautiful rumor. Yu Hongling hummed the song, which was sung by his elder brother, about a song from his old hometown. I've run over to his old neighborhood myself, but I've never heard the song. It's really good though. The stronghold has been successful. I'm going to leave next. Yu Hongling said to the crowd. Ha, what are you going to do? The crowd wondered. Could it be that Yu Hongling wanted to go find the treasure alone? Finding true love. Yu Hongling raised her face happily, her long ponytail swaying gently. Finding true love. It turns out that Fairy Moon actually treats the Great Tao as her true love. This kind of heart toward the Tao is really admirable to us. It dawned on the crowd that in the end, they were still going to look for treasures. It's just better to go for it than to actually look for true love. Ha ha ha, you could say the same thing. Right. So gentlemen, see you around. Yu Hongling bid farewell to the crowd and quickly disappeared. According to the point of time, Feng Wuxie should have fled towards the second layer of space, because a very cruel battlefield existed in the second layer of heaven, and many demonic races and ghost races were near that battlefield. He himself had also provoked the demon clan in the first place and was being pursued by the demon clan, which was why he ran into Feng Wuxie, who was also being pursued by the demon clan. Next thing you know, the two of them are in the same boat, fighting side by side, looking for a plan to escape. In this life, it is still carried out in this way. Unusually, though, she wasn't strong in her last life, and in this one, there were very few who could beat her. Yu Hongling charged towards the second level of space. Not long after, she arrived at the second level of space. Following the same plot development of her previous life, her figure appeared on the second level of the Blood Demon Mountain, vying for the Blood Demon Mountain's immaculate flower. Here in the past there was a great war. The Devil clan died here, many people. Was contaminated by the devil's blood? But where it was contaminated by the devil's blood, on the contrary, it grows out of the mud and not stained by the divine flower, called the stainless flower. One can only say how amazing heaven and earth are. In terms of strength, Yu Hongling could have completely killed this group of demons cleanly before leisurely leaving with the untainted flower, but then it's off track. She suppressed her strength to a level that wasn't too far off from her previous life and fled in a panic as a group of demons behind her wailed and started chasing. Feng Wuxie. I'm coming. Chapter 035, Feng Wuxie Sky Centipede. I have no grudge against you. Why do you insist on killing me? Feng Wuxie was drenched in blood, and a furious roar came out of his mouth. He is really not very understanding. Everyone is a demon race. Now come to this Tianjiu ancient battlefield. You do not go after the human race. Do not go to kill the demon race. You fucking killed your own people? Isn't there some kind of serious illness? Do I need a reason to kill you? The weak are the strong and the strong are the fittest. If I have to explain myself for every piece of trash I kill, won't my entire life be wasted on explanations? Have the guts to fight one-on-one. Feng Wuxie added new injuries to her body. In the case of single combat, he really wasn't particularly afraid of Heavenly Centipede. After all, he had the honorable Phoenix bloodline, and even if his cultivation was a bit weaker, he would still be able to fight. One-on-one? Ha ha ha. These thousands of feet of mine, do I have to put them away when I fight you as well, so that you don't think it's too fair? Heavenly Centipede laughed coldly. Feng Wuxie's recovery power was strong, and she was still able to live and breathe despite the constant injuries. Only if this continues. It's not good. The demon race is chasing the demon race. Where would the other clans come to the rescue? It's good enough not to fall into the well. Feng Wuxie clenched her teeth. Damn it. Damn. This Heavenly Centipede is a fucking lunatic. When he grows up in the future, he must make this disgusting looking race extinct. At this time another roar suddenly exploded ahead. There's been a change of heart? A red dress appeared in Feng Wuxie's eyes, and as he looked closer, a stunning look appeared in his eyes. What a beautiful woman. But as beautiful as she was unexpectedly followed by a large group of demonic cultivators behind her, with black clouds rolling and demonic aura, pursuing and killing this girl in red. The two came at each other. Yu Hongling looked at this teenager who had appeared in her dreams countless times. The teenager was drenched in blood, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. She couldn't help the redness of her eyes. It had been too many years, and Feng Wuxie had really lived in her heart for too many years after her death. Now, at last, she had seen it. The moment the two came to a spot, They ran off to the side at the same time with hardly any communication. The demons and devils were getting closer and closer, and both sides had a wary look in their eyes, as these two groups had never been the type to fall into any kind of peace and harmony. Our demon race has no intention of making enemies with the demon race. Is it alright to kill the two together? Heavenly Centipede said loudly. The demon clan's side was also relieved. Yes. Thus, demons and devils converge, yet they are distinct. Together, they hunted down Yu Hongling and Feng Wuxie. What did you do? Being chased by so many demons? Feng Wuxie's eyes looked towards Yu Hongling. This human woman was so beautiful. What did you do? Being chased by so many demons? The corner of Feng Wuxie's mouth lifted. I suspect that it's this group of ugly demon clans that are jealous of my handsome face and that's why they're hunting me down. Luna? It wasn't that Feng Wuxie's words were wrong, but after he said them, she subconsciously thought of Lu Yi. Because Luna is always this narcissistic sometimes too. Says his other name is Lu Yanzu and another name is Lu Panin or something. Yu Hongling knew that both Yanzu and Panin were famously handsome men from Lu Yi's old home. Seeing Yu Hongling looking at him dumbfounded, although her running speed did not decrease, that look was clearly already infatuated. Feng Wuxie couldn't help but feel my damn charm. Such a beautiful human woman who had fallen for herself just by seeing her once. But now is not the time to flirt with girls. Do you have a way to get rid of the pursuit? Feng Wuxie asked. No. Yu Hongling came back to her senses, her heart feeling a sense of relief. She actually thought of Lu Yi when she was with Feng Wuxie. Could it be that she was really a cheap woman? Think about the other one when you're with this one. Thinking about this one when you're with the other one? No. One's favorite has always been Feng Wuxie. It was only because he had been with his brother for so long that his brother had been incorporated into every aspect, every inch of himself, both body and soul. This will surely taper off afterward. Then the two of us are more than likely going to die. It's so hard for one party to chase and kill, not to mention the fact that there are now two parties chasing and killing. We can't die. Let's go find my senior brother. When my senior brother comes over, this group of people is nothing but dirt. Your senior brother is so strong? Naturally. My senior brother is peerless. That's great. Where is your senior brother? This way. The two deflected, and there was a constant barrage of long-range attacks slamming down, which the two struck out together to shatter. Then what is your senior brother's attitude towards the demon race? I mean a good demon. A good demon that has never eaten a human and has no interest in eating humans. Feng Wuxie asked. Don't worry. My senior brother never kills innocents indiscriminately. Yu Hongling's remaining light of her eyes quietly surveyed Feng Wuxie. From the aspect of face value alone, Feng Wuxie was absolutely nothing to speak of, even if he was now in quite a sorry state, but it also added a bit of broken beauty to him. The constant harassment of the opponent's long-range attacks had taken a noticeable toll on the two's speed, seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer. It's over. It's over. Feng Wuxie's eyes were filled with despair. This time, it looks like it's going to die. Yu Hongling suddenly made a seal with both hands, and a spell lance coalesced above her head, shooting towards the demon in the back. The lance had a long range, and a demon would be pierced on the spot by the spell lance if they were not careful. However, the spell lance was too slow to coalesce, and there were too many demons to affect the pursuit of the demons at all. A single attack won't work. It's best to have a group attack. Feng Wuxie said loudly. I don't have a group attack. Feng Wuxie gritted her teeth. I have, but after I unleash my attack, you have to take me with you and run. In fact, Feng Wuxie was still unable to trust Yu Hongling, only that things had already reached this point now. By releasing the heavenly phoenix Prairie Fire himself, he was bound to have exhausted his energy and had no strength left to escape. If you do nothing, you are bound to be surrounded and killed. There is no longer any other choice. Yes, Yu Hongling gave the exact answer. A phoenix roar rang out violently as Feng Wuxie burned all of his energy, and above his head, a magnificent flaming phoenix took shape. Feng Wuxie's release of this move was undoubtedly very reluctant, and her body was weak after releasing it. Go! The gorgeous fire phoenix dragged its tail and charged towards the demon. Yu Hongling grabbed Feng Wuxie's clothes and was prepared to carry them on her body, but the ghost did not do so. Boom! The fire phoenix exploded. The rain of fire in the sky blocked the path of a group of demons, and the distance between the two sides was once again widened. The corners of Yu Hongling's mouth gently lifted. After the demon broke the rain of fire, it continued to pursue. Why hasn't your senior brother appeared yet? Feng Wuxie asked weakly. Sorry, I seem to be lost. Feng Wuxie? Chapter 036, Fighting Together Goddamn Lost. Despair appeared in Feng Wuxie's eyes. He wanted to swear at Yu Hongling, but he was worried that Yu Hongling would leave him behind right now. That's just it. I don't blame you. Feng Wuxie could only coax Yu Hongling now, and had started to recover her strength. The smile on Yu Hongling's face became 3 times more pronounced. and as the demon got closer and closer, a huge rift valley suddenly appeared in front of her. The rift valley seemed to have been cut open by a knife, and the soil on both sides of the rift valley appeared scorched black. Looking quite sturdy, Yu Hongling violently rushed into the rift valley. Here a man can't hold on to anything. You recover your strength quickly. I'll fend off the demons in the front. If I can't hold on, you'll come and take my place. Can you hold up? Feng Wuxia asked breathlessly. Yes. 3 bottles of pills were thrown to Feng Wuxia. Yu Hongling looked ahead. In my last life, it was here, too. The two of them worked in unison and kept repelling the demons attack after attack, eventually carrying on until Lu Ye's arrival. In this life, Yu Hongling herself was actually able to kill this group of demons cleanly, but she still wanted to experience the scene that made her feel throbbing in the first place. Kill. The rift valley is narrow, and the scorched black soil around it is solid as iron. The 2 demons above and below rushed in. The 2 strikes of the seals simultaneously knocked the demon back. Seeing this, Feng Wuxia hurriedly took a big bite of the elixir and tried to calm herself as she began to recover the demonic power in her body. Yu Hongling fought without haste. She was like a most stubborn barrier that stopped all the demons. Sky Centipede rushed up. Still, he was knocked back by Yu Hongling's light punch. Tengu, it's not right. This human woman is so strong? No, you are so strong. Why do you feel that you don't need to run at all? Won't you just kill that group of demons directly? Why go through all the trouble of running away for so long? Incomprehensible. Unbelievable. Wear her out. Heavenly Centipede let out a roar. Demons went up one after another, and Yu Hongling had the strength to kill one with a single punch, but she refrained from doing so. Time passes by. The demon was repulsed and came back again, and then repulsed and came back again. Feng Wuxia recovered quickly, and the phoenix's bloodline was still very powerful. He quietly opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Hongling, realizing that she was as steady as a mountain, and he had even risen to the idea of directly escaping himself. But soon the idea was vetoed by him. He was able to escape, but Heavenly Centipede was like a mad dog, and he would not rest until he was dead. If he escaped, Heavenly Wanderer would definitely not pester Yu Hongling anymore, but would go after himself. And his behavior of abandoning Yu Hongling in this manner would also cause Yu Hongling to hate himself. All things considered, you can't run. Yu Hongling was still holding on. Feng Wuxia did not do it and continued to recover her strength. Another 10 minutes passed. Yu Hongling seemed to have reached her limit and was shaking. Feng Wuxia knew that it was time for him to make his own move. His strength wasn't too weak, and in a one-on-one situation, he wasn't afraid of anyone. As Yu Hongling took a step back, Feng Wuxia violently rushed in front of Yu Hongling. It's my turn. You regain your strength, Feng Wuxia said with a loud roar. Yu Hongling gave a slight lurch and revealed a smile where Feng Wuxia could not see it. This feeling. Yu Hongling's eyebrows frowned suddenly. It was not right. Why doesn't it feel as thumping as it did before? What went wrong? Yu Hongling was puzzled. Could it be that this time? It was because his strength was in his body that caused him to not have that sense of crisis. She was also here in the beginning, and she really was considered to be holding out to the extreme. And the moment Feng Wuxia appeared in front of her, her heart really was that unprecedented throbbing. An endless sense of security enveloped her. And now, that feeling, not. Yu Hongling frowned tightly as she swallowed the elixir and began to recover her depleted true essence. Feng Wuxia's strength was indeed good, but she was still constantly injured in the face of the incessant attacks. He simply couldn't hold out against Yu Hongling for that long. As he gets more and more injured, Yu Hongling suddenly knocked him out with a hand strike in the back and dragged him to the back. Heavenly Centipede looked hideous. Hand over Feng Wuxia. Our demon clan will not be involved in your feud. Yu Hongling's face was relaxed. She put Feng Wuxia in place and looked at the group of demons. Fearless, with a loud cry, she blasted out with both fists. Boom! The berserk true essence transformed into 2 clear runes and rushed into the demon. In an instant, the bodies of several demons in front of them exploded, blood staining the charred earth. Tengu? Demons? Yu Hongling didn't even utter a word of nonsense. Her feet branded clear footprints on top of the earth. A secret text flashed, carrying a gesture of destroying everything, and the demons in front of her crumbled. The Heavenly Centipede roared, and all of the centipede's feet erupted with light, transforming into a beam of light that rushed forward. However, he was effortlessly punched out by Yu Hongling. Tengu? Shit, you're so strong? If you're so strong, why did you fight us for so long before? If you're so strong, why are you being chased by a bunch of demons? These demons, they deserve to hunt you down? What kind of weird piggyback game are you playing? Avalanche. The demons were directly crushed by Yu Hongling's ferocity. This kind of rift valley with only one road. There was no place to run, and they were all exterminated in a burst of devastating gestures by Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling killed the last demon race and began to clean up the battlefield. With all the storage treasures in her hands and another fire to burn his body, she quickly disappeared with the unconscious Feng Wuxia. Looking at the unconscious Feng Wuxia, Yu Hongling pondered. In their last life, the two of them held on, and it was their senior brother who came over and killed these demons. He didn't allow himself to stay in one piece with Feng Wuxia, and directly left Feng Wuxia behind, forcibly taking her away. So back there, she didn't even know what Feng Wuxia had gone through. Then she met Feng Wuxia, and the two of them explored dangerous places together, practiced together, and searched for treasures together. When she stayed with Feng Wuxia, she was really very happy. Now that elder brother didn't intervene, could he just follow Feng Wuxia piece by piece? She was a little hesitant. It was just that even if he didn't follow, it wouldn't take too long to see him again, so it would be better to keep following. It's just rather strange that the heartbeat didn't show up this time. Soon after, Feng Wuxia slowly opened her eyes. It was already dark, and Yu Hongling lit a bonfire. Lost in thought as she looked at the throbbing bonfire, she didn't even know what she was thinking. Am I dead? Feng Wuxia awoke with a jolt. Not dead, alive and well. Feng Wuxia looked at her intact self and pinched her arm with pain to realize that she was indeed not dead. Fairy, how did we escape? Feng Wuxia asked in a hurry. My senior brother came over and killed those demons, then escaped. Yu Hongling said. What about your senior brother? Elder brother is a busy man and has left. Ah, that leaves the two of us alone? Feng Wuxia said incredulously. Yu Hongling narrowed her eyes. You think so? After you wake up, I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Chapter 037 Buddhist disciples. Yu Hongling left. Originally, she had planned to explore with Feng Wuxia in one piece, but when Feng Wuxia awoke, Yu Hongling felt as if she was rather awkward when she got along with him. Solely leave for a while, but it wasn't exactly a complete departure. A secret method was released. The breath around Yu Hongling diminished infinitely, and unless she was seen with her own eyes, the entire heavens remarks ancient battlefield. In addition to her senior brother, there should be no one who could sense her presence. She stared at Feng Wuxia from a short distance away, who, fortunately, left. Feng Wuxia looked at the dark night sky. There was no longer any trace of Yu Hongling, and couldn't help but lightly exhale. It's scary. The title of senior brother. Once you hear it, it's a male. Such a beautiful girl. He was able to rest assured that the other party would follow me. In case something happens, that senior brother of hers is bound to kill me. Yu Hongling couldn't help but laugh lightly. This Feng Wuxia has a good head on her shoulders. However, he was right in thinking that in his last life, senior brother was indeed very grumpy when he learned that he had fallen in love with Feng Wuxia. So much so that later, when Feng Wuxia was in danger, he refused to agree to save Feng Wuxia by tying himself up. It was the death of Feng Wuxia that later led to it. What else did he say at the time? That it was a trap against him. How could it be? Feng Wuxia and senior brother hadn't even come into contact with each other. How could they lay a trap against senior brother? It was entirely senior brother's jealousy that had erupted. It was also because of this incident that she hated her senior brother for a long time, and it was only with the passage of time that this hatred was slowly being rubbed out. In this life, elder brother should not bother himself anymore. One can finally pursue one's true love. Yu Hongling's little bit of crap. Of course Lu Yi is not willing to participate. If there were no surprises, Yu Hongling would die in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. She's definitely dead. Why are you so sure? Because Lucano was all dead in the first place. That was Lu Yi's first life, and it was wasted on Yu Hongling, and it won't be like that in this life. Lu Yi cultivated in the heavenly spirit pool until he flew up. Although it was said that in the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, there were many cultivation blessings formed after birth, or heavenly treasures, but for Lu Yi, there was no shortage of anything. He just needs to practice. The cultivation effect of the heavenly spirit pool was even better than he had imagined. In just over 3 days' time, his cultivation level broke through another layer, breaking the 6th level of the baby is now. Right now, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was the number 1 high in the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield realm. Combat. Not to mention, he didn't have much interest in killing people either, whether it was demons or devils, or the few psychotic gods. I'm fucking practicing, but just because he doesn't go after other people doesn't mean they don't come after him. The heavenly spirit pool was a very good treasure land, so it was naturally noticed by many people. Ba. Lu Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this Buddha's cry. Buddhism? He thought of many races that would come to trouble him, but he didn't expect that the first one to arrive would be Buddhism. Lu Yi didn't open his eyes. Scholar, this place is related to the Buddha. Would you kindly ask the scholar to practice in a different place? A voice said gently. Lu Yi's voice was calm as he said, I am practicing here and have not messed with Buddhism. You guys are not my opponents. I advise you not to mess with me either. Sure, master. How can we say is to provoke? This place poor monks from a distance had seen the Buddha light bright. This full pool of spiritual water is afraid for the relics. Or please sure master change a position. Lu Yi opened his eyes. 1 bald, 2 bald, 3 bald. There are 7 Buddhist disciples. To drive people away is to drive people away? But to pull something about being related to the Buddha. You Buddhists, always like this to make sense out of nonsense. When called shameless, the monk is delusional. We Buddhists are compassionate. If other demons arrive and see that you are the only one left, I'm afraid that they would have already made a move to kill you. So don't be obsessed. Noisy. Bold. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ye's hand. A sword stroke. The green-colored sword light instantly surged against the wind, and the heavenly spirit pool rippled slightly. The 7 Buddhist disciples bloomed their golden light at the same time, but they saw that the green-colored sword light broke through the golden light as if it were a sharp sword cutting into tofu. Blood stained the heavenly spirit pool. One by one, the broken bodies fell into the water of the pool. Lucano closed his eyes again. The world was quiet again. The practice continues. On the other side, a group of monks had just cleaned up the battlefield. Amitabha Buddha. Monks are compassionate. Demons are plaguing the living world, and for us to overtake them is indeed in accordance with the great Tao. Ran and ran and ran. Is senior brother Duo Wu heading to the heavenly spirit pool? The first monk with red lips and white teeth. A little golden light in the center of the eyebrow. Looking at the holy and gentle. If not for the Zen staff and blood dripping, anyone who looks at a glance does not think that this is a good monk. Among Buddhists, not everyone is qualified to carry a Zen staff. Ordinary monks hold a stick. Higher monks hold a pestle and mortar. And those who are able to hold a tin scepter at such an age are feared to be for the identity of the Buddha's son. There are also monks holding bells, and discs of many kinds. Back to senior brother Dusheng. Senior brother Dugu did indeed go to the heavenly spirit pool. The heavenly spirit pool is suitable for practicing Buddhist scriptures. It is a good place for ordinary disciples to go. Du Nung, you lead the disciples below the 9th level of Yuandan to go there. This bell is called the Karma Bell. If anything else happens, you can crush this bell and I will arrive. Yes. The others will travel with me to other places and seek the Buddhist relics. Yes. Du Nang watched the dozen or so monks leave and looked in the direction of the heavenly spirit pool. Senior brothers, follow me. Fully dozens of monks rushed toward the heavenly spirit pool. Lu Yi was still practicing. Not long after, Du Nang led a group of monks to arrive, and at a glance, he saw Lu Yi suspended above the heavenly spirit pool, and could see a wisp of mist continuously pouring into Lu Yi's 5 hearts. The bodies of the 7 Buddhist disciples had been presented in 2 halves, suspended above the heavenly spirit pool, as well as many demonic human corpses. The originally scenic heavenly spirit pool was like a devil's cave at this time. Senior brother Dugu. Du Nang let out a cry of sorrow, his eyes opening angrily, as if he were a voodoo Vajra. Did you kill senior brother Duo Wu and the others? Du Nang shouted. Lu Yi was once again disturbed, and before he opened his eyes, he sensed dozens of Buddhist auras. TSK, it looks like all the Buddhists and whatnot are going to die by their own hands today. After a batch of fights, the last batch comes. A batch is stronger than a batch, but it is still hard to escape the word death. Disturbing my purification. Death is not enough. Lu Yi spat out 8 words. Dunan's eyes glowed red. Fine. Merely disturbing your purification. You strike out to injure someone. How is that different from a demon? Today, I will subdue the demons and remove the devils. All disciples listen to the order. In 18 Luohan Voodoo Formation. Yes. 18 monks at the same time flew and stepped on the water surface of the sky spirit pool. 18 people's breath as one. Hit a person as if they were hitting 18 people. It is a rather insoluble formation in Buddhism. Lu Yi opened his eyes, always looking for death. Why bother? The 18 Luohan's eyes widened angrily, and the golden light around them flashed as if their bodies were dyed in gold paint. Ambush. Chapter 038. She likes me? Devil. He's the devil. He's a devil that even Buddha couldn't suppress. Couldn't be cured. Du Nan was covered in blood. The originally neat monk's robe was also stained with dirt at this moment. He ran and even stumbled and planted on the ground. A monk of the infant breaking realm actually planted himself on the ground due to panic. This is just unbelievable. Du Nan was fleeing, frantically fleeing. He didn't even think about the karmic bell that Buddha Z had given him, because at the moment in his subconscious, even if it was Buddha Z, when he came in front of such a devil, he would only have the fate of falling. Lu Yi killed the last one and looked at the fleeing Du Nang, and was a bit speechless for a while. It's still the infant breaking realm. This mental quality is too bad. He himself had just killed a bit too much this time, so he felt a bit into the killing state of his last life, and in his last life, Lu Yi didn't even know how many strong people he had killed. So this glance was right in line with degree energy. The degree energy was equivalent to a glance with Luck Yi from the last kill. which directly led to the collapse of the degree energy. And he didn't pursue it, not lazily. From now on in this world, if Dwayne doesn't die, there should be one more crazy monk. The smell of blood was slightly pungent. Affects mood. Lu Yi thought for a moment and stretched out his palm, and strands of corpses all flew over, including those that had died before, piled up together. A fire burned it to ashes and bone crumbs. He gently waved his sleeve and a wind blew. The sky and the earth are refreshing. Lu Yi was in a good mood and returned to the top of the heavenly spirit pool to start cultivating. There is no treasure under the heavenly spirit pool. Unlike to the clear water, the formation of the heavenly spirit pool is related to the terrain. Here all is not there is a pool of water, but the earth. Then this place will more than likely over time to form a spirit stone mine. The size of the spirit stone mine would more than likely not be small yet. Time passes slowly. Another 5 days. Lu Yi's cultivation had reached the 7th level of infant breaking, and his cultivation speed was too fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also very stable. The thickness of the true essence had far exceeded the 9th level of infant breaking. The other side. Because the space above the 3rd level of the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield hadn't been opened yet, the relics of the lower 3 levels, the treasures, had all been searched, and so the battles began to be more frequent. There were no more treasures, so it was better to be idle than to start a fight. Fight with the heavenly pride of the world, so that you can realize yourself. But the human race is too strong. Li Wubai of the Taishang sword sect. One man and one sword slaughtered 90 devils and retreated in one piece. Hijacker sect Feng Longshan smashed the 3rd ghost of the ghost clan with one punch. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect's holy maiden Luo Yuan battled the demon clan's little dragon king without being weakened in the slightest. One is more fierce than the other. When Lu Yi had just crossed over to this side of the world, he honestly felt quite uncomfortable, because when he read novels before, they were all about the human race being weak and being bullied by all the 100 races, whereas in this world, the human race was frighteningly strong, and each and every race was beaten up. This pack likes to make alliances after they've been beaten up pretty bad. Even alliances have been made lightly. The reason why there is the word demon and devil is because they guys just like to get together and work together against the human race. Once they're allied, it's hilarious. The human side is also under a lot of pressure. In his last life, Lu Yi was the leader of the human side, and he constantly fought with these demons and devils, killing a number of heavenly pride. In this life, however, Lu Yi had no distractions and cultivated seriously, as he had already passed the stage of using battles to improve himself. Without Lu Yi, Yu Hongling took up the responsibility of Lu Yi before and led the fight against the demons and devils. She fought horribly and stunned countless people. As the two sides continued to fight, Yu Hongling's reputation began to become bigger and bigger, known by all parties. The Great War was in full swing. People are dying every day. Besides Yu Hongling being famous, there was another lone swordsman who was famous, and that was Chu Ling. Chu Ling was equally invincible with one person and one sword. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was poised and not yet famous, but was silently building up her strength. Lu Yi was in full cultivation, and she had once taken a look from afar, and became even more certain that she was right to bide her time. Now that the fight was even more powerful, it was actually not as good as branding one's name on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, which was a truly shocking act to the world. Apart from fighting the demons, Yu Hongling was paying attention to Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie's promotion was also very obvious. The original Feng Wuxie was nothing more than a Yuandan realm. With the phoenix bloodline in his body, he was only able to fight with the infant breaking realm. Now it was also considered an official breakthrough to the infant breaking realm. However, he knew how powerful Yu Hongling was, so he pressed on without joining the demonic formation and stayed meticulous. And he wasn't a fool. Yu Hongling's attention to him was obviously higher, especially when by a chance, Feng Wuxie surprisingly realized that Yu Hongling had been watching herself from afar. Feng Wuxie at that time? A head full of questions. What's the situation? Yu Hongling's great name, even if he hadn't joined the demon camp apiece and fought with the human race, he had heard of it more than once or twice. What was the point of staring at yourself from a distance now? After discovering it once in a while, Feng Wuxie started to become attentive. He found it a second time, third, fourth. If one time was just a coincidence, then Yu Hongling observing from the shadows one after another could not be a coincidence. No. Why? Feng Wuxie was puzzled. Is it? Suddenly, Feng Wuxie had a flash of light and thought of an incredible but plausible possibility. Could it be that Yu Hongling liked herself? No way. Impossible. Absolutely not. Yu Hongling's fame is getting bigger and bigger now. She has fought with all the strongest people. Demons, devils, ghosts, Buddhas and gods are all good. She has not tasted a defeat yet, and she has even killed a lot of heavenly pride. How could such a stunning woman, who had only met herself a few times, have fallen in love with herself? Moreover, the woman Mu is strong. and she herself is not strong. At the very least, compared to Yu Hongling, that was even less strong. Soon, Feng Wuxia encountered a crisis. A demon. Feng Wuxia was just about to enter a stone cave, which was mysterious, not knowing where it led to, and was likely to harbor treasures. As a result, a person suddenly came out from the middle of the stone cave. The two faced each other. The man was dressed in white, and suddenly his eyes turned gold. Ha! There's even a phoenix bloodline? The man's face was overjoyed. I was looking for a mount. I didn't expect such a precious mount to be delivered right to my door just as I had this idea. Lord Light, God bless me. The gods. Feng Wuxia's face changed as her figure suddenly retreated. Ha ha ha. In the words of those monks, meeting is destiny. You'd better not run. A pair of clean white feathered wings snapped open behind Chao Hong's back, and his speed soared towards Feng Wuxia. The aura belonging to the third level of infant breaking erupted. Feng Wuxia's face changed wildly as he transformed into his true form, and a bird-like, phoenix-like being with a golden red body appeared, opening up a chasing battle. Chao Hong was incredibly fast, and a white silk thread was released, forming a large net that enveloped towards Feng Wuxia. Feng Wuxia exploded with all her might, and the flames rushed towards the large net in a vain attempt to burn it away. Bright flare! Boom! A white thunderbolt descended from the sky, and the heavens and earth were dazzling white. Feng Wuxia's wings struck the sky, and although he broke the thunder, his body was still in paralysis. Chapter 039. She likes herself. Yu Hongling's figure moved, but stopped again. She still knew better. Feng Wuxia couldn't possibly have only this means. As luck would have it, the change came back. When Divine Race Chao Hong's large hand was about to grab Feng Wuxia's neck, Feng Wuxia's entire body turned into flames. The flames were massless, and Chao Hong's large hand grasped through the flames. The flames took on a hugging stance, and as soon as they held Chao Hong in their arms, a whirlwind rose up. The wind helped the fire's momentum and the fire borrowed the wind's power, and the golden red flames transformed into a whirlwind of fire, crazily cauterizing Chao Hong. Get out! Chao Hong roared. Boom! White light spread and a whirlwind of flames exploded into the sky. The flames suddenly coalesced and reformed into a firebird. Chao Hong's body was scorched black and his face was in pain. He had anger in his eyes as he pointed at Feng Wuxia and yelled, God forbid! In an instant, white chains appeared on Feng Wuxia's body, and there were dozens of chains, allowing Feng Wuxia to have locked onto his body without any chance to dodge at all, while the chains also possessed the power of suppression on top of them. Feng Wuxia cried out in sorrow and struggled to break free with all her might, but the white chains broke and connected and broken, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Chao Hong walked over and slammed his fist on Feng Wuxia's face. Boo! Chao Hong is firing off bows left and right. The first thing you do when you want to take in a mount with a very high level of spiritual intelligence is to strike fear into it, and only by deeply imprinting the seed of fear and conducting many obedience tests is the mount molded. Yu Hongling looked at this scene and gently shook her head. Obviously, in the middle of the battle just now, Feng Wuxia had even greater killing methods, but he didn't use them. Some crap there. It didn't matter, as long as she was the one who was strong. Even if Feng Wuxia wasted a little bit, it wasn't impossible. In his last life, wasn't it that his senior brother was strong and he was weak? Had a pretty good time on my own. Her figure descended from the sky and rushed towards Chao Hong. Chao Hong snapped his head up and saw Yu Hongling, and a thought rose in his mind. A beautiful woman, unrecognizable, coming from a bad place, can be killed. A holy light appeared in his hand. The light twisted and coalesced as he slapped his palm at Yu Hongling. Fearless seal. The fearless seal was not just a move, but a set of seals in which there were 99 or 81 seals, each with their own unique effects. As Yu Hongling became stronger and stronger, the number of seals she could use increased, and the strength that erupted would likewise become stronger. Boom! A loud boom rang out. The white mass of light was forcibly shattered by the great seal and smashed into Chao Hong's face again with an irresistible gesture. Boo! Chao Hong's big face blossomed, and his body was even sliding fiercely dozens of meters above the ground, shattering another rock to pieces. What a hard head! Yu Hongling exclaimed in admiration, carrying the great seal and rushing over again. You're a human. Why are you saving a demon race? Chao Hong roared as he took out a large shield and struggled to withstand one of Yu Hongling's blasts. Feng Wuxia's eyes reddened as she looked at Yu Hongling's back. She's come to her own rescue. As expected. She liked herself. She must like herself, or else a person, a demon, and she is still so strong, and she is so weak. She wasn't into herself, so what right did she have to keep following her around? Because I like it, Yu Hongling replied as she smashed Chao Hong once more. Chao Hong was coughing up blood as awe appeared in his eyes. Too strong. This woman is too strong. It was clearly a small mark, but it fell as if it was the blast of a mountain. You also want to refine him into a mount, right? I've let you have him. we have no grievances, so let me go. The smile on Feng Wuxia's face gave a slight lurch as the mount. She was trying to use herself as a mount? Yu Hongling smiled gently, not retorting or talking nonsense. Once again, he smashed over with his seal. You're fucking nuts, Chao Hong roared. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with this woman. He spat out blood in large mouths, and his internal organs were shattered. 3 more seals in his body would have been smashed alive. After resolving Chao Hong, Yu Hongling looked at Feng Wuxia. Is everything okay? The word mount came to Feng Wuxia's mind. She also wanted to take herself as a mount? No, it's fine. If it's okay, I'll leave now. Bye. Yu Hongling was ready to leave. Wait a minute. Feng Wuxia called out to Yu Hongling. Feng Wuxia took a deep breath. He had sensed that something was very wrong. This was because the strength that Yu Hongling had erupted now, and her hefty reputation, was contrary to the strength that the two of them had when they were in the same predicament before. In other words, being chased at that time was Yu Hongling deliberately being chased and meeting him on purpose. Why did you save me? What exactly is your purpose? Feng Wuxia asked loudly. There was no denying that he was fond of Yu Hongling now, and only when he was fond of her would he keep thinking that Yu Hongling liked him. Yu Hongling gave a start when she heard this question. Her eyes looked straight at Feng Wuxia, and at this moment, she saw clearly the anticipation in Feng Wuxia's eyes. He was expecting it, and he said he liked him. Yu Hongling frowned gently. She did like Feng Wuxia very much, yet she felt that now was not the time to finalize the relationship. The palpitations that had once been there did not appear. If the palpitations that she once felt appeared, she could have accompanied Feng Wuxia to the mountains and the sea regardless of everything. But now, because, I think you're kind of funny. Yu Hongling threw down these words and her figure left in the air. Think? You're kind of funny? Feng Wuxia froze. What kind of answer was this? But this is fun. Feng Wuxia slowly recalled. His eyes widened a little. Fun? Isn't it a precursor of liking? Such a magnificent woman like her had actually moved on to herself. Feng Wuxia's heart began to beat rapidly, and a handsome face began to glow red and hot. He covered his chest. There was a surge of emotion breathing in the middle of his chest. By the way, here's a little something for you. Contact me if you need anything. Yu Hongling went and returned, throwing Feng Wuxia a conch-like magic treasure. Speak into the conch. I can hear you in the other conch. After Yu Hongling threw over this thing, she was about to leave again. Wait. Feng Wuxia called out to her again. Luna, can I follow you? Feng Wuxia asked. This heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield was really too much danger. Since Yu Hongling was so strong, how good was it for him to follow her? Even if he only used some of the treasures that Yu Hongling didn't use, it would be enough for him to cultivate. Yu Hongling frowned. No way. The Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield is for training, not for you to sit back and enjoy yourself. Goodbye. Yu Hongling left decisively. Feng Wuxia, sit back and enjoy the ride. What a ride. Feng Wuxia clenched his teeth. He must cultivate well so that when Yu Hongling saw herself again, her eyes would be wide open. Chapter 040. Are you worthy? Hongling, may I call you that? Yu Hongling did not reply. I am at this time in the second layer of the spatial demon swamp, finding a good place to cultivate, and cultivating intensely. Don't worry, I won't be too far behind you. Damn it, the demon swamps are all occupied by the Blue Crocodile clan. They allow the demon clans of the other great clans to cultivate, but they won't let me enter them to cultivate. It's okay, I'm going to Aruya to become enlightened. The Clear Valley has been taken over by a group of monks again. This is the kind of cultivation place that should have been available to all living beings under the sun. Hongling, are you listening? I fought with a demon race today over a demon flame fruit, and won the fight, but the demon flame fruit also rotted. Why is there no more Phoenix clan in this world? If there was a Phoenix clan, I wouldn't be alone. Hongling, can I go join you? Numerous forces are holding various resource-rich points, and on my own, I really can't fight against the big forces. Yu Hongling finally spoke back. No, since you don't have any power, you should observe how the casual cultivator cultivates. So you can hear. I thought this magic treasure was broken. Hongling, can the two of us talk? Yu Hongling is very busy. In fact, in her last life, Yu Hongling knew that Feng Wuxia was a bit clingy and a chatterbox. She actually quite liked this kind of personality, as she was strong herself, and this soft and sticky personality could just complement her. Whereas elder brother, the person, was tolerant and optimistic. The feeling Feng Wuxia gave Yu Hongling was completely new, but probably because his last life self wasn't as strong as this one. The kind of softness and stickiness of Feng Wuxia in the last life wasn't so obvious. This life, it's hard to judge. Yu Hongling was really busy. She had now vaguely become the trend of being the number one person on the human side, fighting and grabbing territory every day. Fight with devils, fight with demons, Fight with Buddhas. Fight with ghosts. Fight with gods. Fight, fight, fight. After truly becoming the leader of the human race, Yu Hongling realized just how busy she was in this position, with many things to do every day. And what about Luck Yeo in his last life? In his last life, his senior brother was definitely not as strong as his current self, and the battles were even more grueling than now, with his senior brother killing countless strong enemies, and himself constantly suffering from injuries. But he still messed with him, asking him to accompany him on his adventures, asking him to save himself, asking him to help him find the treasures he needed. In the face of these requests, Lu Yi always agreed with a doting smile on his face. Then go and fight a hard battle. Fight through serious injuries to make the enemy cringe, and then come back and take time for yourself. It turns out that elder brother is so tired. Yu Hongling heart some heartache. In fact, from to clear water beads on that matter. Her heart already understand. The senior brother endured. Far from being as simple as he thought. A quiet sigh. The good thing is, it's easy now for Sifu. Lu Yi was really relaxed. He occupied the heavenly spirit pool by himself and his cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. All the aura of the heavenly spirit pool was converging towards him. At this moment, the heavenly spirit pool had become a forbidden land. So far, there were all sorts of beings that had intruded into it, and if they made a move against Lu Yi, it would be a death sentence. If he were to compete with Lu Yi for aura, Lu Yi would be the word roll. If you resist, it's still a death sentence. Demons, monsters, gods and Buddhas, all of them, so much so that the heavenly spirit pool no longer dared to go there now. It was obviously a holy place of cultivation, but it was killed by Lu Yi to become a devil's cave, with a roar inside Lu Yi. Broken infant 8 heavens. It's so horrible. Cultivation is like a rocket, rising miserably. But Lu Yi wasn't vain at all. He knew his own situation. He walks one step at a time, with steady, deep footprints. Some years later, if he were to look back from the top, he would be able to see every footprint he had walked over with complete clarity. Whatever, keep practicing. The years are quiet on this side, but the killing is in full swing on the other side. Yu Hongling's cultivation was also progressing valiantly, and she was also making up for the flaws she once had. The ancient reverse Taoist scripture itself is the unparalleled dharma of fighting, and what is needed is to fight all the way. The more frustrated, the more courageous, and brave in order to comprehend its true meaning. In her last life, Yu Hongling was somewhat well protected by Lu Yi, so much so that it was difficult to break through in the later stages. It was also Lu Yi's ruthlessness in throwing Yu Hongling into the incomparably dangerous extraterritorial land for training that made up for some of it at a later stage. The people are fierce. Yu Hongling completely sat on the throne of the first person of the human race, and her reputation spread to the ears of the demons, devils, gods, and Buddhas. However, the more ferocious the human race was, the worse the living environment for demons and other foreign races became. So much so that it became harder for a powerless loose demon like Feng Wuxie to endure. He had tried very hard to control his emotions and his tone of voice, but there was still a small amount of pleading that inevitably appeared in his voice. Hongling, I was seriously injured today, but don't worry, with the Phoenix bloodline, I have a strong recovery ability. Yu Hongling listened for a moment, and so much tension appeared in her heart, but it wasn't as much as she had imagined. It's too normal for cultivators to get hurt. Hongling, the situation is getting weirder and weirder on the demon race's side now. Every demon has become a bit maniacal now. I feel that my situation is already dangerous. Hongling, can I go defect to you? I really want to defect to you now. As long as I follow your side, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's too agitated and lonely. I've heard Redling's name more than once. Redling is just too strong. I've been seriously injured again. And the demon race has started another small-scale conflict with the Buddhist sect and the divine race at the same time. And the blessed lands occupied by the demon race have begun to shrink further. Yu Hongling had just gone through a big battle again. This is a divine son of the God clan, breaking the 5th level of infancy, but also has a powerful bloodline of the thunder god. Yu Hongling also spent a lot of effort to kill it. Looking at the scorched blackness on her body, Yu Hongling gently frowned. The heavenly Dan was in the end not as strong as the sacred Dan of her last life. Take out the magic conch. Hongling, can you say a word to me? I haven't heard you speak in a really long time. It also occurred to Yu Hongling that she had been too involved in the fight lately, and it had indeed been a long time since she had gone to see Feng Wuxie. Didn't even say a word to Feng Wuxie. She picked up her magic conch and made her tone as gentle as possible. Cultivate well. You have the Phoenix bloodline. As long as you are willing to suffer and cultivate, sooner or later, the two of us will be able to walk side by side and fight the world. I believe in you. After saying these words, Yu Hongling calmed herself and closed her eyes to begin cultivating again. Boo! Feng Wuxie's body was sent flying out with a heavy kick, and a large mouthful of blood was spat out. The little Dragon King's human body had a dragon head, and his gaze was cold and violent as he stared at Feng Wuxie. With trash like you, how can you have the face to say something about Yu Hongling liking you? Look at yourself and see if you're worthy? Chapter 041, Blindness. Feng Wuxie rolled on the ground, covered in blood and in a sorry state. A group of powerful demons surrounded him, eyeing him intently. The demon race was getting weaker and weaker, and the desire to dominate the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield had gradually faded away. So the 10,000 spirit demon emperor's mandate reappeared in the minds of all the demons. Collect the blood of all the spirits and submit it to the demon emperor to obtain the inheritance of the supreme secret method. Then Feng Wuxie, a demon race that possessed part of the phoenix bloodline, naturally entered the little Dragon King's line of sight. Capturing Feng Wuxie was simply not too simple. Just send a random lesser demon king, or a pure-blood demon race, and they would be able to capture him. Just as he was about to lay down his deadly hands, this Feng Wuxie, who had already been scared out of his wits, suddenly shouted that he knew Yu Hongling, and not only did he know her, but he was on extremely good terms with her. This caused the numerous demon clans to freeze. The name Yu Hongling was causing their ears to become calloused. A human woman so powerful that she makes demons tremble. As a result, such a mongrel blood phoenix whose entire body was just this one body of essence blood that could be looked at, even said that it knew Yu Hongling? Tian Wu. Does Tian Wu know that when Tian Wu was chasing me and trying to kill me, it was Yu Hongling who saved me? It was Yu Hongling who killed Tian Wu. Feng Wuxie hurriedly testified himself about knowing Yu Hongling. Tian Wu was also killed by Yu Hongling? This word also was well used, fully proving that Yu Hongling had killed more than one or two powerful demons. Yes, she killed her. Just like that, Feng Wuxie was brought before the little Dragon King. When little Dragon King heard about this, that face was as black as coal at that time. Although he and Yu Hongling were in a hostile relationship, it was because they were of different races and were naturally opposed to each other. And after putting aside his race, he was very appreciative of Yu Hongling, an overwhelmingly powerful heavenly pride that was rare to see in 1,000 years. As a result, such a piece of trash, saying such things as Yu Hongling having a crush on him, the little Dragon King was the first to disbelieve it and beat Feng Wuxie inhumanly. Feng Wuxie felt like she was about to be killed. He must prove himself. He must prove himself. So, he took out the magic conch. A group of demons waited for Feng Wuxie to contact Yu Hongling, and if Yu Hongling didn't return within 5 minutes, he would suffer a severe beating. If there is still no return after a quarter of an hour, then Feng Wuxie will have to die. A quarter of an hour was about to pass. Feng Wuxie had fallen into despair because he knew that Yu Hongling really seldom replied back to him. Okay, time's up. The little Dragon King clapped his hands and a smile appeared on his face. There was no sound of Yu Hongling's voice coming out from within the magic conch, which honestly made little Dragon King really breathe a long sigh of relief. He then said, "How could a woman as magnificent as Yu Hongling look at such a coward?" If he really looked at this one, the little Dragon King would be disappointed. He approached towards Feng Wuxie to take her essence blood. Just when this Feng Wuxie was in utter despair, the little Dragon King had even raised his own dragon claw, and the magic conch suddenly gently vibrated twice. Wait! Feng Wuxie violently screamed a loud voice. She sent me back. She sent me a message back. Feng Wuxie, under the fear of death, was nearly insane and roared loudly. The little Dragon King's dragon claws paused. His eyes became somewhat deeper. His pupils were becoming smaller, and if one looked closely, one could see the amazing killing intent contained within those pupils that had become tiny. On your knees, the little Dragon King opened his mouth indifferently. Feng Wuxie knelt in front of the little Dragon King, her body trembling. Listen. Feng Wuxie turned on the voice coming from inside the magic conch. Cultivate well. You have the phoenix bloodline. As long as you are willing to suffer and cultivate, sooner or later, the two of us will be able to walk side by side and fight the world. I believe in you. Yu Hongling's gentle and clear voice came from within the magic conch. The little Dragon King's body stiffened at once. One by one, the surrounding crowd of demons all stared with eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. There was one in the room that was skeptical of demonic voices. It was because they had really heard the voice of Yu Hongling. What was it like for Moon Redling to speak to them? Kill! Shouts angrily, dirtbag. Disdain, this place is owned by the human race. Get the hell out of here immediately or you will be killed without pardon. Cold, watch me smash you with my fist. And now, the voice was calm, and there was even the slightest hint of tenderness. What was said was even more explosive. What does it mean to walk side by side? What does it mean to fight in the world? What does it mean that I believe in you? Grip the grass. Is this really Yu Hongling? It's really Yu Hongling. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's really. The little Dragon King let out a roar and flew up to kick Feng Wuxie's face viciously. Boo! Feng Wuxie directly flew out horizontally, smashing 2 large trees in a row, spitting out blood again with a large mouthful. The extreme pain made his body stiff and bent. What exactly is the relationship between you and Yu Hongling? The little dragon king grabbed Feng Wuxie's hair and asked with cruelty in his gaze. Good friends, but what has been done? No. The little dragon king slapped Feng Wuxie's face again, causing him to spit out blood. Feng Wuxie only had one thought at this moment, and that was to live. He would live at all costs. He had the Phoenix bloodline. He could become the topmost powerhouse sooner or later. I can help you guys. Yu Hongling is our demon clan. Demon clan's great enemy. As long as you guys don't kill me, I can help you guys ask her out. It was Feng Wuxie who took the initiative to open her mouth. Hatred had already arisen in his heart, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had begged several times to follow Yu Hongling, she hadn't even agreed. How did you end up in this situation? Blame it on Yu Hongling. Blame her. The little dragon king's figure lurched as he looked up at one of the powerful demon clans. All the demon clans froze. Then a sardonic smile appeared on their faces. Good idea. What a heavenly idea. The little dragon king also couldn't help but laugh. Yu Hongling, you've got your eye on such a commodity? Ha ha ha. Such a woman would be blind to such an extent. The little dragon king laughed an exaggerated laugh that shook all over his body. Tears of laughter. In the next second, his expression was incomparably cold. Immediately contact the demon race, the ghost race, the god race, the spirit race, not the vulture race, and tell them that for the human race's hunt, it's about to begin. Yes. The little dragon king looked up to the sky. Drops of rain clattered through the clouds and began to drip. Boom! A thunderbolt cuts through the sky. Lu Yi snapped his eyes open. It's raining. I remembered that in my previous life, it was also this rain, and in the midst of this downpour, my first life, I died in the midst of the siege of countless enemies. In this life, it was Yu Hongling's turn. Chapter 042 Flying Thunder Mountain. It's raining. Yu Hongling was jolted awake by this thunder. Her mind stuttered. Not good. The battle was so involved that he actually forgot that Feng Wuxie might be in danger in recent times. Now that the human race has won consecutive battles and the foreign races have all been pushed to the extreme, a dog in a hurry can still jump over the wall, and a poor enemy can't be pursued. So it seems that it's time to slow down the battles against the foreign races. The human side could digest the treasures acquired in recent times. Then he himself first accompanied Feng Wuxie to get through this calamity. Elder brother. Elder brother, you told me in the first place that this was a trap, and in this life, I'm directly putting an end to it. Yu Hongling immediately called over Luo Yuan and Feng Longxiang. Fairy Moon, who are we fighting next? Feng Longxiang was 8 feet tall and had a robust physique, as if he was a small giant. He was from the hijacking sect, and the hijacking sect was the only sect among the many great powers that practiced body forging techniques, and their techniques were very interesting. Cultivating the hijacking sect technique is to first become big. The first time to become big is if it were a small giant, then to become small for at least a year, then to become big as a small mountain, then to become small as a child, then to become big as a giant mountain, then to become small as a baby. The cycle was repeated, and each cycle could increase the strength of the physical body by more than one level. Looking at Feng Longxiang's eyes, it was clear that he had incomparable admiration for Yu Hongling. Luo Yuan stared at Yu Hongling with a slight recognition in his eyes, a recognition for beauty. I'm going out for a period of time. You two will be in charge of clan matters for the rest of the day. Don't attack anymore, just defend, and digest what the human race has gained. Yu Hongling said, now that the momentum is strong, you're not going to fight? Feng Longxiang asked in surprise. Well, no more fighting. First digest the heavenly materials and treasures and turn them into one's own strength. That's the only way to truly obtain the heavenly materials and treasures. A single attack without raising the strength. One mistake. It's nothing. Yu Hongling said. Alright, then where are you going? Otherwise, let that fellow Shangguan Wu Chang manage it, and I can accompany you to make a break for it. Feng Longxiang said in a deep voice. Shangguan Wu Chang's mind is too mixed, and it's not like I'm going to fight. I don't need you to follow. If you two can't decide, go find Zhu Wangtian. Got it. Yu Hongling hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth. If you are truly in a desperate situation, you can go to the heavenly spirit pool and beg my senior brother to come out of the gate. As long as my senior brother comes out of the gate, all problems will be solved. Hearing this from Yu Hongling, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of Feng Longxiang and Luo Yuan at the same time. Yu Hongling's senior? Yu Hongling are so strong. Can let her say desperate to find her senior brother words, that her senior brother. Is your senior brother strong? The desire to fight suddenly rose in Feng Longxiang's heart. Yu Hongling couldn't help but smile. and the meaning contained within that smile was truly 100 times more complex. Anyway, you know, when you get desperate, just go to the heavenly spirit pool, and don't say that I told you to go. Well, Yu Hongling was still relatively self-aware. Maybe Lu Yi really might have originally intended to step in to help, but as a result, when I heard, "Oh, Yu Hongling let you come, that's fine, it's not the end of the line." After explaining the matters, Yu Hongling left. She took out her magic conch. Where are you now? The other side. Demons, devils, ghosts, spirits and gods. Many foreign races had just begun to contact each other. Feng Wuxia was sitting on his knees, silently recovering from his injuries, and there were two powerful demon races staring at him without taking a step away. Buzz. The magic conch placed in front of Feng Wuxia appeared to vibrate. The two demon clansmen responsible for guarding the area were instantly alert. A large knife was placed across Feng Wuxia's neck. You won't say anything you shouldn't, will you? No. His eyes were filled with mockery and sinister. I've been reduced to such a state, and yet you thought to look for me? What did you do before? I've said so many times that I defect to you. I've asked weakly. I've even been able to call it begging. And what's the result? Can't go back. There's no going back. Where are you now? Yu Hongling's clear voice came out from within the magic conch. Feng Wuxia raised her head to look at the two demon clansmen. What's the answer? The two demon clans looked at each other in dismay, having only just now contacted the major clan powerhouses, and despite the contact, they were not prepared. Let's go ask the little Dragon King. It's too late. If I don't return for a long time, Yu Hongling is bound to be wary. Feng Wuxia simply said. Then we have to ask the little Dragon King too. I said it's too late. Feng Wuxia surprisingly hardened back and let out a roar even with the knife on his neck. Two demons. Feng Wuxia placed the magic conch to her mouth. Don't worry, since I'm already prepared to design her death, I will definitely not let her have the slightest hope of surviving. Then the one who will die will only be me. You have to trust me now, and only me. A demon race left, and a demon race didn't deny Feng Wuxia and Yu Hongling contact again. Feng Wuxia cleared her throat. Hongling, you actually took the initiative to look for me? His voice was full of surprise. The demon race who put the knife on Feng Wuxia's neck couldn't help but show a touch of contempt in their eyes. Buzz, where are you now? I'll go find you. Yu Hongling asked. Ah, you're coming for me. Great. Let me see where I am now. I'll let you know the location in a bit. There isn't a single piece of landmark terrain around. Yes. Feng Wuxia looked up at this wolf demon. Tell the little Dragon King to hurry up. Yu Hongling stood on top of a small mountain, looking at the waterfall in the distance and waiting quietly. She was thinking, reborn. It was not true that he had been reborn, but after being reborn, he had lost that heartfelt feeling that he had for Feng Wuxia's heart in his last life. Without the heartbeat, can it still be considered love? How should she get along when she saw Feng Wuxia again? Can you blame senior brother for this matter? There was a slight daze in her eyes, the throbbing of her previous life fresh in her mind. But after experiencing so much, she was no longer the little girl she once was. She already possessed the general insight of a great emperor. The love affair is so weak in comparison to the Great Way. How good would it have been if, in his last life, there hadn't been a senior brother in the way? Yu Hongling became annoyed. She picked up the mana conch again. Where exactly is it? Have you found the iconic scene yet? Hongling, don't be anxious. I'm more anxious in my heart than you are. Finally I'll be able to see you again. I'm looking for it now. Soon. Yu Hongling took 2 deep breaths to suppress the irritation in her heart. It's a good idea to wait and practice for a while. Time passes by. Buzz. The magic conch vibrated. Hongling, I found it. It's Fei Thunder Mountain. Come to Fei Thunder Mountain and find me. Yu Hongling got up and her figure disappeared. Flying Thunder Mountain, where the demon race is active. How could Feng Wuxia run there? It was just a matter of whatever. The Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. She had nowhere to go. Chapter 043 Here Comes the Hustle and Bustle. Flying Thunder Mountain was located on the 3rd level of the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. The mountains in this area were so dangerous that thunder often descended on the mountain tops, forming an abyss in the center of the great mountain. The mountain is full of golden stones. There are thunder landing in it. The whole mountain peak has the thunder light winding. Hidden golden light. There is the flying thunder washing gold mountain's beauty name. Yu Hongling also thought of her last life as she traveled to the flying thunder mountain. In his last life, Feng Wuxia was pursued by the demon clan, who wanted to take the blood of the phoenix to refine the blood of all souls for the all souls demon emperor to consume. And Feng Wuxia asked for help from himself. The place to ask for help is in the silent forest. He himself was about to go there immediately, but his senior brother would not allow it, claiming that it was a trap and a conspiracy. The purpose was to capture Yu Hongling and then lure Lu Yi over to kill him. She forced herself to go, pressing on, not believing Lu Ye's words and disregarding everything. He even made his senior brother give way by self-injury, and his heart was like a stone. More than once, Yu Hongling was thinking that her senior brother must be jealous, or maybe he just wanted Feng Wuxie to die. He couldn't tolerate this senior sister of his liking another man. Unexpectedly, her self-injury, completely unable to move Lu Ye's heart and soul, and was even knocked out and imprisoned by her senior brother on the spot. What happened after that? One doesn't know. She woke up weak, unable to move after being poisoned by her senior brother. No one cares about her. At that moment, Yu Hongling's inner torment went to the extreme. She hated Lu Yi. Then the door to the room opened. Lu Yi stood against the light, making it impossible for her to see truly. He threw over the bloodstained magic conch and indifferently informed, Feng Wuxie is dead. His corpse and bones are nowhere to be found. At that moment, Yu Hongling was nearly insane, but the ecstasy prevented her from moving. She couldn't even go crazy. She could only keep shedding tears. At that time, Lu Yi stood in the middle of the light, seemingly wanting to say a lot of words, but looking at her almost stagnant, non-stop flow of tears. All the words finally turned into 3 words. I'm sorry. Lu Yi said out these 3 words and turned to leave. Those 3 words, an apology for imprisoning her? The past comes to the forefront. Yu Hongling was a little lost in her heart. Now, she could have Feng Wuxie, but she had lost her senior brother. Why can't there be 2 ways out of this world? If a senior brother can have 8 women, can't he have 2? Ahem. Yu Hongling jolted awake. What nonsense was she thinking about? As far as senior brother's character was concerned, the moment he and Feng Wuxie established their relationship, even if he hadn't even pulled his hand, he was afraid that he wouldn't even give her a proper look again. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Ding 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 ding. In Lu Ye's mind, the sound of the system jingling and banging sounded as if it was beating a gong. Lu Yi helplessly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Ding. Look lively, look lively. Some don't really want to see it. Ding. You've only broken the infant realm. There are still 100 years, 1,000 years and 10,000 years for you to cultivate in the future. This kind of hilarity can be a rare sight. Look, the system had been turned back into a system from the heavenly Tao, and the lack of desire during the period of becoming a heavenly Tao could be considered to have suffocated it. So much so that right now, that's called eating a positive. If you want to see it, you can see it yourself. I have to practice. Ding. How's that work? You like to watch the game by yourself when you're at home? Yeah. Ding. Follow along and watch. I don't care. Lu Yi was made to feel a little helpless. This dog system, sooner or later, you will have to turn you into the heavenly Tao. A curtain of light unfolded in front of Lu Yi. Ding. It hasn't come together yet. I'll split it into 2 screens. Lu Yi cried and laughed. This guy even knows the subplot? Thus, the white curtain of light split into 2 parts. One locking onto Yu Hongling, and one locking onto Fei Lei Mountain. Yu Hongling was rushing towards Fei Lei Mountain, where the Fei Lei Mountain demons and devils were busily setting up formations. Lu Yi looked at this scene without any ripples in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. Why? Because this one is like a black humor sitcom. She thought she was running to love, but didn't realize she was running to death. Love equals death? The formations have all changed. The original is the 8 wasteless locking and killing formation plus the blood demon refining heaven formation. This time this is the divine heavenly thunder drawing formation and the 8 wasteless locking and killing formation. Also right, last time, the silent forest did not have such a good innate condition as the flying thunder mountain. It also has the heavenly demon fantasy formation. Luno understood, because in his last life, Yu Hongling was not very strong, so as long as Yu Hongling showed up, he could be captured. And as long as he grabbed Yu Hongling, even if he headed for a mountain of daggers and fire, Lu Yi would rush. Yes, in the last life, because Lu Yi was the first person of the human race's heavenly pride. The real purpose of taking Feng Wuxie to fish for Yu Hongling was Lu Yi. And in this life, without Lu Yi, Yu Hongling became the first person of the human race's heavenly pride, and her own strength is extremely powerful. If the bright and shiny big formation is there, Feng Wuxie, in case it is not as important as they think, then it is a lost cause. A cover-up with the heavenly magic illusion formation is just right. A smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. He was an all-around talent. Alchemy, weaponry, talisman making, and array formation, he knew them all. But Yu Hongling is a combat-oriented talent. How could Yu Hongling, who was caught in the formation, escape? Yu Hongling was not flying at a fast speed, and looking at her face, she seemed to have been thinking about something. Lu Yi was idle, so he simply moved his muscles and a set of Heavenly Father's fists. Of course, it's just tangible. With the true Heavenly Father fist, it would be extraordinary for him to be able to use 1/1000th of its power. Even when he killed Yang Phenom, he used very little power. Lu Yi returned to the light screen. Yu Hongling had already seen Fei Lei Mountain at this time. At this time Fei Lei Mountain was filled with fog, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a gentle drizzle was still falling. How did Feng Wuxie come to this place? On this rainy day, it is more likely that Flying Thunder Wash Gold Mountain will appear. However, considering that, the devil race, demon race or whatever, all of them hated heavenly thunder, and didn't even like to hear the sound of thunder very much, and Feng Wuxie hid here in relative safety. She felt that it was more reliable. Where are the people? Yu Hongling looked around and did not find Feng Wuxie's figure. Taking out the magic conch, he began to make contact while climbing Flying Thunder Mountain. It was also a treasure trove, and one of her fearless seals was the Heavenly Thunder Seal. If a living being can face the heavenly thunder directly without fear or trepidation, only then can it become the most powerful. It's getting up there. Suddenly, Yu Hongling's footsteps stopped. A faint crisis permeated from her heart. Her face changed and she was about to retreat in a flash. Get in there for me! A monstrous roar. The giant-like figure made a blur and appeared below Yu Hongling, holding the purple gold bronze pillar that was even bigger than Yu Hongling in his hands, and ferociously smashed it towards Yu Hongling. With this strike, the giant could be seen erupting with the most terrifying power as blood crumbled around him. Yu Hongling's face suddenly changed. Chapter 044, Take Your Time. Boom. A huge boom resounded throughout the Flying Thunder Mountain, louder than the sound of thunder. Although Yu Hongling had promptly erupted the mountain crash seal from the fearless divine seal, she was still smashed up by this giant's full force. The giant's body was surrounded by blood mist, and the terrifying force of the two colliding caused his sinews and bones to shatter, and the pressure that the blood was under collapsed his veins and broke through his skin and flesh to burst out. But the purpose was accomplished. Yu Hongling entered the clouds, and in the next second, the clouds steamed and twisted, a ray of light intertwined, and three great formations erupted at the same time. Heavenly Demon Fantasy Formation, the Divine Sky Drawing Thunder Formation, the Eight Wastelands Locked Killing Formation. Ha ha ha. Countless loud laughs rang out almost simultaneously. All around the mists, a figure broke through the clouds and mist, all with ecstatic looks on their faces, and looked at Yu Hongling with greed. To think that she really lured Yu Hongling over here, or that she's by herself. I really can't think that Yu Hongling, who has unrivaled combat power, would be such a retarded person. Jia. People aren't retarded. In human terms, this is called heavy emotion and righteousness, a top powerhouse of the human race, favoring a little white boy of our demon race. Yu Hongling, am I not fiercer than Feng Wuxie? He was still speaking with a lewd smile, and before he could even finish his sentence, his body was heavily smashed out, a deep footprint nearly kicking through his body. If you can't talk, you can shut up, the little Dragon King said with a cold voice. Yu Hongling's eyes widened. This moment of change left her in unspeakable shock. How? Is this a trap? Feng Wuxie gave her a voice message and pulled her into this trap? Why is that? She couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it. Obviously she had already made her attitude clear to Feng Wuxie, saying such words that as long as he worked hard to cultivate, the two of them would be able to fight together in the world in the future. With her character, saying such words was actually akin to a confession. She didn't believe that Feng Wuxie couldn't understand. But why did Feng Wuxie do this? What was the purpose of him doing this? And what is the significance? Yu Hongling's mind, at this moment, suddenly floated back to an image that had once been there. In the middle of the scene, she and Lu Yi were arguing. Senior sister, you can't go. The matter of Feng Wuxie asking you to go to the appointment is bound to be a trap. If you go there, you'll definitely be captured by the demon race. How could it be a trap? It's not like the demon clan knows that Feng Wuxie and I have developed feelings for each other. How are you sure they don't know? You're not very strong. Why would Feng Wuxie want you to rescue him when he's being chased? Just because I'm not strong. How could the demon race specifically design me? Because their ultimate goal is me. Ha ha ha. Senior brother. Stop it. The demon race would have that brain to first let Feng Wuxie lure me, and then I would be the one to lure you in this kind of scheme? Impossible. This is entirely because you're thinking too much, senior brother, and thinking too badly of Feng Wuxie. The many foreign races have already been forced into a desperate situation by our human race. They will not be our opponents head on no matter what. They can only take dangerous actions. And I have already learned that the demon race is in close contact with the ghost race, demon race, divine race and other communities. And there is bound to be a monstrous killing opportunity. Then this monstrous killing machine won't deal with me. A person of mediocre strength. It's like an elm. Anyway, I'm going over there. I'm going to save Feng Wuxie. No, I must go. You can't go. I said. Senior brother, you're being jealous of Feng Wuxie. You can't go. If you don't let me go, I'll die in front of you. Yu Hongling sighed softly. Her face became calm. She didn't allow herself to have strong mood swings while fighting. All mood swings are the biggest influence on a fight. But while she didn't want volatility, the enemy didn't. Yu Hongling, do you want to meet Feng Wuxie? Little Dragon King asked. Perhaps there was reluctance. Yu Hongling nodded. Meet. Feng Wuxie was escorted up, covered in blood. His nose was blue and swollen, and not one or two bones were broken. Because the more Little Dragon King thought about it just now, the more upset he got. So he grabbed him and beat him up again. Yu Hongling looked at the current Feng Wuxie. Unexpectedly, when she looked at Feng Wuxie, she didn't have any fluctuation of emotions. No sadness, no hatred, no pain. Fought like this? Yu Hongling tried to make herself still hold some hope. The Little Dragon King laughed. But don't get me wrong. The beating was not because we coerced him to lure you here. It was purely because he took the initiative to say that he knew you and could help us kill you. And I detested this kind of demon behavior. So I beat him like this. The Little Dragon King said with a smile. The Little Dragon King's words completely extinguished Yu Hongling's thoughts. It's all your fault. Before Yu Hongling could inquire, Feng Wuxie suddenly began to break down and yell. It's all your fault. How many times have I already told you? I said I'll defect to you. I'll defect to you. Obviously you're so strong. Obviously you have the ability to protect me. Why don't you agree? Do you have any idea what I've suffered here? If you had let me follow you a long time ago, where would all this be? You like me. Then you let me follow you. Then you protect me. You don't protect me. You don't help me. You don't even answer me back when I say 100 words to you. What kind of like me are you? You are a bitch. Yu Hongling. Protect him? She burst out laughing. Feng Wuxie, letting himself protect him? She had lived for such a long time. She had never been protected by her elder brother. And when something was difficult, she would go and make trouble for her elder brother, who was always able to solve it for herself anyway. Now, yet, there was a man who made him feel that he deserved to die because he hadn't protected the other man. Feng Wuxie, don't kill. Leave it to me. Yu Hongling's voice became cold. She had both feet and hands, pulling away from the stance. Together, boom! A heavenly thunderbolt smashed down blatantly, and the nine heavens drawing thunder formation was the first to erupt with its divine might. The blazing white thunder carried a brilliant heavenly might and smashed straight towards Yu Hongling. Wind Guide Seal. A thunderbolt struck down, and a figure emitting a powerful aura presented 8 directions, their breaths connected, and their karma connected to charge towards Yu Hongling. A great battle that kicked off. Ding ding ding. Host, why did Yu Hongling not cry hysterically like Chu Ling when she found out the truth? The system tinkled in Luya's mind full of puzzlement. Luya was slightly silent and gave his answer. That's because she's not in a desperate situation yet. Yu Hongling's emotions have always been like that current of water, in the past, with me as the dike. The dike opened up and the hatred was like a flood. Now, with war as the dam is destroyed and the remorse is like a flood. Just take your time and watch. Chapter 045 Blood Battle. A violent battle. Not bad. The consecutive battles have allowed her to combine with the fearless seal even more harmoniously. It's true that on the road to cultivation, the efforts in the early stages are better than making up for it 1,000 times in the later stages. Luyi looked at Yu Hongling's battle and issued a comment. Ding 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 ding. The system made a disgruntled dinging sound. You're allowed to watch this fight so that you can get an emotional kick out of revenge. And you're critiquing the importance of cultivation in the early stages? You want another epiphany? The system had just risen to this thought when he saw Luyi close his eyes and a huge suction force arose from his body, incorporating all the surrounding auras into his body. With a roar, Luya's aura grew once again, breaking the 9th level of infant. He, literally, had an epiphany. System. At this moment, the system couldn't help but hate those women even more. Now the more Luyi acted like he didn't care, it meant that at some point, the deeper he was hurt. Pick it up, put it down. For simple words. What a bruise and agonizing struggle. Kill. Yu Hongling became more and more courageous as she fought. Her body was scorched black, her blood stained her clothes red, and her eyes carried an intense killing intent and battle intent. All kinds of prints are at your fingertips. Seal of fearlessness, seal of hitting the mountain, seal of drawing in the wind, seal of nascent soul, seal of past life, seal of Rex, seal of divine light. 81 sealing techniques, all of which were practiced to completion, could transform a cultivator into a flawless monster. Although Yu Hongling's current strength was not enough to burst out the entirety of the 81 fearless seals, and she could not even strike out half of them, it was enough to face a battle at this level. Boom! A divine race heavenly pride was smashed away, his chest collapsing to the extreme of pain. However, a ray of light wrapped around this god race, and the collapsed chest quickly began to calm down. But it was only a short period of 10 seconds or so before this god race heavenly pride let out a furious roar and joined the battle once again. This was the terrifying aspect of the 8 desolate locking and killing formation. 8 directions, connected. The damage that should have killed was shared a little by the others, and the injuries could be quickly recovered, joining the battle in quick succession, locking the enemies in the formation directly to death. Yu Hongling also knew that it couldn't go on like this, and she used her secret method, Fearless God Body. At this moment, Yu Hongling's aura continued to rise. Billions of strands of golden millimeters emerged around her body, and her long hair transformed into a light golden color. Seal of destruction. Boom! A demon race's pride was directly shattered into pieces by this strike. Recovery can't even recover. The other 7 were each traumatized as well. The combat power that Yu Hongling displayed at this moment was simply terrifying. It's horrible. In the middle of the 8 wastelands locked killing formation, you can still kill by force? Boom! Another heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky, smashing straight at Yu Hongling. The heavenly thunder is the strongest attack. Yu Hongling's body was blasted into an abyss that had been hardened by thunder over long years. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 8 desolate locked killing formation replaced 8 more people and charged towards Yu Hongling. There were hundreds of figures around one another. At the very least, all of them were waiting for their turn on the field. And the demon race's little dragon king, the demon race's broken sword demon, the god race's ancient god divine son, the demon race's fiend ghost. All of these top heavenly prides hadn't yet made their moves. The lineup is so strong and the enemies are so many. Let there be despair. Yu Hongling did not despair. She was fuming fiercely. The true essence in her body kept bursting into flames. At the same time, she was using the nascent soul seal to forcefully plunder the true essence in her enemy's body to supplement herself. And she also had the positive life seal to absorb her enemy's vitality to recover from her own injuries. The battle was in full swing. A thunderbolt smashed down. As all the foreign races watched Yu Hongling in this situation and still managed to kill her enemies again and again, their expressions were all a bit shocked. The strength is too strong. The fighting is horrible. A woman also does not mean to look down on women. Just that very few women can raise this fighting power to this point. This kind of terrifying power of attacking and killing was something that not many even men could do. If this person is not removed and allowed to grow, all of our clans will be in great calamity. The fiend ghost said with certainty and exactness. The human race is prospering, always able to appear such 1 or 2 stunningly brilliant characters. The great power is on the side of the human race. Helpless, the little dragon king stared at Yu Hongling's figure with a slightly dazed expression. It was hard on his mind. Don't even know what it's hard for. Just that it's hard for me. There's jealousy. There's anger. There's pathetic. Intensify the offense. Don't let her have a chance to recover. The little dragon king roared. The 8 attacking powerhouses simultaneously had a jolt as they erupted their strongest killing moves. Yu Hongling was hit by the 4 attacks together and spat out blood. The thunder fell once more. 7 figures retreated backwards, and 1 figure was grabbed by Yu Hongling to meet the heavenly thunder. Boom! The heavenly thunder tore apart the body of that demon race's heavenly pride, causing its form and spirit to be destroyed. 8 more people rushed over at the same time. The attacks were like waves, continuous and endless. Yu Hongling's eyes were glittering with killing intent. Full of coldness, she was just like a killing machine, killing non-stop. Even if she could only kill 1 person at a time, then she would kill 10 times, kill 100 times. She would always be able to kill all the people. But it's too hard. Enemies. What you see when you enter the eye is always the enemy. Various attacks kept smashing on her body, and the heavenly thunder kept falling with a roar. She can indeed recover no less. But where is the recovered true essence worth the lost true essence? Every strike was at full strength. This was a huge consumption of true essence, which could be imagined. Yu Hongling didn't even know how long she had been killing. She was a little weary. Her body started to become heavy, and the speed of her true essence operation became stagnant. Beneath her, she was filled with shattered bodies. Blood pooled into pools of blood. Without realizing it, half of the people from the foreign race who had joined forces had already died. Each and every one of the heavenly pride. Their faces were also devoid of smiles as they stared at Yu Hongling with a grave and deadpan expression. Still killing. Watching Yu Hongling grab a ghost race heavenly pride and slap that ghost race heavenly pride into black mist with a single rune. Everyone's eyebrows jumped wildly. She really won't get tired? A demon race heavenly pride muttered in disbelief. It's human to be tired. She's going to die. Broken sword demon's voice was no longer as cold as usual, but had a hint of something else. Yu Hongling is truly an admirable cultivator, even if she is the enemy. But having killed until now, anyone could think of what kind of despair Yu Hongling in the middle of the formation was enduring. The other foreign race prides had even begun to develop a sense of awe. Almost. Yu Hongling was full of wounds at this time, staggering, and her breath was infinitely weakening. But so what? She could fight and kill as usual. Thunder rolled from the sky and landed once again. The little dragon king closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become completely cold. Gentlemen, it's our turn. Chapter 046, Tearing the Heart in Lun Sr. How did you kill your way out in the first place? Such a thought arose in Yu Hongling's mind. In a scene from his last life, Lu Yi opened the door to his claustrophobic room and he stood in the backlight. At this moment, within Yu Hongling's mind, it was as if the unreadable senior brother could be seen clearly. Elder brother's body was full of wounds, all bruises. There wasn't a good piece of skin on his body. The piercing pain that kept eroding the elder brother's senses, not just physically, but also in his heart. Elder brother was smart enough to see at a glance that it was a trap. It was a trap for him. Yet, he went anyway. Righteousness. At that time, elder brother's strength was nowhere near as powerful as his own now. Even his now powerful self felt a strong sense of despair in the midst of such a trap. Senior brother. A tear, accompanied by blood, slipped from Yu Hongling's eye socket. Kill. The dragon's claw clenched and turned into a fist, flashing with a bloody red light as it slammed into Yu Hongling's abdomen. Boom! Yu Hongling's body was sent flying, hitting heavily on top of the stone wall and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The Yin Fiend ghost let out a shrill whine as its soul power transformed into a heavenly blade and slashed into Yu Hongling's sea of consciousness, causing her to spasm in pain. The devil's sword flickered with ghostly light, bursting into flashes in an instant as the sword light rushed towards Yu Hongling's heart. The sword light was getting closer and closer to Yu Hongling's heart. Broken Sword Demon's heart was pounding. He was going to kill such a heavenly pride. But the sword light came to an abrupt end. A palm that was covered in blood, but still quite good looking, grasped the magic sword with a hard grip. Yu Hongling's face became hideous. You deserve to kill me too. Shattered Starseal. Broken Sword Demon's face changed wildly as he flipped his magic sword with all his might, wanting to slice off Yu Hongling's palm as a way to allow the elimination of Yu Hongling's attack. But one palm fell off. Broken Sword Demon. Boom! The Broken Sword Demon was directly blasted into slag. Die for me! The little dragon king roared, and his fist smashed above Yu Hongling's solar plexus with an even more terrifying force. Yu Hongling's body was sent flying out, and a liquid that he didn't know whether it was blood or sweat was thrown. The Yin Fiend ghost saw the miserable state of the Broken Sword Demon and didn't come any closer, frantically releasing divine soul attacking means from afar. This blow from the little dragon king was heavy. It could be seen that Yu Hongling's eyes had lost their sparkle and had become extremely mute. She lay on top of the stone wall, gently shaking her head. The little dragon king let out a long dragon roar and opened his mouth. A golden divine dragon circled out from its mouth, as if he was bound to kill Yu Hongling himself. The means he erupted with were all super strong killing moves. A few others weren't putting up much of a fight at the moment. Since the little dragon king wanted to kill, let him do it. Anyway, as long as Yu Hongling died, it would be the same for whoever killed her. The golden divine dragon surged against the wind, circling in the void, and suddenly the divine dragon accelerated and heavily smashed into Yu Hongling's body, producing a huge rumble. The golden light exploded. Another heavenly thunder struck down, forming the most terrifying attack together. Yu Hongling's body was sprawled on the ground. His body was charred black, smoking black smoke, and carrying a sickening aroma of meat. Her breath was beyond weak. This is finally dying. The look on the little dragon king's face was somewhat strange as he took large strides towards Yu Hongling. In your next life, don't believe in any love. The little dragon king raised his hand and his dragon claw viciously grabbed at Yu Hongling's back heart. Yu Hongling, who had been turned into charcoal, suddenly turned around and the dragon's claw pierced through her stomach, while she exerted her body so hard that the dragon's claw completely pierced through her stomach as the two of them moved closer. Die! Last strength. Last kill. The little dragon king looked at the rune and slapped it towards his head. Is this even possible? Boom! The little dragon king's head exploded as if it were a watermelon. Dead. Yu Hongling used her last strength to kill the little dragon king, the strongest person of the demon race so far. A cold aura rose from the hearts of the strongest members of the clans. She is so traumatized, but she still has the strength to kill the little dragon king back? For a moment, the 7 people surrounded Yu Hongling and surprisingly did not dare to go on again. Sifu! Crying from within Yu Hongling's throat. She's in pain. She hurts. The pain all over her body. At this moment without the cover of battle, directly hurt through Yu Hongling's soul, but the pain of the wound was not the worst of it. What hurt the most was that heart of Yu Hongling. The pain was excruciating, tearing at my heart. In the first place, how on earth did Elder Brother escape? When Elder Brother escaped in the midst of heavy despair, there must have been a million words he wanted to say to himself. He wanted to tell himself about the dangers he had experienced. He wanted to tell himself about Feng Wuxia's true nature. He wanted to tell himself that his guess was right. He wanted to. But what about yourself? Going crazy on his own. He stiffened himself and forced back all of elder brother's words. The pressed senior brother finally uttered only 3 words. I'm sorry. Pain. It hurts too much. Yu Hongling cried miserably. Her whole body was trembling as she cried. If she had the strength, she was afraid that she would already be bawling right now. But now she didn't even have the strength to bawl. Looking at Yu Hongling's appearance at this moment, the many foreigners were silent. What's she crying about? Just because of Feng Wuxie? No, it shouldn't be because of Feng Wuxie, because from the beginning to the end, Yu Hongling didn't look at Feng Wuxie once more. And who is she crying for? The other side. The screen of light showed the image of Yu Hongling at this moment. As Lu Yi looked at Yu Hongling at this moment, a smile finally managed to appear on his face. He feels like he's gotten even sicker. Yu Hongling was really crying so hard at this moment, but Lu Yi felt that at this moment. He was really good. Now you know how to cry? Didn't you get the love you've been longing for? What are you crying about? Ding 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 ding. The system dinged in Lu Yi's mind with excitement. And it was cool with it. It's a blast. Lu Yi felt that this time, Yu Hongling should die. He couldn't even escape in the first place. However, at this time, a firebird caught Lu Yi's eyes, and Lu Yi immediately sank in color. Who is this firebird? Despite the disguise, Lu Yi still recognized it as the vermilion bird. It's bad. Jubilee is even on. In his last life, Jubilee was clearly absent. The many Fae looked up at the sky. Forget it, whatever she's crying for. Whatever. Kill. Boom. Another heavenly thunderbolt was birthed. Blazing white thunderbolts descended from the sky, ruthlessly slashing at the weeping Yu Hongling. At this moment, a firebird that was hiding behind many demon clans saw the scene and suddenly let out a sigh helplessly. Its figure turned, and the unusual firebird transformed into a monstrous vermilion bird. A ball of flame slammed into Sky Ray. Boom! The flames exploded along with the thunder. A sparrow song resounded between heaven and earth as the giant fire sparrow split into 6 and simultaneously rushed towards the 6 foreigners surrounding Yu Hongling. The blazing heat of that flame was simply terrifying. The 6 foreign races were startled at the same time and used all their means to defend themselves. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions rang out one after another, and a rain of fire erupted from the sky. A figure was as fast as a shooting star, rushing into the flames, picking up Yu Hongling and fleeing towards the outside of the formation at breakneck speed. I didn't want to care about you, but you're so ugly when you cry. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he almost looked for a rock to dry shatter this light screen. He felt bad after seeing Vermilion Bird's figure. As a result, she actually made a move to save Yu Hongling. Damn! If Yu Hongling survived, wouldn't she be frantically looking for an apology again next? It's over, isn't it? Trap Jubilee for me. Get them both in one piece and cheer me on. Chapter 047, The First Life Vermilion Bird. In his previous life, he was the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor. Speaking of which, this title makes many people feel strange. Because who in the 9 heavens doesn't know that the 9 lives of the Heavenly Father slaughters the demon race endlessly? And it is almost as if he is deeply evil towards the demon race. But the Vermilion Bird was clearly a divine beast. Yet it took the name of Demon Emperor for itself. It was only later when Lu Yi crossed the threshold that it dawned on everyone. It turned out that the reason why the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor took the name Demon Emperor was to discuss the 9 lives Heavenly Father. Don't you hate demons? Then I'll take the name of the Demon Emperor. The Vermilion Bird struck out to bring Yu Hongling to kill her. However, where was the 8 wastelands locked killing formation so easy to break? The 8 celestial pride instantly formed a formation, blocking the Vermilion Bird's retreat. How dare you betray the demon race? A demon race that was clad in armor around its body, shaped like a standing pangolin, shouted angrily. It's just a slave of the 10,000 spirits. How dare you call it a demon race? Break it for me. The thick Vermilion Bird true flame was spewing out towards the front in a heavenly manner. The Vermilion Bird grabbed Yu Hongling, and his wings were like heavenly swords, slashing at a demon race heavenly pride in an instant. The X-crossed wings slashed violently, and that demon race heavenly pride was instantly chopped into 4 pieces. Light of divine punishment. A powerful divine light descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the Vermilion Bird. The ancient godchild roared lowly, and the light in front of him intertwined, directly forming a complicated and magnificent divine art, and he punched out towards the divine art, and an incomparably huge fist suddenly appeared in the sky as his fist passed through the divine art. Underneath that giant fist, all living beings were as if they were mole crickets, and the fist broke through the dark clouds, surrounded by flashes of white thunder, appearing incomparably terrifying. Even from a far-away position, one could see this huge fist that fell from the sky. It was as if a god had actually swung this punch in the middle of the sea of clouds. The crowd of foreigners withdrew. The Vermilion Bird raised her head, looking at this giant fist of terrifying power. A drop of her essence blood precipitated out of her body and merged into Yu Hongling's mouth. And then with her wings protecting Yu Hongling, her figure violently spun around, transforming into a most magnificent whirlwind of flames as she rushed towards the giant fist in the sky. Fresh! The vermilion bird chirps resounded through the heavens and earth. Boom! The two attacks collided, and the stone broke the sky. Like a comet hitting the earth, Jubilee strikes out. Nice! Then, Jubilee was caught in a downward spiral of siege. 8 wastelands locked killing array. At this moment, all of the strong foreigners were all on board, and the large array directly formed 5 layers, with 40 foreigners' heavenly pride striking at the same time. Laddered distribution and orderly strikes. The vermilion bird's strength was also very terrifying. It could be said that it was on par with Yu Hongling. After all, they were both great emperors returning from rebirth, possessing the topmost dharmas and divine abilities. Even Yu Hongling was a layer weaker before because she had condensed into a heavenly Dan, but because Yu Hongling was good at fighting, there really wasn't much of a difference. The demon race still has such a heavenly pride, and it's even on the side with the damn human race? Some of the demon race couldn't help but curse, feeling that the world had become quite dreamy. A vermilion bird in an intact state is too strong. Both wings transformed into flaming heavenly blades, and the vermilion bird true flame blazed to a terrifying degree. Yu Hongling was protected by the vermilion bird and killed with all her might, killing as many as she could, even if she herself was traumatized in order to kill an enemy. It was well worth it. The besieging celestials all became ugly at this moment. Too many people died. So many celestial pride. All of them died in the midst of this battle. Besieging Yu Hongling had already paid the price in blood, and now they were besieging another demon race that was about the same strength as Yu Hongling. Yes, the demons. It's still a fucking demon race. What's the point of rounding this thing up? As long as it wasn't the human race, the appearance of such a powerful heavenly pride in the demon race, the other foreign races were completely acceptable, because when the demon race had a strong person rise, their biggest rival was also the human race. The other pride of the demon race no longer wanted to make a move when facing the vermilion bird. This was one of their own, in case the vermilion bird was really beaten to the brink of death. Did they, the demon clan, still have to make a move to stop it? So what's the point of this fight? Even with the demons starting to paddle, vermilion bird still felt a very huge pressure. Right now all of the foreigners were having only one thought: vermilion bird could live, but Yu Hongling must die. Yu Hongling had taken a drop of the vermilion bird's essence blood, and the huge life essence in it had stopped the deterioration of her injuries, and she was still hanging on for dear life. Seeing that Jubilee still couldn't break out, Yu Hongling had tears in her eyes. She gets it. She knows. She knew how elder brother had escaped with his life, because elder brother used one of his lives. Under this desperate situation, with senior brother's strength, he would never be able to escape. He must have died once in battle from exhaustion and was reborn through his second life, which killed all of his enemies. 9 lives of the Heavenly Father. It turns out that the first life coalesced by senior brother's Yuaning realm was also given to him. The most indisputable junior sister. Why didn't he say anything? Why don't you tell yourself? Yu Hongling recalled her hysterical appearance when she heard about Feng Wuxia's death, and another wave of despair ran through her heart. What did he say? Facing himself like that at the time, how would he have said anything to hurt him even if he had said he died once? Feng Wuxia was right. She herself is a bitch, a heartless and selfish bitch. The battle continues. However, the intensity of the battle was decreasing, and many of the demon race's celestials were persuading the vermilion bird. The one in your arms is of the human race, one of the most powerful heavenly prides of the human race, a great enemy of my demon race. You are of the same demon race. Why do you want to save her? Put down Yu Hongling. Let's pretend that this matter has never happened. If you are still this persistent, if Lord Demon Emperor knows about this, he will definitely send down his thunderous wrath. And you don't know her well. Why did you save her? Without a word, the vermilion bird suddenly seized an opportunity and retracted its wings, transforming into a ball of the most intense flames and slamming into its fellow demon race members. The demon clan's pride scalp went numb when they saw this. In the end, he didn't top it and chose to dodge. Stop her! The other Fae hastily yelled, but it was already too late. The fireball crashed through the demon race, hardened itself against several powerful spells, and finally got rid of the shackles of the 8 wastelands locked killing formation. The huge flaming feathers spread out, leaving flecks of vermilion bird blood behind as they soared into the sky. Breaking through the thunderous dark clouds, he fled into the distance. Shit! After them, so close to killing Yu Hongling, demon race. You'll have to give us a statement this time. So many strong people died and still let Yu Hongling escape. Damn demon race, are you colluding with the human race? One by one, the powerhouses of the other clans glared angrily at the remaining heavenly pride of the demon clan. They were At this moment, even wondering if this was a trap jointly set by the demon race and the human race in order to eliminate the other race's heavenly pride, the demon's scalp tingled as he hurriedly explained. We didn't expect this to happen either. Our little dragon king is dead. How could we possibly collude with the human race? We will definitely report this matter to the demon emperor, and we will definitely make that fire bird pay. The vermilion bird carried Yu Hongling with her as she flew into the sky, reclaiming freedom. Vermilion bird looked down and heard Yu Hongling's faint murmur. Sky. Sky spirit pool. Sky spirit pool. The vermilion bird's gaze looked in the direction where the heavenly spirit pool was and lifted its wings to fly away. The heavenly spirit pool was a good place to help Yu Hongling recover. Chapter 048 Vermilion birds hate ding. 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 Dog host. Here they come. Tianlington. A picturesque landscape. The system simply shuts down the light screen after an owl. It was a little excited, because eating melon on a distant light screen projection is not as real and enjoyable as eating melon in person. You even eat my melon? Lu Yi asked with a raised eyebrow. Ding. Just yours smells the best and is the sweetest. Lu Yi. To see, or not to see, is a question to ponder. When Yu Hongling arrived, she mostly looked like she was crying and crying again, painfully regretting that she should not have done it in the first place. It shouldn't be too far off from Chuling. Never mind. The heavenly spirit pool was indeed suitable for cultivation, and he was too lazy to move away for a while. As the system said, the road is long. It is not always necessary to cultivate all the time. Sometimes go to see other landscapes. It is not inevitable that it is not a cultivation. Thinking of this, Lu Yi closed his eyes. It was already getting closer and closer to refinement, and the restrictions of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield would be further opened, when the second batch of Heaven's Pride under the age of 50 would descend. After waiting for some more days, the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield would be completely unblocked. All the Heavenly Prides under the age of 100 would arrive, and that would be the biggest bustle of all. What kind of ranking would he punch out of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking? Not much longer. The blazing sensation of fire welled up, approaching fast from the sky. The vermilion bird's eyes were sharp, and he instantly saw Lu Yi's figure. It's him! Vermilion bird's heart was torn with 100 flavors for a while. Initially, her acquaintance with Lu Yi was that she was saved by Lu Yi. The All Souls Demon Emperor sent people after her to get the vermilion bird true blood. Lu Yi saved her, because she was seriously injured and her strength was 1 in 100. She was kept by Lu Yi as a small pet. Later, she escaped Lu Yi's control, and although many demon clans hunted her down, Vermilion Bird always believed that the reason why the demon clans were in such a state was that the root of everything lay in the demon emperors who possessed ambitions. Among them, the All Souls Demon Emperor was the most disgusting. Demons, too, are divided into good and bad. If it wasn't for the All Souls Demon Emperor leading the demon race down a bad path, the demon race wouldn't have become like that. And later, she was saved by Lu Yi. At that time, Lu Yi had already completely antagonized the demon race and had initially become a rival of the All Souls Demon Emperor. The demon race and the human race produced a shocking battle, with both sides dying and being injured to an unacceptable level. Then later on, Lu Yi finally killed the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. But this war still didn't stop. Perhaps, that couldn't even be called a war anymore. Instead, it was a massacre. Lu Yi claimed that the All Souls Demon Emperor had not completely died, but had transformed into countless demon clans, each of which was both himself and the All Souls Demon Emperor. So he started killing. Crazy kill. The heavens were shaken by the killing. The vermilion bird that killed it was in despair. She believed Lu Yi and felt that Lu Yi was right, even if it was painful. Compared to the danger of the All Souls Demon Emperor, this kind of bone-scraping and bracing behavior was something that could not be helped. But the key lay in the fact that she had obtained the full contents of the 10,000 spirit blood-transforming demon scripture behind her. The means inside was not at all like what Lu Yi said. It was the All Souls Demon Emperor incarnating billions. All of this was Lu Yi's lie. That was the reason why Jubilee hated Lu Yi. What Lu Yi said was not to be trusted. What she found out herself was the truest. Vermilion Bird lifted the blazing wind and slowly lowered Yu Hongling down. Lu Yi stared calmly at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's current state, too miserable. Abdomen broken open a big hole. An arm broken. Dense wounds around the body. More than dozens. Brother. Yu Hongling endeavored to move her body, presenting it in a kneeling position as she knelt on the shore of the heavenly spirit pool. I was wrong. Hongling knows it's wrong. It's my fault. Yu Hongling cried very sadly, her forehead resting against the earth on the shore, her body unable to stop trembling. Lu Yi sniffed and a faint smile appeared on his face. A perverted pleasure surfaced in his mind. Lu Yi actually thought about it enough to understand that in his previous life, he thought that he had people to guard and love to accompany him around. And these were the driving forces that made him become the most powerful man. And after a betrayal so profound, he could kill all 8 women and then what? With no family and no ties. He wondered if he really had the fortitude to go all the way to the end to see the view from the top. It's also possible that he was on his way to the top, walking along, and suddenly felt indifferent and uninterested, and that would be the real heart attack. And how good is it now? He kept practicing so that he could leave all these women behind, and so that he could see the end of them. With these 2 things as support and motivation, Lu Yi could keep improving. Perhaps, at some point, he could come to a release, cross over the betrayal, and find a new life, a new beginning. At the very least, it's not possible right now. Senior brother, will you forgive me? I know you love me the most, so just take it as me playing a little game. I promise you that I will never do it again. I will listen to you obediently and trust you. Elder brother, you'll forgive me this one last time. You've been able to tolerate me before. You can do it this time too, right? Sifu. Yu Hongling's voice was tinged with pity. She had some fantasies that elder brother would still forgive her as he had before. Lu Yi had wanted to tease her, but suddenly felt tasteless, so he simply looked to Jubilee. Jubilee subconsciously took a step back. Then she reacted. What do I have to retreat from? So she went back above where she had just stood. What kind of poison did you give me in your previous life? Lu Yi asked. Jubilee froze. What's the point of asking about past lives when you've been reborn? Could it be that he wanted to make himself fall in love with him again through the events of the premortal life? He's thinking about fart eating. The poison I gave you was very vicious. Didn't you want to kill? In one breath, you killed so many living beings of my demon clan. So I gave you the killing lotus heart, so that you can have a good time killing. What do you think? The vermilion bird said with a somewhat grim expression. Killing the lotus heart? Lu Ye's expression froze. Well, 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 well. The killing lotus heart was the lotus heart of the Shura Emperor clan's supreme treasure, the killing lotus, and was also the imperial weapon of the Shura god emperor of the past, possessing the means to control the killing in the world. This stuff isn't poisonous either. It's the ability to inspire a killing mind, and a strong one at that. Therefore, once the killing lotus heart began to function, one's killing mind would reach its peak, even to the point where one could not even control oneself. Got the answer he wanted. Lu Yi spoke. Get lost. From now on, don't even show up in front of me again, and I'll forgive you. This was said to Yu Hongling. Senior. Lu Yi raised his head, and a sword chi arrived instantly. Vermilion Bird was startled and pulled Yu Hongling away. The sword energy left deep traces on the ground. If the Vermilion Bird didn't pull it away, this strike would be enough to exterminate Yu Hongling. You're crazy. Vermilion Bird looked at Lu Yi with disbelief. Yu Hongling was his most spoiled little sister. I can't believe he actually did the killing. Chapter 049, Never Get Out. Vermilion Bird watched as the dozen or so sword chi intersected. She made a move to block it, and in an instant the sword chi chopped off the Vermilion Bird's true flame, and the Vermilion Bird retreated very quickly, and still a sword chi nearly chopped off her wings. Lu Ye's iron heart at this moment made Zhu Yao simply unable to believe it. How did Lu Yi become like this? In his last life, Lu Yi could be said to be sunny and cheerful, with a small sense of humor, and anyone who came into contact with Lu Yi would feel his charm. In addition to the demon race to the alien race is very merciless. For the human race that really is nothing to say, and for the weak is also very friendly, and can even be said to be equal. Now, he actually wanted to kill Yu Hongling, to kill himself. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to get up, Vermilion Bird instantly didn't dare to stay any longer. The other party's killing chance had already risen. If he let Yu Hongling stay here, Yu Hongling would definitely die. The figures of the two men disappeared. Lu Yi didn't chase after him, and his body that hadn't completely gotten up incidentally sat down again on his knees. Yu Hongling also solved it. Lucano was soothed through and through. The love that he had fantasized about with all his heart had come to such a pass. His closest senior brother did not believe in it, but had to go and believe in a demon race that he had only known for a short period of time. To get your own senior brother killed for a demon race that wants to get you killed. Everything should be clear to Yu Hongling by now. It is only by understanding everything that you can know most deeply what you have done wrong, and at the same time, you can suffer more. Lu Yi had gotten out a bad breath. Next, Yu Hongling lived and would live in pain. If you die, you die. With his mind clear, Lu Yi re-entered the state of cultivation, and this time, the speed of cultivation all became faster. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of infant breaking, and he was heading towards the great perfection cage, and if he wanted to break through to refining void, it wasn't something that could be considered difficult for him. Still, it's a good idea to be a little cautious. Let's accumulate first. The vermilion bird took away Yu Hongling, still rambling on about her extreme dissatisfaction with Lu Ye's death-defying attack on Yu Hongling. Perhaps the reason why she was so disgruntled was because in her heart, she was worried that she too would end up like Yu Hongling. It was too ruthless. So ruthless that it was kind of unlike Lu Yi. How could he lay his hands on you? Could it be that the slightest bit of affection is disregarded? Lover in the last life. Even if you're not a lover in this life, you're still his senior sister. Yu Hongling's eyes were hollow. When I struck out at him in my previous life, did I ever think that he was my lover? My senior? Yu Hongling said to herself. In one sentence, Jubilee was rendered somewhat mute. In my previous life, I didn't understand this matter. What's going on? Tell me properly. That Feng Wuxie, is he really someone you like? How could you like this cowardly demon race? Although I haven't come into contact with this guy, but isn't this guy because he has a strand of Phoenix bloodline? When he was in the demon race, he had many concubines and pitfalls, and a lot of demons coveted its strand of Phoenix bloodline, so they wanted to unite with it in a vain attempt to give birth to. Looking at Yu Hongling looking at herself slyly, Zhu Yao hurriedly shut up. Why didn't you tell me about your past life? In my previous life ghost knows which Feng Wuxie you are talking about, and I didn't participate in such a battle in my previous life otherwise I would have died then. Although Lu Yi was a killer, but that was also really fierce. At that time, the demon race, devil race, Buddha sect, ghost race, god race, plus the spirit race, all together surrounded Lu Yi, and as a result, they were routed by Lu Yi. The deaths and injuries are everywhere. Yu Hongling's heart ached even more, because at that time, when she learned of Feng Wuxie's death, her heart was only filled with hatred and sadness, and she locked herself up for a long time. Press has never been informed of the specifics, but where she knows a little. What should I do for elder brother to forgive me? Yu Hongling was asking the vermilion bird, as well as herself. Jubilee couldn't help but be silent. In his last life, Lu Ye's battle with the ancient and modern Heavenly Father could be seen that he really did have a relatively high chance of attaining sainthood, but they spoiled it. Destroying people's paths is not a common goal. Not to mention this kind of thing that destroys people's path to sainthood. Saints that is an existence that is rare in 100,000 years. Still betrayal. Zhu Yao couldn't help but shake his head. If this kind of thing happened to him, the first thing he did when he returned from rebirth wasn't to go and kill these few betrayers. It was all very good temper. Seeing Vermilion Bird's reaction, Yu Hongling sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, her complexion obscure. Vermilion Bird hurriedly helped Yu Hongling stabilize her injuries. Shu Ling was wrong, and so was I. Ha 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 ha, ridiculously wrong, ridiculously wrong. Sparrow, is it possible that you've misunderstood elder brother as well? No way. Jubilee's reaction was extremely intense. I've even found the original 10,000 spirit blood transforming demon scripture. There is simply no such technique in it as he said. He is the executioner who wantonly slaughtered the demon race. There's absolutely no way I can misunderstand him. Vermilion Bird's voice even became much louder. Yu Hongling didn't retort again and fell silent. Jubilee calmed down and sighed softly. Forget it, don't think so much. You'd better recover from your injuries first. Only by letting yourself recover will you have the chance to go on to ask Lu Yi for forgiveness. Vermilion Bird said. Yu Hongling nodded heavily. She began to recover from her injuries. However, this time, the injury was too severe, and it was obviously not a simple matter to return to his full strength. Jubilee looked up at the sky. Yu Hongling's words echoed in her mind. Did she misunderstand Lu Yi too? No way. There's absolutely no way that's the case. It must be impossible. On the other hand, the news that Yu Hongling alone had counter-killed over half of the Heaven's Pride in the midst of a siege by hundreds of foreign tribal Heaven's Pride and had been rescued by a demon race spread wildly in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Everyone who heard this news all froze in place. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Is there something wrong with their ears? How is that possible? What's going on? Yu Hongling said that she had some matters that needed to be dealt with, and as a result, she rushed into the alien race's big formation alone and fought viciously with the alien race, and put up such an amazing fight, truly worthy of being the first war god of the new generation of the human race. Too damn fierce. Deception is too much. Feng Longshan let out a roar. Assemble, all of you. Damn. The demon race, the devil race, the god race, the ghost race, good for you. The pride of the human race was excited and wailed as they began to attack and kill the foreigners. This kind of thing the Fae did really pissed off a lot of people. For a time, the entire Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield became even more chaotic. When one of the Buddhas heard this news, he deliberated for a moment, and one of the Buddhas let out a furious roar. The foreigners have bullied the people too much. Although we are always accompanied by the Green Lantern and the ancient Buddha, we are also a part of the human race, all the masters and disciples. In Exterminate the demons with the human race. Ba. In this situation, time passed day by day. Finally, with a loud roar, the fourth to sixth tiers of the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield opened. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Chapter 050, so acute wisps of morning mist accompany the haze. The invisible pressure was immense, as if the dome of the sky had collapsed and the laws had bowed down. Above the three layers of the ancient battlefield, the clouds dispersed and the sky was high and spectacular. The fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of space open. This time, all the Heaven's Pride under the age of 50 were allowed to enter into the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Lu Yi got up. It was possible to move around after sitting for a long time. Like right now, he's going to kill a demon. This demon race's name was Tu Wuing, and his cultivation direction was slightly peculiar, specializing in the sneak and assassination direction. In the previous life, the number of human prides who had died in Tu Wuying's hands was at the very least in the hundreds, with the Great Tao sect suffering the heaviest loss. Why? Because of Luno. Tu Wuying's brother died at the hands of Lu Yi, and it was out for revenge. There is no excuse for this, although Lu Yi did not kill Tu Wuying's brother in this life. But so what? Lu Yi simply wanted to kill Tu Wuying, and in his eyes, it was nothing to be ashamed of. Since the sixth level of the ancient battlefield was opened, the advantage of the heavenly spirit pool was no longer apparent. Killing someone and then going to the sixth level to cultivate under the Tree of Enlightenment was the best option. The Tao Enlightenment Tree, belonging to one of the most precious treasures in the entire Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. It was unknown how many years ago any Heaven's Pride who possessed the seed of the Tao Enlightenment Tree died here, and the seed automatically sprouted and grew, gradually taking shape. Thus came the Tree of Enlightenment. I don't know how many people wanted to take the Tree of Enlightenment away. After all, if this thing was brought back to the sect, I'm afraid that the sect would go crazy with joy. A single Tree of Enlightenment was enough to make a sect flourish to an appalling extent. But it can't be beaten. There were many heavenly prides under the Enlightenment Tree in which they were enlightened, and so the Enlightenment Tree possessed the imprints of these heavenly prides, evolving magical powers that would allow these heavenly prides to reappear in the world from the days of old, equivalent to a small ancient catastrophe of the ages. It is indeed difficult to take it away. The further back you go, the harder it is to take it away. Lu Ye's figure disappeared. On the fourth level of the ancient battlefield, a single figure appeared, exuding a powerful aura, his robes bulging, and a divine light looming in his eyes. Strong people from other ethnic groups were also the first to arrive. This time the group of brats in the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield are quiet. They have been in for 7 days, yet they have not died a few deaths. Is it possible that they have coexisted with the foreign races? Someone opened his mouth. Coexisting with the foreign races? The foreign races have always been insatiable. Where is there any reason to coexist? I don't think the situation of the human race is too ideal this time. Don't let us down. The reason why there was such a conversation was because outside of the ancient battlefield, the soulstones of the human race's celestial pride shattered too little, unlike before, where as long as those who entered the celestial pride's ancient battlefield, 1 out of 10 would not survive. This situation is really disturbing, because either the human race came out with a top heavenly pride that overwhelmed all of the foreign race's heavenly prides, either that or the human race is cowering, not daring to fight. The crowd analyzed the situation. There might be people who could suppress the foreigner's pride, such as Li Wubai, such as Feng Longxiang, but it wasn't so hard to suppress them, right? Just as the crowd was speculating, a figure leisurely vacated from the third layer of space and passed through the teleportation channel, appearing in the middle of the fourth layer. Lu Ye's appearance was indeed excellent, but the crowd looked confused for a while, not knowing what this little guy's name was. It was a senior uncle of the Great Tao sect who finally remembered. Lu Yi, you're Lu Yi, right? Lu Yi heard his name. Then he glanced toward the crowd not far away. He was still anxious to kill Tu Wuing. That's all. Of his own clan, he still had to give some face. Meet senior sister Ding. Ding Qing was one of the first batch of 92 disciples, and according to her age, she should be about 30 years older than Lu Yi, and still remain within 50 years of age. The Great Tao sect's generation of disciples was divided into 3 batches, with a difference of roughly 30 years, because 30 years is enough time to change the world's newborns. After the 3 batches of disciples, comes the next generation of disciples. Lu Yi is the second batch of 92 disciples. To be honest, if it is another batch later, Bai Qiulan can be his senior sister. Senior sister Ding. Lu Yi saluted. You still know me? Ding Yuqing was quite surprised. Senior sister Ding looks beautiful. Senior sister called me for something? Almost habitually do Quaqua divine teaching. This life itself cannot be Quaqua East and Quaqua West. Quaqua countless women's hearts and flowers. Ding Yuqing's face showed a little smile. She only thought that Lu Yi was shy. That's why she didn't say the latter words. Sister's charm was really amazing. It's nothing much, just asking you how the situation between our human race and the foreign races is now under the third layer? Ding Yuqing asked. Back to senior sister's words. The human side of our clan, Moon Redling, has unparalleled battle power, and presses the foreign races, so the human race is as strong as ever, occupying the vast majority of the territory of the 3 layers of space, and is at an absolute advantage. The name Yu Hongling came out, leaving everyone bewildered. Ding Yuqing knew Lu Ye's name because Lu Ye had previously won first place among the clan's competitions. And who the hell was this Yu Hongling? This Yu Hongling, so powerful? Where's Li Wubai? A heavenly pride from the Supreme Sword sect asked. Li Wubai, Feng Longxiang and many other celestial pride are following Yu Hongling side by side. The hearts and minds of all the senior brothers and sisters were shaken. It seems that this Yu Hongling is indeed strong. Even really let Li Wubai and other heavenly pride willingly be the general under her command. I remember that you were the first in the clan competition. Yu Hongling is so tough. Then wouldn't you be? Ding Yuqing asked. Lu Yi flatly denied. That's just people letting me. Senior brothers and sisters. I still have important things to do. Can you let me go? You come to the 4th to 6th level of space. The level of danger here can be much more dangerous than the lower 3 levels. Encountering a single alien race could cause you to fall. Or else you'd better follow us for a piece? Ding Yuqing said kindly. No need. Farewell. If he went over now, he would still be able to find out where Tu Wuxing was, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to find him if he went over later. His figure disappeared. Crowd. Being so acute. I'm afraid I'll fall. A heavenly pride of the Mountain River Pagoda sect said. I'm afraid that I must have fallen. Gentlemen, I'm also leaving to look for my chance. We're destined to meet again. If the foreign races rise up again, it won't be too late for us to join forces then. Fellow Daoist, farewell. Farewell. This group of people also dispersed individually, looking for their own chance. We are all first separate to break through. Later, when the smell of gunpowder is getting thicker and thicker, and when the individual treasures are collected more or less, only then will we join forces to fight. Lu Ye's figure quickly dived. Soon, based on the flow of demonic chi, he found the location of the demonic teleportation point. Still, because of the distance, the human celestial pride was the first to arrive, and the foreign celestial pride had to wait for some time before they could enter. Luno just waited here. It wasn't long before the demonic aura suddenly began to become thicker. Lu Ye's eyes gently narrowed as the stone sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 051, The Tree of Enlightenment. Waste. Simply waste. On the side of the devil race, unhappy voices rose and fell. They also had the means to lock the devil race's vitality, and it turned out that the devil race died a miserable death. The broken sword demon, who was pinned with hope, died a long time ago, and the other demon clan celestials fell in pieces, which was really shocking to the eyes. However, now it was finally possible to rewrite the decadence of the demon race, because this time, the devil race, in one breath, came with 3 of the most terrifying heavenly prides, specializing in one-hit kills and shadow lurking. No shadow. The battle power was terrifying, with a world-destroying posture of Xing Yi, and the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Night Ember. These 3 strongest heavenly prides of the demon race, in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Even if they couldn't unify the whole situation, it was enough to become an existence that made all the forces most fearful. The devil's confidence skyrocketed as their aura rolled out, and their demonic aura was monstrous. The splendor that belongs to the demon race will eventually come. Night Ember took the lead and was the first to walk out of the teleportation channel to the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. When he looked around, the first thing he saw was Lu Yi, who was standing with a sword. It froze slightly. Human? No. What do you mean? What is this one guy doing here? The second Tu Wuing appeared. Night Ember was just about to open her mouth to speak when a brilliant sword light instantly lit up. In Night Ember's eyes, heaven and earth disappeared at this moment, and there was only the sword light in the world. His body trembled slightly. The hairs all over his body were rooted upright, and the hand that gripped the weapon was even a bit unable to lift its strength. Quick! Quasi! Tough! A breeze gently ruffled Night Ember's hair. Tu Wuying's figure directly turned into 2 halves, and there was even bewilderment in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No! You don't kill the son of the heavenly demon emperor. You kill me? What's the problem? Have we met before? You're waiting here to kill me. I just teleported back. Families who get it. Meet a psycho. Come up and kill me. After exterminating Tu Wuing in an instant, Lu Yi calmly glanced at Night Ember again and did not strike at him. It was pretty easy to take a shot at him though. Lu Yi's figure leisurely left, and between flashes, he had already gone thousands of meters away. Large beads of sweat, non-stop dripping from Night Ember's forehead. Just now Lu Yi looked at him with that glance. He felt that death was so close to him, close enough to touch. the third demon race Heavenly Pride teleported in, with an exuberant smile on his face. When the smell of blood suddenly entered his nostrils, he looked away and looked as if he had been struck by lightning. How did Tu Wuing die? Xingyi let out a shocked cry of disbelief. What's this bullshit? He was just a little bit behind Tu Wuing, and before 5 seconds were up, he was teleported over, and then Tu Wuing split in two. Night Ember's eyes were dull and lifeless, and at a glance, she had reached the point of skepticism. Night Ember, how did Tu Wuing die? Is it hard to believe that you killed him? There was no one else at the scene, only one Night Ember. The biggest possibility was that Night Ember killed him, but why? What reason did Night Ember have to kill Tu Wuing? A human race. Night Ember took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and shock within herself. He's really freaking out. If that sword had come at him, he would have died. If that sword had given himself another sword after killing Tu Wuing, he would have died. Human. Criminal Leaf let out a startled cry. Where are the people? Night Ember pointed in the direction Lu Yi left, and his voice became dry. I seem to understand now why the demon race died so tragically. One by one, the devil race's pride arrived, and one by one, the devil race was petrified on the spot. Grasp. In such a short period of time, in front of the Sky Demon Emperor's son, he killed Tu Wuing? A part of the demon suddenly looked up at the vortex. That, or else, go back first? This trip to the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield seemed to be more violent than even before. After Lu Yi finished resolving Tu Wuing, his mind was free. In his last life, he was annoyed by this Tu Wuing, especially when one after another senior brother and sister died in front of him. Lu Yi remembered this guy to death. It's not even fun to kill once, you have to do it again. And that's pretty much it. From the 4th level of space, rushing to the 6th level of space, he was fairly familiar with the place, and the difficult places were bypassed, as many of them were not worth exploring. There was no treasure that Lu Yi needed in the middle 3 layers, and when the last 3 layers opened, he would take another treasure, called the Blood Sea Unsullied Bead, which was an important treasure for him to condense his second life, or third life, in addition to his original life. Now, on the other hand, one needs to stay under the Tree of Enlightenment. Hopefully no one will bother themselves. Otherwise there's the hassle of having to do it. In his life, he had always been good to people. Well, excluding demons and gods and goddesses. A bright green tree appeared ahead. Lu Yi walked forward. A phantom stopped in front of Lu Yi, and before he could speak, Lu Yi swung out his sword. The phantom was instantly decimated. The enlightenment tree gently swayed, its emerald green leaves emitting dots of light as a shadow continued to appear. 3,000 Dao swords. One sword came out, and 3,000 swords chimed. Dozens of figures all shattered. Lu Yi walked to the Tree of Enlightenment and looked up. The Tree of Enlightenment. A ray of light hung down towards Lu Yi, and Lu Yi's mind, at this moment, suddenly became tranquil. It was like the windless, clarified surface of a lake that did not cause the slightest ripple amidst the surroundings of heaven and earth. Open enlightenment. Ding! Enlightenment opens. Enlightenment under the Tree of Enlightenment. Double enlightenment. Lu Yi suspected at this moment that he was no longer human. The result was that just as soon as he suspected it, that little suspicion was cleared away and disappeared. Road. Only the word. All races poured into the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. The strength of the visitor is very strong. The first batch to enter is the new generation of disciples. The general strength is in the infant breaking realm up and down. The strongest is only the infant breaking 3rd and 4th layer of strength. And this new batch, the weak one should at least have the strength of the 6th or even 7th level of infant breaking. There was no lack of strong people who had already reached the point of stepping into the refined void realm at any time. Logically speaking, in the first heavens, harmonization was almost already the topmost strength in the first heavens, and it seemed inappropriate to call the refined void realm still a heavenly pride. However, given that there were 9 heavens, and the first heaven was just a beginning, or perhaps a protection for the weak, the refined void realm as a heavenly pride was no big deal. 9 heavens, you can only go up but not down. This is the 9 days of the Holy Father in the past have a sense of the weak in the world have no place. So open 9 days and deliberately set up can be up and not down rules. However, the 9 heavenly saints had already fallen, and there were powerful forces that also had special means to briefly descend into the realm. The people converge. After the group of newcomers saw that the human race had occupied almost all of the major blessed lands in the lower 3 tiers of the battlefield, they were all confused. No, Grip, the new generation of little guys, so fierce? And the other ethnic group powerhouses almost didn't find the power of their own kind, and their noses were turned up in anger. United. Must be united. The Buddhist sect members were relieved to see that their own Buddhist disciples, although they did not excel, were not too miserable either. Since it was fine, the Buddhist disciples called out at once, the Tree of Enlightenment. The Buddhist sect must seize the Tree of Enlightenment first, and then deploy a formation to protect the entire Tree of Enlightenment. At that time, they are bound to have their Dharma advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 052, The Only Way in Front of the Tree of Enlightenment. When dozens of monks arrived in a hurry, they saw billions of rays of light hanging down and enveloping one person's body. Quiet, peaceful. The man and the road become one with the tree. That fast? The leader of the degree abomination was quite surprised, but luckily, there was only one. Degree of abomination carefully measured each other. Looking so young, born a pair of red lips and white teeth of the handsome look. If it is to become a small monk, afraid that it is also the Buddha's destiny is deep. Fellow Daoist, I see that this tree has a destiny in my Buddhist sect. Senior. Unexpectedly, a Buddhist disciple suddenly spoke up and interrupted Duo Abomination's words. This person is very strong. In the heavenly spirit pool, many disciples of my Buddhist sect fell into his hands. Du Hui said hurriedly. The Duo Abomination's eyes blossomed with golden light. You mean he still has a grudge against my Buddhist sect? There is an enmity, but he's very strong, and I'm worried that we'll pay a small price if we fight him. Duo Abomination laughed at that. The smile is gentle and compassionate. Senior brother, you think he's strong? That's because you don't know the divine power of senior brother me. Since we have a grudge against the Buddhist sect, we'll use our Buddhist compassion to sensitize this person. Just watch. He took a step forward. The golden light behind him skyrocketed, and a several Zhang-sized Vajra phantom emerged. The phantom's furious eyes, with the danger of taking in the sky and suppressing the earth. Sinner, get the hell out of there. The roar lifted the sand and leaves, flying sand and stones, and the momentum was like a shocking wave. Lu Yi pulled out his ears and only felt that his ears were shaken out. Buddhists, Buddhists, Buddhists again. He opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with impatient emotions. The Enlightenment tree was indeed a treasure. Many forces would come over to fight for it. If they came to one, they would have to kill a wave of them. The end was troublesome. His figure moved. Don't dare disturb my lord's purification. A Jiao Cha rang out, and a huge sword light swung, stirring up the wind and clouds as it chopped towards the Buddhist disciples. Lu Yi was not affected in the slightest. His figure was like a ghost at this moment, lightning-like as he traveled through the Buddhist disciples. There were golden lights constantly erupting, and the sound of gold and iron striking each other rang out. Look carefully, as if there are more than a dozen blurred Lu Yi in the crowd at the same time. Hands. There are Buddhist disciples to block, but see the magic treasure broken. There are Buddhist disciples simply cannot see the speed of the Lu Yi. When they reacted to it, a touch of yen red has been blossomed in the middle of their necks. Between one and the other, a dozen figures moved at the same time. A dozen figures merged into a single one. Lu Yi returned to the location where his enlightenment was and resumed sitting on his knees. The magic sword and the phallic phase collided. A large number of cracks appeared in the phantom, but the owner of the phantom had already opened his eyes angrily. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief, and vaguely under his eyes there were also wisps of regret. Blood spurted out one after another. One by one, the Buddhist disciples, who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago, were in almost the same posture at this time, covering their necks and falling to their knees, with looks on their faces ranging from bewilderment to agony. There were also Buddhist disciples who tried to stop the bleeding and control their injuries in the first place, but there was an extremely powerful sword chi surviving in their wounds, not giving them a chance to recover at all. Amit Ba. The Du Abomination let out a final Buddhist cry and his body collapsed. Chu Ling landed on the ground with his sword and watched the scene, shocked. His expression changed again and again. She turned to look at Lu Yi with a complicated gaze, the anticipation in her heart completely coming true at this moment. Gonzi, he didn't argue with them now, didn't ridicule and mock them, really, because they no longer have any meaning in Gonzi's eyes. It's too fast. Lu Yi's cultivation speed had completely exceeded her expectations, reaching an appalling level. He didn't have any need to tangle with them any further at all, because it only takes a very short time. Lu Yi can leave them far behind, reaching a point where they can hardly look back even if they put their lives on the line. He had not the slightest intention of tangling with them again. That's how long it's been. Returning from rebirth, a full count was only more than half a year, and his strength had already reached this unbelievable level. Give him 2 or 3 more years and he might have already ascended to the second heaven. They will be disqualified from seeing him again. Chu Ling's heart was in immense pain. Was this the decision made by the Gonzi? He had never had a violent conflict with them from the beginning, and initially, he had had murderous intent towards her. But now, as he was looking at himself, the look in his eyes was exactly the same as looking at a stranger. No, not even as good as a stranger. He simply ignored her. Chu Ling fell to her knees with a plea in her voice. Duke, Lu Yi closed his eyes. Inside him, no waves were raised. It was his mistake to be a womanizer and have 8 women, and he paid for his mistake accordingly. Once, he had just crossed over, and hadn't thought about how many beautiful women he was looking for. Affection, friendship, and love were all things he longed and thirsted for. But the path to fulfillment is full of dry bones. Brothers die in battle. Seniors on the path of seeking God fall. He already had it once. In this life, he no longer thirsted for it, he only wanted to visit the top of the great Tao that he had not possessed. Waking up with the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman are but passing clouds. Only the word. Only the word. Chu Ling's eyes were tinged with pain and tenacity. Since this matter of the Chu Sword Villa became clear, she realized just how good Lu Yi had been to her in the beginning. He laughed and called himself a little maid, but in his voice was a favor that was hard to hide. In this world, which person would go to the mountain of swords and the sea of fire for his or her maid, and protect the Tao to become an emperor for his or her maid? Which someone always likes to make his maid to laugh. As long as he laughs, he is happy as if he were a child. That kind of smile from the heart, but now can never appear on the face of the male son. Chu Ling covered her heart and gasped for air. The heart ached so much. It hurt so much she couldn't breathe. Her eyes were dead set on the teenager shrouded in thousands of light feathers. Her fists clenched tightly. My lord, I will definitely accompany you. I will go wherever you go. I can definitely catch up with you. After Chu Ling finished speaking under his breath, he smashed his head 3 times heavily towards the ground and got up to leave. She has to get stronger. She had to become stronger at all costs. She couldn't imagine how she should live if after that, Lu Yi would never appear in front of her again, and she would forever lose the one person who loved her the most in this world. She did not have the single-mindedness of Lu Yi at this time. She's crossing her love affair. She's crossing her remorse. Lu Yi paid no attention to anything about Chu Ling as he pondered over a more important issue. That is, he had already reached the peak of infant breaking, though he didn't feel like coming to the limit yet, or else roll this realm up a notch. For example, practicing to the 10th level of the infant breaking realm or something. Roll it. It's healthier to roll it. Chapter 053, it's not over yet. The 4th level of the ancient battlefield space. Yu Hongling recovered quickly from her injuries. 81 fearless divine seals that could attack, defend, recover, and explode. But it wasn't that easy for a completely severed palm to grow back in the end. Doesn't matter. Jubilee had left her and gone nowhere. She had her own things to do. Her mood, it was low. Mingmei handsome face, also drooped, listless appearance. Really cannot see the supreme style of the battle heaven and earth. She's finished. Yu Hongling's cry was unbearable. She had just looked back to the past and just felt like a super-duper fugitive. Silly in that hopeless, unthinkable way. She and Feng Wuxia had only known each other for how long? And she was so trusting of such a demon race. She knew too well what kind of person elder brother was and how good he was to her. But it is clear that the senior brother is so good to her. How do you treat what you think is a white moonlight? Yu Hongling couldn't help but laugh ruefully. A dark and rotten white moonlight, who is still nostalgic even after he has become a great emperor himself. The more kind elder brother was to himself, the more he felt that he was being so kind to himself because he owed it to himself. Ha ha ha. Phoenix. None. Evil. The 3 words were as cold as the bone-scratching wind that blew out from the depths of hell. She wanted to find Feng Wuxia. She wanted to kill Feng Wuxia by 1,000 cuts before she went to ask for punishment in front of her senior brother. As long as elder brother was willing to forgive himself, he would let himself do anything, even if it meant death. Even in death, she would not be afraid. Sifu has a good heart, as long as he keeps apologizing. No, it can't just be like this. Elder brother likes her delicate and naive look the most. A curtain of water appeared in front of Yu Hongling as she looked at her appearance and a smile appeared on her face. No, the smile is not right. She changed her smile. No, it's still not right. Where's her innocence? Where's her naivety? At this moment, it dawned on Yu Hongling that her own petulance was only because she was in the midst of happiness that she appeared that petulant. And now, where is the petulance? She waved her hand to make the water curtain disperse, and a refined light appeared in her gaze, accompanied by a faint blood-red color. Feng Wuxia, wait for me. I'll kill you. Feng Wuxia was flustered. He really couldn't imagine that the siege had become like this. So many heavenly prides that were unattainable for him, hadn't surrounded Yu Hongling to death? No, are they too trashy or what? How is it that there are still those in the demon race who saved Moon Hongling? And what about the little dragon king and the broken sword demon? Their names are so famous, but what about them? The death was so suffocating and miserable. It was really inconceivable that such a group of existences could be so famous in vain. Feng Wuxia almost died of anger. He was nearly pissed off, and so were the demons and devils. The demon race has directly become a target. Why would there be a demon race betrayal? originally that Yu Hongling has become a real poor. As a result, a demon race emerged, and it was also a demon race with such a strong strength that directly rescued Yu Hongling. And the demon had gone so far as to say that he didn't recognize the firebird. The firebird is stronger than the little dragon king, and as a result, your demon clan says that none of you recognize it? Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for the fact that this joint siege was indeed the one in which the demon race suffered the most deaths and injuries, and contributed the most, the other ethnic groups would have suspected that this was not a setup deliberately set up by the demon race. Is it possible that the demon race and the human race have colluded? There was no way to take it out on the demon race, so they could only take it out on Feng Wuxia. The demon clan was about to thwart Feng Wuxia on the spot, and the ghost clan was ready to take his soul out, but the god clan stopped them. Calm down. This Feng Wuxia still has a use. The divine clan member named Shuai opened his mouth and said, "What's the use? Yu Hongling has already seen through what Feng Wuxia is all about. Can he hardly be in a position to obtain Yu Hongling's forgiveness?" A person from the devil race said in a violent rage. He is unable to obtain Yu Hongling's forgiveness, but now he has also become the person Yu Hongling hates the most. At that time, I observed truly, Yu Hongling seemed to have missed something very important because of it, only to come over and find that this bastard is such a situation. You can tell that Yu Hongling is very bitter about missing out on not knowing what's going on. That means that Yu Hongling is now completely hating Feng Wuxia to the bone. Unsurprisingly, she hates Feng Wuxia much more than we do, and hates to eat his flesh and sleep in his skin, so we can start from this aspect. There was a wise glint in Shai's eyes. You mean, good, the so-called love is also a trap. Then hate can also be a trap. Feng Wuxia was ecstatic in her heart. So that means one can live again? Unexpectedly, Shai swept him lightly at this moment. Such goods. I am also extremely contemptuous. Leave him, a life will be fine. Your anger can feel free to convent. The smile that had just appeared on Feng Wuxia's face suddenly froze. No, you can't. A tall demon race stepped forward and instantly tore off a large piece of Feng Wuxia's flesh and blood and ate it. Blood is dripping. A mournful scream rang out. The group of demons and devils that survived vented all of their full anger on Feng Wuxia's body. That scream was like the most pleasant note to them. Shuai's face showed a little bit of intolerance, releasing a ray of blue light and began to help Feng Wuxia heal her injuries. Gently, don't kill it. Don't rip your arm off. Asshole, arms are hard to pick up. Don't you step on his crotch. It's easy to hurt him. After tossing and turning for a full hour, Feng Wuxia didn't even have the strength to scream. He woke up from a coma in pain and went from awake to comatose in pain. Covered in blood. There was not a single piece of good skin, not a single piece of good flesh. Shui Yi kept healing his wounds, and it was with great difficulty that he was able to pull him back from the line of death. You all's fire must have died down a bit. Then I can take this person away. If there is a chance, I will recontact you all and hunt Moon Redling again. Next time, Yu Hongling will definitely not be able to escape. And past that, Feng Wuxia was swollen all around. Her skin was high and swollen. The inside was full of white water flow, and her thin skin was exactly what the idiom, blowing and cracking. One carelessness, the skin broke a little, and the intense pain made Feng Wuxia's expression twist, but he didn't dare to move. Once he did, more skin would break open and he would suffer even more. After that group of people were tortured, their anger dissipated a lot, but Shui Yi's anger hadn't disappeared. Now, Feng Wuxia was reintroduced to the newly entered divine race by Shai. A new hunt is about to begin. Chapter 054, Bone-chilling cold beyond the ancient battlefield. Bai Qiulan and Sun Ruowei and the others had already arrived. Their ages, all within 100 years old, could still enter the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, but they were pressing the limit of 100 years old. For example, the patriarch of the Great Tao sect had already exceeded 100 years of age and could no longer enter it, so it could only be said that the time was right. You're a harmonization realm and you're still entering the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. Isn't that too bullying? Sun Ruowei said somewhat breathlessly. Bai Qiulan was still dressed in white, and the breeze fluttered, revealing her exaggerated figure, causing many people to be unable to stop watching frequently. It's not true that I'm a harmonized Tao, but it's not like the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking is based on strength alone, with root bones, battle prowess, years of age, and all sorts of factors embedded in it. So perhaps my ranking isn't as good as what you've left on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. Bai Qiulan said with a faint smile. Don't you dare bury me. I'm still 100,000 miles away from merging with the Tao, and we're about the same age. As the two were talking, there were already poised youths walking over. Senior sister Bai, long time no see. The visitor was an elder of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, named Su Maji, who specialized in refining weapons. This is a jade hairpin I refined in recent days. It can nourish your face and calm your spirit. I see that it suits you very well. Would it be good to give it to you? Sumaji had an elegant smile on his face. An extremely beautifully crafted jade hairpin appeared in his hand, which contained an unknown number of array patterns and emitted a powerful spiritual light. Fearing that he did not know how much of Sumaji's mind had been consumed, Sun Ruowei couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly. Yo yo yo. It's true that lovers only have each other in their eyes. I'm such a big living person staying next to them, but as a result, they're not even willing to give me a single glance, let alone say a word to me. Sun Ruowei said in a conspiratorial manner. Sumaji was a bit embarrassed. He was just too excited. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Baiqiulan for more than 10 years, and I never thought that Baiqiulan didn't have any dimming with the passage of years, but instead, she was more radiant than the original. Who can stand that? This senior sister. I'm sorry, I haven't seen senior sister Bai for a long time and I got a little excited. Sun Ruowei? Fine you Sumaji, what do you mean by this senior sister? What does this senior sister mean? Have you forgotten what I'm called? Sumaji. Baiqiulan looked calm. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist Su, but you and I don't have any friendship, so it's really not appropriate to accept your gift. How could there be no camaraderie? We once fought side by side against demons too. Please don't be obsessive. Please don't be obsessive. Qiulan only has the great Tao in mind and nothing else. If you are obsessive in the end, you will only hurt yourself. Baiqiulan sternly refused. Sumaji's eyes became dull. I have not had any other thoughts about you. Only that this jade hairpin was refined by me with a lot of effort, and I feel that senior sister Bai and the jade hairpin are completely a match made in heaven. And senior sister Bai, even if she has no affection for me, I implore you to accept the jade hairpin, and consider it as a way to find the best possible owner for the jade hairpin. Baiqiulan's brows furrowed. Qiulan doesn't want to speak mercilessly, so please ask fellow Daoist Su to take the initiative to retreat so as not to hurt the peace. Sumaji, I think this jade hairpin is quite suitable for me. Why don't you give it to me? Sun Ruowei said with a smile. Sumaji gave her a look and left with his head hanging down. Sun Ruowei became furious. What does he mean by that? What does he mean by that look? He. Baiqiulan reached out and pressed his hand on top of Sun Ruowei's furry head. Honest, I didn't expect Sun Ruowei to be jolted. She turned back violently, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Baiqiulan. Baiqiulan froze. She looked back and there was nothing behind her. However, she did not expect Sun Ruowei to take her hand off her head and hold it in her hand. Why are your hands cold to such an extent? Sun Ruowei lost her voice. Ice cold? Baiqiulan was a little confused. She reached out with her other hand and touched it, and it did not feel cold. Sun Ruowei grabbed Baiqiulan's other hand. This hand is also cold as ice. Why is it like this? This hand can simply be compared to ice. Don't you feel it? Where's your body? Where's your body? Sun Ruowei's expression was filled with anxiety. Her eyes were red, and she stroked open Baiqiulan's sleeve. Her skin was beautiful, polished and lubricated, like the finest damask. But the more Sun Ruowei touched it, the more alarmed she became. Cool. Cold. It was piercingly cold. Soul-crushing cold. What's wrong with you? What are you hiding from me? Ha? A normal person. You're still in the harmonization realm. Don't you know that your body has gone cold to such an extent? Baiqiulan frowned. She touched her arm and still couldn't feel the cold. Is it the reason for the chaotic Tai-in god body? Although she didn't know what was going on, Baiqiulan revealed a smile. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a matter of practicing a special technique. It won't take long to recover. Really? Let me tell you. Baiqiulan, you can't lie to me. The two of us are the best sisters. If you lie to me, I will be very sad. Sun Ruowei said. Didn't lie to you? How could I lie to you? I really did it because of my cultivation technique. If it wasn't for a powerful technique, do you think I could break through to the harmonious realm so quickly? This is just a slight side effect. It won't take long for it to return to normal. Really? Really? But it's too cold, isn't it? It's so cold when I touch it with my hand. See if I can touch it with my arm. The two men's arms touch. In an instant, countless goosebumps rose from Sun Ruowei's arms. Sun Ruowei left in a hurry. The skin of the hand is thicker, so the feeling is okay. It just feels like you're touching a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, whereas the skin of the arm is so thin that you can't stand the contact. Are you sure it's okay? A faint smile appeared on Baiqiulan's face. It's really okay. Don't worry. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to touch you a little more often. And if there's a problem, we'll be sure to fix it first thing. Baiqiulan nodded gently. Don't worry. Her gaze looked in the direction of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. There was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Ice cold. It was as cold as 1,000 years of basalt ice. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little shaken in her heart. She had once thought before that if Lu Yi had not felt the slightest bit of comfort when he was practicing yin yang with her, can he be considered taking advantage of himself then? Every time, Lu Yi is enduring such a sense of extreme icy cold. The matter of deceiving a teacher and destroying his ancestors, is it still valid or not? Bai Qiulan was really at a loss. Chapter 055, True Heavenly Fist found Feng Wuxie. Yu Hongling mobilized the power of the human race, and after spending considerable effort, she finally found Feng Wuxie's trail. Yu Hongling looked at the information in her hand and frowned. She gave an exasperated laugh. It's still the same thing, isn't it? You've been a bogeyman once, and you've been made a permanent bogeyman? This time, it's led by the divine race? Yu Hongling asked. According to the news, it should be led by the divine race. Luo Yuan returned. Yu Hongling pondered. I don't care for now. The divine race used Feng Wuxie to guide me into the game again. As long as I don't ever enter the game by dragging it out for some time, they will naturally torture Feng Wuxie. Yu Hongling's face wore a wise glow. Before Luo Yuan could speak, Feng Longxiang had already marveled. Fairy Moon is truly amazingly resourceful. Luo Yuan? Yu Hongling. Old Feng. If you don't know how to compliment people, let's do it less often in the future. Feng Longxiang's big eyes with a small confusion. What? Is it wrong to boast? When he usually complimented his master so much, his master was all but delighted. Yu Hongling made a decision. Letting go of Feng Wuxie for the time being, she first went all out to cultivate a bit. Time passes by. On the divine race's side, realizing that Yu Hongling had no intention of falling for it, one by one, their emotions began to flare up. What's going on? I didn't say that Yu Hongling has no brain, and that Feng Wuxie's message has been put out. How come this guy hasn't moved at all? Hydramet smiled. What do you think? No more movement? It means that Feng Wuxie can't even be counted as a hair in Yu Hongling's heart. Why don't we just get him dead and pull him in? Every day I'm annoyed when I look at his wobbly appearance. Ha ha ha. That's right. Hydra Metallic laughed out loud. Yu Hongling should just be playing with the idea of letting it go and letting us toss Feng Wuxie. You, a person who has no grudges against Feng Wuxie, are extremely displeased with the way he is comfortable every day? I don't believe that she is able to endure it. From this moment on, not only should we not treat Feng Wuxie harshly, but we should also treat Feng Wuxie better. Give him resources, let him cultivate, and give him beautiful-looking bird demons. I'll see who can endure who. Yu Hongling had indeed been paying attention to Feng Wuxie's news. A wave of anger rose up when he realized that the situation was not going in the direction he had expected. Now letting Yu Hongling watch Feng Wuxie live so well was simply worse than killing her. Since you guys want to kill me, don't blame me for waging war on you. For Yu Hongling, fighting was the best cultivation. She left alone, and instead of trying to kill Feng Wuxie, she started to take on the divine race. The divine race, no matter who they are, kill them when they come across them, and run away when they're done. The smell of gunpowder is growing stronger. Lu Yi was always practicing, and a group of monks in the distance, separated by a long distance, looked at the more than 20 monk corpses sprawled on the ground, their expressions filled with anger. However, the wounds of those monks were extremely scary to them. One hit kills. All of them were killed with a single strike. Even the half-step refined void and the initial condensation of the Vajradharma phase of the degree abomination were all killed with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was truly frightening. However, the Tree of Enlightenment was a supreme treasure that the Buddhist sect had its eye on, and now that the two sides had a grudge, it was only logical to fight against it. But the other party's strength was just too unfathomable. If they all attacked, there was a chance that the Buddhist sect would be completely wiped out. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk is willing to try with his body. If the poor monk falls, then the Tree of Enlightenment will be before its time. If the poor monk can fight with it, the Tree of Enlightenment will deservedly have a destiny with the Buddhist sect. The monks looked at Dushan and spoke. Amitabha. Dushan is extremely strong in defense and cultivates a Zhang 6 golden body. If he can't top that, there's really no point in fighting. But look at the young man in the light plume. Ridiculously young. Why would he possess such unimaginable strength? Dushan sat cross-legged. Monk's robes surged. His aura began to rise. An aura that originally belonged to the 9th level of infant breaking. And at this moment, he once again took a step forward. Refinement. Heaven and earth changed color. Above the sky, an infinite amount of golden light hung down. A massive amount of aura whistled towards Dushan, and the 6-foot golden body emerged behind Dushan. The pure golden body growing in height and eventually reaching a huge 3 feet. There was a golden light in heaven and earth. Dushan chanted the Buddha's name under his breath and folded his hands. Amitabha. The 3-foot golden body behind him was exactly the same as Dushan, with the same hands folded and chanting the Buddha's name. One step forward, the golden body had arrived outside the Tree of Enlightenment. Poor monk Dushan, I beg you to teach me. The golden body sounded like thunder. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the huge breath was like a shocking wave toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at this 3-foot golden body. The refinement realm was enough to make him take it 3 times more seriously. Thus, without seeing him get up, he raised one hand, and at this moment, the entire tree of enlightenment began to sway and move. If the tree of enlightenment had a mouth, it would have let out a gasp of surprise at this moment. Road. This is the way. The tree of enlightenment helped people to realize the way, and it itself realized its own way from the way of others. But the subtlety of the way of Lu Ye's punch was something that the tree of enlightenment couldn't comprehend, couldn't understand. But it didn't stop the tree of enlightenment from trembling with war and excitement at this moment. It felt that it had found it. Raise your hand. Make a fist. Bend your arms. Heaven and earth work together. Lu Yi handed out a fist, and all the power in heaven and earth, as if it had found the meaning of its existence, converged towards this fist like crazy. If Lu Yi had enough power of his own, he could mobilize 10 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times the power beyond his own, with the help of the pull of the Tao, with the help of the power of heaven and earth. Fist prince, breaking through the air. The Dushan golden body was majestic and solemn, but at this moment, it froze. No, man, what do we have to do? What am I? What's my level? What level am I? Did you have to throw such a punch? With this punch, you have directly shattered my heart towards Buddha and my path to seek the way. Not so much. Really, I'm just a mallard. I really don't need you to use such a punch. The 3-Zhan golden body didn't even make any defensive moves. There was no need. There really was no need. The only thought left in Dozan's mind was to spit. Life's last spit. Boom! Fist prince come. Golden bodies shatter. Dushan fell to the ground on his back, his body letting out a roar as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The breath of life vanished in that instant. The world. Quiet. Lu Yi gently exhaled, feeling pretty good. He was enlightening the Tao, and he wasn't enlightening for fun, and being able to become a heavenly father. His own understanding of the Tao had reached a point that was the most extreme under a saint. What he realizes now is to see how the Tao is different when he looks at it when he is weak, and when he looks at it when he is strong. Really different. Yet the same. No, the Heavenly Father's fist he could fight somewhat decently at the infant breaking realm. The harvest is not bad. The Buddhist monks looked at Dushan and then at Lu Yi. It's too late to grieve, so let's say goodbye first. This person, if anyone in the Buddhist sect were to mess with him in the future, he would be inviting disaster for the Buddha. Chapter 056, What's Wrong with Me? Ancient Battlefield. One by one, the blessed places have owners. There were celestial pride who didn't care about the blessed land and challenged all parties just to cultivate. There are heavenly prides who gain opportunities, and submerged dragons who soar to the heavens. Fighting is happening too often. Everywhere. Fighting everywhere. Vermilion Bird was so unable to enter the demon clan to hide himself anymore because of the reason why he saved Yu Hongling. She cultivated while observing the situation of the demon race. The All Souls Demon Emperor's delusional attempt to collect the Heaven's Pride essence blood was now suffering a great deal of resistance. As the saying goes, ideals are plump and reality is bone dry. Before the demon race into the ancient battlefield of Heaven's Pride, that really is the 10,000 races as a consumable. Obtaining the blood of others as if it is easy to pick up a bag of goods in general. But when you come in, that belongs an inch away. You still want my blood? I see that your demon pills are differently beautiful. The devils were much the same. With a monstrous aura, you end up coming in, getting hit by this, getting hit by that, and getting your mind blown. The human race was fine because Yu Hongling was brave. And there was also a female sword cultivator who appeared from time to time in a shocking manner, all of which were terrifyingly strong. There are countless people who want to be first, but how many are likely to be first? Yu Hongling and the divine race fought each other. She has a variety of fighting methods, and as long as she doesn't get on the set, she's beating the gods alone and wailing on them. The divine race had already begun to consider whether Shu Weijing's ploy was good or bad. Shai was full of aggravation. His scheme, that's definitely not a problem at all. A scheme against the human race. But who the hell could have thought that Yu Hongling could improve so fast? The second wave of the divine race came with so many strong people, and froze to take Yu Hongling no way? Who's to blame for this? Bengal lived. It's really a bungalow to live in. The divine race made a decision to release Feng Wuxie. Let him fend for himself. Hydra Metallic was silent for a long time, but in the end, he agreed to the suggestion. Unable to capture Yu Hongling, all schemes were futile. Now because of Yu Hongling, the entire god race's development had suffered a great deal of restriction. It couldn't go on like this. No, I'm not leaving. Feng Wuxie's face changed drastically when he was informed that he could leave. You're not leaving if you don't want to? Break your legs and throw them out. No, I can be the bait. I can be the bait. Yu Hongling is the topmost heavenly pride of the human race. If you guys don't kill her, when the time comes and she grows up, It'll be a plague for all the races in the world. You must nip it in the bud. And I can help you. She hates me to the bone now, and as long as I'm getting by, she's going to try to come over and kill me. And I'm the bait. Ah! Feng Wuxia's legs were broken. Shui expressionlessly carried Feng Wuxia away. Finding a deserted mountain, he threw Feng Wuxia down. There really aren't any more traps here. For that matter, and that's the end of it. There was no need for the divine race to be the vanguard against the human race anymore. Don't go. Don't go. I don't want to stay here. You guys give me to the demon clan, to the devil clan, to whatever else. Letting him wail, Shui Yi still didn't return his head. Feng Wuxia has been ruined. His cultivation had almost fallen to the bottom, and now that his legs were broken, it was very good to be able to stay alive. Feng Wuxia begged for help to no avail, and couldn't help but swear. He could not understand what he had done wrong. Why did he have to suffer such a catastrophe? He came to the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield also to improve his strength. He didn't mess with anyone. It was the demon race that chased him first. It was that ugly cunt. Heavenly puppet. Has he ever been wrong? Feng Wuxia's mind completely collapsed and she balled in place. A shadow, which covered his body, and a pair of red cloud boots, appeared in his vision. She's coming! She's coming! Feng Wuxia had infinite panic in his heart, but he still didn't want to die. Mole Cricket still had the will to steal life. He just didn't want to die. There was nothing to be ashamed of. It's all my fault. They tried to kill me. I just didn't want to die. What's wrong with me? I was just scared. I was really scared. The demon race had gone crazy. They couldn't beat the human race. That's why they thought of completing the task given to them by the All Souls Demon Emperor, and started to collect the All Souls Essence Blood, and this strand of Phoenix Essence Blood of mine. They wanted to collect it as well. I don't want to die. I just want to live. You tell me what I should do. What can I do? If you were in my position, could you do better than me? Feng Wuxia was only pleading at first, but the more she spoke, the more agitated she became. He couldn't be blamed for this. He was just wrapped up in his fate. He was a weakling. He never had autonomy in this matter. The wind, gently blowing Yu Hongling's hair. She did not look at Feng Wuxia, and her eyes, which used to be translucent, became depressed at this moment. Feng Wuxia was not wrong. Luno wasn't wrong either. Everything that's wrong is on her. In fact, it wasn't that in his last life, Lu Yi hadn't tried to talk to her about Feng Wuxia for such a long time. However, every time Lu Yi brought up like Feng Wuxia, she would go hysterically crazy, then fade away later. Luno thought she had figured it out. In fact, she buried her hatred. When she didn't trust Lu Yi, anything Lu Yi said about Feng Wuxia couldn't reach her heart. Yu Hongling turned around and left. She doesn't kill. To kill or not to kill. For Yu Hongling, there was no longer any meaning. Feng Wuxia was already dead in her heart. Feng Wuxia raised her head and watched Yu Hongling's figure walk towards the distance. He froze. What's that supposed to mean? Hey! Not knowing where the courage came from, Feng Wuxia actually took the initiative to open her mouth and called out to Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling's footsteps did not pause. Everything she had already thought through. Feng Wuxia had no more relationship with her. Surprisingly, she roughly understood Lu Ye's current state of mind in her mind. Is there hate? There is hate, but the hate is powerless. Hating others, hating yourself, that's what it is. It's just a lot of nothing. Feng Wuxia actually wanted to ask, what virtue and ability did he have to make Yu Hongling fall in love with him? But Yu Hongling's figure quickly disappeared, and it seemed like there was no need for him to ask this question. Finally, alive! Feng Wuxia fell to her knees and let out a long breath. He had a feeling at this moment that everything he experienced now was a treasure for the future on his way to growth. As long as he's not dead, he can. A pair of green embroidered shoes appeared in his field of vision. Green embroidered shoes? It wasn't that Yu Hongling had gone and returned, but he didn't recognize this woman in green embroidered shoes either. Did he? Feng Wuxia stiffly raised her head and looked ahead. A woman wearing a long green dress, standing in a pavilion with a stunningly beautiful appearance, holding a black and red sword in her hand, was looking at him. It was a look that made him feel very bad. Girl! Pust! One sword and the corpse is gone. Shu Ling withdrew his sword. His Excellency didn't say he'd spare you. Chapter 057, Provoking in the Dark. This is the current distribution map of the blessed lands occupied by the various races throughout the heavens' remarkable ancient battlefield. The human race is still the strongest, although the united momentum of the various ethnic groups is obvious. But our human race has so many strong people that we are not afraid, and the hearts of the foreign races are not so united. According to the distribution map, the human race occupies the blessed land up to 45%, the Buddhist sect 1.5%, the divine race 1%, the demon race 1%, the demon race 1%, the demon race 1%, and the ghost race occupies the place in a peculiar way. and the only ones who can get their hands on it are the ghost race and the spirit race, which together account for a total of 1%. Inside the tent, Shangguan Wuchang had a faint smile on his face as he recounted the current situation of the various forces to the many powerhouses. From the moment Shangguan Mirage Spirit came in, she had wandered away from the many human races, and she had hardly ever been seen to show her face. Shangguan Wuchang also did not take this sister to heart. Originally, he was still thinking of taking this opportunity to get Shangguan Mirage Spirit dead, but he didn't know why. In the past half a year, Shangguan Mirage Spirit seemed to be a different person, and he was surprisingly all respectful and loving to him. Thus, Shangguan Wuchang gave up this intention for the time being. The many powerful people looked at the distribution map and nodded their heads. The human race taking up 45% of the blessed land in one breath was really quite an exaggerated thing. However, because of the occupation of so many blessed land, so the human race are all strength enhancement by leaps and bounds, can be when the name of the heavenly pride. Where is this place and why is it blank? The one hijack sect powerhouse asked. Pointing at the distribution map, Shangguan Wuchang expected someone to ask here. Here, wrapped up in the power of the Buddhist sect, which is considered the sphere of influence of my human race when all is said and done, is that this person is very strong. According to the Return of the Scouts, this place is called the Tree of Enlightenment, the kind of heaven and earth treasure tree that can help cultivators to realize the way. The Tree of Enlightenment is occupied by one person, who is extremely strong. There are corpses of the people of the Buddhist sect ambushed outside of the Tree of Enlightenment, but there is no retaliation of the people of the Buddhist sect, which can be seen from this. Shangguan Wuchang's words were spoken, causing an outcry. Really? The Buddhist disciple's temperament has always been known to know it all. And again, because of its unique philosophy, although most of the disciples of the Buddhist sect are of the human race, they have gradually become unacceptable to the human race. Naturally true. Look at that costume. This person is a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Of course Shangguan Wuchang knew Lu Yi. Shangguan Mirage Spirit had told him before he entered the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield not to provoke Lu Yi, and that he would be killed if he messed with it. At present, it seems that this Lu Yi is indeed very bullish, and one person is suppressing the entire Buddhist sect not daring to squeak. But then, cultivation is not all about fighting and killing. The Enlightenment Tree he was also quite coveted. This kind of treasure, how can there be a reason for one person to monopolize it? From our clan? Ding Yuqing of the Great Tao sect froze for a moment. The name is Lu Yi. This name, not to mention that Ding Yuqing knew about it, a portion of the other people knew about it as well, as they had even run into it when they had just come in. At that time, that little guy was furtive, and everyone estimated that with such an anxious personality, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive for long in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. As a result, the person ran to the Tree of Enlightenment alone, killed a bunch of Buddhists, and is still alive and well, with one person monopolizing the Tree of Enlightenment. That is indeed a disciple of my Great Tao sect. Not bad, dang good. Ding Yuqing could not help but reveal a smile on her face. Then since the Tree of Enlightenment is occupied by the human race, can it be incorporated into the human race's blessed land? Shangguan Wuchang asked. Ding Yuqing raised an eyebrow. She wasn't a fool. She understood Shangguan Wuchang's meaning in a moment. I don't think it's necessary. He alone cultivates under the Tree of Enlightenment and has not used the blessed land we occupied. Then there's no need for us to force someone to give up the Tree of Enlightenment. Ding Yuqing said. Shangguan Wuchang's expression was gentle. It doesn't say that he should let him give it up. It's not like the Tree of Enlightenment can only allow one person to be enlightened. It can allow many people to be enlightened together. So he can continue, and he can use the other blessed lands occupied by the human race. So wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Ding Yuqing was quite strong at this point. You don't have to think about all those twists and turns. If you want to become enlightened, you can go on your own. Now that's a nice thing to say, but if Lu Yi doesn't want others to share the enlightenment tree, won't it become Lu Yi's responsibility? So, some things, you want to do it yourself. Go ahead. There is no need to pull other people down. People are not brainless. Those ideas of yours, who can't see it? I also think that the Tree of Enlightenment deserves to be shared a bit. I would have wanted to be enlightened, and I don't want to create a conflict with the Great Tao sect. So if he persists in not allowing it, do I make a move on him or not? At that moment, another person spoke up. This was a cultivator from the Yin Yang Dharma sect. There is some truth to it. The Tree of Enlightenment is indeed more precious and belongs to the great opportunity, and it should rightly be shared by the human race in order to utilize it to its fullest potential. Another Yin Yang Dharma sect cultivator spoke. I don't think it's right. This matter can be negotiated but not forced. The Mountain River Pagoda sect opened their mouths. Although the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty did not deal with the Godless God Dynasty, they also somewhat coveted the wonders of the Enlightenment Tree and agreed with Shangguan Wuchang's statement. Some agree, some don't. Let's go ask first. I also feel that the Tree of Enlightenment should not be owned by one person. At this time, a youth who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, all eyes immediately turned to the youth. Because of the youth's strength and because of his identity. Vanguard Cult. Ancient Green Sky. Even if it was the heavens' remarkable ancient battlefield, the Vanguard sect was actually not particularly keen, and not many people came, because the Vanguard sect had its own unique cultivation method. Just the resources sent down from above were enough for the Vanguard sect itself. But this time someone came anyway. The first group under 20 didn't come. The second group under 60 came in too. It was these two people, a man and a woman. The man's name was Gu Qingtian and the woman's name was Lu Qingyan. What if he doesn't want to? Ding Yuqing asked. Ancient Qingtian smiled gently. That would be easy too. I'll just beat him until he wants to. Ding Yuqing became furious. You're going to bully the small with the big? Lu Qingyan also smiled gently. This fellow Daoist, he alone occupies the Tree of Enlightenment and pressures the entire Buddhist sect to not dare to make a sound. So if we really fight him, it wouldn't be considered bullying the small with the big, would it? Of course. If that doesn't sound good to you, then I'll put it another way. Lu Qingyan's expression grew cold. We'll bully the small with the big. You great Dao sect. What can we do? It can beat you up and you can't find your way out. A Jiao Cha sounded from outside the tent, and a red figure came running with a gale, slamming a spell seal towards Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan coldly snorted. Light bloomed in front of him. A leaf. 1.22.44.8. Countless pale silver-white leaves formed a shield. Boom! The legal seal slammed hard on top of the leaf shield. Lu Qingyan's complexion changed slightly. Her figure stepped back and exited the tent. What strength? Chapter 058. No choice, 4 shifts, fight. The shield in front of Lu Qingyan didn't shatter. She struck her palm on top of the shield, and in an instant, countless silver-white leaves transformed into a whirlwind that rushed straight at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling was not the least bit vain. Raising his hand was a crashing mountain seal that smashed the silver-white leaves and crumbled away. The leaves swiftly returned, attacking towards Yu Hongling from all sides. Yu Hongling pulled her hands together. Her true essence surged, and the leaves were controlled by an invisible force, standing still around her body. Lu Qingyan made a seal with both hands, and the leaf's light quickly became bright and began to tremble. Stop! Stop fighting! The crowd inside the tent rushed out. Gu Qingtian also frowned slightly and opened his mouth to call out. Senior sister, a mere 4th level of infant breaking, to be able to burst out with this kind of strength. You great Dao sect, you're giving me side-eye. Lu Qingyan beckoned, and all the silver-white leaves flew into her sleeves and disappeared. Yu Hongling looked at her with cold eyes and put down harsh words. No one is allowed to disturb my senior brother's cultivation, and if you want to do so, then step over my corpse. Originally, I was thinking that I could go or not, but after hearing you say that, then I really must go over there and take a look. The two women went toe-to-toe. Yu Hongling is short-tempered. Don't anyone stop us? Come on. One-on-one. One-upmanship is one-upmanship. Hongling. Ding Yuqing hurriedly stopped Yu Hongling. The attitude of the Vanguard sect was indeed exasperating, and Yu Hongling was also very strong, but she was still young in the end. Being young against such older ones is ultimately a disadvantage. Even if you are gifted, you can't go anyway. Yu Hongling remained persistent. Whether I go or not, that's my freedom. It's not for you to say. Lu Qingyan said with a smile. Just like you, going to my senior brother already has a way of taking death. Ouch. I'm so scared. I'm more interested when you say that. We will go to ask. Moon Fairy, you do not have to be angry. If that Lu Yi does not agree, we are all human. Completely can be good to talk about it. That's right. The effect of the enlightenment tree being practiced by one person and by a group of people is actually more or less the same. And we're not infringing on Lu Ye's interests either. More than not infringing, it's simply helping Lu Yi. When we fought with the demon Fei, he didn't put up his hand once. Now that we're taking the initiative to let him share the resources that we got as a result of the bloody battle, he undoubtedly has gained a huge benefit. Not bad, not bad. Shangguan Wuchang had a smile on his face. Isn't that hilarious? Seeing this, Yu Hongling looked at one of the clamoring crowds and gently shook her head. Some people wanted to die, and she really couldn't stop them. By this time Shangguan Wuchang had beautifully hidden behind everyone. Ancient Qingtian raised his steps and walked in the direction of the enlightenment tree. The other clan's celestial pride followed suit. Ding Yuqing gritted her teeth and followed suit. At this moment, the people of the Great Dao sect were all quite angry, and the people of the Supreme Sword sect and the Robber sect were also a bit upset. These three clans were usually on better terms. The Mountain River Pagoda sect was more in a state of rationality and neutrality. The large number of human powerhouses out in force immediately caused the various races to be on alert. Seeing that the human powerhouse was heading straight for the location where the Buddhist sect was located, one couldn't help but be a little confused. The Buddhist sect is like a great enemy. No, they and the human race, currently coming to the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, hadn't created any grudges. How come so many people from the clans rushed over? Some scared monks. As a result, on the way here, the group's direction of travel flipped, as if they weren't heading in the direction where the Buddhist sect was. The Tree of Enlightenment? This direction is the direction of the Tree of Enlightenment. What are you doing? Lu Yi was always sensing the great Tao, and he also felt that while he was enlightening the Tao, this tree, without knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, was always transmitting some intimate thoughts to himself, and he didn't care. The Enlightenment tree was still too young. That is, it was able to help him in the early stages. With his cultivation speed, in less than 5 years, the Enlightenment tree's help to him would be minimal. By the time the Tree of Enlightenment truly grew, he wouldn't even know what realm he had reached. The wind rattled. Lu Yi Pinky opened his eyes. With so many wind-breaking sounds, it looked like this place was going to get lively. It's good to be lively. The system just prefers to be lively. A group of people arrived and at a glance saw the fallen monk. The injuries from a single blow caused many people to be slightly stunned. But Lu Yi? Gu Qingtian opened his mouth and asked. It's me. Lu Yi swept a glance and realized that it was not mixed with figures he hated, and his mood was slightly relieved. We came over this time to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Yu Hongling is far away from this place. So many people. She presses not dare to appear in front of Lu Yi, for fear that she will cry miserably. At this moment, looking at Lu Ye's attitude towards strangers, and then thinking of Lu Ye's attitude when he treated himself, Yu Hongling's eyes immediately turned red. Good distinction to make. Want to cry? I've heard that under the Tree of Enlightenment, one can get closer to the Great Tao. So we're also thinking of coming to cultivate under the Tree of Enlightenment. Would you be willing to do so? Gu Qingtian asked. In fact, he could have said more than half a sentence. It would have been better if the phrase in return, you can also use the blessed land occupied by other races to cultivate had been added at the end. But Gu Qingtian was deliberately not saying anything. It turns out that coming over was such a purpose. Luck Ano understood. Lu Yi did know something about ancient Qingtian. He was one of the more arrogant existences, and in their last life, the two had sparred, with Lu Yi narrowly winning, and then there was no contact. And, Luko asked, what else? Ancient Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Lu Yi smiled. Things were getting interesting. It doesn't really matter if I agree to this. What I'm rather curious about is what you're going to do if I don't. Ancient Qingtian also laughed. I'm sorry, but with me, you don't have the option to disagree. The two, between their words, the smell of gunpowder instantly choked them. Lu Yi looked at the crowd behind Gu Qingtian. Who still thinks like him? The crowd was silent. Gu Qingtian seems a bit overbearing. Why don't you say the latter? Lu Yi, if you are willing to let us cultivate under the Tree of Enlightenment, the blessed land occupied by the human race, you can also cultivate on your own. How about an exchange? A prince of the Jiu Li heavenly dynasty spoke up. I mean, I don't have the option of disagreeing with that statement. Who recognizes that? Shangguan Wu Chang looked around. What? What are you guys so scared of? He had wanted mommy to be invisible, but now everyone was silent. I approve. I think that as a member of the human race, you should rightfully contribute to the human race, and the Tao Enlightenment tree should rightfully be allowed to be used by all of the human race's celestial pride. Shangguan Wu Chang said, when someone takes the lead, someone else follows the wind. Not bad, and I recognize that you shouldn't have refused this. I recognize that if the human race is weak, even if you're strong, you won't be able to monopolize the Tree of Enlightenment. So this Tree of Enlightenment deserves a share of the human race. Chapter 059, Destroying the World, 5 Shifts, Moral Kidnapping? Muddying the Waters? A Gathering of Birds? Lu Yi looked at these people and identified his opponent. He had no intention of making enemies of the human race. And thankfully, this group of frackers did not represent the human race. Let's get started then. Lu Yi got up and took a step out. His figure seemed to completely ignore the distance in space, and in an instant, he arrived in front of ancient Qingtian, and the stone sword in his hand had already erupted into a brilliant sword light. The void produced a piercing pop. Ancient Qingtian's face changed as an illusory green lotus emerged above his head, and thousands of rays of light that seemed to be chaotic qi hung down, forming a supreme guard. The sword light slashed at the green lotus qi. Boom! Ancient Qingtian's figure exploded and flew out, smashing a small mountain and filling it with blood mist along the way. Lu Ye's figure did not pause for a moment and disappeared again in a flash. Boom boom boom. The sword's light carried a sharp chirp, representing its terrifying speed and power. Quick! It's too fast. There were strong people who couldn't resist and fell on the spot. One man. 1 sword. This is the punishment for these people taking offense. Lu Yi. Ding Yuqing's face changed drastically and she shouted out. We can't kill them all. Such a small grudge. If Lu Yi kills all of these people in one breath, then when we return to the great wilderness, where will there be a place for Lu Yi to stand? Lu Yi turned a deaf ear. His sword, more rigid, more terrifying, normal sword chi, or most sword chi, was known for its sharpness, but Lu Yi's sword chi was never only sharp. Instead, it's rigid plus sharp, a sword chi that was like a heavenly seal on a side, carrying the power to break the sky. Boom boom boom. A cloud of blood mist exploded. Shangwan Wuchang's expression changed drastically. Before he entered the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, he said, then I will die. But it didn't mean that he really wanted to die. Protect me. Shangwan Wuchang let out a roar. All of the powerhouses of the godless god dynasty came to the front of Shangwan Wuchang, and all sorts of magical treasures emitted light. Lu Yi sent the person in front of him who had just raised his voice flying at an extremely fast speed, and in front of him, only these people from the godless god dynasty remained. Lu Yi, I have the godless god seal on my body. If you kill me, the godless god dynasty will be immortal with you. Shangwan Wuchang roared. When these words were spoken, the crowd of powerhouses of the godless god dynasty nearly broke into a fit of rage. You might as well be begging for forgiveness for saying that. Lu Yi laughed, his stone sword pointing straight at the group of powerhouses from the godless god dynasty. His paws stomped hard on the earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Countless sword chi lingered around Lu Yi's body, forming a spike. Die! Boom boom boom! A large blood mist exploded as Lu Yi's figure passed through a group of godless dynasty's powerhouses, running through them along with Shangwan Wuchang. Shangwan Wuchang was still stunned in his eyes when he reached the end. Crazy? That's a fucking crazy person. How dare he? Doesn't he know that now that you're killing so fiercely and happily, after you leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, it will be your end? With such a last thought, Shangwan Wuchang's consciousness completely disappeared. A ball of light flew towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi reached out, and the seal of the godless god seal fell into his hand. As his palms gently rubbed together, Dao and Dao crushed each other, shattering and turning into nothingness. That's not all. Lu Yi's gaze went back to the heavily injured figures. Guardian of the people? In his last life, he was guarding the human race, and in this life, he could similarly guard the human race. The love and affection of the world should exist between this heaven and earth, and he should not let everyone lose it because he himself had lost it. But this human race does not include those who fought him on his path to fulfillment. Lu Yi moved again. Just kill it all. Ding Yuqing was completely unable to stabilize herself and directly stopped in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you can't kill anymore. You still have to go out. They've already gotten their lesson. If you continue to kill, the great Dao sect won't be able to protect you. Ding Yuqing said anxiously. This matter was that these people had started the trouble first, and Lu Yi counterattacked, and although he hit hard, there was room for defense. But now, people are seriously injured. If you kill again, the great Dao sect doesn't even know how to defend Lu Yi. Master Lu, you can't kill anymore. Linghu Wushuang also ran over and helped persuade. Yes, Master Lu, calm down. Xiao Huarong followed suit and advised. Lu Yi, I was thinking of killing them all, but looking at the concern in the eyes of the people of this great Dao sect, Lu Yi gently smiled. Anyone else care about themselves? LOL. Kill one more. The last one. Ding Yuqing clenched her fists for a moment. Lu Yi was strong, so strong that she felt horrified. This battle can only be described in 4 words. Destroyed. She knew that if Lu Yi wanted to do something, she could not stop it at all. The reason why Lu Yi stopped now was purely to give her face. Kill another one. You wouldn't be trying to kill. Lacano nodded and gave her a gentle smile, sidestepping her block. His target, Ancient Qing Tian. Ancient Qing Tian climbed out from among the piles of rocks with a look of shock and anger on his face. Well, 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 really strong. His breath skyrocketed, instantly crossing over the infant breaking realm to the refined void realm. Only it was just as he spoke. Lu Yi slashed down vertically with his sword. This sword light, which was hundreds of feet in length, was wrapped in gusts of wind and mist, and was born of thunder and lightning. Ancient Qing Tian roared. Ancient green lotus, a piece of heaven. The green lotus shadow skyrocketed, holding up the entire sky above his head. The sword light and the green lotus ruthlessly collided together. The green lotus trembled violently for a moment. Lu Yi's arms were vaguely veined as he pressed down with tremendous force. Shatter! Boom! The green lotus instantly collapsed into pieces. The massive sword light crushed everything, including Ancient Qing Tian, and left another deep gully above the earth. The world, quiet. Lu Yi put away his stone sword and looked at everyone. This matter is the work of me, Lu Yi, alone. If there is anyone who wants revenge, come over to me. I am always waiting. And, forget it, get lost. Lu Yi's figure disappeared and reappeared under the tree of enlightenment, closing his eyes. His face, still calm as water. The battle that had just occurred, aggression like fire, seemed like a phantom. The crowd of people from the forces were as if they had been stuck with a fixation charm. It was a long time before he spoke. Ding Yuqing's scalp tingled. She looked at the crowd and spoke. Let's leave first. It's impolite to disturb people's cultivation. If there's anything, let's talk somewhere else. Quarrels and tug-of-war can't take place here. In case he angered Lu Yi again, and he came out to kill in a frenzy. Ding Yuqing was worried that she wouldn't even be able to find someone to argue with. Li Wubai's eyes were filled with excitement. Strong. That sword intent just now. It was too strong. He couldn't even stop the fear in his heart. But the more fearful he was, the more excited he became. A group of people left with bodies, or seriously injured people. Lu Qingyan wanted to take away Gu Qingtian's corpse, but Gu Qingtian had already become slag. She just, thankfully didn't say anything. Chapter 060, It's not that I'm weak. What happened? Outside the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. In particular, the powerhouse of the godless god dynasty opened his mouth in violent anger. In an instant just now, a piece of his godless dynasty's powerhouses died. Even the imperial son Shangguan Wuchang. Who is it? Who killed the people of my godless dynasty? His eyes were crimson. His anger was to the extreme. And his killing chance was monstrous. My yin-yang Dharma sect's disciples are also dead? Damn it, can't it be that there's another great battle? No, it's not a great war. How can a great war die so quickly? It's a massacre. Who the hell is it? No matter who it is, my godless dynasty will definitely not let him go. Many people couldn't help but frown as they listened to the clamor of the godless god dynasty. It's too fast. What exactly happened inside the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield? The fall of so many Heaven's Pride in such a short period of time was simply appalling. Bai Qiulan looked slightly suspicious. It's not right, is it? Not a single person from the Supreme Sword sect, the Robbery sect, or the Great Tao sect had died, and the three of them had always had a good relationship. Now the Yin-Yang Dharma sect had lost a few people, the Mountain River Pagoda sect had lost 2 people, and the Godless God dynasty had lost a bunch of people. Why did she feel like Lu Yi had struck out? In the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, it was feared that only Lu Yi could erupt with such terrifying strength. Let's hope it wasn't Lu Yi. If Lu Yi and these forces had clashed, it was likely that these few forces would be completely destroyed. Within the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, a group of people in a grand crowd rushed over, and now a group of people and in a grand manner downheartedly left. The strength that Lu Yi had just displayed was an extremely heavy blow to their confidence. Everyone is a celestial pride. On the path of cultivation, there is no excuse for some people to be in the front and others to be in the back. But what's happening now is that everyone was at the same starting line, and it turns out they're not even halfway there yet, and you've already claimed all the fucking trophies. Lu Yi's presence was like a high mountain standing in front of him. They could continue to move forward, but if they wanted to truly become supreme, then Lu Yi was an obstacle they could not avoid. Ding Yuqing was also thinking about what to say. My senior brother beat your senior brother to death? Yu Hongling's figure reappeared and stared at Lu Qingyan as she asked. Lu Qingyan, then it's my turn to beat you to death next. Yu Hongling jumped at the chance. Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly a strong person. Just the right person to be her opponent. Lu Yi's strength had risen too quickly, causing a sense of urgency within her. Redding. Ding Yuqing's voice was a bit feeble. You siblings, are you trying to break the ice? The Yin-Yang Dharma sect's heavenly pride opened his mouth. My Yin-Yang Dharma sect has fallen 5 senior brothers and sisters. None of them had fallen in the battle with the demons, but they died in the hands of their own people. This matter can never end here. The Mountain River Pagoda sect, will also ask the Great Tao sect for a statement at that time. Not now though. It's easy to ask for a statement now. Easy to ask for Luno out. Wait until you leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Or ask for it when the last 3 levels of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield open. The people are gone again? Seems to be gone. Go see what's going on. All parties heard the wind and moved. At that time, there were too many human races, and the races were afraid that there would be some kind of conspiracy, so they didn't dare to approach at all. Now that the hordes of the human race had left, they dared to show their heads. Still not daring to come closer though. Looked away. Seeing Lu Yi still sitting quietly on his knees as usual, the tree of enlightenment gently swayed and wisps of light filled the air. Upon closer inspection, one can see signs of battle as well as bloodstains. The fight is definitely on. The result was also obvious. Lu Yi won. The demon race and the ghost race as well as the divine race were all quite puzzled. The human race is so strong that they come in a rage, only to leave with their heads hanging down? In response, the devil race and the Buddhist sect sighed longingly, feeling much better in their hearts. It turned out that it really wasn't because they were too weak. It was really because this Lu Yi was too strong. It was him who killed Tu Wuing with a single sword. Night Ember, the son of the heavenly demon emperor, said quietly, "It's him." The crowd of powerful people from the demon race immediately exclaimed in shock. No wonder the Tree of Enlightenment is here. In the face of such a supreme treasure, Night Ember has instructed all the people of the demon race to never make a move against the human race under the Tree of Enlightenment. He's been beaten out of his mind. The human race has produced such a supreme talent. What should we do then? Anyone understood the terrifying nature of a supreme heavenly pride. The rise of such an existence was bound to be accompanied by countless amounts of blood and fire. This absolute heavenly pride was of the human race, so it was obvious that this blood and fire was of the foreign race. There's only one choice now. A ruthless light appeared in Night Ember's eyes. What choice? When the last 3 levels of the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield open, the true powerhouses of all the clans will join forces and kill this Fong. Then the strongest of the human race will also step in to protect them, right? Night Ember grunted coldly. Can't you see that he likes to go it alone? We just need to strike as fast as we can, and the human race will not be able to rescue him in time. Young Lord is brilliant. Night Ember gave Lu Yi a deep look. If such a person didn't die, from now on, the Fae were considered to have no need to sleep. He's going to contact all parties now, just waiting for the last 3 levels of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield to open. Lu Yi was slightly torn at the moment. What realm is he in now? The 12th level of infant breaking? Within the Dantian, the tiny Lu Yi had already turned into the appearance of a small giant, and he could break through at any time if he wanted to break through and reach the refined void realm. But he was worried about the unknown toxins that might come next. As soon as a breakthrough is made, this power that has not been worn out by time will explode. His own consideration was to wait until the last 3 heavens opened, get the Blood Sea Immaculate Bead, and then give the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking a good old punch. It was a punch that the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking would definitely like very much. At that time, there would be a large amount of power granted to Lu Yi, who would then take the opportunity to break through the refined void realm. Unfortunately, there was no final treasure for condensing the third life in the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, and that one treasure was named the Withered Manwood. Gathering the Withered Manwood, the Blood Sea Unsullied Bead, and the Golden Sky Great Sunflower, the third life can be accomplished. In this life, he wasn't going to use up another life, just as if he had just been reborn and lied to Bai Chilan. If it really came to the time of the final proof of the Tao, when the 9 lives were returned to 1, he might be able to become one of the most powerful saints throughout the ages. Thoughts. The Tao that could be enlightened was almost enlightened, and his own Tao was quite mature and complete. So coming here to enlightenment was to see the scenery from a different perspective. Now it's been seen. Lu Yi got up and was just about to disappear. A branch, however, rested on Lu Ye's shoulder. The Tree of Enlightenment gently swayed and sent out a request, asking Lu Yi to take it away. Chapter 061 Changwan Mirage Spirit, you're going to follow me? Lu Yi opened his mouth and asked. The Tree of Enlightenment transmitted a faint realization, expressing affirmation. That's pretty smart. That's just it. Let's get you out of here. Lu Yi stretched out his hand, and the Tree of Enlightenment radiated a dense light, and the entire tree shrank, finally transforming into the size of a palm and landing in Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi made a seal with one hand, and a rune condensed and flew towards the Enlightenment tree, integrating into it. A faint connection is created between one person and one tree. The Tree of Enlightenment merged into Lu Yi's skin. Cultivation was Lu Yi's main direction of advancement, and now that he had reached a point where he could not advance, then he could continue to search for resources. The treasures of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield were generally not of a high grade, but some of them are very valuable when they are in the seedling stage, and in the future, once they are formed, they will be even more valuable. Luno knew what was most valuable and where those things were. For example, if there was a Fusong seedling and a Fusong fruit at the 5th level of the battlefield, it could cause countless strong people to go crazy. If he took Fusong as his path, then he could even be called a Fire Supreme. Wherever Lu Yi passed, there were people who knew Lu Yi and hurriedly made way. Someone didn't know Lu Yi and was killed by Lu Yi casually. Rampage. These 4 words were evident in Lu Yi at this moment. But soon, Lu Yi frowned lightly. It was because he realized that many of the supreme treasures had been taken away in advance. If 1 or 2 pieces of supreme treasures were taken away, that would be normal. After all, everyone had their own chance encounters, but most of the things that could be seen by Lu Yi were taken away? That's not normal. Who is it? Until Lu Yi arrived at Wanzhong Mountain. The form of this mountain is like a big bell, and when there is wind blowing over it, there is a Taoist sound echoing. It's actually a party of spiritual treasures. Because of the owner's fall, it later became one with the mountain over time. In this world, there is a clear division of the level of treasures: magic weapon, magic treasure, acquired spiritual treasure, innate spiritual treasure, acquired supreme treasure, innate supreme treasure. In the first heavens, most of the great sex suppression treasures were latter-day spirit treasures, and having an innate spirit treasure was a very awesome existence. When Lu Yi arrived at Wanzhong Mountain, the entire Wanzhong Mountain was trembling. Large chunks of the rock came off the mountain, revealing a bronze-colored metallic sheen on the inside. A silhouette dressed in a black robe was strangling his magic seals and collecting the Dao Bell. Lu Yi looked at the black-robed man. Don't recognize it? No way. His palms gently crossed in front of his eyes, and the pupils of his eyes had turned golden as he looked over again. Shangguan Mirage Spirit. The Shangguan Mirage Spirit received a wisp of breath fluctuation, turned to look, and the instant he saw Lu Yi, his face changed drastically. Lu Yi had already swung out a sword chi. Taking my treasure? You already have a way of getting killed. The sword chi broke the wind and came with a terrifying whistling sound. Shangguan Mirage Spirit didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. No one knew Lu Yi's terror better than the 8 of them. So Shangguan Mirage Spirit was transformed into a blood mist in a flash. Boom! The blood-red light disappeared at a speed comparable to instantaneous transportation. Lucas? Well. The heavenly demon transforming blood divine escape. Not even daring to take one of his own swords. Such a decisive heavenly demon blood transformation divine escape really made Lu Yi somewhat confused. Who fights? A photo not even fight. Use up this kind of serious destruction of their own essence of heavenly devil blood divine escape. He also sort of understood why it was said that all the treasures that he had his eye on had disappeared, because most of them had been taken away by Shangguan Mirage Spirit in advance. He didn't chase and couldn't catch up unless he also used the heavenly demon blood transformation divine escape. Even if you use it, it's not a good way to control the direction, but the clock should belong to itself. The ground shook, and after putting away the Dao Bell, Lu Yi began to continue searching. A cave. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's face was pale, and her breath around her was severely atrophied. She quickly pasted a talisman to conceal her breath at the cave entrance, and lowered her own breath to the extreme, before she breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy wasn't practicing under the tree of enlightenment, why did he run out? No, she couldn't collect treasures like this again, because next time if she ran into Lu Yi again, she wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. But the treasure haul was more than enough. It can be cultivated. Many treasures appeared and enveloped Shangguan Mirage Spirit. Wisps of spiritual light began to pour out from these treasures and enter her body. This technique is called Origin Swallowing Heaven Scripture, which can swallow the origin of all things. The more she obtained these treasures, all of which were extremely well qualified, the more this was the case, the more origin chi there would be, and the faster her cultivation would grow. Not long after, Shangguan Mirage Spirit had already reached the 6th level of infant breaking, breaking the baby 7 times, breaking the baby 8-fold, breaking baby 9, and then Shangguan Mirage Spirit's hands changed their seals, and the realm began to plummet, breaking the baby 8-fold, breaking the baby 7 times, breaking infant 6. Between rising and falling back and forth, her breath became more and more solid. At the end of the cultivation, her cultivation had officially reached the 8th level of infant breaking, so it could be said that the speed of cultivation was equally amazing. Humph, I told you, without you, I can still become an emperor, and will even be stronger than my previous life. Shangguan Mirage Spirit felt the powerful fluctuation of true essence within her body, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but gently rise. Maybe some people already regretted betraying Lu Yi, but she had no regrets. She had always felt in her last life that Lu Yi's help to her was her bondage. She could obviously reach a very strong point on her own, but as a result, she was stubbornly bound to Lu Yi and unable to break free. She had really loved Lu Yi. Only later, Lu Yi's love for her made her feel suffocated. All the treasures she doesn't need to search for can be delivered to her, and she doesn't need to go through any more trials and tribulations. However, this kind of life is not what she wants. Now this freedom to roam the world was the life she aspired to. She's finally free. This time when she returned from her rebirth, these treasures were not at all as difficult to find as she had imagined. So what credit does Luck Ye get? And by what right did he use his credit to lock himself away from him? Lu Yi didn't run into Shangguan Mirage Spirit again, and from the 4th to 6th floors, the real treasures were really taken away a lot by Shangguan Mirage Spirit. The Origin Swallowing Sky Scripture. It was indeed a very powerful true scripture, and after cultivation it was like a koan pang that could swallow all things. There were also some treasures that were pocketed by Lu Yi. There's something not quite normal about these guys, being well behaved. Lu Yi had seen the divine race, the devil race, and other foreign races more than once while collecting treasures. Their behavior made Lu Yi feel something unusual. The performance is too uniform. United again? Lu Yi shook his head. It's none of his business. Counting the time. The last 3 levels of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield were about to open. It's also this 1 or 2 days. In his previous life, he had fought his way out above the 10,000 ancient Heaven's Pride ranking to be the 33rd in the 10,000 ancient worlds. It wasn't that he was too weak. It was really that the names on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list were too outrageous. And the top 10 names were chaotic, making it impossible to see. And the 11th, the name Yi Wu Fei. Not many people knew this name. But he had another name, called Invincible Swordfather. The owner of the Invincible Sword. A monster at the Heaven's Father level. It came in 11th. Chapter 062, all 9 layers this time. No traitors, right? In a high-level meeting, the leader of the divine race, named Light Without Feathers, started off with an eerie remark. It's obvious who this statement is about. The demonic tigress stared. What do you mean? Light Wu Yu gently laughed. What can I mean? I'm just afraid that everything is well planned now. But when it comes to the last critical moment, suddenly backtracking to save the people out, how humiliating that would be. When Tiger Sang heard this, he slapped the stone in front of him with a paw. Who the fuck are you talking about? The stone-smashing dog barks. Whoever barks the most means it smashes who. A monk in robes didn't say anything and got up and chose to leave. Night Ember hurriedly stopped it. Duo, what are you going to do? Duo's face was calm. The clans are dissenting. This matter will not be accomplished. So what is the point of the poor monk remaining here? It would be better to go back now and recite the scriptures a few more times. Do you spoke bluntly? How is that dissenting? There is no such thing. We are all sitting here to get rid of this Feng Lu Yi, and kill him before the human race can react. Light Featherless, Tiger Shang, can you two be more normal? Could it be that you guys think that if that Lu Yi hasn't started any conflicts with you guys now, you'll never have any conflicts with Lu Yi in the future? When Lu Yi grows up and meets up with you again, you'll know what it means to regret. To unite or not? You two say something. If we unite, then no one should say any more nonsense. If we don't unite, let's disperse now. Night Ember said with a serious look. The atmosphere in the cave was oppressive. The firelight swayed. The two of them, Lightless Feather and Tiger Sang, were silent. United. Lightless Feather spoke. Humph. Tiger Sang let out a cold snort. Night Ember let out a roar. What are you humming? Joint or not? Tiger Sang's face was unsightly as his tiger claws clenched and unclenched. Eventually, it nods. United. Good. Then everyone listen to me well. With the opening of the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield and the arrival of the strongest members of our clans, don't do anything. The first thing is to contact the strongest members of each clan to surround and kill Lu Yi. This matter, the top priority. There is no matter more important than this matter. Remember, it's an all-out siege. The attitude of treating it as the last battle before the extinction of the pack. All of you have to bring out all your abilities to convince your strongest. Don't ever drop the ball a bit for me. The minutes ticked by. Lu Yi suddenly looked up. Boom! A huge roar rang out above the sky. The clouds rolled in and the sky began to become more boundless. The light is disorienting, and the world is divided into layer after layer. The last 3 levels of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield were officially opened, and the faint sense of shackles that bound everyone disappeared altogether. One after another huge vortex appeared above the sky. This time the vortex was extraordinarily huge. Lu Ye's eyes brightened and his figure disappeared. He charged towards the cliff of the Blood Sea. Almost all of the celestial pride, human race or foreign race, were rushing towards the 7th layer of space, because the powerhouses that arrived this time were already very strong, even if the foreign races were far enough away from the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. After the strongest of the human race appeared, strong people from various clans also began to appear one after another. A powerful aura filled the air. Refining realm. Refining realm. The strongest person who came in this time, regardless of the various clans, casually pulling out one of them was at the refined void realm. Within 100 years of age, if you don't reach the void refining realm, then you won't be considered a heavenly pride. Night Ember was the first to greet them. When the people of the devil race saw Night Anomaly, they also slightly saluted. This was the son of the heavenly devil emperor. Although he was not very old, he was also the absolute pride of the devil race. Both in terms of his identity and potential, he deserved to be respected. Meet the Night Emperor. The leader of the demon race was covered in black armor. A pair of bull horns emitted rolling fury, and his sturdy body was as tall and unclimbable as a mountain. Shi Mei, I have something important to tell you. Shi Mian nodded. Night Emperor, please speak. A supreme heavenly pride has appeared in the human race, with the posture of becoming an ancestor and becoming an emperor. If we don't get rid of it today, it can become a great danger in the coming days. I've already contacted the demon race, the ghost race, the divine race, the Buddhist sect, and the spirit race. Several parties, just waiting for you guys to come over and join forces to kill this person. Will you listen to me? Night Ember said. She extinguished, sniffed, and a fierce aura rolled over in his eyes. Is it really that strong? What realm is he in now? It should be refinement. Alright, please lead the way, Night Emperor, so I can kill him. Not just you. All the strongest members of the demon race must join me in this battle. Never give this person any chance of survival. Shi Mian nodded. Understood. So much for the demon side. The same was true on the other Fey side. Tiger Sang had found the strongest person of the demon clan this time, named Flower Thousand Devourer. The Buddhists found Hui Jing, who was of a higher seniority in the Duda lineage. The Ghost clan found Yin Xiai. The spirits found the Phantom King. The gods have found the God General. Bai Qiulan entered the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Master. Yu Hongling immediately greeted him. When Bai Qiulan saw that Yu Hongling was unharmed, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief in his heart. Where's your senior? Bai Qiulan asked. Yu Hongling's eyes had stopped turning red. Master. A sob had filled her voice. Bai Qiulan's heart thumped. What was going on? Yu Hongling dug into Bai Qiulan's arms as soon as she could, but she was frozen with another shiver. Master. Yu Hongling looked at Bai Qiulan with reddened eyes. Why are you so cold? What's wrong with you? It's fine. The Taiyin divine power hasn't stabilized yet after the breakthrough. It'll be fine after a while, Bai Qiulan said. How are you? Why do you look so sad? Yu Hongling didn't tense up, and her tears were like pearls, falling in big drops. Senior. I've misunderstood senior. I've misunderstood senior. Bai Qiulan. Feng Wuxia was the trap in the first place. My senior brother resolutely stepped into the trap for me in the first place, and he lost his life for it. I even harmed him. Master. I'm sorry senior. I can't make up for my mistake anymore. I deserve to die. Master. Oh. Yu Hongling cried sadly, crying miserably. Bai Qiulan couldn't help but close her eyes. Another misunderstanding. Why is that? It was amazing that everything they had done had gone so wrong in such a short period of time. Sun Ruowei's ears had perked up into antennae. She pretended not to care, but actually listened to every word of Yu Hongling's really well and studied it carefully. She knew every word, but together, how could she not understand it? Elder brother. Referring to Lu Yi. Who is Feng Wuxia? Lucas lost a life? Doesn't everyone have only one life? Does it mean that Lu Yi is dead? Oh, my god. No way. And what is this? What? Strange. The movements of the clans at this moment. Why are they all moving towards one location? A young elder of the Great Tao sect holding an instrumental disc said strangely. Chapter 063, The Mountain Rain is Coming. The crowd of the Great Tao sect looked over. The compass in Feng Tianqi's hand. You could see strands of ghostly light weaving above the compass. Black, green, white, gray and so on. This is the compass for tracking the search energy. And the rays of light on the upper side represent strange and special energies such as demonic chi, ghost chi, and so on. It's on its way to the 8th dimension. Bai Qiulan said. Could it be that they don't want all the treasures and blessings of the 7 layers of space? Feng Tianqi was quite curious. Bai Qiulan pondered. A Fey move is nothing. But when so many foreigners moved at the same time, then things became strange. I'll go take a look, Bai Qiulan said on the spot. I'll go too. Sun Ruowei spoke up. And me. Yu Hongling opened her mouth. Senior Wind brother. Contact the other sects and inform them of this matter. Keep in touch at all times. If there is a situation, I will notify you at the first opportunity, and you will react as soon as possible at that time. Feng Tianqi hesitated slightly. Senior sister Bai, why don't we go over together from the Great Tao sect? No need. I'm already at the harmonized Tao realm. Even if I can't defeat the combined efforts of these foreign races, it won't be that easy for them to stay me. Moreover, many masters and brothers have come to the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield in order to obtain a chance, and it's still impossible to determine what exactly is going on. So you guys are looking for a chance first. Alright, then senior sister must be careful. Sun Ruowei was expressionless at this, and anyway, as long as Bai Qiulan was around, everyone's attraction would converge towards her. She glanced down at her chest. Humph, they are all cultivators, but they still talk about such vulgar ideas as face value as justice and big as truth. Damn it, come on, let's go check it out. Bai Qiulan waved his hand, and the 3 of them appeared on top of a white cloud, heading towards the place where the various alien races were converging. Feng Tianqi watched them leave. They then began to contact other clans, to which the other forces were mostly not concerned. People are strong. It's strong. Even if the foreign race is at war, the beginning may be able to take advantage of some of the cheap. But if you wait until the human race reacted, how much of the cheap? it is necessary to 10 times 100 times 1,000 times to spit out. For many human powerhouses, collecting treasures was still the most important thing. They needed to use every method they could to raise their strength as quickly as possible, to reach the peak of their strength, to head to the cliff of the Blood Sea, and to brand their names on the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking. The 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking was not a ranking that was formed by looking at your punch and whoever had more power would be able to rank more forward, but rather a ranking that was formed based on your realm, your age, your talent, your Dao, and so on, and all the combined elements. Someone in the Yuan Dan realm might punch out 999 names. Someone in the refined void realm might punch up and the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking wouldn't react in the slightest. Of course, at the same age, as long as you don't pull up the seedlings, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to place higher. Because of the generations of heavenly prides, there were too many names left on the 10,000 Ancient Heavens Pride list, constantly scrolling inward and circling around. So much so that right now, if someone's name was able to make it into the top 100, it would be enough to vibrate the entire first heavy heaven, and even the upper heavy heaven would be extremely important to them. Roll it, roll hard. Lu Yi crossed over the 8th level of the battlefield and came to the 9th level of the battlefield. His goal was clear, the Blood Sea Unsullied Stone. Joking aside, what is the point of being born again if you are still hesitant and indecisive? A sea of blood appeared ahead. The sea of blood was boundless, yet it didn't stink, but instead carried an unspeakably sweet feeling of fragrance. Perhaps it was because the sea of blood here was all formed by the blood that flowed out from the fall of one heavenly pride into the sea. But this blood can't be used, because it contained very terrible obsessions. All sorts of obsessions that were not only not weakened, but were enhanced because of the passage of time. It's getting stronger. Lu Yi didn't even know what kind of monster this thing would breed in the future. Anyway, at the time he became a heavenly father, this blood sea hadn't really given birth to any living beings yet. He took a step. The palms of his feet stepped on top of the sea of blood and headed across the sea of blood. He remembered that the Blood Sea Unsullied Stone was only available at the stone cliff where the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking was located when he was almost there. The sky is high and the sea is wide. The sea of blood is as calm as a mirror. Lu Yi was dressed in a metaphysical colored robe. His long black hair was simply erected, and a little ripple bloomed with a beautiful step. He looked up, and in the direction of sunrise, a massive stone monument was like a giant mountain, suspended above the sea of blood. The stone tablet was a grayish-brown color, and the name at the top was as if it had been painted in vermilion. This wasn't even the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking. The real 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking was at the very top of the stone monument. A supreme aura emanated from above that arcane blacklist. Blacklist gold. One for a period of years. Lu Yi was here and could not really see it yet, but he had already seen it in his previous life, so he was in no hurry to re-observe it again. With Lu Yi's eyes, this ancient celestial pride ranking is a chaotic treasure, a special product that is born and raised by the earth and the cohesion of the great Tao. As long as one is able to leave a name on it, then one can be blessed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Almost there, Lu Yi's figure stopped. His feet merged into the sea of blood as his body sank inch by inch. The sea of blood returned to calm. Not much longer. A golden light blossomed in the southeast. The holy Buddha light was vast. A group of monks, which was really like the gods and Buddhas in the legend, stepped on the auspicious clouds and came. In the east, the rolling demonic gas mixed with the fury. Surging, there is a mournful hissing sound unceasingly. A glance at that tumbling black fog can make people feel scalp numb, soul trembling. In the northeast, demonic mist filled the air, and a terrifying figure appeared amongst the demonic creatures. Its body as hideous as it could be. Here we go. It's all coming. Your Highness Tiger. The smell has disappeared. I suspect we've entered the sea of blood. A treacherous-looking ratfink said in a shrill voice. Where did the last flavor disappear? Here. The mouse spirit pointed to the location where Lu Yi disappeared. Yes. Tiger Shang took out a black magic stone, which was filled with dense holes, just like a honeycomb coal. The place where Lu Yi disappeared has been locked. Proceed according to the plan. Our demon clan will set up the 4-elephant heaven suppressing formation. Yes, the Buddhist sect set up the Vajra demon execution. Couldn't you guys change the name of the formation? The devils also said it was fucked up. Amitabha Buddha. The Vajra demon execution formation has begun to be set up. The ghost clan set up the heavenly ghost raider formation. Yes, the spirit race set up the 10,000 spirits 10,000 kills formation. Yes, the gods prepare the gods aurora. Yes, all arrangements are in place. One by one, the figures began to get busy with the direction Lu Yi disappeared in as the center. Bai Qiulan's trio stood a long way away, watching this scene. What are they doing? Formation. Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Qiulan with disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? Can't I see that they're setting up a formation? I mean, What are they setting up a formation for? Chapter 064, Bai Qiulan's attack. What are they doing in formation? Bai Qiulan's expression had become grave. She and Yu Hongling looked at each other. The same thought rose in both of their minds at the same time. Land wild. To be able to let the foreign races, such a wide range out, join forces, and spend a huge price to set up this kind of formation. The entire heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. It seemed that only Lu Yi could let them do this. Master, make your move. Yu Hongling spoke decisively. The grand formation hadn't been completed yet, and with so many powerful people set up in such a formation, when the time came, even the senior brother would be in an extreme predicament. Although Bai Qiulan didn't want to maintain that unnatural relationship with Lu Yi was her disciple after all. Do it! Bai Qiulan didn't hesitate. She made a seal with her hands, and dark clouds filled the sky as a terrifyingly cold wind blew between heaven and earth. The temperature plummeted. In just a few moments, it was already frighteningly dark. The Blood Sea was special and had not frozen, but the temperature of the entire Blood Sea had been lowered to the extreme. The faces of the crowd of foreigners changed slightly when they saw this. There is the realm of harmony. Amit Ba. The Buddha's name rang out as a giant golden palm smashed towards the dark clouds above the sky. The golden giant palm lines were clearly visible, carrying a vast Buddhist light. As the golden palm got closer and closer, the golden light grew dimmer and dimmer, and countless frosts froze the Buddha's palm. It's raining! A point of ice crystals appeared among the clouds, followed by a second point, a third point, and a fourth point. Infinite ice crystals were as vast as a river of stars at this moment, paving over the sky and smashing towards the alien race below. Ow! A wolf whistle rang out between heaven and earth. The white pale wolf opened its mouth wide. With the momentum of swallowing the sky, the sea of ice crystals were swallowed by the white wolf, which was covered in ice crystals. Freezing and shivering, dozens of huge ice crystals appeared, as thin as cicada wings. A mournful breaking sound rang out. Various divine abilities erupted and struck the ice crystals. The ice crystals burst into pieces only to turn into more microscopic ice crystals. Put! Microscopic ice crystals attack indiscriminately, inflicting massive kills on the Fae. Bai Qiulan made quick seals with both hands. The 5 hedonists charged toward Bai Qiulan at the same time. The speed of the sealing became faster and faster. Get out! An ebony blade light split. Yu Hongling was immediately about to rush up. Hongling! Bai Qiulan called out. And only then did Yu Hongling react. She was only at the infant breaking realm. And even if she was a great emperor in her previous life, it was impossible for her to fight with the harmonious Tao realm at the infant breaking realm now. Sun Ruowei struck out. An ancient zither appeared between her hands. The pleasant sound of the zither rang out, and all kinds of light all rushed towards the ebony blade light. Avalanche! The ebony blade light shattered all obstacles. Go! Bai Qiulan's last seal was completed. In an instant, a large area of white mist covered the sky and rushed towards the alien race. The ebony blade light was frozen, and all of the attacks that erupted from the other alien harmonious Tao realm were also frozen, and the white mist kept rolling over. How can it be so strong? All of the strongest members of the alien race were confused. No! We all have harmonization, and the harmonization realm is the harmonization realm. But how do you not fight alone against a group of harmonizers? And with this stance, you're not trying to suppress all the harmonious Tao to fight. You're trying to suppress all the foreigners to fight. Amit Ba. The Buddhists struck out. A golden bell, incomparably huge, enveloped all the foreigners in one breath. La 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 la. A large number of crack marks appeared on the golden bell. The Ghost Clan struck out at this moment, bringing out a large umbrella that looked extremely broken. Boom! The golden bell was frozen and crumbled. The ghost race harmonized in Xia held a broken umbrella, and between one sheet, all the white mist surged towards the broken umbrella. However, it was only in this moment that at the very least, dozens of foreign race heavenly pride were frozen into ice sticks. Give it back! In Xia let out a loud cry. The broken umbrella closed and pointed at Bai Qiulan, and the white mist transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan made a seal again, and the soft white light dissipated the beam, which quickly dissolved into soft white light, which became more and more voluminous, and the beam had completely dissipated by the time it arrived in front of Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan's hands came together and all the white light coalesced between her hands. An orb was formed. The orb flew out violently and was returned again. A giant elephant leapt up and came to the forefront, holding a huge black shield. The giant shield quickly grew in size, unexpectedly transforming into an existence like a city wall that stood above the sea of blood. Help me! One Hapkido after another came behind the giant shield. Both hands slapped on top of the giant shield and power was instilled into it. Boom! The giant shield trembled violently. However, this huge shield didn't know what material it was made of. But it didn't break. Bai Qiulan's face changed. With a wave of his hand, Hundreds of silver needles as fine as cow hair flew out. Put! Silver needles broke through the walls and shot into the back of the Hito. The harmonies that were shot by the silver needles at this moment. All the harmonies felt a terrifying coldness fill the air, causing their yuaning to freeze into a blue color. What the hell kind of cold is this? It's too scary to be true. What the hell is going on? Why did the human race always appear such a demon? And why couldn't such a demon be given to them? How unjust the heavens are. The sky is so long. Why is it so thin on me? Don't worry about us. Continue to set up the formation. I don't believe it. What can the human race do with more heavenly pride? We foreigners deserve to be suppressed by the human race? I don't believe it. If the human race comes with a heavenly pride, we'll kill a heavenly pride. As long as our race doesn't die out, it's our turn to take the damn turn. Continue to set up the formation. The giant elephant roared, and his arms exerted themselves. The huge city wall crashed towards Bai Qiulan's location with a heaven-shaking might. Bai Qiulan frowned. She waved her hand and slapped one huge Taiyin divine palm after another towards the giant shield. The giant shield was crumbling, but it continued on. Bai Qiulan's Taiyin divine power erupted with full force, and at this moment, her long black hair turned silver white. It seemed that this battle was meaningless to fight, but it was very important to Bai Qiulan. Light of Taiyin chaos. The terrifying coldness spread wildly in all directions. Sun Ruowei's eyes danced madly. She felt like her soul froze at this moment and hurriedly pulled Yu Hongling away. The power of Taiyin transformed into the brightest light, vast and shocking, and rushed towards the giant shield. This time, the giant shield collapsed. The four harmonizers in the rear exploded with auric light around them, their bodies quickly turning into ice sculptures with extreme terror in their eyes. Suddenly, a light surfaced in front of Bai Qiulan. The ebony dagger stabbed over like lightning. There is no grand array, only this back-to-basic stab. Bai Qiulan's face changed. The chi of Taiyin was transformed into a shield. However, the black dagger was unaffected, and Bai Qiulan reached out to block it, and her palm was pierced through. The black shadow's body stiffened for a moment, and the dagger sliced off Bai Qiulan's arm with another horizontal slash. Bai Qiulan's Taiyin power exploded around him. The black shadow was blown away, but Bai Qiulan's neck was directly sliced by a quarter. Lu Yi. It was at this time that he found the Blood Sea Unsullied Stone. Chapter 065, Refining the Void into Reality. Lu Yi was able to feel a little bit of the great battle above. But when the Sea of Blood became cold, he knew that he was afraid that Bai Qiulan had struck. The Sea of Blood was rather special, perhaps because it was particularly sticky, or the energy in the blood was too chaotic, so much so that Lu Yi was not too clear about the situation above him, but it doesn't matter, and there's no need to be particularly clear. Getting the Blood Sea Unsullied Stone, Lu Yi floated upward to see who Bai Qiulan was fighting and if he had a chance to trip up. His body floated upward quickly. It gets colder the higher up you go. Bai Qiulan has come down hard, with such an intense power of Taiyin. The chaotic Yin poison was afraid that more would be born next. That's so nice. I hope Bai Qiulan fights more often. It's healthier to fight and die unaided. Gee, that rhymes. His figure finally surfaced, and it was at this moment that the Sea of Blood suddenly became as hard as divine iron. A magnificent light quickly blossomed, and that various colored lines intertwined, with a single foreign powerhouse occupying each position. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, 4 levels. Lu Yi looked at this layer after layer, one set of great formations after another, and his face unexpectedly revealed a touch of bewilderment at this moment. He literally created a daze inside. Not, in his last life, he was the boss of the temporary alliance of the human race and led the human race to kill the foreigners, so it was normal for him to be held in hatred by the foreigners. But what does this life now belong to? What did you do yourself? Heavenly spirit pool cultivation. Yes, killed some monks. That's because the monks came over to look for trouble first. Yes, another bit of monk killing under the tree of enlightenment. The same monks who came over to look for trouble. Oh yeah, there's also killing that Tu Wuing. Besides these foreigners, the others are some cannon fodder shrimps. And they didn't make much of a splash themselves, and they didn't kill any absolute heavenly pride themselves. And there's this ghost tribe, god tribe, spirit tribe, whatever. The system can be learned, and one doesn't even meet up with them much. How could Lu Yi not understand how this group of people ran to the Sea of Blood and laid down this layer upon layer of great formations to get themselves killed? Lu Yi was silent for a moment. Finally a conclusion was reached. That is, bullying. Boom. Even this group of foreign races didn't say any nonsense to him. A divine aurora, extracting the huge divine power within at least 20 divine races, transformed into a most terrifying light, and fiercely rushed towards Lu Yi. The void became slightly blurred under the impact of the beams of light. Lu Yi drew his sword in a flash. The stone sword slashed straight up, and his feet sunk deep into the Sea of Blood that was as hard as iron. The beam split into two and exploded on both sides of his body, the terrifying destructive energy causing the true essence around him to tremble. Woo! A mournful yell with a cry. Luya's body gently shook as he slammed his fist into the hideous sky ghost, whose voice fiercely shrilled several times. Boom! A tiger claw collided with a fist print. The tiger claw was smashed. The fist print dimmed several times and smashed into the sky ghost, still smashing the sky ghost into chaos. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xian Wu. The four elephants appear. Tall figures surrounded Lu Yi, and the sky ghost reappeared with a much dimmer figure. I told you we had to kill him. Night Ember let out a roar, grasping grass. What kind of terrifying existence is this? What realm is he in? A single punch could shatter a tiger's claw and nearly overthrow the heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost's soul attack only caused his body to stiffen for a moment. If such a human race is not killed, all the foreign races will be finished in the future. Roar! The four elephants charged towards Lu Yi at the same time. The Vajra mortar and pestle emitted monstrous Buddhist light, waiting for an opportunity to move. Lu Yi slashed out with his sword, and the green dragon was chopped into two. But the green dragon didn't care at all. It was itself made of energy, and it was very simple to recover. His figure shuttled, a sword light flew out, and the four elephants kept crumbling, only to reorganize again and again, continuously sending out attacks that gave Lu Yi a bit of a headache. Each of these four elephants' attacks possessed the power of the harmonious Tao realm, and even Lu Yi had to defend against them by unloading his strength, and would definitely be injured by hard resistance. His attacks were terrifying. His sword light was indestructible, and his heavenly fist was even more appallingly strong. Descending Pestle found an opportunity and rushed to Lu Yi with a blink. Lu Yi didn't turn around and slammed an elbow. Dang! Terror boom! Lu Yi's body stumbled. Ah! The mournful screams rang out once more. Lu Yi felt like his head was about to explode, and his tolerance for pain was so strong that he remained conscious but inevitably stiffened for a moment. The divine aurora erupted once again. Boom! The beams of light that connected the sky and the earth were solidly bombarded on Lu Yi's body, and Lu Yi's fists were already clenched, but he was short of an instant without hitting out. Husband! Senior! Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling let out a shriek at the same time. Sun Ruowei? His mouth was open, but no sound came out, and he was even doubting his own ears. Or perhaps the battle was so intense that it had jolted his head. What did she hear Bai Qiulan shout out? Husband! Husband? Bai Qiulan didn't care if she was calling herself by the wrong name at the moment. She erupted with even more power, and one harmonious Tao realm let out a mournful roar. The divine aurora stuttered solidly on Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's body suffered a huge trauma in an instant, breaking the baby to hit the harmonious Tao level. In the end, it was too tough. As it is, Lu Yi's expression began to grimace in the midst of the massive beam of light. Come on then. The small giant like Yuaning, at this moment, violently opened its eyes. In this moment, it went from unreal to real. One step forward, turning emptiness into reality. From then on, the first baby is real, and can live in heaven and earth for a long time. With the transformation of the Yuaning, Lu Yi's true essence that had been condensed to the extreme had produced qualitative leaps. A channel of true essence. The original is like a long river at the moment violently transformed into a pale dragon. It was also in this moment, a dripping blood-red lotus transformed from nothingness to reality, and in the next instant, abruptly shattered. Pust, fury, rolling baleful aura, as if the heavenly river was churning. The monstrous killing machine was like a star cracking. How many beings did Lu Yi kill in his previous life? Can't count at all. The battle to destroy the demons. Battle of the demons. The battle of the great thousand. Battle of the ancients. The battle of the long river of time. The battle of the 9 specters. Fell through the ages and broke the false heavens. Exterminate the gods and demons, and pacify the turmoil. 100,000. A million battles had condensed Lu Yi's extreme killing heart. The soul of fury. The 9 lives of the Heavenly Father is the human race's honorific title. The exterminating Heavenly Father is the Fey fear word. Blood-red eyes opened in the midst of the divine aurora. In those eyes, at this moment, there was no more light of any human nature. His soul, at this moment, was infested with killing. The killing experienced by a Heavenly Father could not be controlled by a small refined void. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Yi looked up in the midst of the divine aurora, his blood-red baleful aura forming a state of flame flow. Boom! Lu Yi's figure charged upwards against the odds with a punch. The first layer of the formation, the 4-elephant heaven suppressing array, a dozen heads of demons, instantly turned into blood mist. Chapter 066 Total evacuation, 4 shifts, done. When Bai Qiulan saw that blinding flash of blood red, endless fear arose within her. The lotus seed of the lotus of killing unexpectedly exploded at this time. Withdrawal! Withdrawal! It was necessary to evacuate the ancient battlefield of Heaven's Pride. There's absolutely no staying here. Whoever stays will die. There will be no exceptions. The current Lu Yi had completely turned into a monster that only knew how to kill. He will use everything he can to kill. Withdraw. Bai Qiulan made a seal. The Taiyin divine power enveloped Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei, and quickly fled without looking back. At the same time, take out that sound transmission stone. Senior Apprentice Brother Phone. You can now notify all the great Dao sect disciples to withdraw from the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield and evacuate at the fastest speed possible. Notify all the clans, any clan forces, inform them to leave the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield immediately. Evacuate as fast as possible, and abandon everything. Feng Tianqi was startled when he heard Bai Qiulan's voice transmission. Senior sister, what exactly happened? Something has happened to one of the most terrifying devils. All the living beings left in the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield will die. I definitely don't have any alarmist talk. The matter is very serious. You immediately do as I say. As long as you don't leave, then you're bound to die. Definitely. There is no possibility of survival. Be the fastest and the first to evacuate immediately. Bai Qiulan's voice was filled with seriousness and impatience. With a hint of fear, Sun Ruowei was dumbfounded. Her facial expression seemed to have been completely fixed from the foolishness of hearing the word husband to the pure stupidity of the present. As for that? No. Wasn't it just Lu Yi turning red that made Bai Qiulan so scared and nervous? As strong as Lu Yi is, how long has he been an initiate? Knowing that they only had one chance to enter the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, and that they had yet to attempt to keep their names on the 10,000 ancient Heaven's Pride ranking, who would be willing to leave now if they were allowed to do so? Qiulan, it's not so. Lu Yi, isn't Lu Yi just one of your disciples? Even though he's very powerful, it's not so bad that he'll make everyone evacuate, right? Even if he goes on a killing spree, with so many foreigners, isn't it enough for him to kill? You don't know. I'll explain it to you when I get out. Senior Wind Brother, do you hear me? Here. I'll contact the clans immediately, because Bai Qiulan's voice was too serious, too eager, and the seriousness of the matter was such that Feng Tianqi gauged that it might have exceeded his expectations. He hurriedly contacted the other clans. What? Let's evacuate now? The reactions of the major clans were almost exactly the same, and their first thought was how it was possible to evacuate. They hadn't tried to leave their names on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list. In case they stayed their names, not only would they be able to be immortalized for the ages, but they would also be able to obtain a very great gift, especially since the void refining realm and harmonization realm powerhouses hadn't even come to the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield for a day yet, and hadn't even explored it, and hadn't even gotten their hands on a few of the benefits. How could they possibly be willing to evacuate? Bai Qiulan had rushed to Feng Tianqi's side as fast as she could. Feng Tianqi was startled to see Bai Qiulan with a head full of silver hair. Bai Qiulan was the first to receive Feng Tianqi's sound transmission stone. I'm Bai Qiulan. Now, I'll use my personal avenue as proof that what I said is absolutely not false. So please all the Heaven's Pride powerhouses from all the clans, no matter how confident they are in themselves, within a quarter of an hour, they must leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, or else, they will surely die. I don't mean any jokes. And I'm not cheating in any way. Trust me, if you don't leave, you will definitely die. Senior Sister Bai, what exactly happened? Tell us clearly, why would you die if you don't leave? Even if there are devils out there, how strong can a devil that can be in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield be? We may not be no match, right? Yes, even if we are not an opponent alone. But if we are united, are we not an opponent as well? Not an opponent. Even if it's all of them united, it's hard to escape the word death. Bai Qiulan's voice was filled with excitement. Everyone, trust me and leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield immediately. Immediately. There was no more sound coming from among the sound transmission stones. Everyone was silent. There was some suspicion that Bai Qiulan had lost her mind, but he was at the harmonious Dao realm again. One that could cause a harmonious Dao realm to collapse like that must be a great terrifying existence. Alright, all disciples of the Taishang sword sect, evacuate. Someone from the Taishang sword sect spoke. Yes. Eldest brother, hijacking sect, all disciples evacuate. Senior brother, I want to stay here. I want to try out for the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. You, alas, must be careful. Central State Dynasty, all cultivators evacuate. Yes, Sister Bai, I want to ask, is it him? Shangwan Mirage Spirit's voice rang out. Yes, alright, I know. Godless Dynasty, all cultivators evacuate. What kind of status are you considered to be qualified to order the cultivators of the Godless God Dynasty? A man's disdainful voice rang out. The Godless Dynasty need not leave. I would like to see what kind of devil can make this group of cowardly cultivators scared like this. The Jioli dynasty is withdrawing, and those who wish to stay may do so. Inyan Dharma sect. Those who wish to evacuate can do so as well. However, I don't think that the other party will be able to break through my Inyan Dharma sect's Inyan Chinkuan formation. I'm not leaving. It's just the Mountain River Pagoda sect. The Mountain River Pagoda sect is withdrawing. The vast majority of the forces of the human race believed in by Chiolan's judgment of a harmonious Tao realm. The fact that a harmonious Tao realm was panicking like this was enough to prove how terrifying what came next was. Also notify the scattered cultivators from all sides of the human race to evacuate as much as possible. Bai Chiolan's figure disappeared. Her great voice appeared in heaven and earth. There's a supreme devil out there, slaughtering everything. Stay and you'll die for sure. I'm Bai Chiolan of the Great Tao sect. Anyone who hears this, leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield as fast as you can. Such a voice resounded in the various layers of space of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. That's all Bai Chiolan can do. If you can save one, it's one. And if you can let Lu Yi accumulate less killings, you can accumulate some killings. Above the sea of blood. Boom! The 4-elephant heaven suppressing formation was completely shattered, and the demon race that was the eye of the formation was turned into blood mist. In the next second, the blood mist was guided and came to Lu Yi's mouth, where it was swallowed in one gulp. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Extreme excitement filled his heart. Ah! The heavenly ghost let out another scream. And Lu Yi split the thousands of rays of light with his sword and reached out to grab the heavenly ghost's head. Boom! The sky ghost's head was crushed and flattened, and Lu Yi opened his mouth wide and shoved the sky ghost full force towards his mouth. A sword light that kept appearing. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000. Each sword light was dyed blood red. One word squeezed out between his teeth. Die. Chapter 067 Slaughter, One Shift, The Eye of the Formation. The sword chi transformed into a blood-colored storm, emitting a sharp popping sound as they all attacked the weakest point of the formation's eye. What Vajra demon execution formation? What 10,000 spirits 10,000 killing formation? Listen to the name of a more than a bullish. In fact, in the eyes of Lu Yi, full of holes, unbearable. Boom boom boom. A cloud of blood mist exploded at the eye of the formation. The Vajra pestle slammed down angrily. Thousands of threads intertwined. Lu Yi blasted out a fist. Vajra pestle and fist collision. Stalemate for a moment. Lu Yi motionless, Vajra pestle hard inch by inch into pieces. A group of hedonists saw the scene and their scalps went numb. Amida Buddha. Amitba Buddha. Especially the disciples of the Buddhist sect. No one knew better than them just how hard this Vajra mortar and pestle was. And with this Vajra mortar and pestle, they didn't know how many strong people's heads had been smashed. As a result, he was now being fucked to pieces with a single punch. I don't believe he's that strong. The god general was armed with a long spear and a white armor and red cape. There was disbelief in his eyes and a strong sense of defiance. The divine aurora attacked again. The god general transformed into a piercing white light, and a huge shadow emerged behind him, following him as he stabbed out a spear with all his might. Pride of heaven strike. Above the lance, there was a divine dragon hovering. This was his surefire strike, the strongest strike of a harmonious Tao realm. He didn't believe that Lu Yi could still stop this supreme strike after carrying the divine aurora. Harmonizing the Tao. Harmonizing the Tao. The force and the Tao were one. His way is the way of invincibility. A smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. A smile that was hideous with a hint of eccentricity. He casually split the divine aurora with his sword. Facing the shocking shot, they simultaneously extended their palms. Grip. Avalanche. The god general's forward charging figure came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yi did not move at all. His blood-red eyes staring at the god general. A cruel and terrifying smile on his face. Just you. How dare you go invincible? Fatal chi through the eyes of Lu Yi, straight into the body of the god general. At this moment, the god general saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Saw the real gods and Buddhas fall mournfully. Saw hundreds of millions of living beings as if they were ants in despair and wailed. Looked closely at the billions of living things. It was only then that he realized with extreme horror that the beings that were as small as ants were each as strong as he was. His eyes were disoriented and confused, and tinged with extreme horror. These, however, are the ones who walk the path of invincibility? Lu Yi's palm gently pulled, and the god general's body moved closer to Lu Yi. Right leg up. The majestic and violent power crashed out with a loud bang. A knee to the head. The god general's body exploded on the spot, turning into a thick mist of blood. A white-colored Yuaning flew out and tried to escape, but was caught by Lu Yi. Open your mouth and take a bite. Cluck, cluck, cluck. There was blood flowing out from the corner of Lu Yi's mouth as he looked at the figures roaming the sky. All die. Ah! A sword was swung out and thousands of sword lights exploded. The formation was devastated and destroyed, and along with it, A single foreigner was turned into a bloody mist. The wailing was incessant. Devil! He's the devil! Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! The Fey harmonization realm was all tingling with scalps at this moment. Escape! Fear was seared into their hearts. The god generals were all killed so easily. How could they be a match for this devil? The Buddhists were the first to flee. The devil's ferocious power is overpowering, and the Buddha's light is dimming at this moment. We should save our energy and come back to subdue the demons and eliminate the devils on the day when the Buddha's light is brilliant. Which is the right way to go? As the crowd dispersed and disappeared for 100 miles, their figures suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already returned not far from Lu Yi. The Fae? There's a formation. Night Ember's complexion changed drastically. Why was there a formation in this periphery? Who the hell set up the trap? Who is it? In the void, a teenager wore a cloak, with red lips and white teeth. Except that the cloak was there and no one noticed his existence. The cloak is like a cloak of invisibility. If the current Lu Yi saw it, he would definitely give him a sword. If Lu Yi, who was awake, had seen it, he would have been surprised that the teenager was Li Huayu. His identity didn't belong to the 5 great sects, nor did he belong to the 3 great royal dynasties or the vanguard sect, but came from a more mysterious place. He does not have much interest in cultivation. Instead, he is extraordinarily fond of formations, but he is also gifted and stupid, and was hated by his master. Angry at his misfortune, and thrown into the heavens remarks ancient battlefield trial. For the comprehension of formations, he was indeed very strenuous, spending several minutes to break a formation. He came here, originally thinking of saving Lu Yi. After all, Lu Yi was also considered to have helped him a little. As it turned out, he realized that it didn't seem to be necessary to save. So strong, so scary, more intimidating than his senior brother. According to Li Huayu's insight, without any surprises, Lu Yi should be able to kill all of this group. It's this group in case they escape. Thus, Li Huayu set up a trap formation. Ha ha ha. Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh when he saw the scene. He glanced at Li Huayu, who was jolted, and endless fear overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He can actually see himself? How can it be? This cloak of his is an innate spiritual treasure, which his master used to save his life. Kill! Sword light now! One by one, the monks dribbled blood on the spot. The Huaiji monks roared and formed a battle formation, and in the next second the crowd exploded and limbs flew. Amit Ba! Amit Ba! The Buddha's name with a crying voice resounded in the heaven and earth, more like a wail. Amit Ba could not save them, and the Buddha was in tears at this moment. Shit! Damn it! Hurry up and break the formation! Can't break it! What the hell kind of formation is this? Let us out! Who the hell laid this formation? Let us out! I don't want to die. I still have a limitless future. I still have the great Tao waiting for me to fight for. I don't want to die. Ah, it's all your fault. He didn't provoke us. Why did you join forces to kill him? Damn demons! Damn demons! The ghost race heaven's pride powerhouse let out a desperate wail. Obviously they had no contact with Lu Yi at all. So why did they faint and have to come with them? Wail! Scarlet! Collapse! Li Huayu saw the most brutal scene in this world. A slaughter without suspense. A most painful struggle. He panicked. Lu Yi's blood-red gaze was deeply imprinted into his soul with just one look at him, causing him to weaken all over. No! Run! By the time Lu Yi kills all the people inside, he'll be killed too. Li Huayu's figure quickly disappeared. When he returned to the sect, he must warn his senior brother not to provoke this Lu Yi when he came across him. Tiger Sang watched the carnage. His eyes gradually changed, and it was as if billions of layers of heavy pupils appeared within his pupils. The first heavens! To think that a person like this has appeared? Lu Yi's figure appeared in front of Tiger Shang. The blood-red eyes locked eyes with the 10,000 heavy pupils. Come here! Lu Yi hissed and opened his mouth. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Tiger Sang's mouth. Yes! His head was smashed to pieces by a punch. Chapter 068. Good words are hard to say. Second shift, bodies, blood, broken limbs, into the sea of blood. Lu Yi's true consciousness was as if he was a spectator, watching this body of his, unfolding killing with one of the strongest killing weapons. That look just now. All Souls Demon Emperor. Luno recognized it as one of his pre-existing opponents who gave him the most headaches. The look was familiar to him. Lu Yi's own consciousness was probably accompanied by this killing, and gradually began to be excited. His own return from rebirth has been cultivating, are almost forgetting the last life of the great years. So come on, come and fight me for the road. Kill the last of the Fae. The world. Quiet. However, the killing heart was boiling more and more. The killing lotus allowed Lu Yi's killing heart to show dozens and dozens and dozens of times of hundreds of times of outbursts. And just killing this was obviously not enough. Far from it. His figure disappeared and he shattered the outer layer of the formation with a single punch. The Heavenly Pavilion's formation path? I didn't expect the Heavenly Pavilion to come this time as well. Blood-red baleful chi tumbled as if it were a dancing flame, and Lu Ye's figure's flying speed made an explosive sound in the air. Divine sense filled the air in all directions. Quick! Have a living soul for me to kill. Hurry! The Devil's Realm. On top of the white bone altar, a soul stone had originally shattered by a small amount. Tu Wuing had just entered, and his soul stone shattered, catching the crowd of powerful people in the demon realm in a real shock, because it shatters so fast. Tu Wuing had just entered the teleportation vortex with his front foot, as if the sash was still fluttering in the demon realm, and the person was already dead. But then, the devils didn't die again, and it couldn't help but make the heavenly demon emperor breathe a sigh of relief. Tu Wuying's death should be a coincidence. Too bad luck. Sure enough, the talk of chi is also an extraordinarily important part for cultivators. Tu Wuying's qualifications were terrifying, and if he didn't die this time, he would definitely have the potential to become an existence in the future that would make the mighty of the heavens tremble. Too bad it's dead. Ka! The 7 soul stones shattered at the same time. The demon realm powerhouses looked over at once, their faces slightly grave. Luckily, they were all unusual demons. Ka! Ka! Click! In the next second, the other soul stones began to shatter, non-stop, shattering at a somewhat frightening rate. What's going on? A strong demon race member let out a cry of alarm. Until the demon soulstones of the harmonization realm were shattered, the entire devil realm was plunged into a deathly silence. The devil's pride, the entire army was wiped out. Roar! The heavenly demon emperor let out a terrifying roar. What does it mean that so many demon realm celestials were annihilated? It meant that after a few decades, or even 100 years had passed, the other communities could give birth to a group of very powerful existences that would become the mainstay of the first heaven after the older generation ascended to the second heaven. The devil world, on the other hand, was without this group of powerful people. It directly caused a break in the future powerhouses of the demon realm. What in the world happened? Who on earth overthrew the demon clan's heavenly pride? Immediately contact the other clans. No, contact the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. He must know what's going on. It's not just the demonic world. This similar situation occurred in the spirit realm, the god realm, the Buddha realm, and the ghost realm, all of which were independent small worlds that had been expelled from the Great Wasteland. Only the All Souls Demon Emperor knew what had happened, because he had left something inside too many demon races. Too many of them, seemingly independent individuals, could actually be replaced by the All Souls Demon Emperor at any time. Ancient Battlefield of Heaven's Pride, 8th floor, a quarter of an hour ago. Shangwan Mirage Spirit heard Bai Cholan's voice transmission and hurriedly asked Bai Cholan. But Lu Yi, even though only one he was used, she and Bai Cholan and the others knew clearly in their hearts that this he referred to Lu Yi, so she immediately agreed to let everyone in the godless pilgrimage leave. Only, she didn't seem to have much say in the Supreme Empire. Imperial brother, we must leave. I'm familiar with Bai Cholan. What she said about the danger is definitely true. If we stay in the heavens' remarkable ancient battlefield, when that devil arrives, all of us will die. Shangwan Mirage Spirit said hurriedly. Shangwan Tianin raised an eyebrow. What? You know this devil? And why don't I remember you knowing Bai Cholan? Bai Cholan was different from all of them, belonging to a group that was dozens of years older than them. And the Godless God Dynasty and the Great Tao sect didn't have much contact. So how did Shangwan Mirage Spirit know Bai Cholan? This is not the time to explain this matter. Imperial brother, this is truly an emergency situation. Immediately have everyone in the Supreme Empire leave or they will all die. I know this devil. This devil is terrifying to the extreme. Shangwan Tianin turned a deaf ear. Then tell me, what is the name of this devil? I'm quite familiar with the human powerhouses, and the many foreign powerhouses, and I don't think that there exists an existence in this world that can single-handedly exterminate all the powerhouses of all my godless dynasties. Shangwan Mirage Spirit. Even if she spoke out Lu Ye's name, Lu Ye was not well known before. Shangwan Tianin wouldn't believe that a Lu Ye could kill not a single person in the heavens remarks ancient battlefield. What's the point of me lying to you guys? Shangwan Mirage Spirit said with a sigh. Shangwan Tianin smiled gently. Sister, on the path of cultivation, there are dangers everywhere. If you retreat when you meet a danger, how else can you achieve supremacy? If you don't even understand this, then your path of cultivation in this life will end before you get very far. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was so angry in her heart. She was in the Great Emperor realm in her previous life, and she still had to let a prematurely deceased Shangwan Tianin teach her how to cultivate? I'll say it one last time. Those who stay away from leaving, follow me. With that, she turned to leave. A roar of laughter came from the rear. Shangwan Mirage Spirit, don't go. This sister of mine, She is a little timid. No matter. Originally a girl. And no one has given her high hopes. So if she is a little timid, she is a little timid. But the great Tao sect by Qiulan is so eager. It seems that the danger is still there. Let's do this. Set up a defense array. Let's save for a rainy day. The second prince is wise. Shangwan Tianyan's eyes carry a burning ambition. All leave. All leave. After everyone left, then the entire heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield would be his. And at that time, his prestige in the godless dynasty would potentially surpass that of the Grand Imperial Prince. Becoming the Crown Prince is not out of the question. The seventh level of space. A group of people from the Yin-Yang Dharma sect stayed behind, similarly setting up formations. Luo Yuan, as the Holy Maiden, she was quite torn. Yu Hongling sent her a message alone, warning her that she must leave. However, she wasn't particularly willing. Plus, the Yin-Yang Dharma sect powerhouse had been emphasizing that they had no fear of demons. She finally decided to stay. A lot of people are leaving. There are some who are lucky and others who think they are fearless. One after another, they are being evacuated. After a quarter of an hour, the entire Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield was much quieter. Chapter 069, What's in Your Heart, 3 Shifts, 9 Dragons Valley. A group of people suddenly rushed out, causing a moment of confusion among the powerful members of the sects waiting outside the teleportation vortex. Is the ancient battlefield of Heaven's Pride over? There were a lot of people coming out, a large swath of them, from every clan. No, hadn't the last 3 levels of this Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield only been opened for less than a day? And ended in such a short period of time? What's going on? Why did you all come out? An elder of the hijack sect asked as he pulled a hijack sect disciple. Greetings, elder. We came out after listening to what the great Tao sects by Qiulan said. She said that an absolute devil had appeared in the middle of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield and would kill all of us. And her words were extremely certain and intense. So we followed her advice and chose to evacuate the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. What Jedi devil? Did you guys try the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking? We don't know any demons. And we didn't have time to try the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. Nonsense. The robber sect elder's face changed drastically as he loudly rebuked. To withdraw from the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield like this because of a single word? Don't you know how rare the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield is for you? What a great opportunity it is. The robber sect elder's voice was like thunder, rolling, and everyone's ears buzzed as they listened. On the road of cultivation, are there not more devils? If you run into a devil and run away, then what is the point of cultivation? Why don't you go home and farm? You'll never run into a devil. Shame. It's so damn humiliating. Why are we called the robbery sect? You tell us the origin of the name robbery sect? We're not even fucking afraid of calamities. Even great calamities. We can get through any number of dangers. And as a result, you guys didn't even fucking see any bullshit demons. And then you just quit? Great Tao sect. You'll have to give my robber sect a statement this time. It wasn't just the robbery sect, but other sects felt incomparably outrageous when they heard about this matter. Just because Bai Qiulan said a Jedi devil would come out from inside. So many people came out? No. When exactly did practitioners become so timid? Anyone else out there? Don't let them out. Do whatever you can to keep them inside. Pissed off. Pissed off. Because the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield belonged to another space. Wanting to talk across space was still difficult, and normal sound transmission stones were simply unable to transmit that far. But fortunately, there was a heavenly pride of the Mountain River Pagoda sect holding a treasure. The name is Bibliotheca. I'll inform them. The elder of the Mountain River Pagoda sect said with an urgent voice. Crowds were still coming out of the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield in a steady stream. And with each one that came out, the various clans were heartbroken from the bottom of their hearts. What a waste! Such an excellent opportunity was wasted like this. Shanha Baotaozong took out half of the Bai book and wrote on it. The writing on it disappears in golden light, while another book of bibliography appears with what is written here. How come there's no reply? The elders of the Mountain River Pagoda sect were dying of anxiety. Buzz. A golden light surfaced, and the Mountain River Pagoda sect disciples inside the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield gave a reply to stop continuing to leave the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. Fellow Daoist Chang, let me use it. Lend me this book of wings. Please help me inform our hijacking sect disciples that we absolutely cannot leave the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield. What are the devils afraid of? Just fight them. This is not a discussion. This is an order. Must not leave. Fellow Daoist Chang, help my Taishang sword sect as well. The Taishang sword sect was also not too willing to let their disciples come out now. The way of the sword had always been about going forward. How could they retreat? Fellow Daoist Luanjia, think twice. With our understanding of Senior Sister Bai, Senior Sister Bai is not that kind of a person without a target. If she claims that there is an absolute devil, it is bound to be irresistible. Please think twice. Fellow Daoist Luanjia. The man from the great Dao sect spoke up. They were the ones who knew Bai Qiulan the best, and would never think that Bai Qiulan was intentionally intimidating other people. She must have felt that as long as she stayed in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, she would surely die, and only then did she tell everyone to evacuate. The Langya's sword hesitated. His face was filled with a tangle of difficult choices right at the moment. You don't have to use it. I'll use it. Please, fellow Daoist Chang, tell the people from the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty to stop coming out as well. The chances of the Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield are too hard to meet, and they definitely can't be given up so easily. Chang Liang didn't hesitate to help the Jiuli Heavenly Kingdom make contact, and the more people who stayed, the greater the possibility of surviving when facing the demons. He couldn't believe how strong the devil could be. The clock is ticking. The crowd kept coming out. Almost all of the disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect and the Great Dao Sect came out, and the cultivators of the Zhou Imperial Dynasty also came out in droves. The other sects, those that came out were even, and then a group of them came out one after another. The scattered cultivators came out in large numbers as well, and they still trusted the judgment of the Great Dao Sect's powerhouses more, but those who stayed inside could still be about a third, and most of them were strong. Almost all of the Yin Yang Dharma sect did not come out. Chu Ling ran out alone as well. When Bai Qiulan, Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei came out, Bai Qiulan was the first to see how many people were out. A blush. How come there are still so many people who haven't come out? Bai Qiulan said in an urgent voice. Bai Qiulan, what kind of heart are you resting on? Knowing that the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield is an unimaginable opportunity for everyone, yet you're making them choose to give up. The Yin Yang Dharma sect took the lead and loudly rebuked. Not bad. Bai Qiulan, you must give us a statement today. Damn it. So many Heavenly Pride's opportunities have been delayed by you. You, Great Dao Sect. You must give us a statement. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath. Then I'll say it again. The Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield has appeared in existence that has temporarily become demonic. His strength is terrifying. Killing the harmonious Dao is as easy as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. The other party is now in a state of endless killing. Any living thing that he touches will be decapitated. I swear by my own Great Dao that what I say is not false. You guys quickly let the people inside come out. Swear by the way. It's a very serious oath. Many people's faces changed slightly. Killing the harmonization realm is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog? And Bai Qiulan swears by the Great Dao? Alarmist. Let me ask you, who is this devil? The Yin Yang Dharma sect elder chided. Bai Qiulan. I don't recognize it. Ha ha ha. Good one, not recognize. You do not even recognize. If it is as you say. He didn't even finish his sentence. Godless God suddenly let out a wail over there. Second Prince. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards where Godless Dynasty was. They then saw a scene that made their heads spin. Soul stones that are shattering. Click here. Almost without any pause, all the soul stones were madly shattered, one after the other, and each shattering of a soulstone represented the passing of a life. Chapter 070 Deadly Light, 4 shifts, 8 layers of the ancient battlefield. While Shangguan Tianyin and the others were setting up the grand formation, Lu Ye's figure was shrouded in rolling baleful qi as he charged furiously through the void. The devil is here. And he's even alone? The Godless Dynasty was still pulling its guard at the moment. After all, it was Bai Qiulan who reminded that the name of the Great Dao Sect, Bai Qiulan, was definitely not a false name. However, Shangguan Tianyin had always thought that this devil would be a foreign race, but he hadn't thought that this devil would be a human. Looking at the young face in the midst of that blood-red fury, Shangguan Tianyin pondered for a moment before he began to laugh. Ha ha ha, Bai Qiulan, ah Bai Qiulan, I told you that women have small guts. Such a young man with no known name. The fury around him is indeed a bit scary, but this scared the guts out of those women. It's just a laugh. The rest of the Godless God Dynasty was also relieved. Okay, hey, that devil. Now I order you to leave quickly, or else don't blame my Godless Dynasty for eliminating demons. Shangguan Tianyin shouted. Luck Ano bowed his head. The stone sword in his hand was raised. The sky suddenly turned blood red at this moment. It's really a cloud break that becomes a blood cloud. All the auras in heaven and earth were converging crazily at this moment. The gigantic blood-colored sword light sword, rising to thousands of feet in a single breath. What kind of concept is that? This sword could split a city. With just one sword. In half. The smiles of the powerhouses of the Godless God Dynasty below suddenly stopped. Some people's sword lights, though huge, were flashy and shattered at the slightest touch. Some people's sword lights, the bigger they were, the more terrifying their power was. And now, looking at the blood-red sky, looking at this blood-red sword light whose fury shocked the world. Obviously, this falls into the latter category. The powerhouses of the Godless God Dynasty were incomparably worried at this moment. Could the formation they had set up really block this sword? The sword light fell. The wind whistled as if it were a mountainous force. Boom! Dust flew up into the sky, and with the airwaves, 2 huge waves of smoke and dust that were tens of meters high were formed, which quickly traveled in both directions. This sword chopped solidly on top of the defense array. All of the formation eyes exploded all over the place. Unable to withstand such a huge force at all, the big formation shattered. The sword light also shattered away together. Luya's figure landed on top of the earth and walked towards the godless god dynasty. The many powerful people of the godless god dynasty had been scared to the point of having their livers split. Seeing Lu Yi coming, some people were brave and let out a roar, charging towards Lu Yi. But, with one punch, the opponent was reduced to a mist of blood. Lu Yi's speed accelerated and his sword chi whistled. A cloud of blood mist exploded. Unstoppable. Shattering everything. Don't kill me. I'm Shangwan Tianin. I'm the godless dynasty. Put. A sword light passed through the center and split Shangwan Wuyin in half. Lu Yi did not even bother to look at him more than once, and continued to kill. There is a Yuaning escape. Directly seize and eat. Yuaning piece of decapitation. Then do not say anything. In the blink of an eye, the world was once again quiet. The stone sword was stained with blood, and when held by Lu Yi, the press didn't even dare to emit a sword sound. There was something intimidating about this master now, and it feared that if it let out a crisp sword chant, the master would simply choke it off. The system likewise didn't squeak. It was worried that if it squeaked, Lu Yi, who was currently in a state of complete insanity, would dare to hammer his own head to find himself who had made the noise. Clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield. Clean up the field. Lu Yi's subjective consciousness kept sending out urges in a vain attempt to influence himself a bit. Fighting is important, as is cleaning up the battlefield. As a result, after Lu Yi finished killing, he didn't even bother to look at the scattered corpses and his figure instantly disappeared. Search. 7th floor. Boom. Lu Yi's feet stomped hard on the earth. Start running and sprinting. The faces of the people from the Yin Yang Dharma sect changed slightly, and they similarly opened the formation. Yin and Yang rotating and unfolding as if they were Tai Chi, intercepting Lu Yi's front. Lu Yi's speed became faster and faster. His aura became more and more fierce, and heaven and earth became one with him behind him. A punch rushes out. The yin-yang diagram rotated rapidly and met Lu Yi. Boom! The yin and yang diagram was punched right through. Miserable screams, wailing, resounded behind the yin-yang diagram as blood soaked the earth. Luo Yuan watched as his clan's Hito was punched into a bloody mist by this young figure. She froze in place. At this moment, she thought of what Yu Hongling had reminded her of. Luo Yuan, you must leave the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, regardless of whether the rest of your yin-yang dharma sect leaves or not. As long as you want to live, you must leave at all costs. As long as you don't leave, you must die. Remember, you must die. She didn't believe it. And now, sure enough, certain death. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face, which then transformed into chutzpah as she tore a portion of her shirt apart with one hand. It didn't rip all the way through. She knew very well that to be hidden, to be seen by me, was the greatest seduction. The heady smell of blood flooded into her small, erect nose as the shadows enveloped her. Luo Yuan's eyes contained tears, and she timidly raised her eyes to look. A fist that seemed to be bigger than her face zoomed in wildly. Boom! The head exploded and blood flowed. 9 Dragons Valley. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect let out an exclamation and wail. Panic! Everyone from the Godless God Dynasty and the Yin-Yang Dharma sect were overthrown too quickly. From the beginning to the death of all of them, it was almost all within a matter of minutes. It's pretty obvious what this means. It meant that their opponents, who were not even on the same level as them, would be a complete and utter slaughter. Quick! Let all of our clan come out. Quick! The elders of the Mountain River Pagoda sect panicked. Very much so. The beefy book begins to write its contents. The king of the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty also rushed over. Fellow Daoist Chang, quickly, help me notify our Jiuli Celestial Dynasty's cultivators to leave. Fellow Daoist Chang, I'm a cultivator of the hijacking sect. Quickly let them out. Panic. 10 minutes ago, they were still talking about not letting their own family's disciples come out. But now that they saw that the Godless God Dynasty and the Yin-Yang Dharma sect had died out so quickly, they were truly panicked. Beefy books were sent out message by message. A soul stone from the Taishan sword sect shattered. It was a sword cultivator who didn't want to leave. Soon, the first Mountain River Pagoda sect disciple had his soul stone shattered. Click 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 click. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Someone teleported out with panic in their eyes. Half of the corpses teleported out. Blood spraying everywhere. No breath left. The soul stones shattered one after another. Someone teleported out still yelling with fear. No, don't kill it. Don't kill it. The devil. He's the devil. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Wailing, screaming, groaning. The speed at which the soul stone shattered suddenly accelerated. As if the devil inside sensed that someone was leaving and accelerated the frequency of killing. Finally, no one escaped from the teleportation vortex anymore. The vortex spins quietly, untainted, quiet and beautiful, but in everyone's eyes, it had become the devil's huge mouth, devouring all life. Chapter 071, Parasitic Heavenly Demon, 5 Shifts, Heaven's Pride Ancient Battlefield. First level. Lu Yi was covered in blood. Of course, all the blood of the others. The ground was strewn with broken bodies. Lu Yi's hand grasped a half-broken body and pulled it out of the vortex. His blood-red eyes stared at the vortex. Whirlpool. There seems to be someone in the back? Lu Yi's main consciousness tensed slightly. Going out was actually nothing too serious. Anyway, it's all about fighting and killing. While killing people and refining other people's yuaning, there wouldn't be any problems with a lack of true essence. Lucano walked towards the vortex. As long as there were living beings, he could travel to them. His monstrous killing heart constantly driving his soul. When he was about to enter the vortex, Lu Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked in the other direction, a red light in his eyes skyrocketing. Boom! Lu Yi's figure shot straight into the sky, rushing toward the northwest. For there he felt the breath of many beings. Many. The exit of the demon realm vortex. The vermilion bird went all out to conceal her own aura. She had a powerful secret method to conceal powerful functions. Otherwise it would not have been possible to stay right under the eyes of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor when she was very weak without ever being discovered of the vermilion bird bloodline. She just hoped that Luko wouldn't be able to spot her either. This way, she would still have a chance to go to the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking to brand her name. Of course, it didn't matter if she found out. She was at the exit now, and as soon as Lu Yi arrived, she would leave at the first opportunity. It's horrible. Vermilion bird sighed in his heart. You can question everything about Lu Yi, but only you can't question Lu Yi's strength. In his previous life he had moments of distress. In this life he was completely invincible in his current life, not to mention being in the same realm as others. Others were not worthy of being Lu Yi's opponent. Even if Lu Yi was one great realm lower, no one was his opponent. At this time, a small demon suddenly drilled in from the entrance vortex. The little demon looks like he has lived for 10 or 20 years. As for strength, Yuan Dan, the vermilion bird froze. At this time, what was such a small head of demon doing in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield? The little demon was also stunned when he saw Vermilion Bird. Taking a closer look at the Vermilion Bird, he didn't find anything special. Hey, what are you doing in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield at this time? The Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield is incomparably dangerous right now. So quickly leave. Vermilion Bird's philosophy is that there are good people and bad people, and there are good demons and bad demons. Lu Yi was the evil one when he killed countless weak demons under the false pretense of the All Souls Demon Emperor. That little demon pressed on without paying any attention to Vermilion Bird, and opened his mouth to let out a roar. Vermilion Bird was shocked, directly about to go up to cover the mouth of the little demon. She was wrong. There are not only good demons and bad demons, there are also stupid demons and silly demons. But that's when the second little demon came in. Vermilion Bird? Third one. Fourth one. Fifth one. Looking at the still very young demon race, it was as if a wave of demons had erupted, teleporting over in a steady stream. Vermilion Bird? What are you doing? Who let you in? Get back. There's a god of murder here. You'll die if you're here. Different demons continue to appear. They come in and just let out a roar and use their maximum strength. They were deliberately attracting Lu Yi. There are even young animals among them. The Vermilion Bird was simply going crazy. She didn't care about exposing herself. Her hands released demonic power. Her powerful demonic power forming a shield, wanting to directly block the demon race's teleportation vortex. What's going on here? Why did you come here to die? It was also the moment Vermilion Bird erupted with demonic power that all the lesser demons turned their heads and looked at Vermilion Bird. Their eyes become bright and greedy. Vermilion Bird. Surprisingly, it's Jubilee. Don't come in. All of you go back. Come in, you'll die. Vermilion Bird let out a loud cry. At this time, a young wolf arrived behind the Vermilion Bird and violently opened its mouth, biting down hard on the Vermilion Bird's neck. However, it was too weak to break through the Vermilion Bird's defense, even in a sneak attack. Vermilion Bird's eyes held disbelief. This young wolf is attacking himself? Vermilion Bird gently shook, and this young wolf was sent flying. Why? Ding! A dagger stabbed hard at Jubilee's body, attacking in a desperate attempt to hurt him. A group of lesser demons swarmed the room, using weapons, teeth, and sharp claws. Put! Jubilee saw blood. A special aura flew from the wound into the body of the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird let out a shrill cry, and all the young demons were sent flying. At the vortex, a small demon, with an incomparably fierce expression, stared at Vermilion Bird in death, and the terrifying look in its eyes caused Vermilion Bird to feel a deep, vicious chill. The little demon came charging up again in a brazen manner. Realizing that they couldn't hurt the Vermilion Bird, they began to resort to insults. They spat at the Vermilion Bird and hurled insults at it. There were even young demons who directly took their own filth and threw it at the Vermilion Bird. Jubilee looked numb. The viciousness in the eyes of that head of young demons was not something that young demons could possess at all. It's the All Souls Demon Emperor. It's the 10,000 Spirit Blood Transformation Demon Scripture. Jubilee's head was buzzing in this moment. She withdrew her power and watched the countless young demons enter the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield as if they were zombies. They didn't bother to hide it at the moment. And all the young demons had almost the same look on their faces. All of them were part of the All Souls Demon Emperor. What Lu Yi said is true. He did not lie to himself in his last life. Those demons that were slaughtered by Lu Yi were all 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperors. And even if one of the weakest demons was left, as long as that demon was parasitized by the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor, then the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor could make a comeback. He didn't lie to himself. However, didn't the All Souls Demon Emperor cultivate the All Souls Blood Transformation Demon Scripture? This Gongfu doesn't have this type of means at all. Such a terrifying means must be a very terrifying Gong method to achieve. She was wrong. Jubilee looked at the expectant yet grim faces of the heads. The moment brought tears to her eyes. A young demon arrived in front of Vermilion Bird, its domineering and fierce eyes surveying her. What exactly is the technique you cultivate? Why can you do such a thing? Vermilion Bird roared with some collapse. You seem to know this emperor very well. Ha! The All Souls Demon Emperor spoke. The 10,000 Spirit Blood Transforming Demon Scripture. There is no such divine ability at all. What kind of technique did you cultivate? The All Souls Demon Emperor froze. All Souls Blood Transformation Demon Scripture? Good name. Ha ha ha. I really didn't know that my parasitic heavenly demon true method had such a name. Ha ha ha. The All Souls Demon Emperor laughed out loud. Jubilee froze. The true law of the parasitic demon? The true law of the parasitic demon? He is a parasitic sky demon. He was the parasitic heavenly demon who was still fighting Lu Yi in the 7th heaven. The 10,000 Spirit Blood Transforming Demon Scripture was actually a scam. It was a trick set up by the parasitic sky demon against her. Against Lu Yi. The parasitic heavenly demon was the All Souls Demon Emperor, and the All Souls Demon Emperor was the parasitic heavenly demon. It wasn't collecting the blood of all souls to raise its strength at all, but rather parasitizing to the owner of the blood through the blood of all souls, allowing the owner of the essence blood to assist it in its cultivation. At this moment, bloodlight covered the sky. Luno. Coming. Chapter 072 one more, Biospirit. Luya's blood-red eyes looked at this one weak demon race. Although the demon race is weak, but young, the vitality is like that of the newborn sunrise. Exterminate them, cut off their vigorous upward vitality, more satisfying the pleasure of killing. All the weak demon clans looked at Lu Yi. They have a smile of impatience on their faces. It really was true that the human race had demons, more so than a demon like it. Come on, kill me. Lu Yi didn't have a word of nonsense either and slashed his sword horizontally. Put. Blood. Staining the earth red. The strong smell of blood rose to the sky as a young demon was sliced in half by the sword chi. They had a strange smile on their faces, and after they were killed, strands of blood-red chi surged towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't care and continued to kill. Young demons were still pouring into the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield in a steady stream. The speed of not coming over was still too slow, and it was simply not enough for Lu Yi to kill. His bloodshot eyes glanced at a firebird that was dirty and eyeless on the sidelines. Raise your hand and throw a punch. Boom! The firebird exploded into pieces, and feathers flew in the sky. Ha! Lucano let out a light eep. With another punch, heaven and earth aided him in this moment, and wild winds surged out of the void. Vermilion Bird was eroded by endless regret, and a sense of relief unexpectedly arose in her heart as her body was shattered by Lu Yi's punch. Just die. It's good to die. Lu Yi had saved her twice, and she owed Lu Yi 2 lives. Memory seems to go back to the beginning in this moment. Vermilion Bird? The 4 divine beasts? Why is it so tiny? Those who know understand that you're a vermilion bird. Those who don't think you're a chickadee. Hello, Chicken Little. Hello again. Tisk. This grimy look. Come on. I'll wash you. Cough cough cough. You little thing. You're even enmity. I help you bathe, and you're still pulling me down? Little sparrow. Hello again. What's going on with your demon race? Why do you keep chasing after you? Come on. You're a vermilion bird, okay? The demon race knows your species. And it's only because they have no eyes that they don't treat you as their father. And they're even chasing after you. Follow me. If you don't, it won't be long before you're dead. This 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor is truly terrifying. But Birdie, don't be afraid. Watch me get him. Lu Yi and the All Souls Demon Emperor engaged in a battle at the peak of the first heavenly hall. The more he fought, the more silent Lu Yi became. Until the end. Lu Yi, you killed so many demons? It can't be helped. If I don't kill them, they're going to kill me. At that time, Lu Yi's eyebrows and eyes were filled with fatigue and killing intent. How are they going to kill you if you're such a weak demon? A weak demon? Do you know that the weak demon behind you is the All Souls Demon Emperor? No way. I never lied to you. Get out of the way. Vermilion believed Lucas. However, there were too many deaths. The young beasts that were clearly still waiting to be fed were all decimated by Lu Yi. Misery. However, she only saw the misery of the demon race, but she had not seen the pain in Lu Yi's eyes. Killing the weak was not a most painful torture for Lu Yi, but Luno had no choice. If he doesn't kill, everything is kind of all for nothing. The demons that were killed before were all killed for nothing. The vermilion bird finally, with his life on the line, stopped in front of a young beast that had only just been born not more than a few days ago, and his eyes hadn't opened much yet. This kind of young beast, how could it be part of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor? Get out of the way. On Lu Yi's face, the killing intent was already so thick that it could not be melted. He was pointing a stone sword at himself. If you want to kill it, kill me too. It's only just born. But it's the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. It is not. Vermilion Bird couldn't imagine what kind of hideous and vicious look the young beast that she had shielded behind her at that time would have revealed at that time where she couldn't see it. She actually didn't tell Lu Yi that she secretly hid a young demon, a fire bird that looked a lot like her, with feathers that hadn't even grown all the way through. She wanted to see if this was the All Souls Demon Emperor or not. Later, because of her repeated obstruction, Lu Yi knocked her out. By the time she woke up, the entire demon realm had been slaughtered by almost one half of Lu Yi, especially the younger demons. Lu Yi came to her afterward to explain, and she knew in her heart that Lu Yi was right, but she just couldn't accept it for a while. She was waiting for the young bird to grow up. That young bird lived a long time under her protection. It lived for a very long time, and it was only because of a chance that the firebird died, and it didn't manifest the 10,000 spirit demon emperor until it died. Then later on, although she couldn't accept this fact, she watched the crippled demon realm little by little begin to regain its vitality, and only then was she gradually relieved. She remembers now, with a jolt, the time when the young bird grew up under her protection was actually the most difficult period for Lu Yi. From the second heaven to the fourth heaven, it seemed as if the entire world was against Lu Yi, and even Lu Yi had incurred the vanguard sect. Many things are so coincidental and out of character when you think about it. Until she found a demon scripture in the demon clan's ancestral court in the seventh heaven. The Sutra of the Demon of 10,000 Spirits Transforming Blood. Ha ha ha. She thought that the 10,000 spirit demon emperor who cultivated the 10,000 spirit blood transformation demon scripture didn't even know the name of this technique. The All Souls Demon Emperor is the parasitic heavenly demon. He thought he had saved a firebird, but he didn't know that he had saved a most terrifying existence that had jeopardized the entire demon race and caused it to be completely destroyed. She can't die. She must never die. If she died, Lu Yi, in this life, didn't necessarily have to kill the All Souls Demon Emperor, because the Lu Yi of this life was too strong. He didn't need any opponents. He only needed to cultivate with all his strength and could leave all his enemies far behind. She wants to kill the All Souls Demon Emperor. She was going to feel what kind of pain Lu Yi was feeling when he killed the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. After she had experienced the pain that Lu Yi had suffered, she would come over to Lu Yi and let him kill her with his own hands. Bathing fire. A shrill finch chirp rang through the heavens and earth. The blazing golden red flames erupted dozens of feet high, and a huge vermilion bird emerged in its true form amidst the flames, belonging to the four spirits of the heavens and the four elephants of the earth's supreme aura. Blood-red chains suddenly wrapped around Lu Yi's body as well. This was the strike of the All Souls Demon Emperor. The parasite he had his eye on could not be simply beaten and killed by Lu Yi like this. It didn't matter if an ordinary parasitic body died even more. And even if a parasitic body like the vermilion bird was difficult to parasitize, as long as there was hope, the All Souls Demon Emperor wouldn't let it go. What if it works? However, he still underestimated Lu Yi. The blood-red chains couldn't bring any hindrance to Lu Yi at all. A punch slammed out. The chains crumbled on the spot. Boom! The vermilion bird true flame was hardened by a punch on the spot, and a faint red light quickly rushed into the teleportation vortex and disappeared into the vortex. A large group of demon race young demons rushed in again. Chapter 073, Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood, Second Shift, Kill Kill Kill. These weak demon clans were actually unable to satisfy Lu Yi's killings at all. But it didn't matter. He wasn't picky. As long as a living being dared to come in, he dared to kill it. The All Souls Demon Emperor attached his parasitic power to Lu Yi's body by killing him. The All Souls Demon Emperor normally did not parasitize humans, because the technique he cultivated was the demon scripture, and only by parasitizing a demon could he be perfectly parasitized. However, Lu Ye's qualifications were too tempting. Lu Yi, in his eyes, was the flower of the way of becoming, the fruit of the way of entering, and the great Tao in human form. As long as he could parasitize Lu Ye's body, he was willing to give up even if it meant making him give up his true body. So what's a parasite? Let Lu Yi kill as hard as he can. The more he killed, the more power the All Souls Demon Emperor could utilize. He didn't believe that he, being the Demon Emperor, was still unable to fight for the Tao with a human of the refined void realm. Over time, the corpses of the demonic beasts were growing in number. The blood below had flowed into a river, and the corpses were piled up into a mountain. The pungent smell of blood was sickening. Lu Yi, however, was enjoying the current environment. It was too comfortable, like a fish out of water. The killing lotus seed was still continuing to stimulate Lu Ye's killing heart. Lu Ye's main consciousness watched this scene, and there were no fluctuations within his heart. In fact, the current scene was not as disgusting and painful as having him kill the young demons of the demon race one by one in the first place. He had never been a person who was addicted to killing, and when he had completely executed the 10,000 spirit demon emperor, it had simply disgusted him. One by one, so small a cub, without the slightest power to fight back, it is still in the midst of wailing. But what could he do? When the killing starts, it doesn't stop when you want it to. It's too painful. During this time there was also Jubilee who had been persuading him. Could he not realize that he should not slaughter the weak? Vermilion Bird's words were only deepening Lu Ye's pain. The worldview, the outlook on life that he had formed since he was a child, was telling him that he could not slaughter the weak or be cruel. But again, reality was telling him that if he didn't kill, he would only die a lot in the future. At that time, Lu Yi had not yet grown to a point where his moral heart was like iron. He would also be heartbroken, and he would also be disgusted by killing. However, after that kill, Lu Ye's heart became harder and harder. Killing. It's just killing. At that time, the young beasts still knew how to camouflage themselves, disguising themselves as pitiful. How good the young beasts that come in now, each with a hideous face. As long as they come in, they are the parasites of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. How many have come? 100,000? Looking at the pile of bodies, it should be about the same. How come it's slowing down? Lu Ye's main consciousness sensed something was wrong, and he had sensed the impatience of this body of his. The demons came in too slowly, and the body that was now controlled by the killing heart was likely to rush into the vortex and enter the demon realm for a good kill. Into the demon race to kill a pain is nothing. The key is to lie in. He has not left his name in the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list. Earlier, when he looked at the joy of killing his own body, he had almost forgotten one of the purposes for which he had entered the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield to come. Lu Ye's bloodshot eyes stared at the vortex. With a mind that was now so simple as to be touching in the flesh, he could see that there were many beings behind the vortex, and so the steps began. Really going out? Lu Yi is a bit helpless. Just go out. This thing cannot be forced. However, what Lu Yi did not expect was that while he was willing to go out, the All Souls Demon Emperor was not willing to let him go out. This body was something that the All Souls Demon Emperor was immensely attracted to. Having yet to go to the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking to brand his name, how could the 10,000 spirit demon emperor tolerate this body to run out? Thus, more demon clans rushed out. This time, many of them were under 100 years old, walking with the weakness of their cultivation, looking at even the first signs of old age. It no longer depended on young beasts under the age of 20. Then there were too many demonic beasts to choose from. The reason for choosing young beasts before was because young beasts hadn't yet had much to invest in them, and dying would allow the demon race to regenerate, with low sunk costs. Now that he saw that Lu Yi was actually trying to run out, he couldn't care less about the sunk costs. All come in, all go to hell. And so, another round of demonic explosions. Lu Yi also stopped, his face serious. The stone sword in his hand swung without stopping, killing extraordinarily happily. 9 Dragons Valley. The disciples who had escaped from the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield were gradually calmed down after a bout of pacifying their terrified emotions. This was only a short period of composure. The psychological trauma left behind in the middle of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, not knowing how long the follow-up would accompany them, and how many times they would be awakened by nightmares in the middle of the midnight dream. Practitioners are people too. People have limits to what their spirit can handle. Seeing their respective disciples become emotionally stabilized, the clans that had suffered heavy losses this time were all incomparably saddened in their hearts. It's broken, like the Yin-Yang Dharma sect, the godless god dynasty. The younger generation of cultivators were almost in a state of disconnection. In the future, all other sects would have an extra group of strong people, and a simple addition could cause a sect to have a devastating decline. Maji, look at me. Do you remember who the person who killed master and brother really was? An elder of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, looking at Sumaji, asked. It was unimaginable that a cultivator of the refined void realm would be frightened to such a point where his liver and gall bled. Sumaji's eyes were empty. The scene of the Harmonization Realm's senior brother offering his Tian Luo shield and being blown up by a punch along with the Tian Luo shield and the person in one piece appeared in his mind again. The flesh and blood. It all crumbled into slag. All are dying. All are crushing. He eats the firstborn. One bite at a time. That Genesis was dripping blood. Vomit. Sumaji vomited again. And the spirited, modest gentleman's appearance he had when facing Bai Cholan completely disappeared. The people of the Mountain River Pagoda sect were rather helpless. Only a different person can ask. Finally, one of the disciples, because he was partially obscured from view, fled in panic amidst the panic and wailing, running early enough that his mind was not too shocked. He saw Lu Ye's appearance, took out a pen and paper and started drawing. The first thing that was drawn was the fury that burned like a flame. As he kept on describing, a young man who looked vicious and fierce leapt onto the paper. The teenager looks as handsome as the reader in the legend, but his expression is so cold that it is scary. Belonging to the kind that can scare people to cry and stop babies from crying when he walks on the road. Sure it's this guy? The disciple nodded vigorously. Are his eyes really that big? Looking at the eyes on the paper that were as big as fists, the elder of the Mountain River Pagoda sect was less confident. That's an exaggerated proportion of eyes, isn't it? The disciple continued to nod his head vigorously. I've seen it with my own eyes. That's what it looks like. Chapter 074. If elder brother were here, third shift. While the Mountain River Pagoda sect disciples were furiously painting portraits, Bai Cholan was already quietly transmitting. Elder son, please quietly shatter my disciple Lu Ye's soulstone. Make sure not to be discovered. Sun Li? Although he didn't understand, Sun Li did it anyway. Who is this Fong? Does anyone recognize it? Elder Yu Tianyu of the Mountain River Pagoda sect took the likeness of the painting, enlarged it in equal proportions, and outlined the painting together with various energy lines, only to see that teenager. His figure was tall and strong, his eyes were surprisingly large, and his body was surrounded by blood flames, as if he was the reincarnation of a killing god. Everyone looked at the teenage appearance suspended in the sky. This man, face raw. On the Great Tao sect side, Yu Hongling froze as she looked at the suspended appearance in the sky. This is a senior brother? Yu Hongling struggled to find out the slightest resemblance to Lu Ye's appearance from within this image. Can't find it. Really can't find it. What kind of god drew elder brother like this? Everyone looked at the image and shook their heads in disbelief. Looking at this body type, it was somewhat like someone from the hijacking sect. Central State Imperial Dynasty. Do you recognize this person? The Central State Imperial Dynasty was still celebrating. Fortunately they had a good relationship with the Great Tao sect and listened to Bai Cholan's words. This time, although all of them had not left their names on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, but at the very least, they had preserved themselves, and compared to the other forces, it was already a fluke of luck. Don't know no one. Never seen this person before. Where's the Great Tao clan? Can you recognize this Fong? Yu Tianyo's target was not the Central State Dynasty at all. It had always been the Great Tao sect. The crowd of the Great Tao sect was also curious as to who this person was. Look at it carefully and think about it. Eventually, he shook his head. Sorry, don't recognize it. Yu Tianyo's gaze looked at Bai Cholan. Fellow Daoist Bai, you should recognize it, right? Bai Cholan looked calm as she looked at the image, not saying a single false word. I don't recognize it. You dare to swear? Taking a bullshit oath. Who the hell are you to make my master swear? Yu Hongling's violent temper instantly exploded. Yu Tianyo's expression froze. Daring, even you, a junior, can interrupt when I'm talking to your master? Yu Tianyo's voice majestically bellowed, like a rolling wave, deafening. If it is a weak person, just this loud shout is enough to make it urinate. To do this to a girl could only be described as rather vicious and underhanded. Fellow Daoist, it's excessive, isn't it? Bai Cholan's eyes instantly went cold. Taiyin divine power filled her surroundings. It's not excessive, but it's just teaching her what it means to respect her seniors. Yu Hongling's eyes glowed red. You're an old, undead waste of space, and you have the face to call yourself a senior? To be in this realm is purely a matter of having grown some years in vain. If I were as old as you wouldn't even be able to lift my shoes. As these words came out, the faces of the older hedonists all turned less favorable. Hongling, be careful what you say. Bai Cholan immediately chided Yu Hongling. He also looked at Yu Tianyu. Elder Yu, you are considered an elder. You really shouldn't tangle with your juniors and lose your decency. I still don't want to be decent today. My Mountain River Pagoda sect has lost so many disciples. I came here with a team. If I don't kill my enemies to avenge my disciples, how will I have the face to return to the sect? Bai Qiulan, you obviously know this Fong. He has committed a heinous crime. Why do you not dare to say who this person is? With Yu Tianyu taking the lead, the other clans that had suffered heavy deaths and injuries took a step forward, already unconsciously assuming a stance of surrounding the Great Tao sect. The Great Tao sect's group of powerhouses instantly raised their chi as well. Senior nephew Bai has already said that he doesn't recognize it, so why are you still being aggressive? Not bad. Fellow Daoist you, could it be that you really think that my Great Tao sect is afraid of you? Without saying a word, the people from the Supreme Sword sect arrived next to the Great Tao sect, and their sword intent had already begun to roar. More people bullying fewer people? Then my Taishang sword sect isn't standing around watching the show. The Central State Imperial Dynasty hesitated and similarly moved out to the front of the Great Tao sect. Numerous sect forces, for a moment, formed two distinct divisions, and swords were drawn. I'm not some unreasonable person. I also greatly admire the fact that fellow Taoist Bai can swear by the Great Tao in order to save others. It's our ignorance and lack of clarity that led to the disciples' fall, so it's no one else's fault. But since fellow Taoist Bai can save others with his own Great Tao, why doesn't he dare to make an oath with the Great Tao that he doesn't know this Fong? Yu Tianyu said loudly. Give up. If you want to fight, just say so. We're all at the harmonization realm. What qualifications do you have to ask someone to swear an oath by the Great Tao to prove their innocence? If you think that Dao friend Bai knows this Fong, just take out the evidence. Taishang sword sect's Luonya sword angrily rebuked. Humph. Don't dare, that means you know this Fong. Anyway, the many disciples led by the poor Taoist died, and returning to the clan would be a death sentence. So why don't I ask for advice on your feats? Come on. You only need to make one move, and you'll see if I chop you to death. The situation became more and more incompatible, as if the next second both sides would start a big war. Bai Qiulan sighed. She really couldn't watch the Great Wasteland sects fall into a situation of civil war, which would only lead to the destruction of living beings. All of you, calm down. Since Taoist friend you asked me to swear by the Great Tao and prove my innocence, I'll just prove it myself. The sects are one, so there really shouldn't be a conflict. Master, Yu Hongling instantly became anxious and shouted. This is an insult. It is always said that whoever reports will give evidence. How can one say a situation out of thin air and make people swear to give evidence by the avenue? Bai Qiulan stopped Yu Hongling from continuing. Bai Qiulan, swear by my own Tao that I will never recognize this person of light and shadow, and if I do, my Tao will be severed. The great vow has been made. Yu Hongling cried immediately. A strong sense of aggravation hit him. Why? What makes them able to force the master to swear by the Great Tao? That is, this light shadow is really not like the master. If it is like the master, what should the master do? If only Sifu was here. Who would dare to do that if you have a senior brother? Not to mention forcing his master. When Yu Tianyu said his first words, Lu Yi would definitely charge up with his sword. Love whoever the fuck it is. A war is a war. The sky was falling and Lu Yi didn't care. He only cares about the people around him. Sifu. After Bai Qiulan swore, he also sighed deeply in his heart. She had some hard time with it too. If only Lu Yi were here. Dog thief. Insulting my master. I'll fucking kill your entire clan. He was afraid that it would be too late for him to persuade the fight. Where would he take the oath of the Great Tao? Bai Qiulan made a vow. Yu Tianyu hadn't expected Bai Qiulan to actually take an oath either. And after freezing for a moment, all of his words were held in his throat. That's just it. He can't stay in the middle of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield forever. Wait for him to come out and naturally know who he is. And those who were traumatized at first did not dare to look at all. But with the encouragement of their elders, they could not help but force their hearts to look at it. Looked at it and froze. Hey, not scared. It's not like that. That person is definitely not like that. Where are his eyes so round? It's obviously narrow. And there are red trailing flames filling the sides of his eyes. No, that person's figure is slim. Definitely not this bladdered look. That's not what the man's costume looks like either. Crowd. Chapter 075, Charming Melon Scent. For shifts, no one expected such a big mess. That Mountain River Pagoda sect disciple confidently drew out the appearance of that murderous man. But it turned out to be nothing like that. Yu Tianyu burst into a rage. Gave that disciple 2 hard slaps. His face was swollen for him. What are you scribbling without looking? That disciple was also aggrieved. He only hesitated for a moment. An elder Yu was sure that he had seen it, and he also thought that he had seen it. That look was indeed similar to what he had drawn. The many who escaped with their lives began to work together to describe the murderer a little. After a half-hour-long comparison, finally, a brand new figure appeared in the crowd's gaze. Looking at this figure, many people were silent, because It's just incredible. Not to mention other people, the Great Tao sect's own people felt bullshit when they looked at this appearance. Well, it seems that you guys will definitely not stop until you fight with our Great Tao sect. A teenager who was only 18 years old this year. He hasn't even been in the Great Tao sect for a year yet. So you guys tell me, what realm can he be in? The Great Tao sect elder let out an earth-shattering roar. Throughout history, where has anyone cultivated for more than half a year that can kill the harmonious Tao realm so easily? Can there be one person? Don't you all just want to join forces to fight the Great Tao sect? Come on, come and fight. The other clans were somewhat silent. Lu Yi, such a small disciple, didn't even get much attention. The only thing they were concerned about Lu Yi would probably still be the cultivation that Lu Yi took the lead in rippling before the opening of the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. The moment the Heaven's Remarkable ancient battlefield opened, Lu Yi was also the first person to take the lead in rushing up into the sky. That's all. Other than that, there is no memory of this person. At all. Yu Tianyu took a deep breath and looked at Bai Qiulan once more. Bai Qiulan's aura completely erupted. His hands formed seals, and the terrifying Taiyin divine sword had already begun to coalesce within the clouds, and the temperature between the heavens and the earth was decreasing at a terrifying speed. Pantheon. This time, if he let Bai Qiulan make an oath again, the fight would definitely happen. He had been aggressive before, but he had only bullied Bai Qiulan into not acting like the type of person who wasn't afraid of the world's chaos. Now Bai Qiulan had expressed his attitude. This person is a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Dare I ask if this person's soul stone has ever shattered? Yu Tianyu asked. Bai Qiulan looked at Sun Li. Sun Li had already silently shattered Lu Yi's soul stone long ago. Shattered. Sun Li gestured to the soul stone in front of him. Broken? Yu Tianyu didn't believe it, and immediately began to compare people in order based on the scent on the soul stone. The final result made Yu Tianyu's face that ugly. Really broken. It seems that would be a devil who has taken over this Lu Yi's body to create such a killing. Then wait for him to come out from the Heaven's Remarkable ancient battlefield, and no matter if he's a human, a ghost, a devil, or a demon, he'll be put to death immediately. I suggest a formation. I suggest the same. The other party seems to have some attainments in formations as well. We have to build a very terrifying large formation. Good. Work together to kill the devil. It's not only us, but we have to communicate with the clan to get stronger people to arrive. Sun Li's scalp was numb at the moment. He was the elder in charge this time, a powerhouse of the sixth sky of the harmonious Tao realm. If he had said that before, when Bai Qiulan had inexplicably transmitted a voice and told him to shatter Lu Yi's soulstone, he would still have been puzzled. Now then, it all makes sense. The one who went on a killing spree at the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield was actually a disciple of his Great Tao sect, and it's the latest batch of 92 fucking disciples. No, this Lu Yi he knows, the first of the clan genius competition, but that damn is the first of the competition for newcomers. Newcomers! That means Lu Yi can't be more than 20 years old at most. Such a disciple, not to mention encountering harmonization, or even encountering refining void, being able to escape from life is already enough to blow 50 years. As a result, killing the harmonization realm? Kill a bunch of harmonious realm? Sun Ruowei was the only one who knew the general story of what happened besides Lu Yi, the deceased confidants. After she left the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, her demeanor was the same until now. It hasn't changed even a tiny bit. That's stiff. Absolutely stiff. Everyone else thought that Sun Ruowei was scared, and being scared like this wasn't particularly sudden, because there were also Hito who were so scared that they were skeptical of life. Sun Ruowei was really scared too, but not simply frightened by the kill. Now a sea of information was being pumped into her head. Each piece of information took her a long time to digest. It falls squarely into the category of melons that are too big and hold themselves up. The first giant invincible big melon. Bai Qiulan addresses Lu Yi as her husband. This time, she heard really, clearly, the two words husband, the tenderness of which, moreover, had never appeared in the 60-odd years she had known Bai Qiulan. The second super mega melon. Not only did Bai Qiulan call her disciple Lu Yi as her husband, but her other disciple, Yu Hongling, was also super duper mega concerned about Lu Yi. Summing up, at present, there were already 3 women, Shu Ling, Yu Hongling, and Bai Qiulan, who liked Lu Yi. I'm not sure if I'm a good person or not. Chaos. It's too messy. This matter had seriously impacted Sun Ruowei's life values, yet she felt that she couldn't stop herself from being excited. Incoherently excited. The third superb melon. Lu Yi is very strong. Strong to the point of scaring people to death kind of thing. Why is he so strong? Terrible curiosity made Sun Ruowei's soul tremble. When no one was around, he himself had to get to the bottom of this even if he was exterminated by Bai Qiulan. If he couldn't figure out these 3 big melons, Sun Ruowei felt that his path would be cut short. Holy shit! Beside me, there are such sweet-smelling and deadly melons that I fucking eat. Luno is still killing. The corpses were piled up hundreds of meters high, and blood flowed out of the stream as Lu Yi stood on top of the pile of demon corpses, his eyes reddening as he looked at the demons that were rushing towards him one by one. However, it seemed that his eyes were not as bloodshot as they were at the very beginning. The effect of the killing lotus seed was fading, and it was also because Lu Yi's killing intent had been detached. The demons coming in began to slow down. Lu Yi did not rush this time, but waited for the demons to send a charge at him. With the last demon race split in half, the body fell on top of the mountain of corpses. Lucano stopped moving. The wind, which couldn't move his clothes, which were completely wet with blood, turned his hair blood red. At this moment, the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield truly only had him as the only living being left. From the 9th floor to the 1st floor, a clean kill. Good and evil, with grace or grudges, all vanished cleanly in this moment. The world is unique. The stone sword disappeared. A red light, which formed the likeness of Lu Yi, flickered rapidly on Lu Yi's body. The fight for the road. It begins. Chapter 076, Striving for the Tao, 5th shift. What is the way of contention? That was a more terrifying tactic than taking over. Taking over a body is devouring the soul and occupying the shell. But it's hard to unite body and spirit. It's hard to be unique. The struggle of the Tao, on the other hand, begins with the Tao, produces the mutual crushing of the great Tao in the soul, and finally, under the Tao, merges into one, forming a state of optimum fitness. The All Souls Demon Emperor was confident in his Tao. There are thousands of great paths, and heaven and earth are mine. The 5 elements of the 9 heavens are everywhere. He didn't believe that such a youngster, even if he had monstrous battle power again, but how far could he go on the path of the great Tao? He had sacrificed so much power that it was enough to pull Lu Yi into the world of the great Tao that best suited him, crushing and devouring it completely. First course, the way of the 10,000 living things. The thousands of living beings are me, and I am the thousands of living beings. Enter the way. In an instant, the consciousness of Lu Yi and the 10,000 spirit demon emperor blurred at the same time, and a huge shadow on one side appeared above Lu Yi's head. The All Souls Demon Emperor was ready to give Lu Yi a small shock. When Lu Yi saw that the endless living beings were all him, he was the endless living beings. What kind of state would Lu Yi fall into then? He would doubt himself, doubt the avenue. It was impossible to believe how someone's avenue could be so powerful. With such thoughts in mind, it was not until the 2 men's Tao entangled to form the world of the great Tao took shape. The shadow in the sky also began to reveal its form. What is it? It's the stars. A huge star, suspended in the infinite universe, appeared to be not in motion. In fact, it was because the universe was just too huge. It was completely impossible to see that the star was in motion. Every star, big and thrilling, the various colors of the rings of stars give an indescribable mind-blowing effect. The All Souls Demon Emperor was confused. He looked at the huge star, at the endless stars. Where are his billions of living beings? No. What about his billions of living beings? His great Tao is to evolve billions of living beings, not billions of stars. Ah, the enlightenment tree on Lu Yi's arm. All of its leaves trembled in excitement at this moment. He. You're with the right master. It originally thought that it was hugging a thigh, but looking at the sight of the billions of stars, this is more than a thigh. This is a fucking tree through the sky to build wood. At that moment, the scene floating in the avenue changed again. The infinite stars suddenly contracted and became smaller, and the sea of stars transformed into a spinning, brilliant vortex, river of stars. An even more shocking scene appeared, with the first stellar river, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, a wheel of stars and rivers as if, no, not as if, it is the most beautiful necklace, hanging in the infinite universe, billions of stars and rivers, converging into the most spectacular picture. Anyone who saw such a picture would be shocked for the rest of their lives and remember it for the rest of their lives. How come? How could you possibly possess such a Tao? I don't believe it. However, in a flash, the All Souls Demon Emperor let out a horrified roar of fury. He didn't believe it. He felt that he was hallucinating. His avenue was unstable, scattered, and collapsed. His faith is broken. His heart that sought the Tao and turned to the Tao was, at this moment, riddled with holes and shaken. I'm not convinced. No, it's a hallucination. My way, deathless and everlasting. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor instantly converted the great Tao. And it had to be said that the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was truly stunning and overwhelming, as could be seen from the fact that he hadn't fallen in the first heavy heaven to the 7th heavy heavenly technique consummation, and his body was transformed into a parasitic heavenly demon. Lu Yi's cultivation speed in his previous life Although it could not be called unprecedented, it was still one of the few in the ages. The 10,000 spirit demon emperor, however, could contend with Lu Yi, and it had to be said that he was incomparably strong. The starry river is disillusioned. Lu Yi was sitting on top of the corpse mountain, and the chaotic shadow rolled above him. The chaotic mist suddenly dispersed, and brand new sights began to spread out amidst the chaos. Boom! A thunderclap resounded through the heavens and the earth. The 10,000 spirit demon emperor was going to fight with Lu Yi in a bloodbath for the way of immortality and immortality. And with his infinite number of detachments, it was simply difficult to kill him. He's confident. But the next second, a huge mouth that was hard to describe in words appeared in the illusion. The huge mouth was so big that the owner of the huge mouth was hidden in the darkness, and the only thing that could be seen was the huge mouth gently sucking in air. At this moment, everything turned into chaos, dust and mist, beings, minerals, divine gold, great medicine. In the end, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the great Tao Qianquan, all of them turned into streams of light and surged into the giant mouth. Everything is destroying. Everything is fading. This is but one of the images of the dark turmoil that followed. When you see such a sight, which one of you dares to claim immortality? The All Souls Demon Emperor was simply going crazy. One could see the red color around Lu Ye's body fluctuating violently. He's in fear. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it. In fact, this is the absolute suppression of realm and eyesight. The scene suddenly shifted again. This time, the vapors turned out to be the boundless robotic clouds in the universe. The pressure of the heavenly tribulation alone turned the void into chaos. The golden nine heavenly divine thunder traveled through the dark clouds. A random strand of lightning can destroy a large star. This was the image of Lu Ye's crossing the Emperor Formation tribulation back then. Under this kind of thunderbolt, who else would dare to claim that they are indestructible? The Demon Emperor of all souls? Mature-bodied parasitic sky demons wouldn't dare either. Aha! The All Souls Demon Emperor let out a miserable scream. His Tao was collapsing with a bang, expending so many resources in coming to fight for the Tao, only to fight for a Tao of his own to be broken. Demon Realm. All Souls Demon Palace. Suddenly came the extremely terrified yell of the All Souls Demon Emperor as his body crashed through the Demon Palace and slammed down hard on the ground again. No! No! As if he had gone mad, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed frantically to the front, each time smashing the earth and rocks and shaking the earth. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me. Ha ha ha. Fake. It's all fake. Everything is fake. Aha. The 10,000 spirit demon emperor was in extreme agony. He cried and laughed at one point, begged for mercy at another, and screamed at another. Boom! Suddenly, the All Souls Demon Emperor blew himself up amidst the horrified gazes of countless demon races. Blew himself up. The All Souls Demon Emperor blew himself up. What the hell happened? The demon race was simply going crazy. No! What had the All Souls Demon Emperor gone through? What horrible thing had he gone through that made him go crazy like this? And in the end, he even went so crazy that he blew himself up? Lu Yi opened his eyes. This time, there was much less red in his eyes, and although there was still a wisp of it, it had been suppressed by waking consciousness. This time, the 10,000 spirit demon emperor was afraid that it would be difficult to pass this hurdle. Of course, if he could really make it through, he might have the potential to become a more reluctant opponent to Lu Yi in this life. Finally, I can control it. Wasted a lot of materials. Loser, Lu Yi said to himself. Both hands formed a seal, and immediately, a wisp of flame began to burn above the corpse. His gaze looked toward the 9th level of the battlefield. It was as if through the layers of space. He saw the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking that hung above the stone monument in the sea of blood. Time to hit the charts. Chapter 077, Punching the List. The burning mountain of corpses and sea of blood eventually turned into a dripping elixir. The elixir carries an intriguing fragrance, and its body is blood red, looking like a great tonic. What does it matter to him if Luko, who is dominated by the kill, doesn't lick the bag? He hadn't collected the divine flame for the purpose of refining Dan and weapons, and now this one great Dan of flesh and blood was just what Lu Yi had in mind. Without the slightest hesitation, take a bite. Fragrant. In fact, there wasn't much difference between this alchemy and grilling. It's all flesh and blood anyway. The great Dan of blood and flesh flew into blazing energy that flowed towards Lu Ye's limbs and torso. The strength of his flesh was rising. But it's a tiny boost. Not enough. Go to the top of the list. Go to the top of the list. In his last life, he was only 33. So let's see if he can be a list one big brother in this life. However, Lu Yi estimates that it is bad enough. The top 10 are all saints. The ancient heavenly pride list do not dare to reveal each other's name, so as not to add to the great karma. Although Lu Yi was bullish, he hadn't become a saint in his last life after all. Well, he's self-effacing. With his current level of bullishness, not to mention being the first on the list. He even suspected that he could punch through the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list. Heaven respects life, is dedicated to the Tao, and has a system. Lu Ye's figure transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the 9th floor battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea monolith towered over it. Looking at the spectacular and majestic, on the upper side of a name casually pull out a speak out, that are in the 9 heavens can be heard. Lu Ye's figure hung in the air, standing before the stone monument, looking at the names with a faint reminiscence in his eyes. Here, in fact, at the very least, a small half of the people Lu Ye were all acquainted with. They were spread out in the 9 heavens, becoming the leaders of each place. Some people have already been certified as emperors. There are also those who honor the emperor. Lu Ye held his breath, and his breath was as calm as a lake at this moment. His word, his law, his force, his past life, he has no regrets about his waywardness. Fist, raised, behind Lu Ye, the wind and clouds were stirring, and the light of the sky was changing in obscurity. The entire 9 heavy battlefield blew a fierce wind. Lu Ye's black hair danced wildly, and his entire body was radiating an immense amount of great light. On this heaven's pride list, others are the reincarnation of great emperors, the reincarnation of heavenly beings. Some people have innate Taoist fetuses, others have chaotic god bodies, but it doesn't even matter. This punch only seeks to make the thoughts go through, only seeks to make the great Tao last. Eyes open, heavenly fist, a punch, the wind roars and the avenue floats. The divine light around his body converged on this punch. With the force of the heavenly tilt, it ruthlessly smashed on top of the stone monument. Boom! A huge roar, at this moment, spread throughout the heavens pride ancient battlefield. No, even the entire first heavens, whether it was the devil realm, the Buddha realm, the demon realm, and so on, the big worlds and small worlds, all of them heard this loud bang. The loud noise was like a twilight bell, a moment of clarity for the mind. A punch went down, and Lu Ye's figure retreated. It could be seen that this punch of his did not hit on top of the actual stone monument, but rather on top of the layer of energy attached to the surface of the stone monument. At this moment, this energy fluctuated violently, and a stream of light converged towards the very bottom of the stone monument. Streams of light converged at the very bottom of the monolith. A cloud of light was formed. In the next second, the light began to jump rapidly above the names. Rumble. Sand and dust continued to fall off the top of the stone monument as the light traveled through it, and a tiny crack, spreading rapidly across the monument, cracked. Lu Ye was still flicking his arm. The punch was strong. It was the force of the recoil that almost dried up his arm. Looking at the jumping light, Lu Ye was also filled with anticipation. With hardly any pause, the throbbing light had rushed up to the first 100, and the rise has been extremely aggressive. Top 50. Lu Ye's eyes did not blink. The last time he was 33, he had received an extremely generous reward. His realm had risen by 4 small levels in one breath, and even more so, under the resonance of the great Tao. He had hardened the 9 lives immortal heavenly scripture, which originally belonged to a remnant book, and pushed it forward quite a bit towards the full content. The most you can do with the remnants is to cultivate out 3 more lives, and after the resonance of the great Tao, the remnants had been extrapolated to the point where 4 more lives could be cultivated out. So, the avenue resonance is really good chance. Keep going up, one by one. Familiar and famous names were surpassed by this glow. 32nd. At this moment, Lu Ye had completely surpassed his original level, reaching 32nd place, but that's not the end of it. The light is still rising. The first 30, top 20. When this light entered the first 20 of the stone monument, the first heaven, in an instant a majestic stone monument silhouette was suspended high in the sky. Heaven and earth chimed together, with immortal music chiming and divine light shining brightly. It was as if heaven and earth were congratulating a new heavenly pride appearing in the world. Everyone in the first heavens could see the appearance of the stone tablet. What kind of monolith is this? In an instant, a powerful figure was awakened from their cultivation, and with a single step, they had arrived high above the sky. Looking at the stone monument silhouette, quite appalled. The Heavens Pride Monument. It's the 10,000 ancient heavens pride ranking. The stone monument has appeared, and a supreme celestial pride has entered the top 20 of the 10,000 ancient heavens pride ranking. Strong people were shaken to their core. That's top 20. That was a terrifying powerhouse that could become an emperor as an honored one as long as he didn't fall in the middle. A great emperor. You can make a party of forces across the heavens and the world. If you become a heavenly father, that is the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one can be defeated, leaving a name for the ages. The world as a family. In fact, these powerful people are just watching a fun. What's really interesting is the many forces in the 9 Dragons Valley. They were all clear that a killing god had appeared inside the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, and all the cultivators in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield had died. And according to Baicholan, this god of murder still killed the demonic foreigners first. This means that the god of killing belongs to indiscriminate killing. In the entire Heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, no other cultivators existed anymore. In other words, this existence that had rushed into the top 20 of the 10,000 ancient Heaven's Pride ranking in one breath now was that god of slaying. He rushed into the top 20 of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. That's top 20. He was so young when he was so strong in killing to such an extent. If he grows up in the future, all the 9 heavens will wail under his sword. Fellow Taoists, this killing embryo has already become a climate. The great sage of the 9 heavens used to kill the evil cultivators and mold the righteous path. Today there are already evil cultivators re-emerging. We will definitely finish killing them, and guard a clear sky for the world's living beings, and for the thousands of living beings. A supreme elder of the Yin-Yang Dharma sect said loudly, "Please, all clans, summon the clans immediately and invite the strongest to arrive. If necessary, invite the ferrying ancestor to come." Not bad. All the clans, call in the strongest members of their respective clans to jointly kill this demonic evil. This is no longer a family matter. If we allow him to grow any further, all of our first heavens will be destroyed. The horror of his killing heart no longer needs to be said by us. A group of sect elders whose disciples had been killed by Lu Yi were extraordinarily agitated. Many people also think it makes sense. The guy from the ancient Heaven's Pride battlefield, who did not distinguish between enemy and self and killed all the people inside, was truly a devil cultivator. Yu Hongling and Baicholan both looked at each other at this moment. Yu Hongling was first incomparably surprised. Elder brother has become stronger. In his last life, senior brother was only in the 33rd place, but in this life, he had actually rushed into the top 20. But surprised as she was, Yu Hongling became a little numb. Sifu practiced so hard, as if to get away from them as soon as possible. Above the stone monument's shadow, this light didn't stop after rushing into the top 20. It's still going up. The many powerhouses of the first heavens couldn't help but have a cold breath well up in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 078. Reflecting the heavens. Lu Ye's mood was rather light at this moment. I'm lucky to have it, but I don't want it. To be able to fight with the pride of the 10,000 ancient heavens at this moment was a blessing in itself. The light was still collapsing upwards, but the speed had decreased. The top 20 were all greats, except for the ones that fell halfway. The others were all at the bottom of the great emperor cultivation level. Watching that light cross over name after name, the corner of Lu Ye's mouth gently lifted. When I was crossing the great ancient tribulation, a group of you fought me quite fiercely, but now it's my turn to overtake you, isn't it? 15, 14, 13. Everyone in the first heavens was stunned. Still moving forward? Yu Hongling's eyes danced wildly. No, why would a senior brother who had returned from rebirth be so strong to such an extent? Even if he had returned from rebirth, being able to rush into the top 20 from 33 was already an extreme exaggeration, and now he was even able to rush upwards? Senior, why can senior brother improve so much? Yu Hongling said with difficulty in understanding. She was also a great emperor reborn. Although a great emperor was indeed one realm away from a heavenly exalt, and her ascension was really far from being that great. Baicholan's gaze was complicated. Eyes unblinking, he stared at the light that was rushing upward. Why did Lu Yi become so strong? The perfection pill. Baicholan said those 5 words. In his last life, Lu Yi's conjugation was nothing more than a heavenly Dan, which could be said to have left a great flaw. Which of the top 20? No, even the top 30 of that heaven's remarkable ranking did not take every step perfectly. The fact that Lu Yi could still reach 33 despite having a flaw in the Yuan Dan realm would tell you how strong Lu Yi was. Yu Hongling was silent. In other words, Lu Yi could have rushed higher in his last life, just because he gave her the perfect returning pill. So he ranked lower? Just one perfect returning pill isn't enough for senior brother to improve so much. Yu Hongling was still unconvinced. Baicholan's gaze turned to Yu Hongling. Battle of the Silent Forest. Yu Hongling, the 9 lives of the Heavenly Father. As a result, because she died a life, and now the life is not missing, and again there is a gap. As I recall, when Lu Yi left his name on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking in his last life, he was not at his full strength. Yu Hongling, she's not to blame for this At that time, senior brother had injuries because of saving Jubilee. So, without us, he's truly flying high, and there's no one to stop him anymore. Baicholan sighed deeply. Yu Hongling no longer had any semblance of a smile. 12, 11. When that massive light arrived at the 11th, the peerless swordsman automatically moved backward. Such a supreme sword cultivator was surpassed by Lu Yi in this manner. There was an uproar. There was a real uproar. Lu Yi rushed into the top 20. Everyone was shocked beyond belief, but they were still able to accept it. After all, this is a killing embryo. If it is not strong, it is not possible to kill all the people in the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield. But you're going for the top 10? 10th. The first 10 names that were shrouded in chaotic light. A chaotic aura escaped, revealing his name in the midst of Lu Ye's gaze. Song Jiao Tian. Honorable title. The Great Sage of the Nine Heavens. The same great and good saint who opened up the nine heavens to give respite to the weak. What was this world like before the nine heavens were opened? The human emperor streamer prevailed, covering the sky, and hundreds of thousands and millions of living beings entered the human emperor streamer as guests at every turn. The purple river chestnut is refined into a wind. There are countless evil devils and demons, and they are growing so fast that hundreds of millions of living beings are like rootless duckweed. Today I don't know if I can live, and tomorrow I don't know what day it will be. You dive into the cultivation of the great way, only to go out and be killed by an evil path that cultivated later than you. Oh, and about killing and setting fire to gold belts, building bridges and paving roads without corpses. Fellow Taoist, help me to become a Taoist. Under that ethos, imagine how absurd the world is? Ordinary beings were nearly killed to extinction. It is in this context that the nine heavenly saints learned from their mistakes, and rose invincible all the way to the top, swinging evil and cleansing the Qiankuan, which is the origin of the nine heavens. This is a good saint for all living beings to worship. To this day, an unknown number of living beings are offering incense to it. Luno was also admired. However, now Lu Yi had taken his place and directly occupied the 10th name. It is also at this moment, the stone monument, which was void in the void, erupted with an unprecedented light. At this moment, countless monumental shadows reflected toward the heavens. Second heaven, the third heaven, the fourth heaven, all the way to the ninth heaven. The ancient celestial pride list is a chaotic treasure, possessing infinite greatness, and it is simple to merely place a shadow in this nine heavens. And yet, this one shadow caused an uproar in the heavens. The heavens remarkable stone tablet? Another person has entered the top 10 of the heavens remarks list? Well, it seems that another great world has descended, and my path to becoming an emperor lies with this person. Father, what is this? The ancient celestial pride list records the ancient celestial pride. Those who can be on the list are all the supreme celestial prides, those who will become emperors and even saints in the future. There are more than one or two of them. Where is it? I'm going to go over there and try. With my strength, I'll definitely be able to rank in the top. In the first heaven, you can't get through. No method at all? This kind of win should be the child's. It's hard to be set up by a saint. The stone monument is suspended in the nine heavens. With all the attention, this rush to the top is not yet over. Lu Yi saw the ninth name on the stone tablet. Li Devil, also known as the Demon Saint. Well, this is the strongest evil cultivator who killed his way up in that craziest and darkest era. It could be said that the title of Demon Saint had an exaggerated to touching gold content. 8th, Zhu Love. Well, the Sage of Despair is only number 8, isn't he? Love hurts when it's deep. Lu Yi looked at the name and inexplicably sighed. The Way of Despair. Ah, the Way of Despair. If Lu Yi were not really a very optimistic person who suffered the betrayal of 8 women he loved dearly, he might have doubted himself as well. As the saying goes, when a person betrays you, it is the fault of the person who betrays. So if all 8 of them betrayed you, wouldn't that be something to look for in you? There is indeed something to be said for that as well. Lu Yi did not refute or agree with this idea. No man is perfect, and no saint is perfect. There is no such thing as right or wrong in this world. It is enough to be able to stand up to one's own heart. Honestly, just those 8 women, if there is one, after returning from rebirth, really sealing the heart in absolute love, and move forward. Lu Yi for them, perhaps not particularly bored. Provided, of course, that it never comes to dip itself. Leave him, far away from him, and live a good life, and see if you can live out the wondrous years. Didn't Shangwan Mirage Spirit want to stand on her own 2 feet? Her Origin Heaven Swallowing Sutra was also a supreme technique that Lu Yi had given her to deduce on the basis of the Heaven Swallowing True Sutra, and as long as Shangwan Mirage Spirit could obtain so many treasures to devour their origin with her own power, then it was really possible for her to regain her position as an emperor, assuming, of course, that she really can. 7th place, Demon. He had not branded his name, but used the code name Demon, the great sage of the demon race, the Heaven Swallowing Mayfly? For this, Lu Yi couldn't be too sure, but it didn't matter. He had never cared much about demons or anything. Chapter 079, his name is Lu Yi. Still rising? The heavens also saw the name that was washed down by this light. It was only for a moment, but it was definitely seen. Good guy. 9 heavenly saints, demon saints, Jedi saints, demon saints. This one saint, mercilessly replaced. How strong was this newly risen heavenly pride? 6th place, to Changshan, everlasting saints. This is a strong man who has cultivated the great Tao to an unparalleled point, and in the end, he even presumed to live with heaven and earth. But unfortunately, how can there be eternity in this world? Even the universe has a day when it is transformed into a blossom in a flash. Still punching. Number 5. Brother Red Dust. By the time they reached the back, they were all very ancient existences, and it was hard to imagine how on earth these ancient existences managed to keep themselves at the front end for so long in the increasingly involutional cultivation world. And how does this name look like a person's name? More like a title. Well, how can I say it? Writing someone else's name in the Wangu Tianjiao list is also a very arrogant type. 4th place, Reverse Chaos. This one was the deserved number 1 person in the era of rebellion, chaotic ancient, and sobbing blood. When the Reverse Chaos Great Sage came out, he struck the yin and yang upside down, and the stars and rivers reversed. Throughout the 9 heavens, it was unknown how many people saw the rankings on the top. Can he make a top 3 run? Everyone is looking forward to it. Some hope he can punch in, some hope he fails. Lu Yi was also slightly curious. What in the world exists in the top 3? Suddenly, the light blended into the first 3. Only, this time, none of these top 3 names were revealed. Luno himself didn't even see it. He estimated that there were 2 possibilities as to why the top 3 were not shown on the ancient celestial pride ranking. First, the first 3 are taboo, unspeakable presence. Second, the top 3 are still alive. Either way, if the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking dared to display it, then it was possible that it had touched karma. It's possible to be destroyed outright. As for Lu Ye's ranking, the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking seemed to be hesitating. It couldn't decide what place Lu Yi should be in, and Lu Yi couldn't help but smile at the sight. When you hesitate, that means, I'm already number 1. 3 mysterious existences that the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking didn't dare to mess with. And Lu Yi's strength wasn't strong right now. Wasn't it obvious that it was hesitant to let Lu Yi rank number 1? When the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking heard Lu Yi's words, it also came down hard. In an instant, in Lu Yi's field of vision, the ball of light leapt upwards. In one fell swoop, it jumped to first place, top of the list. The 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking took the initiative to fly towards Lu Yi and hovered in front of him. Please write down your honorary name. It was a choice for Lu Yi. Is it writing about the 9 lives? Or do you write your own name? If you write 9 lives, no one else will know who you really are until late in the process. If you write your own name, then all the heavens will remember Lu Yi. The future is sure to be a succession of amazing battles. After all, the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking was in the first heavens, and the prides of the other 8 heavens didn't have the opportunity to come and leave their names. There were many terrifyingly talented people in the other heavens, and some were even born to merge with the Tao. It can't be helped. People's parents are strong. If Lu Yi writes his name, these people are Lu Ye's contenders. But who cares? Lu Yi used his finger as a pen. In his previous life, he was not even afraid of the world's strongest enemies. In this life, he is even less afraid. What meticulously and forward, sneakily develops to amaze everyone. In Lu Ye's eyes, the only way to be invincible is to be courageous and to fight all the enemies in the world. Use your finger as a pen. The penny drops. 2 big words that leap off the page. Its name, Lu Yi. Boom. The entire heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield shook at the same time. Immortal light filled the air and chaos was dense. The great way is like a chain, present between heaven and earth. The name Lu Yi, at this moment, clearly appeared above the stone monument, above the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, and in the 9 heavens and 10,000 realms, in the eyes of all cultivators. How dare you? For a time, the eyes of countless celestial pride bloomed with a burning divine light. Too much guts. How dare you write your real name? Stroke by stroke? Well, what a Lu Yi. There were also many cultivators who had lost their competitive spirit who sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a tough guy. Heavenly tough guy. With just this one act, they could clearly see what kind of bloody storm would be set off in the future. The first heaven, right? Hurry up and come up. I beg you to hurry up. I can't wait to beat you to death or be beaten to death by you. Why isn't this me? Why wasn't I born in the first heaven? The 10,000 ancient heavenly pride ranking. You dare to come up. Okay, that's crazy, but I really like it. These were the words and concerns of people who didn't know Lu Yi, and the Valley of the 9 Dragons. The crowd almost simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the name that was located first on the heaven's remarkable stone tablet. Land Wild. He fucking rushed to the number 1 spot on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. Hold the grass. That's number 1. A host of saints and heavenly emperors were all trampled under his feet on the heavens pride ranking. The 9 Dragons Valley fell into a long silence. The people from the Great Tao sect actually wanted to let out cheers at this moment. This is Lu Yi, a disciple of their Great Tao sect. The disciple of their Great Tao sect became the top of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. If it was normal, they were afraid that they would have already cheered extremely happily. However, the problem was that Lu Yi had killed a bunch of disciples of various sects not long ago, and was regarded by various sects as a thorn in their flesh and an undying enemy. Cheer? It's not appropriate. It's a little hard to resist not cheering. Ha 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 ha. The number 1 in the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, a disciple of their Great Tao sect. Just thinking about it felt like such a supreme honor. Still rounding up? The Mountain River Pagoda sect's supreme elder asked with a somewhat frail voice. If it was just 24 or so, a dozen or so, a siege would be a siege. But it's number 1. The godless god dynasty powerhouses were extraordinarily excited at once. Why don't we round up and kill them? So what if the number 1 in the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking is still a celestial pride? Not a strong person. Even if a heavenly pride's qualifications are strong, there's nothing left if you kill it. When he was unknown, we sent out 1 transition realm to kill him. Now that he's number 1 on the heavens pride ranking, then we'll send out 10 transition realms, 50 transition realms to surround and kill him. I don't believe that we won't be able to do anything about a newly risen heaven's pride. If we don't kill him, are our dead disciples going to die in vain? If we don't kill him today, such a murderous embryo will be waiting for him to come to our door to slaughter us in the coming day. The powerhouses of the godless god dynasty were excited, and so were the powerhouses of the Yin Yang Dharma sect. The other forces had only lost a portion of their disciples, but their younger generation had died out. But the Great Tao sect, the Mountain River Pagoda sect's supreme elder, is still worried. Great Tao sect, you guys said that Lu Yi has already had his soul stone broken. This Lu Yi must not be a member of your Great Tao sect. If we surround and kill Lu Yi, can you Great Tao sect make a move? The Great Tao sect's supreme elder pondered for a moment. Do it. The answer was dry. To whom? A supreme elder of the robbery sect asked. Whoever kills Lu Yi will take action against him. Zone. Chapter 080, A Turtle in a Jar? The Dao clan's words caused the situation to begin to become delicate. What you're saying is that whoever strikes out at Lu Yi, your Great Tao sect will strike out at whoever you strike out at? The Great Tao sect's supreme elder seemed as if he hadn't heard clearly. Great Tao sect supreme elder Qin Yoji nodded affirmatively. Right. Lu Yi is a disciple of my Great Tao sect. If someone attacks a disciple of my Great Tao sect, how can our Great Tao sect turn a blind eye to it? Naturally, we have to help our own disciple. He has already committed a heinous crime by killing so many of the robber sect's disciples before. Not only does your Great Tao sect not do justice, but instead harbors this Fong. Can you still call yourselves members of the righteous path? The Yin Yang Dharma sect's supreme elder angrily rebuked. He has violated the clan rules. We naturally have to punish him according to the clan rules. But in the end, he is a disciple of the Great Tao sect. To be disposed of is also to be brought back to the sect, to listen to the master of the disposition. If you are dissatisfied with our disposition, you can appeal to my Great Tao sect. If you are not satisfied with our treatment, you can appeal to my Great Tao sect. But if you are to take action against our disciples, especially if you are bullying the small like this, our Great Tao sect will definitely not be able to sit back and watch. You're trying to start a civil war. It wasn't us who started the civil war. We didn't do anything wrong by protecting my Great Tao sect disciples. The Great Tao sect was surprisingly tough at this moment. In fact, except for those whose IQ was really not online and did not understand the importance of Lu Yi to the sect, but anyone with a little bit of intelligence could see clearly the value of Lu Yi. That was a potential stock that could lead the Great Tao sect to soar to the heavens, leaping from a power that could only be counted as a second-rate power in the 9 heavens to become a top power. The Great Tao sect would have to save Lu Yi even if they had to fight for their lives and scrape clean all their reserves. The Supreme Sword sect didn't say much either, and all the strongest people silently leaned towards the Great Tao sect. If Lu Yi really soared to the heavens, then in the future, the Taishan Sword sect would also receive great benefits. The Central State Imperial Dynasty was also leaning towards the Great Tao sect. Not to mention the rest. What the Godless God Dynasty opposes, the Central State Imperial Dynasty must approve of. Pressing it doesn't require much thought. Yin Yang Dharma sect, Robbery sect, Mountain River Pagoda sect, Godless Dynasty, Jioli Heavenly Dynasty. So many forces' faces were that ugly. If all of them worked together to surround Lu Yi, they thought that there was a high possibility of killing him. But now, it's really hard to say. The hijacking sect could no longer stop regretting in his heart. In itself, the relationship between their hijacking sect and the Great Tao sect was quite good. However, just because of a wrong choice, not allowing the disciples of the hijacking sect to withdraw in time, leading to the tragic deaths of the disciples, directly putting the hijacking sect on the opposite side of the Great Tao sect. Now that they thought about it, Bai Qiulan had already sworn an oath with the Great Tao, so how could they have been so dim to not believe in the danger there? It wasn't like Bai Qiulan was a minor character who had already achieved harmonization before he was 100 years old. Would she do that for no reason at all? One wrong step. One wrong step. As a direct result, the current situation is a bit awkward. To kill someone is to pay for their life. This is a jurisprudence that has existed since ancient times. I, Pantheon, recognize this jurisprudence. Since the Great Tao sect is helping an embryo killer, then why don't I, Pantheon, test how strong the Great Tao sect's Tao law really is? Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Black fog filled the air, and although it was black fog, it did not have an evil aura. Amidst the steaming black mist, a full 7 figures emitting a terrifying aura appeared in the Nine Dragons Valley, and my vanguard cult, another peak harmonization, or even transition realm powerhouse appeared. The underworld and the vanguard sect both stood in the camp of executing Lu Yi. The faces of the forces on the Great Tao sect side all turned unsightly. What a hustle and bustle. It really didn't occur to me that a heavenly pride that my senior brother said was powerful would reach the top of the 10,000 ancient heavenly pride ranking. I really do have some desire to try out the caliber of this Lu Yi. A handsome young man wearing a moon-white robe walked out with a folding fan and a smile on his face. Above the moon-white robe, a strange loft was embroidered. Skycord also ran out to join in the fun. Lu Yi also didn't know that it was so lively outside. He was quite happy now. Top of the list. It was surprising that he himself had become the first big brother of the list. But if he had known the hilarity outside, he would have been even happier. I'm afraid. And there was a bit of a kill that hadn't been cleaned up yet. To put it mildly. Boom! A huge beam of light fell from the sky. The rewards belonging to the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking began to be distributed at this time. It could also be because Lu Yi was at the top of the list, or it could be because apart from Lu Yi, there was no one else who had ever ascended to the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. The rewards, this time, were surprisingly generous. The aura of the entire 9 layers ancient battlefield was pulled in, while the Great Tao within the heavens remarkable ancient battlefield roared, and a massive amount of sensations poured into Lu Yi's mind. Under the resonance of the Great Tao, Lu Yi felt that he was not alone in his enlightenment. Rather, it was all the heavenly prides who had left their names behind in this 10,000 ancient heavens pride ranking at the heavens pride ancient battlefield over such a long period of years, who were helping him to realize the Tao together. Cultivation opens. Ding! It's on! Boom! A dull rumble suddenly arose within Lu Yi's body. Infinite light and splendor converged towards the firstborn. His strength began to increase rapidly. Not long after, the second heaven of refined void, refining the void triple, refining the void 4. Even 33 in his last life had allowed him to break through 4 minor realms in one breath. It's number 1 right now, refining the void 5th, 6th level of refining, the 7th level of the refined void, the 8th level of refining, 9th level of refining. From the first entry into refined void, to the 9th level of refined void, it was only between one reward, and even Lu Yi's aura was still growing. The aura of the 9 layers ancient battlefield was swarming with aura, so one could imagine how dense it was. Even Lu Yi had a very clear feeling. That is, if he wanted to, he could break through to the harmonious Tao realm right now. Of course it's impossible to break through that fast. One reason is because the third life, counting the present life and all future lives, has not yet found a treasure to coalesce. And harmonization is the most appropriate realm to coalesce the third life. Secondly, Lu Yi was going to impact the realm of the absolute peak sage, and he was going to become the strongest person in the ancient world. How could this be such a casual breakthrough? Give it to me. Zip! Terrifying rumblings kept resounding inside Lu Yi, and subtle thunder even arose around him, which was caused by the energy shuttling too fast. His strength began to plummet, from 9 weights, down to 4 in one breath. It really couldn't be lowered any further. And the realm began to rebound again, with a faint sadness on the face of the firstborn. From 9 to 4 weights. What's this taking it for? A spring? It feels like it's being squeezed out. Obviously grew 1 meter 8. You have to press the head back to 1 meter 6. The cycle goes on and on, even as it presses and stops again and again. Lu Yi's realm still ended up staying at the 8th level of refined void. Turn on the push. Ding! It's on. Lu Yi began to deduce again amidst the resonance of the Great Tao. This time, he was going to deduce whether he could say that he was seeking a breakthrough and that his 9 lives were united, just as he had fooled Bai Qiulan. 9 Dragons Valley. With the emergence of the underworld and the vanguard sect, the Great Tao sect, the Taishang sword sect, and the Central State Imperial dynasty were forcefully expelled. The Dao clan could only leave for a while, and chose to shake people. Under the dominance of the underworld, a grand array of the ages gradually took shape, enveloping the sky and the ground of the 9 Dragons Valley. Next, it was waiting for Lu Yi to come out. They're going to have to come up with a play in a jar. Chapter 081 Decision, 5 Shifts. How did Lu Yi get to the top of the list? In his previous life, he was just a heavenly father who hadn't certified as a saint, and now he was just returning from rebirth. So what gave him the ability to surpass saints? Especially if the first 3 are unnameable taboos. Which one of the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list is not a stunning and outstanding person? There are 3 main points that Luno believes. First, the Great Tribulation that his heavenly father was undergoing was called the Great Tribulation of the ancient world. On the list of many Great Tribulations, the Great Tribulation of the ancient world was the veritable number 1 tribulation, having only appeared once in endless history. That was at the beginning of the distant ancient times. A heavenly nurturing holy being, possessing the physique of a chaotic Tao fetus, a terrifying existence that fought with saints at the heavenly exaltation realm without losing. And when he became a holy being, it was the great calamity of the ancient world. And such a sacred one did not succeed in crossing the threshold, falling under the great catastrophe of the ages. It could be said that a heavenly father who was able to invoke the great ancient tribulation was no longer inferior to an ordinary saint in terms of battle power. Lu Yi also failed. But what did he fail for? 9 lives of the heavenly father, only 1 life left, and was under the 8 yin and yang phagocytic parasites, coupled with the encounter betrayal. Disillusioned, took the initiative to give up the tribulation, chose to pull on the source of darkness to die with. At that point in time, Lu Yi no longer wanted to cross the threshold. He's tired. That kind of heart and soul exhaustion, made him press on to understand what kind of value existed in his own life. Second, he has a system. The system was reborn and returned as a melon-eating unicorn. It looks as if it's a wandering, useless look. Actually, under the cultivation state, Lu Yi pulled his cultivation speed up to full speed. In the early stages of the cultivation process, in fact, whether a sage heavenly respecter is born or a great emperor is reborn to cultivate, there is basically no difference in the speed of cultivation in the early stages. There is a difference, and it's only in the late midterm that it makes a difference. And the 9 people who came back to life together. The other few Lu Yi is not too clear, but Yu Hongling and Chu Ling he still knows clearly. He practiced Qi. Both of them practiced Qi. He Yuan Dan, and the 2 of them Yuan Dan one after another. He broke the baby, and the 2 were still in Yuan Dan. He had broken his baby to perfection, and the 2 had only broken their babies not long ago. He refined the void, and the 2 of them were still baby breaking, even only baby breaking middle stage this way. The system had hardened Lu Yi's cultivation speed to an unimaginable level through the single option of cultivation. The subtle differences in the early stages are like the abyss of heaven in the later stages. The second option is enlightenment. In fact, enlightenment was no longer of much use to the current Lu Yi, but it was important to understand why it was not useful. That was because in his previous life, Lu Yi had already taken the great Tao of heaven and earth through this enlightenment of the system, and had already realized it too thoroughly. If he was talking about the Tao, Lu Yi had very great confidence in talking about everyone, including and not limited to saints. The third option is to extrapolate. This was the means that Lu Yi used to create, whether it was to create feats, or to say, deduce brand new systems. It was a very strong auxiliary function. Still, in this life, it wasn't of much use. And now the latter 2 options, fused together by Lu Yi, were used to deduce the art of 9 lives in one. Although the only thing that was useful was cultivation, it was this cultivation that was able to allow Lu Yi to break the limit again within the limit. And this was the reason why he had reached the kind of point that made the 10,000 ancient celestial pride rankings all be shocked by, because the 10,000 ancient heavens pride list had really seen too many geniuses, all sorts of godly bodies, all sorts of bloodlines. But there had never been a single being that could break through the shackles of cultivation speed. Fast, only so fast. Your divine body is monstrous and you were born to merge with the Tao, but you were conceived in your mother's body for a long enough period of time. If a strong person were to give birth to a child, it wouldn't be much of a problem to be pregnant for 10, 8, or even 100 years. The 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking had counted this time as well. By Chiolan's chaotic Taiyin divine physique. A physique that could be tainted with the word chaos was terrifying enough, right? But she couldn't have reached Lu Ye's point at Lu Ye's age. Not by a long shot. 2 young cultivators want to cultivate. First refine the body. The day after the day after the day before waits for you. Only after reaching adulthood, with all the bones, meridians, veins, and souls complete, was the true beginning of the road to cultivation. Third, he is, in this life, without those 8. How can I put this? Let's leave aside in other aspects. But if it's in the matter of practicing, it's really cool. What to the clear water bead? What the love of the senior sister? What vermilion birds escape? What Shangwan Mirage spirit is in danger? What's it got to do with him? In his last life, these 4 things alone had caused Lu Yi to be injured how many times and delayed for how long? That doesn't count at all. Now, all gone. Yes. 33. The name of 100 things he had toiled and hobbled through. The first is the name of the man who broke free from his bondage and turned to the word with all his heart. Even if millions of people think he's unqualified, that he's not worthy, he has no fear or regret. What to do? Qin Yuji had that headache. He was really determined to protect Lu Yi before, even if it means pouring the entire clan into it. But now, not only were there a few other sects that weren't too far off from the Great Tao sect, but the underworld had also come, and the Vanguard sect was also getting in on the action. Even the Heavenly Court came. The Great Tao sect was no match for the Vanguard sect alone, not to mention the Underworld and Heavenly Pavilion. Is it worth it for the whole clan to die for Lu Yi? Unable to make up his mind, Qin Yuji simply contacted the clan. The Patriarch. Although the Patriarch's strength was not the strongest in the Great Tao sect, he was the highest administrator within the sect, possesses extraordinary intelligence. He should give out enough sound advice. He took out his voice transmission stone and told the whole story. Lu Chongfeng was silent. His body, at this moment, couldn't help but start shaking gently. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling were extremely nervous, and Yu Hongling had wanted to plead for mercy, but was stopped by Bai Qiulan. At this time, there couldn't be any factors interfering with the clan's choice, and pleading for mercy now would likely backfire. Lu Chongfeng was faced with a difficult choice at this moment. The number 1 in the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. The sovereign's order in his hand was clenched and creaked. Failure. There is a 40% chance that the Great Tao sect will be overthrown, and a 10% chance that the Great Tao sect will decline. Successful. How likely is it that the Great Tao sect will soar to the heavens? Where's Bai Qiulan? Lu Chongfeng opened his mouth and asked. Qin Yuji hurriedly gave Bai Qiulan the sound transmission stone. Senior sister, you are Lu Ye's master. How is Lu Yi like? Lu Chongfeng asked. Bai Qiulan gently exhaled. Sentimentality. Then why did he say that he was naturally willing when the War Sword Supreme Elder asked him if he would be willing to break away from the White Orchid Peak and join other sword cultivators? I'm not at liberty to explain the exact reason, but I can assure the clan that Lu Ye's heavy feelings are rare in ancient times. That number in Lu Chongfeng's heart began to climb. Success. 20%? 30%? 40%? 50%? What are the chances of the Great Tao sect skyrocketing? Lu Chongfeng's fists clenched. Pass on the order of my sect master to ask the ancestor to come out of the gate and come to the aid of our disciples. Sovereign, which ancestor? At this moment, Lu Chongfeng's armor was on his body and his black hair was dancing wildly. The palm of his hand waved in the void. The rise and destruction of the Great Tao sect is this very day. All. Chapter 082 Transitional Siege, one more, still not taught. It's the 9th level of refining. I had wanted to suppress it, but the ancient celestial pride ranking was given too much. Just too much. The 9th level of refining is not bad. Taking a glance at the top of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, where his name was constantly flashing, Lu Yi revealed a smile. Time to get out. I also wonder if there's going to be a nasty battle out there. Lu Yi also does not matter. Fight or kill. Both sides have nothing to do with right or wrong. Well, it is he who is wrong, also no harm. His figure disappeared. No way. There's no way our Central State Dynasty will accompany your Great Tao sect in a bet. The Central State Imperial Dynasty was taken aback when they heard that the entire army of the Great Tao sect had attacked. You guys are simply crazy. This is still a haven't grown up heavenly pride. Just cause out this kind of heavenly disaster. Who doesn't know that the road to success has more withered bones? You guys, this is simply, the Central State Imperial Dynasty, will definitely not accompany you Great Tao sect in your madness. In this regard, the Great Tao sect would naturally not force the issue. On the side of the Supreme Sword sect, many people were also frowning. It does seem a little crazy. It can be really exciting. Lu Yi was not a disciple of the Tai Shang Sword sect. They were only close to the Great Tao sect and were allies. Therefore, even if the Supreme Sword sect poured out their efforts to help, they wouldn't be able to gain as much as the Great Tao sect. However, roundups they are not involved in. Now that the counter-siege was underway, were they still not involved in the Taishang Sword sect? Won't all their swords rust then? No. Something has to be involved. So, after pondering a bit in the Supreme Sword sect, a decision was made. Anyone who wants to make a move to help the Great Tao sect is free to do so. The moment these words came out, the sword cultivators of the Taishang Sword sect wailed. Although not all of them had been deployed, there were still a very large number of sword cultivators who had gone, mainly because they liked to be lively. The Vanguard sect, the underworld heavenly pavilions people had run out. Could they Taishang Sword sect hold their ground? Holding still for the warlike Taishang Sword sect, that was worse than killing them. Don't look at the fact that Lu Yi also killed 2 disciples of the Taishang sword sect, but they died on the path of seeking, so they couldn't blame others. The sect had already allowed the evacuation. They were bent on staying, even if they died. They had nothing to regret. This is the practitioner. Lu Yi went all the way down from the 9th level of the battlefield, scavenged another wave of treasures. The last 3 layers of the battlefield, just came in, and fought the dog's brains out, and really didn't do a good job of scavenging. From the 9th floor, to the 1st floor, Lu Yi looked at this teleportation vortex. Without hesitation, a step was taken. Between the changing of light and shadow, the roaming silhouettes, like the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals that surrounded Sun Dishang, had already surrounded Lu Yi. As the last living being teleported away, they disappeared behind Lu Yi. The ancient battlefield of heaven's remarks, which started once in 1,000 years, came to an end today. Lucano looked up in all directions. A layer of large formations surrounded them, and a figure emitting a powerful aura was fully armed. Good guy, really looking up to himself. The fairy has come so much. A direct hit, or would that be bullshit? Lu Yi, the number 1 in the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, is too powerful and amazing? Listening to my youngest senior brother tell me that your formations are equally unrivaled. I will lay this 3,000 lost paths formation for you. If you break it, you can escape and live. If you can't break it, you will have to die here. The Heavenly Pavilion's contemporary senior master brother, Lu Sun Tian, said with a smile. Lu Yi, if you dared to write your name on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list, you expected this day to come, right? You have no enmity or grudges with the underworld, and we have been entrusted with the task of being loyal. So I'm sorry, Lu Yi, you killed many of my Yin-Yang Dharma sect's disciples. You are indeed a devil. We, today, will kill you. Lu Yi, if you surrender with your hands, you may still have a chance of survival. If you are stubborn, my supreme empire will definitely avenge my dynasty's cultivators. My dynasty's imperial son, Lu Yi, killing my vanguard sect's disciples. Did you ever think that there would be today? Killing to pay for your life, paying for your blood debts. Do you have anything to say? Lu Yi did not refute the others' clamor, because what they said was very straightforward and reasonable. Lu Yi did kill a lot of innocent people under the killing state, but what is vanguardism barking at? Lu Yi looked at the vanguard sect speaker and snorted. Hypocrisy. The man from the vanguard sect was furious. Everyone else fucking said you don't talk back. I said you scolded me. You fucking differentiate. The vanguard sect took the lead. A small golden mountain on one side, rising against the wind, violently smashed towards Lu Yi. Almost at the same time, all of the strongest people struck out. These people, there were dozens of strong people in the transition realm, and among them, there was no lack of ruthless people in the middle and late stages of the transition. So it could be said that in order to kill Lu Yi, all parties had really put down their hearts and minds. Lu Yi made seals with both hands. He was through all the laws and understood all the paths. Endless light and splendor smashed toward Lu Yi at the same time, and a blurry 3-legged, 2-eared giant tripod appeared above Lu Yi's head. The giant tripod was worn out and covered with mottled signs of age. Boom! Violent booms exploded from above the bronze giant cauldron. With just the first wave of attacks, Lu Yi had already coughed up blood. There's a bit of a gap. He refined the void slaughter to merge with the Tao, but it was almost impossible to refine the void slaughter to cross the threshold. Even if it was now that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to reach the harmonization realm, it was estimated that it would be hard enough. The accumulation was not enough, and the breakthrough would inevitably leave behind defects. However, Lu Yi was not the least bit panicked, and a seal was slapped into the bronze cauldron, which seemed to have a connection with the distant void. Boom! The second attack arrived. The bronze cauldron still shook tremendously. At this moment, Lu Yi's hands were already forming seals at an exaggerated speed. In addition to the terrifying energy fluctuations in the void, there were also strands of lines rapidly emerging. Mahayana Demon Destroyer. For all eternity, the yin and yang are in rebellion. All sorts of artifacts and magical abilities came out in an endless stream. Lu Yi kept spitting out blood, and the bronze cauldron shook as a large number of gaps appeared above it. Ha ha ha, number 1 in the ancient heavens pride ranking. Nothing more than that. Watch my great desolate fist. In the end, you are too young. If I were you, I wouldn't return to the great wasteland even if I were to enter the demon realm. After killing so many people, you still dare to return to the great wasteland. Do you really think that you are invincible? Cut the crap and kill him with all your might. Lu Yi's expression remained calm. A huge shadow suddenly appeared behind Lu Yi. It was a Buddha whose face could not be seen. If the Buddhist sect saw this scene, their eyes could have stared out for fear. No, you know the Buddhist sect's techniques too? Buddha took Lucano into his arms. Take all the attacks with yourself. Lu Yi was still making a steady stream of seals, and more ripples swirled in the void. The Buddha crumbles. An ancient lotus flower bloomed and engulfed Lu Yi. Defense! It's still a defense spell. At this time, there was a sudden loud noise from the periphery. The great Tao bell gently chimed, and the entire Nine Dragons Valley was reduced to ruins in an instant. Infinite patterns emerged, and various great formations had revealed their power. Lu Yi, hold on. We're coming to save you. Lu Yi heard Lu Chongfeng's voice and a momentary smile appeared on his serious face. Unexpectedly, the Great Tao sect had actually made a move for someone with bloodied hands like him at this time. But it's not really necessary. Chapter 083 Purpose, Second Shift. Smoke and dust shook the sky, and the earth trembled from the huge roar that hit it. In the entire great wilderness, there hadn't been a situation where more than 50 or more transition realms had struck at the same time for many years. Even more so, it had been many years since we had seen the sight of the top few great powers. The one sect, 3 dynasties, and 5 sects, pouring out of their nests. The Great Tao sect, a single sect, had pulled over 19 transitional succession stages, as well as 6 dispersed gods and numerous harmonized refined void. Every strong man of the Great Tao sect was armed to the teeth. Scattered gods were strong people after failing to cross the tribulation, not having fallen, but with their great paths severed. Although their fighting strength was terrifying in the end, this fighting strength was a strength that had erupted at the cost of burning their lives. That is to say that scattered gods are the true crushing power of battle. The results are now running out. Numerous formations all erupted. The Great Tao sect took out all sorts of top spiritual treasures, and the innate spiritual treasure Great Tao Bell was taken out. Every time the Great Tao Bell roared, the earth formed large swaths of broken pieces. The void was trembling. However, the formation was indeed too strong. A group of strong people here to study half a day while setting up the formation. The layers were connected. It was not something that could be broken in a short period of time. Kill him as soon as possible. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect's transitional powerhouse roared. No one had expected that the Great Tao sect would go this far for such a disciple. If the Great Tao sect was allowed to bombard them like this, even more formations wouldn't be able to withstand it. All of the transition realms began to erupt with their strongest fighting power. The ancient lotus flower was shattered. Lu Ye's body cracked as if it were porcelain. A Xuanwu shadow appeared above Lu Ye's head. Keep up the defense. Why does he have so many defenses? There was a transitional succession powerhouse whose mind was extremely irritated. There's no end to it, is there? Blood was dripping from Lu Ye's 7 orifices. He closed his eyes and felt the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. The Xuanwu hovered above his head, defending him from all attacks. A wind that blows gently between heaven and earth. This wind was extremely cool, as if the Great Tao was brushing his face. A strand of lines appeared in the midst of the violent and raging energy. And immediately afterward, the strand of lines spread rapidly. These ripples, ignoring these energies at all, molded rapidly in the void, and together they formed an incomparably arcane spell formation. Bai Qiulan was originally following a group of people from the Great Tao sect to attack the formation, but when she saw the Tao lines spreading out in the void, her face changed dramatically. Not good. Quick! Retreat! Bai Qiulan shouted in a hurry. What? A group of people from the Great Tao sect didn't understand. Quickly! Listen to me. All of them withdraw. Especially those in the transition realm. Withdraw. The wind, suddenly, became stronger. Between heaven and earth, invisible forces began to be affected by this spell formation, falling from the sky. This wisp of power was extremely vague. It was as fragile as if the wind had blown it away. If one were to let such a power to hit someone, it would really not even be able to break a single hair of sweat. Many people felt this weak and fuzzy wisp of breath, without knowing what the hell it is. This Lu Yi had expended so much effort and made countless seals to jointly transform into such a method formation. And this is what you hauled in? A transition realm gently waved his hand. Whatever this is, dispel it first. But when his power touched this strand of energy, in an instant, the infinite robbing power was like a blazing fire cooking oil. All of it ignited. It's the power of the apocalypse. A transition realm violently let out a cry of alarm. Boom! The wind, which had been gentle and refreshing, suddenly went berserk and became furious and urgent. The sky was sunny, but it stole the day in a flash. Thick black clouds that had covered the original sky. Black clouds pressing down on the mountains. The gale cracks the trees. The karmic aura spread rapidly among the many transition realms, and it was impossible to eliminate it at all. The Great Tao sect and the Tai Shang sword sect's transition stage all looked as if they had seen a ghost at this moment, frantically backing away, their faces changing shape from shock. Who's crazy? Who the hell would do that at this hour? So many transition realms are here, playing transition now. That is not shellac into the toilet. Looking for? The Great Tao sect and the Tai Shang sword sect ran as thieves. because they weren't enveloped by the Great Formation. The sky and the earth are as big as you want them to be, so feel free to run. But the transition realm that surrounded Lu Yi was numb. No, where did this calamity gas come from? Yes, the gazes of all the transition realm capable of killing people were deadlocked on Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi, who was covered in blood, grinned at the group of transition realms at this moment. The moment he saw so many transition realms surrounding him, Lu Yi thought of a good countermeasure. Sometimes to kill someone, it was not that your strength would necessarily be stronger than him, but rather to kill someone by utilizing various conditions. Now things are getting lively. Quickly, unlock the formation. Quickly let me leave. Some of the transitional succession stage who had yet to be tainted by the calamity cheeseface changed wildly, wanting to leave the formation and flee far away. But the formation was still there. Lu Yi couldn't leave the formation. Could it be that the others inside the formation were so good at leaving? Untie the formation. Quickly undo the formation. Damn! Who the hell set up this formation? Unlock it. Damn it. I'm also locked by the thunderbolt. It's over. It's over. So many transition realms are transiting together. How powerful should the heavenly tribulation be? It's over. Everyone will die. Lu Sun Tian, who had come over from the heavenly pavilion, belonged to the category of those who had not attacked Lu Yi throughout the whole process, and he was only curious about Lu Yi as a person. Results now. He wasn't in the transition realm, just the peak of the harmonization realm. But to his horror, the heavenly tribulation had also locked onto him. The robber's breath is too strong. A single breath locked everyone, whether you were at the transitional stage or not, which included Lu Yi. Lu Yi laughed with that smile. Transition it, taking a ferry together for fun. 40 to 50 tribulation realms altogether. How lively would the scene be? Lucano looked up at the sky. The heavy robocloud. The thick robocloud simply covered the light of the sky completely. The world is dark. Boom! A shocking thunderbolt traveled through the clouds. All of the transitional succession stages raised their heads in despair, looking at the silver-white thunder that traveled through the midst of the calamity clouds. Silver-white. Ordinary transition stage transition. The thunder is merely white. Right. This silver-white thunder. The power is afraid to be enhanced by more than one level. Right? All the strongest members of the Great Tao sect were frantically moving away. Especially the transitional juncture stage, who ran 1,000 miles away in a single breath and still felt a large amount of goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Heart palpitations. When really, it's a heartbreaker. Why is this happening? Lu Changfeng looked towards Bai Qiulan. It was Bai Qiulan who first reminded everyone to evacuate. She definitely understood. Bai Qiulan calmed down a bit. The technique used by Lu Yi is called the Heaven and Earth One hijacking technique. It belongs to a technique that is extremely powerful, except that Lu Yi is not strong enough right now. In addition, he didn't prepare to kill his enemies with this technique. With so many transitional hijacking stages, all he needed to do was to invoke a strand of Heaven and Earth hijacking intent. Then all of the hijacking chi from all of the transitional hijacking stages would have been invoked. The heavenly tribulation. It will lock onto them. Lu Changfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Luno, the road is so damn wild. Introducing 40 to 50 transition stages into the Great Tribulation in one breath was too ruthless. But then, he's also in the midst of the heavenly tribulation and will be attacked by it as well. Bai Qiulan closed her eyes. Killing people isn't even the main purpose. His biggest purpose, I'm afraid, is this descending heavenly calamity? Chapter 084, All Become Flying Ashes, 3 shifts. Lu Changfeng hadn't understood what Bai Qiulan meant. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth were instantly torn apart by a silver-white color. Thunder landing. Not a single, but densely packed thunder, linked together, struck down towards all of the 9 Dragons Valley. Formation? Catch a turtle in a jar? The urn was indeed quite strong, but all the powerful men became turtles and were caught clean. It had to be said that the large formation was really strong being set up by this group of people. The first dense silver-white thunder froze and failed to split all the formations. We must join together to defend against the heavenly tribulation. If we fight separately, all of us will surely die. The Vanguard sect's transition realm was dying of anger as he yelled. Originally victorious, Lu Yi was nothing but defense. He was about to kill Lu Yi completely, but it turned out that Lu Yi had only made one move besides defense. No, from the very beginning, he had thought of a way to break the game, and those spell seals he had formed were not defensive spell seals at all for the purpose of condensing this spell formation. Boom! The second lightning bolt descended. All the great formations were all destroyed. Infinite robberies filled the air, and the lightning attribute aura was thick to the extreme, with stray lightning lights everywhere. A heavy shield was jacked up on one side. This was a heavy treasure of the Vanguard sect, belonging to the innate spiritual treasure, named the Unbreakable Shield. All together. Now, no one cared about Lu Yi anymore. the Xianwu hovering above Lu Ye's head, although it was already extremely dim, but if he wanted to break it open, he still needed the combined efforts of all the people. All of the transitional succession stages came together behind the unbreakable shield, and a large amount of aura surged into the unbreakable shield. A shield shadow quickly emerged, and in the end, there were 99 shield shadows. Lu Yi closed his eyes and hovered his hands outside of his dantian. Around his body, a silver-white light vaguely erupted, and the lightning attribute aura that swam between heaven and earth began to converge towards Lu Yi. I've been cultivating my true essence. It's time to refine my body. Boom! The third robotic thunderbolt fell. The layers of shield light on the unbreakable shield were destroyed. The entire unbreakable shield sank, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out from the weaker transitional succession stage, as the horrifying impact of the force directly caused their bodies to suffer heavy damage. It's too strong. Quick! Everyone's defensive magic treasures. The spectral dodo roared. He was the first to offer up his spiritual treasure, which was a black talisman treasure that burned and formed a black curtain of light. The others also rushed out. A fourth thunderbolt descended. Boom! All of the defensive spirit treasures were shattered and turned into scrap. The unbreakable shield, which had the strongest defense, was pierced on the spot. All of the transition realms were scorched black all over their bodies, suffering from varying degrees of serious injuries. It's only the fourth lightning bolt. You know that this thing has 9 kaboom thunderbolts. Despair, pervading the minds of all. A transitional succession stage took the lead in looking at Lu Yi, and a shocking viciousness erupted from his eyes. It's all you. It's all because of you. Damn you. Lu Yi nodded gently at this. Come kill me. He made a seal with both hands again, and at this moment, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Green Dragon, and White Tiger, the 4 spirits formed 4 curtains of light, completely enveloping Lu Ye's body. A single Xuanwu shadow had caused a group of transition realm to fight 3 times before it was completely shattered, and now Lu Yi had condensed 4 elephants in one breath, and the 4 elephants complemented each other and fused into one. I want you dead. That transition realm was also completely insane as he roared furiously and rushed towards Lu Yi. The breath in his body expanded wildly. His body expanded as if it were a balloon. Lu Yi was shocked. Good guy. Self-detonation? That's you being bullish. Even the 4 elephants returning to unity that he unleashed couldn't carry the self-detonation of a transitional succession realm. Go! The 4 elephants returning to one violently opened up and covered towards this transitional succession stage powerhouse, while Lu Ye's figure transformed into a stream of light. The secret method 9 steps of reincarnation opens. In just one step, Lu Ye's figure had already blurred. Joke, he couldn't escape with the formation. And now that the formation was destroyed, if he wanted to leave, this group of people couldn't stop him at all. Boom! A huge boom rang out in the 9 Dragons Valley. The earth trembled violently. The 4 elephants returning to one was instantly blown to smithereens. Lu Yi ran fast enough, but he was still affected a bit, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. The body was thrown as if it were a broken sack. It was at this moment that the 5th thunder tribulation descended. There was a thunderbolt above and a self-destruction of a dodo stage below, and the group of dodo stages in the center went numb right then and there. Damn! Infinite Heavenly Father! Forgot not to come. Boom! The silver serpent danced wildly, and the heavenly might was brilliant. The weaker ones were turned into charcoal under the thunder in a matter of moments. With this strike, under the transitional realm, all were destroyed and reduced to pieces, including the watching Lu Xuantian. 1/3 of the transitional stage had died, a miserable death. Lu Yi did not escape the attack of the thunder either. He was similarly locked by the heavenly tribulation, and the main tribulation thunder split into subtle tribulation thunders that ruthlessly struck Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi was scorched black as he hurriedly hovered his hands at his dantian. 9 kalpas of indestructible bodies. Refine it for me. Thunder shuttled through, and although it caused Lu Yi extreme pain, his face was not distorted in any way. The pain is but a testimony of my growth. The rich thunder surged into Lu Ye's body, and silver light flickered. At this time, the great dam of blood and flesh lurking within the body finally exploded its power. A large amount of vitality surged out, quickly repairing Lu Ye's broken flesh. His flesh and blood, torn and restored again. The 6th thunderbolt, in the eyes of the despairing eyes of the crowd of transitional tribulation realm powerhouses, fell with a loud bang. Similarly, there were still thunderbolts the thickness of a small arm smashing into Lu Ye's body. Put! Lu Yi once again spat out blood in a large mouth. The skin and flesh around his body took on a flip-flop shape. Pain! It hurts too much. Lu Ye's expression was terrifyingly serene. When has there been less pain on the road to success? Countless currents of thunder traveled within his body. Ha ha ha. Dead. All dead. The Vanguard sex transition stage was on the verge of not being able to see that it was a human being. He let out a hoarse laugh. his voice filled with desolation. 300 years of cultivation and today I am finally dust. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. His gaze, in the end, landed on Lu Yi. The morose voice seemed to come out from the abyss. What a number one in the ancient heavens pride ranking. Today many of the strongest members of the ancient sect were destroyed. The great karma is already upon you. I'm on the path of reincarnation. Waiting for you. Lu Yi raised his eyes, his voice quite serious. Failed to cross the threshold and will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. It wasn't me who set the rules. It was the reincarnation Heavenly Father who set the rules. Vanguard Sect's Fairy Realm Powerhouse. Ahawk. Pissed off. Boom. The seventh heavenly thunderbolt descended. The last of the transitional succession stage was reduced to pieces in the midst of the lightning. Lu Yi looked at the heavenly thunder that was stirring up. He really couldn't carry it hard. The stone sword appeared in his hand. 3,000 swords. In an instant, the sea of sword light rushed straight into the thunder, which furiously destroyed all the sword light and smashed into Lu Ye's body again. Chapter 085 9 Tribulation Indestructible Body. For shifts, the 10,000 gazes of the Great Tao sect all fell on Lu Yi. No one had expected that Lu Yi would use such a tactic. It's horrible. In one breath, he pitched and killed 40 to 50 transition realms. After today, the Great Wasteland's transition realm will become a rarity. However, if he triggered such a terrifying heavenly calamity, would he be able to carry it himself? Although the main heavenly tribulation was targeting the group of transition realms, even 1% of the tribulation power descending was enough to destroy a transition realm. Lucano looks like he's been traumatized pretty badly already. Lu Yi was reduced to charcoal, and a blood-colored light stirred within him, causing the black scabs of blood to quickly fall off. The eighth lightning bolt. It seemed that because of the resolution of all the transitional realms, the power of the eighth robotic thunderbolt showed a multifold increase. Luno pulled his hands away from his stance. At this moment, special Taoist rhythms were running around his body. Taiji, Yin and Yang, transforming. The Yin and Yang wheel is alive and well. Lu Yi greeted the robbing thunder, and between his hands pulling, the robbing thunder began to distort. At this moment, the thunder was in a flowing water-like posture, rotating around Lu Yi, and the meaning of the Yin-Yang avenue made the most yang and most rigid robber thunder transform into the most yin and most soft water that surrounded the body. As the robbing lightning flowed around Lu Ye's body, his body quickly drew on the power of the robbing lightning. His body was constantly breaking down, but in the midst of the breaking down there was a new birth. Under the continuous transformation, the robber thunder gradually disappeared and was all incorporated into Lu Ye's body. In fact, if it wasn't for Lu Yi refining his body with robbing thunder, he wouldn't need to work so hard. But it's all about growth. Lu Yi was surrounded by pitch black, and thunder kept floating. The heart is strong and powerful and keeps beating. A stream of blood, full of vitality, surged to all parts of his body through the beating of his heart. At this moment, his fleshly body flew to a new birth from destruction, and the first weight of the 9 tribulation indestructible body had already been completed. The final thunderbolt. Come on. Lucano looked up. In the sky, dark clouds rolled over and gathered in a mass. Terrible heavenly might filled the air. Heaven and earth, at this moment, became one with Lu Yi. The black blood scabs kept falling off, revealing the clean skin inside, and the skin had even appeared limpid and glossy. Boom! The lightning is like a dragon. Straight down. Lu Yi's figure also flew up in a flash. Unusually athletic. When a fist comes out, heaven and earth move. Heavenly Father's fist. At this moment, the right fist carried a brilliant light, as if it was a meteor, and ruthlessly smashed into thunder. Boom! The fist and the thunder clashed together fiercely. Strong lights erupted and booms pierced the ears. The silver-white thunder exploded, and the sky was filled with electric currents that traveled through the sky. Lu Ye's body retreated, but before he landed on the ground, he stopped in the void, his eyes like electricity, his body like a dragon. After a punch, the hands formed a seal. Return! In an instant, the burst of thunder turned into a torrent. Lu Yi opened his mouth and all the thunder surged into his mouth and surfaced around him again. He swallowed the robbing thunder. The last of the robotic thunderbolts ended. The clouds cleared and it was light. The 9 Dragons Valley had been completely razed to the ground, with large and small pits appearing on top of the earth, scorched and blackened. Lu Yi was suspended in the sky. Huge vitality filled his body. His hair grew wildly, his black hair danced, and his body looked like a god or devil. When the people of the Great Tao sect looked at the Lu Yi at this moment, an inexplicable emotion of awe unexpectedly arose in their hearts. It's a reverence for the powerful. Lu Yi gathered the storage ring for a moment, as the storage ring was made of space stone, which was among the notoriously sturdy, and the thunderbolt could not even destroy it. With so many storage rings, Lu Yi could be considered to have earned a lot. For the entire Great Tao sect to come to his aid, Lu Yi honestly couldn't have really imagined it. However, since others had come, Lu Yi himself had a clan bond towards the Great Tao sect. In his last life, the Great Tao sect had also been promoted from a second-rate sect in the Nine Heavens to a top-tier Holy Land. Lu Yi flew towards the Great Tao sect. Disciple Lu Yi, meet the patriarch, meet the senior ancestors, meet the senior uncles. Everyone has met everyone but the master. Bai Qiulan, Lu Yi, good, very good, worthy of being my Great Tao sect's heavenly pride. But this time, you've killed many more powerful people from these forces, causing these forces to suffer heavy losses, especially the Underworld and Vanguard sect. Let's go back to the sect first, and talk about it after we turn on the sect protector array. Lu Changfeng was thinking clearly. When the transitional realm dies over here, they will get the news over there. It was impossible for this revenge to end there, and there would be scattered gods arriving next, possibly even holding heavy treasures. Forget it, if I go back to the clan, I'm just bringing calamity to the clan. I just need to hide outside. They can't do anything to me, Lu Yi said with a smile. Lu Changfeng's face was serious. What kind of words are these? The clan and you will always be on the same path. Do you think that if you don't return to the clan, we, the Great Tao sect, will be able to stay out of it? There's no need to say much. Let's go back to the sect first. Lu Yi also felt indifferent. He was now at the 9th level of refined void, and had completed the first level of cultivation of the 9 tribulation indestructible body. There really weren't many people who could kill him in this first level of heaven. Then go back to the clan to rest and recuperate for a while. Look at the storage rings of this group of people. What they need, they will stay. What they don't need, they will just give it to the clan. And there's one advantage to going back to the clan. If the Vanguard sect's powerhouses really came with heavy treasures, they themselves would simply leave. This way you can draw more attention to yourself. A figure broke through the air, returning to the sect at an extremely fast speed. Patriarch, may I be allowed to recover my injuries first? Lu Yi arched his hand and asked. Naturally, you recover first, and come find me in the Great Hall when you've recovered. Lu Yi nodded and his figure disappeared. The Great Tao sect protector formation opened. The clan's protective formations could be considered the most powerful formations in the first heavenly hall. Who wasn't spending heavenly amounts of manpower and material resources to continuously upgrade their family's clan protection array to form a super huge array? Take the Wandao sect for example. The many peaks, all of them were formation bases. The large array covered tens of thousands of kilometers in a radius. A large array of such a scale, once activated, it would consume a huge amount of spirit stones every day. But if you wanted to break through, it was difficult. It's hard. Phew, it's finally over. Yu Hongling couldn't help but let out a long breath. A battlefield of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride had unexpectedly given her a feeling that things were unpredictable and life was changeable. Bai Qiulan also sighed softly. Her full head of silver hair turned black. Bai Qiulan. Sun Ruowei's voice snapped up. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling looked at Sun Ruowei at the same time. You even called Lu Yi your husband. Good you Bai Qiulan, I treat you as my best sister. But you hide so much from me. What is the situation? Quickly tell me, why did you call Lu Yi husband? Hardly, you too? The Melon King is online at this moment, and Sun Ruowei's eyes are flickering with thick flames. In fact, in this world, this kind of curious character is very easy to get into trouble. The fact is also true. The last Sun Ruowei died quite early, but she was still shocked by the big melon before she died, when it was really in order to eat the melon. Die without regrets. Bai Qiulan, you heard wrong. Chapter 086, she really doesn't know? 5 shifts, you fart. Would I miss here? You 100% said husband. I hear clearly, not a little false. Quickly tell me, in the end what is the situation? The two of us, more than 60 years of friendship, inseparable, practicing together, so close to sleeping together. Bai Qiulan, Yu Hongling revealed a loving gaze. She had once suggested that she should let her master call Lu Ye's name directly, but her master, who was no talent, had surrendered to her senior brother's lustful power without a few strokes, and ended up crying and calling him her husband. It was still Yu Hongling who preferred to die rather than give in, and refused to call her husband anything even if she had to suffer all the pain. Later, the master called the husband to address the habit, and now finally exposed. Right? You really misheard me. I was saying, make it up, keep making it up. I'd like to see what you can make up a little bit. Sun Ruowei sneered. Bai Qiulan thought hard and had a flash of light. What I said at that time was, the gentleman's behavior, quietness to cultivate the body, thrift to nourish virtue. Non-aloofness is not to be clear. Is that the voice in the back is too low? You just didn't hear it. Sun Ruowei was dumbstruck at this moment. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bai Qiulan, I take you for a sister, and you take me for a bogeyman? Sun Ruowei couldn't accept it. Anyway, that's it. Lu Yi and I are really innocent. We are master and disciple without any other relationship. Bai Qiulan simply looked like a dead pig. Well. Hongling, do you like your senior brother Lu Yi? Sun Ruowei targeted Yu Hongling. This girl looks silly, so she should be easier to fool. Yu Hongling. Yes, I do like senior brother. Yu Hongling said affirmatively. Then can you accept that your senior brother has more than just you as a woman? Sun Ruowei multiplied her words. She said that this Yu Hongling was silly and stupid, and that if Bai Qiulan had been there, she wouldn't have picked up such words at all. Yes, Yu Hongling said with certainty. More than being able to, she has become a comrade in arms with those women. So you're okay with a master and disciple sharing a husband? Luna? Bai Qiulan looked at the two of them with some helplessness in her eyes, and she felt as if she was a bit stiff. The two were saying something, and she didn't seem to be able to hear them very damn well anymore. Why is it getting quieter? Getting quieter? Boo! Bai Qiulan suddenly lay straight down. Neither Yu Hongling nor Sun Ruowei had thought of this situation. After all, why would Bai Qiulan, a harmonious Dao realm, who was not injured or anything, suddenly lie straight down? Master! Yu Hongling was shocked and hurriedly squatted down to help Bai Qiulan up. Cold! Bone-chilling cold. The moment Yu Hongling touched Bai Qiulan, she felt an indescribable coldness spread throughout her body in an instant, causing her to almost let go. Autumn orchid. Sun Ruowei was also shocked. She makes contact. Why is it so cold? Didn't she say she'd be back soon? Quickly, warm up master. Knowing Bai Qiulan's situation, Yu Hongling hurriedly said, how do you get warm? Sun Ruowei was also in a hurry. Her hands became red. Blazing energy spewed out and placed on Bai Qiulan's body. But it's no use. The heat from her hands was so oppressive that she couldn't expel it. No, it shouldn't be called expulsion. It should be called an inability to reach the cold on Bai Qiulan's body. Incompatibility. Yu Hongling knew about her master's situation, yet she wasn't particularly clear about it, because it's always hard for the master to talk about it. But she had seen how elder brother had lifted this icy coldness for her master, so he stretched out his hands and went to undo Bai Qiulan's sash. Sun Ruowei didn't understand, but she didn't open her mouth. There were only the three of them here, and the surrounding area was also surrounded by a boundary that she had arranged, so it was safe. Soon Bai Qiulan was stripped clean. Yu Hongling began to unravel her own. Sun Ruowei? The situation, it seems, is starting to look a little off. Yu Hongling, in a trice, removed all the restraints from herself as well, and held Bai Qiulan in her arms. In an instant, the piercing coldness caused Yu Hongling extreme pain. It was physically unbearable pain. Yu Hongling's body couldn't stop trembling. Her body instincts, in 1,000 million ways, generated thoughts that made her leave. Yu Hongling, however, refused to leave. Bai Qiulan's body faintly began to regain its warmth, and although it was still frighteningly cold, it wasn't as icy as it had been at the very beginning. In the end, Yu Hongling couldn't carry it anymore. She felt like her body would just freeze to death and her soul would freeze to the point of being traumatized if she continued. She released Bai Qiulan's body and wrapped it tightly with the thick quilt again. What the hell is going on here? Sun Ruowei asked hurriedly. She also began to undress herself, following Yu Hongling's example to embrace Bai Qiulan. In an instant, Sun Ruowei let out a wail of extreme pain. She was completely overwhelmed by the feeling of extreme coldness and let go of it after just a few moments of contact. It's too cold. It's just too cold. It's a cold that the body. It's a cold that the soul can't stand. Bai Qiulan was breathing steadily, her eyes tightly closed. The breath she exhaled was not too different, but the only thing that was cold to the core was her torso. Only elder brother has a solution. I'll go find elder brother. Elder brother has a solution. Yu Hongling got up and put on her own clothes. Uncle Sun, keep an eye on senior here. I'll bring senior brother over right away. Good. Go and come back quickly. Yu Hongling's figure darted towards Lu Ye's location. He tried to crash into Lu Ye's room, but he came to an abrupt end when he was less than 10 centimeters away from the door of Lu Ye's room. See? Let's just say that people can't be taught, but things can be taught once and for all. Elder brother. Elder Zun's problem has returned, and now he has fallen into a coma. You should quickly follow me to save Elder Zun. Yu Hongling said with an urgent voice. No sound came from within the room. Senior. Yu Hongling knocked on the door of the room. It's really something very urgent, so hurry up and come with me. No matter what, she's also our senior. Our only senior. Even though Yu Hongling knocked on the door and knocked loudly, Lu Yi still didn't say a word. Yu Hongling clenched her teeth and was about to push the door of the room open with force when finally Lu Yi's voice came out from inside. Sick again? Yu Hongling's spirit lifted. Yes, straight to unconsciousness. The body is especially cold. Senior brother, you go to save the master, okay? There was a strangeness in Lu Yi's voice. How do I save it? You can save it any way you want. Alright. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of Luya's mouth. Anything? And after the rescue, I became that one-punching master rebel who holds a grudge against me? You Hongling. The master doesn't know what kind of pain you're enduring, and you can't blame the master for that. You think she really doesn't know? Chapter 087 Respect for the fate of others. Did Bai Qiulan know how intense the pain Lu Yi had endured was? She acted like she didn't know. But what about the truth? Ah, the Tai Yin Chaos God body. Once the chaotic Yin poison kicked in, it was the flame of life that was needed to take the initiative to warm up the deadly icy cold. The terrifying nature of chaotic Yin poison was definitely not just as simple as the icy coldness. It penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones and the soul. Luno all lost a life because of this thing. It relied on frantic deduction to find a ray of life after a dead one. The solution was to take a dozen or so of the most masculine and rigid pills in advance, and then use one's own young life and cultivation as a flame to forcefully neutralize the chaotic Yin poison. Of course, this method, too, was not something that could be accomplished by Lu Yi alone. If the others had developed those dozen or so supremely masculine pills and didn't care about the cost of losing their yang life and regressing their cultivation, he could have helped Bai Qiulan detoxify the poison as well. It was that these dozen kinds of yang to rigid pills were more complicated, and when they were first deduced, they nearly dried down the system that hadn't been upgraded much yet. It was also because of this dozen or so types of elixirs that Lu Yi was quite uptight when it came to detoxifying the poison. Turning Bai Qiulan over and over, her eyes rolling. Master doesn't know you're in so much pain. Yu Hongling also can't believe that his beloved master teacher is a hypocrite. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile as he listened to Yu Hongling's incomparably certain tone. See, it's still the same. Not a single bit of change. He never believes a word he says, doesn't even need to look into it, flat out denies it, and is extremely certain of his suspicions. He just doesn't get it. He and Bai Qiulan, the two of them had experienced everything. The most candid gestures had been seen, and Lu Yi was under the state of the elixir, without much acting. As long as Bai Qiulan glanced at Lu Yi in the middle of the process, no, even if it was just not even a glance, she could know what kind of pain Lu Yi was enduring. Luno waved his hand. Boom! Yu Hongling instantly flew backwards and smashed heavily on top of the stone as the door to the room closed. One more word from myself and I'm a bogeyman. After going to the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, the harvest was not small, plus the fact that the great Tao sect had come to their aid warmed Lu Yi up. It didn't take long for my mood to improve before I was sickened again. The day is over. Yu Hongling climbed up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder brother. Save elder master. We only have this one elder master. Lu Yi really didn't care this time. Yu Hongling had no choice as she hurried back to where Bai Qiulan was. Sun Ruowei hurriedly spoke. How is it? Did Lu Yi come? Yu Hongling's face was filled with bitterness. Elder brother doesn't help. I seem to have, again, said the wrong thing to make elder brother angry. What words did you say? Really? Your master is like this. What words did you say to make him angry? Sun Ruowei was hard to understand. Yu Hongling still didn't know where she had gone wrong until now. Didn't my senior brother originally save Shizhuan? I told you that Shizhuan didn't know he was in so much pain, and then he was sent flying. Sun Ruowei? How do you know your master doesn't know he's in so much pain? Yu Hongling. Sun Ruowei's words confused Yu Hongling on the spot. How did she know? Yeah, how did she know? It's what the master said. At this moment, Yu Hongling's gaze fell on Bai Qiulan's body. Master said that Lucky was not so much in pain as he was enjoying himself. But is it really? She believed what her master said. But what about what her elder brother said? When did she ever believe it? Yu Hongling covered her heart. It hurts. It hurts. She could barely stand. Why is it that you always treat your senior brother in this manner? Obviously, he had already regretted it. But when he faced his senior brother again, he was still like this? At this moment, Yu Hongling even hated herself. She didn't understand. What was wrong with her? Why was it that when facing her senior brother, she was always that brashly confident, believing only what she was willing to believe? Sun Ruowei sighed softly. She glanced at Bai Qiulan, and Lu Yi's behavior was proof enough that Bai Qiulan's entanglement with Lu Yi was much deeper than she had imagined. So what now? Yu Hongling asked as she forced herself to hold back her heartache. Sun Ruowei pondered. I'm going to find Lu Yi. Make sure you talk about it properly. Right now my senior brother is very grumpy and hits people at the drop of a hat. Sun Ruowei's figure disappeared. Soon, she appeared before the door of Lu Yi's room. Knocked gently on the door of the room. Lu Yi was searching from room to room for the many storage rings of the transition realm, and when his divine sense saw Sun Ruowei arrive, he pondered for a moment. Ding! My kind is coming. The system's voice rang in his head, vaguely excited. She has a system too? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Ding! No! She likes melons too. Lu Yi. Ding. Still love your melon the most. Lu Yi. Otherwise you might as well turn back into Tendo. At least be honest. Lu Yi opened the door to his room and slightly arched his hand at Sun Ruowei. Disciple Lu Yi. Meet Uncle Sun. His face was warm and welcoming with a faint smile. Although Sun Ruowei had violently eaten melons and hardened himself in his last life, he had also died in battle in the middle of a great battle in which they had fought together side by side and joined forces with the foreign races. She's pretty good to Luno. Lu yeah. It wasn't the first time that Sun Ruowei and Lu Yi had come into contact. The two most recent contacts. One was the contact when Lu Yi turned red and his monstrous fury seemed like he was going to destroy the world. The second time was when Lu Yi attracted the heavenly calamity to kill a group of transitional stage. Good fellow. Originally Lu Yi was a junior disciple in her eyes. Now looking at Lu Yi again, it froze and caused some fear to arise within her. Senior uncle, there is no need to be afraid. The people I killed were all enemies. Our clan is all our own. Lu Yi sensed Sun Ruowei's fear and carried a wisp of Taoist sound in his voice, helping to dispel his fear. As expected, Sun Ruowei wasn't too scared anymore. That's right, we are a clan. Our own people. Your master and I are excellent friends. Usually treat you as if you were your own. Well, this word may not be too standard, but that's what it means. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Then now that your master is in a coma, I heard that girl Hongling say that you have a way to save people. Can you go and save them? Sun Ruowei asked. I'm sorry, senior uncle. Master once expressly said that he didn't need me to save. It's not true that I've saved Master, but I've already been punished. I would never dare to intervene in this matter again. I'm sorry to bother you, but senior uncle can ask others. Perhaps others have a way to save him. Lu Ye's attitude was respectful, and his words were indeed cold. She wouldn't let you save it? Master is a master. Disciple is a disciple. Honor the master. Men and women are different is the ethical norms. It is not feasible to transgress the time. Please uncle understand the difficulties of the disciple. Lu Yi arched his hand and said, Sun Ruowei, it's justifiable to do special things at special times. Senior uncle also said that there are extenuating circumstances. Extenuating means that it can be forgiven. There is only forgiveness if it's wrong. But if I don't do it, then isn't it wrong? And there's no need to talk about forgiveness or unforgiveness. Sun Ruowei has nothing to say. Chapter 088, what should you call me? She doesn't need me to save. I saved her and tried to hurt me. If I don't save it then nothing will happen? It's called letting go of the helping plot and honoring the destiny of others. Good. Should we just watch her step by step into a worse situation? Lu Yi didn't answer this question and just looked at Sun Ruowei with calm eyes. At this point, no answer is the best answer. Can't you really help? Can't. 2 words, cut and dry. No wiggle room. Sun Ruowei took 2 steps back. Okay, I see. I'll leave you alone then. Take care, senior uncle. I won't see you off. Sun Ruowei left under Lu Ye's smiling gaze, and only when her figure disappeared at the end of his line of sight did Lu Yi close the door to the room again. Why on earth would someone so polite and gentle? Bad. Habitual melon eating, now doesn't seem to be the time for it. What should we do next? Ding. Fellow traveler. Ah, fellow traveler. I want to see what this fellow traveler will do. Lu Yi? A curtain of light, without Lu Ye's consent, had hovered in front of him. Lu Yi. Damn. This system is getting to know itself. If the system asks Lu Yi to watch it or not, Lu Yi will surely be too lazy to watch it. But if the system starts playing it without Lu Ye's consent, Lu Yi can't do anything about it, right? He can't catch the system and beat it up, right? Ahem. Packing up treasures is not a tedious task anyway. It wouldn't hurt to look at it. Lu Yi felt as if he had returned to his childhood on Earth, where he had been fostered in an orphanage, which had pulled over a large amount of cotton from nowhere, the kind that had not yet been stripped from the cotton husk. The dean called all the children over and told them to start peeling cotton, and as if to reward them, the dean gave them an open-air TV show, peeling cotton while watching TV. That turned out to be a rare and beautiful memory in Lu Nua's life. Now, there is a difference. Sun Ruowei returned to Bai Qiulan's residence, and Bai Qiulan was still pale. Well, seeing that Sun Ruowei was not followed by Lu Yi, Yu Hongling had become disappointed. He said that Autumn Orchid had given him a clear message that he didn't need his help. Sure enough, at this moment, Bai Qiulan's body was trembling slightly. She felt as if she was dreaming. She dreamt that she had fallen into a deep hole full of icy water, and there was not only a piercing coldness, but also that sense of drowning and drowning fear. She wanted to break free and get out of the deep hole, but the more you struggle, the deeper you fall. In the past, at this time of year, a large, warm hand had appeared, grasping hers in its grasp, and there was a blazing scent that kept her close. Those strong arms wrapped around her, straight up, and all the cold and fear of drowning were left far behind. But this time, as she sank, As she fell, that scent never reappeared. Husband, husband, save me. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Qiulan at the same time. Listening to Bai Qiulan's dreamy cries, her subconscious mind was hoping that Lu Yi would save her. No one wants to die. No, I don't believe that only Lu Yi can save Qiulan. I'll go find the patriarch. With so many capable people in the Great Tao sect, is it possible that they can't save her? Sun Ruowei couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't believe in this evil. Yu Hongling's eyes were filled with sadness. It's no use. It's no use. The vast 9 heavens, the heavens are filled with gods and Buddhas. Only elder brother can save elder father. Only elder brother can. Then I'll have the patriarch order Lu Yi to come to the rescue. Sun Ruowei left in a huff and rushed straight to the Great Tao Peak. Soon, he met Lu Changfeng. Patriarch, Bai Qiulan is now seriously injured and unconscious. Suspected to have been hit by a severe poison which according to her disciple Yu Hongling, only Lu Yi can save. I have come to beg for a patriarchal decree. Please patriarch grant it to make Lu Yi save his master. When Lu Changfeng heard this, his heart tightened and his dog-licking mind took over. How did senior sister Bai get poisoned? I'll go take a look at her. Changming, immediately order the medical peak and Dan Peak's supreme elders to go to Qiulan Peak. Sun Ruowei opened his mouth to emphasize. Patriarch, it's useless for you to go and see. It's also useless for the people from Medical Peak and Dan Peak to go. Only Lu Yi has a way to save him. I'm good at saving people who have no way to do so. You just need to order Lu Yi to do it. It was only then that Lu Changfeng remembered that this Sun Ruowei in front of him was also a cultivator with extremely superior healing techniques. However, when it came to Lu Yi, the mind that was dominated by the relationship brain instantly took the high ground by the sovereign brain. He calmed down. Senior sister Bai is Lu Yi's senior. Why didn't he save her? Lu Changfeng asked. Sun Ruowei looked puzzled. What's the answer? Saying that if Lu Yi saves someone's life, he has to become an impulsive teacher and rebel? Then even if you save Bai Qiulan, will Bai Qiulan still have the face to live? Sun Ruowei was familiar with Bai Qiulan and knew that she was quite traditional and abided by the rules of etiquette. She would never allow anything else to arise between herself and her disciple. It's true that Lu Yi has some difficulties, but there's absolutely no harm in this matter for Lu Yi. All that's needed is an order from the patriarch and everything will fall into place. In Sun Ruowei's opinion, Bai Qiulan was undoubtedly devoted to Lu Yi, only that because of their status, both of them were unable to cross this step. But the sovereign's order had to be obeyed. That would be a third party joining in and forcing the course of the relationship between these two. Lu Changfeng understood. Although he didn't know what caused Lu Yi not to save, but Lu Yi had stopped saving. He couldn't force others to save even if he was the patriarch. If he had forced the order, Lu Yi would have saved the people for the sake of the Great Tao sect going to his aid. Only after rescuing the person, Lu Yi would probably leave the Great Tao sect directly, belonging to the fact that it was between the Great Tao sect and the Great Tao sect, and the grudge had been cleared. But that's Sister White. On one side was the future powerhouse that the entire sect stud had bet on, and on the other side was the woman of his own heart. Lu Changfeng's expression became serious. He sat on the patriarch's seat. Looking at Sun Ruowei, he opened his mouth. Senior sister Bai has been poisoned. The medical peak physician and the Dan Peak Dan master should go to detoxify the poison. Lu Yi is just a practitioner of 100 arts. Where would he be able to detoxify the poison and cure the disease? Changming, why don't you go and invite the great elders of the Dan Peak and the medical peak? Vice Patriarch Ji Changming instantly agreed to come over and hurriedly said yes, then quickly left. Lu Changfeng, you. Sun Ruowei had disbelief in her eyes, which then transformed into a strong disappointment. She really couldn't believe that Lu Changfeng, who adored Bai Qiulan so much, had resolutely given up on Bai Qiulan at this time. Lu Changfeng's expression was also incomparably solemn. He looked at Sun Ruowei, his voice serious and cold. Senior sister, outside of Great Tao Peak, whether you address me as Lu Changfeng or senior brother Lu, I won't pick on you. But in this Great Tao Peak's hall of questioning, what should you address me as? Sun Ruowei looked at Lu Changfeng who was seated high above the patriarch's throne. The Lu Changfeng at this moment was incomparably tall, with a majestic and cold face, as if he was a god without any feelings. Sun Ruowei was shocked and looked at Lu Changfeng. Her voice trembled slightly as she gave her answer. Patriarch, patriarch. Chapter 089, Deceiving Yourself. Wake up. Bai Qiulan woke up. With a wooing sound, Bai Qiulan opened her eyes, and at this moment, her breath skyrocketed, surprisingly raising 2 small realms in one breath. In the end, the Taiyin Transformation Bible was still a very ferocious technique, and during her slumber, it had been operating automatically, constantly transforming the chaotic Yin poison away. It melted away, and the firstborn absorbed it and coalesced. It dissolves again. The firstborn absorbs it, and coalesces again. Of course, The speed at which the meta-infant was absorbed was certainly not as fast as the speed at which it was born. Bai Qiulan slowed down for a while, and the temperature on her body was much restored. You're awake, Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei said happily at the same time. Bai Qiulan suddenly frowned and blushed. Who touched my clothes? Master, it was me. I moved it. Yu Hongling hurriedly spoke. Bai Qiulan then breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel now? What exactly is the situation with this physique of yours? Why is there such a calamity when you've reached the harmonization realm? Sun Ruowei asked eagerly. There's no harm. I have my own solution for this physique. The coma is just a self-protection. I didn't alarm anyone else about this matter of me being in a coma, did I? Bai Qiulan asked. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei looked at each other. Ahem. No. Bai Qiulan's face was filled with helplessness. Tell me, who all is alarmed? It was fine if he didn't mention this, but when he did, Sun Ruowei was filled with anger. Qiulan, what's wrong with you? Why are you surrounded by such men? A Lu Yi, good talk, even begged him to let go. He won't be blamed for anything he does, but he's dead set on not saving you. Although Bai Qiulan had already guessed it, when she really heard that Lu Yi was indifferent to her, her heart was still cold. Well, one does get a little bitchy. Obviously don't want Lu Yi to save it. Lu Yi really don't save it. He even lost himself. It was indeed I who did not allow him to save it, and he is not to blame for this matter. Bai Qiulan did not produce any strange symptoms. Let's forget about Lu Yi. You said you wouldn't let him save it. There's also a Lu Changfeng. Bai Qiulan's face changed drastically. You had Willow Changfeng try to save me? Although she couldn't stand her relationship with Lu Yi, her traditional thinking made it impossible for her to accept any man other than Lu Yi as well. She should end up walking alone in the middle of the avenue by herself. No. How could I let Lu Changfeng save you? Yu Hongling understood Bai Qiulan's reaction and hurriedly explained. Bai Qiulan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I asked him to save you. It's that I asked him to give the order for Lu Yi to save you. But it turned out that he didn't even give the order, and even said that I shouldn't call him by his name, and that I should address him as patriarch, which is really too much, Sun Ruowei said in dissatisfaction. Bai Qiulan understood what Lu Changfeng meant. She had some feelings in her heart. In this world, afraid that in addition to the last life of Lu Yi, there is no longer that can wholeheartedly treat her so well. Yu Hongling hesitated. Bai Qiulan looked at her. What is there to say? That's right. Senior. Do you really not know the immense pain that Senior will endure when he helps you? Yu Hongling asked. Bai Qiulan froze for a moment. Why do you ask? When I went to my senior brother to save you, I said that you didn't know that my senior brother would suffer great pain if he saved you, but it turned out that my senior brother said that you knew. Bai Qiulan was silent. She didn't answer the question. I'm tired and need to cultivate and regulate, so you two go ahead and do your own thing. No answer is the most deafening answer. Yu Hongling couldn't believe it. Master really knows? Didn't she claim she didn't know? Why does she pretend she doesn't know when she knows? What the hell for? She wanted to ask again, but Sun Ruowei pulled her away. Bai Qiulan looked at the closed door of the room and closed her eyes, but in the end, she couldn't hold back a tear from the corner of her eye. Of course she knew that Lu Yi was suffering immensely, but she actively chose to forget, especially after obtaining the Tai Yin Transformation Bible. Lu Yi wouldn't suffer any more pain, and with the long time that passed, she gradually forgot about the pain that Lu Yi had suffered. And yet, he remembers clearly about Lu Yi's identity. She was the teacher, and Lu Yi was the disciple. She's lying to herself, lied to myself and believed it. Sadly, there's nothing to see here. Lu Yi was a bit disgruntled. Ding, there's nothing to see, and you're still looking so mesmerized? The system instantly expressed its dissatisfaction. Am I mesmerized? Ding, you must have misread it. And yes, you don't even have eyes. So it's understandable that you misread it. Ding, I've got eyes. I've got lots of eyes. I've got as many eyes as I want. All blind. Ding, it's your eyes that are blind. Lu Yi was in quite a good mood after fighting with the system for a while, plus organizing his storage ring. Speaking of which, it's also been a while since I returned to the clan. Why haven't those few forces reacted yet? And if there's no more movement, I'm going to go look for the withered manwood. The withered manwood was an important kind of treasure for him to gather his 3 lives, and he knows where it is. The reason why he hadn't left the Great Tao sect was because he was waiting for the alliance of sects to kill the Great Tao sect, and he himself left under their noses, drawing all the firepower onto himself. Because the Great Tao sect had sealed the sect after they returned. Lu Yi didn't know what was going on in the outside world right now. He didn't know that the news that all 46 powerhouses of the transition realm were dead was spreading fast in the great wilderness. The spread is so fast. In a scary kind of way. The entire great wasteland was in an uproar. 46 transition realms? 57 questioning realms? All exterminated? Heavens, the Heavens Chance newspaper can't be joking with us, right? In the entire Great Wilderness, how many transition realms are there for all the forces combined? Take the Great Tao sect for example. In order to save Lu Yi, the entire army came with 19 transition realms, 5 great sects, 3 great royal dynasties, and a vanguard sect. Together, there were at most 200 transition realms. This was because the number of transition realms in the Great Tao sect definitely belonged to the upper middle level, together with the first-class forces other than these top forces, as well as the hidden underworld and heavenly pavilion. It meant that at least 1/7 of the entire first heaven's transition stages had been taken out. A full 1/7 of the transition realm had died. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect, the godless god dynasty, and the strongest people are dying out. The robbery sect and the mountain river pagoda sect were even more regretful. It turned out that their relationship with the Great Tao sect was quite good, and everyone met in a peaceful manner. One could tell from the fact that Su Maji had given Bai Qiulan a magic treasure. As a result, it has come to this. Not only had they become enemies with the Great Tao sect, but they had also lost so many powerful people, and the younger generation had also suffered many deaths and injuries, with a fault in the back and a fault in the front. Stronger, no more. Potential, no more. These few forces felt completely numb. Chapter 090, No More Waiting, 4 Shifts, Jia. In the Devil Realm, the heavenly demon emperor laughed up to the sky. The black streamer was suspended behind him. Infinite black mist rolled around, and it seemed like there were billions of souls in it emitting mournful hissing. I can't imagine. I really can't. The heavenly demon emperor was laughing himself silly. Holy magic saint. 46 dead transition realms, killed by a killing embryo through a special means, triggering the heavenly tribulation and getting them all killed in one breath. He had just gotten this news, and he really almost failed to take a breath and died of laughter on the spot. Around the heavenly demon emperor, the many demon tribe transition realms all revealed hideous smiles. Originally, they were still worried that with so many of the younger generation of the demon race dead, the demon race would have no successor next. Now what? Don't worry about it at all, because the human race isn't just some backwater anymore. It's all out of power now. 46 transition realms. 46. The heavenly demon emperor constantly recited this number. The demon race had simply lost a heavenly enemy this time. Pass on my demon emperor's order and contact the various clans. The opportunity for us to kill our way into the great wasteland and unify the first heaven has come. This time, I'm going to let my 10,000 soul streamer be satiated with human souls. Yes, pretty much the same as the demon world. When the scouts of the other foreign races left behind and the human race sent the news back to the other foreign races, all of the strongest members of the foreign races blew up. The fall of 46 transition realms was as lively as a festival for the foreign races. They quickly received a message from the heavenly demon emperor. Attack! Attack! A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must attack the great wasteland. While the great wasteland is panicking now, that's when we attack. Join forces. This time, we will make the human race pay. I do think that we can wait a little longer. The human race's transitional realm is already dead. The birth of a transitional realm takes quite a bit of time. And now that the human race has already started infighting, and this Lu Yi, who is number 1 on the 10,000 ancient heavenly pride ranking, killed so many transitional realms in one breath, but the Great Tao sect is on Lu Ye's side, so how can the other clans possibly be willing to rest? They're definitely going to fight again, and it's a fight that's definitely not going to be small. Either the Great Tao sect will be destroyed, or the other sects will suffer another heavy blow. There's no rush. There can't be. Amitabha Buddha. That makes sense. The poor monk also thinks we should wait a while. Okay, wait then, but we'll gather our strength and be ready to strike at any time. The many Fae began to discuss. At that moment, a descendant of the water god, named Shui Liang, among a divine race, made a sound. Perhaps, we can also contact these forces that have had a large number of transition realms exterminated. How? The godless god dynasty sent someone to contact our god race, and they claimed that if we can overthrow the Great Tao sect and kill Lu Yi, they, the godless god dynasty, are willing to coexist with us. Ha! This news that Shui Liang spoke out immediately made the strongest members of the Fey race come to be interested. The godless pilgrimage really said that? Nice. Somewhat interesting. Then consider it. The great Taoist sect. Can't wait. Lu Yi snapped up. An enemy didn't come over. Waiting here dryly was a waste of life. Lu Yi was not wanting to go on like this with nothing to do. He wanted to cultivate. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Dan Peak. Lu Ye's name has been in the Great Tao sect. No one knows. At that time to kill the transiting robberies seen vividly, as if it happened yesterday. Disciple Lu Yi, seeking an audience with the Green Flame Peak Master. Hearing that it was Lu Yi who had come, The Dan Peak elder didn't dare to be negligent and immediately led Lu Yi to climb the peak and informed Taoist Greenfire. Before he could take a few steps, Taoist Greenfire had already burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, come to my Dan Peak, but you want to search for pills. What do you need? Just talk to me. Lu Yi arched his hand at Taoist Greenfire. Greetings, Peak Master. Disciple is not here to ask for pills, but rather, I want to borrow the 9 Dragons Rising Fire Furnace for a while. I want to refine a great pill. The Greenfire Peak Master was suddenly quite surprised. And you know how to make pills? Will. There was no need to be modest about this one. Lu Ye's alchemy methods were worthy of the Dan Dao. Then what Dan are you refining? The Dan has no name. If I have to say a name, then it will be called the Giant Spirit Dan. The Greenfire Peak Master was slightly confused. Dan without a name. Doesn't that mean that this pill was created by Lu Yi? Don't be ridiculous. How old are you? To be able to cultivate to such a realm. You are already a dragon and phoenix among men. The pride of heaven. The way of alchemy without a long time to immerse yourself in it. Where can you become a master? Disciple knows that Peak Master doesn't believe in it, but there's no harm in it. I only need to use the 9 Dragons Fire Removing Furnace. The 9 Dragons Fire Removing Furnace is incredibly sturdy, and even if I blow up the furnace, it won't damage the Dan furnace in the slightest bit, so you can be completely at ease. Lu Yi said with a smile. That's true. Okay, please follow me. The two of them arrived at the location of the 9 Dragons Off Fire Furnace. Dan furnace has a diameter of 3 feet in size. There are 9 dragons circling branded its body. When used can be 9 dragons spit fire. Very subtle. Can be said to be the Great Tao sect, and even the first heavens of the top of the famous Dan furnace. Can I watch you make pills? Taoist Greenfire asked curiously. He didn't really believe that Lu Yi still possessed superior alchemy skills, and if Lu Yi couldn't, he could guide him from the sidelines. In case Lu Yi felt that he was so knowledgeable and astonished that he chose to follow him to learn the way of alchemy, then he could even become half of Lu Ye's master. It's beautiful to think about this thing. Lu Yi didn't refuse either. Peak Master, feel free. Lu Yi stretched out his palm, and the white sun yang fire burned under the Dan furnace, and the 9 divine dragons hovering over the Dan furnace seemed to come to life at this moment. The Dan furnace lights up and begins to heat up. Taoist Green Flame nodded his head gently. The hot stove technique was skillful, and the fire control technique was also qualified. Lu Yi took out a handful of elixirs in his hands and threw them directly into the Dan furnace. Taoist Green Flame was just stunned, and Lu Yi had already thrown in a handful of things that Taoist Green Flame didn't even see clearly. No! What? Who throws herbs like that? The flames rose suddenly, and the heat inside quickly turned the elixir into a medicinal liquid. Taoist Greenfire's hands were already raised, and if it wasn't too embarrassing, he would have covered his ears by now. It'll blow up the oven. The sound was loud, but the loud noise was delayed. The lid of the Dan furnace opened automatically, and 12 chi replenishing pills emitting a strong medicinal fragrance were formed, each of which was full and round, with a clear and well-proportioned texture. Infinite Heavenly Father! Taoist Greenfire let out a gasp. That's all you've practiced? Whose alchemy throws all the herbs in one breath? The medicinal power is not in the same order. It is easy to produce conflict, but Luno did just that, and it's done. Lu Yi tried his hand, familiarizing himself with the current state of his alchemy, and it was okay. Then start. A large pile of spirit pills suddenly appeared in Lu Yi's hands, each of them emitting a powerful spirituality. After all, it was a treasure of the transitional realm. You wait for. Lu Yi threw all of these dozens of spirit medicines into the 9 dragons off fire furnace in one breath. A moment. Lu Yi turned his head and asked curiously while maneuvering the flames. What's wrong? Greenfire's face went white. It's over. Dan Feng is afraid that he'll be blown away. Chapter 091, This Elixir, 5 Shifts, Peak Master. Don't be so nervous. Lu Yi glanced at Taoist Master Cheng Ho and found that his hands were clenched tightly, and couldn't help but comfort him. You keep a good eye on the Dan furnace. Taoist Greenfire's voice drew up. Alright, it's really fine actually. It's not like it's the first time I've made pills like this. What herbs did you concoct before and what herbs are you putting into the Dan furnace now? Can that be the same? What Taoist Master Cheng Ho meant was that the herbs that Lu Yi had used in his previous alchemy were all ordinary, low-grade spirit medicines, and the pile of herbs that Lu Yi was taking now were the very best herbs in the hands of a transitional realm powerhouse. So how could there be any comparisons? But what he didn't know was that the original Lu Yi alchemy herbs were all the top divine medicines, Tao fruits, and I don't know how many of them had already been born with a spirit, and they hadn't been put into it by Lu Yi's hodgepodge in general. Pretty much. The thing about herbs, the pharmacology is the same. They're all pretty much the same. Much worse, not even by a fraction of a mile, even if it's a herb. Sometimes the medicinal properties still exist in the zone. Before Taoist Master Cheng Ho could finish his words, Lu Yi grabbed a large handful of herbs and threw them in again. Hey hey hey. Taoist Greenfire really couldn't tense up. You take it easy. You take it easy. Look. It didn't blow up the oven. Another large handful of herbs were thrown into the Dan furnace. The 9 dragons continued to spit fire, and the herbs quickly transformed into medicinal liquid. Lu Yi threw in another large handful of herbs. The herbs? It's like fucking hugging a pile of weeds. Greenfire Taoist master by now. He was talking and did not dare to say. He had already seen out. Lu Yi threw this big pile of medicinal herbs. Medicinal properties, and Lu Yi said, are similar. But elixirs really aren't made this way. A potion is not only about having something with the same medicinal properties, but also about having herbs that conflict with that medicinal property. A single medicinal property alone could not be condensed into an elixir at all. There's still medicine poisoning after you eat it. Time passes by. Lu Yi took out a whole bunch of herbs with brand new medicinal properties. No. Greenfire Taoist already do not know what to say. Past learning is telling him, this pile of medicinal herbs thrown in, the Dan furnace will certainly blow up. He was ready to die. If the Dan furnace exploded, he would be the first to protect Lu Yi. One can die in body. The choice of the clan cannot die in body. Lu Yi glanced at Taoist Greenfire. It couldn't be blamed on him. He was just now getting started in the Dan Dao as well. The medicinal herbs melted inside, and a large amount of white smoke spewed out from within the 9 dragons' rising fire furnace, as if it were a coal-burning train chimney. Taoist Greenfire's body tensed up. Ha! Didn't blow up? Lu Yi took out another bunch of herbs at this time and threw them in with a swiftness. Taoist Greenfire had sort of realized that this Lu Yi, his hands were really fast. Just one swipe and a bunch of herbs were taken out. You don't even look carefully to see if there are any mistakes in the herbs. You just take them out and throw them into the furnace. As the herbs kept increasing, the Dan furnace gently trembled, and a sound like a gale and tsunami came out from inside. Lu Yi was not in a hurry and continued to add herbs to it. There are too many herbs to add. In normal alchemy, dozens of herbs were already considered relatively difficult to refine, and Lu Yi threw to the Dan furnace in the medicinal herbs. Now a rough estimate. There have been hundreds of kinds, who alchemy to Dan furnace pinched a bunch of medicinal herbs to throw until the last pile of herbs was thrown in. The white sun yang flame released by Lu Yi began to become more violent, flowing water and whistling sound in which kept resounding. And there was also that kind of gurgling sound in the belly that seemed to be about to explode. Giggling. Lots of steam coming out. The entire alchemy room was filled with smoke. If they weren't all cultivators, such a dense fog would be enough to poison them with carbon dioxide. Done. Successful congealing of the Dan. Taoist Greenfire squinted his eyes and stared at the furnace without blinking. Even if his eyes were sore from the smoke, he wanted to see what kind of shocking elixir Lu Yi had produced with this kind of furious alchemy method. Lu Yi opened the Dan furnace. The incomparably rich medicinal fragrance instantly erupted. Taoist Greenfire was startled. It smells so good. Lu Yi, however, at this time, his face darkened. Not. Damn it, the white sun yang flame rank was too low. Even though it was a divine flame, it was still quite difficult to refine so many top first sky medicinal herbs. He had unexpectedly met the Waterloo of alchemy in his life. What's wrong? Taoist Greenfire curiously came over as well. Then, he saw the pills in the furnace and was dumbfounded. Lu Yi blackened his face and took out the elixir. One could only see an elixir that was larger than his head and had a diameter of 20 centimeters, with arcane Dan lines present above it, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Based on the completeness of this elixir, the veins, and the fragrance of the elixir, it could be seen that this elixir had a high degree of completion, and belonged to an extremely high-grade elixir. That's the head. Taoist Greenfire was also filled with awe. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Such a large elixir. This is really the first time I've seen it. So large. What could eat it? Lu Neo. He couldn't help but cross a glance at Taoist Greenfire, the corners of his mouth twitching. I'm sorry. I'm a person who can't talk without thinking. You didn't follow the rules in alchemy, so you practiced the elixir like this. If you were to systematically carry out alchemy, you would definitely be able to practice the elixir. This elixir of yours? Taoist Greenfire had initially only focused on the size of the elixir, but now he finally focused on the quality of the elixir. Extremely high-grade pills? Taoist Greenfire lost his voice. Well, thanks to the Peak Master for letting the use of the 9 dragons off fire furnace. Lu Yi took out a knife, scooped off a piece of the giant spirit pill, and handed it to Taoist Greenfire. Eat if you want, study if you want, I'll take my leave. Taoist Master Ching was stared blankly at the fist-sized elixir in his palm. He used a knife to scoop out a piece of the elixir. The piece he dug out was the size of his fist. At this moment, Taoist Greenflame's Dan Dao, which he had always prided himself on, suffered the biggest shock ever. Lu Yi put away the giant spirit pill and didn't dare to take it out until he returned to his room. Ding 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 ding. The system let out a barfy laugh in the middle of his head. Lu Yi was contemplating whether he should take this elixir and cut it, dig into it, or say nibble on it. That's all. Lu Yi's figure began to grow larger. The law of heaven and earth. No, there's a roof, but it's hard to beat Luno. His head alone became bigger. Opened his bloody mouth. Mouth opened to the maximum. His face became hideous, and finally took off the elixir in one bite. Dazzle dazzle. The elixir goes into the belly. Huge amounts of energy quickly filled the air and traveled. Lu Yi sat cross-legged. His mind already made up its mind to leave the Great Tao sect immediately after refining this elixir. Not only are you leaving, but you're going to draw the world to your feet. At that time, Hedo. Chapter 092, Leaving, First Shift, Cultivation. Cultivation. He himself had already refined the 9 heavens of void, and now he had collected the medicinal herbs in the storage rings of the 46 transitional succession realms, along with the medicinal herbs he had obtained from the heaven's remarkable ancient battlefield, and together they had refined them to form this elixir that was suitable for his cultivation. It didn't matter what the name of the potion was, it just needed to fulfill his needs. His need is to take the highest level of the refined void realm and roll it up that much further. The firstborns are given to hold up. The terrifying medicinal power transformed into the purest energy and flowed through Lu Yi's body. The 9 lives immortal heavenly scripture was constantly running, pulling the speed of cultivation to the extreme. The rolling energy turned into true essence, which surged into the Yuaning, allowing it to grow. And after the Yuaning size grew, it spat out a large amount of true essence to assimilate the medicinal properties. Luno's body began to grow larger and swollen, but there was no harm in it. His physique had already been refined, and the 9 tribulation indestructible body could allow his body to endure such a powerful energy attack. Continuously refining, the total amount of true essence grew, and the Yuaning became more and more real, vivid, and became larger. The good thing was that the Dantian had unlimited space. No matter how big the Yuaning was, it could accommodate it. Each point of truthfulness of the Yuaning meant that he was more successful in refining his emptiness into reality. So it was for 3 days. The medicine is all consumed. Lu Yi opened his eyes. There was no essence of cold electricity flashing in the void, only a piece of water to the calm. That's enough. Lu Yi all had some feelings that he was eating really well in the refined void realm. It hadn't been long since he broke through the refined void realm and was blessed by the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, so there was no need to elaborate on the purity of that energy. In one breath, he broke through to the 9th level of refined void, and then there were so many top-notch medicinal herbs of the transition realm that worked together to refine this pill. As for the rumor that cultivation cannot be done with the help of external objects, don't be ridiculous. That's all fooling the poor. If you can't use external objects, then why does the Holy Land Divine Sect want to occupy the blessed land? Why would a dog's brain come crashing out from fighting over resources? If you are a poor person, they tell you that cultivation is to be practiced by your own hard work, little by little, all by yourself, and this is the way. If you are rich, they will tell you how mysterious this elixir of mine is, and after you take it, you can be ahead of your peers, one step ahead of the others, one step ahead of the others, and that's what cultivators fight for. Let's just say that Luno eats really well. The cultivation ended and Lu Yi got up. He traveled to Avenue Crest. Disciple Lu Yi seeks to see Patriarch. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng had a smile on his face and personally came out to greet Lu Yi. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, how's the recovery going? Do you need the clan to give you spirit pills to help you recover? Lu Yi also wore a smile. Many thanks for the Patriarch's concern. The disciple is already fine. This time I came to find the Patriarch because a new idea has arisen. I hope that the Patriarch will grant it. Oh, say it. Disciple is now at the peak of refined void. One step short of being able to merge with the Tao. There is no method for disciples to merge with the Tao and the Great Tao sect. So I need to go out for a trip. So urgent? Lu Changfeng frowned. Cultivation must not be wasted. What do you need to break through the harmonization? I'll see if the clan has it. Now is indeed a special juncture. I've already gotten the news. Now the extraterritorial clans are already moving. The other clans have not yet avenged themselves, but they definitely won't stop. You go out now, in case you are exposed. I'm afraid that you won't only face the attacks of the other clans, but also the strongest of the foreign clans. Lu Changfeng was telling the truth. Lu Yi was now out of the sect. Without the guardianship of the Great Tao sect's protective array, as long as he was discovered, he would truly be the enemy of the world. The treasure I need, called the Withered Man Wood, can only be found there in the Western Exterminating Buddha Desert. Dead Man's Wood. Lu Changfeng heard the name of this treasure for the first time. The Western Desert of Exterminating Buddhas was originally a Buddhist country. but later on, because of the emergence of a Buddha known as the Buddha of Dutiful Heaven, who wanted to enlighten the world and make all of them Buddhists, he made a great wish. Thus, the holy land of Buddhism in the West was turned into a desert. The entire Buddhist sect was also expelled from the Great Wasteland and made a complete break with the human race, so much so that now the Buddhist sect, no longer calling itself the human race, has its heart set on returning to the Great Wasteland and reopening the light of the Buddhist sect. Hold your horses for a moment. I'll be looking for it. Lu Yi knew very well that the Great Tao sect didn't have it, and he had looked for it in his last life. Although he was only ranked 33 in his last life, he was still a heavenly pride at the top of this world, and after returning to the sect from the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, he was treated with supreme courtesy by the sect. At that time, when he wanted to find the dead man's wood, he also commissioned the Great Tao sect to look for it, and when the Great Tao sect didn't have it, he found the Heavenly Pavilion, which gave him the news of the dead man's wood. Lu Changfeng ordered a search. He himself was talking to Lu Yi. If you really can't find it, you don't have to search for it yourself. I can send others to go and find it for you. Lu Yi cried and laughed. Patriarch, I'm not some ignorant child. What I do, I choose to do only after deep thought. There's no need for others to look for it. I'm enough to get it myself. If this also requires others to do the work for me, then it also requires others to do the work for me, and I, who is no longer number one on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, will still be raised to be a waste. Lu Changfeng certainly knew that Lu Yi had a point, but isn't it too dangerous? Soon, Ji Changming gave a reply, and no dead man's wood was ever found. Lu Yi rose and arched his hand. Then the disciple will go out of the Great Tao sect. Patriarch, feel free to rest assured. Although the great wilderness is large, the only ones who may keep me are those 2 or 3 people. I won't give them a chance. Lu Changfeng sighed. That's just it. Since you insist on going out, take the Great Tao bell with you. Lu Yi, no really, goodbye. Luno left. Lu Changfeng mused. Contact Ancestor Qingfeng and ask him to protect Lu Yi in the shadows, so that he doesn't find out. Yes, there was only so much that Lu Changfeng could do. He knew that from the moment Lu Yi stepped onto the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, level after level would appear ahead of him. 46 transition realms was just the first level, but what is the top of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride list? Fearless, go forward, pass. This is the correct way to open the cultivation of heaven's pride. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Of course, that was Lu Yi's path, not his Lu Changfeng's. Lu Changfeng was the patriarch elected by all of the Great Tao sect, and all he had to do was to bring the Great Tao sect to a more glorious situation. Lu Yi walked out of the Great Tao sect. His brow twitched lightly. Qingfeng ancestor, get rid of it first, or else it will affect your run, and the things that you have caused will definitely not be set right by Ancestor Qingfeng. So, half an hour later, the crane-haired Ancestor Qingfeng had a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. He looked around, at heaven and earth, took out the sound transmission stone. What's wrong? Lu Changfeng asked. Lost in translation. Lu Changfeng? A loose god, following a void refining cultivator. Lost him. Lu Changfeng understood. Lu Yi was doing this on purpose. This kid, what the hell is he going to do? Chapter 093 Bombing Fish Ponds, Second Shift. What's Lucas doing? No one knows. But in an instant, the entire Great Wasteland knew all about it. The Yin Yang Sanctuary. This place has beautiful mountains and picturesque scenery, and there are 2 peaks standing opposite to each other. One mountain appears white, as if the whole body is piled up with white jade, and the other mountain is black, like ink and carbon. There are 2 more rounds of lakes that look like taiji fish eyes. The entire Holy Land is infinite in Taoist flavor. Luno is here. It was still the same thing. How would people know that Lu Yi had left the Great Tao sect if they didn't make some big noise? He does things alone, facing the hatred of these sects, wanting to take revenge. Come to him is. The disciple guarding the mountain saw Lu Yi, who was suspended between heaven and earth, because the disciples were not strong enough to recognize him at all. What for? The entrance to the Yin Yang Dharma sect is also a place where you can fly in the air. Immediately return to the ground and explain your intentions. Otherwise don't blame us for capturing you. Even for the Yin Yang Dharma sect's mountain guard disciples, there was enough majesty for the strong. It was like when the Night Sword Superior was chasing after Chu Ling. Even though he had the strength of a baby breaker, he still had to be honest in front of the disciples of the Yuan Dan Great Tao sect. Unfortunately, Lu Yi was not the Night Sword Superior. He made a seal with both hands, and in an instant, the ground shook and a huge mountain peak was gathered by great mana, a shadow that gradually enveloped the entire Yin Yang Dharma sect. 2 mountain guards? Boom! The huge mountain peak ruthlessly smashed towards the Yin Yang Dharma sect. The Yin Yang Dharma sect's protective formation automatically opened. Large chunks of mountain rocks crumbled, and smoke and dust rushed into the sky. Woo! The yin and yang horn made a majestic sound. A powerful aura quickly rose from within the yin-yang dharma sect. How dare you attack my yin-yang dharma sect? Looking for death. Lu Yi pinched his seal to coalesce the mountain peaks, and the meaning of the insult was far greater than the meaning of the attack. This thing didn't do much damage, but with a mountain that big smashing down, dust filled everywhere, and the original picturesque sanctuary turned into a pile of rubble at this moment. Although the inside of the clan protection array was intact, the people inside were startled, and a stone sword appeared in Lu Ye's hand, slashing furiously. In an instant, the sword light ruthlessly slashed on top of the sect protector formation. The sect protector formation trembled slightly, and it dissipated the sword chi into nothingness. A harmonization realm rushed out at the first opportunity and finally saw Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi, his complexion twisted, and the figure that had just left the formation quickly went back. It was so fast that Lu Yi was all set to kill him with a sword, but it turned out that the speed of the other party going back exceeded the speed of Lu Ye's sword swing for a moment. It was true that unprecedented power could erupt between life and death. Lu Yi is here. A yell. The entire yin-yang dharma sect all exploded. The ancestors were awakened, and the transition realm and scattered gods rushed out in a brainstorm. Lu Yi, how dare you show up in my yin-yang dharma sect, looking for death? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Lu Yi must have his purpose for appearing here. It couldn't really be that he had come over to seek death, could it? Lu Yi, however, pressed on, punching and slashing, hitting the protector formation and trembling. He then looked at the scattered gods of the yin-yang dharma sect who roared out in anger and smiled in contempt. His figure turned and ran wildly. The wind is tight, pulling and whistling. Beware of deception. If there is no deception, he must be killed. Yin-yang dharma sect patriarch Taoist Woji said loudly. Lu Yi ran fast. The art he used, called the floating flying feather art, the body of the feathers, flying with the wind, fluttering. However, the one who came after him was a loose god after all, and the distance between the two sides was still closing. Lu Ye's figure swiftly descended. It disappeared into the earth, and for a time the breath was all gone. The two loose gods stopped and searched carefully. This direction, the breath was faint, but it was still captured. They continued their pursuit, and suddenly the breath split into 9, fleeing in 9 different directions. The two loose gods roared in anger and erupted yin-yang divine light to blast at the two auras. The ground shook and the earth was blasted out with huge craters, but there's nothing inside the pothole. The remaining 7 breaths flew far away, pulling the two far away in the blink of an eye. The two didn't know which one to go after. After the 7 cents ran far away, the other 6 cents disappeared at the same time. This direction, the two loose gods raised their spirits and chased after them. Such an aura really can't be maintained for too long. Lu Yi had too many means of escape, and in the cultivation world, the stronger the strength, the more means of escape there were, mainly because the ones with few means of escape basically fell halfway through. Someone in the cultivation world once jokingly said, any great emperor can be called a runaway great emperor. That's what it says. Even if you are a great emperor who walks the path of invincibility, you are invincible in the same realm and invincible beyond one realm. What if you are stronger than you by 2 realms and 3 realms? You could get a slap on the wrist even if you're invincible. Lu Yi could of course get rid of these two loose gods, but how would that produce a sensational effect? The direction he fled in? The two loose gods of the yin-yang dharma sect, chasing after them, suddenly realized that they had arrived near the imperial capital of the Jiuli heavenly dynasty. Lu Yi rushed into the imperial capital, and at this moment, it was as if the rain returned to the sea, and all of his breath disappeared. Not a single bit of it was released. The arrival of the two loose gods of the yin-yang dharma sect caused the Jiuli heavenly dynasty to be alerted, and some loose gods awakened and flew towards the strong men of the yin-yang dharma sect. 2 yin-yang dharma sect fellow Taoists. What are you doing here in my Jiuli city? Lu Yi ran into your Jiuli city. Yin-yang dharma sect ancestor Lone City Z said. What? The old ancestor of the Jiuli heavenly dynasty's voice was violently elevated. At the same time, a shocking sword light rose up to the sky. Terrifying sword intent erupted, causing the sky to change color, and the huge sword was even taller than the mountain peaks, rushing straight to the edge of the clouds. A sword slashed down fiercely against the imperial palace of the Jiuli heavenly dynasty. The imperial palace of the Jiuli heavenly dynasty raised a large formation, while the entire Jiuli city also raised a large formation. Boom! The ground shook. For a time, an unknown number of houses in Jiuli city collapsed, and countless people let out cries of alarm and fled in all directions. A large number of powerhouses from the Jiuli heavenly dynasty flew out, and among them, scattered deities even appeared. Just kidding. If Lu Yi went on a killing spree in Jiuli city, the entire Jiuli heavenly kingdom would have to collapse. The entire Jiuli heavenly dynasty was incredibly tense. It's fine. His sword light didn't break through the inner formation. Now that the inner and outer formations of the 9 People's Great Formation are all open, he can't escape. As long as we search carefully, we'll definitely be able to find him. The scattered god of the Jioli celestial dynasty said loudly. Indeed, the Jioli dynasty's great array. The outer array protects the city and can be defended and attacked, and the inner array protects the palace and is impregnable. A large number of soldiers began to travel through the city, searching for any possibility of Lu Yi hiding and checking out the residents one by one. At this time, Lu Ye's figure had already disappeared into the inner formation. Speaking for myself, after so many years of becoming a heavenly dignitary, I can't believe I almost forgot what I'm good at. One's own cut others big array, indeed can make others feel lost face, but after lost, facial skin simple wash can still want, as nothing happened. And what if one steals someone else's treasure trove? Well, you can't just find some random piece of crap and put it back and pretend you didn't lose your treasure trove, can you? Lu Ye's purpose for coming in was the royal treasure trove of the Jioli celestial dynasty. Chapter 094 Siege, 3 shifts. His technique of concealing his breath was called the concealment of heaven technique. This thing was particularly effective. And in the beginning, he and the system had deduced for a long time in order to create such a spell to hide his breath. How good are the results exactly? When he helped the system steal the heavenly Tao, the heaven concealment law played a very large role. So now it was too easy to use to hide his aura. Is the royal treasury really heavily guarded? Various warning formations, one after the other. Touching any of them could cause the alarm to ring loudly. Lu Ye's eyes turned into a light silver color, and the world turned into a simple line-like shape in his eyes. In a very short period of time, Lu Ye used out all kinds of secret techniques in an endless stream. Bang bang! 2 hand slashes suddenly slammed into the guards, adding slightly to the aura of the primordial morning mist. The 2 guards didn't make any sound at all, and in an instant, the extreme pain instantly caused their souls to directly tear apart, and the 2 corpses were put away into storage rings. Lu Yi flew to break the formation, open the door to the treasury and flash into it. The formation at the treasury door closed automatically. Aside from the fact that there were 2 less guards, the treasure trove hadn't changed a bit. Lu Yi, who entered it, didn't pick and choose. Charging, 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 sweeping from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. There really wasn't any breath emanating at all. It wasn't until the last floor that Lu Yi had just entered. A cranberry-haired old man was face to face with him. Lu Yi, that's right. Who doesn't have an old ancestor sitting in their treasure trove? Lu Yi could only give him a polite smile. Bold hairy thief. Lu Ye's figure instantly retreated violently. Ear-piercing alarm bells rang out from the treasure vault. Lu Yi ran as fast as he could. All the formations would be actively opened as long as Lu Yi was near, and would be triggered as long as this old ancestor was near. The treasury door opens and closes. Boom! The next moment the door to the treasury was blown apart. Lu Yi had disappeared. Where are the people? The old ancestor let out a roar that resounded throughout the palace. Lu Yi quickly fled the palace along the set route. One more step slower and the entire palace would be surrounded. The formation was a virtual nullity to Lu Yi. Coming to the outer city and breaking the outer city's great formation, Lu Ye's figure reappeared. A slap on top of the big formation. Boom! The large formation trembled gently. The gazes of all the powerhouses fell on Lu Ye's body. Get him! In an instant, a large amount of streams of light rushed towards Lu Yi, who turned and ran. What? Lu Yi smashed the Yin Yang Dharma sect's mountain gate? Lu Changfeng violently stood up from the patriarch's throne. Didn't he go looking for the withered manwood? Why did he go to fight the Yin Yang Dharma sect for good reason? Ji Changming couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So who knows? No, it's too dangerous. He's afraid he doesn't know the strength of the scattered gods. We have to do something. Immediately gather all the strongest members of the clan and prepare to rush to Lu Ye's aid. Really? In the end is a young man. How so calm? Anxious what? And then cultivate a 5 or 10 years. Yin and Yang Law clan is not afraid to pack up? The great Tao sect powerhouses had long been in a state of battle readiness, and with a word of summoning, they quickly arrived at the great Tao peak. Bai Qiulan came too. She was at the harmonization realm, a realm that wasn't low, and her fighting strength wasn't weak either. When it came to Lu Yi, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lu Changfeng was just about to speak when another message came in. What? Lu Yi ransacked the inner treasury of the palace of the Jioli dynasty? A Yin Yang Dharma sect. Their great Tao sect could still put their best foot forward to fight a bloody battle with it and protect Lu Yi. But why did you mess with the Jioli dynasty again? What? He smashed the ancestor statue of the robber sect and scolded the robber sect for being so poor that they don't have anything good at all? What? He broke the Mountain River Pagoda sect's protective formation because the Mountain River Pagoda sect's treasure vault was too tightly defended? The great Tao sect's group of powerhouses had their scalps all numb as they listened to the scouts coming over with a loud report. No, You had already offended these forces, which were already holding back from coming over to fight the great Tao sect, and you rushed over and insulted people again. You, immeasurable heavenly father, didn't you go out to look for dead man's wood? Ancestor Qingfeng Taoist couldn't help but softly call out his Tao name, immeasurable heavenly father. Luckily I didn't follow. If I had, wouldn't I have been killed alive? Sovereign, what do we do? Lu Chengfeng man was already numb. I've seen death. I've never seen such a death. Lu Yi dry this kind of behavior. Know clearly that you are refining the realm of emptiness. Don't know still think that you have succeeded in crossing the threshold. Other people have scattered gods and innate spiritual treasures, so you dare to charge their clans. But if it's weaker, do you dare to exterminate it? What to do? What can be done? Use all means to carefully collect all the news related to Lu Yi for me, and have Tianji Pavilion pay close attention to it. All of you get ready to go to war at any time. Yes, not only was the Great Tao sect paying attention to this matter, all the forces were now paying attention to this matter of Lu Yi. Outrageous. So outrageous. It had been too many years since these top great sects had been so provoked. This Lu Yi, not only provoking one, he is provoking all those who have a grudge against him. The entire great wasteland was in an uproar. Arrogant. Just too arrogant. Tianji Pavilion naturally wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity to make money, paying close attention to this matter and producing a newsletter as fast as possible, selling it at a very cheap price. But even if it was so cheap, in a very short time, it still made a lot of money. According to what was known, now the Mountain River Pagoda sect, the Hijacking sect, the Nine Dawns Heavenly Dynasty, the Yin Yang Dharma sect, and the Godless Gods dynasty totaled 5 forces, sending out 11 loose gods to hunt down Lu Yi. 11 loose gods. With so many scattered gods, even if the Great Tao sect came out to rescue them, they were afraid that they would only be able to fight these scattered gods to a standstill. According to the Tianji Pavilion sources, the Great Tao sect was still in a state of pressing on. That is to say, the Great Tao sect has not sped to help for the time being. Latest news. Lu Yi fled towards the desert of exterminating Buddha, and all 11 loose gods chased after him. The desert of exterminating Buddha. It's a dangerous place. And a lot of people died when the Buddha was exterminated back then, but they are all strong. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just that when we enter the desert of exterminating Buddhas, will Tenji Pavilion still be able to report in real time? You're insulting the Heavenly Chance Pavilion by saying that. The Heavenly Chance mirror peers into everything, where they can't see it. AI. They're all strong people of the human race. How did it come to this? The foreign races are now stupid, and the human race's side is still beating the dog's brains out. What kind of a thing is this? If you ask me, entering the desert of exterminating Buddha means that Lu Yi's area to flee is getting smaller and smaller. I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to be caught up, and at that time, Lu Yi will surely die. I don't think so. Lu Yi has killed 46 transition realms in one breath, and now there are just 11 loose gods, so I guess I can kill them with my hands. Chapter 095, The Way of Seeking the Way, 4 shifts, exterminating the Buddhist desert. The sprawling desert radiated heat and the air was distorted. Luno traveled through the desert. Much like the others have said, he is indeed being gradually surrounded now. 11 loose gods. A scattered god wasn't the transition realm, where he could trigger a heavenly tribulation. A scattered god had no such concerns. In terms of combat power, the combat power of a dispersed god was about the same as that of the transition realm. One has not yet transited, and one has failed to do so. If the transitional revelation disregarded the heavenly tribulation and erupted with all its might, the scattered god really wouldn't necessarily be able to beat the transitional revelation. But in that case, the transition realm would basically fall as well. Lu Yi now battle a loose god. Not much of a problem. All kinds of means come out. Loose gods can be killed by force, but the price to pay won't be small. These 11 loose gods, it wouldn't fit to forcefully kill one now. His purpose for being here is clear. Draw the eyes of the world. Make the Great Tao sect safe. Take the dead man's wood, and break through to the harmonious way. Kill the enemy. As for right or wrong, there is no such thing as right or wrong on the path of contention. If Lu Yi wins, then it is the fact that the clans did not listen to the advice, leading to the destruction of the disciples, and then they did not comply with the siege to kill Lu Yi, leading to their own one wrong step and one wrong step. Lu Yi's defeat, that is Lu Yi's killing nature is too heavy. Into the devil. First create killing sins, deserved his death. That's the way the world is supposed to be. Success is king and failure is king. Half of the temple hidden in the desert has appeared in front of them, and the temple that used to be golden and bright with Buddha's light has now turned into a broken wall. After the statue of Buddha crumbled into dust, the compassionate face became eerie. Lu Yi walked into it. The sound of chanting vaguely resounded. lingering in Lu Ye's ears. Lu Ye turned a deaf ear and marched forward. The head of the Buddha statue flipped over noiselessly. Lu Ye waved his hand and slashed his sword. The stone sword left deep sword marks on the Buddha's head. "Leave me alone." The strange spirit attached to the Buddha's head. The head of the Buddha silently turned back. This is a kind of obsession formed after the death of a fallen Buddhist powerhouse, with an average combat power, that is, the refined void realm, and a high level of intimidation. Through the front hall, the centermost Mahamudra collapsed, and countless skeletons were everywhere. Luno slams his fist into the ground. A large number of withered bones were sent flying, and the desert was blown out into a deep crater. Lu Ye's figure rushed into the sandpit. The sand suddenly began to tumble in a bizarre way, and the layers of killing intent turned blood red, constantly covering, to drown Lu Ye in it. Lu Ye continued to enter it. Countless blood-colored sands drilled towards his body, and all parts of his mouth, nose, eyes and ears were occupied by blood-colored sands. No, even sand began to appear in the veins. Such a horrible sight. A living, breathing person is turning into a sandman. Lu Ye had already experienced this in his last life, and it was not actually an attack tactic, but a very real illusion. The withered man would have been applying toxins to Lu Ye in a steady stream since he entered the temple, and this poison was so intangible that Lu Ye didn't care about it. Simply hallucinogenic, and he wasn't afraid. He had sunk very deep into the desert, and by concealing all of his aura through the concealment technique, suddenly, Lu Ye stopped. Within his divine sense, the current him had turned into an extremely terrifying state. Blood-red sand took over everything he was. Even his head was filled with sand. Luno reached out. A dry, blood-red wood was grabbed by him, and at the root of the blood-red wood, there existed a large number of root filaments, densely extending to a very large number of places. Obviously it was dry wood. Lu Ye grabbed but felt like he grabbed a handful of blood. The sword lights up. Vaguely mournful screams emanated from the dry wood. The dried wood arrived and the true essence was released, holding up a space in the depths of the desert. Practice. Ding. Start practicing. Golden sky great sunflower, blood sea unsullied bead, and dead man's wood. The three treasures that unite the third life come together. Under the state of cultivation, Yuaning opened his eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he chose to break through. Harmonize with the way. Harmonize with the way. Darken the way. This is a realm that initially involves the great Tao, and is also basically this realm where many people determine the direction of their cultivation. In his last life, the direction Lu Ye chose to take to merge with the Tao was a bit ridiculous to say the least. It's guarded. Guard the beloved. Guard the human race. People who lack love. If they can catch love, then they will not let go. Even if this love is full of thorns and thistles, grasping the hands of blood, but happy in it, cannot be extricated. Only those who do not lack love are qualified to pick it and screen it. Guarding the human race's life, he had nothing to do with it, and Lu Ye could always smile heartily when he watched other people's happiness. There is so much beauty in the world that is worth guarding. It was this guardian of the beloved, and at this moment, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. In this life, he wants to merge the path of seeking the way. All that I do not know and have not seen in the past is what I seek. In this life, I don't seek that beauty and wealth. I don't seek that compassion can be valuable. I only seek that the road has a cliff. I only seek the peak of the summit. I only seek to hear that the road can be dead. I only seek to go forward. A smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. That smile, calm, and cold. He's going to merge. The new poison. What will it be? Demon realm. After the 10,000 spirit demon emperor blew himself up, the group of dragons had no master, because the All-Souls demon emperor's prestige amongst the demon race was simply too high. There were still many demons who couldn't believe that it was dead even now, but the dead demons are dead, and the demon race has to move on. So the brand new demon emperor was pushed up. This was a powerful demon race that possessed a porcine bloodline, and its combat power could be said to be merely weaker than that of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. And in a barren place in the demon world, a soggy, gray bird lay in the muck, its breath weak, its Jubilee. But now, something was clearly not right with Jubilee. Her body continued to tremble, as if something kept burrowing inside. Suddenly, Vermilion Bird opened his eyes. Her eyes, at this moment, became fierce and maniacal. The next second, her eyes closed. When it opened again, it became anxious and struggling. The two streams of consciousness were frantically entangled, fighting, and merging within one body. Parasitism is ongoing. No, damn it, why is your Tao so strong too? A voice that didn't belong to Vermilion Bird came out of Vermilion Bird's mouth. The demon emperor who possessed the poor killer bloodline let out a pained and unwilling roar. His eyes changed. From the poor demon emperor, it became the All-Souls demon emperor. The Vermilion Bird panted heavily. After the fire bath, The vermilion bird was in an extremely weak state. The 10,000 spirit demon emperor tried desperately to parasitize her in general, but he still failed to parasitize her. But it can't be called a total failure. At this moment, it was as if two perspectives appeared in the eyes of the vermilion bird. One, her own perspective. One that was the perspective of the poor demon emperor. The parasitic seed had taken root inside her, and although she had forcibly cut away all the vines, the seed had not been banished, and it's fully integrated with her. In other words, wanting to completely exterminate the All Souls Demon Emperor, she, too, will die. Chapter 096 Massive Attack, 5 Shifts, Pass the Word, Pass My Orders. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was resurrected. Even though he had been heavily wounded by Lu Ye's Dao heart, more than heavily wounded, it was almost completely shattered. But in the end it was a parasitic heavenly demon. To be honest, in the last life, to be able to advance from the first heaven to the seventh heaven, from the first heaven all the time keeping the same speed with Lu Yi, can prove this. It's terrible. Of course, this was also because Lu Yi was waiting for his group of confidants to ascend together. Parasitic celestial demons reshaped the heart of the Tao. He saw Lu Ye's Dao, and his own Dao was resublimated after the break. Even if you have an infinite universe of stars, so what? Sooner or later, he could parasitize the star universe and become the most terrifying existence in the 9 heavens. With the help of the poor demon emperor's resurrection, the All Souls Demon Emperor was the first to understand all the things that had happened during this period. No. 1 on the ancient celestial pride list? Kill 46 transition realms? 11 loose gods are chasing Lu Yi into the desert of Buddha's destruction? All the other Fae are waiting for their chance to enter the Great Wasteland? When the 10,000 Souls Demon Emperor read all the information clearly, he only felt his eyelids jumping madly. Shit, still waiting for your chance? Now this is an opportunity that comes along once in 10,000 years. Waiting any longer until Lu Yi kills 11 loose gods before charging into the Great Wasteland, and then waiting for Lu Yi after the breakthrough to single-handedly brush all the foreigners? What do you think? Which one of you idiots asked for a wait? Immediately pass on my order to contact all the foreign races and have them gather all their strongest fighting forces to cross the void and return to the Great Wilderness. Enter the Great Wilderness. First destroy the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty. Occupy the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty territory, and station the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty as a base. Step 2. Each tribe's transition realm as well as the scattered gods converge. 1/2 stays behind, and 1/2 goes into the land of the exterminating Buddha to kill Lu Yi. As long as we kill Lu Yi, the third step will be to attack the Mountain River Pagoda sect with all our might, the robbery sect, and completely eat up the northern side of the Great Wasteland, separating it from the human race. The All Souls Demon Emperor was extremely grumpy, his words full of confidence and dominance. He pressed on with not a consultative attitude, but rather, he made these foreigners listen to his command. We can't let the transition realm go and surround Lu Yi. He has the means to trigger the heavenly tribulation. It's dangerous for the transition realm to go after him. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor broke into a rage. Where is your brain? Didn't you read what the scouts sent back? Lu Yi triggered the heavenly tribulation, causing the deaths of 46 transition realms because these transition realms themselves trapped themselves with formations, or else all the transition realms would have run away once the tribulation she was released. With the speed at which heavenly robberies appear, you can run all over the world at a transitional succession realm. He's attracting a fart of heavenly robberies. Spoken with arrogance. As soon as the other foreigners heard the tone of voice that said this, they suddenly felt that this head of poor Chi. How did it become the same as the All Souls Demon Emperor? You're All Souls? A Fae couldn't help but ask. I am the successor of the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor passed the 10,000 Spirit Blood Transforming Demon scripture to me a long time ago, and now that the Demon Emperor has fallen, then I will take over the name of the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor and become the new 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. On my command, foreigners, attack the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty. Boom! A large swath of foreign races gathered, a sea of soldiers, crossing the void and rushing towards the Great Wasteland. The spies of the human race and the foreign race quickly reported, and the human side was shocked to hear it. The Fae are coming, but what about the strongest of the human race? Everyone in the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty was enveloped in thick despair at this moment. Quickly, summon all the forces and tell them to come to the Jiuli Dynasty. The Jiuli Dynasty needs support. Summon all the forces. Yes, the human race was still quite united in the face of the alien attack. For a while, all the sects, even including the scattered cultivators, were rushing towards the Jiuli Heavenly Palace. Streams of light cut through the sky and sped through the void. The Great Tao sect was also prepared to go to war, although the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty and Lu Yi have a beef. Hey, hold the grass. Those 11 scattered gods didn't come back from the desert of destruction? Lu Changfeng, who was about to order support, stopped. the Jiuli Heavenly Kingdom, it doesn't seem to be in a particular hurry. His family's scattered gods hadn't even returned and were still chasing Lu Yi. So what was the hurry for his own great Tao sect? Wait a moment. When will those 11 scattered gods return, and when will the great Tao sect go to support them? Jiuli Dynasty. Dark clouds had already gathered above, and wind, rain, and thunder erupted into a terrifying heavenly disaster that descended towards the territory of the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty from all over the sky. A tornado swept across the land. The rain was like pouring water and flew, causing flooding. The heavenly fire wrapped in boulders smashed in. Yes, it was the gods who were the first to open the first battle. The war between cultivators, kicked off. No good. Among the 11 scattered gods, 2 of them received the news and their faces changed drastically. These 2 were the scattered gods of the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty. They hadn't expected at all that the foreign races would come at this time. And even more so, they hadn't expected that the first battle wouldn't take place in the godless god dynasty, but in the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty. No, we're going back for backup. The 2 loose god ancestors of the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty immediately stopped. No, now that we have locked the location of Lu Ye's last disappearance, which is in this temple, if you guys leave now, won't it be a lost cause? Even if the 2 of us leave, then there are still 9 of you. Can't you kill Lu Yi? How long can it take to kill a Lu Yi? Leave after you've killed him to make sure he's dead. Don't give him any chance to live. Otherwise, if he grows up, all of our Dao lineages will be destroyed. At the persuasion of the other 9, these 2 stayed, and surrounded the entire temple. To be sure, he's here. A loose god held a compass and said with unparalleled certainty, make sure you don't let him get away. 11 men, each hold their position. Understood. Do it. Boom. The already abandoned temple was completely blown to smithereens at this moment. The obsessions inside were all broken up as well. No, not no. The compass disappeared right here. Underground. Remove all the sand. A few loose gods used their great magical powers and began to remove large swaths of sand. The sand is really thick. As the sand was quickly removed, a large number of blood-red roots appeared in the 11 people's eyes. There really is something unusual in there. Another large amount of sand was thrown out. Finally, a piece of astral energy revealed the astral energy buried in it after the sand was lifted away. Ha ha ha, sure enough, here it is. Die for me. A loose god let out a loud laugh and waved his hand to slam his palm toward the astral aura. The astral deities were blown away by a single blow, revealing Luko on the inside. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this moment. An aura belonging to the harmonious Tao realm erupted on his body, and at the same time, a large number of bizarre patterns began to spread all over Lu Yi's body. That weird pattern was covered with the aura of reincarnation. The 4th type of poison exploded with a bang. Chapter 097 Reincarnation Obsession. One more, system, give me a push. Ding, pushing through. This kind of poison was obviously not the Taiyin marrowworm, which meant that the poison by Qiulan had laid was still at the back. Also glad it wasn't the Taiyin marrowworm. Which woman did it? Ding, the deduction was successful. It's a reincarnation obsession. Luno understood. Reincarnation obsession, similar to those strange mists before, was not strictly speaking a toxin. Rather, on the path of reincarnation, those souls that possessed a supreme obsession and were unwilling to enter reincarnation, after being crushed by the path of reincarnation, settled in the deepest recesses of reincarnation as a special existence. In this world, birth, old age, sickness and death, seeking and not being able to seek, grudges and hatred, love and separation, and the 5 Yin are prevalent. Some people, born into bitterness, do not want to reincarnate and regenerate, preferring to sink for eternity. Some people, old and bitter, old in body and mind, are powerless and sad. Some people are plagued by serious illnesses all their lives and have a lifetime of misery and suffering. There are some people, who are extremely afraid of death, for whom death is the end, and do not want to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation to start a new death. Some people are restless in death until they have avenged their deaths. Some people love without being able to love without being able to love, and the pain is unrelenting. There are people who have seen each other all their lives and not seen each other all their lives. There are those who gather even more worldly sufferings, who are born barren, who are born with great sickness, who fear death, who are old in heart and strength, who are unable to seek life, who are afraid to seek death, who are unable to love but are not allowed to do so, and who are unseen in their love. Great sorrow, great suffering, don't want to enter the wheel, don't dare to enter the wheel. These people, there are quite a few of them. This thing was used to influence the heart of the Tao, and was extremely difficult to deal with. A lord as good at reincarnation as the reincarnation Heavenly Father couldn't do anything with him. Lu Yidao's heart was like divine iron, incomparably strong. But why? Out of the corner of his eye, Were tears streaking down his face? Yes, Luno was crying. The 11 loose gods had intense killing intent in their eyes, each accumulating power to blast Lu Yi. But now, Lu Yi is crying? He's crying? 11 scattered gods' eyes showed a flash of disbelief. Not, they all the way to cultivate, is also considered to have experienced the large and small countless battles, but this is not even fight it. The person cried, or the first time to see. Such a crybaby was number 1 on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking? Lu Yi wiped his own tears, and this moment in his heart was like 10,000 grass mud horse god beasts rushing past. Bitter. It's too bitter. But it's not like he's bitter. Well, he's pretty bitter too, and you can't cry when you're bitter. A loose god couldn't help but sneer. It seems that you already know that you're going to fall here. It's only normal that you're crying for yourself in advance now. Give me death. Yin Yang Great Tao Palm. The Yin Yang Dharma sex loose gods took the lead. Black and white wheeled around, and a huge palm with white on the front and black on the back slapped at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes were cold. The true essence belonging to the harmonious Tao realm had been greatly enhanced in both quality and quantity, and it would also allow Lu Yi to have the initial qualification to use the Great Tao, the sky-splitting sword Tao. Lu Yi's black hair danced wildly as he drew his sword to the sky. Infinite sword intent was flowing between heaven and earth, and at this moment, the 11 loose gods, all of them felt a kind of fear. It was as if they had been transformed into ants with their necks waiting to be killed. If one says that before harmonization, flying through the sky and hiding on the ground still belongs to the level of high martial arts, then when one reaches harmonization, one formally transcends high martial arts and reaches the level of metaphysical fantasies. The aura between the heavens and the earth fluctuated violently. 11 sword chi rushed up into the sky, and terrifying sword intent flowed through the void. 11 loose gods roared out in anger at the same time. The exterminating Buddha desert instantly set off a terrifying sandstorm. Boom boom boom. The sword chi shattered off 11 attacks. Lu Yi took one step, a 9-colored lotus blooming under his feet. One step ascending to the heavens. His yuaning was inside his body, condensing his dharma seals. The breath skyrocketed. Hedo 1. Hedo 2. Hedo 3. One small step at a time. The secret method of eruption opened under the enchantment of the Great Tao. Cut off the water. The sword chi emitted a mournful whine as the sword intent raged, leaving clear traces in the void. Space is broken. The sword chi cut through a layer of space while charging towards the 11 scattered gods. Such a sharp and terrifying sword chi. An unconcealable fear rose in the hearts of the 11 scattered gods. They were scattered gods, people who had failed to cross the tribulation, and originally, their Tao hearts were all heavily damaged under the heavenly tribulation, and at this time, under the impact of the sword Tao, they were even more on the verge of collapsing. The only point they were proud of right now was that their realm was higher than Lu Yi's. The sword of 9 lives. Ding! The 2 sword lights collided. Scattered God's thick sword chi collided with Lu Yi's outburst of water-breaking sword chi. The energy thickness of both sides was simply not on the same level. The difference has to be at least twice as much at the very least. However, the moment the water-breaking sword chi and the Jiuli sword chi collided, the water-breaking sword chi was like a fast knife slicing into tofu, cutting off the Jiuli sword chi in an instant. There was consternation in the eyes of the scattered gods of the Jiuli celestial dynasty. Put! His body was chopped in two by the water-severing sword chi. The stone sword let out a clear and bright sword chant. Painfully its entire sword trembled. The sword path that Lu Yi used at this moment was simply the ultimate fulfillment for Shi Jian. Well, that qualifies you to be its owner. How many people can have this kind of sword way? Between heaven and earth? The 11 water-severing sword chi were like blossoming petals. One sword killed a loose god, and the other loose gods erupted with all sorts of Tao techniques. There was water-breaking sword chi being forcibly redirected. Some people dodged, and some people fought hard against it. The hard carriers were all cut in half. The 5 loose gods tried to recover from their injuries and despairingly realized that the wounds could not heal at all. Lu Yi utilized his secret method and took 9 steps in a row, hardening himself to the point of harmonious Tao great perfection. He was now. The total amount of true essence was still a bit short compared to the scattered gods, but the difference really wasn't as big as he thought. The terrifying sandstorm raged behind Lu Yi, forming a huge sand phantom. Lucano raised his fist. The Dharma phase behind him, which was an unknown number of feet tall, also raised its fist. The Dharma is Luno, and Luno is the Dharma. A fist slam. Boom! The violent and powerful wind formed a gully in the middle of the desert that extended for an unknown distance. The scattered god that was struck by this punch turned into a mist of blood that blended into the sand and dust and drifted away with the wind. Fierce. Extremely fierce. The tearful Lu Yi was fierce to the core in the eyes of the 4 remaining loose gods. How could there be such a strong sword path? And such a terrible punch? Could this be the weight of the top of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking? It was clear that the true essence they had erupted was twice, 3 times, or even more than Lu Ye's. However, under Lu Ye's true essence, their true essence, as if it was fake, did not belong to the same level in terms of quality at all. Run! The 4 loose gods were really scared. Heaven's pride is so damn good. You chase him down. He makes a breakthrough on the verge, and then kills back. If he doesn't die this time, whoever lets himself go after Tianjiao again, he will definitely rip his head off. These things all have great chi in them and really can't be messed with. Lu Ye's heart was filled with sorrow and bitterness, and all sorts of painful memories kept hitting his mind. He constantly felt that life had no meaning, but then his Taoist mind kept telling him, "You can." Myself. It seems depressed. Depression didn't affect his actions, though, and Lucano viciously wiped the tears from his face. Don't run. Chapter 098, I want to become a woman. Second shift. Lu Ye is strong in sword fighting, but that doesn't mean he's only strong in those 2 ways. Looking at the scattered gods fleeing in all 4 directions, he quickly formed seals with both hands. The aura of the robbery blossomed. The heaven and earth one hijacking technique. Last time, without the guidance of the great Tao, after forming Dharma seals for so long, it ended up being like a fart forming a torrent of robbing chi. And this time, thousands of prints per second. Countless fingers in bloom. Ray, come on. Boom. The aura of the heavenly calamity automatically enveloped the 4 fleeing mad gods. The scattered gods looked up in fear. Skyjacking. What's with the apocalypse? How was he able to invoke the heavenly calamity? Is he still human? Scattered gods, which were originally the product of failing to cross the tribulation realm, had a deep fear of the heavenly tribulation themselves. That heavenly might was infinite, and the robbing thunder was endless, split their flesh, even to destroy their souls. The image of the time of the tribulation had long been imprinted with a deep shadow in their hearts. Now once again, it was enveloped by the robotic aura. Fear pervaded their minds. Boom! 4 pure silver-colored thunderbolts fell with a loud bang. A world shrouded in a sandstorm in the middle of the desert exploded with thunder and light. The roar was like the roar of the heavens. The 4 loose gods were turned into coke at the same time. Done. Lu Yi took out the paper and wiped his nose in tears. The reincarnation obsession lingered around the Yuaning, and the Yuaning was also crying. So was Lu Yi. Bitter. Life is just too bitter. Damn it. Reincarnation, Heavenly Father. You created your own path and you don't deal with it cleanly yourself. Serves you right for not being a saint. System, give me a projection on how to fix it? There was a sobbing accent even in Lu Ye's voice. Ding, what did you say? I said give me a projection of how to solve it. To resolve this reincarnation obsession. Ding, what did you say? Lu Yi, dog system, get your ass out here. I'll whack you to death. Ding 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 ding. The system made a cheerful sound. Ha ha ha, the host actually cried. The host is a crybaby. Ha ha ha. Ruthlessly mocking Lu Yi a bit. The system was also secretly relieved, because Lu Ye's breakthrough to the harmonization realm was actually a very dangerous thing. The system was worried that he would resolutely step into the Jedi path because of his experience in his last life. The Tao of absolute love was indeed the topmost Tao. But what's the point? It had become a Tendo, and it had watched with its own eyes what 8 women had done to harm Lu Yi. And the result? It pressed on, unable to stop it, unable to inform Lu Yi, because it is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is merciless. Even from the heavenly Tao's perspective, Lu Yi was even its enemy. This is the desperate love. And if Lu Yi were to embark on this path, that would be the true path of extinction. And even if, in the future, he were to reach the very peak of the great Tao, there would be no joy in that. Happiness is the most precious thing a living being can have. And, of course, the most valuable thing a system can have. Ding! In the process of deduction, the estimated time for successful deduction is 12 hours. Please be patient with the host. Lu Yi huffed and began to clean up the battlefield. Ding! Host! What's wrong? Ding! It's okay, I just wanted to hear you talk. Lu Yi, you might as well become Tendo again otherwise. I'm starting to miss the system that had no emotional attachment whatsoever. Ding! I don't want it. I remember before you became a heaven's path. You weren't that skinny. You were just a bit of a melon lover. Why have you become like this now? Tink! I've suddenly come up with a great idea. Would you like to hear it? No, I don't want to hear it, and clearly express that you don't want to say it either. Ding! I'm going to become female. Become a woman. Ah. What? Lu Ye's voice rose at this moment. What did you say? Ding! Isn't that a great idea? Fine, fine, fine my ass. You're a system. How did you become a woman? Ding! I'm a system. Why can't I become a female? Isn't the host's favorite female? All you see is that I like women. And you don't remember a thing when I kill them? To be honest, the current Lu Yi really exists a very powerful wariness and even resistance to women. The system wanted to become a woman, and he was 100 times more reluctant, because he was at a loss and really couldn't figure out what kind of creature a woman was. After you've been bad to her, a little bit better, and she's touched to the core. She takes it for granted when you're nice to her all the time, and even feels that your kindness to her is a form of bondage to her. Isn't that pure and simple insanity, you say? Ding. Well then, I'll think about it. Why do you want to become a woman for a good reason? Lu Yi had to understand the system's motives. Tink, I think those women are living in too much pain right now to have a melon for me to eat. Lu Yi, living? Hurting? Lucano pondered for a moment. Chu Ling, it's been a long time since I've seen Chu Ling. She should have understood his purpose, so she desperately cultivated to keep up with him. Yu Hongling, the truth of this matter of Feng Wuxie came out. She did suffer for a while, but then she started to think of herself again. By Qiulan, the chaotic Yin poison is starting to kick in, and there's not much to say about this one, because the further it goes, the more pain she suffers until she dies. The vermilion bird, having been beaten and reborn from the fire, should have known some of the ends of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor, but it should not have lived a life that was too painful. Shangguan Mirage Spirit, who was still collecting treasures in cultivation techniques. Is he too kind? Lu Yi seriously reflected on himself, and it seemed that he had indeed been a bit merciful. Then be more ruthless yourself. His figure disappeared into the vast desert. Jioli Dynasty. The major foreign races attacked into it. How fast is the great battle of the cultivators? It's relatively normal for ordinary people to fight a war for 6 months and a year, but the cultivators' battle, advancing thousands of kilometers in half a day, was completely stress-free. The alien race that covered the sky was like locusts in transit, leaving behind a devastated Earth. A large number of cultivators fell. The Jioli Celestial Dynasty urgently asked for help. It was also true that a lot of human powerhouses came over to support them, but they still couldn't beat them. If Lu Yi hadn't killed so many strongmen, it would have been better. But now that so many strongmen had died, coupled with the fact that the Great Tao sect was not moving, although the Tai Shang Sword sect had struck out, they had not struck out with their full strength. The other clans that were enemies of Lu Yi along with the Jioli Heavenly Dynasty received the news of the fall of the scattered gods one after another, and their minds all collapsed. Lu Yi left from the desert of exterminating Buddha, came to a nearest town and bought a Skype. Wan Ling didn't die? Lu Yi was a bit surprised. This guy's heart is good enough, so it did not die. Since it did not die, it will be more powerful. It was also when Lu Yi was checking the Tianji news that the latest news from Tianji news came in. Jioli Heavenly Dynasty. Overthrow. Chapter 099, I have a plan, 3 shifts, boom. This piece of news was as loud as a thunderbolt. It blew everyone around it out of the water. The Jioli Dynasty is overthrown? How long has it been? And it's overthrown? Lu Yi received the message and sighed softly. With the fall of an empire, there is no telling how many people will be turned into rations for the foreigners. What can he do? The only thing that is practiced. A flash of madness flashed in Lu Ye's eyes. The foreign race could attack the great desolate human race, and there was no reason why the human race couldn't attack the foreign race. Although the alien race had already made their own small world into an iron pass, to Lu Yi, who had a heavenly array, there was no problem at all. He was now a harmonization one. Not having the strength to crush all the Fae, he needed a breakthrough. And the second target of the Fae has been chosen. Mountain and River Pagoda Sect. Why did you choose such a clan? It was simple. Because the Mountain River Pagoda Sect's protector formation had been broken by Lu Yi. The demon clan side had apparently also gotten the news that it was Lu Yi who had exterminated 11 loose gods. Growing too fast. The All Souls Demon Emperor's form had changed at this moment, and while it was originally the appearance of a poor chi, it had now become a strangely shaped being again. It carried a shocking killing intent in its eyes. Has the essence blood I want been collected? The All Souls Demon Emperor spoke, reporting back to the Demon Emperor. It has been collected. Alright, you guys attack the Mountain River Pagoda Sect. As usual, capture those who can be captured alive, and directly behead those who can't. Yes, Lu Yi knew the direction of the aliens' attack, and he wasn't panicked for a second. After all, the destruction of the Mountain River Pagoda Sect really had nothing to do with him. If there were no surprises, the third one to be overthrown would be the Godless God Dynasty. The Mountain River Pagoda Sect was located right in the middle of the Godless God Dynasty and the Jioli Heavenly Dynasty, and he was thinking that he could peddle all sorts of magic treasures to the other two empires for convenience. As a result, it is now convenient for others to exterminate them. Lu Yi charged towards the divine race. The demon race has no need. The treasures inside were basically scavenged clean by the All Souls Demon Emperor. The demon race is similarly similar. The Heavenly Demon Emperor practiced the 10,000 soul streamer painstakingly, and if it weren't for the Earthly Demon Emperor stopping him, the entire demon realm would have become the heavenly demon emperor's sustenance. For this attack, the various alien races were all out in force. The Mountain River Pagoda sect made a very helpless choice in the face of the raging alien alliance. Their clan protection formation was not only destroyed but modified beyond recognition by Lu Yi. It takes a while to even try to recover. Let's just say that the Fey attack couldn't have come at a better time. So they withdrew to the Godless Dynasty. Seeing this, the foreign races didn't have any hesitation either, and pounced straight on Godless Dynasty. Emperor Lord of the Godless Dynasty, named Shangguan Hongtian. At this moment, within the Imperial Dynasty, all of the great formations had been opened, which used the mountains and rivers as the foundation of the formation, and the dragon's energy as the veins, and together, they forged this super great formation. Any foreign races that were in the great formation would be suppressed, while the human race would gain. Amidst the increase and decrease, the alien race's advance finally slowed down. Godless Dynasty Palace. Everyone's hearts were incomparably anxious, their faces were grave, and the atmosphere in the Great Hall was heavy to the extreme. What does the Vanguard cult say? Reporting to Emperor Lord, the Vanguard sect has not seen our messenger. Shit. Shangguan Hongtian was furious. The promised concentric alliance of the human race, watchfulness and mutual assistance. My human race has the Vanguard sect as the #1 sect, and now they're being shrunk in heads? What about the hijacking clan? The robbery sect contacted them, but they relocated their clan and ran to the south of the Great Tao sect. Shangguan Hongtian. What did the Great Wayfarers say? The Great Tao sect said that they won't make any moves until Lu Yi has returned. Shangguan Hongtian's body shook and sat on top of the dragon chair. Good. Really, one is better than the other. Such a human race should be overthrown. Shangguan Hongtian gritted his teeth. Emperor Lord, the fourth princess seeks an audience. Shangguan Hongtian is now in the middle of the annoyance. What princess? This time to see what? Begging to be scolded? Tell her to get lost. Out of sight. He still needs to talk to the schemers group about what he's going to do. This kind of imperial dynasty can't just move away like a clan. If there were no more people, would the empire still be considered an empire? Father, I have a plan to retreat from the enemy. Shangguan Mirage Spirit shouted from outside the palace. In her previous life, under Lu Ye's various piles of treasures, she had progressed at a rapid pace and finally achieved greatness. But in her opinion, such a great emperor was a false great emperor. Although Lu Yi had made them great emperors, they were the most wasted great emperors. It's an appendage of his heavenly father. What she wanted was definitely not that kind of great emperor. She didn't need Lu Ye's help. Living a new life, she could completely achieve that kind of top great emperor with unparalleled battle power on her own, even impacting the heavenly father, impacting the realm of saints. Father, I really do have a plan to retreat the enemy. Believe me. Shangguan Hongtian's eyes were somewhat terrifying. He knew this daughter of his, Shangguan Mirage Spirit. In the recent half-year's work, Shangguan Mirage Spirit's cultivation had skyrocketed, and not long ago, she had even broken through to the refined void realm, and her qualifications had clearly become the strongest of the many royal sons and daughters. However, having just become refined void, it was too weak. In this case, the pressure doesn't work, but she's so persistent. Shangguan Hongtian raised his hand. Let her in. When Shangguan Mirage Spirit heard these words, she instantly became excited. She felt that her big chance was coming. The time has come. It's just a matter of people and daughter Shangguan Mirage Spirit. Meet father. Shangguan Hongtian looked at this daughter who had been born with a good skin, and had originally considered that he was going to let her make a marriage with other forces. But she had revealed her amazing cultivation talent. You said you have a way to retreat from the enemy? Shangguan Hongtian asked. Not bad, father. So tell me. Father, I heard that the Mountain River Pagoda sect has relocated its entire clan to my godless god dynasty. My daughter here has a kind of the topmost technique of the 9 heavens called the origin swallowing heaven scripture. This technique can swallow the origin of all things, especially all kinds of spiritual treasures and spiritual objects. My daughter dares to ask my father to help me with this, and she can gift me with the treasures of the godless god dynasty as well as the treasures of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, and I will only need a very short period of time to break through to the transition realm, and I'm 10% sure that I can succeed in my tribulation, and at that time, I'll be able to kill all the foreign races. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's voice was decisive, and her words were solid. The gaze was even more incomparably firm and confident. As long as she was given enough resources, she could achieve invincibility. In her last life, she had been caste-fed and completely failed to hammer home her desire to fight for the Tao. And in this life, she fights for herself. In the Great Hall, various powerful people, their eyes watched their noses watched their mouths, and their mouths watched their hearts. I can't hear anything, and it doesn't seem like a big deal for an old man to suddenly go deaf at his age. Shangguan Hongtian stared at this daughter of his. At this moment, his gaze became complicated. Think of yourself, but also smart. Xianfei is also virtuous and quite wise. Why would such a daughter be born? Is not pro-life? Chapter 100 The Great Emperor Reborn. For shifts, get out. Father, I really can. Believe me. I told you to get out. Shangguan Hongtian violently waved his sleeve, and Shangguan Mirage Spirit spat blood and flew backwards. Father, why don't you believe me? I really can. Shangguan Mirage Spirit knelt outside. She couldn't believe it and cried out. Escort her to the heavenly prison for me. No one is to be released without my order. Shangguan Hongtian was simply furious. What time is it? Still come over to give him more trouble. If not his own daughter, but any other person. Shangguan Hongtian can shoot her. Shangguan Mirage Spirit was thrown into the heavenly prison. Her face still held disbelief. It's not supposed to be like that. Is it? What he said was true. With the origin swallowing heaven scripture. As long as he was given enough spiritual treasures and spiritual objects to devour, he could indeed ascend very quickly, to reach the tribulation, then succeed in the tribulation, and kill all of this group of foreigners before ascending. Isn't this a one-shot thing? Why doesn't father believe in himself? Obviously Lu Yi, a person with no blood relationship, believed in himself. Give yourself countless treasures without any heartache. Why doesn't father believe me? There must be something wrong somewhere. By the way, he didn't say that he was reborn. If he said that he was reborn, and that he was a great emperor in his last life, in that case, his father should always believe it. Thinking of this, Shangguan Mirage Spirit shouted, quickly go and report to my father. I was a great emperor in my last life. Now I'm just returning from a rebirth. Tell him to believe in me. I can save the godless god dynasty. Not only can I save the godless god dynasty, but I can also lead the godless god dynasty on the 9 heavens journey and achieve supreme greatness. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's shouts caught the attention of the others. There was a lot of laughter. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. The reincarnation of a great emperor. No. It's the rebirth of a great emperor. It's awesome. I don't even dare to think that a great emperor who has returned from rebirth would just tell the truth about his rebirth. How can someone so stupid become a great emperor? Not good. You're actually a great emperor reborn. Then won't my identity as heaven-respecting born be recognized by you? I can't hide my identity as a saint reborn anymore. Go tell Shangguan Lauer that this saint is a saint reborn. And tell him to come over immediately. Kowtow to me 10 times. And call me 100 times grandpa. And I can grant him the opportunity to become an emperor. Ha ha ha. For a while, the entire heavenly prison was covered in rapture. Shangguan Mirage Spirit exploded with anger. What are you guys babbling about? I really was a great emperor in my past life. Do you guys know the Purple Phoenix Emperor? That was my close friend. Do you guys know the Heavenly Vault Emperor? I often sip tea with her. I'm sorry, I really don't recognize you yet. Since you said you're a great emperor, I'm rather curious. What path did you cultivate in your previous life to achieve great emperor? Someone asked curiously. Shangguan Mirage Spirit snorted coldly. The method I cultivate is called the Origin Swallowing Heaven Sutra. Only need to swallow the origin of the world's spiritual treasures. Then you can quickly cultivate. Back then, I swallowed the Heavenly Sovereign's treasure, the pouring heaven divine symbol, and then I was promoted to the realm of the great emperor. That is to say, you have not practiced any of the great paths? Why is it necessary to cultivate the great Tao when it is sufficient to become an emperor? Ha ha ha. There was another fit of maniacal laughter that brought tears to the eyes of the others. The Origin Swallowing Sky Scripture. Good one. The Origin Swallowing Sky Scripture. It's really a supreme technique. If what you say is true, then this technique, it's simply unparalleled in the ancient world. Laughing me to death. A great emperor does not cultivate. I can still hear such jokes before dying. It's worth dying. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's brows furrowed as she listened. Humph. Ratty. Don't bother with them. She looked at the jailer. This palace orders you to tell these words to my father immediately. My father will definitely let me out. Don't go yet. The jailer's eyes watch the nose watches the mouth, and the mouth watches the heart. In fact, what Shangguan Mirage Spirit was showing now could no longer be called stupid. It could be called foolish. She was the first to speak out about being born again. I'm afraid that this is also the first great emperor in the history of the world, who became a great emperor without cultivating the great Tao. It could be seen how much Lu Yi had given up in order to push these women to the realm of great emperors in the first place. Now it seems that Shangguan Mirage Spirit does not have the slightest bit of pleasing places in her body, so that when people see it, they are going to commit anorexia nervosa. In fact, when Lu Yi first met Shangguan Mirage Spirit, although Shangguan Mirage Spirit was a bit arrogant, she still had the naivety of a young girl. The smile on his face was cheerful. The fighting was intense. The foreign races and the godless dynasty engaged in fierce battles with the ally forces of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. The other cultivators of the human race, those with hot blood, also joined the battlefield. At this time, a divine race flew to the side of the ancient god king and said with an anxious expression, "God King, something big is wrong. Our god realm has been attacked." The ancient god king's face immediately changed drastically. Which power? It was clear that all the major powers were under the watchful eye of the foreigners. So how could it be possible that the divine race would be attacked without a sound? Not a force, just a man. The ancient god king's brows gently stretched. Why are you panicking when there's only one person? Who is it? Taishang Sword Sex Li Tianwu? No, it seems to be Lu Yi. Lu Yi? Which Lu Yi? Lu Yi, who is number 1 on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking. It's him? What's the situation? It's very bad. The god washing pool has been snatched away. In addition, the ancient god pagoda, the refining god temple have all been looted, and there's also a scattered god a transition fallen. The ancient god king's face once again changed drastically, shocked and angry. He's the only one, and now everyone left in the god realm can't do anything about him? No, can't catch it at all. When he hides, his breath all disappears, can't even find it with the heaven detecting mirror. The ancient god king already wanted to withdraw. The divine realm was his lair, and it was always impossible to let Lu Yi destroy it. There's no need to go back. After winning this battle, the divine race's loot will be increased by 10% more. The All Souls Demon Emperor did not allow the divine race to leave now. If you leave now, it's not just that the divine race's loss is in vain, but also that the battle in front of you is a lost cause. And at today's juncture, there's only a way to break the boat. The ancient god king clenched his teeth. Okay, hit me harder. The divine race struck out even more frantically in their fury. Lu Yi was also crazy enough to frantically plunder all the resources he could lay his eyes on in the divine race. Among the divine race, there were still strong people left behind. One of the three-eyed clan powerhouses was afraid that he had already cultivated to the 8th or even 9th heavenly layer of dispersed spirit, bursting out with astonishing strength. Lu Yi engaged it with all his might. And surprisingly, he didn't kill the other party within 3 minutes, so he could only choose to withdraw. However, only this one powerhouse was irrelevant and did not stop Lu Yi. He adopted the battle style of the enemy advancing and retreating, the enemy retreating and disturbing, and the enemy fatiguing and fighting, and flew to take away all the various heavy treasures of the divine race. The heavy treasures shrouded by various formations were no different from a little daughter-in-law with her clothes off in Lu Yi's eyes. Let him take it. Chapter 101, Without You. I'm invincible, 5 shifts, Demon Realm. Jubilee has recovered. She didn't enter the Great Wasteland, yet it was no different than if she had gone in person. Her vision split in two. One vision was her own, and one vision was that of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Can humans and demons coexist? It is a question to which all can give an answer. Can't. In the Vermilion Bird's vision, countless demon races, vicious and vicious, devoured the human race. The sound of bones breaking creaked. The cries and screams were endless. Some demon clans even eat only the most tender meat, and some demonic beasts only eat human heads. All sorts of cruel and horrible sights. Vermilion Bird was also in existence with very much experience, but when faced with this, she still felt physiological discomfort. Compared to what the current demon race was doing, Lu Yi's behavior of killing the demon race in the first place could simply be called compassionate. Why is it so cruel? The All Souls Demon Emperor was even more terrifying than she had imagined, and she saw with her own eyes that the All Souls Demon Emperor was not only parasitizing the demon race, but also the human race, the demon race, and the divine race. It has become epileptic and is parasitizing on a grand scale, no matter who it is, regardless of species or enemy. The more Jubilee looked, the more chilled she became. Could it be, with its parasitism, endless? She had to stop the All Souls Demon Emperor, but how could she? She looked at herself. If the All Souls Demon Emperor died, she would die as well. Could it be that, in this world, there was no method of removing the All Souls Demon Emperor's parasitism intact from another living being's body? Definitely. Yes. Luck yeah. Go to Luck yeah. Luck yeah will surely have a solution. The Vermilion Bird spread its wings and flew towards the Great Wasteland. Lu Yi has rushed into the ghost world at this time. The ghost world is eerie and scary. According to normal speaking, if a living person enters into the ghost world, it is really like a sun thrown into the darkness. But Lu Yi enters into it, but it is more like a ghost than a ghost. The Ghost Spirit King also got the message. It likewise did not go back. Attack the godless dynasty with more vigor. The godless pilgrimage and the Mountain River Pagoda sect joined forces and could no longer resist at this moment. One can only retreat and keep retreating. Finally retreated to the imperial capital. The large formation was fully defended. Shangguan Mirage Spirit escaped from the heavenly prison and once again came before Shangguan Hongtian. Father, it has come to this. Are you still unwilling to believe me? Just let me try. There is no other way but to let me try. Father, in my last life, I really was a great emperor, and now that I've returned from rebirth, give me enough resources in this life and I can achieve greatness. Father, it's come to this. Do I still have to lie to you? You trust me for once. Shangguan Hongtian looked at this daughter. Rebirth, great emperor, origin devouring heavenly scriptures. Things have come to this. Outside the imperial capital, the roar was deafening, and the entire imperial capital was shaking. Shangguan Hongtian's fists clenched. He took out a Hotian spiritual treasure. You show me. Shangguan Mirage Spirit froze. Yes, why did she not think? She can demonstrate it. Shangguan Mirage Spirit didn't talk nonsense. Getting this Hotian spiritual treasure sword and running the origin devouring heavenly scripture, one could see that this treasure sword began to tremble. A stream of light traveled along the sword's body, converging on top of the hilt, and eventually merging into Shangguan Mirage Spirit's body. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's body shook slightly, and her breath grew significantly, directly breaking through to the second level of refined void. Shangguan Hongtian was filled with dismay. I can't believe it's really elevated? This daughter of his, what he said was actually true. More. His voice was beginning to tremble a little. Shangguan Mirage Spirit once again began to absorb, and this time, even though she didn't make a breakthrough, her aura still grew. Father, I told you, I can. Well. Shangguan Hongtian was overjoyed and immediately ordered, fetch all the treasures of the palace and let Linger absorb them. Where is the Mountain River Pagoda sect? Have the Mountain River Pagoda sect patriarch arrive with all their spiritual treasures for her to absorb. Quickly, Shangguan Hongtian ordered. Originally, the imperial city was at the highest level of war readiness, and upon hearing the order, the Mountain River Pagoda sect patriarch also appeared in front of Shangguan Hongtian. The Mountain River Pagoda sect patriarch was named Lord Danqing. In addition to a hand of refining art at the peak, he also has a hand of ink painting art, which is really a masterpiece on earth. When Shangren Danqing was arriving, Shangguan Mirage Spirit was rapidly ascending, unknowingly having reached the fourth level of refined void. Brother Danqing, this is my daughter Shangguan Mirage Spirit. She approached me today to say that the marvelousness of her cultivation technique, as long as there are spiritual treasures and spiritual objects, she will be able to ascend indefinitely. And at the moment, the many spiritual treasures and spiritual objects of my godless dynasty have already been made available for my daughter to absorb. Her strength has already crossed 3 small realms in a very short period of time, which is really exaggerated. Lord Danqing was shocked at his words. There's such a thing? Brother Danqing, please look. As Shangguan Mirage Spirit kept absorbing the origin of the spiritual treasure, the speed of her cultivation enhancement was indeed astonishingly fast, but the speed of the spiritual treasure's consumption was also frighteningly fast. One spiritual treasure turned into pieces and completely disappeared. Shangren Danqing was incomparably surprised. This kung fu. There was actually such a subtle technique in the world. As a top refiner, he certainly knew that everything had an origin, especially the more precious the treasure, the more origin there was. Only, this thing, the origin, was mysterious and wonderful, and no one had ever heard of anyone being able to capture the origin within a treasure. As a result, this gong method could actually absorb the origin in such an overbearing manner. What does the Imperial Lord mean? At this moment, the alien race is pressing in with large armies, and both of us are already in danger. If the city guard formation is broken, both the Mountain River Pagoda sect and the godless pilgrimage will become a thing of the past. Now that we're at our wits' end, at the end of our rope, we don't have as many strong men as the other side at all. Then at this time, I for one need the strongest strong man to help us survive the desperate situation. With my daughter's current cultivation speed, as long as there are enough treasures for my daughter to absorb, she is afraid that she will be able to reach a height that we can't imagine. And at that time, I, the godless dynasty, and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, will have a chance to live. Brother Danqing, time is running out. Please make a decision quickly. At this time, Shangguan Mirage Spirit's aura once again vibrated. She had already broken through to the 5th level of refined void. Look, another breakthrough. From the 1st to the 5th wait in less than a quarter of an hour. Wait a little longer. Let me see. Shangren Danqing still didn't dare to make an immediate decision, because absorbing the origin like this, without even thinking about it, would definitely require a massive amount of treasures. But if the treasure was not used at this time, it would mostly be contributed to the foreigners. Seeing that it was only 5 minutes, Shangguan Mirage Spirit had already broken through to the 6th level of refined void. The Danqing Shangren made an immediate decision. I'll immediately have someone bring over the spirit treasures refined by the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's eyes carried an excited gleam. Lu Yi, what can you do if you're number one on the ancient celestial pride list? Now that I've swallowed all the Dharma treasures of the godless pilgrimage and the mountain river pagoda sect in one breath, my cultivation level will surpass yours by a long shot. I'm perfectly fine without you. I'm invincible. Chapter 102, Sudden Progress Transition Realm. The Godless God Dynasty and the Mountain River Pagoda sect both had transition realms. However, in this situation now, crossing the threshold was a death. The world wars, the great Tao is unstable, and heaven and earth are in turmoil. The battle had just begun when a transition realm resolutely chose to transmigrate. It was known that there were 3 transition realm transitions, but all of them fell. Now that the people are even more trapped in the Imperial City, you're crossing over in the Imperial City? The first lightning bolt will destroy the city guard formation. The heavenly Tao isn't a fool, so how could it allow you to cross the great formation above your head? Formations can be used in the middle of a crossing, but it can only be used to defend against the first lightning strike. Based on your own speculation, you speculate that the strength of the first robbing thunder is the strongest strike of the 5th level of the transitional realm, so the strength of your formation would be best to just be able to withstand a strike of the 5th level of the transitional realm. In that case, the intensity of the robbing thunder starts at the 5th level of the transition. If you were to arrange a strike that could withstand the 8th level of the transition realm, the strength of the first heavenly tribulation, that would be the 8th level of the transition realm. The intensity of the lightning starts at the 8th level of the transition. Of course, if you use your own formation path to set up a formation and use it to cross over, that doesn't count. The situation is this situation. Now that the transition realm was transiting, it was with the idea of burning the jade with the stone, wanting to pull the enemy to die with them. Shangwan Mirage Spirit claimed that she could succeed in her tribulation, and Shangwan Hongtian naturally didn't believe it 100 times. However, the gongfu that Shangwan Mirage Spirit had truly displayed was too divinely exaggerated. Shangwan Hongtian was also a learned man. He thought back to all the books he had read and had never seen such a feat. A few minutes to break through a layer of realm? Perhaps. What Shangwan Mirage Spirit said was true. She was indeed a great emperor reborn. Perhaps there really is a miracle. The Mountain River Pagoda sect had already arrived with many spiritual treasures, but even though the Mountain River Pagoda sect was good at refining weapons, the number of spiritual treasures was still maintained within 100, which were sold out on the one hand, and snatched away by Lu Yi on the other. One dead loose god, one dead transmigration, one less spiritual treasure for them. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was overjoyed. She got the spiritual treasure and once again began to absorb it vigorously. Strands of light continued to pour into her body. And as the light on top of the spiritual treasure disappeared, the spiritual treasure turned into pieces. The 7th level of the refined void. The Danqing Shangren was watching with trepidation. Such a fast cultivation speed? Even in the chaotic era before the 9 heavens, it was feared that no one could do it. This gongfu, it's too overbearing. It's more evil than the evil laws, more devilish than the devil's way. However, after Shangwan Mirage Spirit absorbed it, there was no evil and chaotic aura rising around her body. Only the crystal clear origin transformed into pure true essence, which was constantly transformed and upgraded. A reincarnated great emperor, when it really is a reincarnated great emperor. If she could really accomplish what she said, succeed in her tribulation and break the crisis at this moment, perhaps they, the Mountain River Pagoda sect, could also embrace a big leg. So what if the great Tao sect hugged Luya's thigh? He was number 1 on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, but this Shangwan Mirage Spirit was a great emperor reborn. In his last life, he was a great emperor, and in his rebirth, it was very likely that he would be stronger than his last life. This Shangwan Mirage Spirit always gave him a faint sense of stupidity. Is it an illusion? Shangwan Mirage Spirit's identity. Even if she wasn't a great emperor, she was still the imperial daughter of the godless god dynasty, so she wasn't stupid. Was she? Well, it's supposed to be an illusion. It's supposed to be an illusion. The 8th level of refining. It's too fast. Shangwan Hongtian had even driven all the others away, and only he and Shangren Danqing were here. What a terrifying technique. What a heavenly chance. Immeasurable fortune. Emperor Lord, you have given birth to a good daughter. Lord Danqing said with emotion. Chance? In fact, she is going to take up at least half of the factors. Some people have outstanding talent, but they don't have the luck, resulting in repeated missed opportunities, while some people are ordinary, but they have monstrous luck and soar to the heavens. To be able to possess such a domineering technique was itself a display of qi. Shangwan Hongtian couldn't help but have a smile on his face as well. So far, it seemed that Shangwan Mirage Spirit did not appear to be in any wrong situation. Her breath was smooth and her true essence was pure. It works. It definitely works. 9 heavens of refinement. Within such a short period of time, She had already refined the 9 heavens of void. Shangwan Mirage Spirit had no distractions. She continued to increase her total amount of true essence. Step by step, he approached the harmonization realm. Compression. She had actually started compressing her true essence. Shangwan Hongtian and Shangren Danqing were both glowing as they watched. At this juncture, still compressing true essence, it seemed that Shangwan Mirage Spirit really had a good plan. Shangren Danqing finally felt a little more at ease, knowing that before breaking through, compressing the true essence a little bit and making one's foundation solid, then the stupidity he felt before should be an illusion. In fact, he had also developed the thought of taking everything of Shangwan Mirage Spirit for himself. If he obtained this kind of technique, refining weapons while improving, he would simply be invincible. Unfortunately, the time and circumstances are all wrong now. If it wasn't for the alien army outside pressing in, and he wasn't sure if he could cultivate this kind of technique, he might have actually made a move. Compression. Compression. After sufficiently compressing 3 spirit treasures, Shangwan Mirage Spirit was finally satisfied. Break through the harmonization realm. Harmonizing with the way. Harmonizing with the way is naturally a preliminary determination of the way. In the previous life, when Shangwan Mirage Spirit merged with the Tao, she hadn't obtained the origin swallowing sky scripture, and this kind of technique, exhausting Lu Yi. Lu Yi couldn't get it out in the early stage, so she co-opted herself. Only her merging path at that time was the path of love. Family love and friendship were all things she aspired to, and fit quite well with Lu Yi's original way of guardianship. At that time when she merged with the Tao, her way of love was not strong, and Lu Yi thought that she was because of the overthrow of the godless God dynasty. But after all, the harmonization was successful. However, later on, I don't know whether it's because Shangwan Mirage Spirit's qualifications are stupid, or whether it's because her love for Lu Yi is not as strong as it should be. All in all, the path of love is a bumpy one. Then it was even more stagnant. Lu Yi helped her find various techniques to cultivate, and in the end, the one with the best results was the remnants of the heaven-swallowing demon technique, which was a technique created by the heaven-swallowing mayfly in combination with her own divine abilities. Lu Yi first deduced the heaven-swallowing demon law into the heaven-swallowing scripture that was suitable for human cultivation, only to find out that the heaven-swallowing scripture only boosted the true element without cultivating the great Tao. So how could this work? So, the deduction began again, and the heaven-swallowing sutra was changed to the heaven-swallowing heart sutra, and again, it was found to be incorrect. The heaven-swallowing heart sutra was changed to the heaven-swallowing Tao sutra. Still not right. Lu Yi was pulling Shangwan Mirage Spirit forward while deducing, and he was about to scrap the system. In the end, the origin-swallowing heaven scripture came out of nowhere. This Gong method, do not cultivate the great Tao. It can also be fixed. It's the kind of thing you can do without fixing. It was possible to break through the realm without cultivating the great Tao. It was the resources needed that were very exaggerated. As for the fighting, there is a track record of actual combat. Chapter 103, the weakest ever. There really is a track record of actual combat. Leaving aside the realm before the Great Emperor, let's just talk about the battle results after the Great Emperor. She had fought 3 battles with the Violet Phoenix Emperor. In the first match, the Violet Phoenix Emperor narrowly won because Shangwan Mirage Spirit had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm and her realm was still unstable. In the second match, Shangwan Mirage Spirit narrowly won. The Purple Phoenix Emperor's Purple Extreme Phoenix Flame no longer had any power over her. In the third match, Shangwan Mirage Spirit finished the match. Similarly, he had fought with the Heavenly Vault Emperor. After only one battle, the Heavenly Vault Emperor resigned himself to the fact that he was not willing to fight any longer, and invited Shangwan Mirage Spirit to sip tea. Luno at the time, well, when Shangwan Mirage Spirit lost to the Violet Phoenix Emperor, it hadn't been long since Lu Yi had ascended to the Heavenly Exaltation Realm. When Shangwan Mirage Spirit narrowly won, Lu Yi personally beheaded the fallen Tao Heavenly Father. When Shangwan Mirage Spirit was finished, Lu Yi conquered the barbarian Forbidden Land and flattened it, shaking the 9 heavens with his voice. So, Shangwan Mirage Spirit was really strong, not a vase of greatness. At this moment, Shangwan Mirage Spirit had already arrived at the very peak of the refined void realm. Breaking. In her last life, she chose the wrong avenue, putting aside the thousands of avenues and choosing a love avenue. It was a path that was completely unsuitable for her. Perhaps, she really loved Lu Yi, but how can there be any eternity in the love of this world? So, her path was broken. And in this life, no matter what avenue she chose, she would never choose the Tao of love again. She wants to be invincible. She's going the way of the invincible. At this moment, Shangwan Mirage Spirit's will was incomparably firm. She had seen many invincible paths, and even though they had encountered Lu Yi and the great Tao had collapsed, it was because they were not strong enough. The aura of a strong person of the invincible way in her opinion, was truly a gas that swallowed the world and was unrivaled in the world. Lu Yi hadn't even had this kind of gesture. The way of the invincible. Come on. A faint wisp of great Dao intent appeared on Shangwan Mirage Spirit's body. Shangwan Hongtian and Shinran Danqing were simultaneously shaken. It's starting. The Taoist intent is continuous, and it is born in a slow manner. It converged towards Shangwan Mirage Spirit's Yuaning. 2. The way of invincibility. They see. But this Taoyi, why is this so beyond the ordinary? Faint? Yes. Faint. Too faint. Both of them were well informed and had seen more than one person merge with the Tao. Even if it is a weaker harmonious Tao, the ripples of Tao intent that are raised are stronger than the Tao intent formed by the Shangwan Mirage Spirit right now. No. What's going on here? Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also startled. What's going on? She has condensed the way of invincibility. Why does she only have these Tao rhythms? Her battle records can be checked. She defeated 2 great emperors in a row, and even those 8 female emperors were barely her opponents. Although she basically hadn't moved against anyone else since the Passage Realm, she didn't need to move against anyone else either. But after defeating so many great emperors, was it still impossible to deserve the name of invincible? Shangwan Mirage Spirit was a bit flustered. How could she have known that invincibility was not some rootless thought? Yes, Shangwan Mirage Spirit's invincibility could only be a thought, not even a will. Throughout the ages, which one who took the path of invincibility did not fight thousands of battles and beat the world with admiration from all beings? That's the way to invincibility. The way of invincibility is fought, not thought. Even if it was Shangwan Mirage Spirit who walked the devouring path in this life, but no one had thought that she would dare to walk the invincible path. If Lu Yi appeared in front of Shangwan Mirage Spirit now, he was afraid that they would all cover their eyes. No way. The way of the invincible was a bit weak. She would have to change it. The great Tao was completely integrated into the Yuaning, and even the second before it was integrated into that Yuaning, the invincible Tao nearly collapsed completely. The realm of the Hapkido is complete. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's body trembled slightly. Fused? She actually fused such a weak avenue? This avenue. Shangwan Mirage Spirit didn't even know how to express her current mood. Shangwan Hongtian and Shangran Danqing's faces changed greatly at the same time at this moment. Linger, what happened to the great Tao you merged with? Shangwan Hongtian couldn't even be bothered to fight the matter of not disturbing Shangwan Mirage Spirit's cultivation, because the avenue is too weak. The strength or weakness of the fused great Tao was directly related to the upper limit of a cultivator's future. A weak Tao, even if it's the kind you cultivate until you die, is no match for the kind of people who cultivate the most powerful Tao. The Tao that Shangwan Mirage Spirit practiced was the way of invincibility, which itself was among the topmost and easiest to get started with. Easy to get started, high ceiling, just too much mortality. However, such an easy way of invincibility, Shangwan Mirage Spirit actually almost did not succeed in fusion. Shangwan Mirage Spirit also knew that she had been a bit hasty this time to merge with the Tao, and she had a hard time in her heart for a few moments, thinking that she shouldn't but okay. Father, Elder Danqing, do not be impatient. I am just trying something out. I don't need to merge with the Tao in this Gongfu itself. I am merging with the Tao just to break through the original shackles of the Gongfu. You guys just watch me continue to improve. Although Shangwan Mirage Spirit panicked internally for a moment, her mind shifted relatively quickly. Although she did not understand why the invincible way of harmonization was so weak, she could become a great emperor without harmonization in her last life, and she even harmonized in this life, and sticking to it by herself was growth. She continued to practice, as he devoured the spiritual treasure. Sure enough, his breath began to rise once again, with no limits at all. By this time, although there were still doubts in Shangwan Hongtian and Shangran Danqing's hearts, they were still able to accept it. As long as there is a constant stream of enhancements, a handle of spiritual treasure was quickly devoured. Hedo 2, Hedo triple, Hedo fourfold. It's too fast. Shangwan Hongtian and Shangran Danqing's spirits trembled, and the doubts in their hearts partially dissolved. The spirit treasure, however, also disappeared faster and faster at this time. The higher her realm was, the more true essence she needed to transform, and naturally, she needed more spirit treasures. Hundreds of spiritual treasures were already down to 20. Hedo sevenfold. 13 pieces remain. No, these spirit treasures are not enough. I still need spirit treasures, Shangwan Mirage Spirit said. Doyle. Shangwan Hongtian looked at Shangran Danqing. Shangran Danqing's expression was hesitant. Boom. There was another loud boom. Cracks had begun to appear in the city guard formation. Fellow Daoist, the state of affairs is in crisis. The scourge of destroying the clan and the country is close at hand. Shangran Danqing gritted his teeth and took out 11 spirit treasures once again. This batch of spirit treasures was clearly of a higher quality than the ones he took out before. Hedo eightfold. 5 remaining spiritual treasures. It's not enough. Shangguan Hongtian gritted his teeth and took out the last Hotian spiritual treasure belonging to the godless dynasty that was used by the godless dynasty powerhouses. He looked at Shangren Danqing again. The two men, for the moment, had transformed into gamblers. They had already placed a very heavy bet on Shangguan Mirage Spirit's body, and that bet could not be returned. If you don't follow through now, you lose the bet you made earlier, and it will kill the country and the family. One can only continue to follow up. Lord Danqing let out a long sigh. Seriously, he's regretting it now. This thing, is it really a great emperor reborn? It really doesn't look like much. Helpless, having come this far, his figure disappeared, and he had to take out all the spiritual treasures from the other cultivators of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. Chapter 104, Just a Treasure Innate Spiritual Treasure. Shangguan Hongtian hit the sample. The Godless God Dynasty possessed a total of 2 innate spiritual treasures. One named the Godless God Seal and the other named the Mountain and River Brocade Picture. Now, he took out the Mountain and River Brocade Map. This was an innate spiritual treasure that could help one cultivate. It was precious and incredibly important to the Supreme Empire, but couldn't care less. After the death of the country, the innate spiritual treasures are also for others. It has to be a success. With these words, Shangguan Hongtian didn't know if he was saying them to Shangguan Mirage Spirit or to himself. It has to be a success. Shangguan Mirage Spirit, however, didn't have any mental pressure, and immediately began to absorb this mountain and river brocade diagram. It was only an innate spiritual treasure. In her previous life, the heavenly exalted weapon had swallowed more than one. Heat 09. Innate spiritual treasures are really powerful. There's still some more to go. Shangguan Mirage Spirit opened her mouth. Lord Danqing sighed softly. The Mountain River Pagoda sect did possess 3 innate spiritual treasures. One was named the Mountain River Pagoda, one was named the Purple Breath Heavenly Flame Cauldron, and one was named the Glazed Xianhuang Sword. The Mountain River Pagoda was the symbol of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, so naturally, it could not be refined by Shangguan Mirage Spirit, and the Purple Qi Heavenly Flame Cauldron was the Mountain River Pagoda sect's weapon refining artifact, so it could not be given either. It would have to be for the Glazed Xianhuang Sword. Even if you have absorbed the Glazed Xianhuang Sword, you are only at the first level of the tribulation. Can you succeed in the tribulation? After all, Shangren Danqing did not hold back and opened his mouth to ask. Mostly, he's really heartbroken. Innate spiritual treasures, how precious. Shangguan Mirage Spirit raised an eyebrow. How dare you question me? She made seals with both hands and the Heavenly Silkworm 9 transformation secret method unfolded, and suddenly her breath began to soar. Stepping into the transitional realm in the blink of an eye and skyrocketing to the transitional realm 5th sky in a single breath. Such a law is truly amazing. Surprisingly, it could temporarily raise one's realm by that much. Not only did he cross a major realm, but he also rushed 5 minor realms after the major realm. If I enter the transition realm, I will already be semi-invincible, and if I succeed in the transition, I will be fully invincible. Shangguan Mirage Spirit said confidently. She showed her hand, and Lord Danqing didn't know what he should say. Letting out a long sigh, presenting the Glazed Xianhuang Sword with both hands. It's just an innate spiritual treasure. When I grow up, supreme treasures are worthless. When that time comes, I'll send one of you an imperial weapon, as long as you can hold it. Lord Danqing's face was expressionless. In front of a strong person, an innate spiritual treasure was nothing, but that was one of the Mountain River Pagoda sect's town treasures, and now that he was being talked about in such a way, he didn't feel good in his heart, and yet it doesn't show. No. He just doesn't understand. How is this kind of heart a great emperor? Who's the great emperor with this kind of heart? The Glazed Xianhuang Sword was absorbed out of its origin, and she opened her eyes. Not enough. Still not enough. Shangguan Hongtian and Shangren Danqing's expressions froze. My godless seal, a symbol of the godless dynasty, really can't be destroyed. Shangguan Hongtian looked at Shangren Danqing somewhat pleadingly. This thing, it's a jade seal, carrying the people of dawn and the dragon energy of the godless dynasty. Danqing Shangren, I, Shanha Pagoda, am also a symbol. What about the Purple Breath Heavenly Flame Tripod? The Purple Qi Heavenly Flame Cauldron is the #1 treasure of our clan's weapon refining. Without this cauldron, how can we still refine weapons? Shangren Danqing was 100 times unwilling. Boom boom boom. The entire city protector formation was shaking at the moment. Life and death are at stake. Doyle. Shangguan Hongtian let out a cry. Danqing Shangren. It's annoying. His heart ached. His flesh ached. His teeth ached, his liver ached. I really don't want to let the Purple Qi Heavenly Flame Cauldron be destroyed like this. It's a waste. How many spirit treasures could be refined from a single Purple Qi Heavenly Flame Cauldron? Doyle, here, take it. A palm-sized purple cauldron was handed over by Taoist Danqing. This time, Shangwon Mirage Spirit could break through the transition realm, right? Shangwon Phantom Spirit skimmed his mouth. Rat's eye. Today's investment, the future can be 1,000 times 10,000 times to get a return. What can not afford to give up? She took over the Violet Breath Heavenly Flame tripod and began to absorb it. The true essence was volatile, and the Yuaning was completely in the Shangwon Mirage Spirit's likeness, stunningly beautiful and floating like an immortal. She was getting closer and closer to the transition realm. Getting closer. Shangwon Hongtian and Daoist Danqing clenched their fists. Suddenly, their eyes widened. No! No! Shangwon Hongtian's voice changed, as if a eunuch let out a scream. This moment, a party of emperors, also shocked heart jumped to the throat. But, it's still too late. Shangwon Mirage Spirit violently compressed his true essence. The realm that was originally close to the transition realm was now pressed down to the beginning of the 9th level in a single breath. Danqing Shangren was dumbfounded. Shangwon Hongtian covered his chest and his breathing became rapid. What's wrong? Shangwon Mirage Spirit was puzzled. Wasn't it a normal operation to suppress the realm before this breakthrough? How are you going to break through the transition realm when all the treasures have been used up by you and you're still compressing the realm? Shangwon Hongtian shouted in anger. How could we run out? Father, isn't there still the godless seal? In my last life it was you who collapsed, the supreme empire, and was destroyed. I didn't absorb the godless seal, so I kept it as a reminder. Now that the supreme empire isn't going to be overthrown, I can completely swallow the godless seal and definitely break through to the transition realm. Shangwon Mirage Spirit said seriously. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the formation completely began to collapse and shatter. A monstrous black fog covered the sky. Ha ha ha, destroying two great human forces together. Painful. Ha ha ha. An overbearing and cruel loud laugh had reached their ears. Shangwon Mirage Spirit's face changed drastically. Father, hurry, it's almost too late. Shangwon Hongtian really wanted to make Shangwon Mirage Spirit die. You said that you obviously could have broken through smoothly, but you had to suppress the realm before breaking through. And just how much could you be boosted by suppressing that little bit? Must break through the transition. Gee, I have my own considerations. Shangwon Miraculous Spirit got the seal of godlessness, and the golden stream of light above the seal of godlessness quickly merged into Shangwon Miraculous Spirit's body. Where's the mountain river pagoda? I want it too. Quick. No. The mountain river pagoda is the symbol of my clan. You absolutely cannot be allowed to absorb it. The clan will all be destroyed soon. And signs, they were destroyed in the previous life. If you don't follow my footsteps in this life, you will be destroyed as well. Give it to me faster. Shangwon Mirage Spirit said loudly. Shangren Danqing shook his head fiercely. No, absolutely not. The screams outside had been earth-shattering. A large number of forbidden soldiers had been killed, and the palace's formations had begun to be attacked. Shangwon Mirage Spirit's eyes widened as she compressed her true essence once again without consulting Shangwon Hongtian or Shangren Danqing, and still make compression. Because Shangwon Mirage Spirit hated this kind of motherly behavior, and had already said that by following her, they could be rewarded 1,000 times over in the future. An innate spiritual treasure only. Linger, you're crazy. Shangwon Hongtian was simply going crazy when he saw Shangwon Mirage Spirit compressing her true essence once again. I'm not crazy. Do you guys really think that the heavenly tribulation is easy to cross? I have to put myself in the strongest state. Mountain River Pagoda. Give it to me. Danqing Shangren's eyes were red. His fists clenched tightly. He must have his mountain and river pagoda. One less mountain and river pagoda. What on earth can he do? Why, it must be. Pissed off poor guy. Chapter 105. Shangwon Mirage Spirit, however, didn't think that this was much of a test for Shangren Danqing. It's still the same. The district is just an innate spiritual treasure. Something she wouldn't have even looked at in her previous life when she threw it there. She knew that the Mountain River Pagoda was the most important treasure of the Mountain River Pagoda sect, and when Lu Yi saw the Mountain River Pagoda in his last life, he had even said, such a good thing. It's really a pity to destroy it. So let's keep it. Shangren Danqing's eyes were red as he took out the Mountain River Pagoda. The Shanha Pagoda is exquisite and absolutely beautiful, with flying eaves and horns, beautiful Xian Huangya color paintings, and just the right embellishments. So it can be said that it is a collection of the great beauty of the Orient. There was no beauty in Shangwon Mirage Spirit's eyes. She got the Mountain River Pagoda and started refining it at the first opportunity. The Mountain River Pagoda flew and became dim. Shangwon Mirage Spirit's face changed. Why does this treasure only have so little origin? Under the operation of the origin swallowing heaven scripture, the mountain and river pagoda rapidly decayed, collapsed, and shattered. Shangwon Mirage Spirit's breath grew a little. Never reached perfection. Unattained. Completion. Shangwon Mirage Spirit instantly became anxious. Quick, are there any more treasures? I'm still a little short of making a breakthrough. Isn't this mountain river pagoda your mountain river pagoda sect's greatest treasure? Why is it such a waste? Shangwan Mirage Spirit shouted with an urgent voice. Shangren Danqing looked at the mountain and river pagoda that had turned into ashes, and listened to Shangwan Mirage Spirit's rebuke. A maniacal grin appeared on his face. Ruined, ruined, all ruined, ha 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 ha, all ruined. He is the sinner of the mountain river pagoda sect. All of the mountain river pagoda sect's spiritual treasures, and even the symbols of the mountain river pagoda sect, were destroyed into his hands. Any more treasures? Ha 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 ha, any more treasures? The treasures that are regarded as spiritual pillars by the mountain river pagoda sect have all been given to you, and now you're still asking the poor Taoist if there are any treasures? Shangwan Hantian also almost failed to raise his breath and nearly passed out alive. I've told you to stop compressing your true essence and stop compressing it, and you're still compressing it. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also very angry. I've said it all. Crossing the tribulation isn't that easy. I have to make sure I'm in the best condition to cross the tribulation. Boom! The entire palace shook. The huge Buddha's palm covered the sky and fiercely slapped on top of the formation, slapping it and making it wail. A spear broke through the sky and stabbed on top of the grand formation, and cracks appeared in the formation immediately. Quick! Where's the spirit treasure? There's no time to talk nonsense with you guys. One more innate spirit treasure and it'll all be over. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also anxious and asked in a stern voice. Shangren Danqing's reddened eyes stared deathly at Shangwan Mirage Spirit. I'll ask you, can you break through without the spiritual treasure anymore? Shangwan Mirage Spirit was startled by such a pair of blood-red eyes staring at her, but she then became irritated. Do you think you're Lu Yi? Without a spiritual treasure, it's fine to have other treasures. Now I'm really just one step away from breaking through to the transition realm. Ha 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 ha. Shangren Danqing let out a maniacal laugh. White hair flying. The mountain and river pagoda is gone. The purple breath heavenly flame tripod is gone. The glazed Xianuang sword is gone. His favorite Shan Tian jade brush and Pishiying stone are all gone. The mountain river pagoda sect took out all the spiritual treasures for Shangwan Mirage Spirit to use. Everything. He retrieved all the spirit treasures in the hands of the other strongest members of the clan. I'll just ask you, can you break through? Lord Danqing asked again. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was incomparably annoyed. She had already made it very clear. Can't. Danqing Shangren completely exploded. If you can't then you're going to die. In the center of his palm, a flash of fire blossomed, which took on a golden color, carrying his great Dao and striking out a crazy blow in the midst of extreme exasperation. Heavenly fire blast empty palm. Fellow Daoist Danqing. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was startled. She reacted quickly and threw a punch. Heavenly Father's fist. A special aura bloomed. All of Shangwan Mirage Spirit's true essence around her body converged towards her fist, and it fought fiercely with Shangren Danqing's heavenly fiery air palm. Boom! The Danqing Shangren did not move at all. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's figure couldn't stop retreating. Ha ha ha! Shangren Danqing let out a somewhat maniacal laugh. Such strength as a great emperor reborn? Such strength can cross the tribulation to save me equal to the danger? Shangwan Hantian was also stunned. He looked at Shangwan Mirage Spirit with difficulty in believing it. Why are you so weak? It couldn't be said to be weak. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's strength was still very good at the harmonization realm, but it was far from the level they expected. In their thoughts, possessing such a powerful technique, the Shangwan Mirage Spirit, who is really suspected of being reborn as a great emperor, will be able to fight across the ranks as if it were a common occurrence, and succeed in crossing the threshold as if it were a bag of tricks. Now he can't even beat Shangren Danqing? Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also at a loss at this moment. She had, just now, used out a heavenly fist. 9 lives of the Heavenly Father Lu Ye's overwhelming skill. How could he, at the peak of the harmonious Tao realm and one step short of the level of perfection, even back down after a single move with the transitional succession realm? In her last life, Lu Yi never supported her in her fights. Too many combat skills were not taught to her, and only 3 skills were taught to her. One is the heavenly demon transforming blood transportation. One is the 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm. One is the Heavenly Father's fist. Lu Yi told her that if she really encountered an opponent, she could first explode the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm to see if she could scare off her opponent. If you can't scare them off, then use out the heavenly fist. If the heavenly sovereign fist still couldn't scare them off, then they would use the heavenly demon blood transformation escape to escape. At that time, Shangwan Mirage Spirit didn't quite understand. She had used out the 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm and the heavenly fist. Who couldn't beat them? Why do you need to be scared off? I'll kill you. Shangren Danqing was practically having a seizure. He's going to spit blood. The mountain river pagoda sect's thousands of years of savings had supplied such a waste. The mountain and river pagodas are shattered. That's the symbol of the mountain river pagoda sect. Even if the mountain river pagoda sect was destroyed, with the mountain river pagoda in place. This sect would always be remembered, leaving a trace in this world. But now it's all gone. Everything's gone. It's all about this woman. Shangren Danqing erupted with all his might at this moment. His aura was like an erupting volcano. Golden fire clouds rolled in the sky, and heaven and earth sensed the aura of the transitional succession realm and actually began to want to condense the succession clouds. But the Danqing Shangren didn't care. He's going to kill someone. He's going to kill someone. 9 Heavenly Arcane Firefinger. Father. Shangguan Mirage Spirit looked at Shangguan Hantian. Shangguan Hantian took a deep breath, and his voice was low and contained anger that was hard to suppress. Godless Seal. He let out a roar. A backhanded Godless Seal slammed viciously towards Shangguan Mirage Spirit. Yes, smashed at Shangguan Mirage Spirit. He is really going to be furious. How did he himself give birth to such a stupid daughter? Who the hell does she look like? Shangguan Mirage Spirit's eyes carried a disbelief that could not be concealed. Her father. Even he wants to kill her? It was also at this time that the grand formation protecting the palace completely collapsed. Shangguan Mirage Spirit erupted into the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm. Her left and right hands simultaneously transformed into fists to meet the 2 attacks. Boom! Shangguan Mirage Spirit once again flew backwards, her face turning red as she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't even make a move. I, the Mountain River Pagoda sect, am willing to surrender. As long as I'm allowed to kill this bitchy maid, I'm willing to surrender. As things had come to a head, Shangguan Hantian also let out a sorrowful roar. I too will surrender. Let me kill her. Chapter 106, The Solution. One more, why is that? Looking at his own father in Shangren Dansheng, who had a murderous intent, Shangguan Mirage Spirit's eyes were filled with sorrow and bitterness. Numerous powerful members of the alien race surrounded the entire palace heavily. Shangguan Mirage Spirit had no way or time to persuade her father. Father, take care of yourself. Before she left, she even admonished Shangguan Hantian. In the next second, blood mist erupted around her. Scarlet streams of light traveled at an incredible speed. Even at the transition realm, the heavenly demon emperor didn't react, and Shangguan Mirage Spirit had already disappeared. She doesn't believe it. She couldn't believe that her fighting strength was only that little. She was the one who had defeated a great emperor. What had gone wrong? Ding 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 ding. The system sounded happy. Originally, Lu Yi was frantically searching for treasures. He had already searched the divine race realm, the spirit realm, the ghost realm as well as the demon realm. The demon realm doesn't need to go. There's no need to go. Walking around, you end up getting pulled in by the system, and it's kind of an excellent show to watch. The light curtain disappears. Ding, she was actually able to cultivate into a great emperor? It's incredible that I didn't even feel confused at that time. The systems all made an incredulous noise. No, this thing is even capable of becoming a great emperor. Lu Yi is also completely awake now. Not awake under the influence of the reincarnation obsession, but completely awake to the feelings of these women. Looking back now, one is indeed wrong. Very wrong. He had never denied his own fault. And perhaps it was because he understood his own fault in his heart that was the reason he had never killed these women himself. If luck he hadn't been at fault at all, things would have turned out the way they did. First day of rebirth. First 3 minutes. In the first minute, Chu Ling's body shook. The wash basin smashed on the ground. Lu Ye's eyes glared. Waste slave girl, you can't even hold a basin. You already have a way to take death. Kill. In the second minute, Yu Hongling kicked the door in. A punch to the head. Kill. In the third minute, the sneak attack on Bai Qiulan was unsuccessful, and he escaped with the help of the clan protection formation. The next day, sneak into the godless dynasty to assassinate Shangguan Mirage Spirit. On the third day, sneak into the demon world to assassinate Vermilion Bird. From then on, without any distractions, he cultivated to the second heavens to kill another one, and cultivated to the third heavens to continue killing. That's the right way to open it. Shangguan Mirage Spirit's sentient path had collapsed. Did he not understand it in the first place? Or maybe he doesn't want to understand? Lu Yi gently smiled. After all, the lack of love to the defects, always feel almost, all can, no problem, should work, but in the end, it really doesn't work. Ding, deduction successful. The countdown is finally over. Lu Yi didn't stop crying for the rest of the day, and he really suppressed the reincarnation obsession by virtue of his incomparably terrifying Dao heart. If he wasn't the strongest heavenly sovereign, the obsession that had been accumulated over so many years on the path of reincarnation would be enough to break him in a split second. Lucano was merely crying now. In fact, billions and billions, countless hisses, ravings, wails, too many sorrowful voices mixed together were enough to tear apart all the Dao hearts under the great emperors. The great emperor was afraid that he would also be tortured out of a seizure by these voices. Luno just sees them as misery. What you are experiencing now is your experience of grief and suffering, and I can help you out of your grief and suffering. Ding! There are two solutions. First, to become a saint, saints are separated from the heavenly Tao and can wear out their obsessions. Lu Yi. It's common knowledge that the first floor is full of crap. Secondly, the parasitic heavenly demon true method was revamped to become parasitic deity, which can be dispersed and implanted into other people, but involves not being able to startle the deity, and if you do, the deity will solidify. Luno got it. He had read the true law of heavenly demon parasitism, the old line of the All Souls Demon Emperor. He was also used to calling the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. After all, he was an old rival. In reality, he should be called a parasitic heavenly demon, a kind of bizarre parasite. Lucano began to ponder. It was naturally impossible for him to directly parasitize on a large scale through his essence blood like the All Souls Demon Emperor. That was the 10,000 Souls Demon Emperor's innate divine ability, a means that was born. And you can't alarm the obsession? This means that he can't just grab over a person and pour his obsession into their soul, because the obsession thing is too much and too scary, and an unusual person who only bears a little bit of it will cause their soul to collapse. After the collapse of the soul, the obsession is naturally frightened. They then clump together as if they were plastered monkeys, holding on for dear life and never letting go again. It's a little tricky. A full 6 minutes of contemplation. There it is. Luya's reddened eyes from crying became bright. He didn't need to learn from the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor at all. All he needed to do was to instill his obsessions into the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor, who of course couldn't allow it, nor could he withstand that much obsessions. What if the flood comes and can't be stopped? There is only one option, and that is to drain the flood. The bigger the flood, the more flood relief. In that case, it must be a bit of a ploy. Lu Yi already had an idea in his mind, and now the treasures that should be collected were pretty much collected, can be returned. His figure headed toward the great wasteland. Shangwan Mirage Spirit escaped. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape was one of the most powerful escape techniques recognized in the 9 heavens. It can be used from the 1st to the 9th heaven, because the more essence and blood essence you consume, the faster you run, which can be called the jack of all trades in the fleeing world. Shangwan Mirage Spirit escaped. With a single breath, he directly escaped from the surroundings of the alien army and hid with a face that was incomparably pale. What's going on? Why is that? Shangwan Mirage Spirit still couldn't accept it and kept repeating these words under her breath. She. War records available. It shouldn't be. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, but she couldn't figure out what exactly. It wasn't like she could go to Lu Yi and ask. Based on the last time he ran into Lu Yi really did kill her at first sight. Who should I ask then? A figure that appeared in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's mind. Bai Qiulan. Of the 8 female emperors, only 2 were sister-type figures, and one of them was Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan was Lu Yi's master teacher, and Lu Yi had great respect for her. She should know exactly what's going on in this situation right now and ask herself. Be sure to ask. After adjusting the deficient origin in his body, Shangwan Mirage Spirit flew towards the Great Tao sect. Along the way, she saw the devastated earth, the mountains of corpses. Too many cultivators and innocents had died in the midst of this great battle. Shangwan Mirage Spirit couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Lu Yi wasn't a guardian of the human race? Is that how he guards? Now that the human race is massively dead and wounded, where are the others? Why don't you come out and stop it? Hypocrisy. There were scares along the way. She had finally arrived at the Great Tao sect. Who? At this moment, in the Great Tao sect, the Great Protector Formation layer by layer completely shrouded the sect, and the countless mountain peaks were shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see them. The eyes of the 2 Harmonization Realm Supreme Elders glowed as they stared at Shangwan Mirage Spirit. My name is Shangwan Mirage Spirit. I'm an acquaintance of your sect's Bai Qiulan. I've come to the Great Tao sect to seek an audience with Bai Qiulan. Please inform me. Chapter 107. What the hell are you winning? Second shift, Great Tao sect. Bran Peak. Who did you say is the one outside the clan seeking an audience? Surprise appeared in Bai Qiulan's eyes. What is she doing here? Yu Hongling frowned. She and Shangwan Mirage Spirit, in fact, were somewhat less than cordial, because she felt that Lu Yi was too good to this Shangwan Mirage Spirit, better than it was for her. How's that gonna work? Moreover, this Shangwan Mirage Spirit, how, in Yu Hongling's opinion, her own master or Chu Ling or Zhu Yao, all are qualified to become great emperors. Even though Lu Yi had helped them a lot, they might not be unable to become great emperors without Lu Yi's help. She cultivated the ancient reverse chaos true scripture, and her character was fearless, and she was fearless when it came to fighting. It is true that there is a battle and a great way in the body. Chu Ling was also surging forward in the Tao of the Sword, with superb combat prowess, and could be said to be a top-notch Tao of the Sword great emperor. Bai Qiulan's chaotic Taiyin divine body came with the power of chaotic Taiyin, comparable to those innate Tao fetuses, and his Taiyin techniques were terrifyingly infinite. Although the vermilion bird was compassionate, people came from a great place. It was the vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird avatar that the vermilion bird herself possessed was enough to allow her to retain a place in the great emperor realm. Like the violet phoenix emperor of the previous life, when he fought with the vermilion bird, he was afraid that he would only lose both. As for this Shangguan mirage spirit, the violet phoenix emperor was dying of anger. Great emperors also had dignity. When Lu Yi had just become a heavenly exalt, the violet phoenix great emperor was not even willing to sell Lu Yi's face, because what Lu Yi had asked her to do was almost close to humiliation. Then Luno got fiercer and fiercer, plus Lu Yi had a great attitude. She could only sell Lu Yi face. Then later on, Lu Yi had reached an extremely terrifying point. The violet phoenix emperor finally accepted that being begged by such a heavenly dignitary wasn't just an act. No problem. Bai Qiulan had also just learned that the godless god dynasty had directly surrendered to the foreigners, and Shangguan mirage spirit was afraid that she had come here now because she wasn't willing to surrender. I'll get her. I'm not going. Yu Hongling's temper came up. Stinky senior brother had been out for a long time. It turned out that Lu Yi had been here all along, and she hadn't felt anything, but this time, she hadn't seen Lu Yi for a long time, and she felt rather lonely. Some missed. Elder brother should have already merged with the Tao, right? Will he still go the way of the guardian, as he did in his last life? If she were to follow the path of guardianship, she would only need to enter his guardianship again, and Lu Yi would always guard herself. In this life, she wouldn't be so capricious. Not long after, Bai Qiulan picked up Shangguan mirage spirit and released the boundary. Alright, it's safe here, so you can relax, Bai Qiulan said in a gentle voice. Shangguan mirage spirit let out a long sigh of relief. She poured herself a glass of water and drank it down in one gulp, not in thirst, but to suppress the hard feelings in her heart. Sister Bai, the godless dynasty has been overthrown again. Shangguan mirage spirit opened her mouth, and her tears wanted to fall down. Bai Qiulan had nothing to say about this. He couldn't say he deserved it, could he? After all, the godless dynasty colluded with the foreigners in the last life, and there was nothing to wash their hands of. Don't be sad. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay at Bai Lan Feng, Bai Qiulan said softly. Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. But although there was some indignation, he didn't say anything in the end. I didn't come here to stay in the Great Tao sect, but because I wanted to come over to figure out one thing. Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan's gazes simultaneously looked toward Shangguan mirage spirit. Shangguan mirage spirit took a deep breath. The technique I cultivate is called the origin swallowing heaven scripture. Do you know it? Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling glanced at each other. All of them can see the unique meaning in each other's eyes. No. I relied on this technique to become a great emperor in my last life. Is this technique considered particularly strong? Bai Qiulan nodded his head once again. To be able to push someone who didn't cultivate the great Tao up to the great emperor realm, such a technique could no longer be considered strong. It was simply rare and unheard of in the ancient times. It was scarier than her Taiyin transformation Bible. This was one of the reasons why Yu Hongling and Shangguan mirage spirit did not deal with each other. The gongfu cultivated by Yu Hongling was the gongfu of the fearless emperor, and although it suited her the most, I guess, it wasn't Lu Ye's self-created gongfu after all. Shangguan mirage spirit practiced this technique. At first there is borrowed from the swallowing the sky demon scripture, and then completely Lu Yi all in the self-creation. I do not know how much effort, more than favoring the moon red diamonds to spoil, which can be done. If this technique is so powerful, then why is it that now that I've broken through and have broken through to the peak of harmonization, how come my combat power is still inferior to that of an ordinary transition realm? Shangguan mirage spirit said in an unacceptable manner. With these words, Bai Qiulan fell silent. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. In her last life, Lu Yi had 3 orders, forbidding everyone to strike Shangguan mirage spirit, because Shangguan mirage spirit herself had collapsed on the great Tao, and was already hurting, and then being sneered at in general. Lu Yi was worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of blow. I'll tell her later when the time is a little more ripe. And so, it waited until she got Luck Yeo killed. Nice. The needle doesn't poke. Bai Qiulan didn't know how to explain it. But Yu Hongling wasn't afraid of anything now. Everyone has betrayed Shifu, and Shifu doesn't seem to care about them anymore. Whether the Shangguan mirage spirit crumbled or not was none of her business. That technique of yours, powerful is indeed quite powerful, but the key it is not a combat technique. You were also a great emperor in your previous life. Why don't you understand that a great emperor who was unable to utilize the great Tao can be counted as a great emperor? Yu Hongling said directly and dryly. Shangguan mirage spirit froze and hastily retorted. How is it not a combat technique? When I fought the Violet Phoenix Emperor, I won 2 out of 3. Yu Hongling snorted. Hongling, Bai Qiulan couldn't help but chide Yu Hongling. Sister White, you let her talk. Shangwan Mirage Spirit felt as if she was about to hear a super huge truth. She was a little scared and a little desperate. How come it's separated by a formation again? Sun Ruowei at the doorway was startled. Another melon? Good for you, Bai Qiulan. She had felt like she was about to eat almost all of the melon, but she didn't expect this damn boundary to appear now. She pressed herself against the knot. What's it say in there? Just say it. You think you can really beat Violet Phoenix Great Emperor? That's because the Violet Phoenix Great Emperor didn't even fight you seriously. If she came down seriously, you wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from her before you'd be turned into flying dust. Hongling, stop it. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's eyes widened when she heard this. No way. I fought her 3 times. And it's clear that she couldn't beat me because of my progress. Bullshit. During the first match, when Senior Brother was promoted to Heavenly Exalt, he knew that you and the Violet Phoenix Emperor were going to spar, and hurriedly sent a message for the Violet Phoenix Emperor to lose to you. But the Violet Phoenix Emperor didn't listen but didn't injure you either. The second time we fought, after Senior Brother killed the fallen Dao Heavenly Father, he was injured and visited the Violet Phoenix Emperor at his door. And only then did the Violet Phoenix Emperor move and agree to let you have a moment. The third time Senior Brother gave a gift again. The Violet Phoenix Emperor was indifferent at that time, so he accompanied you and acted out a bit, allowing you to win painfully. Without Senior Brother, you won my ass. A Vase Great Emperor like you doesn't even have the qualifications to meet the Violet Phoenix Great Emperor, and you're still talking nonsense about winning 2 out of 3. Shame on you. Chapter 108, So Deceived, 3 shifts, Shangwan Mirage Spirit froze. She fought the Violet Phoenix Emperor and won 2 out of 3. But it was actually because Lu Yi had greeted the Violet Phoenix Emperor in advance? No way. Absolutely not. Great Emperors also had dignity, and the Purple Phoenix Great Emperor was even the best of them. So how could he deliberately admit defeat? Doesn't she want Her Majesty? Looking at Shangwan Mirage Spirit's face full of disbelief, Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. What? You still don't believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's voice snapped up. What about the Heavenly Vault Emperor? I went to challenge the Heavenly Vault Emperor, but it was an impromptu decision. No one went to talk about it, so it can't be that Lu Yi is operating behind the scenes, can it? Yu Hongling laughed, a happy, mocking laugh. It's good that you don't talk about it. Talking about it makes me want to laugh even more. When you were looking for the Heavenly Vault Emperor, you met and used out the 9 changes of the Heavenly Silkworm. Heavenly Father Fist. In the greatness of the 9 heavens, who doesn't know that the Heavenly Dignity Fist is my Senior Brother's strongest aptitude? Do you really think that the Heavenly Vault Emperor is stupid? For you to be able to erupt the aura of the Heavenly Dignity Fist, you're obviously one of my Senior Brother's people. And when my Senior Brother taught you the Heavenly Dignity Fist in the first place, it was because he was afraid that you'd go and intentionally seek death. With that strength of yours, if you messed with a random Great Emperor, they could slap you to death. But for you to burst out with the aura of the Heavenly Father's fist, that's my Senior Brother telling everyone plainly that this is his 9 lives Heavenly Father's man. If you make a move against you, you have to consider being mentally prepared to face the retaliation of the 9 lives Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Vault Emperor isn't a fool. Do you really think that you'll be able to scare a Great Emperor into admitting defeat just by bursting out your aura? It wasn't even my Senior Brother's Heavenly Fist aura that made the Heavenly Vault Emperor understand your identity. No. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's body retreated several steps in a row. Even his legs weakened and he nearly fell to the ground. Bai Qiulan hurriedly assisted Shangwan Mirage Spirit. And my fight with you 7? Shangwan Mirage Spirit still had a hint of light in her eyes as she and several other women all exchanged blows. Yu Hongling snorted coldly and was about to speak as well, but suddenly thought of the tactics her Senior Brother had used to force her to agree to give way to Shangwan Mirage Spirit at that time. She couldn't help but blush a little. That time, the Senior Brother was really indescribable and unimaginable. When it was over, Yu Hongling, who felt like she was going to die, heard the audio-visual that Lu Yi had left for her. She agreed to many of the things Lu Yi said, which included giving way to Shangwan Mirage Spirit when she fought with him. Of course, this is just one of the insignificant ones. Lu Yi is very understanding of the Moon Redling's person. If you are in her clouds directly specifically proposed to let her go to let the Shangwan Phantom Spirit, then the Moon Redling will certainly blow up at that time. Ironically, the Shangwan Mirage Spirit s all over the place. But Lu Yi came up with many excessive demands, which included and were not limited to things that were extremely difficult to be ashamed of. So the matter of letting go of Shangwan Mirage Spirit was not worth mentioning. Yu Hongling agreed in passing. But, even so, when Yu Hongling fought Shangwan Mirage Spirit at that time, she still beat Shangwan Mirage Spirit up, and in the end, she pretended that she didn't have enough Dao Source, and chose to admit defeat. Yu Hongling didn't say anything. Bai Qiulan sighed. Things had come to this, so let's say it all. Before you made a date with us, we did promise Lu Yi to let you. Hearing these words, the light in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's eyes completely extinguished. Her body went limp and she was completely unsteady on her feet. No, it's not. Tears quickly built up in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's eyes as a scene from the past surfaced in her mind. Your Tao. No more? One day, Lu Yi looked at her incredulously. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also incredibly downcast at this. Brother Lu, it seems like I really don't have a talent for cultivation. I've worked very hard. Why isn't my cultivation going up at all? Lu Yi seemed to have suffered a very big blow at that moment. Your way. No more. Your way is the way of love. Why is it gone? Why is it gone? I ask myself, I have no right or wrong. What? Lu Yi then revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. It's okay. It's okay. It's not just that there is no more avenue. And no more avenue doesn't mean that there is no talent for cultivation either. Wait for me. I'll think of something for you. Next, Lu Yi found any way for her to try to restore her avenue. Take her to play. Cheer her up. Give her treasures. No recovery. Lu Yi had no choice but to think of another way, choosing to give Shangwan Mirage Spirit a different avenue. How can this thing called the Great Way disappear and be replaced? It was still possible for an absolute heavenly pride, but if it was placed on Shangwan Mirage Spirit's body, it could be imagined. Later, Lu Yi went to great lengths to find the divine pill and took her with him as he ascended. She could sense that Luko was tired, so she offered to leave Luko alone. Of course, it wasn't as if she really meant it. Lu Yi laughed at that time and said, "Don't give up. Don't give up. This is the Steel Seventh Company." Shangwan Mirage Spirit? It wasn't until Lu Yi found the heaven-swallowing demon scripture that Lu Yi began to let her try to cultivate it. From the heaven-swallowing demon scripture to the heaven-swallowing heart scripture to the heaven-swallowing Tao scripture and finally to the origin heaven-swallowing scripture, she finally retraced her steps on the path of true cultivation. Although she didn't have a Tao, her realm advancement really flew. Not only was she catching up with the other 7 women, but she had the vague intention of overtaking them, which made her confidence soar. However, Lu Yi had been urging her not to fight with others. She didn't have the Tao, and although her realm had come up, her fighting ability was relatively weak. With her strength growing so fast, she was naturally unconvinced. She asked Lu Yi to teach her powerful fighting techniques, but Lu Yi disagreed. She's not convinced. Start practicing combat tactics on your own. And it never works. He could only continue to grind Lu Yi, and Lu Yi had no choice but to be ground by her, and carefully selected 3 means for her to practice. The heavenly devil transforms into a blood recluse, the 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm, as well as Lu Yi's strongest heavenly fist. Past memories, little by little, surfaced in front of Shangwan Mirage Spirit, causing her to burst into tears. Making me cultivate the origin swallowing sky scripture is to raise me as a vase, as a waste, as a laughingstock for everyone to laugh at? Shangwan Mirage Spirit said with a sad voice. Yu Hongling, who was still reminiscing about that one good time, stood up from her stool in a mischievous manner when she heard this. Her eyes stared sharply at Shangwan Mirage Spirit. What do you mean by that? Shangwan Mirage Spirit smiled dementedly. What can I mean? What can I mean? You all have the Tao, but I don't have the Tao. I'm the weakest. What can I mean? The origin swallowing heaven sutra. Ha ha ha, what a realm only. Not Tao cultivating origin swallowing heaven sutra. He's really tricked me so badly. So badly. Chapter 109, Laughing to Death, 4 shifts, Yu Hongling exploded. You're stupid yourself. You can't cultivate your own Tao. And you can blame senior brother for that? You can cultivate your own Tao and be able to cultivate your own Tao without it. How can you blame senior brother for that? Shangwan Mirage Spirit didn't know where the strength came from. Perhaps she couldn't stand to look at Yu Hongling either. My avenue disappeared. He gave up on me. It's not like I didn't ask him to give up on me. Saying something about not abandoning and not giving up. As a result, you all have avenues of greatness. But you let me cultivate a technique that has no way to cultivate out of the avenues of greatness. Why can't this be blamed on him? Yu Hongling lunged forward. Bai Qiulan was quick to stop Yu Hongling in her arms. Hongling, calm down. Piss me off, master. What nonsense is she saying? Don't stop me. I'll beat her to death. Yu Hongling was being held by Bai Qiulan, her teeth and claws open, bound to fight Shangwan Mirage Spirit to the death. I was right. I was right. You're right, my ass. Who told you that the origin swallowing heaven scripture can't cultivate out the great Tao? It's obvious that you're the one who's stupid and can't cultivate out the great Tao. You're cultivating a fart's great Tao. What realm were you already in when you got this true scripture? What's the bullshit about cultivating the great Tao? Which one of the people in that realm isn't the great Tao already melted into the body and heart? I also cultivated the origin swallowing heaven sutra when I returned from rebirth. Why I still couldn't cultivate out the great Tao and cultivate out a peerless great Tao. Weak to the extreme. Is the reason for this gong method. Bai Qiulan's body stiffened. Yu Hongling was also stunned. Both of their gazes couldn't help but look at Shangwan Mirage Spirit, and their expressions were somewhat indescribable. All in all, it seemed as if he was a little skeptical of his ears and a little shocked. You said, in this life, what Tao did you cultivate? Bai Qiulan couldn't help but ask. Invincible Avenue? Yu Hongling uttered those 4 words with disbelief. What's wrong? What happened to the Invincible Avenue? As Shangwan Mirage Spirit looked at the state of the two, an ominous premonition inexplicably rose in his heart. Master, let go of me. I won't hit her anymore. This moment's Yu Hongling was suddenly a bit tasteless. No, what's the point of bothering yourself with a fool? She practiced the way of invincibility? Ha 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 ha. She actually practices the avenue of invincibility. Ha 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 ha. Yu Hongling's shoulders trembled madly, and she couldn't stop the expression on her face from changing. Shangwan Mirage Spirit? What do you mean by that? It was fine if she didn't ask, but after this question, Yu Hongling completely couldn't tense up and started laughing madly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Master, she actually cultivates the invincible avenue. Ha ha ha. Yu Hongling pointed at Shangwan Mirage Spirit and laughed so hard that she directly bent over, tears coming out of her eyes. At this moment, her mockery of Shangwan Mirage Spirit reached its peak. Bai Qiulan's expression managed to appear out of control for a moment as well, unconsciously revealing a smile. Although she quickly collected herself, it was still captured by Shangwan Mirage Spirit. No, Bai Qiulan was always known for her gentleness and tolerance. What was that smile of hers just now? Was she laughing at herself too? Why? What's so ridiculous? What's wrong with me taking the invincible avenue? I just like the invincible avenue. I firmly believe that I'm invincible in the world. What's wrong with that? Shangwan Mirage Spirit said with dissatisfaction. Yu Hongling laughed even more happily, leaning forward and back. Shangwan Mirage Spirit looked at Bai Qiulan. Sister Bai, I cultivate the invincible avenue. What's wrong? Why do you all find it funny? Bai Qiulan tried to keep his expression under control and said in a serious tone. Mirage Spirit, you chose the wrong avenue. Shangwan Mirage Spirit? It's not like you don't know Lu Yi. Why would you still choose the invincible avenue? With Lu Yi in the current world, which one dares to call himself invincible? You were so close to Lu Yi in your last life. Don't you know Lu Yi's strength? You take the path of invincibility. You can beat Lu Yi? Shangwan Mirage Spirit. It's not like Lu Yi is walking the path of invincibility. She's still making a last stand. However, the strongest of the invincible way, when they come to the end, they will all face Lu Yi, attack toward him, wail, and fall. Lu Yi is the invincible final path. You take the path of invincibility. That's not. Yu Hongling added the latter 2 words. Injustice seed. No, it's stupid. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was still unwilling. But I don't see an invincible aura in Lu Yi. That's because Lu Yi's invincibility is to outsiders. Bai Qiulan's eyes became despondent. He has been a guardian to us, all the way to the word. How could the sword of the invincible be directed toward one of its own? How can an unbeatable punch land on one of your own? Moreover, you take the path of invincibility? The path of invincibility is to fight out. It is to kill out invincibility. The opponents that you have defeated. Added together there are 20 of them? You take the path of invincibility? Stupid. So stupid. So stupid I can't take it. A dense pain rose in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's heart. Yu Hongling shook her head with a look of rotten wood that could not be carved. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was really hit hard. Seeing Yu Hongling's attitude like this made her a little angry again. Just hello? You're all reborn back. Brother Lu will never stop you and your Feng Wuxia again. Why haven't you gone to double date with your Feng Wuxiepis? Shangwan Mirage Spirit said mockingly. Luna, I'll fight you. Lu Yi still didn't know that Shangwan Mirage Spirit had actually come to the Great Tao sect. He came back with a large batch of resources, and after arriving at the sect, he wanted to dive headfirst into the middle of the Dan Peak, but after thinking about it for a while, he still went to seek an audience with Lu Changfeng first. Disciple Lu Yi, meet Patriarch. Ha ha ha, I heard that you stormed into the alien race's lair, killed 7 transitional succession, 4 dispersed gods, and raided the alien race's lair? Lu Changfeng said excitedly. The more he looked at Lu Yi now, the more he felt that he had made an incomparably correct decision in the first place. It was because Lu Yi was not only gifted, but he was also relatively calm and collected, with a clear goal in mind. The point is that it's also a bit ruthless. The foreign races were coming in force, and the human race was in danger. Under such circumstances, Lu Yi still killed all 11 loose gods that were chasing him, without the slightest intention of keeping them over to join the battle. When he came out from the desert of the destroyed Buddha and saw the destruction of the Jioli celestial dynasty, he didn't participate in the war impatiently, but decisively traveled to the alien world and chose to steal home. Because in the case of insufficient strength, Lu Yi couldn't play much of a role even if he participated in the battle. If you couldn't defeat the All Souls Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Demon Emperor, everything was all for naught. Not bad. Did scavenge some treasures? As he spoke, tears flowed down Lu Yi's face. Lu Changfeng? He was a bit at a loss for words. What's wrong with him? Why is he crying for a good reason? No harm done. But it was just the high winds and sands of the desert of the exterminating Buddha that got me blinded. These are the treasures that I have acquired. The ones that I can use myself have been put away. These are all the ones that I can't use and can be used as resources for the clan. Chapter 110, Qinshi Tong. 5 shifts, Lu Changfeng hastily refused. Patriarch, please don't worry. These things are really of no use to me. Moreover, the clan and I are originally one. The clan is strong and I can be strong. By the same token, me being strong is also the clan being strong. This is the reasoning of complementing each other. The patriarch should know that it was the disciple who sold out. Lu Changfeng was helpless and said with a smile, all right, since you have such a heart, the clan can't treat you poorly. When the time comes, the clan will reward you with a batch of spirit stones. In addition, if you have any needs, you can come and tell me directly. If it's reasonable, I'll do my best to fulfill your needs. Thank you, Sovereign. Right, there's one more thing. I'm going to attack the foreign race 7 days later. If the clan is with me, please be prepared. 7 days? Isn't that too soon? There is no hurry. It should be enough. The current Lu Yi was no longer the Lu Yi of the Qi collection realm Yuan Dan realm. At that time, Lu Yi had no resources, no treasures, and only a merit law and the system's cultivation function. And it's a different story with Lu Yi now, capturing so many cultivation resources in one breath. This time, he could at least refine 4 giant spirit pills, the kind that would pack a full stomach. As for the residue of the elixir affecting the purity of true essence, that was something that affected people who were cultivating for the first time. What did it have to do with him? A reborn person. When the dark turmoil, those guys opened their mouths and ate one galaxy after another. All kinds of divine gold pills without even chewing a bit. And I haven't heard of anyone being affected by impurities. His figure arrived at Dan Peak. Lu Yi, it's here. Is it for alchemy? Taoist Green Fire asked as he rubbed his hands together with some excitement. Yes, Peak Master. It's time to borrow your 9 dragons off fire furnace again. Lu Yi said rather politely. Taoist Greenfire casually waved his hand. That's all trivial. That is, this time when you alchemize pills, can you slow down a bit? Last time I was so shocked that I didn't learn anything. It would be nice if you could refine pills slower. Naturally there is no problem. I can refine pills like this because I have a very deep understanding of pharmacology. If you have a deep understanding, you can also refine like this. When the time comes, I'll write down the pharmacology I know and have some alchemy tips. If you don't mind, you can take a look. A slight embarrassment appeared on Taoist Greenfire's face. That one, does it fit? Lu Yi smiled warmly and tears flowed again. So annoying. Taoist Greenfire was shocked. Forget it, I don't want any pharmacology or insights. Don't be sad. Lu Yi, I've got this eye injury that hasn't healed thoroughly lately. It has nothing to do with you. No need to worry. In that case, I have elixirs for eyes here. I'll send you some. No. The elixir is useless. Let's go to alchemy. Crying and refining with no repercussions? Don't worry. No. The two of them entered the alchemy room. Lu Yi had the intention to let Taoist Green Flame sense the Tao of Dan and slowed down the speed of alchemy a bit. Half an hour later. How does it feel? Green Fire Taoist. Can we put one herb at a time? You've got a big pinch. You really can't keep up. So I'll slow down a little more? No. Alchemy is important. You refine first. Taoist Green Flame could also sort of see that if he wanted to reach Lu Ye's alchemy realm, it wouldn't be possible to do so overnight. And Lu Ye's hands were just too fast, grabbing a bunch of herbs and letting Taoist Greenfire look at them. Taoist Greenfire took a look. Good lord, 40 to 50 kinds. He hadn't even recognized all of the herbs yet when Lu Yi came and said, it's time. Then the herbs were thrown into the Dan furnace. How can I learn this? Okay, then you'll learn later. Lu Yi prodded the flame. And the original white Sun Yang flame was now glowing with a faint gray light, because when Lu Yi was in the ghost realm, he had refined another kind of divine flame called Yin Soul Night Flame. After fusing the two divine flames a bit, the temperature of the flames was finally a bit higher. However, the herbs were more varied and in larger quantities, and the final elixir that was refined was still about 15 centimeters in diameter. Faint milli-luminous light surfaced above the lines of the elixir, and at a glance, it was a superb elixir. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 pills were successfully refined, and Lu Yi and Taoist Greenfire took their leave. I'll write out the pharmacology and insights for you when I have time, but it might take a while. I need to take the pills to cultivate first. Taoist Greenfire hurriedly waved his hand. You go ahead and do your thing. I'm in no hurry. Good. Then disciple farewell. Luno turned to leave. Taoist Greenfire couldn't help but gently stroke his beard as he looked at Lu Ye's back. Gentle and elegant. Not arrogant and not impatient. At such a young age he actually has the style of a patriarch. No wonder so many girls love him. Yet he is bent on the great Tao. His future is unlimited. The more he looked at Lu Yi, the more he liked him. In this world, such a young man is really rare. Lu Yi returned to his room. Looking at the elixir, there was no need to move the Dharma sky this time. He opened his mouth violently, and a ray of light blossomed from his mouth. The light shone on top of the elixir, and the huge elixir dripped and began to get smaller. It finally became the size of a finger and was swallowed by Lu Yi in one gulp. Turn on the cultivation. Ding! Open cultivation. Hedo 2. Begin to ascend. The surging true essence was volatile, and the rolling medicinal power boiled. Lu Ye's figure was hidden in the dense mist, like the road in the sky. His strength began to grow. Hedo triple. Hedo fourfold. Hedo fivefold. The 4 pills were all swallowed into the abdomen, and the great medicines treasured by the various foreign races were transformed into the most surging aid to help Lu Yi cultivate. Yu Hongling heard the news of Lu Ye's return and ran to Lu Ye's door at the first opportunity. Senior. She knocked on the door of the room. Lu Yi was in the middle of his full-on cultivation, so of course he wouldn't pay any attention to her. However, at this time, there was misty light and shadow, slightly rippling in the void. The haze filled the air, and a white and slender leg stepped out from the haze. The haze converged and together they wove a colorful neon dress, draping it over the woman who was a divine show of creation and supreme beauty. Ding! Illusion successful. The woman lightly opened her red lips, and a smile appeared above her face that was so perfect that it didn't seem like it should exist in heaven and earth. Hey, dog hosts don't listen, so let yourself have some fun. She took a step, accompanied by a fresh scent, and came behind the door of the room. Yu Hongling gently sniffed her nose. It smells so good. This kind of fragrance was definitely not as simple as an aroma. It was more like a sense of having a fleshly saintly self, like a great medicine in the world. In heaven and earth, no living being would refuse such a fragrance. LOL. The door to the room opened. 4 eyes. Yu Hongling stared blankly ahead, her eyes unable to suppress a flash of amazement. How can there be such a supreme beauty in this world? Ding. Well, hello, my name is Shin Shitong. You're one of my brother's ex-wives. Yu Hongling, right? Chapter 111, The Package of Breaking Defense God. God Creek Tongue? Ex-wife. Yu Hongling was still shocked at the beauty of the woman in front of her, but after recalling Shin Shitong's words, a monstrous flame erupted out of her heart with a mischievous bang. However, she did not explode. She's holding back, even if the unknown flame burned her eyes red. You know me? Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Of course I know. If you don't separate from my brother, according to the generation, I still have to honor you with a sister. But now it seems that there is no need. Why don't you use it? Yu Hongling's eyes became even redder. It was as if Shin Shitong hadn't noticed, a simple happy smile spreading across her face. Because you betrayed your brother. Betrayed love. Brother, a person who is so attached to love, the more he betrays, the deeper he is hurt. Surely he won't forgive you. And think for yourself. You betrayed your brother. And if he loved you very much, the more he was hurt, the less he could forgive. If he forgives you, it means that your betrayal didn't hurt your brother that much, which means that he doesn't love you that much. So now these 2 paths, put in front of you, how should you choose? Yu Hongling's face turned pale when she heard this. Her body was uncontrollable and she took 3 steps back. The flames had burned up to her head, making her skull stiff and her mind foggy. 2 paths? What's the choice? To forgive is not to love. To love is not to forgive. Oh yeah, choosing to forgive means you don't care about the doghouse. You don't care if Luko loves you or not. You just like the resources Luko is able to bring to you. I'm not. Yu Hongling let out a growl. Shin Shitong was not affected in the slightest and smiled gently. I don't think you are either. You're so pretty and in such good shape. You can't be like a white wolf, can you? Yu Hongling forced herself to regain her composure. At this moment, in Yu Hongling's heart, this inexplicably out of God Shitong annoying degree has completely exceeded the Shangwan Mirage spirit, and the super is not a body position. Who the hell are you? Why do you know so much? Within Yu Hongling's memories, there was absolutely no such person as Shin Shitong. Such a beautiful person. As long as he comes out, he will definitely shock the world. It is impossible to be silent. The cultivation world is a special place. In this world, there are too many beauties. What woman doesn't want to become beautiful? And when a woman has the means to make herself beautiful and there are no side effects, imagine how crazy women can get. But even if you remodel yourself to be beautiful, that's still beauty in your eyes. And beauty is different. But this Shin Shi-tong that appeared now gathered all the beauty. And when Yu Hongling saw her for the first time, she clearly determined that she was the most beautiful existence in this world, as if she was the flower of the supreme Tao. How was it possible that she hadn't heard of such a person at all in her previous life? I'm just an ordinary person who is now in love with my brother, and he told me everything, Shin Shi-tong said with a smile. Including the last life, including how you betrayed him. Yu Hongling was once again furious. The word betrayal made her extremely upset. But what angered her the most was the fact that Lu Yi had actually told her about the rebirth. She understood when Shangwan Mirage Spirit said about being reborn because Shangwan Mirage Spirit was stupid. Lu Yi was so smart that he even told about the rebirth. That's only one possibility. It was this woman who was the one person Lu Yi was willing to choose to trust again after he was reborn, even after 8 betrayals. No. Yu Hongling couldn't accept it. If from now on, Lu Yi sealed heart absolute love, even if she cannot get Lu Yi's forgiveness she continue to fight on the line. Because the reason why Lucky sealed his heart and destroyed his love was because he couldn't forget them. And what does it mean that Luna is willing to walk into a new relationship once a new woman comes along? Meaning, Lu Yi is trying to get out of the 8 of them, willing to believe in love again, willing to forget the 8 of them, completely. How can this be? Yu Hongling's eyes were red, and her eyes erupted with intense killing intent at this moment. She would rather die than have her senior brother forget about her. She would rather die than let her senior brother move on. Fuck you! Yu Hongling let out a furious roar. Her fists formed into seals, and her crashing mountain seal carried a terrifying power to smash Shin Shi-tong into pieces. The corners of Shin Shi-tong's mouth gently raised. Congratulations! For being the first to launch an attack on her. The last time she was attacked, it was still Heaven's Way, not considered human. Shin Shi-tong gently raised her hands. Both of her hands were slender and soft, gently colliding with the impact mountain seal. Lu Yi instantly opened his eyes. He cultivated again. Even with the system's intentionally concealed breath, he could perceive the killing intent. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a colorful figure backing up and falling towards him. The scent is Tendo? No. Yes. System. Without thinking too much, Lu Yi held the woman in front of him. He had meant to help, but he hadn't expected the woman to move hard into his arms. Oops. This ex-wife is so powerful. Can't beat it. I'll kill you. Yu Hongling had gone completely insane. Her figure was like an arrow off the string as she killed towards Shin Shi-tong. This seal was called the Seal of the Fighting Sky. It could be said that it was the strongest killing move that Yu Hongling's realm could use right now. Yu Hongling really hated Shin Shi-tong to death. Lu Yi's eyes revealed killing intent. Kill it. He raised his hand. His fist clenched. Killing Yu Hongling with the Heavenly Father's fist was not considered an insult to her. Unexpectedly, Shin Shi-tong grabbed Lu Yi's arm with one hand. Brother, it's all my sister's fault. Don't blame her. Don't kill her. Lucas? When the system's words came out, Lu Yi simply had goosebumps floating all over his body. The Heavenly Father fist dispersed, and Lu Yi slapped his palm out. Boom! Yu Hongling spat out blood and flew backwards. Lu Yi! Yu Hongling collapsed in the middle of the courtyard and let out a mournful yell. Her eyes were filled with grief. Lu Yi's face was cold as he looked at her, still holding Shin Shi-tong in his arms. At this moment, Yu Hongling felt that Lu Yi was unprecedentedly far away from herself. So far away that she was untouchable and untouchable. Sifu. Yu Hongling's voice became pleading. Don't do this to me. You can't do this to me. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yi's face. Undeniably, seeing Yu Hongling state at this moment, he did start to develop a perverted feeling of pleasure again. What did I do to you? When I crossed the threshold, 8 yin-yang Dao devouring compulsions, 8 kinds of poison, primordial morning mist, ha ha ha, this kind of thing, something that can only be touched by torturing the person you hate the most. You can lay it on his body too. Live and let live. The most painful to live. 3 breaths, leave or die. 3, 2, Yu Hongling got up. She was going to find her master, so that he could advise her senior brother. 1. Yu Hongling's figure was incomparably wretched as she fled towards the distance. Master, what should we do? What to do? Chapter 112, Dog Tiny Bucket, Second Shift. Yu Hongling ran away. The grief that Lu Yi had been forcibly holding back flared up even more swiftly. He looked down at the system's illusory figure and couldn't help but rub his brow. This woman that the system had visualized was indeed very beautiful, and the first in the 9 heavens was well deserved. But Lu Yi had no interest in women right now. Well, even if the system smells good, it's not interesting. Fun? After Yu Hongling left, The system was never loaded again. Ding, 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 ding. Fun. Extra fun. So I'll play with you? Ding. You're thinking about fart eating. Shin Shitong's figure transformed into streams of light and merged into Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi. Headache. This dog system had said she wanted to turn into a woman before, and she had refused to do so herself, and she was still turning. So, it's a rejection of a loneliness? The system was gender neutral, and in her last life when she took form during the tribulation, she appeared in the form of the ancient and modern Heavenly Father. It's because the system borrowed the ancient and modern Heavenly Father's way of time and was too lazy to change another form. Are you going to go find Sun Ruowei to go play after you turn into a human? Lu Yi asked. Ding. Of course. We two are in the same boat. Lu Yi was really crying and laughing. If the system turned into a man, he was afraid that he would be able to take Sun Ruowei into his hands. Be quiet for a while. I want to cultivate. Don't give me a net of trouble. Ding. Ha. Lu Yi took a deep breath and wiped the tears from his eyes to suppress the bitterness in his heart. Trying to practice. The mind is a trifle messed up again. Are you going to give yourself a name when you become human? Lu Yi asked. Ding. I've taken it. And you know how to name names? Ding. This system's wisdom is unrivaled. It's not a handful to come up with a name. Now this system's name. It's called Shin Shitong. Lu Yi. It's too ugly. I think I can give you a better name as your master. Ding. Is it hard to hear? Then try fetching me one? Lucano mused for a moment. Go find Bucket. What do you think? Ding. Dog host. Dog host. Dog host. Ding 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 ding. Cursing the dog system, Lu Yi then had his mind clear. Keep practicing. Northwest of the Great Wilderness, the great battle had come to an end. The allied forces of the foreign races were truly fierce, destroying the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, the Godless God Dynasty and the Mountain River Pagoda sect in a single breath. The Yin Yang Dharma sect couldn't stop shivering, if not for the fact that they weren't in the northwestern direction. They were afraid that they would have similarly crumbled by now. What did you say? The Heavenly Demon Emperor's two copper-bell eyes stared at Shangren Dancheng. The black flag danced behind his back, and during this time, this black flag seemed to be even more terrifying. Too many souls loomed in the black mist, and each one of them was in extreme agony, their faces distorted. Most of the original souls were demons. There are a lot more souls and a lot more people out there now. Our Mountain River Pagoda sect. We really don't have a single innate spirit treasure now. Shangren Dancheng's face was filled with bitterness. One could only say that the Mountain River Pagoda sect at this time was truly the poorest time after founding the sect. Mountain River Pagoda that does not have much substantial effect, but the innate spiritual treasure that combines beauty in one is gone. What else will there be? Boom! The Heavenly Demon Emperor instantly struck out, slapping his palm fiercely on Shangren Dancheng's body, and Shangren Dancheng instantly spat blood and flew out. I'll give you one more chance. Now, answer me. Where is the Mountain River Pagoda sect's spiritual treasure? The Heavenly Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and asked. All have surrendered and still use themselves as a bogeyman to cheat. Who on earth gave this guy the guts? The Dancheng Shangren was not angry. He just felt a little pathetic. At the last moment, he gambled and lost, originally thinking that he would be able to kill Shangguan Mirage Spirit before blowing himself up, and that he would have some backbone. But Shangguan Mirage Spirit also escaped, and he had lost the courage to blow himself up by now. Pathetic! Pathetic! Tricked by a man, Shangren Dancheng said in a calm voice. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's expression became even more hideous. Tricked out? All of it? All of them? Not just the Mountain River Pagoda sect's spiritual treasures, but also the spiritual treasures of the Godless God Dynasty. All of them were swindled away by a single person. You're trying to get into my 10,000 soul streamer. The Heavenly Demon Emperor threw another punch, and Shangren Dancheng spat blood and flew out backwards, his breath wilting. Shangren Dancheng released a smile. Perhaps, entering the 10,000 soul streamer was quite a good ending. He really didn't know what face he would have to meet the clan's ancestors again if he entered the path of reincarnation. Entering the 10,000 soul streamer. At the very least, one could not enter the cycle of reincarnation and be free of such worries. The Heavenly Demon Emperor didn't look extraordinarily grumpy, but in reality, he was definitely a master of the rough and tumble, and he had been carefully observing Shangren Dancheng. Like, the old boy didn't lie about anything. But how is that possible? No matter how you are still the patriarch of the Mountain River Pagoda sect. No matter what, your IQ is still online. All the spiritual treasures were cheated away by one person. All the innate spiritual treasures were cheated away? No. Who's that advanced in deception? Tell me, what's going on? The Heavenly Demon Emperor's hideous expression became calm. His eyes narrowed in a chilling manner. Lord Dancheng's complexion twitched. Okay, since I'm allowed to talk about it, let's talk about it. Anyway, looking at that escape technique of Shangguan Mirage Spirit, he would never be able to catch her. Then let the others arrest her. As long as she lived a miserable life, she herself would be avenged. It's like this. Shangwan Hongtian has a daughter named Shangwan Mirage Spirit who says that she is a great emperor reborn. She showed us an extremely terrifying technique that can grow in strength just by devouring the origin on treasures, called the origin swallowing sky scripture. And she has a secret technique that can instantly elevate herself by a large realm. She knows all, both the secret things that happened in the past and the things that will happen in the future. So we trusted her at this point of no return. Well, knowing the past and future was something that Shangren Danqing had made up, because in that way, it appeared that he wasn't particularly stupid, and it would increase the credibility of what Shangwan Mirage Spirit had said. Among the things that happened, the Danqing Shangren told them one by one. 8 parts true, 1 part false. The heavenly demon emperor had a strange look in his eyes. A great emperor reborn? He'll ask Shangwan Hongtian again. Shangwan Hongtian stayed at the moment, also with his eyes lost in thought, was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. He had never imagined that one day the heavenly prison of the godless dynasty would actually imprison him itself. Your daughter is a great emperor reborn? Heavenly demon emperor asked. Shangwan Hongtian snapped his head up. Without saying anything, he lowered his head again. Ha ha ha, you're also miserable enough to be cheated so badly by your own daughter. It's really pathetic. Shangwan Hongtian's fists clenched. The bruises are straight up. As her father, you should know your daughter best. Do you think that this matter of your daughter's great emperor being reborn is true or false? Shangwan Hongtian finally made his decision. You want to know? The heavenly demon emperor grabbed Shangwan Hongtian by the neck and lifted him off the ground. You still think you're some kind of emperor of the godless dynasty? Be honest with me. A monstrous fierce aura enveloped Shangwan Hongtian's entire body. Shangwan Hongtian had never been so humiliated in his life. Shangwan Mirage Spirit. Shangwan Mirage Spirit. It's your fucking fault. I can determine the location of Shangwan Mirage Spirit through the Godless Seal. Chapter 113, The Seriousness of the Matter, 3 shifts. The Godless Seal had been swallowed by the Shangwan Mirage Spirit. That's an innate spiritual treasure. This Godless Seal, on the other hand, was an imperial bloodline technique, branded in the bloodline of the royal family. Anyone who kills the royal bloodline, the Godless Seal will fall on him. There have been accidents though. For example, both of his sons died in the ancient battlefield of Heaven's Pride without any marks falling on others. The heavenly demon emperor laughed. The great emperor was reborn. Whether it was true or not, he had to see it. In case it was true, it might bring him monstrous benefits. Where is she? Shangwan Hongtian began to feel. For a moment, he opened his eyes. The Great Way. The heavenly demon emperor also muttered. Great Tao Sect. The All Souls demon emperor. The next target seemed to be the Great Tao Sect. It was a disciple of the Great Tao Sect, Lu Yi, who was number 1 on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, who had decimated all of the many celestial prides of the demon race. Lu Yi had become a great danger to the heart of the All Souls demon emperor. In fact, originally, there was a dispute between the heavenly demon emperor and the 10,000 souls demon emperor about their next move. The heavenly demon emperor wanted to attack the central state dynasty, which was the most densely populated place for the human race in terms of numbers. If this place was knocked down, he couldn't even dare to think about how cool his 10,000 soul streamer would be. However, since there was the Shangwan Mirage Spirit, who was suspected to be a great emperor reborn, in the Great Tao Sect, he wasn't obsessed with fighting the central state imperial dynasty. There would be no need to tell the All Souls demon emperor about the rebirth of the great emperor. Think for a moment. The heavenly demon emperor left the heavenly prison. Take out the transmitting stone. Wan Ling, it's okay to attack the Great Tao Sect. I agree. Ha ha ha, you finally figured it out. So gather the army and kill him. The Great Tao Sect. Cleanly, the vermilion bird sniffed and spread its wings and flew towards the Great Tao Sect. Great Tao Sect. Bran Peak. Yu Hongling's speed was swift and fierce as she roared into the Baichulan Dao courtyard. In the middle of the Dao courtyard, Shangwan Mirage Spirit was scrutinizing her current cultivation. The invincible avenue could not be taken. Fortunately, she had not yet broken through to the transition realm to see if there were any other ways to get herself to a different avenue. Sun Ruowei was taking Baichulan's pulse, deeply understanding Baichulan's current condition. Senior brother brought over another woman. A woman we don't even recognize. Yu Hongling cried out, her eyes filled with anxiety and sadness. Baichulan's arm jerked. Shangwan Mirage Spirit opened her eyes in a flash. Sun Ruowei left silently without making a sound at all, hiding behind a tree. You guys talk, pretend I don't exist. I can't hear anything. Not only is he looking for another woman, but even our last. Hongling, Baichulan shouted sternly. Sun Ruowei's ears were stretched higher than the antenna. Yu Hongling's voice lurched. Bai Qiulan instantly rushed towards Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan, if you throw me out again, I'm going to fight you in a bloody battle. Sun Ruowei hissed loudly, but she wasn't a match for Bai Qiulan after all, and was grabbed and thrown straight out. Bai Qiulan, I don't share the same fate as you. From now on, you and I will sever our friendship. Bai Qiulan, Bai Qiulan waved her hand and Sun Ruowei was instantly frozen. Of course it wasn't possible to freeze her into an ice sculpture like Night Sword's superior. It just sealed her. The knot then opened. Sun Ruowei's eyes blinked and fidgeted as a single tear crossed her eyes and was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture again. Bai Qiulan, I hate you. Junction closed. Bai Qiulan looked at Yu Hongling for the first time. What's going on? What the hell is going on? She was panicked. Such a panic that she didn't even notice it herself. Senior brother has a new woman. He doesn't want us anymore. He doesn't want us at all. Bai Qiulan's face turned pale. Shangwan Mirage Spirit's heart snapped to her throat. Hey, nope. As far as Lu Ye's philandering character is concerned, isn't it normal for him to find another woman? It's no big deal. Yu Hongling pure and simple just likes to stagger and fuss. What a fuss. Lu Yi is flamboyant. Without us for a while, it would be strange if he could hold it in. Yu Hongling, haven't you gotten used to it yet? Calm down. Shangwan Mirage Spirit said. Neither one of them paid her any mind. What the hell is going on? Tell me in detail. Bai Qiulan looked extremely grave. Today I didn't hear the news of my senior brother's return and then went to look for him. At first knocking on the door of the room didn't bother me, and I felt that there was no abnormality, and I was about to leave. But the door unexpectedly opened. The door was opened by a woman. A very beautiful woman. A woman I had never seen so beautiful even in my previous life. And I was struck with unparalleled amazement. Bai Qiulan's face became even more grave. But do you know, Master, what was the first thing such a beautiful woman ended up saying to me? Yu Hongling recalled that sentence and burst into tears directly in front of Bai Qiulan. Say what? Bai Qiulan felt that Yu Hongling must have suffered a great psychological shock. She said her name was Xin Shitong, and she asked me if I was Yu Hongling, one of Lu Ye's 8 ex-wives. Senior brother told her about the last life, and she knows all about it. Elder brother believed her. Elder brother even believed her to such an extent. Yu Hongling cried. Bai Qiulan's face changed drastically and became even paler. She felt her heart beating frantically uncontrollably, and a kind of twisting pain like being torn apart appeared in her chest cavity, making it difficult for her to breathe. How come? No way. Absolutely not. What kind of person Lu Yi is, she understands very well. Such a person who values love and righteousness, suffered 8 women's betrayal together. There's a 90% chance he won't believe in any more love. How could Lu Yi find another woman in such a short period of time and still tell her about his last life? Turn back the clock. This thing is absolutely heavenly. Not only was it a matter of their personal cultivation, but it was also a matter of the future development of heaven and earth. Various wars of terror. From whence and for what? Various means of the strongest. Crushing skills. The location of various treasures and the method of obtaining them. Too much. What's the big deal? I also told the truth about me being a great emperor reborn. Yu Hongling, you're crying ugly. Not at all. Shangwan Mirage Spirit said indifferently. You shut up. Bai Qiulan couldn't help but chide Shangwan Mirage Spirit. Shangwan Mirage Spirit hadn't been surprised when she heard a whole bunch of information before, but now that she was being chided by Bai Qiulan, she was directly stunned. Bai Qiulan has always been a big sister, or even an elder model, gentle and virtuous, knowledgeable. However, she was now scolding herself so harshly. To shut yourself up? At this moment, Shangwan Mirage Spirit finally vaguely began to understand the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 114, It's alright then, for shifts. Bai Qiulan's chest rose and fell violently. After she had chastised Shangwan Mirage Spirit, she looked at Yu Hongling again, not even being able to calm her emotions. And then what? Then she said that when elder brother forgives us, it means he doesn't love us, and that not forgiving us is loving us. She gave me a choice, to choose to forgive and not love, or to love and not forgive. To forgive is to release past love. As long as one loves, the pain that comes from being betrayed by the beloved will never go away. Which one to choose? Bai Qiulan felt that he definitely chose the first one. Just be forgiven for this undeserved love and throw it away. However, when she really had to choose, she felt painfully that she couldn't. Neither, it seemed, was the answer she craved. I was so angry that I struck out at this woman. But do you know what she did? When this matter was brought up, Yu Hongling's anger couldn't be held down and rose miserably, and she felt like flames were about to erupt from the top of her head. It was also that she was a cultivator. If an ordinary person was this angry, she was afraid that her heart would go into cardiac arrest. Did what? Shangwan Mirage Spirit asked weakly. When I attacked her, It was clear that my attack was like hitting cotton and was completely resisted by her. But it turned out that she shamelessly pretended to be knocked off her feet and directly got into elder brother's arms. I'm going to be pissed off. Yu Hongling's anger once again went up a level when she thought about this matter, and even her nose began to bleed. This was simply impossible for a cultivator. But it had appeared on Yu Hongling. Shangwan Mirage Spirit couldn't help but be staggered. You're so angry? It seems like things are, really, pretty serious. And, my senior brother saw me knock that woman backwards. And before that woman could say anything, my senior brother actually used the heavenly fist. That's a heavenly fist. The most crucial thing is, that woman even pleaded for me, saying that everything is my sister's fault. Teared me up. Yu Hongling's voice was incomparably sad. Bai Qiulan's chest rose and fell with more movement. Although she wasn't at the scene, she felt a raging anger rise to the sky as she listened to Yu Hongling's description. Senior, how do you think she's so green tea? And how could senior brother fall for such a green tea woman now? Shangwan Mirage Spirit was also silent. She wasn't really too stupid. Once she had heard her mother consort say something, so she said the words out loud. Sometimes, what women think of as green tea is actually clearly a gentle and considerate good sister in the eyes of men. Will you shut up? I'm begging you. Just shut up. You need to stop pissing me off. Yu Hongling was practically begging to Shangwan Miraculous Spirit. Shangwan Mirage Spirit. If it were usual, if Yu Hongling had begged her like this, she would have had her tail up in triumph. But now, she was surprised that her heart was in the right place. Bai Qiulan took a deep breath and kept calming the flames in her heart. She even used the power of Tai Yin to calm her emotions. Hongling, don't be angry. Perhaps, she's deliberately trying to anger you. Bai Qiulan said comfortingly. It's hard for you Hongling. Master, I know she's deliberately pissing me off, but I really can't help myself. The 8 of us, there are stupid ones and stubborn ones, but there's never been such a green tea. How can she be green tea like that? Take it easy. I'll go talk to Lu Yi. No, Master, you can't go. You'll be pissed off. Don't worry, it won't. Bai Qiulan actually didn't have a plan in her mind, but she couldn't help but go, because she also wanted to see how magnificent the woman who was able to appear beside Lu Yi at this time of the year was. Who is she to replace them? No, Shangwan Mirage Spirit, you go, because the two did not deal with each other. Usually Shangwan Mirage Spirit called Yu Hongling by her first name, and Yu Hongling also called her by her first name. Brother Lu Yi will beat me to death. Shangwan Mirage Spirit hurriedly shook her head. Last time in the Tianjiu ancient battlefield, Lu Yi killed her ruthlessly the first time he saw her. That is, he ran fast. And now you're asking her to face Lu Yi? She wouldn't dare. What are you afraid of? It's not like Lu Yi will kill anyone in the Great Tao sect. Yu Hongling said angrily. Shangwan Mirage Spirit hesitated. I don't quite believe it. Think about it, you're still at the harmonization realm. Fusing such a faint trace of the invincible Great Tao, your future prospects will be ruined. Not to mention getting back to the Great Emperor realm. You won't be able to survive a heavenly tribulation at the transitional realm. Elder brother has a deep understanding of the Great Tao. The reason you didn't succeed in changing the Great Tao in your last life was because your realm was too high, and now you're only at the harmonization realm. So if you change the Great Tao, it's just the right thing to do. Yu Hongling couldn't bear to risk her master's life, so it was just as well that Shangwan Mirage Spirit, this fool, was allowed to go. Shangwan Mirage Spirit was indeed a bit moved. Yes, if Lu Yi was willing to help himself, he might actually be able to recoalesce the Great Tao and coalesce a stronger one. Well, Invincible Avenue is now not the strongest in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's heart. The thing about the Great Tao is not that it is suitable for Shangwan Miraculous Spirit or not or anything, but when Shangwan Miraculous Spirit combines the Tao, she feels which one is bullish she combines it. That's just it. I have the heavenly demon blood transformation escape anyway, so I can still escape if I can't. Not bad, that is, you can escape. Yu Hongling nodded. Then I'm going. Go on. Bai Qiulan seemed to want to say something, but in the end it didn't come out. Shangwan Mirage Spirit left. Yu Hongling completely couldn't hold on any longer and hugged Bai Qiulan, burying her head in her chest as she whimpered and began to cry. Woo, Master, elder brother really might not want us anymore. Woo. Bai Qiulan's eyes were lifeless as she looked into the distance. She didn't even know what to think of herself. Right now, Shangwan Mirage Spirit arrived at Lu Ye's residence. She was no stranger to this place, having lived here for a while back in the day. At that time, in this courtyard, there was Chu Ling practicing her sword, there was Yu Hongling practicing her Wang Bao Quan, and there was a little red bird standing on a branch spitting fire for fun. A scene from the past appeared in Shangwan Mirage Spirit's mind. And now, this yard, empty and even overgrown with weeds. It seemed like it had been a long time since anyone had cleaned it. That's right. Who would clean this compound if Chu Ling wasn't here? Lunar Redbud? Don't be ridiculous. She wouldn't pull a blade of grass even if this yard turned into a meadow. Be ready to unleash the heavenly demon blood transformation escape at any time. Shangwan Mirage Spirit walked up and knocked on Lu Ye's room door. Lu Ye is still practicing. Above his head, the figure of Shin Shitong emerged. But it was just a curling mist that didn't reveal itself as an entity. Kamaketsu took a curious look. Come on, let me see who's here again. Fight me, Shangwan Mirage Spirit? Ah, that's alright then. Chapter 115, being a master only, 5 shifts, yeah, alright. Shin Shitong returned to Lu Ye's body and became a meticulously pure system. Shangwan Mirage Spirit, this person. Right. The system really didn't want to take care of it, because she was worried that it would bring her IQ down. And it was so hard for her to become resourceful. She wasn't going to become stupid again. Shangwan Mirage Spirit knocked on the door. Knock on the door. Knock on the door. Doesn't seem to be home. She was relieved that she wasn't home just in time, so she'd go back. Shangwan Mirage Spirit went back. What are you guys talking about in there? Sun Ruowei quietly followed all the way, only to see Shangwan Mirage Spirit knocking on Lu Ye's door. Then not knocking. I thought I would eat a big melon, but instead I ate a lonely one. Still not taught. She ventured out and stopped Shangwan Mirage Spirit to ask. Yu Hongling said that Lu Yi has found a particularly beautiful woman, and asked me to come and see what it's like. Yu Hongling likes Lu Yi? Is it true that Bai Qiulan also likes Lu Yi? Do you like Lu Yi too? Why do you all like Lu Yi? What is Lu Ye's identity? A series of questions were asked. You can see that Sun Ruowei is really thirsty. Yeah, we all used to like Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan walked out with a dark face and looked at Sun Ruowei somewhat helplessly. Eat a little less melon and you'll come out a lot happier. Sun Ruowei gritted her teeth. If I don't eat the melon, I'll die. Bai Qiulan. She pulled Shangwan Mirage Spirit into the boundary. Sun Ruowei couldn't help but scratch his head as he walked over and over. So annoying. Well, did you see that woman? Bai Qiulan asked impatiently. No one hit on you? Shangwan Mirage Spirit didn't know what was going on. Maybe it's not there. I'll check it out. Bai Qiulan couldn't hold back completely as she headed towards Lu Ye's residence. Sun Ruowei just moved, and a layer of frost directly froze. Sun Ruowei roared in her heart. Bai Qiulan, if I don't take this revenge, Sun Ruowei, swear, I vow not to. I will not. People, when I find out everything, I won't be Sun if I don't laugh you to death. Wake, Bai Qiulan came to the door, took a deep breath and made himself calm. Knock on the door. The door to the room opened. A stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Bai Qiulan. Although Yu Hongling had already described Shin Shitong as extraordinarily beautiful, but even though Bai Qiulan was psychologically prepared, the moment she actually saw it, an indescribable astonishment still rose. In this world, is there really such a perfect person? Shin Shitong looked Bai Qiulan up and down, her gaze resting emphatically on Bai Qiulan's chest, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. Greetings, master. Disciple Shin Shitong. Shin Shitong gently curtsied, holding in the disciple's salute. Bai Qiulan frowned and dodged sideways, unwilling to bear the courtesy. I'm not your master, and you're not my disciple, so there's no need to do this kind of salute to me. Bai Qiulan said seriously. Kamaketsu laughed softly. Master jokes. Disciple now follows brother, and brother to love. The future will certainly be brother Dao mate. As the saying goes, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. Since master is brother master, it should also be Shitong master. So master is completely able to bear this gift. But you're not Lu Ye's Dao couple. Bai Qiulan's face was serious. Shin Shitong looked a bit odd. Why don't I understand what master teacher is saying? This 9 heavens is huge. And there are countless people who are masters and disciples. And I have yet to hear of a master teacher bothering with his disciples' search for a Taoist couple. Doesn't master feel that he is too possessive of his disciple? Bai Qiulan raised his eyebrows, and his voice already contained anger. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Why can't I, as a master, control the matter of my own disciples' search for a Taoist couple? What master teacher said is true. Shitong honors the teachings. By the way, before long, I'm going to conclude the ceremony of Dao couple with my brother. And at that time, I'll still have to trouble Master Shitong to be the witness. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that you're not Lu Ye's Dao couple. Master, my brother and I are in love. I said I don't agree. Kamakiri will blink innocently. If master teacher doesn't agree, then he has to say what the point of disagreement is, right? Please don't worry, master teacher. Shitong will change. Why don't you agree? Bai Qiulan looked Shin Shitong up and down, trying to find Shin Shitong's flaws, but the more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. Flaws? What's the downside? Why is there such a perfect woman in this world? Where do you come from? Bai Qiulan asked. Disciple of the daughter of the Xian Dao sect's patriarch, with an innocent life. Xian Dao sect? It was indeed a famous sect, second only to the 5 great sects, and belonged to the first-class forces in the Great Wasteland. She did occasionally hear that the Xian Dao sect patriarch has a daughter, holding in the palm of his hand for fear of losing, extremely favored, and rarely let his daughter show her face, for fear of being abducted by witch street skanks loose cultivators. Clean identity. What is your strength? Bai Qiulan asked, replying to Master. Disciple is new to the harmonization realm, not as good as Master who is already at the 7th level of harmonization, but Lu Yi has also just entered the harmonized way, and the two of us are in a similar realm. Bai Qiulan felt it carefully, and really felt the aura of the harmonious Tao in the body of this divine stream tone. A clean family and a similar situation. Where else can you find fault? Master, your disciple and I being a Taoist couple is a match made in heaven. If Master insists on not agreeing, could it be that there is something inside? Bai Qiulan gritted her teeth, her face expressionless. When a disciple finds a good match, the Master should rejoice for him, not stand in his way. The Master is the Master. The disciple is the disciple. The disciple honors the Master. The Master protects the disciple. This is the theorem of the Master and disciple. If the Master can't find any shortcomings in Shitong, please the Master, bless us both. Blessings. The right of Master and disciple must not be abolished. But please, Master, know that you are a Master, and be a good Master, and only a Master. Bai Qiulan took a step back. This sentence was like a sledgehammer, hitting her heart hard. Just be the Master teacher. Yes. Yu Hongling was still able to appear in front of this woman and fight this woman in the name of her love rival. What status did he have now that he appeared in front of her? She was, for now, only a master teacher. Where was the big woman status like in her previous life to care what kind of Tao partner Lu Yi was looking for? Be a master teacher and only a master teacher. Wasn't this what she had dreamed of? But now, being that Shin Shitong was focusing on biting the word master, this was to completely weld her into the position of master. You want to just be a master teacher. So let's let you have your fun. Don't even think about anything other than Master Shifu. This divine stream tone, when facing her, was not at all like facing Yu Hongling, where the power of attack was drawn to full strength. She was taking the way of a master and disciple, cutting her and Lu Yi apart in a blunt knife cuts, bloody and set for death. Dang, dang, dang. The great Tao bell rang at that moment. The allied forces of the foreign races are coming to attack. All the powerhouses of the great Tao sect. Get ready for battle. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this moment. Bitterness was thick in his eyes. It's finally coming. Chapter 116, The Host's Stupid Seed. One more. Lu Yi glanced at the disoriented Bai Qiulan and then at Shin Shitong, who had a respectful look on her face. Play by yourself. I'm going for the kill. Lu Ye's figure disappeared. No, husband and wife. I'm going to stay with you for a piece. Shin Shitong instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lu Ye's body. Only Bai Qiulan was left alone at the scene. Yeah. She was Lu Ye's master teacher. She only needed to fulfill her responsibility as a teacher and a respectable person, and she didn't have the right to interfere in other things. This god Shitong who had come out of nowhere, treating her with the gift of a master was clearly not a mistake. Instead, they are polite and courteous. One should be glad that Lu Yi had found a Tao couple like Shin Shitong, instead of being like that rebellious disciple, Yu Hongling, who was always trying to pull herself down. But why was it so hard for her? Didn't we say that everything was going to be back on track? Bai Qiulan left in a state of disorientation. Maybe she doesn't even want to admit it to herself. She wanted to press the mountain of ethical principles on Lu Ye's body. Let Luko feel indebted. As the saying goes, the essence of love is to always feel indebted. But true love is about each other, trying to make sure the other doesn't feel indebted. Now, Shin Shitong had taken this mountain of ethical principles and slammed it on her head as well. I thought you wouldn't let Lukia think of you? Laughing to death. From the moment you betrayed Lu Yi can still have non-interesting thoughts about you. Isn't that a pure turtle man? Lu Yi can accept a woman's capriciousness, a woman's paranoia, a woman's temper, because he lacks love. He does not know and does not understand that love is a thing that makes both parties feel unparalleled happiness. Love, not just tolerance. Lu Yi did not have a single non-consensual thought about his master now. I also hope that the master will not have any more thoughts about Lu Yi. The ethical program is on top. The way of heaven and earth is above. Bai Qiulan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly turned into frost. The poison of chaotic Tai Yin erupted once again. Lu Yi came to Avenue Peak. There weren't just people from Great Tao Peak in there. There were also people from the Taishang Sword Sect, the Central State Imperial Dynasty, and even the Hijacking Sect. The Yin-Yang Dharma sect hadn't sent anyone over after all. They had a deep grudge against the Great Tao sect, and without the Vanguard sect taking the lead, it was not good for them to lick their faces and come over. If there is a Vanguard cult leading the way, then there would be nothing to say. All the great clans of the human race joining together to fight against the allied forces of the foreign races would inevitably be a great story that would be passed down for thousands and thousands of years. But if there is no Vanguard cult leading the way, your Great Tao sect's strength is just like that. Why should you be the leader? Luno arrives. Lu Yi, quick, do you recognize the vermilion bird divine beast? Lu Changfeng asked. Vermilion bird? See, everyone knows that the vermilion bird is a divine beast. Just the damn vermilion bird himself thinks that he is a demon race, and also gave himself the name of Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor. She's here? Lu Yi didn't answer whether he recognized it or not, and first looked at what Jubilee was here for. It wasn't exactly a visit. She didn't enter the Great Tao sect, but instead wandered around the Great Tao sect, informing us that she knew you and bringing the news that the alien armies had already departed from the Godless God dynasty and were flying close to the Great Tao sect. There's a 70% chance that that news is true. Prepare to meet the battle. I'll go out and check on this vermilion bird first. I'll have 2 grandmasters follow you. No need. A weak vermilion bird, but there's no way to help me. Why did Lu Yi go to see Zhu Yao? On the one hand, he remembered that the last time he was at the Heaven's Pride ancient battlefield, he had felt the aura of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor on the body of the vermilion bird. Although the scent was faint, Lu Yi had killed too many of these existences parasitized by the All Souls demon emperor in his last life, and even with his body dominated by killing, he still perceived it. Will the vermilion bird be parasitized by the All Souls demon emperor? On the other hand, ding, 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 take me to Jubilee. Quick, take me to Jubilee. Ding, I'm going to battle her. Ding, host, good host, handsome host. Well, the situation is that way. The dog system guy had just transformed into a form now, and was at the time when his fighting power was the most explosive. She's going to open up a big move on Jubilee. To be honest, the system was the one that had witnessed all the things that had happened in the last life. Every single thing Lu Yi did, every single idea, she knew, except that she was still a retarded system at that time. And then she fused the heavenly Tao to become moderately emotional, and there was no way she could help the dog host with advice. In the system's opinion, its own host is the stupid kind, who is wholeheartedly good to people and can't bear to let them suffer a single bit of pain. People's Chu Ling's Chu Sword Villa was dried up and crushed by the Night Sword Superior. Although you couldn't beat the Night Sword Superior, you watched from afar and then pointed to the Chu Sword Villa and told her that this Chu Sangsheng wanted to refine the sword out of you, that the young master of the sword that was being refined, Chu Fei, wanted to possess you, and that this your righteous parents wanted to make you take over for their son to be the material of the sword refining. Your real parents were killed by this family. Just say it. What do you care if Chuling has illusory love? It really is. And that Yu Hongling, she likes Feng Wuxia, let her go to the silent forest. And when she is about to die, you come to a heroic rescue, and she'll know the truth, and you'll hold the beauty. And as for Yu Hongling's possible death, she had it coming to her. You persuaded her, you stopped her, and you can't blame her for dying. Maybe she'll thank us when she's dying. The last thing a host would do is respect the fate of others. Let go of the helping complex. But this is the real host. To use all your strength for the wrong kind of love. And silly seed. And admirable. Of course Lu Yi didn't know that the system was thinking so much. He actually really had some desire to go and see if the vermilion bird had been parasitized. It's bad. It's like he's being influenced by the dog system. It's none of his business if Jubilee is parasitized or not. Whether she was parasitized or not. Ding. Super invincible first good host. Lu Yi, be careful with everything. If there is any danger, return to the clan at the first opportunity. Understood. Lu Ye's figure disappeared. A crack opened in the sect protector formation, and Lu Yi dashed out. Divine sense spread out in all directions. Soon enough, locking onto Jubilee's trail. Ding, let me. Lu Yi was cultivating before and didn't care how the system disliked these women. Now that he sensed the vermilion bird, he was certain that it had been parasitized. It's not absolute parasitism, but it already has an air of parasitism. Colorful light filled the air, and the system had transformed into divine Shitong. Flying towards the vermilion bird, her clothes flew into rags and blood appeared on her face. Her face was haggard and sad, but it was still hard to hide her peerless beauty. She muttered under her breath, Brother Lu Yi, Brother Lu Yi. It flew straight toward the vermilion bird. Chapter 117, Sacrificing You 1, Second Shift, Lucas? This dog system, what kind of look does it belong to? What kind of weird stuff is she up to again? Jubilee was hovering at the moment. She was completely confused now. The foreign races had rushed into the great wasteland, and she had seen too much cruelty with the help of the All Souls Demon Emperor's eyes. Even though she was a demon, it was still unacceptable. In fact, she wasn't a demon either. She belonged to the divine beasts, only that she was raised by a demon since her bloodline was sealed at a young age. Did Lu Yi have the means to strip away the parasitic sky demon parasite? Mostly no. If he could, Lu Yi wouldn't have fought so hard when he fought the parasitic heavenly demon in the seventh sky. But at that time, Lu Yi had not yet become an emperor and a heavenly dignity. And later when Lu Yi became an emperor and a heavenly dignity, there might be a solution. What she was pondering was how she would face Lu Yi now. Brother Lu Yi, Brother Lu Yi. With a sob, it reached Jubilee's ears. Vermilion bird? Lu Yi, brother? Shouldn't be alone. She then saw a ragged woman flying towards the area, accompanied by the smell of blood. Infant breaking realm? Without hiding his form, Vermilion Bird looked at the woman who was gradually approaching, and the moment he saw her face, Vermilion Bird couldn't help but stutter in his heart. Because this woman, she's so beautiful. Even the blood and grime and wretchedness couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Instead, it added a trifle of pity. Such a beautiful woman. She also called Lu Yi brother. Then the Lu Yi in her mouth, most likely is the real Lu Yi. In Vermilion Bird's subconscious mind, it could definitely be called reasonable for such a woman to know Lu Yi. Demons. When Shen Shitong saw the Vermilion Bird, first a strong fear appeared in her eyes, then her eyes began to glow red as she let out a furious cry. Demon! Return my family's life! Shen Shitong charged towards the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird's strength had now reached the refined Void Realm, and when faced with Shen Shitong's attack, she easily subdued it. Give back my family's lives. Demons, goddamned demons. My family, my village, my country were all killed by you. How could you be so cruel? Won't you demons suffer retribution? Vermilion Bird. She naturally saw countless killings through the perspective of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Now the sufferer comes to her. You know Lu Yi? Jubilee asked. I naturally know brother Lu Yi, and I came over to find him this time, so that brother Lu Yi can kill all the demons? All of them. Vermilion Bird. Demons, there are also good and bad demons. If you want revenge, why don't you go to the demon that killed your kin for revenge? But instead, you want to kill all the demons at every turn? As the saying goes, there is a head for every grievance and a head for every debt. With whom do my kin have a grievance? With whom do they have a debt? Why were they slaughtered by demons for no reason at all? Shin Shitong said sternly. Jubilee was silent. Brother Lu Yi loves me extremely and has monstrous strength. If he knew what had happened to me, he would definitely kill the demons cleanly, so that the demons would cut off their roots from now on. Don't pretend to be compassionate here. The hatred of killing your relatives is not shared. You are also a demon, right? The deaths of my loved ones have you in them as well. Just wait. As long as I don't die, I'll make sure that brother Lu Yi kills all the demons. Not a single one will survive. Kill them all. Lu Yi, who was far away, was incomparably surprised as he watched the system's vocalized appearance. What are the pain points of Jubilee? It's because she's good. Maybe not so much good as Holy Mother. Because in his last life, Lu Yi had really killed too many people. Especially the first time that gave with Vermilion Bird a shock, was when Lu Yi killed the All Souls Demon Emperor, killing the entire demon race through and through. There were too many demon clans that had died under the stone swords. It was then that the seed of discontent had been planted in Vermilion Bird, and she really couldn't understand why Lu Yi had killed so many living beings. Too many of these beings are guilty of crimes not punishable by death. They are innocent too. The more Lu Yi killed, the more discontent the Vermilion Bird became. And the discontent kept growing. And in the end, he didn't hold back and chose to take action against Lu Yi. She hadn't thought that they would be able to live again. Having just been reborn, she made up her mind that she must cultivate properly, and that she would personally kill the 10,000 spirit demon emperor to protect the peace of the demon race. It would be better if humans and demons could coexist. As a result, before she could grow up, the 10,000 spirit demon emperor had already faced off with Lu Yi. Now it's even an early war. The most grueling exchange unfolded. It was only in the previous life that the human race and the alien coalition fought on equal footing for a long time, and it was only when Lu Yi completely rose to power that he was victorious. The price of human victory is, of course, the end of the Fae. And in this life, the allied forces of the foreign races unexpectedly drove in and destroyed 3 top human forces in one breath, directly turning the human race into a purgatory. You can't go to Lu Yi. Jubilee still didn't want the conflict to intensify to the point where it would be difficult to end. If this person was Lu Ye's new woman, with Lu Ye's character of being especially good to women, then he would definitely not hold back anymore on the demon. He would really be like this woman, killing the demons, killing them all, killing them all. No, She would never allow that to happen. Kill me if you can. As long as you don't kill me, I'll make sure that Brother Lu Yi kills all of you. Shin Shitong began to struggle violently. The vermilion bird waved its wings, and the power of the vermilion bird reinforced the seal on Shin Shitong's body. Ha ha ha. Well, there are good and bad demons even for demons. This behavior of yours right now, is it a good demon or a bad demon? Shin Shitong let out a mournful laugh. Vermilion bird's complexion stagnated slightly. I'm just keeping things from going from bad to worse. I'm in a situation that's as bad as it can get. Jubilee was silent. It actually wants to say that you're just one person. Demons and devils, on the other hand, are good in thousands. You let go of me. No, can't let go of you. Why? Why can't you let go of me? What did I do wrong? Jubilee was silent. Ha 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 ha, you're all just raccoons. Just raccoons. Revenge is hopeless. Father, mother, so many innocent people. I'm sorry, I won't let you go even if I die. Won't leave you alone. Shin Shitong's body began to expand, and the energy in his body became frantic. Jubilee blushed. She's going to blow herself up? Now put before her, she was left with two choices. First, let go of Shin Shitong and let Shin Shitong sue. Secondly, letting Shin Shitong blow itself up. If she dies alone, she may be able to live 1,000 times. How to choose? Vermilion bird chose the second one. Boom! God Shitong's self-detonation was complete, and he directly transformed into a point of light in the sky. The vermilion bird looked at this scene with helplessness in his eyes. She let out a quiet sigh. Don't blame me. I'm also trying to get more raw material to be flexible. Chapter 118 War opens, 3 shifts, ding. Sure, it's done. The system's voice sounded in Luya's mind. Luya watched the whole thing and couldn't help but smile softly. I didn't realize you were that good of an actor. Ding. This system is omnipotent. What did you just make sure went away? Luya asked. Ding. I determined whether Jubilee was compassionately kind or a generous Madonna. And now I can determine that she is a generous Madonna. You don't seem to be giving her a hard time this time, do you? Luya said with a smile. The system just now is playing the story of a vengeful girl who was forced to blow herself up by Vermilion Bird on the grounds that sacrificing one of her could live 1,000. Ding, because I don't have to do it this time. The system sounded extremely certain. Against Vermilion Bird, there was absolutely no need for her to use words to attack again. What happens next will make everything clear to Jubilee. True goodness, or hypocrisy, she'll get her answer. Luya nodded, having thought of that as well. Yes, true goodness or hypocrisy will soon be able to be answered. Who let her be parasitized by the All Souls Demon Emperor? Luya thought about what the Vermilion Bird would do if he poured his obsession into the body of the All Souls Demon Emperor after that. He was beginning to look forward to it a little. Luya returned to the Great Tao Sect, the Hall of Inquiry. Luno just came in and got the message. As expected, the Demon Race, Devil Race, Buddha Sect, God Race, Ghost Race, Spirit Race, and Foreign Race allied armies had already converged, and at this moment, they were rushing towards the Great Tao Sect in a fury. Now that he had already traveled 5,000 miles, he would be able to arrive at the Great Tao Sect in half an hour if there were no surprises. Still no response from the Vanguard Sect? No, Lu Changfeng wasn't angry either, since the Vanguard Sect doesn't want to be the leader of the Great Wilderness anymore. After this battle, it's time for the leader of the Great Wilderness to change. Pass my order. All strong men, take your places, do your duty, and prepare to fight. Black clouds rolled in. The terrifying baleful aura had already impacted towards the Great Tao Sect from a long distance away. Luya was currently traveling through the Patriarchal Formation, and half an hour was enough for him to give the Patriarchal Formation a simple upgrade. After half an hour of improvement, the defensive ability of the Clan Protector Formation would go up 2 more levels. And of course, the amount of spirit stones consumed would also grow significantly. At this time of life and death, I don't care about this. All the powerful people adjusted their state to the best. If the Great Tao Sect were to be destroyed, then the entire Great Wilderness would be afraid that there would no longer be any forces that would be able to resist the attack of the allied forces of the foreign races. Boom! An enormous golden finger, flickering with brilliant Buddhist light and attached to thunder and lightning, pointed toward the Great Tao Sect's Protector Formation. A divine light erupted from the Sect Protector Formation. The golden Buddha finger was blown to smithereens on the spot. Kill! Countless roars of rage came from the black mist, and in the next second, countless demonic magic aptitudes transformed into a ball of light of various colors, all of which blasted towards the Great Tao Sect Grand Formation. Too much. There are too many jutsu. There was no lack of extremely powerful spells among them, covering the sky and destroying the earth. In the large formation, the strongest members of the human race, one after another, exerted their divine abilities and bombarded the allied forces of the foreign races. The war had just begun. and was plunged straight into the thick of it. Countless spells caused the heavens and earth to become extremely dark. The aura rioted, and the heavenly chances were in chaos. With just this might, those with lesser guts could be scared soft on the spot. Lu Yi followed suit and released his divine abilities. Out of the blue was the heaven and earth one havoc technique. Boom boom boom. Powerful robbing thunderbolts descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the allied forces. The defense formation formed by the alien race shattered. A large number of foreigners were reduced to ashes. Right blast. The intensity of this battle was far greater than before. The alien allied forces frantically attacked the Great Dao Sect's protector formation, hitting it and causing it to tremble incessantly, but there was no tendency for it to break yet. The alien allied forces were not in a hurry, although many of their people had died as well. The ones who died were less powerful existences. Time passes by. The Great Dao Sect's protector formation is still relatively strong, and the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty's protector formation has been bombarded for such a long time that it has already begun to show cracks. The All Souls Demon Emperor was at the back, his voice calmly saying, "I'm out for fun." The Heavenly Demon Emperor violently swung the 10,000 soul streamer. In an instant, the monstrous black fog transformed into a torrent that was composed of endless souls, emitting a mournful hiss as it rushed towards the Great Dao Sect's protective formation. Boom! The sect protector formation trembled violently. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were reduced to pieces under this blow, and the Great Dao Sect disciples exchanged spirit stones at the fastest speed. Because Lu Yi had handed over a large amount of resources to the Great Dao Sect, the Great Dao Sect was now quite affluent even though it could not be called rich. Ha 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 ha. This 10,000 soul streamer of the Heavenly Demon Emperor is truly the strongest demonic weapon before the 9 heavenly ages. Awesome, the All Souls Demon Emperor said with a big smile. Amit Ba Buddha. The poor Taoist has also come to try the Great Dao Sect's weight. When the Buddha Sect's protector formation, the last one was shattered by the Great Dao Sect's Great Dao Bell, and the Buddha Sect has always remembered this revenge. A golden 9-ring tin staff that grew insanely large in the void, with the sound of chanting ringing out between the faintest of voices, and the black fog was rendered golden. To be honest, the Buddhist sect was really a bit out of place amongst this alien alliance. After all, the Buddha's light is a restraint on demonic and evil spirits, but it doesn't matter now. The 9-ring tin staff slammed towards the sect protector formation. Boom! The 9-ring tin staff was shattered to pieces. The sect protector formation trembled violently once again. Ha ha ha, yes, I'm in. The god race's ancient god king slammed out with a fist, his powerful physique erupting with monstrous chi and divine power as he smashed into the clan protection formation. Numerous powerful members of the foreign races, one after another, struck out. All Souls Demon Emperor and ancient god king, these people, the strength are all the peak of the transition realm. They have been living for many years. The reason why they have not transitioned to ascension is because of the small world avenue is not complete. I am afraid that all the defects in the small world transition, if they didn't have no ambition, they could have actually crossed the threshold and ascended long ago, but without scavenging all the resources of the first layer of heaven, it was really not willing to leave. And now, the hearts of the people are not united. Some time ago, another batch of Mahayana realms had ascended, and they had seen excellent opportunities. Pleasant, extraordinarily pleasant. A terrifying attack continuously struck towards the sect protector formation. The Great Dao Sect was also releasing spells without stopping, exterminating the allied forces in a steady stream. So, half an hour later, the 10,000 spirit demon emperor's face became gloomy, and the heavenly demon emperor grasped his 10,000 soul streamer, veins popping up in his hands. The Buddhist abbot's face was ugly, and the ancient god king's eyes were vaguely spitting fire. Why? The Great Dao Sect's protector formation hasn't been broken yet? The heavenly demon emperor gritted his teeth. Not only is it not broken, it's not even trending to break. Although they didn't care about the deaths of their subordinates, the deaths now were too many. Chapter 119, Proficient in 100 Arts? For shifts, Patriarch Lu, your Great Dao Sect's Great Diffusion Dao formation is actually this powerful? From which great formation master's hands? What a terrifying grand formation, resisting so many attacks? The alien coalition army has already been bombarded into breaks. Ha ha ha. Hold on for another 3 to 5 days, and the alien coalition army is afraid that they will all be bombarded to death by us. The crowd was extraordinarily surprised by the performance of this patriarchal grand formation. When attacking a large clan on one side, the most headache was the clan protection formation. The characteristics of this type of large formation were that the formation base was particularly numerous. The construction was particularly complex. The defense was extremely strong, and it could be defended or attacked. That is to say, inside and able to hit the outside. Those on the outside, unless they broke through the big formation, would never be able to hit the inside. Lu Changfeng was also a bit confused. No, It's not like he hasn't tested this great Tao sect protector formation before. How much bombardment he could withstand. He still knew better. Why is this thing so hard today? Ancestor Yun Tian, you have improved this formation again? Lu Changfeng asked as he looked toward an old man with white hair. Ancestor Yun Tian gently stroked his beard. I just took Lu Yi for a walk in the clan protection formation. I never thought that there would be such a great harvest. Lu Yi's attainments in formations are truly astonishing. Ha? He also knows formations? Taoist Greenfire was filled with shock. Ha? With your attitude, could it be that he can also make pills? The two of them looked at each other and confirmed that this Lu Yi guy, it seems like he really knows, and not only does he know, but he is also proficient to the extent that they are not as good as them. Lu Changfeng. Good. Last time Sun Ruowei asked him to order Lu Yi to save Bai Chulan. He said that Lu Yi was not able to understand all the arts. That is not an excuse, but really think that Lu Yi is not able to understand all the arts. After all, Lu Yi has only been practicing for how long? It's a good thing he doesn't know how to smith. Taoist Yun Tian raised an eyebrow. He can refine pills and set up formations. You don't really think he doesn't know how to refine weapons, do you? Boom. On the great Tao sect side, all sorts of techniques were still bombarding wildly. The allied forces of the alien race had been bombarded silly, especially the allied alien forces in close combat, who sharpened their swords. The knives are sharpened to paper thin. Why haven't they had their turn yet? Not being able to attack for a long time is in itself a serious blow to morale. They didn't understand what the hell these powerhouses were doing. They hadn't broken the big formation by now. Another quarter of an hour of bombardment. Finally, cracks appeared in the big formation. The coalition side was demoralized. Lu Yi estimated that the big formation would last for another half hour at most, and he had already secretly shed a large wave of tears. At this time is holding back the grief in his heart. The issue of moving to tears is really too much to affect Lu Yi's image. So, Lu Yi prepared that he could not cry anymore. Be sure to hold back. Another quarter of an hour passed. The allied forces had suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Not even a short fight. Just to break open this big formation. At least a quarter of the casualties. The big formation was shaking. The allied forces felt like they saw the dawn a quarter of an hour ago. But now that a quarter of an hour has passed, the dawn has turned into a fucking sunset. Many have even developed feelings of despair. This great formation, it couldn't be pretending that it was going to shatter and then luring them to keep attacking and taking casualties all the time. Could it? The vermilion bird looked at this scene, and she knew very well that this great formation was definitely something that Lu Yi had changed to it. Lu Yi's awesomeness lies in his omnipresence. Art, Tao, fist, sword, Dan, formation, talisman, weapon. There's nothing he won't do. And not only would he was extremely proficient. And many people who had immersed themselves in these aspects for their entire lives were surprisingly inferior to Lu Yi. It's horrible. Vermilion Bird was even a little glad that she had been ruthless enough to let that Shin Shitong blow herself up. If that Shin Shitong really ran to Lu Yi and cried out, with Lu Yi's protective character, it would be strange if he didn't kill all the demon race. I can only blame Shin Shikiri for my bad luck. Jubilee felt a little bad in her heart, but not too bad. After all, she could tell the difference between one death and a billion deaths. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lu Yi's eyes gradually began to glow red. It wasn't that he wanted to cry. It was that the fury was already filling his heart, and killing intent was already brewing in every part of his body. Can't hold it in. With a roar, the great Tao sect protector formation was completely shattered. Kill. Boom. Lu Yi's figure was as fast as lightning, and with a horse in front of him, he rushed toward the allied forces of the foreign races. Kill. Countless roars of rage rang out. Sword lights weaved through the sky, but none of them could catch up with Lu Yi's speed. He, alone, rushed towards that black square formation, which could not even be seen at a glance, and the blood mist formed by the fury was like wolf smoke rushing into the sky. Lu Chongfeng's eyes jumped. That hard? Dangerous. One sword to kill God. Lu Yi let out a loud shout. Yes, it was the moves in Chu Ling's great killing sword sutra. The stone sword emitted a buzzing sound and the huge sword light swept across, crash hard against the Union army. Pffffffffffff. A large amount of blood mist exploded. The sword that Chu Ling knows, he knows, and the sword that Chu Ling doesn't know, he knows. Round him up. The All Souls Demon Emperor's gaze landed on Lu Yi's body for the first time, with a chill in his eyes and a hidden fear, because when he and Lu Yi had fought over the Tao, Lu Yi had really given him a heavenly shock. Received an order from the All Souls Demon Emperor. In an instant, 7 loose gods and 5 transitions all killed Lu Yi. The light beneath Lu Yi's feet spread out, and above the ground, countless rays of light bloomed as if they were flowers, forming a complex and incomparable art seal. 1 foot in the middle of the arc mark. Boom! For 100 miles around, all the foreigners were killed on the spot by the beams of light rushing out from the ground. Die. Under the shocking killing intent, Lu Yi really didn't have the heart to restrain such a sorrow anymore, and tears flowed out from his bloodshot eyes. The strongest man arrives. A large umbrella opened from above Lu Yi's head, and the light enveloped Lu Yi, only to be shattered by a sword. Heavenly Father's fist. At this moment, the world only had this punch, which still possessed the meaning of existence. With a single punch, the two loose gods turned into blood mist on the spot, completely disappearing between this heaven and earth. Ding 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 ding. There was a big knife chopping away. Ring after ring. Lu Yi took the stone sword and chopped him hard. Chopping the stone sword kept trembling. Holding a large sword of the transition realm hard to be chopped, long knife out of hand. A sword slashed through the top of his head, leaving a long sword mark straight above the earth. The All Souls Demon Emperor's face changed drastically. This Lu Yi, the speed of getting stronger was also too fast. Why was it so fast? No way. I'll kill him. The ancient God King had excitement and anger in his eyes. This Lu Yi had swept away many of his God clan's treasures and killed many of the God clan's heavenly pride. He's been wanting to kill for a long time. With one step, thick armor had appeared on the ancient God King's body. While his body became taller and his breath climbed upwards, a terrifying pressure spreading out in all directions. The killing Luno stopped. He looked at the ancient God King who was running wildly towards him. Come on. The 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm. Chapter 120, Killing Madness, 5 shifts, explosive type secret techniques. Lu Yi has a lot of them. Whether it was the 9 steps of battle heaven, or the 8 transformations of Xian heaven, or the heavenly feather floating heaven and so on. A lot really. However, in the midst of this kind of war, it was still the heavenly silkworm 9 transformations that was the most comfortable to use, because in one word, fast, the means he taught to Shangguan Mirage Spirit, heavenly demon blood transformation escape was about a quickness, and heavenly silkworm 9 transformations was about a quickness. Tianzun Quan is purely and simply about a greeting to scare people. Besides, without the Tao, Shangguan Mirage Spirit couldn't cultivate the heavenly father fist at all, and this time, the 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm, plus the heavenly fist, were perfectly presented in Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi swallowed 4 great dawn and cultivated to the 7th level of harmonization in a very short period of time. And now, under the 9 changes of the heavenly silkworm, Hedo eightfold, Hedo 9, Transition 1, transitioning to the 2nd level, Transitional triple. In the last breath, he rushed to the 4th level of the transition. The great Tao flowed, and everything in the world disappeared in Lu Yi's eyes. Only him, only the ancient God King. All he needed was a punch. Heavenly Father's fist. An infinite amount of intent locked onto the ancient God King. As the ancient God King rushed towards Lu Yi, but as he rushed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. So quiet. It's so quiet between heaven and earth. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat, his own breathing, the sound of the wind. The silence of yourself. A punch. Only one punch. The ancient God King let out a terrifying hiss, and all of his power, at this moment, exploded. He also threw a punch, using the strongest punch of his ancient God clan. Battle heaven. Boom. 2 fists, approaching at breakneck speed, collided. The most primal collision. A mist of blood exploded. Under the attention of all the people, Lu Yi's figure passed through the ancient God King's huge body. The ancient God King didn't even have the right to resist before he was crushed by that unimaginable force. The clamor of the winds all stopped at that moment. Tears kept flowing from Lu Yi's eyes as he let out a long, violent whistle. Make a seal with both hands. In an instant, Lu Yi, from within Lu Yi's own body, took a step forward. 3 identical Lukinos. Kill. 1 rushed towards the allied forces of the foreign races. 1 rushed towards the heavenly demon emperor, and 1 rushed towards the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. 3 figures, all of them bursting out with top-notch auras. This divine ability was rarely used by Lu Yi, because there weren't many opportunities. He often just cultivated 1 life, fell 1 life, cultivated another, and fell another. And this life is all about aptitude. Used too little. But now, he has 3 lives. The 3 bodies are the same. In this moment, killing madness. 1 person cast the art. The heaven and earth a great art. The thunderbolt was great, and the silver light shone out of the terrified faces. With 1 person holding the sword, the great killing sword scripture was extremely powerful in killing, instantly cleaving 2 loose gods to death. 1 made of fist. The heavenly dignity fist induced the great Tao to move differently, and infinite auras converged, and with this punch, no one could be defeated. Luno was crying. All 3 Lukinos are crying, but the harder he cried, the stronger his killing heart meant, because in possession of too strong a killing heart, he really didn't have the effort to care about the feeling of suffering. Look at my 10,000 soul streamer. The heavenly demon emperor's heart was frightened, and he used a roar to give himself courage, waving the 10,000 soul streamer, and uncountable souls transformed into gale force winds, rushing towards Lu Yi, in order to collect him into the 10,000 soul streamer. Lu Yi's blood-red eyes suddenly turned gray, and the reincarnation aura blossomed around him as he flicked his mouth and tongue with a furious cry. Get out! The reincarnation heavenly voice mercilessly shook the soul and shattered it in all directions, obliterating it. Such a little soul, and there's one that calls it a 10,000 soul streamer? The 10,000 soul streamer that Lu Yi had seen in his last life, that was still held by an old antique from an unknown number of eras ago, and that fellow came to harvest souls every once in a while, so many long years. His 10,000 souls, a flick of the wrist, wailing can be heard in all the heavens. Just wailing alone was able to make people's souls disorganized, as if they were possessed and wanted to go to the 10,000 soul streamer as a guest. Now this 10,000 souls, it's just a sprinkle. The heavenly demon emperor's face changed drastically. He had lived for such a long time, and any opponent he encountered would get a headache at the sight of his 10,000 soul streamer. There had never been a person who made his 10,000 soul streamer attack directly obliterate simply by virtue of a loud shout. What kind of terrifying magical power is this? Lu Yi reached out and pointed at the heavenly demon emperor, and in an instant, 9 robberies of lightning descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck towards the heavenly demon emperor. Boom boom boom. The thunder light enveloped the heavenly demon emperor, wanting to completely wear him down. Tontian fist. Lu Yi's main body rushed towards the All Souls demon emperor. The other top powerhouses had already been entangled by the Great Tao sect, the Supreme Sword sect and the Central State Imperial dynasty, as well as the powerhouses of the robbery sect. Lu Yi was, right now, really using his own strength to change the battlefield. Kill kill kill. Lu Yi's first life rushed into the middle of the alien alliance, crying and killing at the same time. Countless people of the foreign race had this pervert who cried and killed, and the harder he killed, the more ferocious he cried, burned deeply into his mind. The heavenly demon emperor had just broken free from the lightning of the calamity. Fearless seal. 81 seal shadows flickered, together weaving a most powerful divine seal. Fearlessness is the strength of Yuhongling. However, Lu Yi's fearlessness could be far too fierce than Yuhongling. The dangers he had faced head-on were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than Yuhongling, in terms of fearless true intent. Not to mention Yuhongling, even if the fearless emperor came in front of Lu Yi, he was afraid that he would be inferior. The fearless seal smashed into the body of the heavenly demon emperor. Boom! The heavenly demon emperor's body exploded, and even the demonic baby inside his body did not escape. The broken 10,000 soul streamer fell into Lu Yi's hands, and Lu Yi pondered for a moment and put it away. The reason why the 10,000 soul streamer wasn't strong was because he was in the hands of the heavenly demon emperor, and if it was in Lu Yi's hands, Lu Yi had too many ways to make the 10,000 soul streamer stronger. A random example. Wouldn't you become stronger by finding another strong person with a 10,000 soul streamer, beating him to death, and swallowing his 10,000 soul streamer? The death of the heavenly demon emperor, coupled with the fact that Lu Yi had already killed madly with his sword, blood flowed into a river of mourning. He does not distinguish between the strong and the weak, and kills the foreigners when he sees them. The phase morale completely collapsed. Escape. When escape appears first, second, third, this battle, then, has set the stage for victory. Ba. The Buddhists run first fast. Lu Yi was using the heavenly fist against the 10,000 spirit demon emperor, not because the 10,000 spirit demon emperor was unworthy of the heavenly fist. Rather, it was because Lu Yi was not prepared to kill him at all. A heavenly seal struck the body of the All Souls demon emperor. The 10,000 souls demon emperor couldn't tense up either. He wanted to run. This Lu Yi has already become a climate, and he will definitely not be able to stay in the first heaven next, and if he is able to escape, he will immediately have to ascend this first heaven. Whoever likes to stay, whoever wants to stay. Anyway, he is not staying. Lu Yi felt the All Souls demon emperor fleeing in the direction of the godless god dynasty. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, the good stuff really begins. All Souls, are you ready to run away? Ding, Jubilee, are you ready to choose? Chapter 121. No waste. One more, a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. It's a terrible war. Even when Lu Yi burst out in the middle of the battlefield with the most terrifying killings, there were countless human cultivators who had fallen. Chu Ling was chasing after the allied forces of the foreign races. After such a long time, she reappeared and her strength had unexpectedly reached the peak of refined void. Yes, peak refining. One must know that Lu Yi was also practicing cultivation without a minute's delay, and he still received the reward of being the first in the 10,000 Ancient Heavens Pride ranking, collecting massive resources to reach the 7th heaven of the harmonious Tao realm. So it could only be said that Chu Ling had really worked hard. She was the first to understand Lu Ye's mind, knowing that Lu Ye simply didn't have the heart to tangle with them. Lu Ye didn't need to do anything extra. He only needed to leave all of them far behind, so that when they looked up and couldn't even see it, that would be the best revenge. She would never allow that. So she practiced desperately, but Lu Ye was too strong. Strong to a point that made her despair. Hedo sevenfold. No, she has to merge with the way as well. It is not just about being in tune with the word. It is about being more perfectly in tune with the word. Her Tao had been the Tao of the sword since the beginning, and by the end of it, she could be said to be a veritable sword Tao emperor, the type that was really strong in killing power. She wants to merge. Chuling stopped his pursuit and looked to the rear. Taishang sword sect. Seems like the strongest people are all out. Aluno made a seal with both hands. Large flames fell toward the earth. Tears kept slipping down, but her eyes were cold as hell. The flames accurately dodged the corpses of every human cultivator and landed on top of the corpses of the foreign races. Strands of blood chi rising within the flames, intertwining and coalescing in the void. The other two landfields merge into one. I'll go after it. Lu Ye disappeared. A great den of flesh and blood had slowly taken shape in the void, and a large number of demonic corpses became part of this great den of flesh and blood. Lu Ye finished his sealing and took out the 10,000 soul streamer again. The 10,000 soul streamer was refined by him in an instant. The streamers waved, and a large number of remnants of alien souls appeared. No! When these remnant souls saw the 10,000 soul streamer, their complexions twisted, terrified, and desperate. Magic, in fact, is a very interesting term. Before the 9 heavens, there were 2 kinds of demons. One kind is the devil race. The devil race is born to be able to use the magic chi. The shape is strange, the nature is tyrannical and cruel. The second type is the demonic cultivator. The human race entered the devil's path with the devil's scriptures and used the devil's chi in their afterlife. And they were cunning and cruel and did no evil. But even more so, they repeatedly came up with horrible ideas. When the devil cultivator is fierce, the devil race is afraid. The current demon race was still constantly leaning towards the demon cultivators that existed before the formation of the 9 heavens, but only learned a thing or two. Take the heavenly demon emperor. He possessed the 10,000 soul streamer, and as a result, the demon race even had such a large population. If the demonic cultivators before the 9th heaven had the 10,000 soul streamer, fellow Taoists, fellow disciples, people, and demons, I want you to help me cultivate and come to my 10,000 soul streamer as my guests quickly. My 10,000 souls. Not only is there no pain, the soul to come to be a guest in it, but also has the comfort of soaking in a hot spring, bathing in the sun, and even has a beautiful soul lady sister to serve you. Oh, good point. Once inside, your soul will be squeezed into hot spring water, ignited to form light, and transformed into a beautiful young lady to serve others. Old misery. While condensing the great den of flesh and blood, he absorbed the remnant soul. The allied forces of the human race, watching this scene, were silent. Cough. Patriarch Lu, your great Tao sect, you still have such a secret method? An old ancestor from the Central State Imperial Dynasty coughed and asked. Lu Chongfeng. What Lu Yi was doing now was really unlike what the great Tao sect could do. More like what the demonic practitioners did during those dark years. It's not a waste at all. First kill, then bone, blood, soul. There might be. The secret techniques of the great Tao sect are indeed a bit complicated, but the techniques are not good or bad. If the user is good, the technique is good, Lu Chongfeng said with a smile. That's right. Lu Yi is quite kind. When he kills, he will also shed tears of self-blame inside because of the killing. It's really a model for me and other cultivators. Yes, to mourn over the fall of a living being is indeed a good man. It's also the first time I've seen such a kind person. When others kill, their faces become distorted because of the killing machine. Lu Yi is now carrying out the killing of necessity because of the guardianship of the world's living beings. So it can be seen how intolerant he is in his heart towards killing. Truly a person of the righteous path. The power of the hijacking clan, the Taishang sword sect and the Central State Imperial Dynasty, because they had listened to Bai Qiulan's words, evacuated a large number of their disciples without suffering any harm. Not so with the hijacking sect. Their disciples were halfway out when they were forced to stop by the sect's elders, to the tragic death of a disciple. Later, because of the tragic death of the disciple, thus sending out strong men to surround and kill Lu Yi, it resulted in the death of a bunch more powerful people. It turned out that the relationship between the robbery sect and the Great Tao sect was quite good, but now because of this matter, it led to a break. In this matter, of course, there is Lu Ye's responsibility. No matter what Lu Ye's situation is, people are indeed killed by Lu Yi, but the hijacking sect was also somewhat responsible, because the one who said it was dangerous was not someone else, but Bai Qiulan. By Qiulun, as a harmonization powerhouse and the Great Tao sect's supreme pride, she had already sworn by the Great Tao. It's like being on Earth and a city lord is swearing on his ancestors to tell you that a tiger is going to run over here and demand that you evacuate immediately. As a result, you refused to evacuate on the grounds that you had not yet finished collecting your valuables at home. Some people wanted to evacuate, but another deputy city lord said that a tiger was just a tiger, not enough to worry about. As a result, the mighty tiger came, defying swords and guns. He began to eat people on a large scale. If the tiger is at fault, is this deputy city lord? Who stopped him? At fault? The robber sect pondered carefully, and with Lu Changfeng constantly apologizing, they eventually decided to ease their relationship with the Great Tao sect, while listening to the Central State Imperial Dynasty and the Taishang Sword sect constantly praising Luya's prettiness. The hijacking sect couldn't open their mouths. He's kind? Yes, he was killing and crying, but the tears were snapping and falling, and not a trace of intolerance was ever seen on his face. And good? The great Dan of flesh and blood has been refined. All the remnant souls were collected into the 10,000 soul streamer. But it's so good. However, because of this, the faces of the robber sect's group of powerhouses, from their original expressionless faces, without realizing it, had revealed smiles. The Great Tao sect, with such a ruthless person, was really going to rise. After Lu Ye's doppelganger refined the great flesh and blood pill, he spoke towards Lu Changfeng. Patriarch, I'll go after the 10,000 spirit demon emperor. Be careful with everything. I'll have the ancestor follow you. Yes. Lu Ye's figure turned into a stream of light and chased after the main body. Ha, okay, 2 ancestors, quickly follow Lu Yi and go protect him. 5 minutes later, the 2 ancestors flew back resentfully. Protect the hell out of it. The man is long gone. Chapter 122 Chasing and Killing 10,000 Spirits. Second shift. Lacana waited for a moment. The doppelganger merged into his body, and the flesh and blood Great Dan appeared in his hand. Having this should make it easier to cross the threshold. However, he was not supposed to be afraid of transits, even if his transits were, one at a time, more outrageous and ferocious. But what cannot destroy me will eventually make me stronger. Feeling the location of the Tongtian Dharma seal, Lu Yi flew away at breakneck speed. The true essence in his body was recovering rapidly. Vermilion Bird had watched the entire war, and at that moment it was a chilling moment of celebration. Lu Yi's ascension was simply too swift. Swiftly to a point she didn't even quite understand. Lu Yi was born as a heavenly respected, and she was reborn as a great emperor. Although it was true that there was a realm difference between a great emperor and a heavenly exalt, this realm gap, in the very early stages of cultivation, didn't make much of a difference, did it? Those who were able to become great emperors definitely couldn't be considered poor in their knowledge of cultivation. Well, except for Shangwan Mirage Spirit. But now, the gap is just too big. The chase between Lu Yi and the All Souls Demon Emperor could not be caught up by Vermilion Bird, but she could see the current situation based on the All Souls Demon Emperor's vision. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was screaming with remorse. Still late. Still late. He was already very worried that Lu Yi would grow up and get his Tao heart shattered by Lu Yi, and then recondense his Tao heart and take control of a new body again. He immediately rushed towards the great wasteland without stopping, wanting to kill Lu Yi. Is that all? Or is it too late? The time he saw Lu Yi when his Tao heart was broken, Lu Yi had only just stepped into refined void. Seeing Lu Yi now, the harmonization realm was almost full. How long has it been? The All Souls Demon Emperor didn't even know what he should do at this moment. As for whether or not Lu Yi could kill himself, the All Souls Demon Emperor wasn't particularly worried. His racial talent was too strong. Parasitic demon bugs were hermaphroditic. Only one could be born in thousands of years, and the entire number of parasitic demon bugs would definitely not exceed 10. At this time, an intense crisis appeared behind the All Souls Demon Emperor. The 3 Lu Yi surrounded the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor in the east, south, and north directions. The All Souls Demon Emperor was startled. He fled towards the west, exploding into full speed. The 3 Lucino were gradually thrown off. The All Souls Demon Emperor couldn't help but be a little thankful that there were only 3 of these Lu Yi, or else if he surrounded himself in all 4 directions, the All Souls Demon Emperor wouldn't even know how he could escape. This body, which he but could keep, was really unwilling to destroy. While fleeing, the All Souls Demon Emperor wasn't idle as he kept wielding his parasitism out, allowing more living beings to be parasitized. Boom! A fist seal. From the east, the void emitted a roar. The terrifying chi swept the gale. The clouds were beaten out a vacuum zone. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor roared, and 8 arms appeared on his body, simultaneously slamming towards the punch. Put! 4 arms were shattered alive. The 10,000 Souls Demon Emperor spat out a large mouthful of blood and continued to run wildly. He confined himself? The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor collected all of his aura in an instant, and began to check if he had left any marks on his body. Woohoo! The mournful sound of sword chi cutting through the air rang out. The sword chi was frighteningly fast, slashing ferociously at the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor with an impregnable, unstoppable stance. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor hurriedly dodged, but his wings were still half chopped off. He must have the means to find himself. The All Souls Demon Emperor was even more confirmed. Above the sea of clouds, two figures, one in front and one behind, cut a vacuum in the middle of the sea of clouds. Can't find it. Why can't you find it? Under a cursory search, the All Souls Demon Emperor did not find the mark on his body. Boom boom boom. A beam of light rushed towards the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. All Souls Demon Emperor can flash on flash. Cannot flash off. Hard to carry. Hard to resist once in the mouth to spit out blood. Inch by inch he searched for the mark. Now he was fleeing towards the demon realm. Escaping to the demon realm, where he also had formations that might be able to fend off Lu Ye's pursuit. Lu Ye slowly followed behind as if he was walking a dog. Soon, one chased and one fled, having broken away from the great wasteland and entered the void. The demon realm was already not far away. Lu Ye delivered another sword light that nearly split the All Souls Demon Emperor in half. The All Souls Demon Emperor finally rushed into the demon realm. Found it. He found the mark that Lu Ye had left on it and hurriedly used his power to start wearing out the mark. At the same time, throughout the entire demon realm, demonic mist filled the air, and the sky-covering formation was formed. The entire demon realm was a giant formation. This is a great formation left by the ancient demon clan's great powers, and it is because of the existence of this great formation that the demon clan can survive to this day. Humph, you should never be so arrogant. Fighting for the Tao is not to fight for this moment. When we see each other in the second heaven, who will win and who will lose? It's still not certain. Lu Ye's figure rushed into the demon clan's big formation. This big formation, Lu Ye had broken it in his last life, let alone this one. The powerful demon body that the All Souls Demon Emperor had previously molded by him had blown itself up because of the competition with Lu Ye over the Tao. And now that this demon body with the poor Chi bloodline had been occupied by him, although it was urgently compensated for, it was still too weak. It was far inferior to when the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was at his peak. Lu Ye was on the verge of killing the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor with a casual fight. This gave Lu Ye a slight headache. If you don't fight, the All Souls Demon Emperor has no sense of crisis. If you fight, the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor won't be able to carry it. The All Souls Demon Emperor didn't even finish his words for too long before he watched Lu Ye drill out from the demon clan's great formation. It seems like there's no need for the second heaven. We meet again. Lu Ye had a smile on his face, and the bitterness in his heart was about to press on again. The All Souls Demon Emperor let out a roar. How? Lu Ye had already rushed in front of him, and the Tongtian fist technique pulled back and slammed his fist on the body of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Boom! The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was smashed out. He spewed out a beam of light, which was shattered by Lu Ye's palm. The figure disappeared once again, and Lu Ye grabbed the All Souls Demon Emperor's wings and slammed his knee over. The remaining three arms of the All Souls Demon Emperor blasted towards Lu Ye at the same time. Boom! The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was smashed into the side of his waist. The sound of bones shattering resounded, and the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor let out a hiss of pain. When his attacks landed on Lu Ye's body, all of them were stopped by an astral aura, and Lu Ye began to frantically smash the All Souls Demon Emperor with his fists. Lu Ye was actually able to dodge the attack of the All Souls Demon Emperor, only that he was too lazy to do so because the attack was too weak. The All Souls Demon Emperor's roar of fury from the beating soon turned into a miserable scream. Into a wail. Iron Fist follows up with punch after punch. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was all ready to give up on this body because it hurt too much, and he couldn't see any hope at all that he could survive. Just when he was about to give up, Lu Ye suddenly stopped. Without any nonsense, Lu Ye's figure disappeared. The Demon Emperor of All Souls? Gone? Just like that? Didn't say anything and just left? Vermilion Bird was also a bit confused at this time. Not knowing what Lu Ye meant, the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor waited for a while and realized that Lu Ye had indeed left, and he got into the spirit. The injuries were too heavy, and if he didn't want this body to fall, he would have to absorb essence blood to recover quickly. The All Souls Demon Emperor had ferocity in his eyes. He was already determined to ascend to the second heaven, so there was no need to have any scruples in doing things. He's going to parasitize like crazy. Chapter 123, Please, 3 shifts. Lu Ye stared at the All Souls Demon Emperor and couldn't help but nod gently when he realized that he was indeed parasitizing like crazy. Yeah, that's it. That's how good it is. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor flew parasitic and absorbed the essence blood. His injuries were recovering, and so was his strength. Finally, He was back to full strength. The cultivation produced by countless parasitic creatures would all be secretly absorbed partially by him, although this part is small. But a gathering river becomes an ocean, and sand becomes a tower, as long as he parasitizes more and more and more. Then among the 9 heavens, he would be the fastest demon to cultivate. Land wild. Lunao, you're just waiting to die. Ha ha ha. Luno is here. When the black shadow appeared above the All Souls Demon Emperor's head, the hideous smile on the All Souls Demon Emperor's face came to an abrupt end. Not you this. Not gone? Boo. The All Souls Demon Emperor's body was sent flying out, and another kick was delivered to his chest. Boom. A mountain peak was smashed to pieces by the All Souls Demon Emperor. Luya's figure followed like a shadow. Punch after punch. Kick after kick. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor should feel proud because he is really the first person demon who has been attacked by Luyi so many times and still does not die. After beating the All Souls Demon Emperor severely again, Luyi didn't say anything and disappeared once again. Jubilee was filled with bewilderment. She really didn't see what was going on with Luyi right now. With Luya's character, with him being so much stronger than the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor, it was a very unbelievable thing for the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor to be able to leave the Great Wasteland alive. As a result, Luyi even crippled and seriously injured him twice and didn't even kill him? The All Souls Demon Emperor was already furious to the extreme. Fine, don't kill yourself yet. The mark on his body had been worn down very, very faintly, and as soon as it was worn down, he would teach Luyi a lesson. Restore your strength first. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was rampant in the demon realm, and there were still scattered gods and great demons in the demon realm that had not entered the Great Desolate and the Transition Realm, but none of them dared to come over to besiege Luyi. Just kidding. After beating the All Souls Demon Emperor into such a fracking shape, did they go over to get beaten up piece by piece? Not to mention, there was really a dispersed god great demon who didn't believe in evil and rushed towards Luyi when the All Souls Demon Emperor was being beaten for the 3rd time. How dare you? A human race dares to be so reckless in the demon race. Give me death. The sky-covering demon claw slapped. He was beaten into a bloody mist by Luyi with a heavenly fist. This time, the strongest members of the demon race trembled even more. The All Souls Demon Emperor was really strong. The scattered god great demon was killed by this terrifying human race with a single punch, and he was able to withstand so many hits, leaving behind the bruised and battered All Souls Demon Emperor, who was almost rendered as mush. Luya's figure disappeared once again. Not even close. There's still one last bit to go. The All Souls Demon Emperor endured great pain. In fact, he didn't know that such a little pain was nothing. Luyi hadn't utilized the primal morning mist yet. Finally, the All Souls Demon Emperor wore out the last mark. Ha 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 ha. Luyi, I'm free. Ha 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 ha. The 10,000 Souls Demon Emperor changed his position, certain that Luyi would not find himself again, and he let out a shocking laugh. I want to ascend. Old me. Luyi, I'll be in the 2nd heaven. Again. Luyi wiped his tears and appeared in front of the All Souls Demon Emperor again. Just stare at him. All Souls Demon Emperor. Smile. Why don't you smile? Is it because you're unhappy? Why can you still find me? I clearly erased the mark. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor had vaguely begun to collapse. Luyi finally spoke. You're laughing so loud it's bothering my eyes. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was still about to speak when Luyi had already taken a step out. Boom! There was another bout of inhumane ravaging, and the crowd of great demons watched from afar with frightened hearts and numb scalps. This human race is so cruel. After beating the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor severely once again, Luya's figure disappeared in a dashing manner. The All Souls Demon Emperor spat out a large mouthful of blood, his breath wilting. Fight! This is the last fight. His next time, big deal. He won't laugh so loud. The All Souls Demon Emperor was tired. He lay on the ground and didn't go parasitizing and collecting essence blood at the first opportunity. Luko appeared again. The Demon Emperor of All Souls? An extremely thin white mist flew towards the body of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Aha! In the next second, an extremely mournful sound came out from the mouth of the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. The kind of sound that sent shivers down one's spine just by listening to it. And he even opened his own mouth wide open due to the miserable scream. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor rolled on the ground, the intense pain directly knocking him unconscious from the pain, followed by being awakened by the pain. Pain! It hurts too much. Luyi laughed, and then thought that this thing was laid on him by Yu Hongling. His figure disappeared. After screaming miserably for a full quarter of an hour, the All Souls Demon Emperor finally broke out of his agony. He was like a dying fish, big breaths with a strong aftershock. He'd rather die. He wouldn't want to go through that kind of pain again. The All Souls Demon Emperor began to recover. He had to recover quickly. Leave quickly, and hide. Wait until the All Souls Demon Emperor recovers again. And feeling that he had hidden himself very well, Lucano's figure appeared right on time. What are you doing? Ouch! What are you doing? The All Souls Demon Emperor's mind completely collapsed, and with red eyes, he hysterically yelled at Lu Yi. Lucano grinned. He believed that the All Souls Demon Emperor himself would comprehend it. Boom! Another beating. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor was scared. He was now not so scared about getting beaten up. His fear now was afraid that Lu Yi was releasing that white mist on him. What the hell is he doing? The vermilion bird's heart was incomparably anxious. The All Souls Demon Emperor was frantically parasitizing the demon race. At this rate, all of the demon race would be parasitized by the All Souls Demon Emperor. Lu Yi is not such a character. He killed his enemies as they were, but rarely tortured them, for he had always believed that we were all nothing more than contenders for the way. Now this is a situation that is surprisingly out of place. The All Souls Demon Emperor was filled with despair. The imprint had clearly worn off, so why was he still able to find himself? Why do you still want to beat yourself up? He had already decided that if Lu Yi hit him one more time, he would give up this body. Recovery. Continued recovery. Recovery over. The All Souls Demon Emperor began to wait. As Lu Yi's figure appeared, the All Souls Demon Emperor let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of wild laughter, the All Souls Demon Emperor exploded himself with a loud bang. He wasn't playing anymore. He was tired. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes. The All Souls Demon Emperor hadn't even caught his breath when he rediscovered a transition realm demon reborn. Luno reappeared. All Souls Demon Emperor. What the hell do you want? What the hell do you want? You tell me. You tell me. I'll listen to you. I'm begging you. Don't hit me. The All Souls Demon Emperor cried out in pain and knelt in front of Lu Yi. I'm begging you. Don't hit me. I was really wrong. It was still Lu Yi's fist that greeted him. Chapter 124, 10,000 Spirits Understand. 4 shifts. Tired. Destroy. The All Souls Demon Emperor was tortured and mad. He gave up resisting and his badly injured body lay on the ground. Do what you like. By the time the white mist resurfaced and landed on the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor, the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor began to scream miserably again. Pain. Ouch. Ouch. Why? Why is this white mist being released on him again? After experiencing an agony worse than hell, the All Souls Demon Emperor finally found a pattern. When he was recovering from parasitism, Lu Yi never showed up. When he was done recovering and no longer resuming his parasitism, Lu Yi would show up and beat himself to death. And if he didn't recover, just existing like this with a serious injury would allow Lu Yi to unleash that white mist on him. The All Souls Demon Emperor understood at this moment. As long as he was parasitizing non-stop, Lucano wouldn't show up to beat himself up. Try it. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor began to parasitize and waited until he recovered. He still hadn't stopped, and the result was obvious. Lu Yi didn't reappear. He's been parasitic. The All Souls Demon Emperor knew that Lu Yi must have his own agenda for letting him parasitize, but he couldn't care less anymore. He didn't want to be beaten anymore. He didn't want to go through that white mist again. He doesn't want it. Vermilion Bird watched in trepidation as she finally began to contact the All Souls Demon Emperor for the first time. You can't parasitize anymore. He knows your parasitism method. If he kills you ruthlessly, all the demons you parasitize won't be able to escape a single death. Wan Ling, don't parasitize anymore. The All Souls Demon Emperor let out a roar. Fuck off. I'm not parasitizing. So you're coming over to take the beating for me? You're still going to get beat up when you're parasitized at the end of the day. Ask him what it is that keeps you parasitized, and you help him solve the problem and stop parasitizing. Does he care about me? It's not like you didn't see it. Where does he take care of me? When he sees me he just beats me. When he meets me he just beats me. What can I do? Stop. I'll ask him. Fuck off. If you want to ask you do it yourself. I'm not stopping anyway. If the demon race is dead, it's dead, and if it's dead he doesn't want to be beaten again. However, Vermilion Bird was right. With the All Souls Demon Emperor's crazy parasitization, the entire demon race was on the verge of being parasitized clean by him. What will he do then? Now that a large number of demons had been parasitized, the number he had parasitized decreased dramatically. Lu Yi's figure appeared again. Don't fight. Don't fight. The demon race has been pretty much parasitized by me. There's no way for me to parasitize anymore. Don't ever hit me. Lu Yi finally spoke. With the demon race gone, there's still the demon race. As these words were spoken, the All Souls Demon Emperor felt a great fear rise within him. His soul trembled. What do you mean? Is he going to wipe out the entire Fey race in one fell swoop? No, it's not. If he wanted to overthrow all the foreign races, where was the need for him to parasitize them? It wouldn't be enough for him to carry out the massacre all by himself. For what? Exactly? Lu Yi, you're not like that. What's wrong with you? Tell me. I'll help you out. Vermilion Bird flew over from the distance at this time and asked loudly. Lu Yi naturally didn't have any nonsense and slashed his sword. The Vermilion Bird transformed into a roiling flame in an instant. This sword made the Vermilion Bird nearly die on the spot, which meant that the Vermilion Bird could bathe in fire in order to survive. Jubilee's scalp tingled. Crazy. It's just crazy. How did Lu Yi become like this? The bathing fire would cause the Vermilion Bird to suffer a great deal of vitality, and within a short period of time, she would not dare to appear in front of Lu Yi again. Lu Yi raised his fist and, once again, began to beat on the All Souls Demon Emperor. Don't fight. Don't fight. I know. I'll go to the Devil Realm. I'll go to the God Realm. I'll go to all of my small worlds. Don't fight. A good All Souls Demon Emperor froze and was beaten out of his psyche. Lu Yi clearly didn't exert much force. The All Souls Demon Emperor screamed that loud because he was very afraid, so he felt more pain as well. Leave after the fight. The All Souls Demon Emperor endured the severe pain and climbed up from the ground. He recovered his injuries as fast as he could and charged straight towards the demon realm. Couldn't care less about anything. If he hadn't been beaten so many times, the All Souls Demon Emperor might still have existed. The idea that he would parasitize all and achieve the strongest, but now that he had been beaten so many times, the All Souls Demon Emperor was really particularly honest. Enter the demonic realm. The All Souls Demon Emperor began his parasitic path, and as expected, Lu Yi didn't hit him again. As long as he tries to parasitize, he won't take a beating. The 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor felt as if he had been sold into the Black Spirit mine, and the only way to not get beaten was to work desperately. The arrival of the All Souls Demon Emperor naturally attracted the attention of the demon race, and powerful demons arrived, wanting to stop the All Souls Demon Emperor. The Devil Realm was not the demon realm, and could not allow the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor to frantically parasitize here. However, when Lu Ye's figure appeared in front of the demonic powerhouse, the demonic powerhouse fell silent. They had already fought with Lu Yi before, who came and went as he pleased, snatched a bunch of their treasures, and killed 2 transition realm demon emperors. They had also gotten word that the heavenly demon emperor had also died in Lu Ye's hands. The entire coalition army was routed, and Luno had a big part in that. Now that Lu Yi is blocking them, what should they do? What can I do? They could only watch as the All Souls Demon Emperor frantically parasitized the demon race. The Great Wilderness, Taishang Sword Sect. How dare you steal Sword Mountain? Infinite Sword Chi rushed out from the Supreme Sword Sect as one powerful sword cultivator rushed out. Chu Ling's body had countless sword wounds and was dripping with blood, but she didn't care at all. The Sword Mountain of the Taishang Sword Sect was an innate spiritual treasure. It could be said to be the root of the Taishang Sword Sect. Stored on the top were the new swords of the Taishang Sword Sect for so many years. Broken swords, divine swords that hadn't recognized their masters for the time being, and so on. The entire Sword Mountain, which had been nurtured by the Supreme Sword Sect for too many years, had consumed an unknown amount of resources, and the purity of the sword intent in it was of great benefit to any sword. As a result, now, it has been stolen. Strange shame. And at all costs, we must take over Sword Mountain and kill this guy who had the audacity to make a move against it. What angered the Supreme Sword Sect the most was that this person who had snatched the Sword Mountain seemed to be someone from the Great Tao Sect. The Great Tao Sect and the Taishang Sword Sect have always kept watch over each other. The relationship is extremely close. And now, as a result, it's a fucking backstab. Even the Taishang Sword Sect's patriarch was still in the Great Tao Sect and hadn't returned yet. It's too much of a bully. It is really deceptive. The Supreme Sword Sect immediately contacted the patriarch. And the patriarch, Li Wuyue, heard the news and his entire body was confused. A great anger then rose to the sky. Lu Changfeng, you have to give me an explanation. Lu Changfeng? Looking at Li Wuyue's furious appearance, Lu Changfeng's heart thumped, because Li Wuyue, a person who had always been a gentleman with a clear wind and moon, had almost never seen such an angry look on his body. To be able to make him so angry, it was bound to be an extremely bad thing. Daoist Moonless Brother, be at ease. What exactly happened? Chapter 125, Die Death? 5th Shift, your Great Tao Sect disciples infiltrated my Taishang Sword Sect and stole my Sword Sect's Sword Mountain. This is how your Great Tao Sect treats its allies? My entire Taishang Sword Sect went out, and the clan only left behind some old and weak people, and as a result, your Great Tao Sect even chose to steal our home when we were helping you. Li Wuyue's voice was incomparably grumpy. He was literally going to blow a gasket. Lu Changfeng looked extremely grave. Dao brother, don't panic. You said it was someone from my Great Tao Sect who stole the Sword Mountain. Do you know who it was? To be honest, Lu Changfeng did not believe what Li Wuyue said, because of the Great Tao Sect's peril. The Great Tao sect was preparing for war, from the grandmasters down to the disciples. Where else would anyone have the time to run to the Taishang sword sect to make a mess? Between Li Wuyue's wave of his hand, a curtain of light lit up. This man, do you recognize him? The image of Chu Ling surfaced. This face was recognized by a part of the Great Tao sect. This includes Ji Changming. Lu Changfeng didn't recognize it, but he first looked at Ji Changming. If it was anyone else, Ji Changming could simply say that he didn't recognize them. But for Chu Ling, he needed to be cautious, because Chu Ling seems to be having an affair with Lu Yi. Senior brother, you should recognize it, right? Lu Changfeng asked. Ji Changming nodded. This woman's name is Chu Ling, worshipped under the name of Bailan Peak, before the second place in the clan genius competition. As if it is and Lu Yi has some unspoken relationship. Li Wuyu's face full of anger paused for a moment. Even if you have an unspoken relationship with Lu Yi, you can't lay such a cruel hand on your own ally. That's my Taishang sword sect's Sword Mountain. If the Sword Mountain disappears, can my Taishang sword sect still call itself Taishang sword sect? Fellow Daoist, rest easy. We will immediately try to contact Chu Ling and contact Lu Yi. Sword Mountain will not disappear for a while. My Great Tao sect will definitely not infringe on the interests of our alliance. We will definitely stand on the side of justice. Lu Yi naturally didn't know what Chu Ling had done, and he wasn't surprised to know. One person, one life. Chu Sword Villa. That incident. Lu Yi did not die. Lu Yi died once to save Chu Ling. It has not happened yet. Chu Ling the man. Lu Yi didn't want to comment too much. He was now more interested in the group of Buddhists. Although the Buddhist sect had been expelled from the Great Wasteland, most of the disciples of the Buddhist sect were human beings, people they had sneaked into the Great Wasteland and brought back. Now that Lu Yi had driven the All-Souls Demon Emperor, he had arrived at the Buddha realm, where the strongest people in the Buddha realm had the least amount of deaths and injuries compared to the other alien races. Lu Yi was ready for a big battle, and so it does in the front. Even Lu Yi's face showed a touch of gravity. It was because a huge Buddha, with an infinite amount of Buddha's light, sat cross-legged in front of Lu Yi. The terrifying pressure made it seem as if the entire Buddhist realm had frozen. This breath, peak Mahayana? What about the fact that there is still such an old man in the Buddhist sect? A man and a Buddha face each other. Amitabha Buddha. The road ahead is impassable. Please go around. A silver white light suddenly erupted in Lu Yi's eyes. Vaguely another pupil appeared in his eyes. A relic left behind in the first heaven is just a relic. Yes, this Buddha statue. It's all about scaring people. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yi did have a lot of means and had an incredibly sharp perception, there was a real possibility that he could have been tricked by this Buddha statue. It's true. The Buddha statue's face changed slightly. Since you are obstinate, I will suppress you. At this moment, the Buddha's aura climbed even more terrifyingly, even surpassing the point that the Mahayana realm should be able to display. A huge and real clear Buddha palm slapped heavily towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi directly ignored it, turning into streams of light and rushing towards the Buddha palm. The Buddha's palm carried a heavenly tilting gesture and ruthlessly slapped on Lu Yi's body. However, the moment it touched Lu Yi's body, everything turned into a bubble, and Lu Yi passed through the Buddha statue without any obstacles. Buddha's gate. It's on the run. It wasn't that they had just started to escape. It was clear that they had already been escaping for some time. So much so that very few of the Buddhist disciples still remained here. Lu Yi saw this scene and felt some emotion. The Buddhist sect, no less, is a sect that has made a fool of itself time and again, still managed to have something left, not to mention anything else. This handful of their ability to escape and their knowledge of their own strength alone surpass too many forces. 80% of them are used to escaping. Disaster is always one step slower for Buddhists. The All Souls Demon Emperor was a bit overwhelmed. It's the Buddhists all running away, and it shouldn't be his fault that he doesn't have anyone to parasitize right now, should it? Go on. Jubilee is having a hard time bathing in the fire. She watched as the All Souls Demon Emperor rushed into the Ghost World Parasite and into the Spirit World Parasite. The All Souls Demon Emperor himself could no longer remember how many existences he had parasitized. The strength of this body he had newly parasitized was originally the third level of the transitional tribulation, but now it was growing upwards and had already pulled up to the fourth level. He was now in the most terrifying state of cultivation. Given the time, he could once again cultivate to the ninth level of the transitional succession by leaps and bounds. What the hell is he going to do? Vermilion Bird's eyes were wide open, and that fear in his heart was becoming more and more obvious. She saw that Lu Yi walked towards the All Souls Demon Emperor. The All Souls Demon Emperor thought that he was going to be beaten and hurriedly protected his head. Put! 2 arms flew out. The All Souls Demon Emperor let out a wail. I have obeyed your words. I have parasitized many demons and devils. Spare me! Spare me! The All Souls Demon Emperor wailed and said, he really can't take it anymore. He doesn't want to be beaten anymore. That feeling of being ravaged by a one-sided madness caused great damage to his heart. Lucano held out his hand. The palm of his hand grasped above the All Souls Demon Emperor's head. The last test. If you can survive, you are alive. The words fell. In an instant, the reincarnation obsession, like a galaxy falling from the sky, violently poured into the All Souls Demon Emperor's soul. Reincarnation. What an old term. In the long years, how many sufferings have not been dissolved, and eventually do not enter the cycle of reincarnation and turn into obsessions? Too much, too much. Now, Lu Yi is taking his obsession and finding an outlet for it. Pour this obsession all the way in. Ah! Painful screams rang out from the All Souls Demon Emperor's mouth. His soul had the tendency to completely crumble under the first wave of obsessive impact. It was also at this moment that he understood why Lu Yi had forced him to parasitize more living beings. Too much obsession. Too much pain. The All Souls Demon Emperor couldn't bear it. He didn't want to die. So many obsessions that had locked his soul. There's only one way to live now. That's channeling the obsession. Evenly channeled into each of the parasitic souls. The All Souls Demon Emperor didn't hesitate. Nor did he have time to hesitate. In an instant, countless people who were parasitized felt a kind of intense suffering. A sea of cries, hysterics, and ravings appeared in the souls of the parasites. The weak are dying fast. Vermilion Bird also belongs to the state of being semi-parasitized. Her brow was furrowed and she looked a little pained. No way. With this grandiose onslaught of reincarnation obsession, all that are parasitized will die. There is absolutely no hope of surviving. Their souls are even shattered by the obsession. One miserable soul flew at all the alien worlds. Don't! Luco, stop it. All demons will die. All parasitized beings will die. And at this time, an obsession that came to Jubilee's mind. It's Shinshikiri. It's you. Jubilee froze. Shin Shitong calmly looked at Jubilee. I heard Lu Yi say that you were a great emperor in your previous life, and that the great emperor's Tao heart is strong enough to withstand all the effects of obsessions. But they live, and you will die. Or, regardless, they die and you live. Live one, or live millions. You, make a choice. Chapter 126, Choice, one more, aha. God realm, demon realm, devil realm, spirit realm, ghost realm. The sound of wailing resounded through the heavens. At this moment, the souls of all the existences that had been parasitized by the All Souls Demon Emperor suffered an assault of obsession. Every single obsession, all the suffering they had endured in their lifetime, in this moment, became the suffering of these demons. They seem to have personally experienced everything that these obsessions have gone through. They seem to be in the midst of this rolling dust, wounded by fate, by the ways of the world, and by grudges, bitterness. It enveloped all the demonic and alien races. In the whole world, there was only the sound of that scream. Yet that was the beginning of the obsession. Reincarnation obsession. Too much. Why Lu Yi always cries? Because it is too bitter. His heavenly Tao heart cannot suppress the feeling of bitterness. If he is forced to suppress, Tao heart soul will sink. All he could do was to relieve himself by crying to ease the pain inside. Crying is an outward sign of suffering. What the hell is going on here? You didn't blow yourself up? The Vermilion Bird's eyes were wide with rage as he stared at Shin Shitong in death. Shin Shitong's eyes were calm with a coldness in them. Yes, I blew myself up. All my loved ones died. And with monstrous hatred, I refused to enter reincarnation and turned into an obsession just to wait for the scene to happen. You shouldn't care about why I'm here right now. What you should care about is those demons you're guarding. Look at what kind of pain they're going through. Shin Shitong turned into streams of light and rushed into Zhu Yao's soul. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird's consciousness became extremely clear. The connection between her and the All Souls Demon Emperor became even closer, and the obsession was constantly rushing into her soul through the All Souls Demon Emperor's soul. However, as Shin Shitong said, she was a great emperor, the four spirits of heaven, the Vermilion Bird. Such a little obsession would at most cause her to frown. Even if the obsessions of all living beings were now converging on her, she could endure it. However, she was now seeing the wailing of countless demons through the perspective of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Countless. It's too much. The vast land, the infinite mountains and forests. Everywhere there were living beings rolling on the ground and wailing. Their souls were suffering a terrible attack. That obsession was like the most vicious attachment, clinging to their souls and subjecting them to the fiercest emotional attacks in the world. There were some weak demons whose hearts and minds completely collapsed after just one click. Collapsed on the ground motionless, his soul dissipating rapidly. Misery. Jubilee gasped dramatically. Killing is nothing but a headache. Why do you torture people like this? Reincarnation obsession. Poisoned by that crazy batch of women. Vermilion Bird knew who it was. And when she first heard the name, She thought that this reincarnation obsession was just like the killing lotus heart that she had placed, but it was just to make Lu Yi's emotions fluctuate. But now, apparently not. The killing lotus heart allowed Lu Yi to be controlled by killing, while the current reincarnation obsession was causing Lu Yi to fall deeply into that infinite pain. A scene was constantly reflected into Zhu Yao's mind. The picture is so bleak and tragic. Every now and then, demons died in extreme pain, their faces hideously twisted in death. These images were a very great torture for Jubilee. If she alone dies, can all the demons live? There is goodness among these demons. 2. The reincarnation obsession grows more and more voluminous. Kamaketsu's words had been lingering in the back of her mind. She was a great emperor, her Tao was strong, and she could withstand these reincarnation obsessions. As long as all the reincarnation obsessions were gathered in her body, then these beings could live. If she didn't care, all of these beings would die. The vermilion bird violently let out a clear cry. The birds are singing in the 9 heavens. In that case, let me die. It's just one death. If she dies alone, she can live for thousands. She, who died a good death. Boom! With a roar, the connection between the vermilion bird and the 10,000 spirit demon emperor reached its peak at this moment, and all the obsessions leading to the other beings on the body were truncated, all of them rushing towards the vermilion bird. For just a moment, the vermilion bird let out a wail. Her body slammed heavily into the ground and curled up, all the feathers of the vermilion bird trembling, wailing. A wail rang out. Jubilee saw it. If Lu Yi transferred the reincarnation obsession to the millions and millions of foreign races of these small worlds in one breath, it was a cruel scene. Then this moment, as numerous as the stars, spanning long eras and countless sad and bitter obsessions, is a vast performance of all that is most tragic in this world. She followed each obsession, experiencing their suffering as if she had reincarnated for billions of lifetimes. More and more and more. The vermilion bird was spitting out blood in large mouthfuls, and each mouthful of blood was the vermilion bird's essence blood, the blood of the heart. A great emperor's Tao heart, undergoing such pain, had turned into this. Shin Shitong ate the melon from close range, admiring the pain of the vermilion bird at the moment. TSK, 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 TSK. Where have we been now? The reincarnation obsession on Lu Yi's soul hadn't even finished releasing a tenth of it. You're in this much pain now? For the sake of those 10 million alien beings, you must hold on. Aha! Vermilion bird let out the most dismal scream. She was sobbing. At this moment, Lu Yi's face then revealed a soothing look. It's so comfortable. The reincarnation obsession, like a party of swamps, had surrounded him at all times since it had erupted, and he had forever felt so exhausted, so sad and miserable. And now the mud, the shackles, are being shaken off, are being broken. It's so cozy. As for him feeling all the reincarnation obsessions going into one person, Lu Yi had already guessed that it was mostly vermilion bird. So what about vermilion bird? If it wasn't for the fact that the vermilion bird's heavenly fate avatar could indeed be reborn in fire, he would have killed the vermilion bird long ago. Now since the vermilion bird had been holding a grudge against him for killing the demon and betraying it, wouldn't it be right for her to help the demon bear the obsession now so that the demon could survive? But can Jubilee really hold out until death? Lu Yi was extremely looking forward to it. 1/10 of the obsession disappears. 2/10 of the obsession disappears. The All Souls Demon Emperor's soul was completely shackled, unable to move in the slightest. 3/10 of the obsession disappears. Ah! The vermilion bird true flame burned the sky and destroyed the earth. And 3/10 of the obsession had caused the vermilion bird to collapse. Pain. It hurts too much. What could Jubilee do? She could only carry it hard with her Tao heart. I am the 4 spirits of heaven. I am the vermilion bird demon emperor. I am the wife of Lu Yi. No, not. Vermilion bird's mind had become confused, and she was, at this moment, constantly experiencing reincarnation, experiencing all the suffering in the world. She can hold on. She can. Chapter 127, Regret, Second Shift. Jubilee began to think back on the good things that had happened in her life. She wants to resist the pain of this life with beauty. She was raised by the demon race since she was a child, and the one who raised her was a white stork, who was kind to her, feeding her food and teaching her cultivation. It was the stork that showed her that there is good and evil in all things in the world. What she looked forward to every day in those days was what good food the mother stork would bring back to her. Later, bewilderment suddenly appeared in Vermilion Bird's eyes. Then, in the midst of her joys, someone always appeared. It's a pretty chic-looking bird for keeping. Sparrow, come, sing with me. I'm a little bird. I want to fly but I can't fly high enough. Sparrow child, This divine fire seems to suit you. How about a taste? Injure my sparrow child and I'll destroy your Tao. Sparrow, don't be afraid. I'm always here. Tweedledum, Tweedledum, Tweedledum. The last image in her mind was framed in the eyes of Lu Yi looking at her underneath that robbery cloud. Shocked, disbelieving, heartbroken. It's too painful. She just couldn't top it. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. I seem to be doing it wrong. No, I didn't do it wrong. I'm sorry for Lu Yi. No, Luck Young is sorry for me. I would die for millions of living beings. No, I live to protect more beings. Yes, I can protect more living beings by staying alive. This is only 10 million living beings. In this 9 heavens, there are still endless demon races that need to be guarded by themselves. No, one can't back out. But it really hurts. It really hurts too much. By the time Jubilee's will to live began to kick in, her mind had already made up its own reasons for her to do so. Are you giving up? Shin Shitone's voice also sounded at this moment. Jubilee heard her truly, and she didn't answer. Her mind still kept echoing that she could save more demons by staying alive. Do you know how many kind existences there are among these millions of living beings? That you can bear to watch them suffer endless pain and die? To save millions and die you won? That's not what you think? Or is it that, in your mind, there is only one death of another to save millions, not one death of you to save millions? If you give up now, all of these 10 million living beings, all of them, will die, and their souls will be haunted by obsessions that will keep them from entering the cycle of reincarnation for eternity, and they will never be able to transcend their lives. If you give up on them, they will never live again. If you give up now, they will all die. Are you really going to give them up? A questioning voice continued to reach Vermilion Bird's ears. Her voice was mournful. I live to save more. So will you continue to give up when more living beings encounter this kind of death dealing again? Thinking in your mind that you can save more and more? It's just an excuse for you to run away. Do you realize that you would be hypocritical if you didn't save these 10 million living beings? When you killed me, you claimed to kill me 1 for 10 million. And now that it's your turn, you're backing down. Jubilee, you're a Jubilee. Can the tragic deaths of so many living beings move your kind heart? You will save the living. You will save them. Every word that Shin Shitong said seemed to be like a knife shot at Ju Yao. Jubilee's heart, her goodness, was shot full of holes in this moment. 5 out of 10. If you truly have love in your heart, then hold on for some more time. A great emperor with a solid Tao heart. Could it be that you can't even withstand this kind of pain? Lu Yi endured so much, merely shedding tears, and yet you're already in this much pain? You have to remember what you supposedly believe in. You have to remember what you stand for. 6 out of 10. This level of obsession had already reached the edge of Vermilion Bird's death. She was not only feeling deep pain in this moment, but also the crisis of death that was close at hand. It made her will even more fragile. Everyone else can die. Why can't you? Watching others die you think is saving more living beings. Your own death is likewise saving more living beings. You hold on. You are good. You can't hold out. You're a hypocrite. Shin Shitong was beside him, constantly encouraging and cynical. On the one hand, the dog host's reincarnation obsession, if it is not eliminated cleanly, the future will certainly be very troublesome. 10 million living beings, it really is not necessarily enough for the dog host to row. On the other hand, Shin Shitong was still really looking forward to it, hoping that Vermilion Bird would hold out until she was nearing the final step and she couldn't support herself anymore. Her unsupportable obsession would rush viciously into all living beings in the form of a shocking wave, crushing their souls in an instant. In that case, Jubilee would be the biggest accomplice. One can totally lie to her. So Jubilee, be sure to hold on. As for whether the Vermilion Bird could absorb all the obsessions on Luya's soul and not have any regrets? Stop it. The system watched everything about this group of women in her last life. And if Vermilion Bird could openly go to her death to save other living beings without complaint, she dared to eat the dog host. 7 out of 10. Luya's whole body was relaxed. A 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Jubilee deserves to die, right? At this moment, Luya's heart actually produced 2 points of admiration. Being able to hold out until death, Vermilion Bird was worthy of the name of Great Emperor. Ah! Suddenly, a sparrow song resounded between heaven and earth. The All Souls Demon Emperor's body began to tremble violently. Luya's complexion was slightly frozen. His eyes, at this moment, showed a faint disappointment. Then it was cold as iron. The reincarnation obsession rushed into the soul of the All Souls Demon Emperor in the most furious manner. The reincarnation obsession intercepted by the Vermilion Bird was like a dam breaking and completely collapsing. The huge reincarnation obsessions, transformed into a torrent, along the connection between the All Souls Demon Emperor and the many parasites, ruthlessly crashed into the millions, tens of millions, uncountable parasites. At this moment, The many small worlds were completely plunged into screams of misery. Massive amounts of living beings died, to die in the most miserable way possible. The All Souls Demon Emperor's soul twisted madly, shattered, and turned into ashes. Lu Yi withdrew his own palm. At this moment, all reincarnation obsessions disappeared from above his soul. The fourth toxin, completely gone. Vermilion Bird was trying his best to remove the reincarnation obsession from his soul. She did not want to go through such suffering again. Not 1 ounce of her reincarnation obsession would she be willing to endure again. When Vermilion Bird removed all the reincarnation obsessions from him, the God Realm, the Ghost Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Demon Realm, many small worlds, turned into dead domains. Jubilee had finally escaped from her infinite suffering. She gasped for air. She had never been so close to death before. A death that no amount of bathos could bring back to her. Laughter rang out from within Jubilee's mind. Ha ha ha, kindness, kindness, ha ha ha. Chapter 128. Before dying, 3 shifts, the All Souls Demon Emperor's body collapsed. His soul, it's broken. The breath is all gone. From then on, there would be no more 10,000 spirit demon emperor in the world. And from then on, there would be no more parasitic heavenly demon in the world. No, no, there's more. Lu Ye's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird looked up at Lu Ye's icy cold eyes as Shin Shitong's figure appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird. Brother, kill one? Shin Shitong said with a soft voice. Luno nodded. Yes. He raised his palm and turned it into a fist. The Vermilion Bird was demented. Her Tao heart had been completely shattered when the reincarnation obsession was released by her. She's hypocritical. She prided herself on her kindness. She thought she could give her life for the living. But she didn't make it. It turns out that real death is so scary. As Lu Ye's heavenly fist coalesced, Vermilion Bird's eyes finally recovered out a trace of clarity. Tears of blood flowed from her eyes. She knew that she was bound to die. It was because a wisp of the remnant soul of the All Souls Demon Emperor was still in her. Before I die, can I ask some questions? Where would Lu Yi pull any nonsense with her and immediately slammed his fist down? Shen Shitong, however, hurriedly hugged Lu Ye's arm. Dog host, you just beat it to death. It's boring, okay? You ask. Shin Shitong spoke up. Vermilion Bird's gaze lingered on the movement of Shin Shitong's embrace of Lu Ye's arm. At one time, she could have pulled off a move like that. She could also stop Lu Yi, who had risen to kill. Even how strong Lu Ye's killing heart was, as long as he was pulled by her, Lu Yi would stop. And now, the person who stopped Lu Yi was still there, but it wasn't her anymore. The person Luno killed was there, but it turned out to be her. Ha ha ha. Jubilee laughed a sad, desperate laugh. You obviously have 9 lives. Why did you only have 1 when you crossed the threshold? Lu Yi was silent. Shin Shitong has a face of excitement. Melon, melon, gua, gua gua gua. Ding, doghouse, brother Lu Yi. Tell her the truth. The emotionally charged Shin Shitong had begun to speak out of turn. As Lu Yi looked at the Vermilion Bird's appearance, the once lively and active Vermilion Bird seemed to appear in his mind as well. In my last life, during the cultivation process, I died 1 life for each of you 8. Lu Yi opened his mouth. The Vermilion Bird's heart and mind shook at the words. She looked at Lu Yi with disbelief. Died once for me, too? Luno nodded. When? Jubilee asked in an urgent voice. Parasitic Sky Demon. White Fire Spirit. Pale Blue Sea. When Lu Yi said those 3 terms, Zhu Yao's memory was instantly pulled back to that time. The parasitic heavenly demon appeared in the 7th heaven. The White Fire Spirit, on the other hand, was the young bird that she had secretly hidden in the first place. The young bird slowly grew up under her loving care. She named her White Fire Spirit, White after the stork who raised her. The Pale Blue Sea was the place where Lu Yi finally dueled with the parasitic Sky Demon. She remembered all of it. When White Flame Spirit was around, Lu Yi suffered from all sorts of strong enemies besieging him, and he killed and rose all the way to the top. And the way he rose was simply painful to the extreme. That day, Lu Yi had already hunted down the parasitic Sky Demon for a very long time, and finally chased it to the Sea of Pale Blue. That was the day she was given a key. That's the key to unlocking the Demon Clan's ancestral court. And on top of that key, the scent of the White Flame Spirit lingered. The demon who came to deliver the key told her that it was left to her by a fiery red firebird. The name of that firebird was called White Fire Spirit. She was also a bit puzzled at that time. The White Flame Spirit had already died in the 6th heavens, and now that she had already ascended to the 7th heavens, why did the White Flame Spirit still have the ability to deliver something to her in the 7th heavens? The person who came told her that they were the Scales Court. Libra is known for balancing everything and dealing fairly, and is quite trustworthy. This key, which was deposited in the Heavenly Scales Pavilion by a demon clan called White Flame Spirit, requested them to deliver this key, at the right time, to Vermilion Bird's hands. What's the right time? Jubilee asked. When the parasitic sky demon will die. She even knew about the parasitic sky demon? Vermilion Bird was incredibly unbelievable, but the person from the Heavenly Scales Pavilion had already completed his task, and finally informed Vermilion Bird that he only needed a strand of his divine sense to probe into the key to understand everything, and then he excused himself and left. Jubilee did still have caution at the time. However, it was only a wisp of divine consciousness. Her strength wasn't bad at the time, and she was confident enough to deal with all sorts of situations. As a result, a strand of divine sense probed into it. Surprisingly, it really was a white fire spirit. That aura was definitely a white fire spirit. There wasn't a single bit of mistake. Sister Vermilion Bird, hello again. I should be dead by now, right? Hey, it doesn't matter. I'm supposed to be someone who should have died a long time ago, and I've earned it by living a long time longer. Okay, I'm leaving this little bit of power, and it's not enough to make me talkative. So let's get right to the point. This key, the key to the demon clan's ancestral court, was obtained by me during my final expedition, and I fell because of this key. The ancestral court of the demon race. In the seventh heaven, countless demon race supreme treasures exist within. Only no one has been able to find it now. You only need to drop a drop of essence blood on top of the key to this demon ancestral court, and then you can lock the location of where the ancestral court is. But beware, the guardian of the ancestral court is the parasitic heavenly demon, and that's a very terrifying fellow. I don't want to put Sister Vermilion Bird in danger. So the action I set up for the Scales Pavilion was to wait until the parasitic heavenly demon was about to fall and head to the demon race's ancestral court. I hope Sister Vermilion Bird is happy and her cultivation goes well. Yeah, that's all I can say. Sister Vermilion Bird, you must be well. Goodbye. This was the message left by the White Fire Spirit. Vermilion Bird could be certain that this was indeed left behind by the White Fire Spirit. The White Fire Spirit was raised by her and grew up little by little, and from beginning to end, it had never shown any trace of belonging to the 10,000 Spirit Demon Emperor. She believed in the White Fire Spirit. Thus, a drop of Vermilion Bird essence blood was dropped on top of the key. The essence blood disappeared, and she did sense the aura of the ancestral court from within the key, so she traveled to her ancestral home. Thus, she found the 10,000 Spirit Blood Transformation Demon Scripture. At that time, she was so emotional that she went off the deep end and fell into a coma. By the time she woke up again, Lu Yi had already appeared by her side, and the place where she was the Sea of Pale Blue, and Lu Yi told her that the parasitic sky demon had already fallen. So, I'm being parasitized? Jubilee asked. Lost in thought, Kamaketsu waved her hand gently. A curtain of light that floated in front of Vermilion Bird. Chapter 129, The Past, 4 Shifts. Among the curtains of light, the Vermilion Bird appeared in the demon clan's ancestral court. In her hands, she held the 10,000 Spirit Blood Transformation Demon Scripture, and her body couldn't stop trembling. Her face wore a look full of disbelief. Eyes wide, the breath in his body tumbled, and the Vermilion Bird true flame automatically bloomed, burning a large number of objects in the ancestral court into ashes. Vermilion Bird could see that this was indeed the situation she was in at that time in the ancestral court. Put! A large mouthful of the Vermilion Bird's heart's blood was spat out from the Vermilion Bird's mouth. Jubilee laughed madly. Ha ha ha, fake! It's all fake! The technique practiced by the All Souls Demon Emperor doesn't have the means to take over the body at all. Ha ha ha, it's all fake! Lu Yi, you fooled me so badly! You fooled me so badly! Another large mouthful of blood was spat out. Jubilee passed out on the spot. In the picture, it was exactly the same as what Vermilion Bird remembered, and there was no one else in the demon clan's ancestral court. So how did such a picture come to be circulated? Jubilee stared blankly at the light screen. The unconscious Vermilion Bird suddenly opened its eyes, but these eyes were definitely not the eyes of the Vermilion Bird. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, in the end, I am the better one, even if your strength is heaven-defying. So what? Your woman, the love of your life is now in my hands. Do you dare to kill me? The parasitic heavenly demon let out a hideous and twisted laugh. From the first heaven, suppressing to my seventh heaven, Lu Yi, you are truly the greatest opponent in my life. Come, I'll let you destroy me completely. Come on. The Vermilion Bird's figure took to the air and flew quickly towards the Sea of Pale Blue. At that time, the parasitic heavenly demon had been absolutely suppressed by Lu Yi, and the two of them fought as the Sea of Pale Blue rolled over, and the entire seventh heavens was shrouded under a terrifying pressure. Thousands of arts and absolute sword light. The strongest battle between man and demon. The parasitic heavenly demon laughed very happily while taking a beating. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, it's me who won after all. It's me who won. The parasitic heavenly demon laughed at Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Bastard. The Tongtian fist erupted with terrifying might, vaguely already taking on the shape of a wisp of the Heavenly Father's fist, and with a single punch, it caused the parasitic heavenly demon to spit out blood. As a strong person, can't you be more civilized? I'm a demon and I don't even have words as harsh as yours. Parasitic heavenly demon hated Lu Yi's attitude of scolding fools and looking at fools in general to treat himself. Oh, that's right, then I'll be civil. Excuse me, are you breaking? The parasitic heavenly demon thundered, its demonic technique shaking the heavens as it attacked Lu Yi with all its might. Then it was knocked away again. This body of the parasitic heavenly demon was continuously shattered by the beating. The sword light whistled as the great killing sword art erupted with a terrifying killing power. The parasitic heavenly demon was becoming less and less able to do so, its breath constantly becoming weak, and the wounds on its body were denser than the fish in the sea of pale blue. Die! When Lu Yi's sword rose, heaven and earth changed color. Supreme Sword. This was Lu Yi's Emperor's Sword prototype, the Supreme Sword Dao. Lu Yi could be said to be, from ancient times to the present day, the first Tianzuan realm powerhouse who had become an emperor with his sword. And after his sword was destroyed, he abandoned his sword and practiced boxing, and finally became an emperor with his boxing. It can't be helped, who made Lu Yi proficient in every aspect. The system's one enlightenment function and one deduction function perfectly helped Lu Yi push all kinds of arts and spells to the peak. The Supreme Sword light lit up. When Lu Yi was ready to completely decapitate the parasitic heavenly demon with his sword, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi's sword had already slashed down, but it was stopped hard, his arms bursting out with a large amount of blood, and the stone sword let out a mournful cry. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yi, chop, decapitate me, kill even your favorite woman. If you don't kill this stupid vermilion bird, then I won't be able to die. The parasitic heavenly demon let out a hideous and rampant laugh, laughing with tears in my eyes. It didn't believe, at all, that Lu Yi would decapitate the vermilion bird, because he, an outsider, knew just how good Lu Yi was to the vermilion bird. You think I'm afraid to kill? Seeing the appearance of the vermilion bird, Lu Yi instantly understood all. He had a scowl on his face, his killing aura raging like never before. Ha ha ha, you kill. Come on, I'll let you. The vermilion bird stepped out and came directly in front of Lu Yi, stretching out his neck for Lu Yi to cut. Who in the world does not know that these women are the most important existences in your life, more than all the treasures of the world? Do you dare to kill? Are you willing to kill? Ha ha ha. The vermilion bird looked at the scene within this curtain of light, his heart incomparably cold. This is what happened after she went into a coma. It turned out that in her previous life, she had already been parasitized by the parasitic heavenly demon. However, the situation had become like this. How did Lu Yi break the situation? How did he behead the parasitic heavenly demon without injuring himself? Lu Yi swung his sword, and the last body of the parasitic heavenly demon was directly decimated. The parasitic sky demon was startled. You're crazy, Jubilee roared. The last of his principal body was decimated, meaning that he could only be a vermilion bird from this moment onwards. It doesn't want to be Lu Yi's woman. Again, it doesn't discriminate between male and female. It seems that there's nothing to being Lu Yi's woman. To be honest, Lu Yi was one of all the opponents that the parasitic heavenly demon had encountered that was most worthy of the parasitic heavenly demon's seriousness and even admiration. He has no weaknesses other than his women, and has a frightening number of tricks up his sleeve. Do you know that since you killed my last essence, I can only be Vermilion Bird, and Vermilion Bird can only be me? Lu Yi's mouth was tinged with a cold smile. Yes? Lu Yi suddenly grabbed Vermilion Bird's arm as he and Vermilion Bird's arms slashed apart at the same time. In the next second, the essence and blood in the two men's bodies rapidly intertwined, and the massive yin-yang diagram appeared above the two men's heads. Black and white colors flowed, Tai-yin and Sun erupted, endlessly rotating and changing. Both were shrouded in light. Until, that is, Jubilee was shaken out of the room. Lu Yi fell to his knees in the void, large drops of sweat dripping down. The method of transforming yin and yang, for him to transform it so many times, was simply much more tiring than cultivating together with Baicholan. The parasitic heavenly demon had been confused by the rotation. His consciousness had just been under the power of yin and yang, frantically rotating and pulling and twisting and changing. After it was all over, his consciousness was surprisingly now in Lu Yi's body. The parasitic heavenly demon was shocked in its heart. It didn't understand how Lu Yi had managed to do it, but this kind of tactic was just too terrifying. If Lu Yi were to find any other living being right now and use this spell, wouldn't it transfer him to another living being? and then easily decapitate them? So the parasitic heavenly demon frantically began to fuse with Lu Yi, striving to take every inch of Lu Yi's soul, flesh, and body, all of which he tainted with parasitism. Lu Yi didn't bother with the actions of the parasitic sky demon as he placed the vermilion bird on top of a spirit ship and his figure disappeared. Chapter 130, The Fall of the Vermilion Bird, 5th Shift. Ha! Lu Yi, you are truly a sentimentalist. But now that you and I are one, wouldn't that be better? The parasitic heavenly demon made sure that he was completely fused with Lu Yi and said such words with the help of Lu Yi's mouth. Vermilion Bird's eyes began to grow frightened as he watched the scene. No! 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 It's not like that! It's not like that! In the middle of the screen, the corner of Lu Yi's mouth gently lifted. Another one gone. Helpless. What do you mean? The parasitic sky demon froze. In the next second, it sensed that the energy within Lu Yi's body began to become crazy and furious. Lu Yi's face changed dramatically. What are you doing? Lu Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Just how big of a grudge do we have? How big of a grudge do we have? That you're pulling me to self-destruct. You're going to die too. You're going to die with me? Crazy. Stop. Stop it. Crazy. Mud. Crazy. No. Don't. Vermilion Bird was also yelling. Don't blow yourself up. Don't blow yourself up. Boom. Within the curtain of light, a brilliant white light, as if it were a round of sun, rose up on the pale blue sea. In the middle of the pale blue sea, a huge hollow appeared, and the seawater lifted up 10,000 waves, sweeping away in all directions. Luno blew himself up. He pulled the parasite of the parasitic sky demon into his own body, taking the last of the parasitic sky demon's soul with him and blowing himself up together. Same thing. Jubilee had been completely frozen. How could so much have happened since she passed out? Lu Yi, surprisingly, replaced himself and allowed the parasitic heavenly demon to parasitize himself, and then subsequently blew himself up together with the parasitic heavenly demon. One of his lives, just like that because of his own stupidity, his trust in the white fire spirit, just like that, he fell. The picture in the light screen wasn't over yet. Lando, who had died a life ago, reappeared. He sighed softly, looking somewhat helpless, obviously not having too good a solution for these women around him. But it's okay. A smile reappeared on Lu Yi's face. Vermilion Bird, however, understood the second half of Lu Yi's unspoken sentence. He's supposed to be saying, but luckily, Jubilee is fine. The picture continues. Jubilee saw Luno waking up his ship self. Why am I here? Vermilion Bird saw Lu Yi, her eyes red and somewhat bewildered as she covered her head. You were parasitized by the parasitic heavenly demon and came over to try to stop me from killing him. But luckily, my skill was superior. Not only did I remove the parasitism from you, but I also completely decimated the parasitic heavenly demon. How about that? Awesome, right? Lu Yi had a bright smile on his face. He was always so sunny, as if just now, he hadn't died once at all. Jubilee didn't look up, just returned in a low voice. Awesome. That's a pretty tame reaction, isn't it? Vermilion Bird raised her head. An expression of adoration had appeared on her face with a smile. Awesome. Lu Yi is too awesome. Lu Yi was stunned. He looked at Jubilee's smile and, for a moment, was a bit overwhelmed. You, what's wrong with me? I've complimented you, can't I? What more do you want from me? Lu Yi was silent. Vermilion Bird had a smile on her face, but under her eyes, there was mockery. Aren't you curious as to how I expelled the parasitic heavenly demon from within your body and how I beheaded it? You used a life, okay? That's enough. Luko, I'm tired and I want some peace and quiet. Lu Yi. Jubilee looked at the picture. Tears were streaming down my face. The joy and pride she felt when she looked at Lu Yi was completely doused by her few words. She remembers clearly how she, at first, thought about it. She hated Lu Yi. She had hated Lu Yi beyond measure at that moment. She didn't even want to pretend anymore. She didn't know what she had to pretend with a liar. The light curtain disappears. Shen Shitong's entire unity took off happily as she watched Vermilion Bird's tears streaming down her face. Ding 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 ding. Not trusting your loved ones. Ever so foolish. You deserve to end up like this. Can we kill it? Lu Yi asked Shen Shitong. Wait a minute. I have one more question. Vermilion Bird spoke with remorse and guilt in her voice. What's wrong? Say. Shen Shitong is full of anticipation. Come on. Come on. Let the system hear what you will say in your last sentence. Vermilion Bird's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lu Yi in a state of infatuation. Lu Yi. Jubilee's voice was trembling. Lu Yi looked indifferent. Land wild. Vermilion Bird could no longer speak complete words. Her body was as if she was sifting through chaff as she cried nonstop. Were you then harm? Scared when you blew yourself up? Does it hurt? Shen Shiton looked stunned. Luya's heavenly fist regrouped. He gave Jubilee his answer. Not afraid. And it doesn't hurt. After regrets? The Heavenly Father fist had been condensed to the extreme. Luyi looked at this vermilion bird that he truly liked and truly loved in his last life. The past crossed his mind in 1,000 ways. He gave the most sincere answer. Regret. A miserable smile appeared on Vermilion Bird's face. Regret. Regret. She closed her eyes. The Heavenly Father's fist fell with a loud bang. Boom. The Vermilion Bird, this time, completely exploded into a roiling flame. Her soul, along with the half-dead soul of the half-dead 10,000 spirit demon emperor, was reduced to pieces under this punch. As of this moment, there was no more Vermilion Bird in the world. No more 10,000 spirit demon emperor. Vermilion Bird, fall. Luyi looked at the Vermilion Bird true flame floating in the void, his eyes obscure, not knowing what he was thinking. Jubilee had loved him. He had loved Jubilee too. But now it's come to this. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. It's just a little bit of frost. Luyi made a seal, and the Vermilion Bird true flame floated towards him, being integrated into his own flames. Luno turned to leave. The divine stream tongue was incomparably satisfied and transformed into streams of light that merged into Luya's body. Luyi traveled through the various large and small worlds and once again began to condense the great Dan of flesh and blood. Time passes by, finally waiting for Luyi to return to the great wasteland. The sound transmission stone rang at the first opportunity. Because the sound transmission stone was unable to transmit sound across such a long distance, he returned to the great wasteland before receiving the message. Luyi, what is the relationship between Chu Ling and you? She stole the Taishang Sword Sect's Sword Mountain, and now the Taishang Sword Sect is chasing her all over the world. The Taishang Sword Sect is our great Dao Sect's ally, and their Sword Mountain was stolen because all of the Taishang Sword Sect's powerhouses came over to help our great Dao Sect. What do you think? What should be done? Otherwise, you should contact Chu Ling and ask her to return the Sword Mountain. If she wants a Sword Mountain type of treasure, we can try to find one to refine. If she really needs it, our great Dao Sect can compensate the Taishang Sword Sect. A series of messages rang out. Luyi replied with a voice transmission stone. Chu Ling and I are enemies. If the Supreme Sword Sect helps me kill her, I, for one, will be grateful. Chapter 131 Obsession X2. One more, obsessions. Countless obsessions. Densely suspended between heaven and earth. Reincarnation obsession. Indestructible. It's not a joking tease. The reincarnation Heavenly Father couldn't even take these obsessions, so one could imagine how terrifying these obsessions were. For the time being, there wasn't much Luyi could do. Because this thing already belongs to that kind of existence that jumps out of the 3 realms and is no longer in the 5 elements. You can destroy the obsession, but the obsession is never completely destroyed. It will revert back to reincarnation and absorb the power of reincarnation to revive itself. Dissipated. The obsession is a big pit in the body of the reincarnated Heavenly Father. The souls of so many living beings were destroyed by the obsession, and the flesh was refined by Luyi into a great Dan of flesh and blood. And the obsession Luyi also tried to collect it into the 10,000 soul streamer. But it could not be practiced, just have to leave it alone. And over time, these obsessions, which no one cared about, began to become transparent and illusory. They blend into the void. Together they all flew towards one place. There, a massive galaxy, was slowly rotating. Billions of stars formed a most massive vortex, in which the gravitational pull of various stars intertwined to form the most fantastic images. In all the worlds, a soul kept entering towards this vortex to reincarnate. Yes. This is reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation created by the reincarnation Heavenly Father after exhausting his life's efforts was for the operation of the heaven and earth, conforming to the heavenly Tao, in order to seek merit reincarnation to prove the Tao. The entrance to the wheel. A huge stone statue sat cross-legged. The statue was clad in robes, in the shape of a monk, with the seal of reincarnation heaven on its brow, emitting a soul-stirring aura. He's right at the entrance. In fact, he had already reached the end of his life long ago, but because of reincarnation, he had surprisingly survived for a long time in the middle of reincarnation in a state of self-sealing, which was enough to prove that he was powerful. Watching a soul enter the wheel of reincarnation, couldn't be happier about this. For these may be his merits. Suddenly, an obsession arrives. There is no hindrance, no obstruction, no time for obsession. A single obsession was just that. And it didn't cause too many emotional fluctuations in the reincarnation Heavenly Father. The second obsession arrives. There is no hindrance, no obstruction, no time for obsession. The third obsession arrives. Could it be that there is another calamity in the world? The fourth obsession arrives. Alas, all beings are suffering, but I hate that I can't ferry all beings. The fifth obsession. The sixth obsession. The seventh obsession. Wait. You wait. The reincarnation Heavenly Father was slightly flustered, and when the countless deities, densely packed, came to the entrance of the reincarnation Heavenly Father exploded on the spot. No. Why all the obsession? Click here. The reincarnation Heavenly Father detached himself from the stone statue, and just as he did so, he saw a scene that made him doubt his life. Obsession. Endless obsessions, forming an ocean that could not be seen to the end, drifted toward the wheel of reincarnation. It's not Amitabha. No, Amitabha Buddha is on the same level as himself. He should say, reincarnation Heavenly Father is above. No, the reincarnate Heavenly Father is himself. The reincarnation Heavenly Father had all been shocked and confused in his thinking. Too much. Really, because there were too many obsessions. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced the Dark Ages, where too many cruel existences had come out of the world, and the entire world was in a state of civil disobedience and mourning. But how much of an obsession has that only appeared? Not even a tenth of the obsession that appears now. What in the world is going on? Has a being appeared that specializes in creating obsessions? Wouldn't that be the enemy of your life? The reincarnation Heavenly Father's expression was grave and his scalp was numb as he hurriedly deduced the heavenly chants, wanting to see what was going on. But the moment the sky machine took shape, collapse, the heavenly plane collapsed again. An existence that was so powerful that it shook the reincarnation Heavenly Father, forcibly shielding the heavens, preventing him from knowing everything that had happened. The reincarnation Heavenly Father's eyes widened. Although he knew that he was dropping all of his compulsion to belong to the Heavenly Father with this incessant shock, he really couldn't help it, because he was faced with a scenario that had never been seen before. The guy who created these obsessions, who could directly shield the heavenly chances and could not even succeed in his own deduction, was bound to be an existence that was not weaker than him, or even stronger than him. Facing such an existence, it seemed acceptable for him to be shocked a bit. Too much. The obsession is just too much. The reincarnation Heavenly Father couldn't help but curse in his heart. This reincarnation avenue had been operating here for how many long years, and the total number of obsessions that had been formed was just as many as the ones that had appeared this time. That is to say that the obsessions that appeared on this occasion were worth all the obsessions of all the time that had passed. No, the reincarnation Heavenly Father is going crazy. Reincarnation all existed years ago. There are only so many obsessions in total, and you've got so many at once? You're an obsession maker, aren't you? And so on. Why does this obsession look familiar? The deity that appeared in front of the reincarnation Heavenly Father was an old man with a pale face who was obviously terminally ill. The reason why the reincarnation Heavenly Father looked at him familiarly was because this old man was just too miserable. Born poor and sick, the family borrowed numerous debts to cure it, but merely pulled it from the line of life and death. Still seriously ill, his father broke down and committed suicide, and his mother brought him up under many debts, only to inflict all her resentment on him. And, though she did not strike, she insulted his soul with the power of her words. There was a blind girl who fell in love with him, and he fell in love with each other. But the girl was forced to marry the butcher and was beaten and scolded at every turn. He rushes desperately towards the butcher, only to be mercilessly knocked to the ground. And his mother again curses him most viciously. He tried to kill himself, but was saved by his mother, crying at the top of her voice that this family was trying to keep him alive, that the family was falling apart, and that he was now going to die. So why didn't he do it sooner? In this agony, he lived his life. The depth of the obsession was so deep that even the reincarnation Heavenly Father was moved by it. Seeing this obsession, the reincarnation Heavenly Father's heart shook and disappeared in a flash. Could it be that the obsession got out while he wasn't looking? No, right? Obsessions have this function? His figure appeared in the deepest part of the six paths. Here it is, the place where the original obsession was suppressed. And now, in the deepest part of this, the reincarnation Heavenly Father saw that obsession. Reincarnation? Not. He brought this obsession to the entrance of the reincarnation, and two identical old man obsessions stood before the reincarnation Heavenly Father. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same. The reincarnation Heavenly Father, at this moment, had his mind completely exploded. Who is it? Who the hell is it? He's the Heavenly Father. Who the hell is playing him like this? Hurting him like this? How in the world was this exact replication done? Obsession X2, Chapter 132, Turning into an Obsession, Second Shift. It's a pair. It's a pair. Here's a pair of. In the deepest part of the reincarnation Heavenly Father looked at this pair of identical obsessions and his expression broke down a little. But he clearly knew that the existence that was able to do this was definitely something he must not mess with. It's unbelievable. That was a reincarnation obsession, and he couldn't even do anything about it. But it turned out that there was a terrifying existence that had reproduced the exact same obsession without him being aware of it in any way. The heavenly chances were completely obscured. and he couldn't deduce anything at all. Finally, after all the obsessive pairings, the only remaining obsession appeared in the eyes of the reincarnation Heavenly Father. Is this Jubilee? Good man. The four spirits of heaven. An existence with such a high status was transformed into an obsession. Her eyes were lifeless and she kept muttering under her breath. And the reincarnation Heavenly Father listened carefully. Sorry. The reincarnation Heavenly Father frowned, somewhat unsure of what to do for a moment. However, since they had all been transformed into reincarnation obsessions, they should be dead. In the state of obsession, the true spirit will constantly be in the most painful state, day and night. In a cycle, there are 3 steps to the complete demise of a living being. First, physical death. Second, the soul dies. Third, the true spirit dies. When living beings under the sky die, most of them die physically and their souls are automatically collected by the wheel of reincarnation. The souls of the strong could escape the attraction of the power of reincarnation and the possibility of rebirth existed. And a portion of the living die and their souls are shattered. Then these people were left with only true spirits. And if a true spirit wanted to be reincarnated, it would need to first be reincarnated continuously in reincarnation into the faintest of living beings, such as grasshoppers, such as various microorganisms, to slowly harbor the soul, to be reincarnated as a living being after a successful soul embodiment at a time. There's another kind, where the true spirit is shattered. This kind of situation happened the most during transitions, and then there was the dark unrest, where the most powerful struck out against ordinary existences. Looking at this vermilion bird true spirit, the reincarnation Heavenly Father didn't act rashly for the time being. Just let her be at the bottom of the wheel for now and enjoy the torment slowly. The great Taoist sect. Lu Ye's return immediately caused a group of people to gather around. Well, how is the situation? Lu Changfeng asked hurriedly. Lu Yi had a gentle smile on his face, but the words he said made the crowd's hearts jump and their scalps tingle. The situation is not bad. A bunch of foreign races should have died more than 90% of the time. If you guys think that the small foreign world has value, you can take it back without much resistance. At that moment, the sound of cold air being sucked backward resounded continuously. 99%? Lu Changfeng once again made sure of the number. Well, 99%. Ha ha ha. Good. The scourge of the foreigners. Now a day clear. The great wasteland, less to say 1,000 years of peace. Lu Yi, you take great credit. Lu Changfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The entire hall of asking was also filled with laughter and compliments. Lu Yi took out a sea of storage rings as well as various storage bags. Most of the stuff in there was pretty low grade, and he had taken everything he needed. I can't use these things, so I'll give them to the clan. Too much. Looking at the storage treasures that were piled up into a small mountain, this thing required a lot of manpower and time just to categorize it. But no one gets tired. It's too much. It's all the treasures you've chopped up for yourself. You're perfectly capable of keeping them. No, I've left what I need. These will be fine for the clan's use. If I need anything, I'll ask the clan for it. Good. If you need anything, you must speak to the clan first. Also, that thing with Chuling, she really has a grudge against you? Lu Changfeng said with hesitation. If there isn't too much enmity, you should persuade Chuling that the Sword Mountain is the most important treasure of the Taishang Sword sect. It can be said that it's the foundation of the sect, especially if it's also in a situation where the Taishang Sword sect is still helping us. Stealing the Sword Mountain away is really not something a fellow disciple would do, Lu Changfeng said. Lu Yi smiled gently. Patriarch, I've already said that I don't have any relationship with Chuling, and if I do have a relationship, it's also an enemy. I can't contact her and I won't contact her. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. There is no need to say anything about being merciful for my sake. Just kill if you need to. Lu Changfeng hesitated again. Really? Seriously? Sure. Okay. Lu Changfeng was still hesitant. It was really because he knew too much about young people's love affairs. There are some couples that say they don't share anything, but in reality, if the other person really receives hurt, the other person is completely furious and uncaring. Some young couples get cold feet and can say the vilest things, but if you attach a few words to it, she gets angry straight away. Isn't that pure insanity? Really sure. I swear by the great Tao that Chuling's death or life has nothing to do with me, or else my body will fall to the Tao. Hey. Lu Changfeng was startled and went up to cover Lu Ye's mouth. Okay, I believe you. No need to swear. It seemed that Lu Yi and Chuling really didn't have much to do with each other. Since that's the case, then may I inform the Taishang Sword sect? Lu Yi smiled slightly. Feel free. If there is nothing else, then the disciple will take his leave. Aha, cultivate at ease, and seek out the clan in time if you have any difficulties. Lu Yi left the hall of asking. His cultivation had come to the 8th level of the harmonious Tao. and the disappearance of the reincarnation obsession allowed him to climb out of the quagmire, and that moment of relief made him unable to help his realm break through a small layer. There is no way around the death of Jubilee. When she was parasitized by the All Souls Demon Emperor, she was doomed to die. In his last life, it was because the All Souls Demon Emperor had stayed alive that had caused Lu Yi heavenly trouble. Too many enemies. Although the Great Tao sect had risen, it had risen in the midst of one tragic battle after another, and could almost be considered to have risen after the death of wave after wave of disciples and elders. Sun Ruowei was all considered to have died indirectly at the hands of the All Souls Demon Emperor. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Yi to let the All Souls Demon Emperor live. Even if the vermilion bird was the four spirits of heaven, or a great emperor, and had the potential to completely suppress the 10,000 spirit demon emperor, Lu Yi wouldn't pin the life and death of the 10,000 spirit demon emperor on the vermilion bird, the enemy, or he killed himself clean. Lu Yi had been preparing to cultivate when he suddenly looked up. Ha! Another breakthrough? It seems like the chaotic Yin poison is attacking more and more frequently, Lu Yi said to himself. Bai Qiulan's aura belonging to the transition realm spread throughout the entire Great Tao sect. Another transition realm was born. A terrifying coldness caused a layer of frost to hang over the entire Great Tao sect. Bai Qiulan opened his eyes in the midst of endless pain. At this time, the system transformed into Shen Shitong and his figure disappeared. Chapter 133, Meeting of the Melon King, Third Shift, Great. Finally awake. Yu Hongling was so emotional that she cried tears of joy. Bai Qiulan's situation was scaring her to death. Another chaotic Yin poison attack, even worse than the last one. Last time Bai Qiulan was only unconscious, but this time she was in a coma, all the while letting out moans of pain. Sun Ruowei was also incredibly difficult. Seeing with her own eyes what her good sister had become, and the medical skills she had learned were of no use, Sun Ruowei was extremely lost. Bai Qiulan slowly opened his eyes, the pain in his eyes still present. How are you, master? Are you better now? A hard smile appeared on Bai Qiulan's face. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine already. Yu Hongling was extremely angry. Is it possible that elder brother did something to you? You even fainted directly in front of senior brother's door. Senior brother didn't even care about you. Is he still a human being? It was fine that Lu Yi was not mentioned, but now that Lu Yi was mentioned, Bai Qiulan's eyes snapped to a dullness. I don't blame him. I passed out after he left. He didn't know. Senior, go and let your senior brother help you with the poison. Each attack you have is more powerful than the last. Sooner or later you won't be able to hold out one day. No. No need. Master. No. Sun Ruowei looked at this scene. So in the final analysis, the cause of everything was still in Lu Yi's body. She's going to look for Lu Yi. There was no way she was going to let her best sister go to her death just a little bit. She got up to leave, toward the residence where Lu Yi was. At that moment, a figure came up to him head-on. Sun Ruowei stopped herself and looked at the stunning figure walking towards her. Just see the first glance. Sun Ruowei's heart cannot help but rise a kind of indescribable stunning. Colorful long skirt as if the heaven and earth avenue weaving and become. Delicate figure in line with the perfect interpretation of the beauty. That face, is the heaven and earth love, the most beautiful and true face. Sun Ruowei had been listening to a few of them say that a stunningly beautiful woman had appeared beside Lu Yi, and had been saying how beautiful she was, and she had muttered in her mind, how beautiful is it? Yu Hongling, Shangguan Mirage Spirit, Bai Qiulan, which one of them is not beautiful? Which one is not a more beautiful being than the other? The key thing was also that she was here to hold down the fort, and Yu Hongling kept blathering on about how beautiful other women were. Sun Ruowei could only smile disdainfully in her heart at this. A bunch of people with eyes that don't know the big king from the little king. But now that she saw this woman, Sun Ruowei directly froze. Well, she was a little overconfident. She was somewhat unable to imagine that there was really such a beautiful existence in the world that could make her avoid it. Shen Shitong, meet fellow Daoist. Shen Shitong looked at Sun Ruowei, her eyes full of smiles, her attitude unprecedentedly good. Fellow travelers, with Sun Ruowei, Shen Shitong feels that I am not alone in my ways. Dao friendly, I am Sun Ruowei. Sun Ruowei stuttered a bit in her speech. Ruowei sister, don't be nervous, I feel that you and I are destined to be together. The first time I saw you, I felt quite affectionate. Could it be that the two of us have something in common somewhere? Shen Shitong finally met her fellow disciple. Her mood was extremely beautiful and she smiled happily. With this smile of hers, heaven and earth seemed to lose their colors. Sun Ruowei looked lost in thought for a moment. What's wrong? I smiled badly? Shen Shitong touched his face distorted from laughing so hard? No, it's not ugly, it's too beautiful. Yu Taoist is truly the most beautiful person in heaven and earth. All the women in the whole world, when they see Yu Taoist, I'm afraid that they will all be eclipsed. Sun Ruowei said with sincere admiration. But what did you refer to when you said that the moment you saw me, you felt a sense of kinship and that we had something in common? Sun Ruowei couldn't help but feel a little joyful in her heart. Could it be that her beauty had finally been discovered as well? This Shin Shitong isn't her greatest virtue beauty? She is also beautiful. TSK, common, beautiful. I don't know what it is. Why don't we each talk about our favorites and see if there are any similarities? Shin Shitong said with a smile. Love it. Sun Ruowei was a little disappointed. The one thing we have in common is our appearance. Honey, can't you tell? Such a pretty girl, but a blind one. Damn it. I'll throw in the towel first. I love food, Shin Shitong said. Sun Ruowei shook her head. I didn't have much interest in food. I like medicine. Kamakiri shook her head as well. I don't have much interest in medicine. I like melons. Sun Ruowei spoke. I don't have much to say about eating melons either. What did you say? Sun Ruowei's eyes snapped wide. Shin Shitong's heart was already blossoming with joy, but her face showed a squirming gesture, as if she was a little less than pleased. I like melons. Eat watermelon? No. It's that melon that eats people's love/hate. Sun Ruowei's eyes widened at this moment. She really couldn't comprehend that such a stunningly beautiful woman would have such a fucking shitty behavior as liking melons that couldn't rise to the surface. Sure enough, beautiful women damn well have something in common. I like eating melons too, Sun Ruowei said excitedly. Really? Shin Shitong had a look of surprise on her face. It really couldn't be more true. I'm a super fan of melons, especially from those around me. I can die of curiosity if I hear the slightest hint of it. Me too. I also like to eat the melons of the people around me. We are really in the same boat. No wonder I see you so well. Yes. It's just too much of a coincidence. I usually eat melon by myself without anyone to share it with. You really like it? Then can I give you a piece to share? Of course you can. I've got tons and tons of melons too and no one to share them with. It's killing me. The two of them were so excited and happy that they grabbed each other's hands, their eyes full of recognition for their fellow travelers. Immediately, they left sound transmission stones with each other to share melons with later. By the way, what are you going to do? Shin Shitong opened her mouth to ask. That, I'll go to. Sun Ruowei at the top suddenly calmed down. This Shin Shitong seems to be Lu Ye's woman. Do you know Lu Ye? Sun Ruowei asked. Recognize I just ate his melon the most. Thieves? Super interesting, Shin Shitong said rightfully. Does he have a lot of melons? Of course. I'll give you a random example, such as what he had to say about him and his own master. Baicholan, the poison Baicholan is currently suffering from is named chaotic Yin poison and is caused by her physique, the chaotic Taiyin divine body. As the saying goes, Lone Yin does not grow, Lone Yang does not grow. Right now Baicholan's situation belongs to the category of Lone Yin that is too deep. Lu Yi does have a solution. Guess what that solution is? Shen Shitong revealed a strange expression, her eyebrows filled with laughter, and even used her hand to shield the front of her face. Sun Ruowei leaned in close to listen, even though the danger of Baicholan was at stake. But now, while eating melon, she inquired about the news. It's just, like, perfect. What? Sun Ruowei asked in a small voice. Chapter 134 Beautiful Woman Extreme in Scripture, for Shifts, Dual Practice. What? Sun Ruowei's voice snapped up more than 1 degree. Hush, keep your voice down. Melons don't fit in 3 people's ears. Let's 2 talk in secret. It's really a double fix? Sun Ruowei's voice also became smaller, but she was still incomparably shocked. This I can still lie to you not, is really double cultivation. A little bit of fake cannot. The so-called lonely Yin not born. Lonely Yang not long. Baicholan is a lonely Yin. Lu Yi is lonely Yang. Only Baicholan is born with the body. Lu Yi is the body of the latter raised. No wonder I looked at Baicholan some time ago and felt that I saw the appearance of winks on her body. Good guy. Could it be that the two of them have? Sun Ruowei said while still gesturing and kept touching her head with her own 2 thumbs. Now it seems like no. Baicholan seems to be unable to accept this relationship. So the chaotic Yin poisoned one after another, leading to the current situation. So it is. At this moment, Sunwei was as if he had spent a day in the sun in the middle of the scorching heat, returned to his home where the air conditioning was turned on at 20 degrees, and then lay on the sofa and nibbled on a large piece of chilled watermelon, which was generally refreshing. It was so good that Sun Ruowei couldn't stop shivering. Baicholan does have an old-fashioned mentality. What about Lu Yi? Lu Yi is also reluctant? Baicholan was a stunningly beautiful woman, especially that figure, which was simply capable of killing 99% of all women in the world, and she felt envious. Luck Yi must be willing, right? Besides, men, they always like something forbidden. Ethical principles were very important to Baicholan, But to Lu Yi, it was a completely different feeling. Lu Yi isn't willing to do that either. You know Bai Qiulan's kind of character. If Lu Yi really did that kind of thing of deceiving his master, wouldn't Bai Qiulan hate him to death? But making Bai Qiulan hated is better than watching Bai Qiulan die, right? Then who's to say? In case Bai Qiulan thinks it's better to die, or if she holds a grudge against Lu Yi and even takes revenge on him, wouldn't Lu Yi be very innocent? No way. Sun Ruowei was not convinced at first. Can you be sure? Sun Ruowei, it's kinda hard to tell. Then this dual cultivation, do we have to look for Lu Yi? Other men won't do. What if we look for the patriarch? Sun Ruowei asked curiously. Shin Shitong couldn't help but give her a blank look. Only a few people can withstand this technique. If we let Lu Changfeng help Bai Qiulan detoxify the poison, I'm afraid that he'll die on the spot. Really? Of course it's true. I've always eaten only sweet and ripe melons in packages, never inferior ones. Why? Because this gong method was created by Lu Yi. Wait, let me think about the contents of this gong method. Kamakiro cocked her head in thought. Sun Ruowei waited with curiosity. This gong method, if modified, seems like it can be used by women as well, but it also seems to be very painful if women use it. Sun Ruowei opened her mouth wide. 2 women. Double cultivation? How can this be fixed? 2 women certainly cannot be regarded as dual cultivation. This gong method was originally to use the yang fire of life qi and blood to neutralize the chaotic yin poison. If you let a woman, it seems that you can use the heart fire to neutralize the. Can a woman really? Sun Ruowei was in an agitated mood. No, this gong method will be more painful to use. Ordinary people simply can't withstand it. You are absolutely unable to withstand it. Bet you Hongling might be able to withstand it. Shin Shitong said. I'm about to merge with the Tao. Hongling has only just reached the refined void realm. I can't even withstand it. But Yu Hongling is actually able to withstand it? Sun Ruowei was quite puzzled. A Lu Yi, a Moon Hongling, a Bai Qiulan, and even Shangwan Mirage Spirit. I feel that there are heavenly secrets in the bodies of the 4 of them, but I haven't fully fathomed them out yet. So I feel that the 2 of us can explore them properly, and strive to eat well and be well fed. Sun Ruowei nodded frantically. She also sensed that these few people were carrying very big secrets. Then I'll pass on the technique to you now, so you can have Yu Hongling try it out. And of course, you can try it out as well. Sun Ruowei hesitated, but still nodded. Okay, let's try it then. This gong method was one that Shin Shitong herself had deduced, and before Lu Yi had only deduced the double cultivation or the gong method that would allow Bai Qiulan to resolve the chaotic yin poison on her own, but hadn't considered that it was possible for a woman to help Bai Qiulan resolve the poison as well. She deduced it now. It just might hurt a bit, and the other side effects, at best, are that you become weak. Interestingly, this technique, once opened, it will be Bai Qiulan who will control the beginning and end of the feats. The caster is in a passive position. Shin Shitong named it the Beautiful Lady Extreme Yin Sutra. A beautiful girl, among the Taoists, refers to Mercury, and Mercury, which possesses a high degree of toxicity. The name. Sun Ruowei was a little hesitant. Anyway, that's the name. I still have some things to do before I leave. Remember, you mustn't cultivate this technique. I'll look for you to chat through the sound transmission stone sometime. Haha. Bye. Bye. Shen Shitong's figure transformed into multicolored spiritual light, dissipating and disappearing in the void. Sun Ruowei stayed where she was, looking at the jade slip in her hand. She closed her eyes and looked at it with her divine sense. Arcane, or an esoteric dharma. Although this was called a scripture, it was not a cultivation technique, but belonged to a secret method, like a proper secret method. Then why go to Lucky? Thinking about what Shin Shitong said, this matter of dual cultivation, Bai Qiulan is not willing, Lu Yi is also not willing. Then what is dual cultivation? First, he took the secret method back with him, so that Bai Qiulan could study it and research it, and he also wanted Yu Hongling to take a look at it. Should I practice it myself? Let's see what happens first. Sun Ruowei returned to the courtyard where Bai Qiulan was. Everyone, I've met Kamaketsu. Before she could say her next sentence, Shangwan Mirage Spirit suddenly exploded. Did you see her too? No. Why? Yu Hongling saw her, Bai Qiulan saw her, and now even you have seen her. Why am I the only one who hasn't seen her? Shangwan Mirage Spirit got angry. What's that supposed to mean? It's discrimination. The 3. That's not the point. The point is that she gave me a set of gongfu, saying that even a woman can cure the chaotic yin poison on Bai Qiulan's body, and I brought the gongfu here. No way. Yu Hongling's first reaction was disbelief. That woman is green tea to death. Definitely a snake and scorpion. Would she be so kind as to bring back a gong method to help master teacher cure the poison? She's afraid she can't wait for us to die. Yu Hongling said angrily. Sun Ruowei became curious. What exactly are you feuding over? Is it that big of a feud? Didn't they and Shin Shitong meet for the first time just before the Great War? You're so mean to people. Can't you believe they stole your man? It's not right. Lu Ye's attitude towards this master teacher and sister is very bad. It's not so bad that he's their man, right? Can't figure it out. Chapter 135, A New Storm, 5 Shifts, What about feats? Bai Qiulan opened her mouth and asked. Sun Ruowei handed the beautiful woman extreme scripture toward Bai Qiulan. Yu Hongling, however, suddenly made a move and snatched the beautiful woman extreme sutra. Master, what do you want to do? Yu Hongling asked vigilantly. Shin Shitong is definitely up to no good. I'm going to destroy this gong method so I don't fall for her tricks. Bai Qiulan said. Master, there's no need to be in such a hurry. There's no harm in me taking a look at the feats first. Hongling, you can't look at it. That Shin Shitong is definitely not a good person. If you look at it, then you're bound to fall for her trick. Master, don't worry. I'm cool and won't fall for it. You, Vanguardism. At this moment, within the Vanguard sect, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. A powerful man, sitting in the middle of the Great Hall, exuded an extremely powerful aura. There weren't many people from the Vanguard sect, but they were definitely all strong. Casually walking out, they were all ruthless characters that could make the entire Great Wilderness shake 3 times. Unexpectedly, the Great Tao sect was able to crush the allied forces of the foreign races, and a Lu Yi has strongly changed the battlefield. A Vanguard sect elder slowly spoke. The atmosphere of the Vanguard Hall became even more oppressive as these words were spoken. It could be said that the fact that the Vanguard sect hadn't stepped in to defend against the allied forces of the foreign races this time around had caused a very large number of human races to express their disappointment towards the Vanguard sect. Everyone will lift up your Vanguard sect well. 1 religion, 3 dynasties and 5 sects. I am honored in heaven and on earth. You Vanguard cult is the first in the beginning. As a result, you ended up having diarrhea during the invasion of the Fey Coalition. Nothing helped. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. So to speak, the Great Tao sect, however, was able to save the day, eliminating the vast majority of the alien alliance in one fell swoop, and suffered minor losses themselves. For a time, the status and prestige of the Great Tao sect skyrocketed in the Great Desolate. A new story has now come out. It's called, The Great Way Before the Ages. 3 sects in 1 dynasty, heaven and earth in or out. The meaning was obvious. The Great Tao sect had preceded the Vanguard sect, and now the Great Wasteland had an imperial dynasty. 3 sects. And did the heavenly pavilion and the underworld still exist? Mockery. Barefaced mockery. Offhand, the word is spoken, and the spread has become wider and wider. If it wasn't for the Yin Yang Dharma sect's arrival of the demonic alliance this time, a little bit of strong people didn't fall, but wherever a little bit fell, the Yin Yang Dharma sect dared to be directly removed from the name. There wasn't much the Vanguard sect could do about this. The prestige of the sect was all fought out, not blown out by itself. It was also impossible for the Vanguard sect to force the world to put the Vanguard sect in front. In the midst of a silence, a tall figure walked in wearing gorgeous robes, so grandly attired that it was obvious he had just gone to meet a very important person. Greetings, Preceptor. The crowd rose in unison and shouted. The Vanguard sect was different from other sects. Other sects, they would choose a suitable person to be the sect leader, such as Lu Changfeng, such as Li Wuyue. The main task of the patriarch was not to cultivate, but to lead the clan towards strength. The Vanguard cult was different. The patriarch of the Vanguard sect had always been the most powerful person in the Vanguard sect, because only the most powerful person could create a clearer communication with the second heaven, contacted the upper realm, and the upper realm issued a mission and gave resources. Feng Chanye spoke. The crowd looked shocked. It didn't matter if it was a mission or not. The key was the resources given by the higher realms. First mission, capture Chu Ling, torture her publicly, and lure Lu Yi to appear. Second mission, kill Lu Yi. When these 2 tasks were said, more than half of the people in the Great Hall immediately changed their faces. Lu Yi's toughness had been imprinted in their minds. According to the news report, the Heavenly Demon Emperor were all killed alive by Lu Yi with 1 punch. Although it is said that in the Vanguard sect, the strongest person who is not weaker than the Heavenly Demon Emperor is not less than a handful. But facing Lu Yi, he is afraid that it is only 5 punches. How do you fight? The strength that Lu Yi has shown is somewhat strong. Even if we go all out, I'm afraid that we won't be a match, right? An elder immediately said. To this, the upper world has a response. In his hands, 2 pills appeared, an elixir, called the Transition Dan. I'm sure you all know the efficacy of the Transition Dan. Transition Dan. This pill came out, and instantly the eyes of everyone present became blazing. This one pill, at the very least, could raise the success rate of a transmigrator by 20%. Its value was incomparably terrifying. In the first heavens, almost no one was able to refine it, and even if someone was able to do so, the important medicinal ingredients of the transmigrating pill were almost extinct. The second pill, called the Stash Heaven pill, has the effect of allowing a Mahayana who has succeeded in crossing the threshold to stay in the first heaven for 10 days. Normally, under normal circumstances, one succeeds in crossing the threshold and reaches the Mahayana realm. The second heavens immediately appear to receive the power of attraction. This was also the reason why there was no Mahayana realm in the first heavens. The great sage of the 9 heavens was truly abhorrent to the matter of the strong slaughtering the weak. That's why the matter of ascension is extremely strictly regulated. You're in the Mahayana realm now, aren't you? Roll. Get out of here right now. Not letting you stay a minute longer. However, there is a policy at the top, there is a policy at the bottom. And the anonymous celestial pill came out of nowhere. Of course, this pill was even more precious than the transition pill. A person who was invincible in the world and stayed in this world for 10 more days. Just think about it and you can realize how terrifying it was. There are a few more things that I won't go into, but with both the ferrying pill and the hidden sky pill out, you all should also come to understand just how strong the higher-ups' murderous intentions for this Lu Yi are. Now, to each his own, tell us what you think. An elder immediately stood up. He had already crossed the 8th heavenly threshold of the tribulation and was delayed in breaking through to the 9th level of the tribulation just because he didn't have much certainty about crossing the tribulation. Otherwise he would have broken through long ago. And now with this one transition Dan, he didn't mind fighting for his life. I'll go out and kill Lu Yi. That's his opinion. Yes, Wind Eternal Knight didn't talk any nonsense and threw a transition pill and a heaven stealing pill to this elder. I can strike too. A transition 9 opened his mouth. Yes, me, I can too. Elder Nyo, you've only transited the first heaven of the tribulation. It's better to forget about it. What's wrong with my transiting one heavier day? I can also transmigrate at one heaviness. If you give me the transmigrating pill, I will transmigrate immediately right now and then go kill that Lu Yi. Feng Changye shook his head. You can't. At the very least, you should be in the top transition realm. There are also 3 transition pills and 3 stash heaven pills. Are there any more needed? Me. Instantly, 3 people responded. Feng Changye had kept 2 of them himself. In that case, let's capture Chu Ling first. Capture Chu Ling and lure Lu Yi to come. The higher-ups have sent word that if this matter is successful, everyone will be rewarded, no weaker than the ferrying pill, to help you become a Taoist. Yes, the vanguard cult, out in force.